The frozen Changbai mountain couldn't chill his tenderness, nor could the bronze door imprison my life. I light candles to honor the spirits, counting the unresolved regrets in my heart. Today is Lin Yunxi's birthday. Lin Yuxi, who had just finished reading the Grave Robbers Chronicles, lit candles on her cake and made a birthday wish. What? The promised reunion is near this time, I want to take her home. Damn it, ugh, I got a mouthful of dirt. Which heartless bastard kicked me? Lin Yuxi felt as if someone had kicked her, sending her face first into the dirt and exposing her in front of everyone. Take her home. System bound. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newcomer gift pack, Kirin Bloodline, Fakio Heavily Official Seal, Fakio Fingers, Diamond Umbrella, and Chainmail Armor. Detecting the host's fear of pain, the system has activated a painless implantation function. The Kirin Bloodline and Fakio Fingers have been successfully implanted, while the remaining items have been deposited into the system backpack. Usage methods have been mastered. Lin Yuxi felt a burning sensation on her back, but it disappeared after a few breaths. Looking down, she noticed two of her fingers had become slender and brimming with strength, as if naturally trained, instinctively knowing how to wield them. Just as she was regaining her composure, she saw a mysterious and aloof figure in a hoodie, carrying a black and gold ancient blade, walking toward her. Zhang Qiling, we've met before, Zhang Qiling spoke unexpectedly. The moment Lin Yuxi appeared, the Kirin bloodline within him resonated with an inexplicable familiarity. Perhaps. But I believe we'll be seeing each other often from now on. Lin Yuxi glanced at her surroundings, the familiar mountains, the familiar faces, and the familiar dog, and immediately deduced where she was. If not for Wu Sanqing's invitation with the dragon's spine as bait, Zhang Qiling might not have made this trip to the tomb. System mission triggered. Host, please join the tomb raiding team. Mission rewards include a bag of masterfully crafted red dates, a Gatling gun with blue flames, and an Italian cannon used by Brother Yunlong to attack Pingan County. Holy shit, system, the Gatling gun with blue flames is one thing, but this Italian cannon, does that even make sense? This isn't Brother Yunlong's era anymore. Isn't this cannon a bit over the top? Existence is reasonable. If I can get you a gun, this system can get you a cannon that's perfectly logical. Think about how badass it'll be. When the great wind rises, the clouds fly high. When the Italian cannon fires, blast them to hell. Of course it's badass. Little brother, do you know this guy? At that moment, a voice came from behind Zhang Qiling. Lin Yuxi looked up to see a young man slightly shorter than Zhang Qiling, seemingly around 20 years old, fresh out of college. Lin Yuxi instantly recognized who this wide-eyed college kid was: the last heir of the Wu family from the Nine Gates, the future brains and backbone of the Iron Triangle, Third Master Wu Xie. Zhang Qiling didn't acknowledge Wu Xie. Instead, he glanced at Zhang Xingye one more time before turning to leave, though his gaze carried a trace of confusion and complexity. You really are a silent bottle, Zhang Xingye chuckled at Zhang Qiling's demeanor. Hi, I'm Wu Xie. Do you know little brother? Wu Xie extended his hand with naive enthusiasm. Zhang Xingye shook it. I know him now. Oh, then what brings you here? Wu Xie asked, since the area didn't seem like a place anyone would casually visit. Though naive, Wu Xie wasn't stupid. Zhang Xingye didn't hide the truth. My goal is the same as yours. Rather than lying and having to weave countless more lies later, it's better to be upfront. Time to move out, Wu Sanqing called from a distance. Coming. Wu Xie responded, then turned to Zhang Xingye. Since we're headed the same way, why not join us? Ding. Congratulations, host, for joining the tomb raiding team. Mission rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Zhang Xingye followed Wu Xie toward Wu Sanqing's group. Wu Sanqing's gaze never left Zhang Xingye, his fox-like eyes seemingly trying to see right through him. Third uncle, this is Zhang Xingye. He is going to the same place as us, so I invited him to come along, Wu Xie introduced. Wu Sanqing studied Zhang Xingye before speaking. Knowing where these people of his were going and joining his side, this had to make one wonder about Zhang Xingye's purpose. Zhang Xingye grinned, of course I know, I've been studying that location for a long time, and I also know that the group of mercenaries should have already arrived. Hearing this, Wu Sanqing's face changed, certain that this guy must know something. Even knowing that there were mercenaries there, this guy obviously knew about the 7-star Ruang Palace. This gave Wu San province a very bad feeling, a feeling that the chess game was starting to get out of his control. Then let's go together, this is Dakue, this is Pan Seed. Wu Sanso also revealed a smile and introduced Zhang Xingye. Instead of letting uncontrolled pieces disappear before your eyes, it is better to control them in your hands. If it is favorable, we will figure it out. If it's a capable one, Wu Sheng can have more friends in the future. If it's an incompetent one, then he can only die in the grave. In the future, Wu Xie's side doesn't need weak people. Zhang Xingye smiled faintly to the two. Hello, my name is Zhang Xingye. Dakue smiled, little brother, your skinny body, it doesn't look too good to cross the cave in front of us, we are in a hurry, we can't take the land route. Do you really want to join us? Zhang Xingye replied, I can also go wherever Ko goes. Zhang Xingye didn't say much about a cannon fodder who was going to die in the tomb. Wusan province could let him die in this tomb, but let Dakue come out alive. Isn't this the biggest doubt? In such a tomb, the old fox Wu Sanqing could come and go as he pleased. If he didn't want Dakue to die, how could he die in such a tomb? There's only one truth. Either Dakue betrayed Wu Sanqing, or Dakue is one of its men, and Wu Sanqing knows about it. Good. I like your kind of courage, Pan Seed. Pan Seed admired Zhang Xingye. In this line of work, the most important thing is to be bold. It's good to have guts, but it's not so easy to go through here. We want to take a shortcut only by water. This boatman and this dog. There is a very heavy smell of corpses. Obviously have not eaten a lot of dead people's meat. If I'm not wrong, that cave should be an accumulation of corpses. Cave, little brother, guts is good, but you have to be a little bit more stable. Wu Sanqing patted Zhang Xingye's shoulder and reminded him of this. With that, Wu Sanqing went to get his backpack and boarded the boat, while Dakue and Pan Zi hurriedly followed. The old man who drove the cart had already helped to carry an equipment bag onto the boat, and seeing the veins on the old man's hands, one could tell that the contents of the backpack were not light. Looking at the old man's somewhat strained appearance, Zhang Xingye smiled. Among this group of people, except for Wu Xie, the rest of them were all too fuzi. Under the banner of traveling into the mountains to dump, backpacks are loaded with some dumping tools. These tools are mostly made of steel, not wood and iron and so on, so the weight is certainly not light. This old man is so old, it will not be easy to carry them. The backpacks were placed in one boat, while the people sat in the other. Boatman, we want to bring an extra person with us, is that okay? Wu Xia asked. The boatman smiled. It's okay, but you have to add one more person's money. Good. Wu Xia nodded. No problem. Although he doesn't have much money, but his third uncle must have his third uncle these years tomb raiding, no, these years archaeology, must have a lot of money. Wusan Shang, you are really my good nephew. Dakue, take care of the stuff, he said. Wu Sanqing said. Wu Sanqing, you're really my good nephew. Dakue answered and got on the boat carrying the backpacks. Then the rest of the people got on the other boat. Zhang Qiling sat in the front, Wu Sanqing, Wu Xia, and Zhang Xingye sat in a triangle, and Pan Zi sat in the back. Wu Xia sat behind Zhang Qiling. Wu Sanqing sat behind Zhang Qiling, while Wu Sanqing sat beside Zhang Xingye, not only to keep an eye on Wu Xia, but also to try to figure out Zhang Xingye's purpose as much as possible. After boarding the boat started without any delay. Not a moment later, the crowd has entered the corpse cave. As soon as he came in, Zhang Xingye had a chilly feeling, straight feel the back of the cold. Wu Xia has opened the flashlight. This place how to feel eerie. Wu Xia's first time to follow the lower bucket, encountered this kind of situation is a little afraid, subconsciously to Zhang Qiling close. However, Zhang Qiling turned his body sideways. It was as if he was demonstrating with his actions, don't get hit by me. Third master, this seems to be a robber's hole. Pan Seed looked around with his flashlight. Wusan province, it's a robber's hole. Wu Xi also surveyed. If I'm not wrong, this is not only a robber hole, but also a water robber hole. According to the book, this scale of robber hole, in ancient times, only one kind of grave robber can do. The official thief. Zhang Xingye replied at this time. As soon as these words came out, a hint of surprise flashed through Wu Sanqing's eyes. This guy actually knew about official robbers. Not simple. Chapter 3 Underwater is this thing. It looks like he might be a fellow traveler, but in this place, don't be like your own nephew, a vase that looks good but isn't useful. Knowledge, no ability. Wu Xie did not realize that his own third uncle was mentally spitting on himself, but continued to follow Zhang Xingye's words. Yes, it is the official thief, the most representative of which is the Chow thief who is known to love his wife. He did not have the money to do the military pay, so he set up a grave robbing agency, the head of which is known as Fashu Zhonglong General and the gold-touching lieutenant, specializing in digging graves and excavating tombs, and using the treasures in the tombs to sell them as a military pay. There is sound. At this time, Zhang Qiling, who hadn't said anything since he boarded the ship, suddenly opened his mouth. As soon as Zhang Qiling opened his mouth, everyone shut up. Even their breathing instinctively slowed down quite a bit, and the entire cave of corpses started to become a pin drop. And all of them heard a sound. This sound came from underwater. Boatman, under the water, where is the boatman? Where is the big boatman? Wu Xia swallowed his saliva, and was about to ask the boatman what was under the water, when he realized that the boatman was gone. Hearing Wu Xia's exclamation of surprise, the crowd realized that the boatman had disappeared. Ever heard of a water ghost? That boatman wouldn't have been captured by a water ghost. Dakue swallowed his saliva and said. Pan Seed snorted coldly, water ghosts? Better not come to mess with us, or I Pan Seed let him not even a ghost. Dakue continued, without the boatman, we do not have a corpse. How to cross this corpse hole? Zhang Xingye smiled. Water ghosts are not seen here, but there are many robber holes. If my expectation is correct, the boatman must have drilled into the robber holes above to hide when we were not paying attention. He should be trying to murder people for money, and judging from his skillful technique, he should have not done it too often. Wusan province's face was also extremely gloomy at this time, wanting to kill for money? He has made a mistake. My life is not something that anyone can take away from me. Zhang Xingye also sighed in his heart for this boatman who had been scheming for his whole life and ended up dying in this water pirate cave himself. Good is rewarded with good, evil with evil, it's not unrewarded, the time has not yet come. If you do too much, you'll die by yourself. Master San, something's coming. Pan Seed, with his flashlight, saw something in the water coming his way. Wu Sanchen instructed, Pan Seed, grab your weapons and protect Xiao Xia. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm not sure what to do. Pan Seed hurriedly went to the other boat and took out the tools. This place is really weird. Dakue shivered and said. I don't know why, Pan Seed now a little disliked Dakue. After so many years and so many fights, he was now afraid of something. Not as good as that young lad Zhang Xingye. Look at him, he's still yawning and sleepy. Dakue, is it possible that he's just a guy who doesn't know anything and doesn't know that there's danger at all, that's why he's so calm? Zhang Xingye, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Kid, take it for defense. Panseed handed Zhang Xingye an engineer's shovel. As one of the necessary tools for downward fighting, the engineer's shovel is made of alloy, lightweight and hard, with a sharp steel mouth on one side and a sharp saw mouth on the other. Not to mention for digging a robber's hole, it is also quite powerful when used as a weapon, it can be used to both shoot and sharpen, quacking good. Zhang Xingye took it, but handed it to Wu Xia. I won't need it, it's better to leave it to Wu Xia. Wu Sanqing's pupil shrank, seeing Zhang Xingye take the engineer's shovel. Wu Sanqing realized how Zhang Xingye's right hand's middle and index fingers were also so long. Not to say that they were similar to Zhang Qiling's, they were practically identical. Of course, Wu Sanqing knew Zhang Qiling's identity, but that is an old acquaintance, at least we have been to the Shisha undersea tomb together in the past. Zhang Qiling has lost his soul, but Wu Sanqing doesn't. Although he's not the same person now, he's not the same person he used to be. Although the current Wu Sanqing is not really Wu Sanqing, he is still a member of the team. There are two possibilities for this finger, one is naturally long and slender, the other is a hairy finger. Born with long fingers, just those two? Obviously not. So the obvious answer is the latter. It's a hairy finger. Doesn't that mean that this guy is also a hair-mound Zhonglong general? Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling, both of them are surnamed Zhang, could it be that Zhang Xingye is also a member of the Zhang family? At this moment, Wu Sanqing's mind had countless conjectures. A sudden strange and extremely ear-piercing sound of bells interrupted Wu's conjectures, and the sound of the bells made people feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, there was movement at the bottom of the ship, and a huge black shadow could be seen swimming around. Uncle San, what the hell is that? Wu Xia tightly gripped the engineer's shovel that Zhang Xingye handed him and swallowed his saliva, very nervous. Wu San Province also took out a pistol from his waist and wondered. Upon hearing this, Wu Slant became even more nervous. His own third uncle had been grave robbing bah humbug, archaeology for so many years, there was still something he didn't know about this kind of place? Although I don't know if he really doesn't know, or if he's just faking it. Little brother, do you know what that thing is? Wu Xia looked at Zhang Qiling again. However, Zhang Qiling did not pay any attention to Wu Xia, but instead stared vigilantly at the situation under the ship. Seeing Zhang Qiling's look of rejection, Zhang Xingye couldn't help but become more curious about what kind of person he was. Zhang Xingye, what is Zhang Qiling? Rice, clean, cold, and powerful as a god. Zhang Xingye, can you be specific? Rice, a hard life, a fury, and a shallow destiny. Zhang Xingye, can you be more specific? Rice, so powerful it hurts. Ding dong. The system mission has been triggered. Mission, catch a corpse turtle. Mission reward, the host gets rid of his black household status, obtains an ID card, a bank card, a real estate property, and a state-of-the-art cell phone equipped with a phone card, allowing the host's identity information to be reasonably implanted in this world. Where's the house? I don't want one, that's too bad. Zhang Xingye asked. Imperial capitals. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye had no problem doing what he said, reaching out to hold the edge of the boat, his gaze fixed on the dark mass of shadows under the boat. These guys shouldn't bite, right? Forget it, not afraid of biting, as long as one is fast enough, they can't bite themselves, hee. I'm really a big smart. When it was too late, when it was too fast, Zhang Xingye made a hairy finger, and his right hand was like a lightning bolt to the bottom of the water. Under the water is this thing. Zhang Xingye faintly opened his mouth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission reward has been issued, please pay attention to the host to check. Seeing the thing that Zhang Xingye had gotten up, the crowd looked over. Zhang Qiling's gaze, on the other hand, fixed on Zhang Xingye's fingers. A hairy finger exactly like his own. He was also a hairy midshipman? Chapter 4 Zhang Xingye who follows the law with his words. Wu Xia shone his flashlight on this corpse turtle. This is not a dragon louse, just now that a large group of black shadows is a group of dragon lice? Wu Xia, who was the reservoir of knowledge, recognized this thing, but Wu Xia didn't notice his third uncle's helpless face. The corpse turtle and the dragon lice could be recognized wrongly. If he can't do anything in literature and can't do anything in martial arts, how can he feel comfortable handing over the Wu family to him in the future? Suddenly, that piercing sound of bells came again, a sound that made Wusan province's hearing a bit shrill, while Wuxia covered his ears. Aha! It's so annoying. Panseed covered his ears and was so annoyed that he directly stomped on the guy, oozing out dark green fishy liquid. That ringtone also disappeared. The stench made Zhang Xingye pinch his nose and back away. This corpse turtle really stinks. Corpse turtle? Wuxia looked at Zhang Xingye in confusion. Wu Sanzhou nodded, that's right, this isn't a dragon louse, this is a corpse turtle. Corpse turtle is a mutation of dragon lice. This kind of thing is most common in ancient tombs and feeds on rotting corpses, but it's usually just the size of a fist. But for this guy to grow this big, it means that there are a lot of corpses inside that ancient tomb. Look, there's a corpse there. At this time, De Kuei, who was looking around, suddenly said. At this time De Kuei was looking at the back. The flashlight suddenly shone on a corpse, around which a lot of corpse turtles could be seen. It was the boatman. Wu Sa also instantly recognized the corpse. It was that shipwright's corpse. Zhang Xingye shook his head. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Hearing this, the crowd didn't pay too much attention to that boatman anymore, wanting to plot to kill, but in the end, they didn't get the money, but killed themselves. Why is this turtle still hanging this bell? Is it possible that this corpse turtle is raised by someone? Look at this bell, high and low must be considered a cultural relic. Wu Xia's eyes continued to study this corpse turtle that had been trampled on. This is the symbiosis system. Zhang Xingye replied. Wu Xia was even more confused. What symbiotic system? If you use an engineer's shovel to pull it, you can see that there should be a centipede in its body. That centipede is connected to the bell, and part of its body is connected to the corpse turtle's stomach. In other words, after the corpse turtle eats, it will prioritize the supply of the centipede, which is the symbiotic system. Zhang Xingye explained. Hearing this, Wu Xia really took an engineer's shovel to pick and pull the corpse of this corpse turtle, and really found a centipede inside. But it was trampled to death by Panseed's kick. There's really one, little star, how do you know about it? Wu Zhiqi instantly had his eyes glowing, looking at Zhang Xingye with slight admiration. Zhang Xingye's face directly as speechless. I'm not a eunuch, what are you calling little starry son? Hearing this, Wu Xiangyi showed an embarrassed face. The name calling is not important, the important thing is how do you know that there is a centipede in here? Zhang Xingye replied, not only do I know that there are centipedes in here, I also know that this is the king of the corpse turtles that I caught, and if it is trampled to death, the group of corpse turtles underneath will surely go crazy and overturn this boat that we are sitting on. System tip, the arrival of the traveler is an anomaly, the world's heaven and earth momentum will not change, the butterfly effect will affect some minor momentum to change. As Zhang Xingye's words were just finished, the boat they were sitting on really did have that tremor again, and the tremor was even stronger, it really seemed as if it was going to overturn the boat. The crowd grabbed onto the edge of the boat, trying not to be shaken down. The small star, this is the words out of the law is really powerful. How to say what come what? Wu Xia was shaken so much that he could barely hold on to the boat. Host, if you do not want to take a bath here, this system suggests that it is better not to let this boat overturn. Although you have unicorn blood, corpse turtle does not bite you, but you take a bath here, you have a cleanliness fetish should not be able to stand it. At this time, the system beep suddenly sounded in Zhang Xingye's mind. Zhang Xingye's face changed. As soon as he saw the densely packed corpse turtles below, he couldn't help but shiver at the thought of having to take a bath in this river. This is disgusting. System, then why don't you get something to repel the insects? Isn't your Qilin blood the best insect repellent? Unicorn blood repels all evils. I'm afraid of pain. Then you let Zhang Qiling bleed. Forget it. My flesh hurts if I bleed, my heart hurts if he bleeds. I'll do it, but I don't have a knife. Ding dong. Wu Xia has a shovel in his hand. That shovel hurts. Can't you give me a silver needle or something? If you're afraid of getting a headache, let Zhang Qiling bleed you out. Zhang Xingye and the system talked to each other. In the end, Zhang Xingye decided to bleed himself in order not to fall down and take a bath. Zhang Xingye picked up the engineer's shovel that Wu Shizhi had placed on the boat and was just about to scratch his right hand's index finger when he suddenly thought of something. No way. The hairy finger of the right hand is a rich woman's happy finger, so it can't be scratched. The left hand index finger. The left index finger, so? So just because I am shorter than the right index finger, you want to hurt me? Zhang Xingyi right hand holding the engineer shovel, gently in his left hand index finger scratch, immediately there is blood flow. Zhang Xingyi rushed to drop the blood in the river. When these drops of blood fell, the corpse turtles at the bottom of the boat seemed to have encountered something unimaginable, scattering as fast as they could to flee for their lives. Crowd of corpse turtles, the great king is dead anyway, it's not worth it for us to try the power of Qilin blood for a dead bug. Zhang Xingye's maneuver caused a hint of shock in Zhang Qiling's indifferent eyes. At the moment Zhang Xingye released his blood, Zhang Qiling could clearly feel the resonance getting stronger. Zhang Xingye's blood was also Qilin blood. That meant that Zhang Xingye was also carrying the Qilin bloodline. Is it my old Zhang family's Qilin? But I just don't know if it's my Zhang family's senior or junior. But judging by the way this guy's bloodletting hurts, he's definitely a junior. My own Zhang family's seniors couldn't do something so embarrassing. So small wounds squeeze a few drops of blood, it hurts into that expression. Zhang family seniors cannot afford to lose that person. How did the turtles escape? After the corpse turtle group dispersed, the boat also stopped shaking. Wu Xia has a kind of afterlife feeling. Just now, Wu Xia had a feeling that he might be falling. But when it was suddenly gone, it was amazing. Your blood. Zhang Qiling once again took the initiative to speak to Zhang Xingye. There was a hint of tenderness in Zhang Qiling's gaze towards this Zhang family descendant. Just like you. Zhang Xingye, who was shivering the bloodletting finger in his mouth, heard Zhang Xingye's words and replied vaguely. Receiving Zhang Xingye's answer, Zhang Qiling was already certain in his heart that Zhang Xingye was a member of the Zhang family. Surnamed Zhang, carrying the Qilin bloodline, and having a hair-mound finger, there was no doubt about the proper Zhang family bloodline, but he just didn't know which branch it was. Chapter 5, Change this habit. However, the next words of Wusan province interrupted Zhang Qiling's continued conjecture about Zhang Xingye. This place, to be able to raise such a large corpse turtle, meant that there were quite a few corpses in this corpse accumulation land. Wu Sanzhou naturally also noticed Zhang Xingye's tactics just now, only that everyone had their own secrets, and Wu Sanzhou didn't say much. But he was also afraid that Wu Xia would talk too much, so he changed the subject. I'm afraid that there are not only a lot of corpses in this place, but I think there is something else that has been born. Pan Seed held the black donkey hoof in his hand and looked around with a wary face. Here is now very quiet, terrible, so quiet that people feel depressed. As the boat went even deeper into this land of accumulating corpses, the putrid odor of the corpses became more and more serious. Zhang Xingye covered his nose. This is poisonous. Zhang Xingye was born with a sense of smell and hearing much more sensitive than normal people. Zhang Xingye in school have a nickname called the dog nose, really more than the dog ah. As the crowd went deeper, they saw a group of tired white bones piled up. The crowd was shocked, except for Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling's sky collapsed, immovable as a mountain, as if nothing could shock him. Wusan province's shock, it was not known whether it was a real shock or a fake shock. I don't know whether it's real shock or fake shock. At a glance, there are a few thousand corpses here. Mom, this is not a mass grave, right? Dakuei's flashlight looked at the dead bones in the surrounding area and couldn't help but gulp. No wonder this place can grow so big. Corpse turtle. The corpse turtle could still be seen crawling around amongst the white bones. Wu Se only felt goosebumps rising, as if he had an attack of intensive phobia. Third master, there are coffins. At this time, Pan Seed reminded a sentence. The hand of the flashlight also shone over. Dakuei heard Pan Seed's words. The hand of the flashlight also followed the light over, and really saw 2 crystal coffins. Uncle San, what's that? Crystal coffins? How come there's another one that's empty? Wu Shezi was puzzled and pointed to the crystal coffin, wondering why there was an empty coffin there. Wu San province slapped Wu Xie's finger down. Don't point. Wu Xie was in pain and threw his hand away. His own third uncle is really hard. Is he still your own nephew? Third uncle, don't point, just don't point. Why do you hit me so hard? This is a taboo. You point at him like this. Beware if people are not happy, pester you. Wu San province whispered. Zhang Xingye coughed lightly. That guy seems to be here already. Look. The crowd looked in the direction of Zhang Xingye's finger and saw that a white figure suddenly stood on the pile of white bones in front of them. This figure was cloaked in hair, and its hair was draped on the ground. Earlier this white figure did not Ghost Uncle San. There are ghosts. Wu Xie was scared straight backward, face horrified. Originally atheistic Wu Xie suddenly felt that his cognition was subverted. The 3 masters. This is a dumpling, right? Pan Seed took the black donkey hoof and then protected in front of Wu Xie's body. At this moment, Pan Seed was also a little nervous, while protecting Wu Xie, while looking at Wu San province. Dakuei wiped his cold sweat. This can't be it. If this is a dumpling, it must not be a 1,000-year-old dumpling? Puppet. At this time, Zhang Qiling also stood up and spat out this one word. Little brother, what do you mean by puppet Wu Zhiqi grabbed Pan Seed's hand and used the force to stand up as well and asked. However, Zhang Qiling didn't answer Wu Xie. His gaze was firmly fixed on the guy in front of him, seemingly ready to strike at any time. The so-called puppet is a thing that was abused and killed in life, and after death, the grievances are not dissolved, and eventually formed. This kind of thing, the grievances are too heavy, the ferry boat of the Yellow Springs can't carry her, and she can't be reincarnated into the next life. Zhang Xingye also stood up and explained for Zhang Qiling. Pan Seed sniffed and looked at Zhang Xingye. Little brother, you said that this guy's grievances are not melting away, then this guy has been trapped in this corpse accumulation land for 1,000 years, so this guy's grievance value must not directly explode. Wu Sanqing nodded. If this is really the case, we are afraid that we are in danger. Just as he finished speaking, a sound that made people's scalp numb came out. As if they had received an order, the nearby corpse turtles began to lean towards Zhang Xingye's boat. The corpse turtles are coming again. I can't do it. I've got a dense phobia. Wu Sa only felt goosebumps all over his body. Zhang Xingye cursed, damn, have to bleed again. Being in the bloodline of the Qilin, the wound healing is extremely fast. Zhang Xingye, just a little bit of small mouth, has long been healed, as if there is no bloodletting. Little brother Zhang, I'll give you the spatula. Hearing that Zhang Xingye wanted to bleed, Pan Seed immediately bowed down and picked up the engineer's shovel on the ship, handing it to Zhang Xingye. The corner of Zhang Xingye's mouth twitched. Pan Seed, you are really a good brother. On the mouth, brother called, handing the engineering shovel. You are very active, this is a plastic brother, right? Pan Seed heatedly smiled. That what, your blood is good, better than deworming medicine. Zhang Xingye sighed, it seems that I have to aggravate my fingers a little bit again. Thinking that, Zhang Xingye took over the engineer's shovel. However, Zhang Qiling was significantly faster. Zhang Qiling directly drew out the black gold ancient knife at his waist, stabbed and slashed at his palm, and an unknown number of drops of Qilin blood dripped into the river. These corpses and turtles immediately took on the attitude of a tree falling from a sinking ship and ran off into the distance. It was as if they had sensed some horrible existence. Immediately afterward, the blood in Zhang Qiling's palm slid down to his fingertips, and Zhang Qiling even used the finger-snapping aptitude that he seemed to have learned from Peach Blossom Island. With a swoosh, he flicked out a drop of Qilin blood, hitting the center of the puppet's eyebrow. Immediately afterward, that puppet was as if it had explosives in its body, directly exploding from the inside, directly softening both knees and kneeling down. As for Zhang Qiling, his face turned deathly white, holding the boat with one hand and propping up his body with the black gold ancient sword with the other. Go quickly and don't look back. The crowd, who had not yet recovered from the shock, heard Zhang Qiling's words and directly rowed the boat manually, increasing the speed to slide out. Zhang Qiling, are you stupid? Such a big wound, you don't hurt. Zhang Xingye was ready to row his fingers at that time, but he didn't expect Zhang Qiling to be faster. And directly cut such a big wound on his hand. Zhang Xingye rushed to Zhang Qiling's side, pulled up Zhang Qiling's injured hand, and saw that the palm of the hate deep visible wound. But Zhang Xingye's heart was broken. Getting used to it. Zhang Qiling actually did not take his hand back, but instead gave Zhang Xingye a response. This sentence is used to, let Zhang Xingye directly froze on the spot. You take this habit and change it. Such a deep wound, you don't hurt. Zhang Xingye said while directly taking out a vial from the system space. I'm not afraid of pain. For some reason, Zhang Qiling felt as if he was happy to talk to this Zhang family descendant. Perhaps because it was the same clan. Chapter 6: Zhang Xingye's Physical Transcendence. Zhang Qiling's sentence of not being afraid of pain once again caused Zhang Xingye to freeze. The movement of pouring out the secret small red dates froze. Zhang Xingye raised his eyes to look at Zhang Qiling, but what he saw in Zhang Qiling's eyes was that there were no waves in his eyes, as if he was treating bloodletting as something that was no longer commonplace. Zhang Xingye believed that Zhang Qiling would also be in pain, just that he didn't say so. Zhang Qiling was comparable to a god, but he was also a man of flesh and blood. Eat it, it's a blood tonic. Zhang Xingye only felt a sore nose and fed the secret small red dates poured out from his palm to Zhang Qiling's mouth. Zhang Qiling didn't open his mouth, instead, he locked eyes with Zhang Xingye, as if he wanted to see something from Zhang Xingye's eyes. Here, little brother, gauze. At this time, Pan Seed handed over a bag of medical gauze. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly in appreciation. Continuing, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Only then did Zhang Qiling open his mouth and allowed Zhang Xingye to feed the secret little red dates in. Zhang Qiling wasn't worried about whether this thing was poisonous or not. Rather, Zhang Xingye's concern made Zhang Qiling feel bewildered. It turned out that one could be cared for as well? Did it turn out that there were also people who would care about themselves? This time, it was thanks to little brother again, who was still so secure and reliable. Wu Sanzhou took a long breath and said with a smile. Zhang Xingye, however, unwrapped the gauze and bandaged Zhang Qiling's wound, saying as he did so. That's for sure, he's more reliable than a load-bearing wall, but although he is able to give us a sense of security, I'm so afraid that he doesn't have a sense of security. When these words came out, for some reason, Wusan Province felt that there was something in Zhang Xingye's words, and just as he was about to open his mouth to say so, his eyes widened. Wu Xia. Seeing that he was about to leave the land of corpses, but Wu Xia froze and couldn't hold back his curiosity and looked back at that guy. It gave Wusan Province a jolt of fear. Behind them, the lake water was turbulent, and countless corpse turtles were once again surging towards this side. Zhang Xingye, who had bandaged up Zhang Qiling, stood up, first directly knocking Wu Shizhi unconscious, and then facing the puppet straightly. I am a reasonable person, let us get out of here safely, and let us each be at peace, what do you think? Zhang Xingye seemed to be negotiating with that puppet. As Zhang Xingye finished his words, waves of water directly lifted up on that river to slap Zhang Xingye's side. He doesn't seem to be willing to let us go out safely. Dick Hue, holding a pistol, said to that puppet. Zhang Xingye rubbed his nose, since reason doesn't make sense, I can only talk about physics. Zhang Xingye directly pulled out the Gatling with blue fire from the system space. Gatling. Where did you change this thing from? Panseed's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed, have you ever heard of the mustard seed? Zhang Xingye's means of taking things out of thin air could never be concealed, so he might as well not conceal it sooner rather than later. Arabidopsis space? Something in a novel really exists, ah? Panseed was shocked. The side of the big Kuei replied, "This 1,000 years old dumplings is not also something in the novel. This has not also appeared in front of us?" Zhang Xingye looked at that puppet. "Let us go, you live, otherwise, I let you even puppet cannot do, believe it or not. This blue flame Gatling uses a special vermilion bullet, and it's soaked in the blood of the new Qing chicken." "What's an angry chicken?" "It's a phoenix breed, with a trace of phoenix blood. With 6,600 bullets a minute, I don't believe that guy can't be destroyed." At this time, the water waves on the river got bigger. My goodness, looking at this situation, she wants to leave all of us behind. Wusan province really wanted to give his great-nephew a few slaps in the face. "I told you not to turn around. But you still turned back, I'm really impressed." At this time, Zhang Qiling, who felt that he had been revitalized, also stood up again and came behind Zhang Xingye, ready to release the Qilin's blood again. Toast to refuse to eat a penalty wine. Zhang Xingye that also did not say anything, directly opened the strafing mode. "Anyway, unlimited bullets. What kind of Gatling is this? Why is it on fire?" "Blue fire, this thing is cool." Panseed's face was shocked, the word "want" written in his eyes. The surface of the river was filled with corpses of corpse turtles. The bullets hit the body of the puppet and smoked, and one by one, they all passed through the body. Roar! Suddenly, the female corpse was seen raising her head violently and letting out an ear-piercing roar. Her body was filled with black chi, and she eventually collapsed on top of the tired white bones, countless corpse turtles gushing out from her clothes. Only after seeing this did Zhang Xingye stop strafing. "Master Zhang, you are afraid that Gatling is more powerful than the Buddhist chanting and transcendence just now that black gas should be his grievances." Big Kuei did not dare to underestimate Zhang Xingye this time. Zhang Xingye directly took the Gatling back into the system space. "Buddhism is magic transcendence, I call this physical transcendence." "Master Zhang, you are really powerful. Gatling you can get, this is still a blue fire, not to mention scene, I Panseed have never heard of I've never even heard of it. Panseed doesn't call him little brother anymore. I don't deserve to be a brother to this guy." Zhang Xingye turned around and saw Zhang Qiling standing behind him. "Are you preparing to bleed again?" Seeing Zhang Qiling standing there with the black gold ancient sword in his hand, and the black gold ancient sword had not even returned to its sheath, he knew that Zhang Qiling was ready to bleed. However, Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye and did not say anything. I don't know if he didn't know what to say, didn't care to answer, or was too weak-minded to answer. "Aha, the exit is right in front, Panseed, Dakue, hurry up and row." Wusan province broke the cold atmosphere. "Okay, let's do it." Panseed and Dakue hurriedly answered, speeding up the rowing. Wu Sancheng was pondering, he hadn't really heard of any big brother having a Sumeru Arabidopsis. Does that thing really exist? This Zhang Xingye is by no means an ordinary person. I said, change the habit of bloodletting. This is the secret small red dates. The blood effect is very good. In the future until the last resort, no bloodletting. Bloodletting is not allowed to cut such a big mouth, and after bloodletting, eat, listen, okay? If you are injured, someone will feel sorry for you. Zhang Xingye pulled up Zhang Qiling's hand and placed the bottle containing the secret red dates in Zhang Qiling's hand. Zhang Qiling sheathed his black gold ancient sword back. Nodding his head slightly as a promise, he then turned around and walked towards the bow of the ship, a smile inadvertently flowing from the corner of his mouth. This feeling of being cared about was so good. Zhang Qiling was not a face paralyzer, much less playing it cool, he was just an introvert. And don't look at Zhang Qiling, although he was a stuffy bottle, he would actually often sneakily hide under the bottle cap, secretly laughing and secretly sad. Chapter 7 Two chickens, can't eat them all. The crowd rowed quickly and went out of the water hole. Little brother, look at my great-nephew this. Wusan province called out to Zhang Qiling with some embarrassment. After all, this pot was caused by his own nephew. If it wasn't for Wu Xie's curiosity that he didn't turn back, Zhang Qiling wouldn't have been ready to bleed again. After all, when he started to bleed first, Zhang Qiling's weakened appearance, Wu Sancheng was also able to see it in his eyes. But my nephew this trouble, seems to let Zhang Xingye revealed the tip of the iceberg of the ability Zhang Xingye so concerned about Zhang Qiling, should really be the same as Zhang Qiling from the Zhang family. This kind of capable person, I don't know if he will also lose his memory as often as Zhang Qiling. If not, then this person would be a pawn outside the chessboard. I wonder if he could be useful in this matter of dealing with it. But before that, Wusan province had to figure out Zhang Xingye's identity and make sure that Zhang Xingye was not one of its people before he could pull Zhang Xingye into the game, and with one more powerful friend beside his great-nephew, he would have more peace of mind. It's fine. Zhang Qiling glanced back at Wu Xie and faintly spat out these two words. Zhang Qiling can see the condition of Wu Xie, it is only the yang qi was sucked away. Some just eat more aphrodisiacs to make up for, or more sunshine, will make up for the back. Zhang Xingye also looked at Wu Xie, then looked at Wu Sanshine, and exchanged a glance with Wu Sanshine. Both of them retracted their gazes in unison. Zhang Xingye was wondering if Wu Sanshou really didn't know about Wu Xie's situation? Or was he playing dumb and hiding? While Wu Sanshou was sizing up Zhang Xingye, he was thinking about how to count Zhang Xingye, whether he should talk to Wu or Bai about this, so that Wu or Bai could help check it out together. Ding dong! The host exterminates the 1,000-year-old grudge puppet, completes the system's hidden mission, and receives the mission reward, the secret art of dividing gold and fixing points as well as a matching compass. Hearing the system tone coming from his mind, Zhang Xingye was a little surprised that there was still a system hidden mission. This was an unexpected surprise. As the contents of the splitting gold fixing point emerged in his mind, Zhang Xingye began to close his eyes and digested the contents. After the crowd accepted this corpse accumulation cave, the crowd entered this village in front of them. Third master, it's getting late, so let's take a rest in the manor. Dakue gasped and said. Ding dong. System mission has been triggered. Mission, enter the ancient tomb of the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Mission reward, 100 poisons invulnerable body. Zhang Xingye's group had just stepped onto this village when a system beep sounded in their heads. Dakue was carrying Wuxia on his back, panting along the way, and he really couldn't walk anymore. Panseed frowned. Third master, the less we expose our whereabouts, the better. Now that the group of mercenaries have probably found their way there, isn't it too much of a delay for us to rest for another night? Panseed was carrying a parcel, although he was also tired, but it didn't seem too good to rest. Wu Sancheng looked at Zhang Qiling. Little brother, what do you say? Zhang Qiling, however, looked at Zhang Xingye, obviously asking for Zhang Xingye's opinion, or perhaps Zhang Qiling wanted to respect Zhang Xingye's opinion as a junior. Zhang Qiling had already treated Zhang Xingye as a junior member of the Zhang family, and it was normal to spoil him a bit. My family Zhang Qiling today bloodletting, the body is weak, although now look nothing, but not suitable for long-distance trekking. According to my view, tonight we'll now rest in the village, eat a hot meal, take a hot bath tomorrow morning, and then set off again, and then delay is not afraid of this night. Zhang Xingye revealed a smile to Zhang Qiling, suggesting to rest for a night tonight. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, froze for a moment. I am weak? Is there? No, right? I'm feeling so good right now. I suspect that you want to rest for a night and use me as the reason. Wu Sanzhou nodded his head. Good bah, then let's rest for a night in the village hotel tonight. Zhang Qiling obviously respected Zhang Xingye's opinion. Zhang Xingye said to stay, so Wu Sancheng couldn't refute anything. After all, there was no need to make both sides unhappy over this small matter. They entered the village together and found an inn. Not luxurious, but also not simple. Wu Xia is still not awake. The crowd first opened a good room. Because there is not enough room, there are only 2 rooms. The crowd could only squeeze in. Pan Seed, Dakue, and Wu Sanzhou all squeezed into one room. Zhang Qiling, Zhang Xingye, and Wu Shang squeezed into one room. Master San asked me to order food. Do you have anything you want to eat? Pan Zi came over and asked. Zhang Xingye, who had just sat down to drink some water, hurriedly put down his teacup. Come to the plate fried pork liver, red dates, and berries wolfberry pork belly chicken soup, and then come to the branch of the white cut chicken. My family Zhang Qiling likes to eat chicken, by the way, to make up for his qi and blood. By the way, if there is a ginseng, the soup, and then put a ginseng. Zhang Xingye heatedly smiled. Although the secret red dates have already restored Zhang Qiling's qi and blood to its peak, a little more won't hurt. My blue flame Gatling shot out so many bullets that Wusan province treated me to a meal, so what's wrong with having some good food for myself? Besides, I'm doing this mainly for Zhang Qiling. Yes, it's for Zhang Qiling, not because I'm craving for something. Moreover, Zhang Qiling doesn't seem to know that he likes white-cut chicken, it's just his favorite. The rest of the dry-fried chicken, boiling oil chicken, pot-roasted chicken, crispy chicken, mushroom chicken, scallion oil chicken, steamer chicken, fragrant du-hole chicken, peppery chicken, and so on, Zhang Qiling also likes it very much. It is no secret that Zhang Qiling likes to eat chicken, and Zhang Qiling not only likes to eat chicken, but also likes to watch the sunset. Zhang Xingye thought, after not robbing tombs, should he build a chicken farm for Zhang Qiling, and study more ways to eat chicken with Zhang Qiling? A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Zhang Qiling, who was sitting on the side. How did Zhang Xingye know that he liked to eat chicken? No, this is not my old Zhang family tradition. Zhang family members all like to eat chicken. There is no distinction between men and women, old and young. Although I do not know why I like to eat chicken so much, but the white-cut chicken is really delicious. Okay. Panseed made a note of it and went down to order. Into the village, Wusan province, they are not idle, let the big Kuei to go to the neighborhood to search for the movement of mercenaries, they are in the village people chatter, and see if they can ask a little reliable situation. After Panseed ordered his food, he went back to his room to look at his equipment. Little officer, what are you looking at me for? Zhang Xingye felt Zhang Qiling's gaze and looked over in confusion. Without realizing it, he actually called out Zhang Qiling's nickname. Zhang Qiling replied, 2 chickens, can't finish them. Just after he finished speaking, a flash of doubt flashed through Zhang Qiling's eyes. Why did the little official seem to be calling out to himself? Why was he somewhat familiar with these 2 words? Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, Zhang Xingye nearly choked on his own saliva, and for some reason, Zhang Xingye kind of wanted to laugh. Zhang Xingye said, I received professional training, I won't laugh unless I can't help it. Chapter 8, You keep watch, I'll keep watch over you. It was time for dinner. The crowd went downstairs to eat, and Wu Xie did not know whether it was smelling the aroma of the meal or what, and happened to wake up at this point in time. Just in time for dinner. Just seeing this table of chickens, Wu Xie could not help but whine. Today is stabbing the chicken nest? Fried chicken, braised chicken thighs, white cut chicken, red date and wolfberry pork belly chicken, marinated chicken head, spicy chicken neck, spicy chicken claws. Today have to go through with the chicken? Wu Oblique looked at a table of chicken, really speechless. In addition to a stir-fried pork liver has nothing to do with chicken, the rest are all chicken. Zhang Xingye first gave Zhang Qiling a bowl of chicken soup. Quickly eat it, little officer, body is weak, more tonic. Little brother's kidney is weak? No way, not at such a young age. Then drink chicken soup cannot you have to drink turtle chicken berry soup I don't know if it's because I'm still awake or not, but I got sidetracked. Zhang Qiling picked up his chopsticks and was ready to eat. When he heard Wu Xie's words, his chopsticks fell to the ground. Zhang Qiling looked at Wu Xie, although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face already told Wu Xie, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Wu Sancheng re-grabbed a pair of chopsticks and gave them to Zhang Qiling. Little brother, childish words, eat quickly. Wu Sancheng rushed to round up the situation and glared at Wu Xie, can you damn well keep your mouth shut? Sickness enters by the mouth, trouble comes out by the mouth. Being glared at by his own third uncle, Wu Xie also hurriedly lowered his head and ate the chicken, not daring to retort. But the heart is also curious. Zhang Qiling looks quite young. How young can not? When we get back to Hangzhou, let's introduce Zhang Qiling to a professional doctor. Nowadays, the medical technology is quite advanced and can surely cure Zhang Qiling. After all, it's too pitiful to die at such a young age. As for Wu Sancheng, he had also been observing Zhang Xingye's situation, taking care of Zhang Qiling so well, he should not be able to run away from the Zhang family, who came from the same place as Zhang Qiling. And it shouldn't be Zhang Qiling's juniors. After all, what kind of junior takes care of his seniors like this? And that address is also not like a junior to address the seniors. If Zhang Xingye was Zhang Qiling's senior, and now Zhang Xingye was so young, then how many years had Zhang Xingye been an old monster? If Zhang Xingye is an old monster, then this guy mixed into our team, for what? Is it to settle old Nine Sec's account for cheating Zhang Qiling? As we all know, back then, Master Zhang Qiling used Zhang Qiling's heavenly seizure to imprison Zhang Qiling for 20 years in the Jelmo Sanatorium to study longevity. Did Zhang Qishan imprison Zhang Qiling for 20 years for the sake of the 9 gates as he claimed, or for Zhang Qishan's own selfishness? Wu Sancheng doesn't know, but he does know that Zhang Qishan has wronged Zhang Qiling. But he knew that Zhang Qishan had wronged Zhang Qiling, and Old Nine Sect had also wronged Zhang Qiling. Old Nine Sect had broken its promise to Zhang Qiling to take turns guarding the Nine Sect. Previously, the Nine Sect promised Zhang Qiling that as long as Zhang Qiling found 2 things for them, he could let each of the Nine Sect to guard the Bronze Gate every year. However, the 9 gates reneged on their promise. Zhang Qiling did find them those 2 things, but the 9 gates didn't go to guard the Bronze Gate for them. In the end, it was Zhang Qiling who guarded the Bronze Gate for 10 years. Although the Old Nine Sect had suffered heavy losses after the 4 Girls Mountains and other actions, and might not be able to guard the Bronze Gate anymore, was this the reason for the Old Nine Sect to lose faith in Zhang Qiling? At this moment, Wu Sancho's heart seemed to be a little messed up. If Zhang Xingye was really an old monster of the Zhang clan, then what was he entering the world for? During this meal, Wu Sancho did not take 2 bites, mostly thinking about whether Zhang Xingye was an enemy or a friend. After the meal, everyone went to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. Zhang Qiling took a quick shower. From the time he went in to the time he came out, it was only 2 minutes. This bed is a bit small. 3 people sleeping is very crowded. Wu Chang scratched his head and said. He didn't feel crowded when he was lying alone, but now that 3 people are lying, it's a bit crowded. Zhang Xingye nodded, it is a bit crowded. At this moment, Zhang Xingye was considering whether or not to let Wu Xie go and squeeze in with Wu Sanzhou and the others. Anyway, at night, Wu Sanzhou and the 3 of them couldn't all sleep directly. That old fox Wu Sancheng would definitely arrange for Pan Zi and Dakue to keep watch, you for the first half of the night, and him for the second half of the night. Therefore, if Wu Shang went over to sleep there, it wouldn't be particularly crowded. If you sleep here, you will definitely squeeze Zhang Qiling. It's fine, I've slept for a few hours in the afternoon, I'll let you 2 sleep in this bed at night. Wu Xie finally decided not to squeeze in a piece, but to make his own floor bed. Good. Zhang Qiling nodded. Wu Xie picked up a bed quilt, crying and laughing and joking, little brother, I just said, polite, you even agreed, I can be too sad. Zhang Xingye laughed, little naive, society is very simple, complex as people. Wu Oblique once laid his own floor, while muttering in a low voice, do not know what to mutter, anyway, as if to let Zhang Xingye a week cannot poop or something. Ha. You sleep, I'll keep watch. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye and uttered 5 words. Letting Zhang Xingye sleep, Zhang Qiling volunteered to keep watch himself. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiezhi stood up, so do I not need to hit the ground? No, little officer's health is not good, you can't stay up all night, you continue to play your floor bunk, it was you who said you wanted to play the floor bunk. Before Zhang Qiling could say anything, Zhang Xingye directly vetoed Wu Xie's idea of not wanting to hit the floor. Double standard. Wu Xie skimmed his mouth, I even passed out today, why don't you say that I'm not in good health? In response, Zhang Xingye said, your coma is of your own making, and Xiaoguan's poor health is artificial. Sleep, Xiaoguan, you sleep inside, I'll sleep outside. Zhang Xingye greeted Zhang Qiling to sleep. Zhang Qiling replied, I'll sleep outside, it's easier to keep watch. I'll sleep outside, so it's easier to keep watch. I'll keep watch if you do. I feel safe sleeping against you, and having you behind me gives you a sense of security as well. Zhang Xingye grinned. You have always been a shelter for others, what others have, you must also have. Groove. I must not have woken up yet to see a male saying such doting words to another male, this must be a dream, I'll sleep some more. Wu Xia laid the floor, lay down on it, and closed his eyes to sleep. Do not want to eat dog food again, or two men's dog food. Good. Zhang Qiling laid down on the bed and slept in it. Then Zhang Xingye also lay up, good night, little official. Zhang Qiling hummed, no one noticed that the corners of Zhang Qiling's mouth flashed with a touch of happiness. Wu Xia. Get up and turn off the lights. The light is too bright, it's affecting my little official's sleep. Zhang Xingye shouted to Wu Xia on the floor. Wu Xia, who was sleeping under the blanket, cursed and lifted the blanket, stood up and snapped the light off. I have a sentence of Mamai Pai, I do not know whether to speak, trough. Chapter 9, Meeting that Carney again. Early morning the next day. After everyone had breakfast, they packed their bags early and went up the mountain. Yo-ho, isn't this that cart driver? Zhang Xingye suddenly looked at the guy not far away who was humming a song while picking a flat stretcher. Panseed fixed his eyes and looked, yes, it was him. Damn, trying to get us killed. Now that we've met him, it's retribution. Panseed put down his luggage and quickly rushed towards the cart driver and then directly kicked the cart driver to the ground with a swift kick. Ouch, ouch. Before the driver could react, he was kicked to the ground and screamed in pain. The crowd also gathered around one after another. When the coachman came back to his senses and stared, he realized that these people were all acquaintances. Chev, long time no see. Dikue sneered. When he thought of this guy joining forces with that boatman to murder people for money, Dakue was furious. Grand Master, what's the matter, don't you recognize us? Wusan Province also laughed. This scared the boatman and hurriedly kneeled down to kowtow and begged for forgiveness. I was forced to do it, and he said that if I didn't help him to harm you, he would harm me as well. I have an old man and a young man, and I have an old man and a young man, and I have an old man and a young man. The driver kowtowed in a hurry. Panseed said, don't kowtow, the boatman is dead. Dead? It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead. The driver was stunned, and then said quickly. Dakue inquired, old man, let me ask you, when you were in the corpse cave, how did you suddenly disappear? And how did you escape? Aye, the cart driver, stammered and didn't he seem too eager to talk. Panseed craned his neck to loosen his hand bones. Old man, I advise you to tell the truth, or my sandbag big fist, not recognize people Panseed seemed to smile non-smile threatened to say. This can be the car driver scared a jolt, said. I said. If I tell you, don't kill me. Speak up. Wusan Province a little impatient. It's on top of that hole, a lot of holes that are hard to see with the naked eye, and I went up there when you guys weren't looking, the driver replied hurriedly. The driver hurriedly answered. Dakue asked, how did you get out? That after you go far away, I whistled, that donkey balls will bite a wooden basin over. I sat on that wooden basin, then I wrote out, heroes and heroes, I have no intention of harming you you cannot kill me The driver explained everything in his head and continued to beg for mercy. Wusan Province said, spare your life can, I heard that there is an ancient tomb on this mountain, you have to take us there. An ancient tomb? No, we can't go there, the house collapsed before, exposing many dead heads, some people went in to see it, and came out as a little cutie. There is a big terror in there, can't go, for the sake of my old and young, you spare my life, I beg you all heroes and heroines. This car driver continued to kowtow one after another. I can see that is really scared. Panseed laughed, do not take us to, now we will kill you. Throw your body in the wilderness, in the middle of nowhere, who would know? Wu Sanqing nodded his head. You just have to take us there, and then we'll let you go. I have $1,000 here, what do you think? Wu Sanzho pulled out $1,000 in cash. And Panseed sang one with the other, grace and mercy. True, just need to take you guys there? And then you'll let me go? And give me $1,000? When the car driver saw the money, he was a little shaken inside. Wusan Province nodded, of course, we are archaeologists, not murderers, take us there and we will let you go. The first time I saw this, I was worried that I couldn't find my way out of the city. Now that there is a guide, Wu Sanchang will not let go. I'll take you there. It's a deal. I'll take you there. The driver nodded and agreed. Panseed picked him up and patted the dust on him, lead the way, you'll get your money, but if you dare to play any tricks, I'll be the first to send you down to see the boatman. No, I don't dare. The driver waved his hands. I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to see the boatman. Lead the way. Wusan Province ordered. Yes. The driver hurriedly answered and became a guide, showing the way to the crowd. The crowd followed the driver through the mountains and forests, interspersed among the various paths, without a local to lead the way. It was winding enough to find the smell of gunpowder. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling opened his mouth and spat out these 3 words. Zhang Xingye nodded. I also smelled. Here should be someone has exchanged hands. No, where is the smell of gunpowder? Wu Xia sniffed carefully and did not smell any gunpowder odor. Wu Xia sniffed carefully. There is really no Really do not smell any gunpowder odor. Zhang Xingyi smiled. I smelled the smell is very light, let alone you, smelled the smell of gunpowder. That group of mercenaries should have already made a move, we should not be far from there. Wu Oblique puzzled. Xiao Xingzi, are you a dog? Your nose is that good? These words directly made Zhang Xingye's smile disappear. Wu Xia, if you don't know how to speak, you can leave it out, otherwise I really can't help but want to sew up your mouth. Zhang Xingyi smiled and gritted his teeth. Wu Xia heatedly smiled. I am telling the truth. Speaking of dogs, your Wu family is the dog, first out of a Wu old dog, and now out of you this Wu puppy. Zhang Xingye opened his mouth, and Wu Sanshang, who was rushing along, froze for a moment. Zhang Xingye seemed to know a lot about the Wu family. Were there really so many coincidences? Could it be that Zhang Xingye was really running towards the 9 sects? Is he really here to settle scores with the 9 sect? Forget about settling the score, my Wu family has lost puppy Wu in, there's nothing left to lose, but to settle the score, we should first go to that Zhang Rishan guy. He's Master Shang's adjutant. That's it, I don't dare to go any further, you good men, you just let me go. After walking for a while, the car driver also stopped walking forward. He pointed to the front and said, Wu Sansheng had already smelled the smell of gunpowder here, and doubted that the group of mercenaries had blown open a cave with explosives. The smell was all around here, so I guess the carter really wasn't lying. Wu San Province then nodded. Good, you go. Said, also gave the $1,000 to the driver. The coachman hurriedly took it. Good, I'm going, take care. Chapter 10 seeks the dragon to share the gold to see the entangled mountains. After the car driver finished, that is to run away, as if there is a dog behind him to bite him like. Wu San Province speechless, this place is so terrible? As they walked forward again, they saw a pile of equipment and some backpacks and tools. There were even tents and cars. Third Master, it's from that group of mercenaries. Pan Seed instantly recognized that these things came from abroad. Dakue was the first to walk up and shack. Third Master, there's no one here. Wusan Province was puzzled. It can't be, it's reasonable to say that even if they went down to the tomb, it's impossible that they didn't leave someone up there. The first thing you need to do is to find out where the hole they made is, and let's get in there. Dakue suggested. Pansy shook his head. I don't think so, other people's robber holes may be dangerous, why don't we make our own, it's not worth the effort anyway. Wu Sanchin nodded. Pansy is right, if we have the time to look for other people's robber holes, why don't we make one ourselves? I'll look for this location. I'll find the location. With that said, Wu Sanqing took out his smart device and started to divide the gold into points. Nowadays, they don't use compasses anymore, they are outdated. Zheng Qiling leaned against a tree and watched the crowd work. Little officer, are you hungry? I purposely packed a plate of white-cut chicken this morning. Saying so, Zhang Xingye took out a plate of white-cut chicken from the system space. Zheng Qiling's eyes seemed to light up all of a sudden as his gaze went to the white-cut chicken in Zhang Xingye's hands. That was never expected that Zhang Xingye had packed white-cut chicken. Eat? Zhang Qiling nodded his head. Having a chicken and not eating it, the Zhang family would not do this stupid thing. Zhang Xingye picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Zhang Qiling's mouth. This chicken leg is the biggest, for you to eat, this chopped smaller chicken leg I eat, hee. Zhang Qiling reached out and took the chicken leg, then leaned against the tree and ate the chicken leg. While eating the chicken leg, he watched Wu Sanqing using his smart device to divide the gold and set the points there. Wu Sanqing was taking out his small notebook, ready to record the beginning of this archaeology. Suddenly, he realized the two guys who were eating chicken not far away. Holy! Little starlet, where did you get the chicken? Wu Xia put down his notebook and ran towards Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling reached out and blocked Wu Xia, mine. And uttered two words. This chicken is mine, you're not allowed to grab it. Little brother, meet I did not have enough to eat in the morning before you dragged up the mountain, I still have 2 tea eggs in my pocket, let's exchange it. Said, Wu Xiezhen from the pocket pulled out 2 tea eggs. Zhang Qiling replied. I like eating chickens, but that doesn't mean I like eating eggs. You can share other things, not chickens. Zhang Xingye laughed, little officer, what are you doing? Chicken, no sharing. Zhang Qiling replied as he nibbled on a chicken leg, this is what Zhang Xingye bought for me, it's mine. Just this look, how does it seem a bit dorky plus cute, ha ha ha. Zhang Xingye didn't know why, wasn't Zhang Qiling also one of the future Iron Triangle? Why is he so repulsed by Wu Xie? However, on second thought, the current Zhang Qiling simply does not care about Wu Xie, after all, they have not yet experienced those things. A little bit, we are all friends, we share the same blessings, we share the same difficulties, do not be stingy, these 2 big chicken wings also leave you, okay? Zhang Xingye couldn't help but laugh and cry. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Zhang Qiling lowered his hand and stopped blocking, but still stared at Wu Xie's hand. It was as if he was saying that if you dare to take more, I will have to show you my 40-meter-long black gold ancient blade. However, Wu Xie didn't even notice Zhang Qiling's gaze, but reached out and took a piece of white-cut chicken and ate it. Almost flavorful, without seasoning, it always feels like something is missing, Wu Slant commented as he ate. Zhang Xingye smiled and said, this chicken is already fresh enough, some messy seasonings will only destroy the freshness of this white-cut chicken. Wu Xie gave one of the tea eggs to Zhang Xingye. Nah, Xiao Xingzi, he doesn't eat, we both eat. Zhang Xingye took the tea leaf egg. I'm happy to eat the egg, but I would be happier if you could change your name. Compared to Zhang Xingye and his side's comfort, Wusan Province's side was much busier. Wusan Province found the location through the means of dividing the gold to determine the acupuncture point, and then had Pan Seed start digging. Master San, look at this soil, this is a bloody corpse tomb, it's very bad. Pan Zi twisted the soil and smelled it, and there was a faint odor of blood. Wu also smelled the soil. Oh, earth with blood, corpses with gold, I've traveled all over the world for so many years and encountered a lot of evil. Let's dig. We're here now, why don't we go back? That's no good, in our line of work, there is no reason to go back empty-handed. Panseed shook his head and then dug up with Dakue. The two of them dug hard. Wusan Province also turned around and went back to call Zhang Qiling and the others. As a result, once he saw Zhang Qiling and the others, he realized that the three of them were actually eating chicken. And looking at the bones on the ground, it was obvious that they had already eaten almost all of it. I'm not sure what to say, but I'm not sure what to say. Wusan Province did not want to say anything, said these two words with a black face, and then turned around and left. Damn, there is no justice. I've been working hard to separate the gold and set the cave. Panzi and Dakue are also working hard to dig the robber's hole, but you three are doing well, prioritizing to avoid the sunshine and eat the chicken there. You're eating it, but you're not saving any for me. You don't have any respect for the elderly at all. Zhang Qiling glanced at Zhang Xingye, signaling him to follow him, and together they followed Wu Sanqing to the place where Pan Zi and the others were digging. By the time Wu Sanqing returned, the hole was almost dug. Master San, this is a good location for you to set a hole. Look at this door, it seems to be exactly where the main door of the tomb is. Pan Zi heard the footsteps and climbed out of the pit, realizing it was Wu Sanqing and the others, he said. Wu Sanqing gave a hum and didn't look at who set the cave. Master San, the digging will be done soon, you can just sit down for a while. Dakue's voice came from below. Zhang Xingye came to the edge and looked down, and really saw a door, really dug to the door here, tsk. Looking for the dragon to split the gold to see the entanglement of the mountain, a heavy entanglement is a heavy off, close the door if there are 1,000 locks, there must be princes and lords living here, according to me, this is a prince and lords of the tomb Zhang Xingye said. This made Wu Sanqing Province froze for a moment. Brother Zhang also knows how to divide gold to determine the cave? No, I'm just a half-assed person. Zhang Xingye replied. If I say I know how to do it, you'll definitely have to leave this matter to me in the future, making me the toolman. Then how can I still leisurely accompany Zhang Qiling to eat chicken? Although I will, I'll just say I won't, hee. Don't be so modest, brother Zhang. How can you Zhang family not know how to do something as trivial as dividing gold and fixing acupuncture points? Wusan Province opened his mouth with a test sentence. The first step in the process is to make sure that you are able to get the best out of the situation. If Zhang Xingye followed his own words, then it means that he is really a member of the Zhang family. If he denied it, then he was a Zhang clan member who wanted to hide his identity, and if that was the case, then his purpose was very puzzling. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling, little officer, do you know how to divide gold and set points? Will. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Little official, it doesn't matter if I know how to do it or not. Zhang Xingye's answer was ambiguous. It was difficult for people to guess what Zhang Xingye was really thinking. Wu Sanqing couldn't make up his mind for a while. Zhang Xingye is a slippery talker. Master San, that's enough. At this time, Dakue's voice came from the big pit. Interrupting Wu Sanqing's thinking, Wu Sanqing looked at the cave and nodded, let's go down. With that, Wu Sanqing directly slid down. This cave was made at an angle, allowing people to slide down, otherwise, jumping from a height of 10 meters or so, ordinary people would be crippled by the fall. Otherwise, a normal person would be crippled if he jumped from this height of 10 meters or so, but Wu Sanqing's old bones can't jump. Xiao Xingzi, let's go down quickly. Wu Xie said, also followed along with the slide down. This kind of slippery soil play, that is only when the child to play things. Now that I've grown up to play with slippery soil, my mind is really a little different. Zhang Qiling glanced at Zhang Xingyi and signaled to go down together. With that, Zhang Qiling simply leapt into this thieving hole, kneeling on one knee and propping himself up with both hands, landing safely on the ground. Little brother, this 10 or so meters of position you jumped directly Wu Oblique patted his butt, a face of shock. This is 10 meters not 10 minutes Zhang Qiling jumped unharmed, too damn fake it. It is hard not to. Zhang Qiling is also a martial arts expert. Little brother's skill is good. Wusan province just wanted to say that Zhang Qiling's skills have not diminished. But he realized that he had almost blurted it out just before he said it, so he hurriedly changed his words. Xiao Xingzi, come down quickly. Wu Xiezi waved his hand and said. Zhang Xingyi nodded, afraid of heights, a little guilty. That's right, Zhang Xingye is afraid of heights. Xiao Guan, I will jump down, can you catch me? Zhang Xingye shouted to Zhang Qiling. If he slides down, his buttocks would be a bit of a nuisance. Moreover, seeing Zhang Qiling jumping down so handsomely, Zhang Xingye didn't want to slide down even more. He also wanted to jump down handsomely. But if he jumped, he would probably break his legs. So Zhang Xingye wanted Zhang Qiling to catch it. When Zhang Qiling heard Zhang Xingye's words, he looked at Zhang Qiling and just nodded slightly without saying anything. Seeing Zhang Qiling's nod, Zhang Xingye was relieved to leap and jump down in a very flirty position, not worrying at all about Zhang Qiling cheating himself. This was because it was well known that wherever Zhang Qiling was, there was a sense of security. Following Zhang Qiling around, one could trust Zhang Qiling unconditionally. Zhang Qiling was worth trusting. After Zhang Xingye jumped down, Zhang Qiling tiptoed and leapt up to catch the jumping Zhang Xingye. Directly a princess hug caught Zhang Xingyi, and very handsome in the air rotated in a circle before slowly landing. This time if it is then sprinkled with some flower petals will be perfect. Zhang Xingye's handsome that is called tart, Zhang Qiling's handsome that is called really handsome. Why am I envious? Wu Xia looked at this scene, then looked at the piece of dirt on his butt that hadn't been patted clean yet, and really wanted to slap himself. Why did he slide so fast? I should have known to wait for Zhang Xingye to come down first and jump after him. But Zhang Qiling shouldn't be too happy to follow him. Alas. Thank you, little official. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed and got down from Zhang Qiling's arms. Zhang Qiling did not respond, but instead looked at the door. This tomb door was polished from a block of lapis lazuli bricks, and the tomb door and the entire wall were very smooth, just like it was polished. Although it wasn't a whole block of lapis lazuli, and although there were traces of gaps in the middle of the blocks, I'm afraid that the subtle gaps would have to be found with a needle a little bit at a time. Wu Sanqing province can be divided into gold fixed points to this ability is really not small. Pan Seed and Dakue were able to follow Wu Sanjiu's instructions and dig the hole directly into the tomb, and at such a fast speed, so it looks like they didn't do much digging into the hole in the past. This door is really ingenious. Wu Sanzho touched it with his hand and said. Panzi nodded, yes, Master San, the ancients could polish the stone tiles to such a high gloss. I wonder what technology they used. This technology is really a ghostly work of art. If I did not know that this is an ancient tomb, I really thought that this is a modern tomb, huh? Uncle San, how do we open this door? Can't we break it with a sledgehammer? That cannot be. We are archaeologists, is to protect cultural relics, cannot destroy the tomb door. Wu Xia asked first and then reminded. We are archaeologists, we are here to protect the cultural relics. All of these cultural relics are to be handed over to the state, they cannot be destroyed. Dakue waved his hand, Junior Master San, this door is just an ordinary lapis lazuli brick, at best, it is just an ancient brick, it is not considered to be any cultural relics, it is better to smash it open, you guys back off, let me smash it. Said, Dakue directly swung his backpack and took out 2 household hammers. Ready to smash the wall. Cannot be smashed. Just at this time, Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling spoke in unison. This door can't be smashed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Dakue asked in confusion. Why did these 2 big brothers say that it can't be smashed? Could it be that they are also here to protect cultural relics? Then it shouldn't be. Other than this naive guy, Master Junior, is there anyone among us who thinks we're here to protect cultural relics? This wall has a flavor. Zhang Xingye replied. Zhang Xingye has already smelled the smell in this wall, this is going to be smashed, and you can't even run, right? Pan Seed inquired, smell? What smell? Besides the smell of dirt, what else is there? If we don't smash this place, is it hard for us to come and slowly look for organs? How do we have time to find the organs? If we don't stop, the mercenaries may have emptied the tomb of all its treasures, so I think it's better to smash it. Dakue opened his mouth. Wu Se also nodded, although it is said that we can't destroy the cultural relics, but this wall is so glamorous, where can the organs be hidden? This tomb door has a mechanism, I smelled the smell of alum acid here, it should be that the owner of this tomb built a mezzanine and then injected alum acid into it. I think this lapis lazuli was polished so smooth, mainly to seal it and maximize the alum acid inside to keep it longer. If the wall is smashed open, and the alum acid splashes on us, we will immediately be burned to the skin, so this door can never be smashed. Zhang Xingye generalized to the crowd, and Zhang Qiling nodded, indicating that he was correct. Alum acid? Zun do fake do? Wu Xia was shocked. As a college student, Wu Xia couldn't be more clear about what alum acid was. Chapter 12 You dare to ask my little official to kneel down. Zhang Xingye nodded. That is of course, I lie to you for what, this wall of the burglary sandwich is sulfuric acid, so all the bricks can only be taken outward, cannot be pushed inward, and even more cannot be smashed. Here is also really have ancient Taoist priests used to alchemy alum acid, do not lie. Panseed laughed. How is this possible? This wall is as smooth as jade, the cracks in the wall are so thin that they hate to be invisible. How is it possible to take the bricks outward? Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling, adhering to the principle of not stealing the limelight from Zhang Qiling. Little official, show them a hand. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye. The eyes seem to ask, when I became your toolman, you will not also be hair-mound finger. However, Zhang Qiling still reached out to crack the mechanism. Seeing Zhang Qiling's hair-mound double fingers groping on the wall, at this time, Wu Xia was a bit shocked. Why are his fingers so long? This is really a human being can grow out of it. Wu Xia asked this doubt and looked at his own fingers again. They were indeed not as long as Zhang Qiling's. Panseed popularized, this should be the legendary hair-mound double fingers. These two hands finger steady as a mountain, have 1,000 pounds of strength, specially used to crack the tomb and the small organs. Really? Then how to practice? Wu Qiqi asked curiously. Panseed smiled and shook his head, but I don't know, after all, I'm not a fakey a Zhonglong general. Wu Xia asked Zhang Xingye again, Xiao Xingzi, do you know? Zhang Xingye nodded slightly, of course I know. Really? How can I practice this? Can I practice it? Wu Xia asked with an innocent face. Zhang Xingye looked towards Zhang Qiling's two fingers that were exploring the organ, a touch of heartache in his eyes. Practice hair-mound double fingers, first of all to prepare a very large basin, and then pour boiling hot coal and cinders into the basin, directly to the fire method to put your fingers into the fire clip, fire in the charcoal, this is the preliminary, and then take this boiling hot coal to attack you. You can only use your hands to catch, not to tremble, not to fall, not to dodge, generally practiced for 5 years. Hair-mound finger can be stereotypes, but practicing this kung fu, the light is the finger bone breakage, the heavier is the half of the body crippled. 5 years hair-mound finger can be stereotyped, and then practice another 10 years, hair-mound finger is practiced. Zhang Xingye slowly said. His own hair-cho finger is given by the system, and it is well integrated. But Zhang Qiling's hair-mound finger is not that is his own time and time again practiced out, which the hardship, only he himself know. This is the charcoal in the fire? 10 fingers connected this is not only hot, but also pain but also be attacked, but also cannot tremble, cannot fall, cannot dodge? Practice this kung fu, to old life Wu Xia directly retreated. Suddenly, he felt that it would be better not to practice this hair-mound finger. At this time, he saw Zhang Qiling's hair-cho double fingers violently exerting force, poking his hair-cho double fingers into it, clamping a green brick, and then slowly pulling it out. When Zhang Qiling did this, Panseed and Dakue sucked in a breath of cool air. This kung fu was awesome. After Zhang Qiling took out the brick, it could be seen that a layer of scarlet liquid was actually flowing from that sandwich attached to the wall and writhing. That was the alum acid used by ancient Taoist priests to make pills. Holy, there really is alum acid. Master Zhang, you have saved my Dakue's life. Dakue swallowed his saliva. He directly called out to the master. Obviously Dakue can also imagine, if he just smashed, direct violence to break the wall, this alum acid without dead angle spray out, I am afraid that he will be folded here. Wu Sanqing took out a special pipe from his backpack and began to draw the alum acid out. Zhang Xingye suspected that Wu Sanqing knew that there was alum acid here, so he brought along the special pipe. As the alum acid was drained out, Wu Sanqing asked Dakue to start smashing the wall. Dakue smashed the wall with 7 or 8 hammers and made a hole for people to pass through, which showed that Dakue's strength was not small. The people passed through the hole and entered the tomb. Here is empty, no imaginary gold and silver jewelry piled up mountains. The most noticeable is the center of the huge bronze tripod, painted with a variety of exotic animals. This ground is the Taiji gossip, the sky is full of stars, the surrounding walls are carved with all kinds of marvelous spells. It should be to suppress the existence of something. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for entering the 7-star Ruan Palace, the 100 Poisons body has arrived. Accompanied by a system beep, Zhang Xingye only felt a warmth in his body. However, ahead of them, they also saw a thick coffin lying across the ground, which was also beautifully engraved with floral patterns. The crowd walked inside and looked around. Dakue, what are you doing? Wu Xia's flashlight shone over, and at some point, Dakue had already climbed inside that bronze tripod. Dakue pulled out a large string of gold and silver jewelry from inside. Third master, young third master, you see, to be rich this at least must be worth 7 figures. Panseed smiled, I think more than 8 figures is also possible I think it's worth more than that, maybe even 8 figures, said Panseed, ready to climb in and take a look. Don't move those things. Zhang Xingye hurriedly reminded. Dakue froze, and Panseeds, who was about to ask Dakue to give himself a hand, also froze. What? This is a tripod the tripod is used for sacrifice, do you want to be sacrifices? Zhang Xingye spat. Dakue scratched his head, Master Zhang, you are also too superstitious, do our tomb raiding our archaeology this business, cannot be superstitious Suddenly, the lid of the coffin in front of us suddenly trembled. The lid of the coffin suddenly trembled. The two of you as sacrifices, the corpse to the ritual to live? Wu Xia exclaimed. You're still not quick enough to come down. Wu-san province chided. Seeing this, only then did Dakue put down his things and hurriedly climbed out, and Panseed also stopped going up and rushed to Wu-san province's side. Kukakakakakakakakakakakakakakak. Some strange sounds were seen coming out of Zhang Qiling's mouth. Little brother was talking to the guy in the coffin? It's hard to believe that guy was really brought to life by the sacrifice of Dakue? Wu Xia was shocked. Little Master San, I'm timid, don't scare me. Dakue swallowed his saliva and said. This is the language of the corpse. Wu-san province explained. Panseed scratched his head, could it be that little brother is communicating with something in the coffin? Everyone watched as the coffin shook, black gas bubbled out from inside, and Zhang Qiling's speed of speech became more and more rapid, making it sound eerie and terrifying. Although I don't understand what Zhang Qiling is saying, I know that the guy in the coffin is very angry. You dare to make my little official kneel down? Zhang Xingye, who was well versed in the language of corpses, understood Zhang Qiling talking to that guy. At once, he broke out and cursed. Master Zhang, he can't understand you when you speak in human language, right? You have to speak in corpse language as well, right? Dakue reminded. Zhang Xingye thought it made sense, and then started to greet the guy in the coffin in corpse language. Chapter 13, King Mu of Zhou swindled his corpse. The crowd watched as Zhang Xingye gabbled, his mouth making some strange sounds that the crowd could not understand. But looking at Zhang Xingye's expression, they also knew that Zhang Xingye should have cursed quite dirty. The movement of that coffin trembling became louder and louder. It was as if it was angry, and the feeling of being scolded by Zhang Xingye was so furious that it attacked his heart. It was as if it was on the verge of going berserk. Zhang Qiling's face was also no longer calm, and there was a hidden expression of shock. Zhang Qiling knew who was lying in here. It was King Mu of Zhou, who was the lover of the Queen Mother of the West, and the Zhang family was the mausoleum keeper left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. So Zhang Qiling had no problem kneeling this guy. King Mu of Zhou was very unhappy about people intruding into the place. Zhang Qiling originally said that children do not understand what things we do not want, let us off. Then Zhou Mu Wang did not agree. To Zhang Qiling they kneel down to kowtow to thank you. Zhang Qiling think this kneeling is not a disadvantage, so I intend to kneel, in the sense of reason is normal. But it, never thought, Zhang Xingye this guy intervened, directly opened the curse. In this regard, Zhang Xingye said. Did not cross before, I am inferior and cowardly, do not dare and others scold each other, for fear of being beaten. After crossing, I directly hold the keyboard into the realm of the land key immortal. A key is a product, plug into the King Kong, boot into the finger Xian, knocking the key into the heavenly image. One key opens the door to heaven, and two keys make an immortal kneel. A key passes a key, the key rolls the dragon wall. The sky does not give birth to my Zhang Xingye, jet rode for ages as long as the night. Zhang Xingye at this moment is like a land key immortal in the world, mouth cannon output directly in the coffin of King Mu Zhou angry to the first Buddha now, the second Buddha out. Is really going to swindle the corpse? Zhang Qiling was a little shocked, does Zhang Xingye not know who is in this? You just dare to curse like that? Zhang Qiling intended to stop Zhang Xingye from continuing to curse, however, that coffin lid was otherwise topped by a black gas. There was also a steady stream of black qi gushing out from inside. Fraudulent corpse. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out these two words and pulled out the black and gold ancient sword behind him. Zhang Qiling, which is never expected, Zhang Xingye this guy directly to Zhou Mu Wang scolded to wake up. This guy, where can deal with it? Uing still cajoling with me awesome. Zhang Xingye directly took out his own blue fire gatling. This Zhang master, I have black as hooves here. Pan Zi directly pulled out the black as hooves from his bag. Zhang Xingye waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it. Then he touched a jade seal in the air and threw it to Zhang Qiling. Little official, take it. Zhang Qiling reached out to catch the thing Zhang Xingye handed over, and upon seeing it, there was a flash of surprise in Zhang Qiling's eyes. Obviously, he could see the origin of this thing. Hairchio Heavenly Official Seal? Zhang Qiling looked carefully at this Hairchio Heavenly Official Seal. Zhang Qiling had also searched for this thing, which had been lost. The Hairchio seal was not something that all Hairchio Heavenly officials had. The Hairchio seal was passed down from generation to generation, and it was engraved with the words Heavenly officials provide blessings, nothing is forbidden. Once the Hair Mound seal comes out, the gods and ghosts will not be easy. The Hair Mound seal of the Hair Mound Heavenly official, in the tomb that is the existence of horizontal walk. Hair Mound has a seal, Touch Gold has a talisman, Moving Mountain has a technique, Unloading Ridge has a armor. Hair Mound Sky official in the 4 major sex air, can rank first, can see this Hair Mound Sky official how powerful. Xiaoguan, don't be afraid of him. If he has the ability to come out, come out. The fascia seal is a symbol of the gods and ghosts. If he dares to come out, I'll dare to physically overpower him. It's not that Zhang Xingye is bragging. This Zhou Mu Wang may be 1,000 years of dumplings, this is not false, but also do not look at what era is now. The blue fire gatling can't kill him, he still has a cannon. It would not be a big problem to kill this 1,000-year-old monster. What's more, there is also Zhang Qiling, who is holding the seal of the heavenly official of Haircock, that is the seal of the heavenly official of Haircock. With a seal in his hand, all ghosts and gods will avoid him. The heavenly officials bestowed blessings, and there was nothing to be afraid of. For this King Mu of Zhou, Zhang Xingye also understood. In order to rule the empire for a long time, King Mu began to desperately search for the method of longevity, and then heard that the Queen Mother of the West has the method of immortality, then drove to the Queen Mother of the West country to seek medicine. At that time, the Queen Mother of the West had been living alone for hundreds of years. For the Queen Mother of the West, having the ability to live forever was no longer a luxury, and the only thing that made her feel regret and disappointment was this long loneliness. One's long life, alone with eternal loneliness. It was not a pleasure, but a pain. When King Mu of Zhou came to Queen Mother of the West and begged for a way to live forever, Queen Mother of the West was moved by the young King Mu of Zhou. That was the feeling of a heartbeat. The Queen Mother of the West adored King Mu of Zhou and regarded him as her lifelong confidant, wanting to be with him all the time. However, Shi Wangmu also knew that for Zhou Mu Wang, the only thing Zhou Mu Wang wanted was to unify the world and have supreme power. It was impossible for King Mu of Zhou to be with himself permanently. What King Mu of Zhou liked was the supremacy and the power to dominate the world. To him, women are nothing more than red powder and skeletons. However, in order to be able to get the love of King Mu of Zhou, the Queen Mother of the West, who had already fallen in love, decided to tell King Mu of Zhou the method of immortality. The method of immortality is to take the corpse turtle Dan, enter the jade figurine and be awakened at the right time. Of course, the Queen Mother of the West was not without conditions. Queen Mother of the West's condition was that after King Mu of Zhou had gained immortality, he would come back and reunite with himself for the rest of his life. In order to dominate the world for eternity and be the only lord on this earth, King Mu of Zhou falsely promised Queen Mother of the West that he would come back to share the years afterward with her after he had pacified the world. Queen Mother of the West also believed in King Mu of Zhou. Thus, King Mu of Zhou returned to the Central Plains with the corpse turtle Dan and the jade figurine given by the Queen Mother of the West, while the Queen Mother of the West began the long years of waiting. This was the 1,000-year promise between Ziwangmu and Zhou Muwang, and Ziwangmu looked forward to the reunion with Zhou Muwang day and night. However, King Mu did not keep his promise. In King Mu's mind, a woman is just a skeleton, how can she be compared to his own king? King Mu took the corpse turtle Dan and also put on the jade figurine, waiting to be resurrected and continue to reign over the world. However, man's plan was not as good as heaven's plan. Who would have thought that there would be a King Luzhen, who took off the jade figurine of King Mu and remodeled the tomb? King Mu of Zhou became a bloody corpse, and did not gain longevity. King Luzhen put on the jade figurine, and then there came out an iron-faced Shang, who ended up being a dowry for iron-faced Shang. King Lu Zhenxing also lost a lot of money. Xiao Xingzi, be careful. Wu Xieji cared a bit. Dakui nodded, yes, Master Zhang. Dakui felt that it was because he had entered that bronze tripod as a sacrifice that he had awakened the blood corpses in here, so he blamed himself a bit. That coffin lid was rushed up to the sky by the black chi, and it had been held up in mid-air without falling down. Zhang Qiling glanced at Zhang Xingye and decided to make a preemptive strike. Chapter 14, He is King Mu of Zhou. Zhang Qiling took the Fakio Heavenly Official Seal and rushed towards that coffin, about to put the Fakio Heavenly Official Seal on King Mu of Zhou's face. And King Mu of Zhou seemed to understand Zhang Qiling's intentions. An angry roar came from the coffin. That roar was filled with anger, not knowing if he was angry that someone dared to offend himself as the deceased king, or angry that the Zhang family, who bore the Qilin bloodline, dared to make a move against him. King Zhoumu had already awakened, and his consciousness was gradually returning. Originally, the Zhoumu Wang lying inside only had instinctive consciousness, but now his own consciousness was awakening. Once he fully regained his own consciousness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qiling didn't have the certainty to deal with Zhou Muwang and didn't want Zhou Muwang to die, so he had to suppress Zhou Muwang. Once Zhang Xingye took the Gatling then Zhou Muwang would really be gone, and for the sake of the Queen Mother of the West, Zhou Muwang couldn't die, at the very least not in the hands of the Zhang family. I go, the little official is really handsome. Zhang Xingye, who was holding a Gatling, lamented. Just as Zhang Qiling was putting the Fakio seal down, a hand suddenly reached out from within the coffin and grabbed Zhang Qiling's hand. Zhang Qiling jolted, a flash of shock flashed through his pupils. Did King Zhoumu's consciousness revive so quickly? Little brother. Cut his hand. Wu Sanzhou reminded. Zhang Qiling's hand that was holding the black gold ancient blade made a vigorous chop, and the invulnerable black gold ancient blade directly chopped off King Mu's arm. In this situation just now, there was no time for Zhang Qiling to think about it. One more second of delay would revive a part of Zhou Muwang's consciousness, and Zhang Qiling felt that chopping off one of his arms was better than losing his life. Zhang Qiling had no intention of killing him. Because Zhang Qiling recognized who he was and had a trace of memory in his mind, but Zhang Xingye had even pulled out his Gatling, Zhang Xingye had no intention of not killing him. Therefore, in order to preserve King Mu of Zhou, as well as to preserve the crowd, Zhang Qiling stepped in. Using the Fakio Heavenly Official Seal to suppress Zhou Muwang. King Mu of Zhou lost an arm, and the Hair Chiu heavenly official seal also directly printed on it, covering King Mu of Zhou's head. The coffin was filled with a cloud of black gas. Zhang Qiling didn't know where Zhou Muang's brain was, it was completely based on his feelings. When the Hair Mound heavenly official seal was stamped on, the coffin didn't tremble, and the black gas also directly dissipated. Xiao Guan, be careful. Zhang Xingye put away his gatling and was about to pounce on Zhang Qiling to prevent him from being smashed by the coffin lid. Zhang Qiling also sensed that the coffin lid above his head had lost the support of the black qi and directly fell down. Zhang Qiling directly made an inverted golden hook and finally kicked it over, directly resetting the coffin lid. Then, immediately after that, Zhang Qiling threw the fakia seal to Zhang Xingye, then flew over the wall and returned to his original position, standing on the coffin. Using the black gold ancient knife, he cut his finger and began to draw the corpse suppressor symbol on the coffin lid with Qilin blood. Originally, Zhang Qiling had planned to slide his palm as before, but remembering what Zhang Xingye had said, he changed it to scratching his fingers. A gigantic corpse suppressor symbol drawn with Qilin blood appeared on the lid, and the coffin was completely motionless. The Fakio heavenly official seal directly suppressed the consciousness of Zhou Muang, causing Zhou Muang to fall into a deep sleep once again. With this corpse suppressing talisman and the Fakio heavenly official seal suppressing it, Zhou Muang shouldn't be able to wake up in a short period of time. After doing this, Zhang Qiling sighed in relief and leaped down from the coffin. Xiao Guan, what did you just do? Just now so dangerous, let me kill him is not good. Zhang Xingye came forward and held Zhang Qiling's scratched hand, the wounds on his fingers were healing. That massive black gas can be all corpse poison. Qilin blood repels insects, but it doesn't mean that it is invulnerable to all poisons. It is fine for him to die, but not at our hands. Zhang Qiling replied. After all, he was the lover of the Queen Mother of the West, and the Zhang family only got the Qilin bloodline after making a deal with the Queen Mother of the West. I go, little brother, you just said 13 words. Wu Xia was a bit shocked. It seemed that since he met Zhang Qiling, this guy had always said a few words, and not once had he said more than 10 words. It's not too much to say that he's as stingy as gold. Little officer, killing him might be a relief for him. Do you think he can stand it himself if he becomes like this? Zhang Xingye sighed. Thinking that killing King Mu of Zhou would be good for him, he would have to thank himself. King Mu of Zhou is the titular son of heaven. How could he accept that he had failed to live forever and that he had turned into a bloody corpse? The son of heaven had a son of heaven's way of dying, and no blades should be added to his body. Zhang Qiling withdrew his hand and found a reason. You are clearly giving that person face. Zhang Xingye bristled. The Queen Mother of the West is related to the Zhang family, and King Mu of Zhou has a fart. Zhang Xingye did not say the 3 words of the Queen Mother of the West, also to avoid giving away too much, but Zhang Xingye believed that Zhang Qiling could understand who he was talking about. Zhang Qiling didn't retort, as if he had acquiesced. Little Xingzi, what kind of riddle are you and little brother playing? Could it be that you guys know who's in here? Wu Xia asked curiously. Wu Sanzhou also looked at Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye, he is King Mu of Zhou. King Mu of Zhou? Gee man, the heavenly prince of Zhou? No, is this the tomb of the son of heaven? But it doesn't quite look like it. Wu Xia's tiny head was greatly puzzled. Zhang Xingye realized that he had said something in advance and couldn't help but blame himself for his quick mouth. I once saw the complete silk book, which recorded the situation here. I believe that there will also be records in here, we will know when we go in. Zhang Xingye found a reason to round things up. Wu Xia felt that Zhang Xingye knew something, but Zhang Xingye didn't say anything. Wu Xia was not in a position to ask further questions. Anyway, after entering this tomb, there will definitely be records in the tomb. Then let's go in. Wu Xia said. Zhang Xingye nodded. Go in, don't touch anything here, especially don't touch this coffin. Zhang Qiling sniffed and looked at the crowd and nodded as well, indicating that Zhang Xingye was right. Then he and Zhang Xingye both took the lead and walked in. Bypassing this coffin, the crowd entered a long and dark tomb passage. This tomb passage was sloping downwards, and there were murals on both sides and many inscriptions carved on it. Wu Xia did not recognize what was written on it, but Wu Xia took out his cell phone and clicked and started to shoot. I do not recognize it, does not matter. I photographed back slowly, study outside the material of the bronze tripod, and then look at the mural on the handmade technology. This is really like an ancient tomb of the Western Zhou dynasty. It is hard not that outside that is really King Mu of Zhou? But King Mu of Zhou is not lying in the main chamber, lying in the door for what? Wu Xia guessed that this may really be an ancient tomb of the Zhou dynasty. I can't help but think of what Zhang Xingye just said about King Mu of Zhou. Ha, Master Junior, King Mu of Zhou is the son of heaven, how could he lie at the door? Master Zhang should have just been joking with you. Pan Seed said with a smile. Chapter 15 Good News and Bad News. Pan Seed only thought that Zhang Xingye was joking. After all, what kind of emperor would lie in front of his own tomb by himself? The crowd passed through the eerie tomb passage, and around the corner they surprisingly saw a robber's hole. The soil was fresh at first glance. Third Master, look, this can't be made by those mercenaries, right? This skill of theirs in dividing the gold and setting the cave is really powerful. Directly a pirate hole hit the tomb. Dakue was shocked. Wusancheng province's gold pointing was only able to find the main entrance of the tomb, but these guys were able to drill a hole directly into the tomb. Dakue could only say awesome. Wusancheng squatted down to look at the hole, but shook his head. I don't know how good they are at dividing gold and fixing holes, but they definitely didn't come in from here, because this robber hole was drilled outwards. It's a robber hole to go out. Hearing Wusan province's words, the crowd was astonished. It's an exit hole? Is it possible that they have already finished with the treasures in the tomb? They've already left? Then haven't we come here for nothing? Pan Seed asked. Wuxia was also shocked. Did they move so fast? Did they take all the artifacts with them? No, they shouldn't have taken anything away. Wu Sanzho took a closer look at the robber hole and uttered this reply. This made Wu Xie and the others even more puzzled. Uncle San, since you said that this is a robber hole to the outside, it means that they have already gone out, so if they went out, would they still go out empty-handed? Wu Xie inquired. Which grave robber came and wouldn't go back empty-handed? What's more, that group of mercenaries doesn't look like they don't know anything about technology. Wu Sanqing smiled. Look, this hole is not dug neatly at all, and it has collapsed quite a bit. People who know how to dig a hole can't dig such a stupid hole. They rushed here to rob the tomb, and the people they brought with them won't be stupid, so I conclude that this hole was dug in a panic. Then what can this mean? Wu Xia asked again. Panic when digging, what can this mean? Pan Seed laughed. Little Master San, think about it, if the grave robber is loaded with money, will he panic and run? Hearing Pan Seed's words, Wu Zhiqi fell into silence. Pan Seed is right, if the grave robbers returned with a full load, and returned smoothly, how would they be so panicked? Wu Sanqing gave a Pan Seed is right, so I got two news from this cave, a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the good news first. Wu Xia replied. The good news is that the grave robbers should not have taken anything inside. Wu San Province said. Wu Xia nodded. This is really good news. Uncle San, what is the bad news? Wu Xia inquired. The bad news is that there should be something horrible inside that scared them away. The corner of Wu San Province's mouth hooked into an intriguing smile. Dakue said, those mercenaries all have guns in their hands, and they were scared off? What kind of scary thing is in there? Who cares, the soldiers are here to stop them, the water is here to cover them, we have little brother and Master Zhang, what is there to be afraid of? Pan Seed doesn't care at all. As soon as Zhang Xingye's blue flame Gatling was brought out, everything was physically overpowered for him. Wu Sanqing nodded slightly. There is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Sanqing traveled all over the world. I can't even count the tombs I've visited, and I've seen countless things. What scary things have I not seen? I've seen more things than I can count. I've never seen anything scary. It's just that there's nothing to be afraid of. Pan Zi agreed with Wu Sanqing. Wu Sanqing said, let's go down and have a look. With that, everyone stopped watching the cave. Their minds were not focused on the cave either. Zhang Xingye was not curious about this place. The crowd continued to move forward, only to feel that it was getting colder and colder, as if they were going further and further down. It was getting deeper and deeper. As the crowd walked, they came to a door that looked like it was made of jade. The crowd was shocked for a moment. But the shocked things were different, some were shocked at the jade, and some were shocked at the jackhammer below. Such a big piece of jade, it must be worth old much money. Dakue went up and stroked it. Pan Seed nodded, it does look like it's worth a lot of money, especially since it's so big. So what if it's big, we can't take it with us? Wu Xia opened his mouth. Hearing Wu Xia's words, Pan Seed and Dakue looked at Zhang Xingye in unison. We can't take it with us, but that doesn't mean Zhang Xingye can't take it with him. Zhang Xingye was a character with a mustard seed space. Zhang Xingye saw the gaze of the two men and shook his head. This thing cannot be taken away, just look at the jack below and you will know. This thing is very heavy, it cannot be dismantled, at the very least, with the strength of a few of us, it cannot be dismantled, but if you destroy it and take it away, it is still not a problem. But don't, destroyed how unfortunate, and destroyed is not worth money, it is better not to move it. Wu Xia hurriedly opened his mouth. It's a pity to destroy such a big piece of jade. Wu Sanqing looked at the jack, it seems that they did go in, let's go in too. Wu Sanqing took the lead and lowered his body to go through. The crowd followed. The people followed. It's a pity. Dakue, who went through, looked back at the jade door. I can see it, but I can't take it with me. It is a real pity. I only blame myself for not being so capable and strong. I'm afraid that such a large piece of jade would weigh more than 1,000 pounds. I'm afraid it's more than 1,000 pounds. It's not impossible to say it's worth 10,000 pounds. I'm going to the coffin. It's good luck to see a coffin and get rich. The crowd passed through the jade door and entered a burial chamber. Pan Seed immediately exclaimed. Dakue also looked over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coffins. How many valuable treasures must be in here? Dakue's eyes were glowing. They were really glowing, there were 7 coffins at once. It doesn't matter why there are so many coffins here. As long as there are coffins, there must be burial goods inside. If there are 7 coffins here, then the burial goods are multiplied 7 times. We're going to be rich. Wait. Zhang Xingye called out to stop Dakue and Pan Zi, who were about to rush up to pry the coffins. Pan Zi was puzzled. What's the matter, Mr. Zhang? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the best products and services in the world. Dakue thought that Zhang Xingye wanted to pick first, so he stopped himself. Zhang Xingye was speechless. What were you thinking? Don't you realize that this coffin is very strange? Coffin? What's so strange about it? Isn't it just a sarcophagus? What's so strange about it? Dakue doesn't see what's strange. Zhang Xingye is speechless. Look at the position of the coffins. Chapter 16. This is the 7-star suspicious coffin. This is the 7-star suspicious coffin. Wu Sancheng counted the coffins with his flashlight and realized that there were exactly 7 coffins, which were arranged in the position of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, so he was a bit surprised. As far as Wu Sancheng knew, the only coffins arranged in this way were the rumored 7-star coffins of doubt. This arrangement is like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Wu Se also realized that this thing was arranged like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Dakue asked again, Master San, what is the 7-star coffin of doubt? Wusan province explained, in fact, in ancient times, some people went to rob tombs, in which they would find 7 coffins, which were ordered in the shape of the Big Dipper, which was specially designed by the ancient people to prevent grave robbers from robbing the tombs. There are 7 coffins inside. If you open any one of the 7 coffins wrongly, a mechanism will be triggered, and the grave robbers will die a miserable death, and this kind of coffin is called the 7-star suspicious coffin. Wusan province explained about the 7-star coffin of doubt. Zhang Xingye nodded. That's right, if you open any of the 7-star coffins wrongly, all the organs will be activated. At that time, we don't know what we will encounter. I think that the rain of arrows and other things are just child's play. I don't know what we'll encounter at that time, but I think the rain of arrows and other things are just a piece of cake. Pan Zi was a bit skeptical. Wu Sanqing nodded slightly. Of course, this is a 7-star coffin, and I don't think there's much in it for burial. I don't think there's much in it. Master San, do you mean that one of these coffins is real? The other 6 are fake? Dakue asked. Wusan province nodded slightly, yes. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are 7 bright stars in the night sky. They form a figure that looks like an ancient bucket for scooping wine, so they are named the Big Dipper. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light, of which Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, and Tianquan form the body of the Dipper, which is said to be the Kue. Yuhang, Kaiyang, Shaking Light composed for the bucket handle, said Ladle. These 7 stars suspected coffin in accordance with the position of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, then I guess it is either the heavenly pivot or Yuhang. Wu Xia fumbled with his chin and stated his guess. Panseed shook his head. Cannot understand, Shaosan master, you just say which coffin to open, what 7 stars and 8 stars, I do not know what the stuff are. Dakue nodded approvingly. Shaosan, what you said about the heavenly pivot is which coffin? And which coffin is the jade balance? Since 6 of the 7 are fake, how can we tell if it's the heavenly pivot or the jade balance? Panseed scratched his head. I think this door is made of jade, maybe the position of the jade balance is real, after all with the word jade well. The door is made of jade, maybe it is a hint, Shaosan master, which coffin position is Yu Hong Ah? Dakue heard, think Panseed said very reasonable. The corners of Wu Xia's mouth twitched. So what, isn't it not good to make such a decisive guess? I just said that, I don't know which one is true. Since Uncle San knows about the 7-star suspicious coffin, does he know the way to crack it? Wu Xia pointed the topic to Wu Sanqing again. If I knew how to break the 7-star coffin, why would I still be here thinking about it? Also, you guys are making me think by beeping and beeping. Oh. Hearing Wu San province's words, Wu Xia, Pan Seed, and Dakue responded in unison and then shut up. Wu Sanqing walked towards the 7-star suspicious coffin with his flashlight, also curious to know which one was the real coffin. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Qiling and realized that Zhang Qiling's gaze was unperturbed, and he didn't seem to be worried at all about the guy in this coffin swindling the corpse. Zhang Xingye took out the Fakio heavenly official seal. Xiaoguan, this is for you to defend yourself. Do not. Zhang Qiling looked at the Hairmound heavenly official seal, and then replied. Zhang Xingye was puzzled. Why don't you want it? Zhang Xingye thought that he did not have such a good hand, so the Fakio heavenly official seal would not be able to play the most useful role in his hands. Giving it to Zhang Qiling was the most appropriate. Something, exchange. Zhang Qiling replied. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye seemed to understand. Are you saying that you want to exchange something with me and don't want to take mine for nothing? Zhang Qiling hummed, indicating that this was the case. Zhang Xingye smiled cheekily. Good, then I'll keep it for you for the time being and wait for you to come and exchange it with me. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and continued to watch as Wusan province inspected the 7-star doubtful coffin. This coffin had been opened. Wu Sanso suddenly exclaimed. What? Pan Seed and the others were shocked and rushed to Wu Sanqing's side. Little officer, shall we go and take a look as well? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, then also walked towards Wu Sangwin province. The crowd gathered together next to this coffin. Holding flashlights, they looked inside at the arm-thick slit. Isn't this an ancient tomb? Why does this guy look like a modern man or a foreigner? Pan Seed wondered. Dakue heatedly smiled, since it is a modern man, that is to say that there is no danger inside, so let's pull out the burial goods inside. With that, Dakue rolled up his sleeves and was about to put his hands inside. Zhang Qiling pressed down on Dakue's shoulder. Don't move. What? Little brother, what's wrong? Dakue asked in confusion. Zhang Qiling replied, the main man is underneath him. Hearing this, Dakue retracted his hand in fear, and the crowd took a flashlight and carefully studied it. They really found that there is an ancient corpse lying underneath this foreigner. Ilu, a good boy, little brother, you saved my life again. Dakue swallowed his saliva and thanked Zhang Qiling from the bottom of his heart. Wu Xia looked at the bloody scene in the coffin with a disgusted face. How did this foreigner get in there? Wu Sanqing laughed. That goes without saying. If you look at the coffin, there are obviously traces of prying. It is obvious that this guy was dragged in by the rightful owner of this coffin. He was obviously dragged in by the owner of the coffin. Third uncle, don't scare me. Can't it be that this ancient corpse is still alive? Wu Zhiqi felt a coldness welling up in his heart. Wu Sanqing smiled. That guy at the door just now, isn't he also alive? Pan Seed suddenly seemed to have discovered something. Staring wide-eyed, not daring to open his mouth, the flashlight shook on the opposite side of Wu Xia's face. What are you doing? Wu Oblique with a hand blocked the bright light. Already scary enough, you suddenly shine the flashlight over, also very scary, right? Pan Seed reminded Wu Xia with his eyes that there was something behind him. Wu Zhiqi turned around in confusion. There is nothing behind him, except for the shadow. No, shadows. On his side, together with his third uncle, Pan Seeds, Dakue, Zhang Xingye and little brother, there are only 6 people in total. But how come there are 7 shadows? Dakue saw Pan Seed and Wu Xia's operation, also looked over, also found 7 shadows. There are only 6 of us here, where did we get 7 shadows? Chapter 17 Wu Oblique to open the coffin must rise corpse. Yes. We have a total of 6 people, where the 7 shadows are. The crowd took a flashlight and looked. Pan Seed suddenly shone on a fat man with a clay pot on his head. Directly pulled out a pistol. I don't care if you're a man or a ghost, I'll treat you to a peanut before I tell you. Pan Seed took out the pistol directly from his waist, and with the bullet loaded, he thumped it against the clay pot. Slowly. Zhang Xingye just wanted to stop Pan Seed, but his words were one step too slow. The pot directly shattered. For real. A fat man was so scared that he yelled and turned around and ran towards the outside. The bullet grazed the fat man's scalp. How could it not be scary? The fat man just wanted to say hello to you, but you just raised your hand and shot him. Quickly stop him. If he touches the coffin, something will happen. Zhang Xingye hurriedly shouted. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and then directly moved to chase after him. Zhang Qiling could see that the guy was a human being. The one who came here, that was a grave robber. In case he saw the coffin of King Mu of Zhou at the doorway and opened it up with his greed for money, then Wolby tied him. I will go to help little brother. Pan Zi said that he was about to go after him. He was pulled back by Wu Sanqing. Why are you going after him? You can't go after him, you'll be fine on your own. When Pan Zi heard this, he complained, why do I feel that Master San is looking down on my skill? In response, Wu Sanqing said he didn't mean it. Little brother is only here because I used the Dragon Ridgeback as honorarium. If I don't let him do more work, won't my Dragon Ridgeback be spent in vain? Suddenly, the 7 sarcophagi shook, and an ear-splitting scratching sound came from underneath the lid, as if someone was scratching the coffins. Wu Xia! Wu San Province shouted angrily. Wu Xia was opening the coffin. He wanted to see if the foreigner had any artifacts in his hands. Wu Xia thought that since he had opened a corner of the coffin, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to open it a little wider. Unexpectedly, Wu Xia just pushed the lid open a little bit. 7 coffins shook. Wu Xia, you are not innocent at all. You're not innocent at all. Can you not touch the coffins when you open them? Zhang Xingye covered his face, with a look of wanting to cry. Zhang Xingye had forgotten about the physique of this guy, Wu Xia. This guy could be considered a future evil emperor. In the TV series, it was said that when Wu Xia opened the coffin, he would raise a corpse, and Zhang Xingye did not believe it when he watched. But today really saw it. Zhang Xingye believed. There are even Rice Theater. Wu Oblique can already be separated from the Wu family. In the 9 doors outside of the self-established a door, called the Evil Door. Wu Xia himself is the head of the door. As one of the Iron Triangle, Wu Xia is truly favored by heaven and earth's fortune. In the Iron Triangle, Fatty will open every coffin, every hole will be stuck, Wu Xia will open coffins and raise corpses, and Zhang Qiling will show up every time there is danger. The saying that Wu Xia's coffins will be opened and corpses will be raised is very evil. But you cannot not believe, this sentence is evil to originally an empty coffin. If the Wu oblique open coffin, inside can climb out of a dumpling. Wu oblique embarrassed smile, but I thought it was fine, I thought this coffin open, other coffins did not move, thought this is the real coffin. Wu Xie said he was really wronged. Wu San province went up and gave Wu Xie a piece of chestnut to taste. If this is the real coffin, how did this foreigner get in? If this is the real coffin, how did this foreigner get in? Wu Sansheng huffed and puffed. But now things have already happened. What else can he say? Master Zhang, you can handle it, right? Da Kuei swallowed his saliva and said. There are 7 coffins, so there must be 7 bloody corpses inside. We don't have Xiao Xiao, Wu Xie is a loser, and Wu Sansheng is old, so it's a bit of a challenge for the 4 of us to take on 7. Even if Wu Sansheng can deal with 1 alone, each of us will have to deal with 2 of the remaining 6, which is not normal pressure. This is not normal pressure. Zhang Xingye pulled out his Gatling, we have to do it even if we can't. All of you, go back to the ear room. Zhang Xingye thinks that if these people get involved, his Gatling will still have to be afraid to shoot, so why don't he just shoot indiscriminately? How cool is that? Wu Sansheng patted Zhang Xingye's shoulder, I'll leave it to you, I'm counting this as my Wu family's favor, and I'll pay you $1 million afterwards. After saying that, Wu Sansheng pulled Wu Xie and headed for the ear room. Little Xingzi, be careful. Wu Xie shouted, after all, Zhang Xingye was paying for himself off. If it wasn't for his own yawns, how could these coffins move? How could the bodies inside swindle? Master Zhang, take care. Da Kuei and Pan Seed nodded and decided not to cause trouble for Zhang Xingye. They waited in the ear room, and if Zhang Xingye couldn't hold out, they would come out to help again. With that, the people retreated to the ear room. Suddenly, the lids of those 7 coffins were overturned, and the commotion frightened Wu Xie to look back. Wu Xie's eyes widened. Wu Xie saw 7 corpses with white hair standing up in those 7 coffins, then jumped out of the coffins in one leap. Stiff zombies? Wu Xie was shocked, this jump was a zombie, right? Wusan province also played a flashlight to watch, these are a few thousand years of dumplings off. I don't think he can do it alone. Uncle Sam, in that case, you give him a little more money, 1 million is too cheap, how about 2 million? Wu Xie asked. Wusan province gave Wu Xie another chestnut. I don't think it's your money, you don't feel sorry for it, do you? With a dark face, Wu Sansheng also wanted to see what Zhang Xingye could do. As a member of the Zhang family, Zhang Xingye should be able to do more than just physical transcendence, right? He should also have physical skills not weaker than Zhang Qiling. I'm back. Fat Master, I'm back again? On the other side of the ear room, Fatty's voice suddenly came. Fatty didn't know how, but he had come out from the ear room, and he didn't know what kind of mechanism he had just encountered outside. Ha! Quickly get down. Zhang Xingye was preparing for a round of strafing when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the ear room in front of him on the left. Quickly greeted the fat man back. Immediately after the Gatling was activated, Zhang Xingye holding the blue fire Gatling, a man of the world. His own bullets do not hit the ground. If this fat man is standing, he does not dare to guarantee that he will not be shot. He didn't know what would happen to an ordinary person who was hit by this blue flame Gatling bullet. When the fat man saw Zhang Xingye holding the Gatling, he instinctively rushed to get down. What kind of monster is this? Scared the fat master. The fat man lying on the ground, looking at the white hair zombie running, Zhang Xingye pounced. Perhaps Zhang Xingye's unicorn blood is attractive to them, or maybe this group of zombies have a spirit and can tell who is the most threatening to them. Roar! The 7 zombies roared, then jumped towards Zhang Xingye in an arc formation in unison. This jump was several meters high. Chapter 18. In the following one you have. The Gatling bullets hit them, splattering gouts of blood. But then again, it was as if it sounded like it was hitting on top of steel. Holler at you, you guys haven't brushed your teeth for thousands of years, you have very bad breath, you don't know that. Zhang Xingye was holding a Gatling, like a god descending to earth. He blocked in front of the crowd. This group of zombies were swept by the bullets, splashing a gush of blood mist on their bodies and letting out a hiss of pain. If it was an ordinary bullet, this group of guys' copper skin and iron bones, it is estimated that it is not so easy to produce damage, but this Gatling's bullet, but it is specially made. Against this kind of zombie blood corpses and so on, that is quacking good. One hit a squeak. Zhang Xingye a few pikes hit the past, this 1,000-years-old stiff's copper skin and iron bones were blown apart, east a piece, west a piece of. Luckily, the special bullets had absolute suppressive power over them. This crisis, too, was finally lifted. Zhang Xingye put away the Gatling and breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, this zombie jumped so high. It was really scary. Thanks to the handsome and invincible, I do not panic in a crisis, so that this group of zombies did not cause big trouble. Seeing this zombie has become a piece of ground, hate to break into pieces, all people have also been relieved, from the ear room out. Master Zhang, how in the world did you make this Gatling? Why is it so powerful? It doesn't look like a normal Gatling can have such power. Big Kuei said with a look of envy. Ordinary Gatling doesn't have this kind of power. Moreover, this Gatling with blue fire was unheard of. How could it not shock people? Every time he saw the power of this thing, Dakue wanted to hit him a few times. Panseed also said, "Yes, Master Zhang, this thing power can open mountains and crack rocks, right?" Just now, Panseed also saw that these few zombies were afraid that they were copper skin and iron bones, and Zhang Xingye's Gatling was not only able to penetrate their bodies, but even the bullets were able to blow their bodies apart. This is by no means something ordinary. I'll go, man, you're really cool with this thing, aren't you? Where's that thing? How come it's gone? Fatty, who had climbed up from the ground, also came over with a shocked face. Just now the fat man but clearly saw, this thing hit that copper skin and iron bone zombie just like playing. But it suddenly disappeared. Wusan Province's flashlight shone onto Fatty's face, just now in the back to scare us. It is you, right? Upon hearing this, the flashlights of all the people shone on Fatty. Don't be silly, I didn't want to scare you just now, I just wanted to say hello to you, and then it's you, who raised your hand and drew your gun to shoot, not afraid of killing people. The fat man said and looked at Panzi. Just now is this good guy, shooting is really accurate. The bullet directly grazed past his scalp. Not generally scary. Who are you? How did you get here? Wu Oblique asked. Fat man he smile, in the next one you can call me Wang Fat Man, come here is certainly to seek money we are the same way Those who can appear here can't be archaeologists. Look at the posture of your group, it does not seem to come to archaeology There are only two kinds of people who come here, one is called grave robbers and the other is called archaeologists, commonly known as licensed grave robbers. Fatty Wang? Greeting? Is that how you greet people? No one would greet anyone else in this place with a jar over their head. Panseed spat. Dakue nodded, that's right. Where is my little official? Zhang Xingye asked. Xiaoguan? Who is it? Fatty Wang was puzzled, not knowing who Zhang Xingye was talking about. Just chase you that person, looks handsome that. Zhang Xingye replied. So, Fatty Wang understands. You say that mute right, I do not know where he went, he chased me when I saw the front of the two blood corpses rush toward me, to bite me. I was so scared that I ran back, and when I was about to collide with the mute, he flew up and kicked me aside, not to mention that it still hurts. After he kicked me aside, he pulled out a knife and fought with the blood corpses, and then I touched something somehow, and suddenly I fell down. Rolled out from a tunnel, rolled out in an ear room, and then I followed the movement out. I saw you guys, the situation is probably like this. Fatty Wang briefly explained the situation. Wu said, Xiao Xingzi, don't worry, little brother's hands are so good, 2 blood corpses can't help him. Wusan Province nodded, that's right, not to mention 2 blood corpses, or even 20,000 blood corpses, is not enough to fear. He is the guy who can take the head of the general from the army, his strength, strong, the district blood corpses, is not enough to fear. Big Kuei touched his chin, this blood corpse, is it that group of mercenaries people changed? Just like the guy in this coffin. Panseed listened and also analyzed, I also think it is so, that is why they looked so panicked when they dug the robber hole and left, after all, most of them are mercenaries, just guys who can hold a gun Wu Oblique waved his hand, whatever, let's go collect the artifacts now, the zombies in here are gone, the artifacts are still there. Listening to Wu Oblique's proposal, the crowd nodded. That meat split in half, I don't want half, how about the one in my coffin? Fatty Wang asked at this time. After all, this matter is still good to ask. Otherwise, impolite, in front of these people, Wang Fatty feel the danger, several of them Wang Fatty also felt the killing gas. That has definitely killed people. Panseed directly pulled out a pistol, damn, did not blame you for scaring us, you still want to share our treasure? Did you contribute to this? Seeing this situation, the smile on Fatty Wang's face directly disappeared. No, brother, I have no intention of scaring you, but you really gave me a gun offset cannot? What do you mean now pull out the gun, have a gun terrific is it, I am most annoyed that someone with a gun pointing at my head. Fatty Wang is very unhappy about this. Uncle Sam, Starlet, help! Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm from Wu Xie. The crowd turned around sharply and saw that Wu Xie's hand was grabbed by a pair of bloody hands. A corpse has risen? How is this still one? Fatty Wang let out a cry, just now was not 7 zombies? How come there's still one inside? Master Xiao San. Panseed hurriedly took out the black donkey hooves inserted in his waist and rushed towards Wu Xie. Wu Xie. Zhang Xingyi also rushed to take out the Fakia heavenly official seal, going to intend to suppress the zombie. Panseed jumped up violently and stood at the edge of the coffin, then he directly disliked the black donkey hoof in his hand towards the face of this foreign bloody corpse. Chapter 19 A certain drifting half-life, not met the bright master. That blood corpse a contact with the black donkey hoof, that face cuckoo smoke There was a piercing wail that was both horrifying and ear-piercing, giving people a creepy feeling. Zhang Xingye's hair Qiu Tianguan seal also directly covered that blood corpse's hand, hurting that blood corpse hurriedly let go of Wu Xie's hand. Seeing this, Wu Xie was so scared that he backed away. Panseed also hurriedly jumped down from the sarcophagus, because this blood corpse he sat up. Oops. He got up. Fatty Wang pointed at the blood corpse in shock. It could be seen that one of the blood corpse's hands had already moved, as if it had lost control. He came out of the coffin and rushed towards Pan-seed with his teeth and claws open. He could remember that it was this guy just now, that this black as hoof disliked his face. Master Zhang, help! Pan-seed backed up while pulling out his pistol to shoot. But this bullet hit the blood corpse body, not to say that he was unharmed, but is really not much use. Pan-seed can only call out to Zhang Xingye help. Zhang Xingye hurriedly pulled out his Gatling again. Pan-seed, dodge! Zhang Xingye gave a reminder, then pulled the trigger from the back, a bullet passing through the back of the blood corpse, splashing up a gush of blood. This blood corpse was definitely the one that had been hit the hardest. In one round of flurry, the bullets all greeted him, and he was beaten to a bloody pulp. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty Wang walked towards Zhang Xingye. How did you suddenly change this? What is this thing? How is this power so fierce? Pan-seed touched the sweat on his head. Master Zhang, I Pan-seed owe you a life. This tomb is so evil. Thank you, Starlet. Wu Xia came up to say thank you. Wu Sanzhou was speechless. You have to take something practical to say thank you. Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my nephew. It's not for nothing. I'll give you $300,000 for this one. Wu Sanzhou opened his mouth. Zhang Xingye put away the Gatling. It's fine, I can still save a few more times. In such a short while, he had earned $2.3 million, so of course he would be happy to save a few more times. Hey, how come it's gone again? Fatty Wang was shocked again, and even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Master Zhang has a mustard seed space, just get used to it. Dakue smiled and said, the first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a good deal, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good deal, so I'm sure I'll be able to get a good deal. Fatty Wang immediately dropped to one knee and hugged Zhang Xingye's thigh and said, this thigh thick must hold tight Spread out, you are not Lubu, what to worship? My little official in order to chase you, now people still do not know where it, I have not settled accounts with you. Zhang Xingye struggled his thighs out, kicking Fatty Wang away in the process. Wusan Province opened his mouth and said, Brother Zhang, little brother, he is highly skilled, I believe he will be fine, let us continue to walk inside. What kind of place is this? Can Zhang Qiling be in danger? If Zhang Qiling comes back here, it's just like going home. Zhang Xingye nodded. Zhang Qiling is able to turn good fortune into good fortune, he is strong, so he is sure to be fine here, but Zhang Xingye is still a little worried. He is worried that Zhang Qiling is going to bleed again. Let's go down. Zhang Xingye also wanted to see what this tomb really looked like. Fatty Wang, who was kicked away by Zhang Xingye, stood up and said, so what, let's divide the burial goods here first. Now that the blood corpses are gone, it is time to share the burial goods. Pan-seed expressed his support. Zhang Xingye waved his hand and said, there's no need to divide it up, just put it all in a bag and divide it after selling it. Wu Sanqing thinks it makes sense, so let's do it this way, you'll take the lead here, and you'll get 50% of the money. I'll put the money on your card when it's sold. Okay. Zhang Xingye nodded his head, having no opinion on this. The main thing is that Zhang Xingye knows that there is nothing good inside the 7-star coffin. Uncle San, aren't we going to hand over the artifacts? Wu Xia looked at his own third uncle with a naive face. Wusan Province immediately invited Wu Xia to eat another piece of chestnut. Hand it over, brother Zhang saved you, what kind of money are you going to give him? How much money do you have? I didn't say I wouldn't pay, so I can't just pay some and keep some. If you pay at all, how will you give him the $2 million? Wu Xia covered his head. I know, Uncle San, you're the boss. Wu Xia was raised in poverty, which led him to believe that the Wu family was actually very poor, so he turned a blind eye to Wu Sanqing's words this time. After all, Zhang Xingye saved himself, and more than once, this favor has to be returned, one can't be ungrateful. Besides, he worked hard to protect the cultural relics, it's okay to leave a little bit of it, as a running fee. Just leave how much of the problem? Just this time. Next time when I go to archaeology, I will hand in all of them. Definitely. Now Wu Xia, heaven is above, the thick earth is a proof, next time I archaeology, if I did not hand over all the artifacts, I will not find a daughter-in-law in this life. Later Wu Xia, turn it in? That's for archaeology, I'm a grave robber, what's archaeology got to do with me? I'm a grave robber, what's archaeology got to do with me? I'm a grave robber and I'm handing in the artifacts. Then I'll share a few percent. What if I share 10%? Not to say half. Fatty Wang asked. I'll share half of it when we meet, but I'll share some of it at least. Wusan Province, with a dark face, didn't. Dakue, Pan-zi, you two go pack up the burial goods. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Pan-seed and Dakue took the order and started to dig out the funerary objects. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Fatty Wang skimmed his mouth, quite a bit aggrieved. But Fatty Wang did not dare to grab it, how strong the others are, they do not know. Just single say Zhang Xingye it. This guy that bubbles blue fire Gatling a pull out, they do not feel their own body then the copper skin and iron bone zombie is still hard. The crowd no longer cared about Fatty Wang, but began to survey the ear room here. The ear room that Fatty Wang just came out of was obviously not the way to go down, otherwise Fatty Wang wouldn't have appeared here. Then it is the ear room that Wu Sanqing led the people to hide in, and that ear room should be the passage to go down. I don't know if Wu Sanqing is just hitting the right spot, or if he is doing it on purpose. After Pan Zi and Dakue finished collecting the funerary objects, they began to enter the ear chamber and went deeper. Inside this ear room, there is a tunnel going down. Ilu a good boy, down again? This tomb must be how deep ah. Pan Zi's shocked. Dakue said with a smile, I think it. The owner of this tomb is an insecure person. The deeper the tomb is dug, the deeper he is, the more secure he is, the less he has to worry about being stolen. Zhang Xingye smiled. This tomb was buried deep, not because of any sense of security. Rather, it was to protect against that hydra cypress inside. But at that time, digging out such a deep tomb, I don't know how much manpower and material resources had been spent. Chapter 20, So Many Corpses Turtle. This chamber is a zigzag shape. One burial chamber hitched 2 ear chambers. They walked in, and the further in they went, the colder they felt. Wu Sanqing was walking in front of them. Somehow, a piece of the floor suddenly flipped over, and Wu Sanqing fell down and disappeared. Uncle San! Wu Xia cried out in shock. How could his third uncle be gone like that? Don't move! There's a trap here. Damn, there are traps in all the tunnels. It's too bad. Pan Zi stopped the crowd from moving on. Dakue nodded. Everyone looked for the trap. The crowd began to feel around the walls for a while. Zhang Xingye smiled. Zhang Xingye could be certain that Wu Sanqing had definitely disappeared on purpose, he just didn't know if he had gone to join Zhang Qiling or to do something else. If Wu Sanqing could have been trapped by all the mechanisms in such a tomb, then he could have simply found a piece of tofu and crashed into it himself. Don't look at Wu Sanqing's middle age, but his skill is still the same as in the past. Oops. Suddenly, Dakue let out a cry of surprise. Not knowing what he had pressed on, his feet fell off, and he fell straight down. Dakue. The location of this organ is not the same. This is a tomb. How many organs inside the tomb ah? Pan Zi was shocked. Where Dakue fell is not the same as where Wu Sanqing fell. What's wrong with that? Isn't this tomb going down through a tunnel? Why did he fall straight down the center of the tunnel? What kind of strange tomb is this? Fatty Wang began to lean towards Zhang Xingye, leaning against him to feel safer. Wu Xie and Pan Zi also began to lean towards Zhang Xingye. They didn't dare to touch around anymore. And when Pan Zi leaned over, he held his hand on the wall and pressed a mechanism, then Pan Zi also fell down. Don't touch the wall. The mechanism is on the wall. Zhang Xingye hurriedly reminded. This scared Fatty Wang so much that he didn't dare to hold onto the wall anymore and hurriedly spread his hands. Xiaoxing Zi, what's going on here? Can we still go forward? Wu Shezhi swallowed his saliva, feeling that this long tunnel, everywhere is a mechanism ah. Fatty Wang nodded his head. Yes, righteous father, how do we now ah? Roll your dead fat. I do not have you so fat, righteous son, longer than I am still old, but also as my righteous son. Zhang Xingye spat. Originally, among the Iron Triangle, Wu Xie's age is the youngest. The fat man is in the center, and Zhang Qiling is the oldest. Hey, then you're younger than me, so what if I call you Star Brother? The fat man hooked onto Zhang Xingye's shoulder and laughed with a face. Zhang Xingye blackened his face and crawled. Zhang Xingye pushed Fatty Wang away, and Fatty Wang hit the wall. Fat master, I seem to squeeze ah. Fatty Wang hit the wall and felt as if he pressed something down. However, before the words were finished, the three of them fell down together. Fell into a tunnel, tumbled. Rolled and rolled, originally the obese body of Fatty Wang, stuck in the exit there. Fatty Wang just ready to breathe a sigh of relief, the back of the Wu oblique rolled over. Fat, get out of the way up. The words of Wu Xie, who was rolling, were a little unclear, but when he rolled, he saw the fat man stuck there, and hurriedly reminded him of one sentence. However, Wu Xie just finished his words, and he himself knocked down Fatty Wang in one fell swoop. Your uncle, fat master, my waist ah. Fatty Wang was directly knocked down. Wu oblique rolled. Just when the foot kicked the waist of Fat Wang, all of a sudden kicked the Fat Wang down. Wu Xie was so scared that he screamed, because there was no more Fatty Wang in front of him to block the way, and Wu Xie also followed and fell down. Master Fatty ah. Fatty Wang fell to the ground, served his waist, and was just about to get up when Wu Xie directly pressed on Fatty Wang. It doesn't hurt? Wu Xie thought that the fall would be very painful. The result is not painful, hey. Just at this time, the fat man stretched out a trembling hand. Your sister, you pressed the fat master's hand. Originally Wang fat hand holding the waist ready to get up. Wu oblique pressure down, pressed Wang fat hand. I'm sorry, I'll get up now. Wu Xie was just about to get up when another thing fell from his head. It directly pressed down on Wu Xie. Put. It directly pressed Fatty Wang to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Little Xingzi, you are so heavy. Wu Xie was pressed by Zhang Xingye and fell on top of Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang said weakly, if I don't come down, fat master, I am going to die. Zhang Xingye shook his head. What the hell is this place, rolling my brain dizzy. Xiao Xingzi, can you come down first? Wu Oblique, gasping thick breath, said. Oh oh. Only then did Zhang Xingye come back to his senses. No wonder the fall didn't hurt, there are 2 meat cushions underneath him. Zhang Xingye hurriedly got up from Wu Xie's body. Wu Oblique also a roll from the body of Fat Wang down and then climbed up from the ground, rushed to help Fat Wang up. Fatty Wang stood up with difficulty under Wu Xie's assistance. I said, if my waist is ruined later, you two have to be responsible. Fat Master, I have not married a daughter-in-law. Fatty Wang rubbed his waist, gasping for breath. Wu Xie nodded. If you cannot, I will introduce you to the doctor, Xiaoxingzi Pei, together to cure you. No, waist pain. After going out, it is inevitable to put 2 pairs of plasters. Fatty Wang tried to move a little, only to feel the hot pain. Zhang Xingye suddenly heard something strange. Don't make noise, something is coming. Zhang Xingye told the 2 to be quiet. It seems like something is crawling. Fatty Wang also heard the sound. But the light here is so dim that it's hard to see clearly. Wu Xie patted the flashlight in his hand, and I don't know if it's broken or not. Wu Xie tapped and the flashlight lit up again. A bright light shone at once, bringing light to this place. It also brought danger. So many corpse turtles. Wu Xie had a moment, and through the flashlight, he could see that there were corpse turtles all over in all directions. And with the light, the crawling speed of the corpse turtle was obviously faster. Wu Xie, now do not say it is a dragon louse. Zhang Xingye teased. Wu Xie swallowed his saliva. What time is it now, little Xingzi? You are still flirting with me. So many corpse turtles. What to do? Ah. What should I do? Why are there so many of these things here? Fatty Wang began to look up and down to see where he could climb. It would take less than 20 seconds for the turtles to come over. Surrounding himself, I'm afraid that under the nibbling of so many zombie turtles, a few breaths would turn everyone into a white bone. Slot. We need to bleed again. Zhang Xingyi didn't dare to hesitate at this moment, not caring about the fear of pain. He directly ripped open Wu Xie's backpack, pulled out the sapper shovel inside, and directly cut 2 fingers. After squeezing out the blood, he flung it in all directions. Chapter 21. You 2 go up first, I'll break the back. Along with a few drops of Qilin blood being flung out. Those corpse turtles that were leaning forward crawled backwards. Zhang Xingye was still trying to squeeze the blood inflicted in all directions. The corpse turtles in the surroundings didn't dare to take half a step forward, seemingly in fear of the majesty of the Qilin's blood. I'll go, Xingdi, what brand of blood do you have? How come the insect repellent effect is so good? Fatty Wang also pulled out a pistol from his bag to give himself a psychological comfort. Starlet, you are saving my life again? Wu Xiexia hid behind Zhang Xingye and said nervously. Zhang Xingye nodded. My blood is not in vain, both of you have to pay. $500,000 a person. $500,000. Xingdi, you're robbing money. Fatty Wang was shocked. $500,000? That's the price he paid for one extra job. All of a sudden, it's gone? My uncle has money. Wu Xie said, anyway, I have no money, looking for my third uncle. Third uncle must have money, previously pulled out the burial goods. The big deal is that the Wu family share do not want to, after the sale of all to the Zhang Xingyi. Wu Sancheng, good big nephew, you can really filial awe. Zhang Xingye looked at Wang Fatty, if you don't give it to me, I won't care about you. Just as he finished speaking, the sizzling sound came again. The effect of the Qilin blood was weakening. To deter so many corpse turtles with so little Qilin blood is really a bit difficult for Qilin blood. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll give it to you. Put some there. Fatty Wang was so scared that he hid behind Zhang Xingye. Money is precious, but life is more expensive. Zhang Xingye thought about squeezing the Qilin's blood again, but he realized that this small wound had already healed. Slot. Sometimes, healing too quickly is not a good thing. Another cut would have to be made. Zhang Xingye took the engineer's shovel and cut his finger once again, flinging out a few more drops of Qilin blood. This time, a lot more squeezed out. Many of the corpse turtles ran back in fear. What are you two shaking? Hurry to find the exit. I am no longer able to bleed, there is also a time to bleed, right? Zhang Xingye could feel that the hands of Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji on his body were trembling. Oh, right, looking for the exit. Fatty Wang also pulled out a flashlight from his backpack and started looking around. Wu Xie also started looking for the exit. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, kept squeezing the blood to avoid the wound from healing again. Zhang Xingye dripped the blood onto the engineer's shovel. Before the blood solidified, he quickly spread it around. Somehow, ever since the bloodline in Zhang Xingye's body had transformed into Qilin blood, Zhang Xingye's blood had been able to drip into beads instead of spreading out easily. Little Xingzi, look there, that hole. Is there an exit there? It was also Wu Slash's sharp eyes that found a hole in the stone wall with his flashlight. Zhang Xingye replied, who cares if it is or not, it's better than staying here, climb up quickly. Do any of you have gasoline in your bag? Or other flammable materials? Zhang Xingye was a little pale at the moment. Unicorn blood is good, although the unicorn blood did not spread much. Zhang Xingye is a sense of powerlessness. It was as if he couldn't get his spirits up after a night of 10 women. Zhang Xingye believes that the place that Wu Xie found will not be wrong. Wu Xie, this guy has got the blessing of heaven, is the favorite of heaven and earth, not so easy to die. Following him, the probability of living is very high. I have gasoline in my bag. Fatty Wang said, hurriedly pulling out 2 bottles of gasoline from his bag. Zhang Xingye nodded, splash it all around. When we go up, burn this place with a fire, otherwise, if we climb up, they can climb up too. Good. Fatty Wang nodded, then directly twisted open the lid, and began to splash gasoline in all directions. Zhang Xingye was also sprinkling Qilin blood, and the 3 of them slowly walked towards that cave entrance. Fatty Wang was sprinkling gasoline as he walked. Deterred by the suppression of the unicorn blood, these corpse turtles did not quite dare to approach Zhang Xingye and the others. It had to be said that Zhang Xingye had been ruthless this time, and was very willing to release blood. Fatty Wang scattered bottle after bottle of gasoline. The crowd finally came to the bottom of that mountain wall, and Wu Xie started to climb up. Fatty Wang, on the other hand, took out his lighter. Then who, you go up first, and then pull us, Xingdi second up, you 2 go up first, I break the back. Fatty Wang said. Let Wu Xieji go up first, and then pull Zhang Xingye up when the time comes. After all, Fatty Wang also noticed that Zhang Xingye seemed to be a bit weak. Fatty Wang's physique, if he climbed first, if no one pulled, it would be very laborious. Moreover, if Zhang Xingye was allowed to go up last, Zhang Xingye might be in danger. If Zhang Xingye was in danger, then his lips would be in danger, and himself and Wu Xieji would be in danger as well. Zhang Xingye let out more and more of this blood, dropping drop after drop on the road. The corpse turtle was also slowly approaching and did not retreat. Luckily, Wu Xie was still very strong and climbed up to that hole. Little starlet, I'm coming up, give me your hand. Wu Xieliang lay down on the ground and put his hand down to pull Zhang Xingye. Xingdi, quickly go up. Fatty Wang yanked Zhang Xingye behind himself and took the engineer shovel in Zhang Xingye's hand. Zhang Xingye nodded, you be careful. Saying so, Zhang Xingye flung a few more drops of Qilin blood around before handing his hand over to Wu Xie. Zhang Xingye began to climb with one hand while being pulled by Wu Xie. Having lost a bit too much blood, he didn't have much strength to climb upwards. Seeing this, Fatty Wang directly supported Zhang Xingye's buttocks and pushed Zhang Xingye upwards. Wu Xiejie grasped the mouth of the hole with one hand to prevent himself from falling down, and with one hand, he tried to pull Zhang Xingye upwards. Wu Xia really used all his strength. Zhang Xingye slowly went up, and the group of corpse turtles slowly approached. Fatty Wang waved his engineer's shovel. There were still a few drops of Qilin blood left on it. Forced by the unicorn blood's deterrent, the group of corpses and turtles in front of him stopped again, and Fatty Wang also began to climb up. After Zhang Xingye was pulled up, he leaned against the stone wall and panted heavily. Damn, this is much more exciting than a haunted house. It's really a line between life and death. Quickly, they are coming, quickly pull Fatty Master me. Fatty Wang is still climbing, the group of corpse turtle has already moved. The power of the unicorn blood is gradually diminishing. The power of the unicorn blood is not always effective, it will be weakened as the temperature of the blood decreases, that's why it needs to be released all the time. Zhang Xingye releasing these dozens of drops of blood was at the very least equivalent to an ordinary person losing 1000 cc of blood. I don't know if it was because it was the first time he had released so much Qilin blood and his body wasn't adapting to it or something else, but Zhang Xingye became very weak anyway. Fatty, give me your hand. Wu Xie grasped Fatty Wang's hand, his face was suffocating red, Fatty Wang was too damn heavy. Zhang Xingye looked downwards, the corpse turtles were already almost leaning over, less than 1.5 meters away from Fatty Wang. It wouldn't take more than a few breaths for the group of corpse turtles to climb over. Chapter 22 Hydra Cypress. Fatty, throw down the engineer shovel. Zhang Xingye reminded. Oh. Fatty Wang hurriedly threw down the sapper shovel that was stained with blood from the unicorn's blood and began to work his way up. Fatty, you should really lose weight. Wu Xiejie exerted all his strength to drag Fatty Wang upwards. Zhang Xingye also extended his hand towards Fatty Wang. Fatty, give me your other hand. Don't be, the Fat Master later dragged you down. Fatty Wang waved his hand and continued to climb up. One hand was pulled upward by Wu Qianliang, the other hand with 2 feet, struggling to climb upward. Seeing this, Zhang Xingye could only drop a few more drops of Qilin blood down below, making it as late as possible for the corpse turtles to lean over. These corpse turtles hadn't had the time to notice where they had appeared from, and as the number of them grew, the Qilin blood suppression of them became weaker and weaker. After all, there were more and more corpse turtles, and Zhang Xingye squeezed out less and less Qilin blood. When Fatty Wang climbed to the entrance of the cave, Zhang Xingye tugged on Fatty Wang's clothes, and together with Wu Xiejie, they endeavored to drag Fatty Wang in. Fatty, you have to lose weight. Wu Xia was tired and panting heavily. Fatty Wang wiped his sweat. Lose weight. Must lose weight. Go back and eat your fill, and I'll lose weight, Fatty. Fatty, do you have a windproof lighter? Throw it down when it's lit, or the corpse turtle will climb up. Zhang Xingye leaned against the wall and said weakly. Zhang Xingye's lips are white. He only felt weak. There is. Fatty Wang hurriedly took out a lighter from his pocket, pulled it twice, and struck it. A smile also appeared on Fatty Wang's face. Quickly, throw it down. Wu Xieji also revealed a smile. Fatty Wang looked down to the following has gathered over the corpse turtle, once again took out a bottle of gasoline poured down. Bye bye you Lu. After saying that, Fatty Wang directly threw the lighter down. In an instant, a fire burned up, the heat wave of the sky let sitting in the hole of the Wang fat and Wu oblique hot pain. Wu Xia hurriedly climbed up, quickly go, so hot. Wu Xia climbed up, by the way, Zhang Xingyi also helped up, Fatty Wang also rushed to get up, Zhang Xingyi his hand on his shoulders, the three together toward the front. What is ahead is unknown, but should not be so unlucky as to run into a corpse turtle. This tunnel is still going down. System, why am I so weak when I put unicorn blood? Obviously, I didn't put in much Zhang Xingyi asked the system in his mind. 1 drop of qilin blood is equivalent to consuming almost 30 cc's of an ordinary person's blood. You don't think that qilin blood can just be spilled? Hearing the system reply, Zhang Xingyi was incredibly grumpy. Why don't you remind me? The qilin blood has already metamorphosed your bloodline. What do you think a drop of blood into a bead is? That blood bead is the essence of your body. Every drop of blood you fling out is essence blood, save it. Then how much essence blood was drained from that little official during those 20 years he was imprisoned by Zhang Qishan? Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Xingyi's first reaction was not to feel heartbroken that he had let out so much blood. Instead, his heart ached for Zhang Qiling. In those 20 years, how many drops of blood must have been drained from Zhang Qiling? Oops, there is no way out. Suddenly, Fatty Wang stopped walking. Only then did Zhang Xingyi's consciousness return to reality. Zhang Xingyi looked ahead, is a not high cliff, and then look at that front, a large tree that supports the sky and the ground. Looking down again, there seemed to be a bed with 2 people lying on it. I drop a good boy, this what tree long so thick? Definitely more than 1,000 years. I estimate 3 to 5,000 years to start, or even longer. Wu Xia's flashlight shone on the tree. Wu Xia was shocked. Hey, look, isn't that King Lu Jinqing down there? Fatty Wang also discovered the 2 people lying on the stone bed at this time and shone his flashlight over. King Lu Jin? Isn't this a tomb from the Western Zhou dynasty? Is there a King Lu Jin in the Western Zhou dynasty? Wu Xia doubts, recalled the history he learned. It seems that there is no hay. Fatty Wang was also shocked. No, you guys don't even know whose tomb this is? Cough cough cough, this is not important, the important thing is how we go down. Wu oblique rushed to change the subject. At that time, the silk book did not write clearly they came in a hurry, thinking of looking for epitaphs to understand come on, who knows epitaphs did not find, the corpses to find a group of turtles. Fatty, I'm not dead, there will be a blessing later That must be King Lu Jin and his princess. We're rich, but if we want to go down, we can only go down with the help of these vines. Fatty Wang shone his flashlight, it's quite high. Wu Xia nodded, this tree, I estimate, let's say 3 or 4,000 years. This tree vine should be quite suitable. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Hydra cypress. Zhang Xingyi suddenly spoke up. 9-headed snake cypress? What the hell? Fatty Wang froze, what is the Hydra cypress? 9-headed snake cypress, also known as cannibalism tree. It will wrap around the prey that comes near, kill it and digest it. Zhang Xingyi explained. Hearing this, Fatty Wang another burst. Cannibal tree? This tree eats people? Is it so exaggerated? Could it be the same as cannibalistic flowers, an exaggerated metaphor? The tree eats people, Fatty Wang really can't believe it. System, how did you get here? Didn't you guys go around by yourselves? This system doesn't know I mean, shouldn't we have run into Ning or Pan Seed Daikue? The butterfly effect brought about by the traveler is just a butterfly effect. What we should have encountered will still be encountered. The butterfly effect will not allow you to be exactly the same as what you know. The general trend will not change, but the small trend will change. Zhang Xingyi still puzzled, how to come here now? The original is the butterfly effect. Then it seems that he does not have much of a head start to take advantage of Fatty, Xiaoxingzi's words are very believable, such a thick tree, even if it is just entangled with the same cannibalistic flowers, then you reckon that you can't break free. At this time, Wu Xia spoke up. Wu Xia believed Zhang Xingyi's words. Then we can only rely on the vines on the edge of the cliff to slide down, the vines do not know if it is strong Fatty Wang used his flashlight to shine down. There are some vines on the cliff wall. I don't know if they're strong or not. Mr. Xiao San. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from not far away. A flashlight shone on Wu Xia's face. Wu Xia closed his eyes. Who is this, shining a flashlight into someone's eyes? Fatty Wang's flashlight shone along with the sound, and there was a similar hole at a 45-degree angle to his left, where 2 people stood. It was Da Kuei and Pan Seed. However, Pan Seed seems to be injured, was supported by Da Kuei, the body is also wrapped in bandages. Just now, that sound was shouted by Da Kuei. Chapter 23 Little Officer, catch me. Pan Seed. Da Kuei. Wu Slant also called out in surprise. Little Slant? Pan Seed? On the other side, there was another puzzled plus shocked voice from Wu Sanzho. Wu Sanzho was truly shocked. According to the normal speed, they shouldn't be this fast. Could it be that they had some unexpected encounters that made them come so fast? Uncle San. Wu Xia was shocked, and amongst the shock, there was a touch of surprise. Great, his third uncle is also fine. Third master. Dakue and Pan Seed both shouted. Wusan province is also fine, so it looks like we all came together and can go out together. Wu Sancheng, I saved your nephew's life again, another $500,000, remember to transfer it to me when you get out, now it's $2.8 million. Zhang Xingye weakly shouted. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Wu Sancheng province for a while, ing mouth is money. You're talking about money. I have money in my family, but I don't get it from the wind. Wu Sancheng looked at Wu Xia. Wu Xia smiled awkwardly. He was a bit weak and didn't dare to look directly at his own third uncle. After all, he was too wasteful, causing his third uncle to lose another $500,000. Just at this time, behind Wu Xie and the others suddenly came the sound of organs turning, as if it was the movement of the stone door opening. This scared Fatty Wang and the three of them to look back. It was actually discovered that the wall on the left side of the tunnel suddenly parted, and a woman in a black jacket limped out of it, holding a sketch in her hand. Isn't this Aining? What, did your companions abandon you? Fatty Wang recognized the woman. It was the head of that group of mercenaries. Fatty Wang had even crossed paths with them in the beginning. Zhang Xingyi also sized up Aining. This was Aining, the woman with the dang 10 copper coins on her hand. At the same time, it is also the woman who will sleep in the snake swamp in the future. Ning, there was no peace in her life. Zhang Xingye paid special attention to the Dangxiao coins in Aining's hand, and it turned out that the characters on the Dangxiao coins were really Dangxiao. It was said that this string of dang 10 copper coins bracelet, a total of 10, was not only valuable but also rare in the world. This thing is worth a lot of money. Aining's guard was up, not realizing that there would be someone who would be one step ahead of him. It seemed like they weren't on the same path as themselves. Aining looked to the left and right, only to realize that this was actually another tunnel. Looking at the sketch in his hand, there was no record of it. Aining pulled out the pistol on his waist and distanced himself from Zhang Xingye. Not far away, Wu Sancheng province at this time as along the vines of the cliff began to climb down, the body has long been smeared with Tianqin stone powder. Tianqin stone powder was actually the powder of Tianqin rock. Wu Sancheng had never thought that they would arrive right after he had finished his work, but he thought that they would not be so fast. Why are you here? Aining was on guard, the pistol in his hand pointing at Fatty Wang. Aining knew Fatty Wang and Wu Shizhi, but did not know Zhang Xingye. Fatty Wang laughed. You are really poor, arm also crippled, calf also lame, in the tomb encountered a lot of danger, right? You guys are mercenaries, but also came to rob the tomb, really interesting, last time to chase us is not quite powerful? Why are you in such a mess today? Fatty Wang mocked Ning, the thought of the last time, Fat Wang angry, Fat Master I have never been so wretched. You are so beautiful, why do you do mercenary on mercenary, but also to rob tombs, this is against the law, pot of gold, wash your hands. Wu Xia sighed. To persuade people to be good, this seems to be something that Wu Xia can do. Speaking of which, this is the second time that Wu Xia and Ning have met, and it would be nice to have such a pretty girl as a daughter-in-law, but it's just that they don't share the same path. Little officer. Zhang Xingye just ignored Aining and was looking at where Tianqin rock was. If you want to climb down from here, you have to use the strength of the Hydra cypress, and the vines on this wall can't necessarily withstand that much force. And if he didn't want to be entangled by the 9-headed serpent cypress, he would have to rub the heavenly heart rock powder onto his body. Zhang Xingye was looking for the heavenly star rock. As a result, he saw Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling was bare-chested and walked out from a dark place, seemingly carrying a corpse on his body. By the looks of it, it was a foreigner. No, it wasn't a corpse, the guy seemed to have moved a bit, a living person? As we all know, Zhang Qiling will save everyone who wants to get out of the tomb alive, regardless of the enemy. Zhang Qiling won't save those who don't want to live, but if you want to get out of the tomb alive, Zhang Qiling will be as strong as God and Buddha to keep you safe. Even for those who are dying, Zhang Qiling will try his best to fulfill his wish. He is burdened with a heavy mission, but he has no complaints. Zhang Qiling is powerful and merciful. Although he lives forever, he also respects life. Zhang Qiling is a person who can be compared to a god, with divinity, but also very human. As long as Zhang Qiling is there, everyone will feel at ease. Although that guy was a foreigner, he wanted to live. It was a pity that Zhang Qiling could save the world, but not himself. Zhang Qiling is the last patriarch of the Zhang family. The name Zhang Qiling doesn't belong to anyone, it's just a code name that represents the person who sends the casket to the ground. Zhang Qiling's unicorn blood can ward off evil spirits, repel insects, and can lead a long life. His mother is a Tibetan doctor named Bema, who lost his father and mother when he was a child, and was brought back to the Zhang family at a very young age, and at the age of 8, he was taken to a tomb to collect blood and do hard labor, which is why he is not a man of many words. Extremely long fingers, super high force, habitual use of the left hand, often wearing a black punching jacket, love today's, well-proportioned body, thin and high definition, body soft like a woman. The eyes are very clean and clear, and when you look at him, you feel that all secrets are exposed. Zhang Qiling was once authorized by the sky, but also had been captured by the Vietnamese to hang the corpse, and later rescued from the Jelmu sanatorium after being recruited by Qin Paiasi. This is such a person, but he has been wandering around the major ancient tombs just looking for memories. He pitied the world, but the world did not pity him. Zhang Qiling placed the foreigner on his shoulder on the ground, and when he heard Zhang Xingye's voice, he raised his eyes to look at Zhang Xingye. Slightly puzzled, had Zhang Xingye come here as well and that was why he came so quickly? Otherwise, there was no way to explain how Zhang Xingye had arrived here so quickly. But the question would be discussed later. Zhang Qiling saw that Zhang Xingye's face was no longer as rosy and lustrous as before. There was a touch of self-blame in his eyes, as if he was blaming himself for not protecting this descendant of the Zhang family. Come on down. A touch of self-blame flashed across Zhang Qiling's eyes. Zhang Xingye's appearance was obviously an excessive bloodletting. It would have been better if he himself had not separated from Zhang Xingye. I thought that Zhang Xingye had the ability to cope with the crisis here, alas. Okay, little official, catch me. Zhang Xingye took his hand off of Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji's shoulders, not needing both of them to assist him. Chapter 24 Ratan cannot withstand swinging ah. With that, Zhang Xingye jumped down. Xing Di. So hi, you say jump just jump ah. Fatty Wang turned around and saw Zhang Xingye jumping down. He also recognized that the person standing on the ground was the mute who chased him in the tomb. Little brother. Wu Xie suddenly had a thought of jumping as well. But reality stopped Wu Xie in his tracks. Eating chicken, Zhang Qiling didn't even share it with himself, let alone would follow him. If he dared to follow Zhang Xingye and jump down, he would definitely be lightly disabled or fall to his death. Zhang Xingye jumped down. Zhang Qiling leaped and caught Zhang Xingye, who jumped down. With a princess hug, he held Zhang Xingye and slowly landed from the air. Slot. There should be flower petals here. When Fatty Wang saw this scene, he didn't expect Zhang Qiling to actually be able to catch Zhang Xingye. At this height of tens of meters, coupled with the exponential increase in the weight of the person landing, a normal person would not be able to catch him at all. At this moment, Wusan province also climbed down along the tree vines. Little slant, what are you guys still doing up there? Come down. Wu Sanqing shouted. Zhang Xingye got down from Zhang Qiling. Thank you, little official. Zhang Xingye revealed a happy smile. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, blamed himself for not protecting him well. Zhang Qiling blamed himself for not protecting this Zhang family's descendant. Obviously Zhang Xingye was afraid of pain and didn't dare to make a big cut for bloodletting, but looking at Zhang Xingye's face, it was obvious that he had made small cuts quite a few times. If he was by Zhang Xingye's side, Zhang Xingye would not need to bleed. He was used to bleeding himself, but he was not used to it. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed and reached out to touch Zhang Qiling's face, piling a smile on Zhang Qiling's self-condemning face. It's fine, you actually look good when you smile. Promise me that you'll smile more in the future, okay? Zhang Qiling pulled out a small bottle and ate. This bottle was still given by Zhang Xingye. It was secret small red dates. The blood replenishment effect is quacking good. Zhang Xingye shook his head. Do not eat, I nourish 2 days to make up for it, and you cannot, you keep it to eat, my body is better than your body. This stuff Zhang Qiling needs it more than himself. Hey, who is the one below, Xingdi? Can you call your friend to pick up Fat Master me too? Fatty Wang shouted to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye sniffed and looked at Fatty Wang. Then he looked at Zhang Qiling again, seemingly asking if Zhang Qiling was willing to pick up. Zhang Xingye did not want to force Zhang Qiling to do something he was not willing to do. No, heavy. Zhang Qiling also looked at Fatty Wang before spitting out these 2 words in a serious manner. No catch, because he is heavy. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qiling's reply made Zhang Xingye laugh wholeheartedly. I didn't expect Fatty Wang to be disliked by Zhang Qiling. Ha 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 ha. No, Xingdi, what are you laughing at? Can you pick it up? Fatty Wang asked loudly. Didn't hear clearly what Zhang Qiling just said. Zhang Qiling's voice is not big, the voice is small. Fatty Wang stood so high that he could not hear. My little official said not to pick up, you are too heavy. Zhang Xingye replied loudly. Fatty, you are disliked by little brother. The side of the Wu oblique also did not hold back, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, I felt that my heart wasn't so sad when I ate chicken last time and was stopped by Zhang Qiling. Ha ha ha. He was not the only one who was disliked. Zhang Xingye shouted, Fatty, this Hydra Cypress mine is swingeable, you swing down directly, but remember to wipe Tianqin stone powder. What the hell is Tianqin stone powder? Fat Master does not have ah. Fatty Wang inquired. It is the powder of Tianqin rock, there should be nearby, you look for it. Zhang Xingye replied. Wu Sanqing was slightly shocked. Zhang Xingye even knew that this is the 9-headed serpent cypress, and also knew that smearing the Tianqin rock powder on the body can block the 9-headed serpent cypress's attack. This guy, he's not simple. Pan Seed, you two are really one daring to pull and one daring to pull down ah. Wu Xia listened and was about to see where there was some kind of heavenly heart rock in this neighborhood when he realized that Dakue was coming down. Pan Seed was pulling the rattan at the top, and Dakue was sliding straight down the rattan. Not to mention whether or not Pan Seed can pull it, even if he can, won't this cane really break? Junior Master San, this rattan is sturdy, no problem. Dakue shouted. At this moment, Dakue was about to slide down. Then, Wu Xia, you go down first, I will pull the rattan on the top. When Fatty Wang saw that Pan Zi was about to slide down, he let Wu Xia also slide down first. Wu Xia shook his head, you go down first, there is someone else here, you go down to catch me. I went down, afraid that you cannot pull me off. Fatty Wang shook his body fat. Wu Chichi looked at Ning, nothing, can pull, you go down after she goes down, and then you two catch me a little. Wu Oblique don't know why, don't want to leave Aining alone on it, maybe because Aining is injured, if he went down first, Wang Fat and Aining two people certainly who will not let anyone, there is always a person may not be able to come down. Fatty Wang nodded his head, Line Ba, Fat Master if I can go down alive, must be followed by you. After that, Fatty Wang didn't beat much, unloaded his backpack, started to tug on the rattan, and then began to slide down. Fatty be careful. Wu Xieji grabbed the rattan and reminded. Fatty Wang nodded, exhaled deeply, and began to descend. Zhang Xingye watched Fatty Wang come down a little bit and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Shaguan, you said that this rattan won't break, right? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, it will. Zhang Xingye thought that Zhang Qiling would comfort himself by saying that it wouldn't, but it turned out that Zhang Qiling came with a will. Zhang Xingye couldn't help but get even more nervous. Fatty, it's going to break. The rattan is going to break. At this moment, Fatty Wang came down not even half. Wu Xieji felt his pull weakening and immediately realized that it was the rattan that was going to break. What broken Fatty Wang words have not yet finished asking, the whole person straight down to fall. Thanks to the quick eyes and hands of Fatty Wang, grabbed a new cane, which did not fall, but in the air swing. At this moment, Fatty Wang was only a few meters away from the ground. Fatty, this cane can't stand you swinging this is not the Hydra cypress vine, can't swing Zhang Xingye reminded. Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Xingye, and before he could react to what he meant, he suddenly fell down a bit. Fatty Wang looked up in horror, sure enough, the cane broke. The key is that at this moment Fatty Wang is still swinging, the body has not been stabilized. Suddenly a moment, swinging in mid-air, Fatty Wang fell down from the air. Master Fatty has not yet married his wife. Fatty Wang fell from a few meters in the air. Coincidentally, he fell on the jade bed, lying beside the green-eyed fox corpse. Chapter 25 Green-eyed fox corpse. Eek. Zhang Xingye closed his eyes, simply not having the face to look. Fatty Wang still enjoys this treatment. Ego, Fat Master my old waist broken it this is. Fatty Wang held his waist with one hand and sat up with one hand on the jade bed. This does not sit up okay, a sit up directly to the left and right of the two big guardians also all brought up. Fatty, swindle corpse. Wu Oblique shocked shouted. It seems that the corpse will not be my exclusive well. Fatty Wang this does not also let people get up the corpse well. The flashlight shone on Fatty Wang's face. Fatty Wang is puzzled, which fraudulent corpse? Star brother help mute help they caught me Fatty Wang is puzzled, look to the right, see a man put his head on their shoulders, to the left, a woman put her head on their shoulders. This woman even if, this man to do what I like women, but I'm not the kind of man and woman. Fatty Wang struggled violently and wanted to get up and leave. But no matter how much he struggled, he did not succeed in getting up. At this time, the crowd realized that the two corpses didn't seem to be fraudulent, and they were all relieved. Wusan Province took a closer look. Hey, hooked. Big brother and sister, my meat is not good I do not often bathe my body stinks and all the fat meat, eat me you will get 3 high will also have diabetes, let go of me, when I go back to the will definitely burn more paper money for you. When I go back, I will burn more paper money for you. Fatty Wang put his hands together and chanted. Wu Sancheng was speechless and increased his voice, hey, you're hooked. You're hooked. This time, Fatty Wang heard clearly. Fatty Wang opened his eyes, He didn't seem to understand what Wu Sancheng meant by hooked. Wu Sanchen pointed to the corpses on both sides, the clothes hooked. After hearing this, Fatty Wang calmed down and began to take a good look at the two guardians on his left and right. Well, it looks like it is not a real corpse. Fatty Wang then breathed a sigh of relief, it is really going to scare people to death. Fatty Wang looked down carefully and found that it was really his clothes were hooked. At once speechless, Fatty Wang unhooked the hook, the two corpses pushed back, the two corpses should be how to lie. Fatty Wang looked at the crowd with an embarrassed face. In fact, the Fat Master I just did not be scared, the Fat Master I just look at the atmosphere is too depressing, just want to enliven the atmosphere, you do not mind, right? The King's Fat's serious explanation. Anyway, no matter whether you believe it or not, the Fat Master I myself is believed. I am a Fat Master, what can scare me? Fatty, you really have the toughest mouth of all. Zhang Xingye snorted. Fatty Wang got down from the jade bed. Fat Master, I said the truth, okay, I am going to pick up Wu Oblique down. Fatty Wang said, a serious to go not far away, ready to receive Wu Oblique, if again by Zhang Xingye flirting 2 sentences, they are about to lie to themselves. At this time, Dakue has already slid down, and then below to receive pan seeds. Zhang Xingye suddenly remembered something. Shaguan, where are your clothes? Blood corpse, tore it. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Xingye was puzzled. You mean, it was torn during the battle with the blood corpses? Did you run into many blood corpses? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Zhang Xingye nodded. There were a lot of blood corpses in this 7-star Ruwang palace, and it seemed that most of them were mercenaries under Anning. This foreigner that Zhang Qiling had just saved should be one of the mercenaries. System, are there any clothes for sale? This system is not a shopping mall, how can there be clothes for sale? I'll add money. Then this matter is not non-negotiable, but you don't have any money. I'm not going to renege on your debt. You're too much of a host to ask for credit. 10 times. The system mall has been opened, and the host can use it first and pay later. Which one do you want? Under the charm of money, the system chose to compromise. And it showed the system mall in Zhang Xingye's sea of consciousness. Help me sift through the ones that are suitable for the little official to wear. Host, this is a difficult matter. Add another 10% service fee. Immediately sifting, dear host, which one do you see that you need? In a moment, the clothes within the system mall changed from a variety to one. The one that suited Zhang Qiling. Let's just go with this rushing suit. Zhang Xingye directly chose a set of black punching clothes, inside and out. Good, a total of 18,888, but also to add another 10% of the service fee. Details of the bill has been generated. Please host within 10 days to pay the completion of the O. Things have been issued to the system space. Please host attention to check receipt. Originally just 1,888, Zhang Xingye sentenced 10 times, it really went up 10 times. Also have to write 10 times the 10% service fee. Properly wronged. But Zhang Xingye think, to Zhang Qiling where, not to mention 10 times, 100 times 1,000 times are worth. After all, this ancient tomb in the ground, heavy moisture, and cold, Zhang Qiling cold how to do. As the system beep sounded, Zhang Xingye felt that a set of clothes appeared in the system space, and a pay-as-you-go order appeared in the system mall. Zhang Xingye directly extracted the clothes. Little officer, quickly put them on, it's cool here, it's not good if you catch a cold later. Zhang Xingye handed the clothes to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling was puzzled, give it to me? Surprisingly, would someone prepare clothes for me? Zhang Xingye gave a of course, this good figure is only for me to see, and if you catch a cold, I will also be heartbroken, quickly put it on. Good. Although Zhang Qiling didn't know why Zhang Xingye still had new clothes with him, Zhang Qiling still took them and put them on. The clothes were new at first glance, as the tags were not even removed. Zhang Qiling put it on and it still fit. Zhang Xingye directly looked at Zhang Qiling who had changed into the new clothes, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Little officer is so handsome. This compliment made Zhang Qiling a little embarrassed. If one looked closely, one could see that Zhang Qiling's face was a bit flushed. Third master. After Pan Seed slid down, he followed Dakue to meet up with Wu San province. It wasn't practical for Wu Sancheng to pick them up. For one thing, Wu Sancheng was the master, and for another, Wu Sancheng was also old. So Pan Seed and Dakue didn't blame Wu Sancheng for not picking them up down below, instead they seemed to be watching the scenery here. Wu Sanzho nodded slightly, is everything alright? Dakue shook his head, it's fine. Little officer, do you recognize this thing? Zhang Xingye pointed to the male corpse lying on the stone bed at this time. Green-eyed fox corpse. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out these 4 words, and Zhang Qiling truthfully told Zhang Xingye. Chapter 26,000 Years of Qilin Exhaustion. There were 2 corpses on this bed, a man and a woman. The female's national color, it is not difficult to imagine that when alive is definitely a beauty of the country, this should be Lu Jin Wangfei. And lying beside it that male, although wearing regular clothes, but inside is wearing a suit of armor, but also with a mask, it looks like a soldier's costume. It could be seen that it was not King Lu Jin. Zhang Xingye rubbed his hands, I want to take off his mask and take a look at it, is it okay? If I remember correctly, this green-eyed fox corpse is a fox adopted by Iron Mask, and his long years of cultivation have given him a pair of green eyes that can make people enter an illusionary realm. Rumor has it that encountering a green-eyed fox, gaga unlucky, it is best not to touch anything. Zhang Xingye was quite curious as to what this green-eyed fox looked like. But worried about the danger, so he looked at Zhang Qiling to ask if he could pick it. Fatty Wang came over at this time, well fox? Where is the fox? Fatty? You're not going to meet Wu Xie? Zhang Xingye stunned, why did you come down alone? Fatty Wang waved his hand, but do not mention, Wu Oblique and that who do not want to come down first, simply do not care about them, you just said what fox? Zhang Xingye pointed to the male corpse, said he. This woman's graceful and elegant, at a glance, it is not like what subordinates, this should be Lu Jin Wanfei, right? As for this man, could it be King Lu Jin? This jade bed looks also worth a lot of money not ordinary people can enjoy Fatty Wang said, while his hand touched it. This guy hand side of the knife seems to be very valuable. Fatty Wang picked up and played a little. Then stared at the box in the hands of the male corpse. Just ready to go to take. Suddenly Wang Fat Man lost consciousness, eyes flashed a blue light, even stood up and walked to the side of the female corpse. The crowd also ignored him. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, was curious and wanted to unmask the green-eyed fox. He looked at Zhang Qiling again and seemed to inquire again. Suddenly, it seemed like they heard Fatty Wang muttering something, and even got his hands up, stroking the woman's face. The crowd didn't hear what the hell Fatty Wang was saying. But Zhang Qiling heard it clearly. In order to prevent danger, directly drew out his black gold ancient knife, directly cut down the head of the green-eyed fox corpse, broken green-eyed fox corpse illusion. Before Fatty Wang could act, the person was awake. Oops, eek, messing with the fat master how to come over here? This corpse does not have corpse poison, right? Fatty Wang even sniffed his hand and got up rather disgusted. Wu Sancheng province looked at the head that was cut off by Zhang Qiling. That guy's eyes are still emitting green light. I said, what is it? So it is a green-eyed fox. Fatty, you should have just been hit by an illusion. Because of the butterfly effect, Zhang Qiling pulled out his knife early. It can be. Zhang Qiling said to Zhang Xingye. These 3 words were clearly answering the question Zhang Xingye had just asked. Thank you, little official. Zhang Qiling chopped off this guy's head, not only to crack the illusion of this green-eyed fox corpse. It was more so that Zhang Xingye could go and take off that mask. Without cutting off his head, Zhang Xingye would definitely enter the illusion if he wanted to go pick that mask, and it would be bad if he caused any trouble then. Zhang Xingye came in front of this human head and reached out to remove the mask from his face. Well, this is a fox. This is the fox into the essence of it, this how to grow a fox face? Pan Seed's shocked. The face under the mask, although it is a human face, but the first reaction is a fox face. Hehegia, so ugly oh. Zhang Xingye put down the mask in disgust. Although he knew that this guy had a fox face and had expected it in his heart, but when he really saw it, he still couldn't help but spit out a sentence that it was really ugly. Fatty Wang scared and shook his head. I heard that King Lucian was also a beautiful man. This guy is so ugly, definitely not King Lucian. Fatty Wang commented. Third master, look at this box, there must be a treasure inside. Dakue picked up the box and handed it to Wu Sancheng. Wu Sancheng took it and took a closer look. Wu Sancheng frowned, always feel a little bit wrong, this knowledge is not his great-nephew's work? This box is so beautifully carved, I think this box must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, the things inside must be worth millions of dollars why don't we open him now to take a look? Fatty Wang took the bronze knife in his hand and came to the front of Wu San province. He rubbed his hands together and had a look of sharing the spoils. Panseed laughed and said, this Lucian Wang is really stingy burial goods only so a box? I have heard that King Lucian has a piece of the ghost seal that can command the Yin soldiers, this inside will not be the ghost seal. Fatty Wang suddenly said. Dakue pointed to the box somewhere. 3 masters, you see, there is a keyhole this is to use the key to open The key? That must be on him. Panseed said, and was ready to feel where the key was. When he looked over, Zhang Qiling was already on it. However, Zhang Qiling was feeling around the waist of that green-eyed fox corpse before taking out a piece of something similar to a deer antler. It looked quite similar. Little brother, what did you take out here? It's dark and unkempt. Panseed scratched his head, not recognizing what it was. But Sammy recognized it. It's Kirin exhaustion. Kirin's exhaustion? Isn't that an herb used to smoke corpses? It's said to be the juice of the Kirin's blood vine, which can be used as medicine. I heard that the longer it's kept, the better it is, and that it can repel worms, so if it's Kirin's blood vine, it must be thousands of years old. Fatty Wang suddenly remembered something when he was popularizing it. Zhang Qiling handed this thing to Zhang Xingye, unicorn exhausted, here you go. Zhang Xingye was surprised. Wasn't this meant for Wu Xie to eat? After Wu Xie ate it, it seemed like there was still a trace of Qilin bloodline in his body, and the blood could also repel insects, just not as good as real Qilin blood. Although because of the butterfly effect, Wu Xie is fine at the moment. But this is Qilin exhaustion, thousands of years of Qilin exhaustion, Zhang Qiling is not going to keep it for himself? Zhang Qiling slightly nodded his head. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Zhang Xingye smiled, little officer, you know, I don't need this. I have my own Qilin blood, so I don't need Qilin exhaustion. In exchange, red dates. Zhang Qiling explained. Zhang Xingye understood, are you saying that I gave you that secret little red date and you return it to me with Qilin exhaustion? Consider it in exchange with me? Then what, if you all don't want it, Fatty I'll take it. Said, Fatty Wang stretched out his hand and prepared to take it next. Fatty you really dare to think that this is for Zhang Xingye just wanted to say that it is for Wu Xie to eat. However, before the words were finished, Zhang Qiling turned around and drew his black and gold ancient sword, crossing in front of Fatty Wang. Chapter 27, Wu Xie stuck in a tree branch. Goo. Fatty Wang was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his hand, his sweaty hair standing straight up. Fatty Wang even saw that his fingernail had been chipped off by Zhang Qiling's black gold ancient knife. If he had retracted slowly, it wouldn't necessarily have been his fingernail that was clipped, but his own fingertip, right? Ha ha ha, fatty, you really want everything you can get your hands on. Zhang Xingye knew that Zhang Qiling's hand was measured, so he wasn't worried. Fatty Wang looked at his fingernails being cut off and swallowed his saliva. That was so close, the fat master's fingertips almost couldn't be saved. You're so fast with this knife. Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Qiling's black gold ancient knife. This knife is really cutting iron like mud. Zhang Qiling didn't want to show it to Fatty Wang, and directly sheathed the black gold ancient knife in his hand in a domineering and dashing manner, and then continued to look at Zhang Xingye, handing the Qilin exhausted forward for Zhang Xingye to accept. Zhang Xingye took the Qilin exhaustion. Thank you, little official, but can I give it away? Although it was his own thing when it arrived, but this was the first thing that Zhang Qiling had given to him, and he wanted to ask Zhang Qiling's opinion. This thing Wu Xieji needed it more than himself. Xingdi, do you want to give it to Fat Master me? Compensate for Master Fatty's young heart that has just been wounded? When Fatty Wang heard Zhang Xingye's words, he cheekily came over again. Other things don't matter. This is a Kirin, ordinary Kirin, even if it is not. This is a 1,000-year-old Kirin exhausted. Don't be a little cutie. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling's face and smiled awkwardly. Although Zhang Qiling did not answer, his eyes had already answered. You send one to try. Well, I do not give away, I receive. You do not play to face well, nor smile. Zhang Xingye put the Qilin into the system space and reached out to pinch Zhang Qiling's face again. A smile was piled up on Zhang Qiling's face. It seems to turn back and find something else to give Wu Xie. He remembered that the system seems to have rewarded himself with a piece of smelling jade, right, seems to have this thing. Fatty Wang skimmed his lips. You two really, what kind of place is this, but still have the heart to talk about love? That is a 1,000 years unicorn exhausted even if not to me, sell me also line I spend money to buy. I'll pay for it. If you can't, let me have a lick of it. Panzi also touched the body of this man and shook his head to Wu Sansheng. Master San, he doesn't have the key on him, he said. Zhang Qiling didn't take the key just now. Panzi wanted to open the key to the purple gold box, but he couldn't find it. Dakue pointed to the female corpse. This box is here, this key cannot be far away, I guess the key may be on her. Do you want to go and touch it again? Hummus, forget it, just now I did it, now it is your turn, you go find it. Panseed shook his head. Male corpses are not a problem. This woman's hand, what's the big deal? What if the female ghost gets in trouble, and then has some kind of human ghost affair with her? Uncle San, Starlet, little brother, help. Just at this time, behind the crowd came the cries for help from Wu Xie. The crowd looked back. Wu Xie's posture seems to be sitting on his but in the branches of the tree. Wu Xie, what kind of fetish are you? Swinging yourself into the branches of the tree, stuck yourself? Zhang Xingye said with a laugh. Beside Wu Xie, Aining was also coming down on her own. Aining tied a rattan cane around her body and then slid down the other rattan cane. Rather, nothing had happened, and it was almost safe to land. It was Wu Xie who had an accident. Wu Xie should have been sliding down, the cane broke, and then fell directly into the branches of the tree and got stuck. Wu San Province covered his face. Wu Xie, you just hang there, I don't have a nephew as embarrassing as you. I don't have a nephew as embarrassing as you, he said. She is a woman, and she is still injured, but she can come down slowly by herself. You are a healthy guy, but you can't even get down. Don't say you are my nephew when you go out in the future. Shame on you, shame on you. Fatty Wang went over. Wu Xie, your small body, the cane is also broken? Fatty Wang felt that this should not be the case. According to reason, Wu Xie the small body, this cane should be able to withstand after all, Panseeds and Dakue also so slippery down. This body fat, the rattan cannot afford to be excusable. According to the reasoning of the Wu oblique this small body, it should not be I'm not still carrying a backpack on my body, the bag also has a lot of things inside it, and there is your bag, I'm not heavy. Wu oblique heard the king fat, this is to say that he is as heavy as him. Really a loss of friends. He is not heavy, just because he is carrying a backpack, so the rattan did not bear it. Fatty Wang flirted with, why don't you throw the backpack down first let us continue even their own backpack down, the bag is 30-50 pounds it, you don't want to be so naive this point of common sense can't think of. From now on, I'll call you little naive, haha. Oh, I forgot, not to mention the other, quickly save me I'm stuck in this above cannot move Wu Xieji struggled to say. I don't know how, his ass is stuck so tight, can't even move, could it be that his ass is big? His own but is not big He is really unlucky. Wu Xie feels that he entered the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace on the bad luck. First of all, in the 7 stars suspected coffin that corpse, and now stuck on the tree, go back to the high and low must be a whole lucky charm to turn their luck. You are stuck in that half-tree branch, Fat Master I cannot go on Fatty Wang said. Wu oblique card is not high, also card is not low, cannot reach and cannot come down. Fatty Wang is curious, Wu oblique is how to card so well, haha. At that, Wu Xia rolled his eyes. I can see, you this damaged friend, pressure is not to come to save me, you are here to laugh at me. Wu. We are at least brothers in distress, you don't help me, but also ridicule me, this brother in distress has become a plastic brother oh. Xiao Xingzi, little brother, 3 uncle quickly save me ah, big kuei, pan seeds, quickly come to save me ah, this tree seems to be entangled in me. Wu Xia looked down, his waist somehow also surrounded a tree branch. At once, he remembered what Zhang Xingye said earlier, this hydra cypress is also known as the cannibal tree, he will not really be eaten by a tree. If this was really the case, then it would be better to be eaten by the blood corpses during the 7-star suspicious coffin, at the very least it would be better than being eaten by a tree. Dakue and Panseed looked at each other, there is nothing they can do, we are not monkeys ah, not good at climbing trees ah. Moreover, there isn't a ladder here, and a ladder isn't enough, so I guess we'll have to use a landing plane, but there isn't one here. I can only look to Zhang Xingye, hoping that Zhang Xingye will go and save it. Chapter 28 This is the eightfold treasure letter ah. Wu Sanzhou also looked at Zhang Xingye. For Wu Xia, dislike is dislike, but can't really not care ah, at least it is my Wu family's only sapling. I've got $2,800,000, and I'll save another $500,000. Zhang Xingye stretched out 5 fingers. Zhang Xingye is very interested in pitting the money of Wu Sancheng province. Anyway, Zhang Xingye has no good feelings towards the previous generation of the old 9 sect, so he has no sense of guilt at all when he pits their money. Wu Sancheng was speechless, wanting to screw me with my money again. Don't even think about it. My money didn't come from the wind, you just asked for $500,000, do I look like $500,000 to you? Wu Sancheng looked at Zhang Qiling, hoping that Zhang Qiling would make a move. Zhang Qiling said 3 words. Zhang Qiling uttered 3 words, I also want $500,000. Hearing this, Wu Sancheng's eyes widened, little brother, didn't I give you the Dragon Ridge back? Saving people, didn't give it. Zhang Qiling said. Zhang Qiling also knew that Wu Sancheng would be fine for a while, so he was also willing to cooperate with Zhang Xingye and help him gather the $500,000. Zhang Qiling is not short of money, even Zhang Qiling does not know how much money he has, he hides money in a lot of places he has forgotten. Well, it seems that there is a blind man who always cheats me out of my money. Wu Sancheng province froze, you ing say a few more words will die ah, why do you have amnesia, but talk never say more. Zhang Xingye laughed and said, what the little official means is that the money you gave for the dragon's back was money for him to accompany you to the tomb, but not money for him to save people's lives. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, indicating that Zhang Xingye was right, that's what I meant. Forget it then, you can't necessarily sell it for $500,000 even if you sell Wu Sheji. Wu San province shook his head. This damn, another $500,000. The Wu family is rich, but money doesn't come from the wind. Uncle San. Save me. Otherwise, you will wait for grandma to urge you and second uncle to marry. Without me this only seedling, the Wu family succession thing is you fall on you and second uncle, and if I do not have, be careful you go back to kneel in the ancestral hall. Wu Oblique continued to shout. The first time I saw him, I was so scared that I was in a state of shock. The word scared Wu Sancheng province a jolt. Wu Xia said this is very reasonable ah. Now, the Wu family only has Wu Xia as the only sapling, but if Wu Xia is gone, his own mother can definitely make himself kneel in the ancestral hall. Moreover, if Wu Xia is really gone, then the matter of succession must really fall on oneself and Wu Bai is older than oneself, then certainly to catch oneself to give the Wu family succession ah. In other words, if Wu Sheji is no longer alive, the matter of succession will fall on oneself. Then forget it, I don't want any woman. Women are too much trouble. This $500,000, or pay it, anyway, these years deducted Wu Xia's New Year's money and bonuses and so on, also deducted a lot. The big deal is to turn around and sell a set of houses under Wu Xia's name to offset the debt. The company's business is a bit of a pain in the neck, but I'll take the $500,000. I'd rather let my little brother earn money than give it to this crooked businessman Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye is too black-hearted. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, give it to him. After saying that, she glanced at Zhang Xingye, then she quickly rushed up the cliff wall, performed a flying leap, tugged on the rattan, and swung directly towards Wu Xie. That sentence of giving it to him was obviously for Wu San province to call Zhang Xingye with this $500,000 for saving his life. Zhang Xingye rubbed his hands, the little official asked you to call the money to me, $2,800,000 plus this $500,000. A total of $3,300,000 ha, remember to transfer the money. Wu San province immediately cursed in a low voice and began to study the box in his hand. I don't know what he was cursing, but I guess it was quite dirty. Zhang Xingye saw Zhang Qiling directly swing to Wu Xie's side, pulled out his black gold ancient sword, and directly chopped down on the tree branch wrapped around Wu Xie's waist. Little brother, you don't want to cut like this ah, if this cuts into something that shouldn't be cut, then my life will be over ah, I haven't even got a date yet. Wu Xieqi swallowed his saliva, a little afraid. How fast Zhang Qiling's knife is, he has seen it before. If this is a little crooked, then what can I do with the happiness of the rest of my life ah? Whoa. However, how could Zhang Qiling miss? Zhang Qiling brushed and split the tree branches twice, then grabbed Wu Xie's collar and yanked it out with a forceful tug. Immediately after, Zhang Qiling carried Wu Xie and swung on a swing. The figure was so fast that the rattan couldn't even react in time if it wanted to break. In the end, Zhang Qiling landed on the ground safely with Wu Qiqi. As soon as Zhang Qiling's hand let go, Wu Xia fell to the ground and instantly ate that mouthful of dirt. Blah blah blah, little brother, can you say something before you let go? Wu Xia spat out the dirt in his mouth. Zhang Qiling came to Zhang Xingye's side and didn't respond to Wu Xia. Junior Third Master. The two of them, Panseed and Dakue, helped Wu Xia up. Wu Xia nodded, thanks. There is no need to thank, Junior Third Master, it is good that you are fine. Panseed smiled and said. Aining Wu Xia wanted to find Aining, after all, Aining was still injured. In the end, he saw Aining squatting beside the foreigner, touching the foreigner's face, his hand still trembling, seemingly sad. Xiao Xia, come and take a look, what is this? Wu Sanzhou handed the purple and gold box in his hand to Wu Xia. Wu Sanzhou then went to look for the key on the female corpse. When Wu Xia saw the box, his mind was also on the box. Wu Xia carefully looked at it, isn't this the eightfold treasure letter? Junior Master San, you recognize this thing? Dakue immediately became a little excited. Little Tianjin, you recognize this box? Ah. Fatty Wang also came over. Since Wu Xia knew it, then maybe he knew how to crack this box. Ah. Wu Xia nodded, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the silver-ribbed outdoor box inside the 8 treasure letters. Silver-ribbed box top? This thing sounds like it's worth a lot of money or so, the thing's inside the box to you, the box to me. Fatty Wang said with glowing eyes. No matter what is in there, it should be impossible for you to take it all. Even if it is sold equally, they should not be able to share how much, not as good as directly take this box. This box should be able to sell how much money? The silver-pronged box top is Wu Xia just wanted to science a coming, suddenly felt the neck was strangled. The crowd raised their eyes to see that it was actually Aining who had taken Wu Xia hostage. Aining dragged Wu Xia and the crowd to pull away. What are you doing? Let go of Junior Master San. Panseed also pulled out his gun directly. The crowd was immediately on guard. I want the unicorn exhaustion, I saw you guys take it, give it to me. Ning felt that this millennium unicorn exhaustion should be able to turn his friend back to normal. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling also walked over. Wu Sanqing's face sank, this guy dared to hold his great-nephew hostage, do you think Wu Sanqing, am I dead? The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Wang Fatty is still holding the bronze knife in his hand. This is really ungrateful. Just above the time, small Tianjin let you first down, he pulled the cane on top, thinking to let you save, you do not appreciate, the result is now down, backhanded directly hostage him right. Give Fat Master me put down the gun, otherwise I chopped his head with a knife. Fatty Wang's hand knife, set on the neck of the foreigner. Now instead of arguing with Ning, we should directly come to some substantial. This foreigner is already in a state of suspended animation, with only half of his life left. Although the knife in Fatty's hand was bronze, it was not unfavorable. Shao Qi. Dead Fatso, if you dare to touch him, I'll kill Wu Qiqi. Aining loaded a bullet and directly pushed it against Wu Xia's brain. Originally, it was still just a threat in mind, but now, Aining really moved to take Wu Xia's life, and Fatty Wang's wave of maneuvering was botched. Fatty, don't move. Wu San Province hurriedly shouted. The bullets are not long-eyed. Fatty Wang didn't think that Aining was so tough that she dared to shoot. If Aining had panicked for a moment, Wu Sancheng and the others would have been able to take the gun out of Aining's hands, but Aining didn't panic and instead loaded the bullet and pulled the safety off. I don't know what to say. This is really ruthless. Fatty Wang couldn't help but secretly say, a woman with this kind of tactics in a crisis is not simple. No wonder she can be the head of that group of mercenaries. Zhang Xingye opened his mouth and said, it's useless for you to ask for Kirin exhaustion. Kirin exhaustion is not a miracle medicine that can save him from death, so why gamble your life on it? He is already a half-dead person, if you hurt Wu Shizhi in the slightest, you will end up in a miserable situation, unless you don't want to leave here alive. There are so many people here, Ning would have to leave his life behind even if he had great skill. Whether I leave or not is my business, I want Kirin to do her best now. Aining held Wu Shizhi back and distanced himself from Zhang Xingye. Aining sensed danger in Zhang Xingye. You really don't want to leave alive? Don't you think about your brother? Zhang Xingye's words caused Ning to go into a trance. Ning had a younger brother called Zhang Zitsong. The future had been chasing after Wu Zhiqi to avenge Aining's death. Zhang Zicount was willing to do whatever it took to avenge Aining's death, whether it was backstabbing or physical combat, he did it all. Moreover, Zhang Zichen only sought revenge on Wu Zhiqi and did not move on the people around Wu Zhiqi. Zhang Zitsong believes that the death of Aining is because of Wu Zhiqi, and Wu Zhiqi does not have a direct relationship, also has an indirect relationship. It is a pity that she died of poisoning and was buried in Leicheng. Zhang Zitsong was also considered Aining's only relative in this world. When Ning heard Zhang Xingye's words, her entire body went into a trance. Bang! Right at this moment, a gunshot rang out. Panseed fired directly, shooting at Aining's arm. Aining suffered pain and his pistol fell to the ground, and Wu Sanzhou quickly yanked Wu Xia back and kicked Aining in the abdomen, causing Aining and Wu Xia to pull away from each other. After Aining was kicked away, he was immediately controlled by Panseed and Dakue. Panseed, well done. Wusan Province nodded. Dakue had the guts and the courage to do it, which Wusan Province was very satisfied with. If Dakue were to take the gun, Dakue wouldn't necessarily dare to fire it and would be afraid of hurting Wuxia. Holding Master Junior hostage. I'll kill you first. Panseed said, pressing down on Ning and disliking his gun. Panseed, don't. At this time, Wuxia, who had regained his breath, stopped Panseed. Panseed turned back to Master Xiaosan. He's going to kill you. You bastard. He's going to kill you, and you're protecting her? You've got pig in your head. Wusan Province treats Wuxia to another chestnut. Wuxia replied, he just wanted to save his friend, his heart is not bad, and I'm fine, so why hurt her life? Wuxia rubbed his head and came to Aining's side. Little third master, you ugh. Panseed also cannot not give Wu oblique face, can only look like hate iron not steel, let go of Aining. What else could Panseed say about Wuxia's motherly heart? Junior Master San, you're not looking at someone else, are you? Dakue suddenly asked. Other than this reason, Dakue couldn't think of any reason for Wuxia to not kill Aining. After all, Aining was actually quite good looking. As soon as Wu Sanso heard this, his eyes lit up, putting is there a descendant in my old Wu family? Wusan Province rushed forward, little slant, do you think you like her? No, I don't. Wuxia was a bit ashamed, not knowing what he was thinking. Wuxia is a little bit ashamed, I do not know whether it is being poked in the heart or what. Wu Sanqing took the gun in Panzi's hand, since you don't like her, then what's the point of keeping her, just kill her, after all, she wants to kill you. Saying this, Wu Sanso aimed the gun at Ning. Wuxia rushed to stop, Uncle San, what are you doing, she is not in danger anymore, and I am fine, why do you have to kill him? That won't do. If he wants to kill you, he has to die, or you'll be in a lot of trouble. Trouble has to be solved on the spot. If you don't like her, why are you pleading for her? After saying that, Wusan Province pushed Wuxia away and made a gesture to shoot. Frightened, Wuxia hurriedly stopped Wu Sanqing again. Uncle San, wait, I like her, okay, don't kill her. Wuxia was so scared that he rushed to say what was in his heart. I am thinking of marrying such a beautiful girl as my daughter-in-law, can I? Since ancient times, heroes love beautiful women, although I am not a hero, but I also love beautiful women. At these words, Wusan Province revealed an old fox-like smile. Okay, then you take care of your future daughter-in-law, don't cause any more trouble for us, this time for your sake, I'll let her live. Wusan Province put away his gun and threw it to Panseed. Dakue and Panseed also looked at Wu Shang with smiles on their faces. This explains it now. Ha ha. It seems that in the future, we need to be more polite to this lady. If Wuxia marries her in the future, it will not be good if she settles scores and blows the pillow wind. Wuxia suddenly seemed to think of something. Third uncle, you set me up. Now he seriously suspects that he has been set up again by his third uncle, so much so that he has to say what is in his heart. Wusan Province directly played dumb. What set you up? What did I say? This is not all what you said. Said, took the silver-pronged box top in Wuxia's hand, turned around and walked towards the female corpse, no longer bothering Wuxia. Dakue dryly coughed, so what, Panseed, this injury of mine, you help me see if it's serious, let's go over there. Panseeds nodded, well, walk, I will go to help you see. Said, assisting Dakue to leave. Do not disturb the two-person world of Wuxi and Aining, leave some private space for them. Chapter 30 Where is King Lusheng? Wuxia's ears are also a little red at the moment, you endure a little, I will help you pick out the bullet, and then give you a bandage. Wuxia squatted down and took Aining's hand, while the other hand was holding the dagger. Aining was sweating coldly at the moment, the feeling of being shot was really painful. Shao Qi. Aining then turned his head to look at the foreigner lying not far away. Wu Oblique looked at, sighed, alas, life and death have life, wealth and fortune, he is like that, we do not have professional medical equipment, I guess it is difficult to save, you see him out of breath or less, why not ask him later what his last wish, go out to help him to fulfill it. With that said, Wu Xieji started to use the knife to cut open Aining's sleeve, to take the bullet shells for Aining. Zhang Xingye poked Zhang Qiling, Xiao Guan, just now if I took the Qilin exhaustion and exchanged it with him for Wu Xie's life, would you be angry? No, but I would have stepped in. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Xingye smiled and his eyes lit up. Yes, if I really did strike, I don't know whether Aining's bullet is faster or your sword is faster. No, it isn't. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye and slowly spoke. Zhang Xingye froze, his brain seemed to be dead, and he didn't react for a while. Then what you mean is that you won't let me exchange the Qilin exhaustion for Wu Xia, because if Aining would have made a move, you would have made a move before her and saved Wu Xie? Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. This time Zhang Xingye understood correctly. So if I trade the Qilin exhaustion for Wu Xia, you would still be angry? Zhang Xingye asked heatedly. This time, Zhang Qiling did not answer. However, Zhang Xingye could already see Zhang Qiling's answer in his eyes. Zhang Qiling would get angry. Show love, die fast, trough. Fatty Wang cursed and cursed, and Wu Sheji was there with Anning looking quite loving, only to turn his head and see Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling both looking like a couple. Just bully fat master, I am a single. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. At this time, Wu Sancheng had already found the key in the female corpse's mouth. But Wu Sancheng instinctively felt that it wasn't that simple. After some exploration, he found the existence of a crossbow. At this time, Wu Sancheng was ready to get the crossbow out and take the key. But Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling were blocking that front, so Wu Sancheng reminded. Zhang Qiling sniffed and pulled Zhang Xingye back. Tianjin, his third uncle, did you find the key here? Fatty Wang came over and asked. However, Wu Sanso did not answer Fatty Wang, but instead picked up the female corpse and let it lean on his shoulder before cocking the crossbow. With a swoosh, 3 tiny crossbow arrows shot out directly from the female corpse's neck and directly shot on top of the Hydra cypress directly opposite. I go, this technique of yours, quite skillful. Usually this thing did not do less, right? Zhang Xingye didn't expect Wu Sancheng to be able to crack the crossbow mechanism hidden inside the female corpse so quickly. After the crossbow was shot out, Wu Sancheng put the corpse down and took out the key from its mouth. This mechanism is not difficult to crack, but it is very easy for people to fall into the trap of the crossbow machine hidden in the body. Ordinary people can't think of this trick. If I didn't check carefully just now, and directly take out the key, I think I have become a corpse at this moment. I didn't do a lot of work is not a lot of work, but the main thing is to be prudent. Wu San Province replied to Zhang Xingyi's sentence. This Fatty Wang shocked, pointing to the female corpse. The crowd looked, and found that just now the youthful and beautiful female corpse at this moment directly into dead bones, no longer look. What's so strange? Take this key away. Her 9 orifices are deflated. She is after all not thousands of years into this is not very normal? Wu Sancheng Province looks like he has seen a lot of strange things. What is so shocking about this, really? I have seen a lot of strange things. Fatty Wang laughed. So what, since we got the key, let's open this thing, right? What do we open it for now? We will open it after we go out, and we will look at other things here. Wu San Province directly put the silver-pronged box top into the bag. He looked at Fatty Wang and stared at him blankly. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get out of this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get out of it. The king fat man asked. This can't be. 7 stars inside the coffin of suspicion of things on the fat master my share. This thing also has no my share? Then I'm not going down to the tomb for nothing. Wu San Province will backpack zipper good. You did not say it. The box you want, then the box to you. I'll give you the box when the time comes. The box is fine, the box is fine. It's better than nothing. Fatty Wang nodded. After all, silver prism out of the top of the things inside, so many people a point, each person is estimated to get not much. He might as well get a separate box when the time comes to sell money. As for whether this is a ghost seal inside, Fatty Wang thinks it is unlikely. Since this man is not King Lucian, then this box will not be a ghost seal. Isham Wu Sancheng gave a hum and took the backpack to Pan Zi's side. Fatty Wang was speechless. Are you still preventing me from stealing? Where is the trust between people? But then again, since this is King Lu's tomb, where is his coffin? Where are his burial goods? The tomb is here, but where is the main body? Fatty Wang suddenly remembered something. Where is King Lucian? Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling and asked in a low voice, Shaguan, do you know where King Lucian is? Zhang Xingye is also curious about where King Lucian Wang has gone. King Lucian got the jade figurine off of King Mu of Zhou and wore it on himself, who had thought that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was in the back, and in the end, the one who was lying inside the jade figurine was Iron Masked Shang. Then where did the body of King Lucian Wang go at that time? Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly, not knowing. I don't know if Zhang Qiling really doesn't know, or he doesn't want to say. Zhang Xingye asked again, what about your guess? Zhang Qiling pointed to the Hydra cypress, there. 9-headed snake cypress? You mean, you guessed that iron mask through King Lucian's body to the 9-headed serpent cypress, and then has been devoured by the 9-headed serpent cypress? Zhang Xingye asked with some shock. Zhang Qiling hummed and did not say anything. If that was really the case, wasn't King Lucian a bit too miserable? The one in the coffin at the door of the tomb was definitely not King Lucian. After all, King Lucian had put on the jade figurine, and before it took effect, it was stripped off by Iron Mask, so how could it have turned into a bloody corpse? On the contrary, King Mu of Zhou had been wearing it for a long time, and it was still very possible for the jade figurine to turn into a bloody corpse after being peeled off. Moreover, if that was King Lucian, Zhang Qiling couldn't possibly kneel down. Zhang Qiling would just draw his sword in him. However, if it was King Mu of Zhou, it would be understandable for Zhang Qiling to kneel, just for the face of the Queen Mother of the West. As the descendant and patriarch of the Zhang family, it was only right for Zhang Qiling to kneel. Furthermore, if the one in there is King Lucian, where did King Mu's body go? Chapter 31, Fatty Wang triggers the organs. Ning. At this time, the foreigner lying there suddenly weakly called out Ning's name. After hearing that, Ning, who was still being bandaged, hurriedly had to get up and go over. Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi. Ning, you still have injuries, I will help you. Wu Xia hurriedly assisted Ning and helped him over. Xiaoqi, how are you? Ning inquired. Kill me, kill me, kill me, I want to become the same as them, I don't want to become that kind of monster, kill me, kill me. Saying that, the foreigner's face showed a difficult expression, and his entire face seemed to be wrinkled together. It could be seen that he was in great pain. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye also rushed over. After all, this person was saved by Zhang Qiling. Shao Qi. You hang in there. I will definitely find a way to save you. Aining shook the foreigner's arm, and it could be seen that Aining did not want him to die. After all, they're brothers who have shared the same life and death. This is going to turn into a blood corpse. Corpse poison attacking the heart, the gods can't save it. Zhang Xingye scared and shook his head. The guys buried in this tomb are all strange too, they can assimilate people into blood corpses. Quickly kill me. Shao Qi opened his mouth wide with a face of pain, his body curled up and quickly opened up again. Zhang Qiling drew out his own black and gold ancient sword, intending to fulfill Shao Qi's last wish, not letting him completely turn into a blood corpse, turning into that inhuman and ghostly appearance. What are you doing? Ning hurriedly reached out and blocked Shao Qi's body, stopping Zhang Qiling. Fulfill the last wish. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out these 4 words. Ning, don't, let him kill me, let him kill me. Shao Qi's skin began to redden. Zhang Qiling used the back of his blade to shock Aining away and fell into Wu Xie's arms, followed by the blade cutting directly at Shao Qi's neck. Good move. Zhang Qiling murmured. With that, after a burst of sword flashes, Shao Qi's corpse was separated, ending his suffering. No! Aining cried out in agony, but was pulled back by Wu Xie's death grip. Ning, he's going to turn into a blood corpse. Little brother is helping him. Wu Xie tugged tightly on Aining. Zhang Xingye lightly coughed. Wu Xie, if you can't tug, you can hold on, we won't say you're being a hooligan. Zhang Xingye flirted with Wu Xie. Wu Xie's small face turned red. What are you saying? Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning suddenly came from not far away, and the earth slightly trembled. Fatty Wang. What did you do? Pan Seed was shocked. This ing triggered the organs? Fatty Wang raised his hands. I do not know, Fat Master, I just guess this dungeon will not be below the dungeon, buried Lu Wang's body. Fat Master, I just come to find the organs, nothing to do, absolutely did not touch anything. Fatty Wang guaranteed that his hand absolutely did not touch the organ. Back off. Zhang Qiling tugged Zhang Xingye, poured out a word, and quickly retreated backward. Ning, quickly go. Wu Xie saw that a guy as powerful as Zhang Qiling had backed off, following the retreat could never be wrong. As a result, Ning was still reminiscing about Shao Qi's death and wasn't pulled by Wu Xie. Wu Xie directly made a princess hug, picked up Aining and ran towards Zhang Qiling's side. Following Zhang Qiling they felt safer. Fatty, did you step on some mechanism? Zhang Xingye guessed that it should be the coffin inside this Hydra cypress that was going to be pulled out. Fatty Wang should have stepped on the mechanism, causing the mechanism inside to activate. Otherwise, where would there be such a big commotion? Pan Seed, Dukui, and Wu Sanso leaned towards the crowd. They all gathered on this side of the jade bed. Let go of me. Ning snapped and slapped Wu Xie. You're a hooligan. Oh. Wu Xie then noticed that he was still holding Aining, hurriedly put Aining down and leaned on the side of the jade bed. This slap was not wrong. Just a little bit of pain. Mom, yeah, it can't be that this cannibal tree has become a spirit, right, and is going to take on a human form. Fatty Wang was so scared that he also ran towards the crowd. This movement is from Hydra Cypress. The gears were turning, accompanied by the pinging sound of tangled chains. The crowd looked at the 9-headed serpent cypress together. Zhang Xingye hurriedly pulled out the lock armor from the system space. Little officer, quickly put this on. It's still rewarded by the novice gift package. Zhang Xingye suddenly thought of the butterfly effect that the system said. What if this iron face Sheng swindled because of the butterfly effect? He has a Gatling with blue fire and can fight remotely, but Zhang Qiling can only fight in close quarters, which is very dangerous. Zhang Qiling had to fight in close quarters, which was very dangerous. Fatty Wang instantly recognized that what Zhang Xingye was holding in his hand was a lock armor. It's invulnerable to fire and water. What are you looking at? Put it on, if you have to fight later, you'll be safer. Zhang Xingye saw Zhang Qiling froze, could not help but urge. No need. Zhang Qiling refused, with his own hands, not afraid. No, you quickly wear. Zhang Xingye said, and began to untie the jacket on Zhang Qiling. Fatty Wang envy to the extreme, he does not want, can give Fat Master Mia. No way. Hearing Fatty Wang's words, Zhang Qiling immediately opened his mouth and cooperated by untying the jacket and putting on the locksmith's armor before finally putting the jacket on. I don't wear can, but give others to wear cannot. This was given to me by my Zhang family descendants. The coffin. Third Master, the coffin is being pulled out. Dakue exclaimed. A huge coffin was slowly pulled out. Fatty Wang's center of gravity was immediately placed on top of the huge coffin. My goodness, this ing King Lu Zhenxing is quite good at hiding. The crowd also slowly leaned over. I don't know how many layers of coffins this coffin is, maybe it's really King Lu's coffin. Wusan province seemed to be unaware of the existence of this thing. This thing also seems to be a bit out of Wu Sanqing's expectation. Shaoguan, do you have any idea how to get rid of that thing inside? Zhang Xingye asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling was a bit surprised. You know? Did Zhang Xingye come here? Does he know about the jade figurine? Zhang Xingye sniffed, only to realize that he had said something in advance, and did not cover up, asked in return, you do not also know? Did you change some of the things in here? Hearing this, Zhang Qiling looked into Zhang Xingye's eyes, his gaze a little complicated. He just came to exchange the silk book thing. Zhang Xingye also knows? How do you know? Zhang Qiling asked. Zhang Xingye heatedly smiled, with your strength, this place can't trap you. You suddenly disappeared for so long, you must have gone on an errand, right? Zhang Xingye asked in a low voice. Zhang Qiling didn't deny it, but admitted it. Zhang Xingye had already said this, so there was no point in denying it. Then, can it be stripped off? Zhang Xingye was more concerned about the jade figurine. Chapter 32 Cannot share a little. Zhang Qiling shook his head. Not until then. This thing can't be peeled off now, and Zhang Qiling can't do anything about it. Once forced to peel off, the guy would definitely start a corpse. This thing, the jade figurine, sheds its skin once every 500 years, and only when it sheds its skin, the jade figurine can be peeled off. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye was a little disappointed. Host, this system can help you peel off the jade figurine. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Zhang Xingye's mind. Zhang Xingye was startled. Wasn't the jade figurine not to be peeled off until it was time? You can peel it off? This is unreasonable, right? Is there anything more unreasonable than the existence of this system? This system is specialized in turning unreasonable things into reasonable ones. Serving the host well is the sole purpose of the system. Can we not pay for the dress? Consider it a gift from you and cancel the order? No, other things are negotiable, not money. Ha, you're even more rich than me. How do you peel off the jade figurine? You can just put him in the system space. Can you put a living thing in the system space? Can't you just strangle him to death? Zhang Xingye and the system are communicating with their consciousness. On the other side, Dakue and the others have opened the coffin. There must be good treasures in here. One by one, the crunching efforts to get open the outside layer of the coffin and another layer, to this layer, the crowd how to push cannot be pushed. Wang Fat and Pan Seeds and Big Kuei 3 people, make a milk effort, or only let it move. Egu, no, this layer is too heavy, I'm afraid this thing is more than 1,000 pounds. Can't push it, really can't push it. Big Kuei waved his hand, 3 people's efforts only let him move. Little Tianjin, can you not hold your little daughter-in-law not? He can't run away. Come and help. When Fatty Wang saw Wu Xia holding Ning on the sidelines and watching the show, he was furious. Aha! Wu Xia is a little embarrassed, he's been discovered. And you, Xingdi, don't be with your little brother, come and help. Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Xingye again. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling stood back and watched the show. Zhang Xingye smiled. Fatty, are you weak? You can't even push this thing? What's wrong with me, Fatty? It's this thing that's really heavy. Come over and help. Fatty Wang beckoned, gasping for breath. Zhang Xingye shook his head and said, you don't believe me if you are weak, Shaoguan, you prove to him if he is weak, okay? Zhang Xingye said and looked at Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling definitely had a way to get this thing off. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, then walked forward. Come, you do it, you can do it with something that the 3 of us can't push away? Fatty Wang stepped back and made way for Zhang Qiling. Watch Zhang Qiling perform. Zhang Qiling pulled out his own black gold ancient knife and inserted it along the gap, then slightly cocked it up a bit, followed by inserting his fingers. 2 fingers clamped down and drew out the black gold ancient knife. Then with a forceful lift, he directly lifted the layer of the coffin. With this lift, all 4 sides were scattered, revealing the jade-topped coffin. Fatty Wang let out a cry, Wu Xia let out a cry, and Panseed and Dakue let out a cry in unison. The Fakia finger had the power of 1,000 pounds, and it was really not that difficult to lift this thing off. Although Zhang Xingye also knew the Fakia finger, he didn't trust himself too much. In case he failed in his pretenses, wouldn't that be so humiliating? Little brother, this finger of yours is awesome. Fatty Wang gave a thumbs up and expressed his admiration for Zhang Qiling. With just this hand, Fatty Wang was ashamed of himself. Wu Sanqing came forward. Generally, the lords and kings of the Warring States period had 2 coffins and 3 coffins. If this tree is considered as 1 coffin, we've opened 2 coffins and 2 layers of coffins, and this should be the last layer. Definitely this is jade such a large piece of jade if not mistaken, this should be the Xinjiang Monas jade, such a large piece, or complete, it has to be worth how much money Fatty Wang above, stroking this large piece of jade. Wu oblique speechless, Fat, this thing is so big, certainly not light, do you think you can take away? Fatty Wang froze, said also right This thing, if you can't take it away in 1 piece, but if you break it, it won't be worth much. Then it would be better not to take it away and let it stay here. It can be taken away. At this time, Zhang Qiling spoke up. The crowd looked towards Zhang Qiling in confusion. Zhang Qiling, however, looked at Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye had mustered space, so he could definitely take this thing with him. So what, if you all don't want it, then this thing will belong to me. And Xiaoguan saying this, Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand and directly collected this piece of jade into the system space. If this thing is taken to the Crescent Moon restaurant in Seoul, it must be worth quite a lot of money. Yeah, Starlet, you have mustard seed space. Wu Shang's eyes lit up and suddenly remembered this. Zhang Xingye has a mustard seed space. What else can't you take with you? Zhang Xingye he smiled. This is opened by Xiaoguan. The thing is I took away, so this thing belongs to me and Xiaoguan, both have no problem with it. Do not intervene brother, meet half not to say half, you cannot swallow Fatty Wang said. Such a big piece, it must be worth a lot of money. How everyone share a little bit of it? Cannot share a little, inside the burial goods we share, this thing is a small official to open, do not share, and the fat man you still owe me $500,000 it, forget it? Zhang Xingye leisurely said. Roba, Zhang Xingye have said so, the crowd can still say what? Indeed, this thing is Zhang Qiling open, Zhang Qiling share half, something Zhang Xingye take away, Zhang Xingye share half. If there is no Zhang Xingye, the crowd also cannot take away this piece of jade, who let others Zhang Xingye has the ability to do it, can only envy. Zhang Xingye did not also said well, to the inside of the burial goods we share. I can only hope that this Lu Zhenwang's burial goods are not too poor. Otherwise, this time to go to the tomb, it will really too lose. This guy's breathing. This guy is breathing. King Lusheng isn't dead. Panseed's flashlight shone on the jade figurine. It's a fraud. Dakue hastily backed away. Just now this opened, the crowd only heard the slight sound of breathing. Just now the crowd was trying to open the coffin, so they didn't notice the sound of breathing. Now they heard it and heard it clearly. Coupled with the fact that this jade figurine was supported by a brace, the crowd thought that this guy had swindled. As a result, after this thing was propped up, it didn't move. It didn't seem to have swindled the corpse. Fraud, what corpse? Scared the hell out of me, it's just a pole. Wusan Province took a closer look and expressed his speechlessness towards Dakue. It's good that there's no scam, but it's really scary when he sits up with this pole, and people who are not brave enough can be scared to death. Fatty Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 33 Take not away, really not willing There is a say one, in this environment, this guy so slowly sit up, is really easy to scare people to death. He really has breathing he is alive. Panseed pointed at the jade figurine, his fingers trembling. Fatty Wang sked and shook his head. This Lu Zhenwang died a few thousand years ago, are not dead? This is not King Lu Gotham, but he really did not die. Zhang Xingye opened his mouth. Wu Qiqi was puzzled. Little Xingzi, how are you so sure that he is not dead and not a fraudulent corpse? Look at what he's wearing. Zhang Xingye pointed at the jade figurine on the guy. The crowd curiously gathered around, and Wusan Province even took out a magnifying glass. Wu Xia picked up a piece of dead skin. What is this thing? Where's the promised burial object? That's the dead skin he shed. Wu Sanchang replied. Dead skin? Wu Xia hurriedly shrugged it off, it was disgusting. But Wu Sanchang was all excited, a jade figurine. This is a jade figurine. Something that Qin Shi Huang didn't even find, I didn't expect to have him wear it on his body. He has lived long enough to die. At this time, Zhang Qiling suddenly shot out, pinched the neck of this guy, then the jade figurine even had a slight struggle. Frightened, the crowd backed up. Zhang Qiling broke this guy's neck, and he died on the spot. Little brother, why did you kill him? This is in case it is the living Lu Zhenwang. Fatty Wang spat out. If this is alive, it is a long life. It has high research value. Zhang Qiling's gaze looked at Fatty Wang, seemingly asking, do you have a problem with this? Fatty Wang remembered that not too long ago, his own fingers were almost clipped by Zhang Qiling and shook his head repeatedly, making a gesture to shut up. Only then did Zhang Qiling withdraw his gaze. The little official is also for everyone's good, after all, this guy is a few thousand years old dumplings, in case of fraudulent corpse, our danger is not small Zhang Xingye stood out to speak for Zhang Qiling. Wusan Province nodded, it makes sense, it doesn't matter if the person is dead or not, the key is this jade figurine. Uncle San, what is this jade figurine you are talking about? This is not the golden strand of jade clothes, it has been unearthed. Wu Xia is puzzled. An ordinary witch hazel jade coat. Why does his third uncle seem to be very surprised? What do you know? This is a jade figurine, it is the thing that Emperor Qin Shi Huang spent his whole life looking for. This thing can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Wearing it on the body can not only return to old age, but also bring the dead back to life. Wu Sanqing was so excited that he reached out and touched the jade figurine. Rejuvenate the old and bring the dead back to life? Uncle Sam, what are you talking about? Have you read too many novels? Wu Xia expressed his disbelief. Wu Xia thinks that longevity is all a vain thing. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Can't you see that this guy hasn't died for thousands of years? Isn't this the best proof? Wusan Province said. Dakue used a flashlight to shine it. Master San, where is this burial object? How come there's only a silk book to accompany the burial? What kind of King Lu Zhenwang was so poor? Wu Xie went to take the silk book in his hand, opened and read it. Panseeds came over to say, Small Three Masters, what is written on this silk? I don't fully understand it, but I can read a general idea. Where do you get this stuff from? Wu Sanqing took a magnifying glass and looked left and right. This guy is wearing a jade figurine and has been alive for 3,000 years. If you take this thing out, it will be a treasure that will shock the world. Fatty Wang also came over, a face of amazement. Zhang Xingyi opened his mouth. Don't think, this thing can't be peeled off. Who said that cannot pick off? You see, the thread here. Fatty Wang grabbed a thread and said. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyi pulled. Zhang Qiling rushed back. I can tell you, the jade figurine molted once in 500 years, only at that time can be peeled off, otherwise forced to take off, will certainly rise corpse. This guy was just strangled to death, but the dead body is also a corpse. If you pull this 3,000 years old monster corpse, we cannot do. Zhang Xingye was afraid that something unexpected might happen. If Fatty Wang pulls this thread, I really don't know if it will start a corpse. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Xingye's words scared Fatty Wang, hurriedly loosened his hand. Must not. 100-year-old corpse is a headache, let alone a 3,000-year-old monster. Wusan province nodded approvingly. This is reasonable, although he was strangled to death by little brother, but do not rule out the possibility of rising corpses. And he was right, the jade figurine can only be stripped off when it molts. Then, aren't we just throwing away a basket? This guy is so poor that there is not even a burial object. The only valuable jade figurine cannot be peeled off. Fatty Wang is a bit reluctant. The thief can't get away with it. Wusan province laughed. You sell this guy, can also be worth a lot of money, but this thing came out, I guess you have to go in to step on the sewing machine for the rest of your life. So we didn't come all this way for nothing? What thing also did not get? Fatty Wang said. Wu Sanqing asked, didn't you get a silver box with a box top? It can be sold for a lot of money, so it's not like we're going home empty-handed. I still owe Xingdi $500,000, the silver box out of the box still do not know if it can be worth $500,000, rounded up, the fat master this time nothing may also have to take the money to the inside The company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services, and the company's website. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. But if you do, you'll still have to worry about being caught, and you don't know if this guy will be able to raise his body. What can you do if you're not willing to do it? And if you want to pick up the jade figurine, you don't know how long there is left for the next 500 years, in case the last 500 years have just passed. Fatty Wang consoled Wu Sansheng, also consoled himself. This thing can't be taken out. It's too dangerous. I really don't want to leave this here. Wu Sanshou had a look of reluctance on his face. No, that fox face has a bronze sword. That's Master Fatty's. You're not allowed to take it. Fatty Wang suddenly remembered something and turned toward the jade bed. Hey, Fatty, green-eyed fox corpse of the burial goods cannot be moved. Zhang Xingye reminded. Fatty Wang stopped in his tracks. Why? Don't you know the story of the green-eyed fox? Zhang Xingye asked rhetorically. Fatty Wang shook his head and walked back. What story did you say? How is it? Zhang Xingye looked at Wu Sanqing. You should know about this, right? Wu Sanqing sighed. Well, he was right. The burial goods of the green-eyed fox corpse cannot be taken. Why? There must be a reason, right? What's the story? Fatty Wang continued to ask. Chapter 34 Weakness, as usual, to protect you. Wusan province then explained to Fatty Wang. I also heard from a friend, once a person went to rob a grave, after opening the coffin, the body was lying on a green-eyed fox. Meet green-eyed fox is very unlucky, what cannot touch the best, but that person is not willing to take a jade tortoise from the inside. Later he went home to marry his wife and have children. His children were born with a pair of green eyes, thought it was a pupil mutation, did not care too much. After all, foreigners are still blonde, but after a few years, the child began to slowly grow up, the longer that face is more like a fox. Coupled with the green eyes, properly a green-eyed fox phase, he was instructed, only to realize that he made a big mistake, so trekking back to the tomb. The jade tortoise from where to put back to where to go, after that his child slowly become normal, but that a fox face, never change back. Hearing Wusan province's explanation, Fatty Wang was frightened. He was so shocked. Isn't that who brought his Qilin exhaustion? Fatty Wang suddenly looked at Zhang Xingye. You're silly, that's for smoking the corpse, not strictly speaking for burial. Zhang Xingye laughed and said. That fat master me is not blood loss? That green-eyed fox on the body of two previous things, a knife and a piece of Millennium Kirin exhausted, the results of the knife cannot take, you will not be lying to the fat master me, right? Fatty Wang said with an odd expression on his face. Wusan province laughed, you do not believe it does not matter, we do not stop you to take, just later if really born a green-eyed fox out, do not regret it on the line. As soon as you go out, you will surely have to sell this bronze knife, and then you want to find it and send it back, it will not be a normal difficult task. Fatty Wang shook his head. Forget it, I would rather believe it, don't believe it, don't. Fatty Wang shook his head in fear. He has no object yet. If he really gave birth to a green-eyed fox, my old Wang's ancestors shall not smoke me to death every day in my dreams. This jade figurine is not going to take away, that is, you do not want? Zhang Xingye he laughed. What do you want? You do not want to get the jade figurine out, right? Get out also useless you simply cannot necessarily wait until his next molt and the danger is also very big. Fatty Wang advised. These words made Wusan province fall into deep thought. The Zhang family seems to have lived a long time. When I went to the undersea tomb in Shisha before, Zhang Qiling was in his current appearance, and now that so many years have passed, I have already grown old, and Zhang Qiling is still in his current appearance. The secret of the Zhang family's longevity. If this thing was taken away by Zhang Xingye and the others and waited for a few hundred years, the problem might not really be a problem. It's fine, I have a way. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed, then reached out and waved his hand, putting the jade figurine into the system space. Me. Wu Sanqing was speechless. If you can't take it away, you can let me see it enough. Why are you taking it away now? It's great to have a mustard seed space, isn't it? So it's not King Lucian that's lying in here, but Iron Face? Iron Mask? Where's Iron Mask? Pan Zi was listening with great interest when he turned around and saw that the jade figurine was gone. Zhang Xingye grinned. As if he had said everything, and as if he had said nothing. And Fatty Wang sneaked back to the side of the female corpse. The green-eyed fox thing cannot move. This female corpse is not a green-eyed fox. Can always move it. Xiao San Master, then so, Master Zhang may not be joking, the one at the door could really be King Mu of Zhou. Da Kuei swallowed his saliva and said. Wu Oblique nodded. This Lucian Wang and lack of virtue and poor, occupying people Zhou Wang's tomb, the things in the tomb to get to do the military pay, but also Zhou Wang wore on the body of the jade figurine stripped down, he wore up, the results of the mantis catching cicadas, the yellow sparrow in the back, and finally all the busy work to give this iron masked Sheng as a dowry. No wonder I said that this tomb mural looks like the Western Zhou dynasty, but you guys and what Lu? Jinwan, this time I kind of understand. Wu Oblique from this silk book already roughly understand the general situation. The most pitiful is King Mu of Zhou. He was lying here waiting to be resurrected, but in the end, he suffered an undeserved disaster. The tomb was occupied, the funerary objects were gone, and even the jade figurine on his body was stripped, and he himself became a bloody corpse, still lying in the doorway. It's true that there is reincarnation in heaven. Truly good and evil will be rewarded in the end, not unrewarded, the time has not yet come. King Lucian, King Mu of Zhou, 100 causes will have consequences, your retribution is me. You negative the Queen Mother of the West, people good people deceive the sky does not deceive, people evil people around the sky does not forgive, I am your retribution, on behalf of the sky to execute, Iron Face, Lucian Wan, your retribution is not me? King Lucian, Grass Mud Horse. But where is the jade figurine? Da Kuei also asked this question. Suddenly, a familiar sizzling sound came. Wu Xie was so scared that he stood up. There is a corpse turtle. This sound was too familiar to Wu Xie. This is the sound of a corpse and turtle moving around. Little Master San, look, this corpse turtle can fly. Da Kuei's eyes were sharp and he suddenly spotted a small corpse turtle. Panseed smiled. Yes, this corpse turtle is red, it can fly, really strange, and why is it so small? Don't move it. It's the corpse turtle king. It is extremely poisonous. Zhang Xingye hurriedly warned. Corpse turtle king? Da Kuei said. Panseed said, I don't care if it's a king or not, it's just one of them, so I'm afraid of nothing. Panseed said, pulled out his pistol and killed the flying turtle king with a bang. Then the sound became clearer. It seemed like a turtle riot. The corpse turtle swarm is coming. Quickly run. Wu Sanso was so shocked that he shouted out, greeting the crowd and rushing to run. Wait for Master Fatty. Fatty Wang hurriedly ran towards the crowd. It could be seen that there were still a lot of corpse turtles behind Fatty Wang. The first time I saw him, I saw that he was still in a state of shock, but he was still in a state of shock. Da Kuei said in shock. Panseed swallowed his saliva. I. Don't do that, don't climb up. Xiao Guan and I will take the rear. When we get up there, one person will get $1 million. After all, Xiao Guan has to score $500,000. Zhang Xingye urged the crowd to hurry up and run, not forgetting to ask for money. Little Xingzi, can you guys make it? Wu Xia asked. Zhang Xingye waved his hand, hurry up and run, don't worry about us, Xiao Guan, give me the knife, I'll bleed out, you take me up. I'll do it. Zhang Qiling refused Zhang Xingye to bleed again. No way, you are weak, how can you take me up? Zhang Xingye shook his head. He didn't know how to do lightweight, so there was no way he could take someone up. I'm weak, so I'll protect you as usual. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 6 words, followed by pulling out the black gold ancient sword and sliding it in his palm. Chapter 35 Good, next time I'll treat. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qiling's palm flung out an unknown number of drops of Qilin blood, flinging them in all directions. The countless corpse turtles all stopped in their tracks and even retreated. The intimidation of the Qilin blood was still great. However, the blood slowly cooled, and the power was diminishing. Xingdi, you guys come up here too, I'll pull you up, Fat Master. Quickly grab this rattan. Fatty Wang, who had climbed a few meters, threw down 2 rattan canes. Zhang Xingye raised his eyes and saw that the first end of the 2 canes was wrapped around his waist by Fatty Wang. Xiaoguan, go up, you just have more blood, but also not through the release. Zhang Xingye tugged at the pale-faced Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, followed by an unknown number of drops of Qilin blood being dumped out. Then he took out the vial from his pocket, poured out a secret small red date and ate it, the weakness gradually disappearing. In the end, Zhang Qiling returned the black gold ancient sword to its sheath, picked up Zhang Xingye with one hand, while the other hand was tugging on the rattan thrown down by Fatty Wang, and directly rushed up to swing on a swing. This tremendous force nearly dragged down Fatty Wang. Thanks to the tight hold of Fatty Wang, behind them there is also Wu Qiqi they tugged, otherwise Fatty Wang highly have to fall down. Zhang Qiling brought Zhang Xingye up to the branches of the hygrocypress. Stood firmly on his feet. Looking down, he found that the corpse turtles had already arrived in the vicinity of the 9-headed snake cypress, and many of them had even started to climb upwards. Zhang Qiling once again drew his sword. Don't! This time, Zhang Xingye held the blade and drops of Qilin blood dripped downwards. Zhang Xingye grimaced in pain. Zhang Qiling's black and gold ancient blade was really sharp. Did it hurt? Zhang Qiling hurriedly retracted the knife, seeming a little concerned and nervous. Zhang Xingye shook his head. It's fine, go up quickly. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, and a touch of self-blame came back into his eyes. If he had paddled quickly, Zhang Xingye would not have bled out. He was clearly afraid of pain, yet he grabbed the black and gold ancient sword with his hand and didn't cry out even though he was grimacing in pain. This was all his own fault, it was his own slow speed. Only then did he let this pain-fearing Zhang clan descendant bleed again. Holding tight. Zhang Qiling's thin lips gently opened and admonished, then holding Zhang Xingye with one hand he continued to swing, swinging to the cliff wall then grabbing the rattan and continuing to swing. From the cliff wall to the tree, from the tree to the cliff wall. Several times, he almost stepped on the air and fell down. No, little brother, you also catch me ah. Fatty Wang shouted. However, Zhang Qiling currently did not take care of Fatty Wang. Little officer, am I too heavy? If you were alone, you definitely wouldn't have almost stepped in the air. Zhang Xingye inquired. It's lighter than him. Zhang Qiling glanced at Fatty Wang who was still below. Then he continued to swing upwards with Zhang Xingye. How is he so stable? I feel like he can suck on the walls. Pan Seed was shocked. Zhang Qiling and the two of them were almost at the top, and everyone was still halfway there. Wu Xia nodded in agreement. Little brother belongs to the gecko, right? Wu Xia sighed and watched the two of them swinging left and right just like that. Wusan province warned that if you sighed again, the corpse turtle would bite your ass. The people then remembered that there are still corpses down there. It was only then that everyone remembered that there were still corpse turtles down there. At this time, Zhang Qiling had already brought Zhang Xingye to the top and stood on the top. Zhang Xingye grabbed Zhang Qiling's hand. What a deep cut, you just used this injured hand to pull the cane to swing, the friction is very painful, right? It doesn't hurt. Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly. The wound was already gradually healing. Zhang Xingye took out the smelling jade from the system space and handed it over to Zhang Qiling. Take it, little official, this is the fragrant jade, you should know it, it can repel insects, bring it on your body, in the future, don't bleed if you can, take good care of yourself, understand? When Xiangyu can repel insects, so Zhang Qiling won't need to bleed often in the future. Zhang Qiling looked at the jewel in his hand. You keep it. Don't, you keep it, the gift is not allowed to refuse, small official, you protect others before, also want to protect yourself, no? Zhang Xingye said in a serious manner. Zhang Qiling looked at the smelling jade in his hand, then looked at Zhang Xingye, and finally nodded. Good. Then, are you leaving now? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling was puzzled. How did Zhang Xingye know that he was leaving? However, Zhang Qiling did not hide it, but nodded his head. I won't stop you, you have your own things, just be safe out there, save your cell phone number. Do you still remember your cell phone number? Zhang Xingye said and took out his cell phone. Zhang Qiling took it over, saved his number, and handed it to Zhang Xingye after saving it. Zhang Xingye pressed dial, and after a burst of ringing, the phone rang in Zhang Qiling's pocket. Where are you staying? Zhang Qiling took out his cell phone, hung up the phone, and saved the phone in the meantime. Zhang Xingye asked back, are you asking me where I live? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. I live in the imperial capital blah 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 blah. Zhang Xingye did not know where he lived and took out the real estate license from the system space. After all, this house was a system reward. Zhang Xingye reported the address on the real estate license to Zhang Qiling. Take care. Zhang Qiling made a note of it and looked down the cliff. They were about to come up as well. Zhang Xingye nodded his head with a Xiaoguan, take care of yourself too, next time we will continue to eat white cut chicken together. Okay, next time I'll treat. Zhang Qiling answered, then turned around and left. His figure was strangely fast, in a few breaths only a back shadow was visible. Next time we eat white-cut chicken, Zhang Qiling's treat. Zhang Xingye suddenly remembered if he had forgotten something. It was only when he looked down the cliff that he remembered. They haven't come up yet. Fatty, climb faster, grab this. Zhang Xingye was lying on the ground, flinging a tree vine for Fatty Wang to grab the root. Forget it, Fatty, I will drag you down later. Fatty, I can still climb. Fatty Wang looked up and then waved his hand. If he really tugged, he might really drag Zhang Xingye down. Fatty Wang had just seen Zhang Xingye bleed. With the experience from last time, Fatty Wang knew that Zhang Xingye would be weak as soon as he bled out. Up at last. Wu Sancho's arm peeled up the cliff and then climbed up. Zhang Xingye smiled. You are old and strong, and you are similar to Wu Sancho, don't you think so, Xia Lianhuan? Wu Sanqing's face changed, and when he heard these whispered words from Zhang Xingye, his entire body was shocked to the naked eye. What did you say? Wu Sancho couldn't believe it. Did Zhang Xingye know about this matter as well? Even Wu Erbai didn't necessarily know that he wasn't Wu Sancheng, but Zhang Xingye knew? I said, what do you know? Some of the things of the Nine Sect and Little Brother, since they did it, they always have to return it. Zhang Xingye continued. Chapter 36, the end of the trip to the tomb of King Ruzhen Wang. According to the normal speed of advancement, the next step should be to go to the underwater tomb in Xisha. From that time onwards, Xia Lianhuan and Wu Sancheng swapped identities, one in the open, the other in the dark. Xia Lianhuan claimed to be dead, but in fact he was walking the world under the guise of Wu Sancheng, while Wu Sancheng went into the shadows to investigate it thoroughly. If Dakue can die here, it is very likely that Dakue is one of its people. If it is said that Dakue's death here is just bad luck, then the possibility is too low. The rest of the people are all safe and sound, but Dakue alone died? The rest of the people were all safe, but Dakue died alone? Then Dakue's luck is too bad. It's a tomb like this. Didn't Wu Sancheng and his men come and go as they pleased? Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Wu Sancheng knew what Zhang Xingye was talking about, but Wu Sancheng had nothing to say in his defense. Because the truth was that old Nine Sect had wronged Zhang Qiling. No matter what the reason was. Wu Sancheng increasingly suspected that Zhang Xingye might be an old monster of the Zhang family, probably even longer than Zhang Qiling, and that this time he came out of the world to find justice for Zhang Qiling to the Nine Sect? Egu my mom, third master, young third master can't hold on any longer. Panseed climbed up at this time as well and uttered a not so good news. It directly pulled Wu San Province's thoughts back to reality. He looked at Zhang Xingye rather scornfully, then went to pull Wu Xia. Wu Xia himself had no problem, the key was that he was carrying Aining. Anning's leg was already injured and his arm was shot, so he couldn't climb up by himself. Wu Xia can't bear to leave Ning down there to fend for himself. Come on, Wu Xia, give me your hand. Wu San Province extended his hand to Wu Xia. Wu Xia was also climbing up with difficulty. He stretched out a hand to Wu Sancheng, but couldn't reach it, so Wu Xia could only continue to climb up, and when he could reach it, he handed his hand to Wu Sancheng. With the help of Panseed and Dakue, Wu Xia and Ning were successfully dragged up. Wu Xia came up breathing heavily, so close, really close. Hey, where's little brother? Hey, Aining, where are you going? Wu Xia gasped for breath, only to find that Zhang Qiling was gone. Just after asking, Aining got up and limped straight away, not leaving a word of thanks. Dakue said, Master Xiao-san, you do not go after your daughter-in-law. It's okay, maybe she still has a companion over there to meet him, right? Quickly pull the fat man. Wu Oblique shook his head. For Wu Xia feels that the falling flowers have no love. It is better not to go after them as a licking dog. Wu Oblique remembered that Fatty Wang hadn't come up yet. Panseed nodded and extended his hand downwards. Fatty, give me your hand. Yes, Fatty, hurry up, we pull you up. Wu Xia also shouted. Fatty Wang climbed panting, looked up, revealed a smile. Fat Master, I thought you all ran away, no matter Fat Master dead or alive it. Zhang Xingye revealed a head. How can it, Fat, you climb slower, the corpse turtle can catch up with you out. Just finished, the fat man really heard the familiar sound of the rate of the sound. The corpse turtle really climbed up. Starry, are you following the law or are you just talking to the crow's mouth? Fatty Wang was so scared that he rushed to climb upwards. This speed raised up. Fatty, hurry up and throw the backpack away. Wu Xia persuaded. Do not throw. Fatty Wang gasped and climbed up. If the backpack is really thrown, then his trip is really in vain. Fatty Wang climbed up with his hands and feet. Corpse turtle, Fatty, faster. Panseed exclaimed. I have already seen the corpse turtle. Fatty Wang looked back, while this corpse turtle climb so fast to do not know Fat Master I climb slow Fatty Wang said while continuing to climb up. Luckily, it's almost at the top. Panseed successfully received on Fatty Wang, a few people efforts to pull Fatty Wang up. Up! Quickly get down! Wu Xia hurriedly kicked the several corpse turtles that climbed up on Fatty Wang's legs. Fatty turned left and right. Where are the turtles? Well, they're all coming up. Pan Zi looked down, the corpse turtle army is coming. At that moment, Wu San saved 2 big buckets of gasoline from somewhere. Pour it down. Wu Sanshin said, twisting open a bucket and pouring it down. Pan Zi took the other bucket and hurriedly poured it down. As the gasoline poured down, many corpses and turtles were washed down. Fatty Wang also hurriedly took out a windproof lighter from his backpack and lit it. Quickly throw the gasoline barrel down. Fatty Wang shouted while protecting the fire from going out. Pan Zi saw that Fatty Wang's lighter was lit and hurriedly threw the gasoline barrel down. Wu Sanso also hurriedly threw it down. Finally, Fatty Wang swooshed and threw down the lighter. In an instant, a sky-high fire burned up, and the huge heat wave forced everyone to take a few steps back. Countless corpses and turtles were buried in the fire. Fatty, if you set fire to a mountain, you'll sit in jail, you really dare to burn it. Zhang Xingye flirted. Fatty Wang wiped his cold sweat from the aftermath. Just when he wanted to speak, the ground suddenly shook. Quickly run! The earthquake is coming! Dakue shouted, picked up his backpack on the ground and ran into the distance. The crowd also rushed to run. This time is really going to be the aftermath. The crowd while running, the back is collapsing at the same time. Running I don't know a few hundred meters, the crowd only stopped. Looking at the fire not far away, the crowd was relieved this time. Fortunately, it wasn't an earthquake, just a landslide. Wusan province was relieved. If this had been a natural disaster, it would have been possible to fold here. You can predict a man-made disaster, but you can't count a natural one. Starlet, where's little brother? How come I didn't see him just now? Wu Oblique gasping for breath asked. It is not easy to climb up, did not rest 2 breaths on the pull of Fat Wang, just pulled up without resting 2 breaths on the collapse. Really tired enough. This trip to the tomb of King Lucian Wang ends here. He has something to do, go first. Zhang Xingyi replied. In fact, Zhang Qiling did not leave. Zhang Qiling was watching Zhang Xingye from the shadows, and he wanted to see Zhang Xingye leave here safely before he could rest assured. This is another Qilin of my old Zhang family, I can't afford to lose it here. Just when the collapse, Zhang Qiling was ready to rush out to save Zhang Xingye, but he didn't expect Zhang Xingye to run away quite fast, so he didn't need to be saved. Now that Zhang Xingye is completely out of danger, Zhang Qiling really left to do his own thing. Quickly go, the collapse and fire here, surely someone will come soon. It's not safe yet, said Wusan province. Panseed nodded, it is safe to go to the forest. The people are fine with that. The people do not have a problem with this. Now if we go back from the road below the mountain, I am afraid that we cannot go back, we have to go in and step on the sewing machine. The crowd crossed the forest and went down the other side of the mountain. The crowd handed over the things to Zhang Xingye stored in the system space, and then the crowd took the airplane back. Of course, not free. The custody fee of $100,000, although expensive, but some people do not want to toss it, the minority obeyed the majority, so they all paid. Chapter 37 I'm going to open a chicken farm. The crowd all went to the imperial capital first. Then they divided the things and sold them for money before returning to their homes. The jade coffin lid that Zhang Xingye had brought out from the tomb was also sold, paying off the money owed to the system. Wusan province also sold all the burial goods of the 7-star suspicious coffin, and then allocated the portion belonging to Zhang Xingye to Zhang Xingye. By the way, the expenses for saving people were also settled to Zhang Xingye. None of the debtors were left behind. Paying off the debts one by one. Zhang Xingye instantly became a 7-digit rich man, but there was still quite a distance from having a small goal and becoming a tycoon. That silver-pronged box top was also open, and the box went to Fatty Wang. As for what was inside, its true appearance was also revealed. It was a snake-browed copper fish. When Wu Sancheng province saw this item, he was also shocked. However, Zhang Xingye was calm. It was known that this snake-browed copper fish was a masterpiece left behind by Wang Funeral Sea. There were a total of 3 of these snake-browed copper fish. Normally, it was not obvious, but through the illumination of the light, a few paragraphs of the female true characters would appear. When the 3 snake-eyebrow copper fish gathered in one piece, you can know the complete hidden secrets inside. Back then, Wang Funhai was captured by the king of Wannu to build the Yunding Heavenly Palace in Changbai Mountain, but the construction of the Yunding Heavenly Palace consumes too much money and material resources and so on, that Year's Dongshe state cannot afford it. Therefore, Wang Funhai could only go around robbing tombs and searching for treasures. In the meantime, Wang Funhai burned all the secrets he knew in the snake eyebrow copper fish, and then under the pretext of searching for treasure, quietly put the snake eyebrow copper fish into those ancient tombs. One of the biggest secrets recorded in the snake eyebrows copper fish is that there is an underground door at the bottom of Changbai Mountain that is known as the Miracle of God, and Wang Funhai even went in that year. And that underground door was the bronze door guarded by the Zhang family. The crowd studied this snake-browed bronze fish and found nothing. It was kept by Wu Xia, and the crowd went back. Wu Xia followed Wusan province back to Hangzhou, while Zhang Xingye and Fatty Wang stayed in the imperial capital. After settling down, Fatty Wang invited Zhang Xingye to eat the most authentic roast duck. Xingdi, try it, this is authentic, this roasted whole sheep is also authentic, eat, don't be polite. Fatty Wang gave Zhang Xingye some food. Zhang Xingye asked while eating, Fatty, you this drunkenness is not wine just put something out, you come to invite me to dinner, I think you do not have good intentions Zhang Xingye said with a smile. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person. We are at least the same life and death of the brother Fat Master, I invited you to eat a meal, thank you, how is it not good intentions? Wang Fat Serious denied. Zhang Xingyi nodded his head, line, then you that you do not say things I really think you are invited me to eat a meal to thank me. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get the job done, said Mr. Wang. As soon as he heard Zhang Xingye's words, Fatty Wang hurriedly said. Zhang Xingye looked as if he really did. I'm not going to say anything about it. You still have something to defend yourself against? Give me 10 pieces of 8 pieces of chanting. Fatty Wang rubbed his hands. Zhang Xingye gave Zhang Qiling that 1 lock armor. Fatty Wang is really envious. That is a serious lock armor. Zhang Xingye laughed and put down his chopsticks. Fatty, you are a gold detector, right? Aha. Fatty Wang instinctively nodded and then realized that something was wrong. How did Zhang Xingye know about this? I don't think I've ever mentioned this to Zhang Xingye. What, you still want to deny it? You're not even sincere to your friends. Zhang Xingye said. Fatty Wang laughed, picked up the wineglass. 2. Is the Fat Master I'm not right, learn a technology without half a dangling, which is good enough to say that they are the gold-touching lieutenant, even a serious gold-touching amulet have not, unlike you, there is a hairy mount of heavily official seal, hairy mount finger you will be. Fatty Wang's words, both recognized his own identity of the gold-touching lieutenant, the same as also to Zhang Xingyi to confirm the identity of his Hairchio Tianjun. Little official that is the hair mound finger, and I'm just a rich woman happy finger, I'm this hair mound Tianjun like you, is also a half-assed. Zhang Xingye raised his glass and clinked it. Fatty Wang nodded, do you still have the locking armor? Fatty Wang then asked about the main thing. Zhang Xingyi hemmed and hawed and asked, how much do you pay? Don't be talk about money more hurt feelings at least we are in the same boat with the brother not to mention, Fat Master me which have you rich Fat Master I earn a little money, most of them are back to you. Wang began to cry poor. He didn't even save his wife's money. Zhang Xingyi nodded, line Abercrombie France, self-defense things have but well, white too is not too good? What are your requirements say look, Fat Master I see if I can help you get it done. Fatty Wang also knows that the serious good things that are not necessarily able to buy money. I don't think Zhang Xingyi can give it for nothing. Zhang Xingyi replied, help me get a piece of land in the imperial city, I want to make a farm, not too far from my home. A farm? Not too far from your home? Are you crazy? You live on the first ring road and you want me to build you a farm there? If you say that outside the 5 rings, Fat Master I can still give you think of a way. Fatty Wang shocked. Zhang Xingyi live where, Wang Fatty also know, after all, Zhang Xingyi procurement of furniture, but also Wang Fatty grabbed as free labor. I have a Vajra umbrella here, it looks like I can't give it away. Zhang Xingye directly took out the Vajra umbrella from the system space and played with it in his hand. Vajra umbrella. Fatty Wang stood up and exclaimed in a small voice. He knows the umbrella, the body of steel and iron leaves, and then the strong machine crossbow cannot penetrate, absolute self-defense weapon It's alright, it's just something that can't be sent out. Zhang Xingyi backhanded the Vajra umbrella retracted, Fat Wang did not see the rabbit not spread eagle. Fatty Wang has not had enough of the who said that cannot be sent out to the Fat Master me Then the matter of the farm. Zhang Xingye asked with a smile. Fatty Wang patted his chest, Fat Master for you to do, Fat Master cannot do also find someone to do for you. But I can't give you too much space, at most 700 or 800 square meters. Okay, you can find me to get the Vajra umbrella when it's done. Zhang Xingyi nodded, so big enough location. Fatty Wang was puzzled, what do you want the farm? You're a tomb raider, you still want to raise cattle It's not about raising cows, it's about raising chickens. Zhang Xingye shook his head and smiled. This makes the fat man Wang very puzzled, raising chickens? If you want to eat chickens, just buy them. It's a lot of work to raise chickens, why do you raise chickens? Shabuan likes to eat chicken Zhang Xingyi smiled slightly. Fatty Wang immediately speechless, just because he likes to eat chicken, you even have to give him to do a chicken farm, show love die fast. Fatty Wang beeped in a small voice and sat down to work on dry rice. Turn anger into motivation. Chapter 38 Invited to the undersea tomb. But depressed as he was, Fatty Wang was still very efficient in his work. After dinner, Fatty Wang started to go around and make connections to get land for Zhang Xingye. After working for half a month, the matter was finalized. Zhang Xingye went to look at the lot, not far from where he lives, and even the place behind the courtyard where he lives. Zhang Xingye satisfied to pay. Directly almost a night back to the liberation of the former, the pocket left less than 6 figures. Poor. Fatty Wang also got the Vajra umbrella, and immediately hugged the Vajra umbrella and kissed a few times. With this thing, in the future in the tomb will be a lot of safety. When Zhang Xingye ran out of money, he went to Fatty Wang's place to dilly-dally. Go to Fatty Wang's place to dilly-dally. The jade figurine was also stripped down by the system, and the body is still in the system space. Zhang Xingye intends to think about which tomb to throw back. Don't give people hat uncle trouble. Today, leisurely lying on the sofa drinking milk tea, by the way, to help Wang Fatty watch the store. At this time, two people walked in outside. Zhang Xingye yawned, casually look, anyway, there are not a few real pieces. Fatty Wang's business here is dismal, and do not mind telling the truth, a little more dismal. Xiao Xingzi. Suddenly, an excited exclamation made Zhang Xingye raise his eyes. Wu Xie? Zhang Xingye froze. Why did Wu Xie come to the imperial capital again? No, isn't that Ning next to Wu Xie? Why did these two come together? Starlet. It's been a long time, you didn't even call me. Wu Xie came to Zhang Xingye's side and sat down. Zhang Xingye replied, I'm very busy, that is to say, what's the matter with you, bringing your daughter-in-law to the imperial capital to travel? Who is his daughter-in-law? Aining hummed lightly and glanced at Wu Xie and said. Wu Xie sighed, Xiaoxingzi, it's a long story, you don't know, my third uncle, he disappeared. Aining came to me, said that third uncle went to a new place with their people, and there was a business and asked me if I want to do it, so I said yes. Wusan province mysteriously disappeared, which made Wu Xie speechless. You have a lot of money this time, don't you? What other business are you taking? Zhang Xingye was puzzled. This time, Wu Jiqi sold something, and Wu Jiqi also got a share of the money. It's a few $100,000. Speaking of this, Wu Xie wanted to cry, Xiaoxingzi, you do not know, my money was transferred by my third uncle. He took advantage of my sleep, transferred my money away, I am now penniless, air tickets are all bought by Ning, oh. Wu Xie said, really look like a big cry. Wusan province is the real pit nephew. If you have been raised poorly since childhood, you can forget about it. Wu Xie's money ranges from the year-end money, scholarships, pocket money, to the income from the graves. With such a pitiful uncle, Wu Xie can't cry, what else can he do? What else can he do? Who is it? Come to my store to mourn. What are you howling about? Fatty Wang's scolding voice came from the door. Fatty. Wu Xie instantly stopped crying. Little Tianjin? Ah Ning? Why did you guys come to the imperial capital? Fatty Wang was puzzled. Wu Xie came to play can be understood, Ah Ning to do what? Zhang Xingye explained, there is a business Wu Xie intends to do, which do not come to call the two of us well. Business? That's good, how much money? I can tell you, Fat Master, my value can rise, 500,000 this price cannot. Fatty Wang stood up his head and chest, dragged like a 250,000. Zhang Xingye nodded his head, yes, talking about money I also remembered, Wu Obli, how much money they give you ah? Give me 100,000 ah. Wu Xia replied. At that, Fatty Wang snorted out a laugh. Ha 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 ha, 100,000. Ha 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 ha, that's not for you to follow to muddle through, a live out you can share 100,000, ha 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 ha. Fatty Wang laughed at Wu Xia. The Fat Master I at least worth 500,000, you are worth 100,000, ha 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 ha. Ning, can you give me more? Otherwise, I seem to lose face. Wu Xia was ridiculed by Fatty Wang and his face turned red. It's a big deal. Aining asked, I came from Hangzhou to Imperial City, and I ate and drank my food along the way, do you want to lose face? Hearing this, Wu Xieji drooped his head. Wanted to retort, but had no words to do so. If it wasn't for my own third uncle, that pitiful bastard, secretly transferring my money, how would I eat soft food? Boing boing. Ah Ning, Master Fatty I'm going, how much are you guys paying? Fatty Wang asked about the business. 500,000. Ah Ning slowly spat out a number. Fatty Wang shook his head, that cannot, now how can also rise, less than 600,000 yuan. You cannot go. Aining disliked his sentence to Wang fat face red. My mom, count you hard, 500,000 on 500,000. Fatty Wang still gave in to money. 500,000 is 500,000, it is better than nothing. Zhang Xingye asked, what about me? If it's $500,000, I won't go with you. 2 million. Aining also burst out a number. No, why? Why is he worth 2 million and I'm worth 500,000? I'm worth 500,000, so I'm only worth 250,000. Fatty Wang immediately protested. Wu Xiexia weakly added a sentence, is not also added to my 100,000? 206 ah. Zhang Xingye shook his head, 3 million, not a penny less. Why not pit more at this time? Anyway, they have money. Zhang Xingye is not for the money, but mainly to see Zhang Qiling, has not seen Zhang Qiling for some time. During this period of time, he only talked to Zhang Qiling on the phone once, but the rest of the time, he was not in the service area and couldn't get through. Aining thought that Zhang Xingye would not be satisfied, but also prepared for Zhang Xingye's price increase. But I didn't expect that Zhang Xingye would go up by $1 million. However, once he thought of Zhang Xingye's mysterious mustard seed space ability, Aining still nodded his head and agreed. 3 million is 3 million, anyway, it's not like this 1 million can't be squeezed out of the event funds. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. The fat master let you go up 100,000, you do not go up. He wants you to go up 1,000,000, you even do not even counteroffer, directly agreed? Fatty Wang feels more and more unfair. 2ing excessive, to the fat master me 100,000 do not add, to Zhang Xingyi a plus is 1,000,000. People than people, is really angry. Wu Oblique side, fat, do not complain, I have not said anything about this 100,000 people. Wu Oblique have not even complained about it, you at least have a 500,000, and I, only 100,000 ah. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly, where to go ah? When? Where to rendezvous? It is a rare undersea tomb, 5 days later, I will send someone to pick you up. Ah Ning replied. Zhang Xingye nodded, that's fine. That's it then, buy the equipment yourselves. Ah Ning finished and turned around to leave. Chapter 39 Eating chicken, for you. Ah Ning is in a hurry to come, in a hurry to go. Hey, so what? First call the money, I have no money to buy equipment ah. Zhang Xingye suddenly thought of something and shouted at Ah Ning's back. But Ah Ning didn't reply. Xiao Xingzi, I remember you are very rich ah, this time you have gotten tens of millions of dollars, where is your money? Wu Xia asked. Zhang Xingyi sighed, don't mention it, spend it all, it seems that this time to buy equipment, you have to find Fatty to borrow money. Said, and Wu Oblique together to look at Fat Wang. Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva, not, you all look at me for what ah? I don't have any money, either. Zhang Xingyi he laughs, fat, don't pretend to be poor, dry this ticket back to you, as interest, all the equipment all put me in this mustard space, don't have to carry, so what? Fatty Wang nodded his head, this is not bad, carrying things is really too laborious. Then he looked at Wu Xia, what about you? Wu Xia smiled awkwardly, I'll translate epitaphs and words from ancient tombs for you for free, how about it? Crawl. No way. Then not for interest, 5%. Fatty Wang stretched out 5 fingers. Wu Xie came over and said, Fat man, we are at least brothers who survived death together, borrowing money and charging interest, that how to hurt our brotherly feelings ah. Don't mention it. Don't talk to me about feelings, it hurts money. Fatty Wang pushed Wu Xie away. We can talk about other things, but not money. I want to earn as much as I can. I have to save up for my wife. That's fine. What else can Wu Xie say? Baby's blue and thin, baby's mushrooms, but baby won't say anything. It's my third uncle's fault. If he hadn't transferred my money, I wouldn't be so poor. Where else would I need to borrow money? Called the second uncle phone cannot be reached. As for Wang Meng, he hasn't been paid for a while, so he doesn't have the heart to borrow money from him. Zhang Xingye stood up, so what else to say, let's go out to buy equipment. Don't intervene ah, let the fat master my small money again cover a while. Fatty Wang does not want to let his wallet shrink so quickly. Zhang Xingye grip up Fat Wang, go, long pain is better than short pain, early and late to spend are to spend. Hey, store. The store ah. The fat master's store is not yet locked it, small naive, help me close the door. Fatty Wang was dragged away by Zhang Xingye. Wu Xia, on the other hand, helped Fatty Wang close the store door. Then he quickly followed, and the 3 of them went to buy equipment together. Let's buy some of this, and some of this. Aren't we going to buy equipment? Why did we come to the snack area? We need to buy some of this too, just in case. Hey, I can't buy this. It's expensive, and it won't taste good when it's cold. It's okay, my mustard seed space keeps it fresh and warm. It's my small fortune, Mr. Fat. But it should be said not to say, food to buy, equipment is also to buy. Zhang Xingyi also deliberately bought a few pieces of clothing, just in case. After the whole thing, it was rubbed in Fatty Wang's store, because there are still some equipment to get through some underground means, and still have to wait for 2 days. As the appointed time came, the crowd met up with Ah Ning, who then led them to their destination. No one said anything, and there were no words along the way. Eventually, the crowd boarded a ship, which was headed towards the deep sea. The crowd stood on the deck, blowing in the relaxing sea breeze. Zhang Xingye looked left and right, why didn't he see Professor Zhang? There was none on the deck. Zhang Xingye then headed towards the cabin, there was no way Zhang Qiling hadn't come. After all, Zhang Qiling left earlier, is not in order to fix this Professor Zhang's identity for himself, and this identity is not in order to borrow Jude Cao's power to explore the undersea tomb? Zhang Qiling after the last heavenly authorization, already do not remember the specific location of the undersea tomb, just vaguely remember a little, guessing that there should be their own memories. That was why Zhang Qiling wanted to borrow Jude Cao's power to travel to the undersea tomb to find his lost memories, and Jude Cao knew the exact location of the tomb. Zhang Qiling entered the cabin and was wondering where Zhang Qiling would hide. Before he could take 2 steps, he was dragged into a room by a hand. What met his eyes was a guy that he didn't know how to describe. To put it in one sentence, at a glance, he was an expert. Whether it was the hairstyle or the dress, at a glance it looked like it. Xiao Guan? Zhang Xingye called out tentatively, and Zhang Xingye felt the resonance of the bloodline in his body, a resonance only found in the Qilin bloodline. The other party, however, pulled out a white-cut chicken from a side cabinet and placed it on the table. Eat chicken. Seeing this, Zhang Xingye was already certain that the person in front of him was Zhang Qiling. Little officer. How did you become like this? Is this using the bone shrinking technique again? Zhang Xingye went up and down on Zhang Qiling. The abs are gone. Eat chicken, it's for you. Zhang Qiling went to lock the hatch and then sat down, signaling Zhang Xingye to eat chicken with him. Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand and a plate of white-cut chicken also appeared. Little officer, look, I've prepared chicken for you as well. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, a little happy for some reason. Later, now it's my treat. Zhang Qiling picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye nodded his head with a okay, we'll eat this chicken later. Zhang Xingye took the chicken leg handed over by Zhang Qiling and put the white-cut chicken he had just taken out back into the system space. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, picked up another chicken leg and ate it. What brings you here? Zhang Qiling asked. I didn't expect Zhang Xingye to come to this underwater tomb as well. Zhang Xingye ate his mouth full of oil. You came to look for memories, I came to look for you. This sentence directly froze Zhang Qiling, and the chicken leg froze in his mouth. You know? Zhang Xingye had not realized what was wrong at this point, as well as nodded his head. Yeah, after you went through the heavenly mandate, you have been repeatedly traveling through the ancient tombs in search of memories. As Zhang Xingye spoke, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, what was he saying? How was this still telling the truth outwardly? Zhang Xingye awkwardly looked at Zhang Qiling, and happened to come face to face with him. I thought that I was a person with no past or future, and if I disappeared in this world, no one would realize it, and now you seem to know about my past. It was the first time that Zhang Qiling spoke to Zhang Xingye for such a long time. Zhang Xingye put down the chicken leg. The past is like smoke that cannot be traced, let him scattered with the wind, live in the present, look into the future will be good. In fact, Zhang Xingye himself is also very contradictory. On the one hand, he hoped that Zhang Qiling would be able to retrieve his past memories and have a complete memory. On the one hand, he doesn't want Zhang Qiling to retrieve his past memories, for fear that Zhang Qiling will be sad again. After all, Zhang Qiling's past is heartbreaking for people to know, not to mention him as the person involved. Chapter 40, Ghost Ship. Let's not talk about anything else. When Zhang Qiling was 8 or 9 years old and still just a child, the Zhang family brought Zhang Qiling, who was carrying the bloodline of the Qilin, into the underground of the ancient city of Surabaya in order to search for the former patriarch's token. Forcibly bleeding Zhang Qiling and using Zhang Qiling's blood to drive away insects. It must have hurt Zhang Qiling a lot at that time. Zhang Qiling's blood not to mention, but also let Zhang Qiling clean the passage buried by silt, and even let Zhang Qiling alone into the adults cannot enter the narrow space inside the Zhang family to get the meditative weapon. But it is in this environment grew up. Even if the world is not kind to him, Zhang Qiling still has a warm and kind heart. In fact, Zhang Qiling's best childhood playmate is the Changbai mountain that does not melt the snow, because the snow will not force him to blood drive insects. Other people's strong road, that is, will be accomplished 10,000 bones withered. Zhang Qiling's path to powerhouse was really impossible to describe in terms of splendor. When the Zhang family was about to collapse, he was treated as a holy baby on the altar, and then he was pulled down with his own hands to become a child spurned by millions of people living in the Zhang family headquarters. Later on, when the Zhang family realized that little brother was carrying the Qilin bloodline, they took him to bleed him out again to drive out the worms, and only Zhang Heike would take care of the still young child when bleeding him out. Later, when the Zhang family was falling apart, the Zhang family pushed Zhang Qiling as the Zhang family patriarch again, allowing Zhang Qiling to carry the Zhang family. Zhang Qiling's past cannot be understood. Because the more you try to understand, the more you feel sorry for him. Zhang Qiling, the unicorn wrapped around his body, the long white, the years have no trace. I only have the present, I don't know if there is a future. Zhang Qiling lowered his eyes. There will be, little official, the meaning of life is not for you to cling to the past, you know? Zhang Xingye didn't know how to comfort Zhang Qiling. He only hoped that Zhang Qiling would not cling to the past to find memories of the past. Recalling it would be tantamount to another injury to Zhang Qiling. It would be better to forget about it, live in the present and look into the future. No. Zhang Qiling rejected Zhang Xingye's idea. Zhang Xingye asked, why? I am not complete without my past. Zhang Qiling replied in a serious manner. Zhang Qiling's sentence made Zhang Xingye go into a trance. Yes, if a person does not have a past, then life is incomplete. The world only knew that in this world, there were the 8 sufferings of birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hate and separation, but who knew that there was actually the 9th suffering? That is Zhang Qiling's past. Good blah, little officer, I will accompany you and slowly retrieve all your past memories. And even stop you from being authorized by heaven again. However, this latter sentence, Zhang Xingye said in his heart. Zhang Qiling had retrieved his memories and had forgotten everything after the heavenly mandate. So Zhang Qiling had currently been repeating one thing. After the heavenly mandate, he searched for his memories, recovered his memories almost to the point of being heavenly mandate again, and then searched for his memories again. After Zhang Qiling gained his freedom, he was either looking for his memories or on his way to find them. Good. Zhang Qiling lowered his eyes and continued to eat chicken. Zhang Xingye should know about his past, but there must be a reason why he didn't tell himself. Perhaps at the right time, he would tell himself. On deck. Fatty Wang asked, Little Tianjin, where did Xingdi go? Toilet bar. Wu reclined on the deck, leisurely blowing the sea breeze. Fatty Wang looked odd. Toilet? People say that lazy people on the grinding of an urine, where on the bad, have to come to other people on board to the toilet. Fatty Wang rubbed his stomach and whined. The main reason is that Fatty Wang is hungry, but all the food is at Zhang Xingye's place. Fatty Wang couldn't go to the toilet to find Zhang Xingye to ask for food. That's how embarrassing. You control the sky and the earth, but you also control people ting and farting ah. Wu oblique sighed over to laugh. Fatty Wang also lay down. That's not, say your daughter-in-law where to go? What, my daughter-in-law? You do not talk nonsense. 8 has not yet been a handful of it. Wu Xie's face slightly reddened, denied. The fact is really like this. Ning is still indifferent to Wu Xie. Even now I've not said a word of thanks to Wu Xie. At first, in King Luzhen's tomb, Wu Xie had repaid his grudges with virtues, and in the end, he had even helped Ning come out of the tomb, but as a result, Ning had left without saying a word of thanks. Ning didn't have a problem with Wu Xie at all. At that time, in King Luzhen's tomb, Ning didn't object to Wu Xie's bandaging and protection, but only because of the need for benefits. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay you back, but I'm not going to be able to pay you back. What's the matter with you? When you were in the tomb of King Luzhen, didn't you admit that you liked her? You held her, you hugged her, and now you're denying it? Is it because you didn't kiss her? Fatty Wang joked and teased. Wu oblique earlobes read, you nonsense, do not understand what you are saying. Egu, small naive, I can tell you, this is the beginning of the performance of the Sinusa, the fat masterai that is a long time in the field of love, the flowers and the bushes over the leaves do not touch the body, you look like this, the fat masterai that is a hand to pinch. The king of the fat man continued to say. I can't see that you still have a rich love affair past off. At this time, Ning's voice came coldly. Of course, the fat masterai, Ning, how do you walk without sound? Fatty Wang was so scared that he hurriedly sat up. This is not a good person, ruthless. Have to pull away from him, now Xingdi is not there, no one to protect Fat Master Mia. Just as he finished speaking, a monstrous wave lapped at him, and the entire sea vessel shook, bobbing up and down under the impetus of the waves. Zhang Xingye, who was eating the white-cut chicken, was so upset that he almost spit out the white-cut chicken he had eaten. Something had happened. Zhang Qiling quickly finished the only remaining pieces of white-cut chicken on his plate and even stuffed a piece in Zhang Xingye's arms. Then he hurriedly walked towards the outside. Zhang Xingye quickly finished eating Zhang Xingye's white-cut chicken and stuffed a piece in his arms. Zhang Xingye quickly finished the piece of white-cut chicken that Zhang Qiling stuffed into his mouth, wiped his mouth, and then followed Zhang Qiling out. Together, they arrived on the deck. One could only see an ancient ship in the distance that seemed to have appeared out of thin air and was moving on the wind and waves, as if it was a real warship, but it seemed to be just a shadow. It was so unreal that it was impossible to determine. Looking at that stance, it was hundreds of years old to say the least. Xingdi, Fat Master, I thought you fell into the toilet. I was about to go to the toilet to fish you out, but you finally came out. Fatty Wang whined while running towards Zhang Xingye. If you don't stand beside Zhang Xingye, you don't feel safe. Xiao Xingzi. Wu Xia also hurriedly came over. Jude Kao's people also came out from the cabin. Even if there were waves, the amplitude wasn't so big, and the crowd came out to see the situation. This is the ghost ship it looks quite bluff. Zhang Xingye stroked his chin and muttered to himself, but there wasn't much panic. Because that expert beside him was Zhang Qiling. Chapter 41, The Great Wind Rises and the Clouds Fly. With Zhang Qiling around, there was no need to worry about safety at all. What was that thing? Ning frowned, he himself had never heard of this whatever the hell it was. Could it be that it was a mirage? A mirage on a vast ocean? That's a ghost ship. Don't look. Don't look. If you encounter a ghost ship, you mustn't look at it. There's a ghost on it. It'll take away your soul. The captain rushed to say. Boss, the boss told us to stay put and improvise. At this time, one of Ning's men came to report to Ning. Ning nodded slightly, knowing. What ghost ship? I don't believe in this stuff, I only believe in the truth. Zhang Xingye smiled and said. Truth? Little Xingzi, are you sure? At the time of the tomb of King Lu Gotham, that iron mask that has lived for thousands of years, why don't you say that you believe in the truth? Wu Xia swallowed his saliva. Wu Xia himself was a person who believed in the truth. Before going to King Luzhen's tomb, Wu Xia never believed in what ghosts and gods said. He didn't believe in it at all. But in that ancient tomb, he saw a pile of things that broke Wu Xia's cognition of the world. Wu Xia had to believe even if he didn't believe in it. Now encountered this ghost ship, Wu oblique cannot say what the truth. The guy who has been alive for thousands of years exists, now you tell me the truth? Of course, the truth is only within the range of the canon. Zhang Xingyi nodded, looking at that ghost ship getting closer. Zhang Xingyi moved to directly sink him. Regardless of what that thing was, or what was on it, the truth of everything was only within the range of the cannons. Cannon? Xingdi, you wouldn't even get cannons, would you? Fatty Wang was shocked. It wasn't a secret that Zhang Xingye had a blue flame Gatling, so it couldn't be that Zhang Xingye had even gotten a cannon? This thing is in this realm can get over? Zhang Xingye smiled. Without some skills, how could he follow the tomb? Saying that, Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand and an Italian cannon appeared on the deck. With this wave of maneuver, the crowd was stunned, dumbfounded in unison. Even Zhang Qiling let out a cry. Zhang Xingye had really gotten a cannon. Although it looks very old-fashioned, but this is also a cannon. Ilu a good boy, star brother, you this from where to find antiques sell guns also even if, who guns sold you? Fatty Wang stroked the Italian gun. Who is this do not want to die now do arms business, are all wanting money do not want to die. How dare you sell this? This is the Italian cannon used by Li Yunlong when he fought in Ping'an County in the past. Starlet, I don't believe in walls, I believe in you. Wu Oblique gave a thumbs up. Wu Oblique no 9 door among some people have arms channels, but that are gun granada what? I haven't heard of anyone who can get a cannon. Except for the great Buddha Zhang back then. The wind rises and the clouds fly, the Italian cannon opens and blasts his mother, regardless of what the ghost ship I let this ship even ghost ship cannot do. Saying that, Zhang Xingye directly from proofreading the aim, and then took out the cannonball from the system space. This cannonball was also an unlimited supply. Little Starlet, you're still drawing talismans on this cannonball, aren't you? Aren't you able to hit people and ghosts? When Wu Xie saw the talisman painted on the cannonball, he was confused. What is this drawing, but do not recognize, but this thing is certainly not painted to look good. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed, killing people when they encounter people and killing ghosts when they encounter ghosts. Hearing this, the corner of Wu Xie's mouth twitched. You are really a talent. Do you draw this talisman in a useful way? This drawing is crooked and twisted, don't really mess up. Just as Zhang Xingye was about to fill the cannonball in, Ning stopped Zhang Xingye. Are you sure firing the cannon won't attract the cops? This is the sea, but it's not outside the law, and it's not even the open sea yet. The sound of firing a cannon isn't normally loud. Leads to people, that cannot be a good end. We are now doing is the grave robbing business. The ship also want other weapons, which if caught, not to mention the bottom of the jail sit through, 1 or 2 decades is afraid to Zhang Xingye shrugged his shoulders. I directly put things into the mustard seed space. How do you prove that I have a gun? How to prove that I fired the gun? Yes, so what if you have attracted it? Now is a legal society, talk about evidence. Host, don't worry, the Gatling and Italian guns with blue fire have anti-photography function, but if anyone wants to take photos or record videos, it will only be a bunch of mosaics. This system does its best to let the host have no worries. You're bubbling? What did you do earlier? Zhang Xingye asked in his heart. This system is paddling, nothing much. I came to the bottom of the sea tomb, you must not trigger a system task? Zhang Xingye inquired. Seems to have a hidden task to come. The system forgot to look at. Too many chat messages. The system did not clean up. The system for you to find out. Ding dong. Please promise the host to agree to Aining's request to go to the undersea tomb together. Mission reward, a water avoiding pearl. Ding dong. The task has been detected as complete, and the reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host. A water pearl? What's the use of it? Zhang Xingye inquired. It allows the host to breathe normally in the ocean as if on land, without getting wet. That's not bad. Zhang Xingye secretly said in his heart, with this thing, there is no need to wear a diving suit. Warm reminder, the little dry drought demon corpse poison in the undersea tomb is very strong. Host should pay attention to your little official. With the system's words, why did Zhang Xingye seem to hear a touch of jealousy? Zhang Xingye knew that being burdened with Qilin blood was not invulnerable to all poisons. In the future, Zhang Qiling was bitten by a pheasant's neck and still had to take a serum, whereas an ordinary person was bitten and it was fatal on the spot. Zhang Qiling was able to hold out until he could take a serum, all because of the Qilin blood. Zhang Xingye has the body of 100 poisons and has been invulnerable to all poisons, but Zhang Qiling is not. Zhang Xingye glanced at Professor Zhang on the side. This drought demon's poison shouldn't be able to do any harm to someone who carried the Qilin bloodline, not to mention that Zhang Qiling also had the smelling jade he had given himself. There was no need to worry too much. Zhang Xingye aimed at the spectral ghost ship and covered his ears. Yeah, you wait a moment. Fatty Wang quickly retreated into the cabin and squatted down to cover his ears. Aining and the others all retreated in as well. I never thought, this guy even has an Italian gun. Even if he has a gun, he still has a cannon. Jude Cao couldn't even get the cannon in. Zhang Xingye, this mustard seed space, is really open. Zhang Qiling was standing by Zhang Xingye's side, guarding him. Once this cannon blew up, he could still save Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling didn't have much confidence in this thing. After all, it's an old item, whether it will blow up or not, who knows. If this blows up a Qilin in my old Zhang family, it will be a loss. Chapter 42. Bombing and sinking the ghost ship met the forbidden woman. As Zhang Xingyi aimed, then fired. Boom! The crowd only heard a loud bang as a cannonball was fired at the ghostly ghost ship. It should be said that although it was Zhang Xingye's first time to use this thing, he hit it quite accurately, and this was mainly because Zhang Xingye himself was usually quite knowledgeable about the piece of arms. Otherwise, it was really easy to hit the wrong way. With this explosion, the mast of this broken ship was immediately blown off. Zhang Xingye immediately retreated, and then continued to fill the shells. Another shell blasted over. If he had 100 Italian cannons, he would have flattened this damn ship in one round of fire. Zhang Xingye lamented as he fired the cannon. On the deck, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Zhang Xingye fired a cannon and retired a shell. A series of 10 shells hit the past, that what ghost ship has been bombarded almost scattered. This kind of wooden warship can take 10 cannons and not be blown to ashes. There is only one reason. That is made in China. That ghost ship began to leisurely sink to the bottom of the sea, slowly sank into the bottom of the sea, disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Suddenly the clouds opened up, just now also shrouded in the hearts of the crowd's fear, suddenly disappeared. Ghost ship, so? This does not follow the set of cards. The script is not so. Author. I want to report. Someone in this mother is open. Zhang Xingye took the Italian cannon back into the system space and then directly threw the shell into the sea. I'll go, just like that. This ghost ship is not good. Wu Xia walked out, saw that the ghost ship is sinking to the bottom of the sea and sighed with relief. The captain also came out. This is not right. How can this gun bombarded to sink the ghost ship? Could it be that what I saw was a fake? The legend of the ghost ship, the captain has also heard of it. Rumor has it that there are water ghosts on it, those who drown in the sea or something else. A mouthful of grievances in the chest is not extinguished on this ghost ship. Whenever they meet a living person, they will surely kill them. I heard that it is those water ghosts who want to borrow the body to return to the soul. How can this thing be sunk by a cannon? It's not scientific. How? Listen to your meaning, you seem to be very unhappy. Wu Oblique leisurely asked a sentence. Captain shook his head. No. My star brother's shells that have talismans, although I do not know what for, but certainly repel ghosts. Ghost ship, no ghost, this ship is not natural to sink? Fatty Wang laughed. More and more to Zhang Xingyi admiration. This mother or even guns can be whole. Seeing the crisis lifted, all the people came out one after another. Zhang Xingye looked to Aining. This is not to add money? Aha! Aining froze. Increase the money? I gave you such a high price, it is not for you to touch the fish and paddle. Isn't it normal for you to offer? Otherwise, why would I give you so much money just to let you come with us? If you don't add money, then I can overtake those ghosts, also can overtake you. Don't say words are not forewarned also. Zhang Xingyi slightly smiled. This smile should obviously give a person a very sunny feeling, but this smile in the eyes of Ning and others, that is a smile hiding a knife. The meaning of Zhang Xingye's words was very clear. My cannon's muzzle can be aimed at the ghost ship, and it can also be aimed at you. Whether you want to increase your money or try the power of this cannon, your choice. By the way, don't think I'm joking. 1 million. Aining gritted his teeth. This guy, robber. Zhang Xingye nodded. Okay. I also believe that you won't renege on my debt, or else I'll find you in the Yellow Springs. Just at this time, a miserable scream came. The crowd followed the sound and looked as if something had fallen into the water. What happened? Ning rushed to the side of the boat and asked. Old boss, it seems like a ball of hair just now. Yanked someone down. The junior brothers on the side gulped. This was not normally scary. They even suspected that they had misread it. However, the truth was like this. Together, the crowd looked towards this side of the sea, and a looming figure slowly emerged. Locking eyes with the crowd, the captain stepped back in fear. Water monkeys, it's water monkeys. The captain was shocked. A water monkey? Isn't that a water ghost? This thing really exists? Fatty Wine looked at the figure but could not see the face. However, he could make out a black mass floating there, and it looked like hair. No need to pay attention to it, keep driving the boat. Aining frowned and decided to ignore it. In this line of work, one had to be prepared to put one's life on the line. Aining couldn't possibly put everyone in danger just to save one person. Ignoring it won't work. It seems like this thing doesn't intend to leave, and intends to continue dragging people down while we're not paying attention. Wu Zhiqi gulped a little nervously. That thing looks so disgusting. That guy does not go, obviously intends to bring another person or even more people down. Isn't one enough for a water ghost to find a double? How does he seem to be not enough? Fatty Wang said. Zhang Xingye laughed and said, it is possible that he felt that the person he just dragged down was too ugly and wanted to change to a good-looking double. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Xingye in unison. Xingdi, is it really true? Fatty Wang was a bit unconvinced, but couldn't find any other reason to refute it. Zhang Xingyi spread his hands. I don't know, but Wu Xia, this tender skin, I'm afraid I really need to be careful. Just dragged a man down. It means that this water ghost is a woman. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Wu Xia's face really swished white. Xiao Xingzi, don't scare me, I'm timid. Wu Xia swallowed his saliva. This place, it is not a place for jokes. You can't joke about it. If we don't get rid of this thing, who will be relieved? Zhang Xingye asked. After all, this thing suddenly dragged a person who was not afraid. All to the cabin. Aining said. On the deck you can drag people, go to the cabin you can still drag? Zhang Xingye shook his head, go to the cabin? I'm not afraid to gather together and become a living target, right? If people get on board and they are all crammed in the cabin, wouldn't they be slaughtered? Saying that, Zhang Xingye glanced at this forbidden woman. Zhang Xingye recognized this thing, it was the forbidden woman, a failed product after taking the corpse turtle Dan. This thing was also afraid of Qilin blood. That meant that one could only get her killed? Then you have a way? Ning looked towards Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye nodded, yes, how much do you offer? As we all know, it's $500,000 for me to save a person. Oh. To deal with this forbidden woman, just pull out your own blue flame Gatling and mutilate them all. Mr. Zhang. I didn't give you $3 million to accompany us on this trip. I just gave you another $1 million, how can you continue to ask for more money now? Aining is angry, his money did not come from the wind. Chapter 43 Retreat, or Die. Activity funds are all limited. It is not as much as you want, and if you share a little more with Zhang Xingye, you have to share a little less with others. He himself had just added $1 million, already very generous, and now Zhang Xingye wanted to add more money, which was a bit too much. Zhang Xingye shrugged his shoulders, as we all know, invite me to go with and want me to save people, that is two prices, who told you to generalize? And I didn't force you to give, okay? I can protect the people I'm traveling with, you guys don't guarantee it. Slot. People who have the ability to ask for money bottom fat master I envy. Fatty Wang secretly crickets. Originally also want to charge Wu oblique money. But Wu Xia unleashed his 3-inch tongue, hard to Zhang Xingye said soft heart. Wu Xia promised 3 unequal treaties, and then as long as the tomb, Zhang Xingye will protect Wu Xia come out alive. Wu Xia's money does not mean that the Wu family's money does not accept the pit or have to pit. Speaking of which, the Wu family is also very strange. Wu Old Dog's 3 sons. The 3 sons of the old dog Wu were called, respectively, Wu Yi Poor, Wu Tu White, Wu 3 provinces. 1 poor in 3 provinces. As for Fatty Wang, the money to buy equipment are Fatty Wang out of the money, this time to protect Fatty Wang is to eat interest. The next time, we'll talk about it next time. Spend money to buy peace, worth it. At this time, Zhang Qiling, who was made up as Professor Zhang, opened his mouth. Zhang Xingyi wants money, Zhang Qiling will help Zhang Xingyi to ask. Aining has never seen such a shameless person. This money is still counted separately. Prepare the high explosives. Aining wasn't going to shell out any money. Do it yourself. Yes, boss. Aining's men answered and went to the cabin to get the high explosives. Wu Xia weakly asked, what if the high explosives go out? This is specially made, so you don't need to worry about it. Aining hummed lightly. Wu Xia continued, even if it can successfully explode, how can you be sure that there is just one sea monkey in this neighborhood? What if it attracts a bunch of them? What to do? And this guy can be right next to the boat, are you sure that if you throw this high explosive down, the boat won't be blown through a hole? At those words, Aining fell silent. This question hadn't really occurred to Aining just now. If there really was a group of sea monkeys in the neighborhood, then the high explosives that he had brought with him this time might not be enough. And if there really was a group of sea monkeys, and 1 or 2 of them climbed up, then it would really be dangerous. Just as Wu Xia said, if the ship really blew a hole, then everyone would have to be finished. This kind of specially made high explosives, cracking mountains and rocks was not a problem. At this moment Aining is weighing it. Boss, the explosives are here. Ning's little brother came out with the high explosives. Fatty Wang added, this is the deep sea, and the smell of your companion's blood just now will not be good if it attracts sharks. How much do you want? Ning finally looked to Zhang Xingye. It's safer to look for Zhang Xingye. If you can solve it with money, you don't have to pay for it with your life. Zhang Xingye put up a finger, 1 price, I do not divide it by head, just 1 million. $500,000. Ning cut it in half, 1 million is too much. Zhang Xingye smiled faintly, my price is never a 1-bite price, either accept it or forget it, there is no third option. I give. Ning gritted his teeth and said. For the sake of his brother's lives, Aining decided to shell out the money. Zhang Xingye nodded, $5 million now. Oh. There is no need for you to remind. Aining snorted coldly and looked away. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, pulled out the Gatling that was smoking blue fire and aimed it directly at the forbidden woman. Retreat, or die. Zhang Xingye believed that even though this thing was a failed product of the corpse turtle Dan, it could definitely understand human language. Humanity had definitely not been completely worn out. Roar! The forbidden woman unexpectedly let out a sharp hiss at Zhang Xingye. A long black hair rushed straight out from the surface of the water, about to curl around Zhang Xingye's Gatling. Toast to the Gatling, then I will overtake you today. Zhang Xingye immediately opened fire. Da did day day day. An uncountable number of bullets shot down every second. When it hit that hair, it actually made the sound of metal clashing. The blue fire that spewed out was just as lethal. The bullets directly disliked the forbidden woman's head, and Zhang Xingye's round of flurry of shots instantly caused the guy's brain to burst, and green blood floated up. Then, the crowd saw a mass of black hair floating on the surface of the sea, never moving again. The killing power of ordinary bullets might not be that great, but this kind of special bullet, the damage to this kind of evil creature is simply exponentially increased. This bubbling blue fire? What the hell is this? Damn, I think I saw my tits. The Bodhisattva is manifesting, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. It's worth spending $1 million to bring a gun, not to mention an unheard of, unseen thing. Unfortunately, we can't ship in Gatling. The mercenaries are talking to each other. Aining's fear of Zhang Xingye deepened, not realizing that Zhang Xingye had such a powerful weapon. It seemed that the assessment of Zhang Xingye's danger would have to be reassessed. The price that Zhang Xingye had just offered suddenly didn't feel like a rambling price. Sail the ship. Ning slowly spat out 2 words. He had to understand Zhang Xingye better. His own boss seems to be very curious about such a person with a mustard seed space. No, we cannot sail. Here we have encountered a ghost ship, and we do not know what we will encounter next. This is an unlucky thing. Let's return to the voyage. The captain shook his head. We can't open it, we can't open it. Aining's gun directly disliked the captain's head, and directly pulled the safety, open, or not open? Don't shoot, I'll shoot. I'll shoot. The captain was so scared that he raised his hands. He had encountered a lot of ruthless people at sea, but this was the first time he had seen such a ruthless one, and he had a ING cannon. The captain was so scared that he rushed back to the cabin and continued to steer the ship. Annin gave his men a look, and one of them nodded slightly before following the captain. Had to keep an eye on this guy. In no time, the ship continued to sail. Zheng Qiling glanced at Aining, not realizing that even now, Aining hadn't fully revealed the location of that undersea tomb. This caution was a bit too much. After the boat started, Wu Xie also paid special attention to the forbidden woman who had been killed by Zhang Xingye. That clump of hair seemed to have sunk. Did it sink, or did the forbidden woman not die and ran away? It shouldn't be possible that she didn't die. After all, Zhang Xingye's blue flame Gatling wasn't normally terrifying, and in the cave of corpses, even that 1,000-year-old grudge puppet had been killed. What kind of water monkey is this? Is there 1,000 years? Not even 100 years. It's impossible that it didn't die, it definitely just sank. Chapter 44 Water Avoidance Pearl can really avoid water. The rest of the voyage was free from any dangers. Here it is, here it is, here it is. At this time, one of Aining's men walked onto the deck with a sketch. Aining, who was closing his eyes in a false sleep, opened his eyes. Arrived? Aining asked. The henchman nodded. Here it is, according to the drawing, this is the location, but the exact location will have to be known when we go down to the sea. Good. Change equipment and jump into the sea. Aining nodded slightly, then ordered. Yes, boss. The crowd of minions responded in unison. Zhang Xingye yawned. Fatty, Wu Shiji, change your equipment and prepare to go down to the sea. Saying this, Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand and pulled out 2 sets of diving equipment. This is the latest deep-sea diving equipment that was bought, and it cost a lot of money. Fatty Wang inquired, 2 sets? Xingdi, didn't we buy 3 sets? Don't you want it? Zhang Xingye waved his hand, I don't need it. Starlet, you don't fool around. If you just go down to dive and play for a while, hold your breath and go down. I believe that we are going to stay down there for a long time. No equipment, you have to drown. The water pressure of the deep sea is not generally big. Wu Oblique seriously said. This thing cannot joke. Zhang Xingye backhanded out a blue-colored bead. I have this. Fatty Wang asked, what is this thing? Still glowing? Night pearl? This is called a water-avoiding bead. Zhang Xingye replied. Fatty Wang stared wide-eyed. Really? Really have water pearl? Novel hard to me into reality? Can't it be that there are really immortals in Taoism? Avoiding water beads, this kind of metaphysical things have appeared. The results still want to let people believe in science? The corner of Wu Xie's mouth twitched. Zhang Xingyi system space or diving suit, in case this water avoiding beads do not work, or have to honestly wear a diving suit. There is no harm in being prepared. Do something to give yourself a way back? Damn, this diving suit how so tight. Small Tianjin quickly help me. Fatty Wang said while wearing a diving suit. Anyway, the deck is full of men, afraid of what? Clothes should be taken off. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, followed to the cabin and changed his diving suit in the cabin. Zhang Xingye had said that his good figure was only allowed to be shown to him, and Zhang Qiling could remember it. Fatty, didn't you say that you would lose weight when you came out of King Lushan's tomb? You can't even fit into this biggest size diving suit? Wu Xia said while helping Fatty One put it on. Zhang Xingye laughed and said, during this period of time back, he was a big fish and meat, roast duck, whole sheep and so on, did not eat less. The beautiful name of supplemental nutrition. Fatty Wang heard Zhang Xingyi and his own short child, suddenly a little embarrassed. Fat master, I that is to invite you to eat it. Fat master himself just incidentally eat a little bit. Fat master, I drink a mouth of cold water or stuffed teeth. I can also do what? Fatty, inhale ah, or not wear ah. Wu Xia said. Zhang Xingyi also stepped forward to help. Zhang Xingyi patted Fatty Wang's stomach, trembling. Fat, quite elastic, haha. You really, what time is it? Still joking. Fatty Wang sucked in his breath, held his stomach, and wore a diving suit. Zhang Xingye laughed and did not say anything more, but hurried to help Fatty Wang put on the diving suit. This largest size diving suit was put on, but when Fatty Wang let out his breath, the small half of his stomach was exposed. Ha 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 ha, Fatty, you this. Wu Xie did not know what to say. Fatty Wang really should lose weight ah. Fatty Wang is like a relief, wearing it is good ah. Fatty, I am afraid that this diving suit of yours will suddenly fall apart. Wu Xieji laughed while wearing the diving suit. Zhang Xingyi said, alright, the quality is so good, the collapse is certainly not to, a penny. While the three of them were laughing and talking, Ning and the others also changed into their diving suits and came out. You don't want to go? Ning looked to Zhang Xingye, who had not yet changed his diving suit. Zhang Xingye replied, I'll go, lead the way. The water pressure at the bottom of the sea is strong, so be careful of suffocating. Ning thought that Zhang Xingye was planning to play it cool by holding his breath the whole time. Zhang Xingye said, then you don't have to worry about it. Let's go. Ning commanded, then took the lead and jumped off the boat, straight into the deep sea. The crowd followed suit and jumped off. After Wu Xieji put on, he also followed and jumped down. As for Fatty Wang, it was a tumble down. I want to learn others like that beautiful jump down. Fatty Wang in fact also afraid of this diving suit collapse. Xiao Guan, go down ah. Zhang Xingye looked to Zhang Qiling, who put on the diving suit. Diving suit, do not wear dangerous. Zhang Qiling reminded. Zhang Xingye might be very capable of holding his breath, but he couldn't joke around at this time. Zhang Xingyi shook the water-avoiding beads in his hand. Xiao Guan, let's go down together. If something happens, I believe you will protect me. Good. Zhang Qiling also knew that Zhang Xingye would not joke with his life. After all, how could a guy who grimaced in pain when he cut his fingers to bleed not value his life? Zhang Xingye held the water-avoiding pearl and took the lead to jump down. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, watched from the boat, immediately saving Zhang Xingye if something happened to him. The moment Zhang Xingye's body touched the water, a light blue water cover covered Zhang Xingye. Nothing happened. Xiao Guan, come down. Zhang Xingye stood floating on the surface of the water, and there was still a layer of water on top of his head. It didn't float out completely. Zhang Xingye didn't feel any resistance, and it seemed like he could freely control the direction, and could directly stroll the sea, no different from being on land. Good. When Zhang Qiling saw that Zhang Xingye was fine, he was relieved to jump into the sea. Jumped down towards Zhang Xingye. When he came to the sea, seeing that Zhang Xingye was fine, Zhang Qiling also curiously poked the water cover that wrapped around Zhang Xingye. Soft. Quickly follow. Zhang Xingye pointed to the crowd swimming forward. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji were also swimming, but their speed was slow, and they were always looking back, obviously waiting for Zhang Xingye, but were afraid of getting separated from Ning and the others. After all, the location of the undersea tomb was only known to Ning and the others. Zhang Qiling swam towards Fatty Wang and the others, while Zhang Xingye strolled inside the water mass, still able to trot. It was like walking on the ground, ignoring all the factors that needed to be considered. A product of the system must be a fine product. After the people converged, Fatty Wang gave Zhang Xingye a thumbs up. You're awesome. This water-avoiding bead, it's really water-avoiding. Zhang Xingye grinned, ha ha ha. Wu slanting eyes envy incomparably, suddenly feel that I want to turn to the profession to become a Taoist priest. Maybe also can learn a handful of spells. Other not to mention, learn a 5 thunder positive law will be satisfied. The sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the year is in the first year, the world is very lucky, the left is 0, the right is on fire, the god of thunder will help me. Wu Xieji felt that Zhang Xingye must have spent time in the real hidden Taoist sect, otherwise where would a normal person have a mustard seed space? Chapter 45 is not he is a small official. The further down the crowd dived, the colder and more bone-chilling the seawater felt. Similarly, the water pressure is also more powerful. The ability to separate gold and set points underwater wasn't something that everyone had. And Ning's team, as it happened, still had this kind of person. Zhang Qiling looked towards Zhang Xingye and signaled with his eyes, seemingly asking if Zhang Xingye knew about the entrance. Zhang Xingye shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Although he himself knew about such a plot, but in the vastness of the sea, how would he know the entrance? Zhang Qiling gestured with his hands for a while longer. It appeared to be asking if he wanted to go it alone and find the past by himself by dividing the gold fixed points. After all, since he had found the place of the undersea tomb, it would be difficult to find the location, so there was no need to bring them together with Ning. Zhang Xingye still shook his head and pointed at Ning and the others again. With this group of people to open the way, why should he bother? Zhang Xingye did not open his mouth to speak because Zhang Xingye was afraid of attracting the forbidden woman. Who knew if more forbidden grannies would be attracted due to the butterfly effect? Zhang Qiling understood what Zhang Xingye meant, then nodded and decided to do as Zhang Xingye said, not to waste their efforts, so let Anning's people find them. The crowd followed Anning's people all the way, traveling east and west. They didn't know how long had passed, and they no longer remembered the time inside the sea. However, Anning's people were really capable, and they really found the undersea tomb. The crowd stood in front of this undersea shipwreck tomb, more or less expressed shock. With the manpower and material resources in ancient times, building such an undersea tomb in the sea was definitely a great effort. And the tomb definitely appeared here before the seawater. It should have been after fixing the tomb, leading the seawater to pour over. However, they didn't know if it was just luck or the butterfly effect. So far the people didn't run into the forbidden woman again. On the other hand, Anning's people began to feel around for the organs. Zhang Qiling also followed suit and went up to look for them. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, tugged on Fatty Wang, and in this bottom of the sea where they couldn't see anything, they could only rely on the light on their diving suits to illuminate them. This light was waterproof. Fatty Wang was puzzled, grabbing himself for what? Zhang Xingye then used his finger to draw a circle in front of him, signaling Fatty Wang to use the light to turn around. Zhang Xingye knew that there were unknown things in the middle of the deep sea, and it was better to try not to make a sound if you could. After reading Zhang Xingye's gesture, Fatty Wang was speechless. What time is it? You still have the mood to appreciate the beauty of the seabed. Your heart is really big. However, Fatty Wang still cooperated with Zhang Xingye and used his own searchlight to shine in all directions. The underwater world is really beautiful. However, it is also really dangerous. Zhang Xingye saw a large coral, felt that taking it back as an ornament was just right, and directly put it into the system space. That sea cucumber is also super large, the whole back to make up. Fatty Wang saw that Zhang Xingye was still interested in playing, really do not know what to say. However, not long after, suddenly a huge suction force came. Zhang Xingye, who was picking up the sea cucumber, turned around and realized that it was the entrance that was found. Zhang Xingye hurriedly ran over. He was sucked in by the suction. The seawater poured in quite a bit, but not much. The crowd was sucked in, and then the mechanism closed again, blocking the seawater out. The crowd was washed by the seawater inside. It must be said that the power of nature is still great. Water is something that is strong and soft. After the crowd was rushed in, they stabilized one after another. Oops, Fatty Wang, you're squeezing me. Zhang Xingye was squeezed in the corner, and Fatty Wang pressed on top of him. Zhang Xingye's face was going to be deformed by the pressure. There was thin oxygen in here, seawater poured in, but not much. The crowd could already take off their diving suits. Wu Xia was the first to take off his diving suit. Ayamama almost suffocated me, who just kicked me in the face. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, yanked Fatty Wang back and pushed him aside, allowing Zhang Xingye to be freed. You pressed my Zhang family descendants, do not have a little self-awareness? Without any seawater, Zhang Xingye's water-avoiding beads naturally lost their effect. Zhang Qiling was also taking off his diving suit. Once he came in, he was safe, so he didn't need to wear a waterproof suit, and he could study this undersea tomb next. I don't know if I can retrieve my forgotten memories in this undersea tomb. Zhang Qiling has vague memory fragments of this undersea tomb, and it feels familiar after coming in anyway. Then who, help me take it off, I can't drag it down. Fatty Wang shouted. Wu Xia cried and laughed. Fatty, you really should lose weight, not fake. At that time, it was so difficult for Fatty Wang to wear the diving suit, and now it was so difficult to take it off. Zhang Xingye shook his head and surveyed the surroundings. Where is Anning and the others? Where were they washed away? Anning's people groped for the mechanism before the crowd was sucked in. It is reasonable to say that Anning they were the first to be sucked in. How is it now that people are gone? What the hell? Zhang Xingye puzzled, looking around. How so coincidental? Anning even his entire brought people are gone. Mechanism, dark door. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 4 words. In addition to the hidden door, Zhang Qiling couldn't think of any reason why these people disappeared. It should be that when they came in, they encountered some kind of mechanism and then they fell in. Although Zhang Qiling didn't remember some things, it didn't mean that Zhang Qiling was stupid. This what Professor Zhang is it? Your main family are gone, you are not in a hurry to find off? Fatty Wang asked while taking off his diving suit. You as a person in the camp of Anning's side, they are now people are gone, why are you not in a hurry to find? You look as if you are not in a hurry at all. You are not afraid to find them people, do not give you the money? Zhang Xingye laughed. Who said that Anning is his main family? Fatty Wang took off his diving suit, is not it? Wu Xia also asked, isn't it? Isn't he the expert that Anning hired? Zhang Xingye shook his head. No, he is a minor official. Small official isn't that a small brother? You're saying that this big-bellied, short, fat, and bald guy is a little brother? How is that possible? Wu Xia said it's impossible. It's impossible, how can this be possible? Little brother is obviously tall and handsome, the best on earth, right? How could it be this guy? Zhang Qiling didn't explain, but instead performed the bone shrinking technique, accompanied by a sound of bones being misplaced. Zhang Qiling's figure also appeared to have a heavenly change. Xiaoguan, this is bone shrinking. It was intended to come here with Ning and the others because the location of this place is only known to Ning and the others, but Xiaoguan didn't think that Ning would call on us. Zhang Xingye briefly explained. Wu Xia looked at Zhang Qiling, who was making a big change. Bone shrinking, there really is this kung fu ah? Is this really able to shrink the bones ah? Wu Xia was shocked. Chapter 46, a joke worth more than 100,000. Fatty Wang was also incredulous. There really is a bone shrinking kung fu ah? How do you practice this thing, little brother? Seeing that it had already returned to its true form, Fatty Wang still wanted to get his hands on it and pinch it. As a result, Zhang Qiling directly drew out the black and gold ancient knife from his clothes, frightening Fatty Wang to quickly retract his hand. Little brother, where did you hide the knife? Did you tie it to your leg? Wu Xia was shocked to see that Zhang Qiling had even brought the black gold ancient knife with him. How did this guy bring it with him? Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva, thankful that his fingernails were preserved, and at the same time, he curiously said, Little brother, how do you practice this bone shrinking skill? Teach me? After practicing it, I won't even need to lose weight. Zhang Qiling only gave Fatty Wang a look, letting him experience it on his own before he began to look around. Zhang Xingye then explained, bone shrinking is very difficult to practice, you won't be able to practice it. It was not that Zhang Xingye looked down on Fatty Wang, but Fatty Wang really could not practice bone shrinking. Xiao Xingzi, who are you underestimating? How do you know I can't practice bone shrinking? Is there anything more difficult than losing weight? Fatty Wang had a face of disbelief. Fatty Wang thought that the hardest thing in the world was losing weight. What could be harder than losing weight? Forget about not believing it. Zhang Xingye shook his head and didn't say anything more. He planned to go and join Zhang Qiling to feel out the treasures of this undersea tomb. Wait, Xingdi, do you know how to practice the bone shrinking technique? You can teach me. Fatty Wang pulled Zhang Xingye back. Zhang Xingye shook his head. Fatty, you can't learn it. I'll pay the tuition. You just pay me, you owe me money, do not have to pay back as tuition, how? Fatty Wang said in a serious manner. It was obvious that Fatty Wang really wanted to learn bone shrinking. Zhang Xingye owed Fatty Wang more than $100,000. Although the king is also not lack of fat, this 100,000, casually have a guy who cannot understand the goods to buy away from their own store of fake goods, the king is more than earn more than 100,000. Fatty Wang that is not open for 3 years, open to eat for 3 years. But right, who will not be too much money ah? You said so early, not on good well. Zhang Xingyi he smile. Talking about money, this thing is good. Fatty Wang nodded, quickly said. Shrinking power, full name lock bone soft power, is not really able to shrink the bones, but the use of internal force to the joints dislocation, and then narrow the joints at the gap, the bones will be rearranged, so as to achieve the effect of shrinking the body. And even the best age to shrink the bones soft power is before 10 years old, otherwise the bones are long and well developed. It is difficult to practice, and want to practice to shrink the bones soft power. Every day you need to stretch, lower back, have to sleep in a special bed. It is to maintain the flexibility of the body, but this is nothing. The real pain is to break the joints, and then wait for it to grow, and finally continue to break, over and over again. Even a few decades can be practiced. Zhang Xingye popularized the knowledge of bone shrinking. Fatty Wang opened his mouth wide. 10 years ago? Zhang Xingyi nodded. Yes, shrinkage power once practiced, a cartilage amazing as heaven, can freely change form. Saying that, Zhang Xingye cannot help but feel sorry for Zhang Qiling once again. Let's not talk about anything else, just talking about haircho finger and bone shrinking. Zhang Qiling had suffered a lot of sins when he was a child. Moreover, he was forced to suffer. Zhang Qiling's past cannot go to explore. The more people heartache. Trough. Breaking joints and going back and forth for decades? Still have to practice before the age of 10. Fat master me, this is not to take more than 100,000 to listen to a joke? Fatty Wang suddenly thought of something. Practiced into that is called shrinking power. Practice not words, is not called a joke? Wu Xiaohua laughed. Fat, your joke is definitely the most expensive joke I've ever seen. More than 100,000 ah, ha 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 ha. Fatty Wang immediately cried a face. Blood loss. Blood loss. A big loss. Star brother, this matter should we discuss again? Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Xingye he laughs. A man's word is out. A team of horses cannot catch up, which cannot back out. Oh, fat master's money ah, oh. Fatty Wang is quite a headache. 100,000 or so is not much, but it is money. This place is so big, the oxygen is very thin, be careful of oxygen depletion, suffocate here. Zhang Xingye smiled, then hurriedly caught up with Zhang Qiling. Wu Xiezhi slapped his head. Right-o. This is such a big place, the oxygen is limited, bring the equipment with you. Wu Xia picked up his diving suit and followed Zhang Xingye. Something must be brought in case there is no oxygen, here can still inhale oxygen. Fatty Wang also picked up his own diving suit. Wait for Fat Master me Wu Xie and Fatty Wang still caught up with Zhang Xingyi. Diving suit was put into the system space by Zhang Xingyi. The crowd followed Zhang Qiling, do not know where to come. Only found that there were rows and rows of porcelain jars in front of them. These porcelain jars, large and small. These were all cultural relics. Wu Xie saw at a glance that these things have some historical years. Fatty Wang came forward and said, "Small star, quickly put these or put away, go back we share." If it is usual, Wang Fatty certainly do not see this stuff. But now, the loss of more than 100,000 Wang Fatty. Must find an opportunity to make up for this deficit, say anything I cannot lose. A trip to the tomb, which is not to earn a loss. Zhang Xingye smiled and said, "Fatty, this thing you also want that dang coffin? Fraudulent." Fatty Wang holding that big porcelain, do not know where to turn over a magnifying glass to study, but saw these porcelain put behind the coffin. Fraudulent corpse? Which fraudulent corpse? I did not touch anything. Wu Oblique first reaction is to raise his hands. It has nothing to do with meow, I didn't touch anything. Since in the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace of the whole of the fraud, Wu Oblique now strive not to touch the coffin. Oh look at the wrong, this is a coffin. Fatty Wang was relieved and smiled awkwardly. Fatty Wang is also overly nervous. Wu Xia was speechless. Coffin? What coffin? Wu Xia held up his hand and didn't put it down. Anyway, I don't touch it. Now if the corpse swindles, it's not my fault. Empty coffin. Fatty Wang replied. The people came over and really saw a coffin that had been opened. This coffin is not big, it is a small coffin, looks like a child's. Where is the body? Wu Xia shocked. Fatty Wang 2 hands a spread. Fat master, I did not touch I cannot know anything. This place has been closed for so long, it is hard not to be the last time my uncle opened them. Wu Oblique remembered the notes recorded in this Shisha undersea tomb, only words. Fatty Wang nodded, maybe it's possible. It can't be, can it? Such a small coffin, my third uncle they have to pry? Chapter 47. You are also among the living beings. Wu Xia felt that it was unlikely. Your own third uncle and their group of people will not be hungry and thirsty to this point. Then who knows, that person of your third uncle, maybe he is the one who pulls out hair from geese. Zhang Xingye said. Wusan province, this guy stingy, is really stingy. At this time, someone patted Wu Xia's shoulder. Wu Xia pushed it away. Fat man, don't make trouble, talking about business. The other side of the fat one confused. What fat master, I did not do anything Just wasn't it you who shot me? Wu asked. Fatty Wang even more confused. I shoot you for what? I'm studying the porcelain. Then who shot me? Wu Xia said doubtfully. Zhang Qiling is not so boring. Zhang Xingyi at the moment both hands are groping in the porcelain, seems to be studying whether there is no value to take away. Fatty Wang turned his head to look, and his pupils widened. Tiny naive, you want to not turn around and look at it? Fatty Wang stuttered in his speech and was so nervous that he gulped. What is behind there are ghosts Wu Xia doubtfully turned around to look, almost not scared to death. This scream of Wu Xia, Zhang Xingye were scared to death. But before Zhang Xingye could turn around, Zhang Qiling drew his black gold ancient sword and shielded Zhang Xingye behind him. Forbidden woman. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 2 words. This thing Zhang Qiling remembered, the failed product of the corpse turtle pill, forbidden woman. Wu Oblique was about to hide behind Zhang Xingyi, took over to find Zhang Xingyi. People are gone, take a closer look, was Zhang Qiling protected behind it? Star brother. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do it. Your blue fire gatling, take out Fatty Wang cried a face and said. Why the hell is this thing here? The forbidden woman took the lead in the attack on the crowd. Fatty Wang directly from the crotch of the pants out of the adamantium umbrella, a hand will Wu Oblique dragged over, hiding in the adamantium umbrella behind. Fatty Wang was also hiding some self-defense magic treasure on his body, and tied the Vajra umbrella vertically to his inner thigh. The forbidden woman's hair was thrown on top of the Vajra umbrella, and it even made a sound of metal clashing. Zhang Qiling directly cut his finger, and the black and gold ancient sword was stained with Qilin blood. Zhang Xingye had said that he couldn't make such a big cut anymore. Zhang Qiling flexed his finger and a drop of Qilin blood hit the forbidden woman right in the center of her eyebrow, and the forbidden woman let out a mournful and ear-piercing scream. Roar! Immediately after that, Zhang Qiling's stance was strange, and his black and gold ancient blade swung handsomely, chopping the forbidden woman's hair as if it were a melon or a vegetable. The forbidden woman was knocked back and forth. While Zhang Qiling was wearing the lock armor given by Zhang Xingye, the forbidden woman's hair could not penetrate Zhang Qiling's body, so Zhang Qiling could completely ignore the damage. Letting go even more. Little officer is still handsome when fighting. Zhang Xingye sighed. Fatty Wang poked his head out, and the forbidden woman was kicked far away by Zhang Qiling, which made him relieved. Xingdi, why are you still making a nymphomaniac at this time? Where is your gatling? Pull it out. Zhang Xingye shook his head. No, it will accidentally hurt Xiao Guan, such a forbidden woman. Xiao Guan completely abused her, do not worry. Fatty, what kind of umbrella do you have here? What a heavy stench you would not have peed on a child urine, right? Wu Xieqi also stood up at this time, and breathed in the fresh air. Children's urine is also to drive away evil spirits, Wu Xia is aware of. Fatty Wang coughed lightly and awkwardly put away the Vajra umbrella. What are you talking nonsense? How could I be such an uncouth person, Fat Master? Most of the equipment on Fatty Wang's body was placed with Zhang Xingye for safekeeping. But the Vajra umbrella was on his body. Fatty Wang is currently not possible to completely put his life into the hands of others, the body is still hiding the bottom of the card. For example, this Vajra umbrella. Really? Wu Jiqiang was a bit unconvinced, could it be that he had smelled something wrong? At this time, Zhang Qiling turned around and came back, and the black gold ancient sword had returned to its sheath. Fatty Wang hurriedly digressed, little brother, are you so fast? A few breaths and you destroyed him? Zhang Qiling skipped over Fatty Wang and arrived in front of Zhang Xingye. Hindered? Zhang Xingye shook his head, unhindered, you are still like that, like a god to protect all beings, how is that forbidden woman? Chopped. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Xingye took Zhang Qiling's hand, that small wound is already healing, just now I actually could have killed him, there was no need for you to bleed. You are also among the beings. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out a sentence. Zhang Xingye froze, not yet understanding the meaning of Zhang Qiling's words, but after associating it with the words he had just said, Zhang Xingye understood. You are obviously a human body, yet you have to shoulder the things of a god, are you tired? Zhang Xingye asked. I'm used to it. Zhang Qiling replied indifferently. Zhang Qiling had narrowly escaped death in the tomb several times when he was a child, so he didn't want anyone to endure the same dangers as him. As long as you want to live in the tomb, Zhang Qiling will be able to ensure that you go out safely as a god, and if you can't make it out alive, Zhang Qiling will also find a way to fulfill your last wish. It's true that all beings have abused him 1,000 times, and he treats all beings like his first love. This sentence is used to, Zhang Xingye do not know what to say. Even if Zhang Qiling was an evil person, Zhang Xingye felt that it was normal and could feel better. But Zhang Qiling is a good person, let a person's heart ache. If we want to talk about love, let's talk about it outside, okay? Fatty Wang weakly spoke up at this time, interrupting this somewhat sad atmosphere. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling's faces darkened in unison as they looked towards Fatty Wang. Fatty, what did you say? Zhang Xingye asked. What's that? The two of you just looked at each other fondly and were close to kissing. I have a friend that I can turn around and introduce to you, and if one of you goes to have an operation, you can be together legally and reasonably. Fatty Wang said. Zhang Xingye was speechless. Shaguan and I are not the kind of relationship you think of, you nasty. Zhang Qiling nodded. Yes, nasty. I'm obviously just protecting my old Zhang family's offspring, alright? What are you thinking about day in and day out? Cough cough, so what? There is no way out here, the organ should be near this stone wall, why don't we look for it? Wu Xia diverged from the topic. This is an ancient tomb. It's an ancient tomb. Is it appropriate to talk about love? Zhang Xingye nodded, behind this should be a tunnel, if I'm not wrong, the several ear chambers here should be moving. Zhang Qiling walked up and fumbled around in that small coffin for a while before seeing the stone door slowly open. Little brother, how do you know that the organ is there? Fatty Wang let out a cry, and his first reaction was surprisingly not to guess the wall, but to guess the coffin. Zhang Qiling looked at Fatty Wang, did not say anything. But Fatty Wang saw the expression of dislike in Zhang Qiling's eyes. Isn't this a very simple thing? How dare you even ask? How stupid. Chapter 48 Fatty Wang, you guys are bullies. Zhang Xingye snorted and said, let's go, quickly go in. Saying that, Zhang Xingye pulled Zhang Qiling into that tunnel. Zhang Xingye knew that Zhang Qiling should have remembered a little something. Fatty Wang skimmed his lips, double standard. Zhang Qiling. You are too double standard. Humph. Fatty Wang followed along with Wu Qiqi as he followed behind Zhang Qiling and the others. Suddenly, Zhang Xingye stepped on a stone brick. He fell down. Zhang Qiling hurriedly pounced on Zhang Xingye, and his entire body protected Zhang Xingye underneath him. Listening to Zhang Qiling's words, Fatty Wang's brain slowed down for a beat, and when he saw the arrow hole slowly appearing on the wall, Fatty Wang's eyes widened before he finally reacted. Little Tianjin, crouch down. Seeing Zhang Qiling and the two of them get down, Fatty Wang hurriedly pressed Wu Xia down as well. A crossbow arrow was shot out from the left and right of the front and back canals, grazing the heads of all the people. There were also a few that fell on the crowd. His Wu Xia sucked in a breath of cold air in pain as his calf was grazed by a falling crossbow arrow. Ow! Immediately after that, Fatty Wang also let out a shout. Fatty Wang's buttocks were pouting a bit high, mainly because of the Vajra umbrella padded underneath his body, plus Fatty Wang's buttocks were more meaty. Fatty Wang's ass was hit by half an arrow. Although Zhang Qiling protected Zhang Xingye underneath, nothing happened to Zhang Xingye. On the contrary, Zhang Qiling himself was grazed by the crossbow arrows several times, but he was wearing the locked armor on his body, so Zhang Qiling was only scuffed through his coat, and the rest of his butt was fine. After a round of arrows, Zhang Qiling shook his head before standing up. It's alright now. Zhang Qiling said after getting up, then pulled Zhang Xingye up. Zhang Xingye only felt a little dizzy in his head. Little officer, are you alright? Returning to his senses, Zhang Xingye hurriedly checked up on Zhang Qiling. The moment Zhang Qiling had just shielded himself underneath his body, Zhang Xingye had not even reacted yet. Locked armor, unharmed, Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Qiling was relieved to see that his old Zhang family's descendant was unharmed. Through the gap that the crossbow had grazed through, Zhang Xingye was able to see that Zhang Qiling was wearing the locksmith armor inside his tunic. Relieved. Fortunately, Zhang Qiling was wearing the lock armor on his body all the time. Xiaoguan, it's good that you are fine, otherwise I will blame myself. After all, you were protecting me from the injury. Fatty Wang covered his butt and said, you too, can you manage us? Zhang Xingye looked over. Fatty, these red pants are quite sexy. Crossbow arrows cut through the pants of Fatty Wang, otherwise Fatty Wang's buttocks were to get this half arrow, but also thanks to Fatty Wang lying in time, otherwise, at the moment the buttocks must be full of crossbow arrows. You still have the heart to joke, quickly come to help the fat master me a hand. Fatty Wang bared his teeth in pain. Zhang Xingye helped Fatty Wang, line, quickly get up. Slowly, fat master my butt hurts. Fatty Wang said. Fatty Wang's face was deformed from the pain. Wu Oblique, on the other hand, held the wall and stood up. Fortunately, only the calf was rubbed a little, not a big problem. Xiaoxingzi, bandage, alcohol and so on quickly take out, otherwise it may be infected. Wu leaned against the wall, looking at his calf and the downward dripping blood. This situation is still better than Fatty Wang. These crossbows and arrows do not know how many years of old things, do not know if there is no body virus and so on. Moreover, if it is tetanus, then he will lose a lot of money. This crossbow was made of iron, and there were patches of rust. Zhang Xingye took out alcohol and other items from the system space. Wu Xia, you can endure a little ow. Wu Xia nodded, come blah. Wu Xia closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, cheering himself up. It doesn't hurt, it won't hurt. Zhang Xingye squatted down, first wiped the surrounding blood with cotton gauze, then dipped it in alcohol to sterilize it. Wu Xia retracted his foot in pain. What is it? It hurts. Zhang Xingye raised his eyes and asked, it shouldn't be, he was very light. Wu Xia just wanted to say that it hurt, but saw that Zhang Qiling's gaze was looking here. The eyes seemed to be saying, give you a bandage, you don't know how to be nice and still make demands, try shouting a sentence of pain. No, it doesn't hurt, you continue. Wu Xia tried to squeeze out a smile and gritted his teeth. Wu Xia has no doubt that if he dares to cry out in pain, then the one who bandages himself must be Zhang Qiling, and the kind that is very hard. Zhang Xingye let out an O sound and continued to dip into the alcohol to sterilize Wu Xia, who was in so much pain that he covered his face with his hands, actually covering his mouth, not daring to shout half a word. Zhang Qiling is the one who can do this. After Zhang Xingye finished sterilizing Wu Xia, he tied a bandage and tied a beautiful bow. Okay, the bandage is done. Zhang Xingye stood up. Finished. Fatty Wang said, there is still me, Xingdi, you cannot ignore me. I suffered injuries can be more serious than Xiao Tianjin. Fatty Wang pouted his ass. Calling him. Zhang Qiling looked at Wu Xia and said, can't you see that Zhang Xingye just squatted to bandage Wu Xia's wound and is already very tired? Why don't you people have any eyesight at all? It's not your Wang family descendants that you don't feel sorry for, right? If you ever call me a descendant of the old Zheng family again, I'll cut your ass off. Xiaoguan, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Zhang Xingye laughed and looked at Zhang Xingye. Why did Zhang Xingye feel that Zhang Qiling had a little bit of jealousy? A sour smell permeated the air. Tired. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Xingye shook his head, I'm not tired. I think you are tired. Zhang Qiling replied again. Hearing this, what else could Zhang Xingye say? Zhang Xingye, there is a kind of tiredness called my family's little official thinks I am tired. Excessive Fatty Wang spat out in a small voice, you guys are just bullies. You guys are bullies. Woo woo. Fatty Wang looked at Wu Xia, little Tianjin, you 1T bully me as an injured person just like those two guys. Wooing. What else can Wu Xia say? You two 1 and 2 have each other to spoil, leaving me and Fatty with no one to care about death or life. Woo woo. The boat of friendship, is it capsized just like that? I'll take care of Fatty. Wu Xia took over the medical tools in Zhang Xingye's hand and bandaged Fatty Wang. Zhang Qiling took Zhang Xingye's shoulder and turned Zhang Xingye's gaze over. Zhang Xingye was puzzled. What are you doing? Nonchalance, do not look. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 4 words. Zhang Xingye cried and laughed. Okay, I want tea. Look, say how much have you remembered? A little bit. Zhang Qiling replied. Ow. Little Tianjin, take it easy. This alcohol is hot and painful. Fatty Wang jumped up directly covering his butt in pain. Wu Xia sighed, I'm very gentle, you can be more serious. Alcohol to sterilize the wound is already painful. Manly man, this pain must insist, I just did not cry out a word of pain. Chapter 49 of the Black Belly of Zhang Qiling. Pain hiss. Fatty Wang's body is trembling. Real pain was trembling. Wu Xia's eyes widened, Fatty, blackened. Black. What the hell is black? Fatty Wang's forehead is sweating coldly, and his lips are trembling. Your ass is black. Wu Xia replied. What the hell? Fatty Wang twisted his head to look at his ass and was a bit unable to see it. This arrow is poisonous. Wu Xia immediately guessed that Fatty Wang was poisoned. What's poisoned? Zhang Xingyi also turned around. Once he turned around, Fatty Wang was so scared that he hurriedly raised his pants. How did you turn around? Fatty Wang's face was slightly red. Scared to death. Turning around, you suddenly so turned around, also very scary, okay. Are men afraid of what? You have I have, but I do not have you white, huh? Zhang Xingye came over and said. Zhang Qiling picked up the arrow on the ground and looked at it carefully. Poison. Zhang Xingye did not expect this thing above really poisonous, this place are hiding poison, really shocking. This is how much he hopes that people will not come back. Shaoguan, what kind of poison do you know? Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Qiling replied, I don't know, I can't die. Wu Qiqi was puzzled, then why am I fine? I wasn't poisoned just now. You were just rubbed, plus disinfected in time, this poison, and so long, the toxicity has evaporated almost, surely nothing. Zhang Xingye said. Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Qiling, little brother, I won't have any big deal, right? I can't die. Zhang Qiling repeated. Hearing this, Fatty Wang cried out, can't die? Doesn't that mean that it will still be serious? I'll have to suffer for a long time? Possibly. Zhang Qiling replied. Okay, Fatty, let's go out early, and then go to the hospital to see it. Good thing has been decontaminated. Shaoguan said alright, you do not have to worry. Zhang Xingye said in relief. When Zhang Qiling said this just now, he was not serious at all, but seemed to be trying to fix Fatty Wang. Zhang Xingye seriously suspected that Zhang Qiling was deliberately making things sound serious. Yes, Fatty, Xiao Xingzi is right, let's go out and talk about it. Why don't we find the exit first and send you out? Wu Shezhi assisted Fatty Wang and said. Fatty Wang nodded his head, no, damn, this time to come here do not fish something out, Fat Master I just die, that also does not rest in peace. I can still hold on. Zhang Xingyi cried and laughed, line, then we continue to go in. Fatty Wang said this, Zhang Xingye can say what? Wu Xia helped Fatty Wang to follow, while Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling walked in front. If there are no good treasures inside this tomb, I'll blow up the tomb directly. Slot. Fatty Wang said angrily while covering his butt. Zhang Xingye pulled Zhang Qiling's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Shaoguan, how is this poison? It's fine. Zhang Qiling replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingye's eyes widened, so you intentionally scared Fatty Wang? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and directly admitted it. Who told that guy to be inconsiderate of my Zhang family's descendants? This poison is an ordinary poison, plus so many years have passed, the toxicity has long faded 9 out of 10, not to mention that Fatty Wang has also disinfected, the remaining point of toxin is really not much of a big deal. If it is really a serious poison, Zhang Qiling will definitely find a way to save people. Little officer, you are so dark-hearted. Zhang Xingye laughed, not expecting Zhang Qiling to have such a dark side. Zhang Qiling did not reply. On the contrary, it was Aining on the other side, who at the moment pulled out a detailed map and went this way. Ning led the people to follow the map, going east and west, successfully avoiding all the organs. Boss, what exactly are we looking for here? One of the mercenaries wondered. Just now, on that journey, he came across quite a few valuable things, and Anin didn't even look at them. Instead, he was reaching a destination at the fastest speed possible. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Aining said in a deep voice. When he was first washed in by the seawater, Aining pressed down on our mechanism and led his own people to enter the chamber first. There was no intention at all to bring Wu Xie and the others along. It was just that bringing Wu Xie along was just an agreement with Wusan province to let Wu Xie practice, but he was afraid that something would happen to Wu Xie, so he dragged Zhang Xingyi and Wang Fatty along. The map in Ning's hand is a detailed one, so I don't need to tell you where it came from. It's not like this is the first time that Wusan province has worked with Jude Cao. The butterfly effect, it still changed a lot of things. Aining led the crowd through the tomb passage, and Aining didn't reveal to anyone what he was looking for on this trip. Only Aining himself knew what he had come to find. But it should be looking for the corpse turtle Dan that can make people live forever. Back then, didn't Huoling, Chen Wenjin, and the others on the Shisha archaeological team all live in such a way? Eternal life can be said to be the ultimate goal of human beings. The goal after eternal life is not something that human beings should think about. Is it really good to live forever? Watching the people around you die one by one and experiencing this eternal loneliness yourself. Where are Ning and the others? We've traveled for so long, find them. Movement is not heard. Wu Xie and others walked for a long time. Wu Xie opened his mouth. Fatty Wang asked, what, worried about your daughter-in-law? What daughter-in-law? You do not talk nonsense, I am curious. Wu Xie retorted. Although, maybe, perhaps, probably there is a little bit of worry in it. Shaoguan, do you think Ning and the others will have a map of this underwater tomb? Zhang Xingye asked in a low voice. Zhang Qiling replied, yes. Zhang Qiling was very sure, for Aning as a person, Zhang Qiling had an understanding and did not do things without certainty. Aning definitely had more than just a map of the location of the Shisha undersea tomb, he definitely had a map of the internal structure of this undersea tomb. Then where did he get it? Zhang Xingye doubts, Jude Kao's people should not have come to this Shisha undersea tomb, or else Aning did not go straight to this location at the beginning, where there is still a need to find. Back then, in the Shisha archaeological team, there were people from it maybe, but there were people from Jude Kao, it was unlikely, right? Wusan Province. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out a person's name. Obviously, Zhang Qiling also guessed that Wu Sancheng must have worked with Jude Kao. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye smiled. Wu Sanzho was an old fox, but Qiu Dikao wasn't an uninitiated naive. Is Wu Sanzho trying to borrow Qiu Dikao's strength to get something? Zhang Xingye asked curiously. This Shisha undersea tomb they have already come, then Wu Sancheng should not be trying to get something from the Shisha undersea tomb. Zhang Qiling replied, Wu slanting and practicing. Zhang Qiling could tell when he was in the 7-star Lu Wang Palace that Wusan Province was grooming Wu Xie to be the Wu family's family member. Chapter 50 White-Haired Drought Demon. And how could it be so easy to be a family member of the old 9 sect? When Wusan Province invited himself to the 7-star Lu Wang Palace, he might as well say that he was inviting himself to protect Wu Xie. Then that makes sense, so do you think Wusan Province will let Jude Kao get what he wants? Zhang Xingye asked again. Zhang Qiling sniffed and twisted his head to glance at Wu Xie. Wu Xie was supporting Fatty Wang and his legs were sore from walking, so he didn't have time to care what the two people in front of him were saying. No. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Xingye asked again, why are you so sure? Wusan Province, not a little cute. Zhang Qiling explained. One experience, let Jude Kao obtain the corpse turtle Dan and study the secret of longevity, is it possible? Not to mention whether or not there is any corpse turtle pill inside the Shisha undersea tomb, even if there is, it is impossible for Wusan Province to let Qiu Dikao get it. Therefore, the drawings that Qiu Dikao got should be incomplete. It was also destined that Ning would return empty-handed. At this time, somewhere in Wu Sancheng sneezed. Why do I feel that someone is chanting about me? Why do I feel like someone is talking about me? Is it possible that it's Little Slant who's bad-mouthing me behind my back again? I don't know how Little Slant is doing at the Shisha undersea tomb. Although the real Wu Sancheng province is hiding in the dark, but also always pay attention to the situation of Wu Xie's. And Wu Sancheng province is also checking Zhang Xie's situation. The real Wu Sancheng is also checking on Zhang Xingye. The real Wusan province is also checking on Zhang Xingyi, and Wu Erbai is also checking on his side. Wu Erbai was checking because Wusan province had asked for help, while Wusan province was checking because it wanted to find out if Zhang Xingye was one of its people or not. If he wasn't one of its people, then tying him up in the same boat would probably work wonders in dealing with it in the future. If he was one of its people, then it would be necessary to plan ahead and eradicate them as early as possible. In order to deal with it, the people of the old 9 sect had put in too much manpower and material resources, and would never allow anyone to sabotage this plan. Not right, this place we just did not come here walking here. Wu Xie suddenly stopped. Surveying the surroundings. This is exactly the same as the location we just walked through. No, there are no vases here. Zhang Xingye shook his head. Zhang Xingye knew that the burial chambers of the Shisha undersea tomb were very strange, and they all actually looked the same, making it extremely easy for people to misunderstand and thus get cranky and lose their minds, and without their minds, they would not have the ability to think calmly. Then how is the situation here? It feels like we've been walking for more than an hour, and we're all walking a maze. Wu oblique left look right look, puzzled. Fatty Wang said, this motherer, in the middle of the day wouldn't be seeing ghosts, right? Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling. Shaguan, do you remember anything? Poison, coma. Zhang Qiling frowned, there were some fragments in his mind. But it was incomplete. Then let's look again and see where the organs of this place are. Zhang Xingye didn't say anything, after all, Zhang Qiling couldn't remember everything at once. One could only start feeling around for the organs. Zhang Qiling, however, came to a corner and reached out towards a piece of land and pressed down, and immediately afterward a secret passage appeared in front of the crowd. Little brother, how did you know that the organ was there? Fatty Wang's eyes widened. Just as he was about to look for the organ, Zhang Qiling opened it accurately and unerringly. Intuition. Zhang Qiling replied and then walked into the secret passage. Several people also followed. If there's nothing else inside, I'm really going to blow up this tomb. Fatty Wang said as he covered his butt. His butt still hurts. Fatty, the coffin. There's a treasure. Wu Xie said excitedly, pointing to a coffin in front of him. Fatty rushed over, lying on the coffin carefully surveyed, this golden, it will not be Nanmuel, gold Nanmua. This place is the ear room with such luxury coffins? Then the main chamber must be even more luxurious Wu Xie looked at this place. It's not a big place, it definitely can't be the main chamber. Fatty, will you open the coffin? Wu Slant came over and said. Fatty Wang nodded, open. Let's push together. Okay. Wu Oblique put down the flashlight, began to help Fatty Wang push the coffin lid, which is not nailed, not even nailed coffin. Don't. Zhang Xingye did not expect Wu Xie's hand speed is so fast. But it's understandable, after all, Wu Xie is too short of money, Wu Xie's third uncle is too bad. What? Wu Xie was puzzled. Fatty Wang gasped, Little Tianjin, hard ah, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wu Xie answered and continued to help push. Zhang Xingye silently pulled out the blue fire gatling, open all open, stop also useless. Zhang Qiling also pulled out the black gold ancient sword. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang combined their efforts to push open the lid of the coffin. Fatty Wang was so tired that he fell down on the coffin, and the result was that the thing in the coffin opened its eyes. Raising his hand, he thrust it at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang rushed back in fear. What is it? So close, so close. What is the fraudulent corpse? Wu Oblique still do not understand. Wang Fat backward do what? Look up, see a body covered with white hair. Guy stood up. Wu Xie, you are too fast, you should not touch the coffin, have you forgotten your evil nature? Zhang Xingye didn't even expect Wu Xie to open the coffin. Zhang Xingye thought that Wu Xie had self-awareness. Wu Xie's crying face, I'm sorry, I forgot. Wu Xie really forgot. If he opens the coffin, the corpse will rise. The lesson of the 7-star King's palace is right in front of us. How long has it been? Fatty Wang was so scared that he retreated. What the hell is this? White-haired drought demon. Zhang Qiling spat out 4 words. That coffin should be the corpse suppressor coffin. Xiao Guan, lean back. Zhang Xingye pulled Zhang Qiling's hand that was ready to bleed. Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji had long since hidden behind Zhang Qiling and the others. Be careful. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Slightly standing behind Zhang Xingye, if Zhang Qiling failed to finish off this guy, Zhang Qiling would still bleed. Zhang Xingye looked towards that white-haired drought demon. You lie back, we'll put the lid on you, each in peace, how about it? Zhang Xingye tried to negotiate with this white-haired drought demon. Although I don't know if this guy would understand. However, the white-haired drought demon bared its teeth at Zhang Xingye and then lunged at him, as if it wanted to pounce on him and suck his blood. It seems like he doesn't want to make peace with each of us. Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva and said, Toast to refuse to eat a penalty wine. Zhang Xingye aimed at the white-haired drought demon and did a round of strafing. Numerous bullets were fired at the white-haired drought demon and even made the sound of metal clashing, but the special bullets still penetrated. The white-haired drought demon drew pain and dodged extremely quickly. Wu Xie did not expect that this guy was not killed directly. Zhang Xingye's gatling is not always invincible? Why does it seem to be unable to do so this time? Zhang Qiling cut his fingers and threw out a few drops of Qilin blood, hitting him right in the eyes. The white-haired drought demon let out a mournful scream. Chapter 51 Fatty, you pissed on my hand. When the unicorn blood entered his eyes, that white-haired drought demon immediately lost his light. He couldn't see anything and rolled to the ground. Zhang Xingye's blue flame gatling was firing at the guy, and the bullets were like no money at all. Although it is true that no money. This guy, the sound is really quite sharp. Listening to that white-haired drought demon's ear-piercing cry, Wu Xieji and Fatty Wang both covered their ears. That voice was shrill. The white-haired drought demon went berserk and scurried around. This guy really take to kill it. This body of copper skin and iron bone, his copper skin and iron bone seems to be different from those ordinary zombie. Copper skin and iron bone is really difficult to kill. Zhang Xingyi several rounds of strafing down, that guy's whole body are holes, but this guy life force quite tenacious, froze is not dead. As the temperature of the Qilin blood gradually cooled down, the white-haired drought demon also gradually recovered the light. But also useless, at this moment also only half life, lying on the ground, the body of the tender green blood flowed all over the place, the taste is extremely fishy. Drought demon, with ordinary zombies is naturally different, this guy does not know how many years to live. Wu Xia released his hand and was also quite shocked. Shocked that this guy's vitality is really tenacious. Zhang Qiling leapt, stepped on the wall and stepped directly on the body of the white-haired drought demon with an upside-down golden hook, and at the same time, he reached out and scratched on the black gold ancient knife. After landing on the ground, he directly turned the ancient black gold sword towards the white-haired drought demon's neck. The blade that was stained with boiling hot Qilin blood made this guy's corpse separate with a single slash, and his head rolled all over the ground towards Wu Xie. Little officer. Zhang Xingye hurriedly put away his gatling and ran towards Zhang Qiling. Blood, it's poisonous, don't step on it. Zhang Qiling hurriedly stopped Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye stopped his footsteps stiffly. Little brother, he doesn't seem to be dead. Wu leaned against the corner and looked at the head that stopped in front of him. Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva, he just seemed to blink his eyes. Zhang Xingye said, this is normal, people who are beheaded are not immediately dead. There are still a few seconds of consciousness. Really? Fatty Wang a bit do not believe. Take out the Vajra umbrella, wanna go to poke that head. As a result, the head flew up and bit at Fatty Wang, who hurriedly opened his Vajra umbrella to block the white-haired drought demon's head. Zhang Qiling hurriedly threw out a few drops of Qilin blood, spreading it on the white-haired drought demon's head, before the head rolled to the ground and completely stopped moving. This. Wu Qiling's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. What did he see just now? What did he see? A head flew up and bit someone. If it wasn't for Fatty Wan's Vajra umbrella opening in time, at this moment Fatty Wan was probably bitten on it. How did the world turn upside down like this? System, this butterfly effect is a bit scary. This guy is scary. Calm down, host, the arrival of the traveler, the established momentum of heaven will not change, that small momentum in all probability will change, as to what kind of, only the experience of the people know. Thanks to me just flashing in time, or else this guy is biting me. It's okay if he bites you, you have the bloodline of the unicorn, and you're invulnerable to poisons, so it'll hurt a little bit at most. You're not a human being. Shouldn't you be comforting me at this time? This system isn't a human being. It's dangerous. Get me some martial arts to protect myself. The Sunflower Sutra, the highest martial art in the world. Do you need it? Rolling. Zhang Xingye and the system were still bickering. The butterfly effect was a bit scary. Zhang Qiling stepped on the wall, vertical several flip came to Zhang Xingye's side. Scared? Are you in pain? Zhang Xingye came back to his senses and was the first to care about Zhang Qiling. This guy is really not save off. That blood bank library is to put off. I am not in the way, if you are not in trouble. Zhang Qiling slowly shook his head. For Zhang Qiling, Zhang Xingye is the descendant of the Zhang family, which is the flame of the Zhang family. He is a senior to protect him, the future of the world belongs to the younger generation, plus Zhang Qiling is also used to injuries, and did not care too much about their own injuries. Zhang Xingye said in a serious manner, give me your black gold ancient knife. Zhang Qiling was puzzled. What do you need my knife for? However, doubtful as doubtful was, he still handed the black gold ancient knife to Zhang Xingye. Other people were not even allowed to touch it, but Zhang Xingye said he wanted it, so Zhang Qiling gave it to him. As a result, Zhang Xingye directly confiscated the black gold ancient knife and put it into the system space, so he can give it to you after he goes out, so that you don't listen to the advice to bleed again, and I'll be the one to bleed next. I'll do the bleeding next. Zhang Qiling watched with bated breath as his black gold ancient knife disappeared. Although it was temporarily gone. Immediately, Zhang Xingye took out gauze and bandages to bandage Zhang Qiling's hand. It's also my fault, if only I had your skills. Zhang Xingye blamed himself while bandaging it. It's my fault for not remembering the memories. Zhang Qiling, however, lowered his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't recall her memories, how could she not know how to avoid the dangers here? Don't blame yourself for anything, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xingye tied a bow on Zhang Qiling's hand. Is it tied too thick? Zhang Qiling looked at his swollen hand and said. Zhang Xingye pulled Zhang Qiling to the other side of the corner and took out the white-cut chicken from the system space. Not too thick, have a chicken leg to suppress the shock. Zhang Xingye handed the first bite to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling took it. The two squatted on the other side to eat the chicken, not even noticing the two people in the opposite corner. Wu Xieji was sitting on the ground, and at the moment he was still a bit unrecovered. Fatty Wang, on the other hand, slowly lowered his adamantine umbrella. It's okay, right? Just now was really dangerous. Fatty Wan was really frightened. A stream of warmth flowed directly into Wu Xie's hand, only then did Wu Xie completely come back to his senses. Wu Qiao shook off his hand and looked down. This warm current flowed over from Fatty Wang. Fatty, you peed. Pissed on my hand. Wu Xie hurriedly stood up and distanced himself from the water stain. And sniffed his hand. Vomit. Fatty Wang showed embarrassment. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Fatty Wang clenched his legs. How could he be scared to pee when he was a fat master of the imperial city? Wang Fatty is directly a denial trifecta. Fatty, you still do not admit it. You urinate yellow, obviously on fire. You recently fire a little heavy Wu Oblique disgusted to find paper towels to wipe. As a result, there was no paper towel on his body. He looked at Zhang Xingye again, and as a result, Zhang Xingye also looked at Fatty Wang's side with a surprised face. Fatty, your pants are wet, we didn't bring a change of clothes. Zhang Xingye put down the chicken leg in his hand. At once, he could not eat it. This white-cut chicken is white with a yellow, golden luster. Chapter 52. Who wants to rob my chicken? That golden color, with the puddle of dark yellow on the ground, seems like Zhang Xingye immediately lost his desire to eat. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, buried his head and ate the chicken, and no sound outside could affect Zhang Qiling's chicken eating. Zhang Qiling had a chicken leg in his left hand and a chicken wing in his right hand. He lowered his head and ate with a crunchy flavor. Despite the gauze wrapped around his hands, it did not affect Zhang Qiling's chicken eating. I remember in the future, Zhang Qiling wanted to eat chicken, slaughtered someone else's chicken, didn't pay. It was Wu Xieji who told Fatty to pay. Xiao Xingzi, didn't we buy it? Wu Xie asked. Zhang Xingye was stunned. Did we buy it? There were too many things to buy, and Zhang Xingye hadn't really remembered to buy a change of clothes for a while. This was because Zhang Xingye had planned to buy them directly from the system mall if he needed them at that time. Wu Xie nodded. Bought it, I picked it out, Fatty paid for it, and it was loaded in your mustard seed space. Then I will look for it. Zhang Xingye is really do not remember that there is such a thing, mainly because there are too many things to buy. Xingdi, there must be, you look for it. Fatty Wan walked towards Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Qiling. You stand there, you have already affected me, but do not affect my family Xiaoguan. Fatty Wang stood in place. Star brother, no love we still is not life and death good brother. You do not affect my little official to eat chicken, we are. Zhang Xingyi said, also really from the system space to find a change of clothes, then threw a pair of shorts to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang hurriedly took over. Then what, you guys avoid a bit of chanting? Fatty Wang is a little shy. Who cares to look at you? Zhang Xingyi muttered. Wu Qiqi pinched his nose and approached Zhang Xingye. Xiao Xingzi, give me a wet towel. Wu Xie said. Zhang Xingye threw a pack of wet wipes to Wu Xie. Wu Xie wiped his hands while saying, Fatty, we are at least brothers in life and death, this pissing on my hand is not what a good brother should do. What does that have to do with me, not you sit there yourself, urine flows over by itself. Fatty Wang skimmed his mouth and muttered in a low voice. Wu Oblique did not hear, what did you say? I said you do not talk nonsense, Fat Master when I pee? Fatty Wang changed his pants and turned around. Wu Xie pointed to the puddle of water stains on the ground, that is not it? That is the Fat Master of the urine, Fat Master just urinate, a small urination cannot? Wang fat face not red not gasping said. Wu Xie replied, clearly is you peeing pants pee. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product, but I'm sure you'll be able to get a good deal on a new product. Fatty Wang denied. Wu Xie stared wide-eyed. This is a change of pants on the fat man Wang denied? That physical evidence is still there. Wu Xie pointed to the pants that Fatty Wang threw in the corner and said. Fatty Wang glanced, what evidence do you have to prove that is Fat Master me? That is clearly the previous person's. Zhang Xingye snorted out a laugh. Wu Xie, you can never wake up a person pretending to sleep. Wu Xie skimmed his mouth, do not talk about it, I am also a little hungry. Xiao Xingzi, what chicken is still there? Give me some. Just after saying that, behind Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling stood up in a mischievous manner. Triggered the keyword. Who wants to rob my chicken? Zhang Qiling suddenly spoke behind Zhang Xingye, scaring Zhang Xingye. I am Xiaoguan, you eat chicken just eat chicken, you don't suddenly scare people out of the cold. Zhang Xingye covered his chest, this sudden jump was still scary. Zhang Qiling said while nibbling on the chicken wings, someone, robbing the chicken. Zhang Xingye covered his face, no one robbed your chicken, this plate is all yours, you eat it. Oh. Zhang Qiling responded and squatted down to continue eating the chicken. When eating chicken, regardless of trivia. Zhang Xingye packed several servings of white-cut chicken, all for Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye threw out a few bags of chicken claws and threw them to Wu Qiling, eat it, got to buy it at a loss. This salt-baked chicken claws, yellow, cannot eat. As soon as he saw this color, Wu Xie remembered the matter of Fatty Wang peeing his pants. Fatty Wang also came over and said, Xingdi, give me some, I am also hungry, a caddy of corned beef, and then a bottle of 8+1. Fatty, don't you wash your hands? Can you really eat it? Zhang Xingye asked coldly. Saying that, Fatty Wang looked down at his hands. It seemed like it was still a little bit wet. Just at this time, the stone wall on the side suddenly moved, and a secret door slowly opened. Fat Master I can what also did not press not I ran into the organ. Fatty Wang hurriedly said. Wu Xie also raised his hand, not me, I also did not touch anything. The crowd looked at the stone door, the corner of a very leather-clad woman walked out, limping, body hung color. Ah Ning? Zhang Xingyi raised an eyebrow. This is not Ah Ning. Ning was also stunned, not expecting Zhang Xingye and the others to be here. Looking at the white-haired corpse and the green bloodstains on the ground again, Ning also guessed that they had just encountered danger as well. Looks like Wusan province has pitted you guys. Zhang Xingye laughed. I knew there was no way Wu Sansheng would give the complete drawings to Jude Cao. Ha 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 ha. What do you know? Did you and Wu Sansheng set up a trap for us? Ning's eyes turned cold and met Zhang Xingye's gaze. Zhang Xingye was speechless. Hey, don't talk nonsense, be careful I'll sue you for slander, you're slandering me. Ah Ning, did you really separate from us on purpose earlier? Wu Shezhi was a little bit in disbelief. Since we were called together, then why did you deliberately separate from us again? Fatty Wang laughed, where are those minions around you? What, all gone? Look at your miserable face, that thing you are looking for, is it also not found? Zhang Xingye also asked. One person asked, Ning had a feeling of being tricked. Zhang Xingye and the others have insight into the whole situation? You know everything? Ah Ning asked Zhang Xingye in return. If Zhang Xingye answered yes, then Ah Ning was a clown. Ah Ning would never allow himself to be tricked like this, and would definitely give Zhang Xingye a big note in his little book, and take revenge when he had the chance. I don't know, but Wusan province isn't stupid, wouldn't he know that cooperating with Jude Cao is to seek skin with a tiger, and not leave any cards for himself? Zhang Xingye replied. Zhang Xingye indeed did not know how far Wu Sancheng had cooperated with Jude Cao. Because of the butterfly effect, everything was full of variables. However, Zhang Xingye was certain that Wu Sancheng would never let Jude Cao get the corpse turtle Dan. Not to mention whether or not there was any corpse turtle Dan in the undersea tomb. Even if there was, Xiao Dikao wouldn't be able to get it, but it was most likely not. Otherwise, Wu Sanso wouldn't feel comfortable handing over part of the map. After all, what if Jude Cao's people ran into a dead rat blindly? Ah Ning, why are you in such a state? Did you guys also encounter the swindle thing? Chapter 53, Wusan Province and Hualianhuan's Secret Talks. At this time, somewhere, Xia Lianhuan has already had a secret meeting with Wu Sancheng. Noah, your second brother also did not find out any clues, completely unable to find out a little bit of information about this called Zhang Xingye. Xia Lianhuan shook his head, very helpless. Wu Sancheng frowned, after so many days, can't find out anything? No, this person seems to have appeared out of thin air. I now suspect that he is the kind of Zhang family's old monster that does not enter the world. After all, the Northeast Zhang family has always been an extremely mysterious existence. Xia Lianhuan guessed. Zhang family people get long life, 100 years or even a few hundred years do not enter the world, and so what? Hundreds of years do not enter the world of people, may not be able to find out what information. There is only one possibility of not being able to find out information, that is, that guy is not even a person of this era, but that old monster who has been living for hundreds of years, the kind that has never come out of the world. The kind that serves as the backbone of a family. It couldn't really have appeared out of nowhere. Wusan Province shook his head. No, according to what you said, his acting style is not sophisticated at all, rather like a 20-something-year-old young at heart. Wu Sancheng has also known the Zhang family. Most of the Zhang family are silent and sophisticated, more work, less talk kind of thing. But according to Xia Lianhuan's words, Zhang Xingye can't be related to the silent and skillful in any way. In fact, the mouth of the silent people, psychological interactivities are often very rich. For example, Zhang Qiling. The Zhang family members would also think about things in their spare time, such as the significance of the Zhang family's current existence, or the characterization of their own patriarch. How hard is it to disguise yourself? If we could return to our old age to around 20 years old, and we pretended to be childlike in nature, how hard could it be? Xia Lianhuan thought that Zhang Xingye's current character was feigned. It was difficult for a young man to pretend to be old and dignified, because a young mind was prone to head iron. Wu Sanso nodded. Alright, let's go with your assumption. Then what is the reason for his sudden appearance? According to my guess, there are only two things. First, to reorganize the Zhang family which is falling apart, and second, to clear up what happened back then. Xia Lianhuan voiced his opinion. Wu Sancheng sighed. I do not understand that year Zhang de Buddha imprisoned Zhang Qiling. Why, just for the sake of that illusory eternal life? When Master Buddha met Zhang Qiling back then, didn't he promise that he would not fail the Zhang family in this life? But why did the Buddha later renege on his original intention? Xia Lianhuan shook his head. I also do not understand. Imprison Zhang Qiling for 20 years, the result is that nothing has been studied. As a result, now Master Buddha Zhang is dead, the Zhang family old monster came out. This is the 9 sects. Zhang Qishan probably did not expect Zhang family there are hidden not into the world of the old monster it, or expected, but did not expect them to come out. Or did not expect a ray of life under the heavenly Tao. In fact, when I heard you say that the old monsters of the Zhang family came out of the world, I wanted to go to the Crescent Moon Hotel to ask Vice Officer Zhang a sentence. When the Buddha imprisoned Zhang Qiling for 20 years, whether it was for the sake of the 9 gates in his mouth, or for his own selfishness. If it was the former, then what did the 9 sect get? If it was the latter, then why should the 9 sects bear the cost of what he did? Wu Sancheng really wanted to go out at the moment. Anyway, Wu Sancheng often went out, but he would just let Xia Lianhuan hide. In the beginning, Zhang Qiling and the old 9 sect both agreed that after the matter was accomplished, the old 9 sect would take turns replacing the Zhang family in guarding the Bronze Gate. In the Four Girls Mountain inverted, this inverted heavy damage, the 9 door divided into 2 factions. One faction is Wu Old Dog, was Shenqiu support Zhang Qiling, the other faction of the failure of all the responsibility attributed to Zhang Qiling. At that time, Zhang Qiling also suffered serious injuries, woke up after the heavenly authorization seizure, lost his memory, was Zhang Qishan secluded in the Jelmo sanatorium, this imprisonment up to 20 years. What exactly happened during this period is not documented, and then it was the inner circle of Master Xiejiu who rescued Zhang Qiling, at which point the main force of the old 9 sect had been replaced with the second generation. The older generation gradually hid behind. The Xie family, the Wu family, and the Hua family are a little better than the other 6 families, but they have to atone for their sins. Xia Lianhuan sighed. What should come will always come. Wu Sanso nodded. Zhang Xingye's identity still have to be checked. Since he knows that you are not the real me, it means that he knows that there may be more than we think. If we can turn a war of words into a peace, in dealing with it, this matter is undoubtedly a big help. Back then, the old 9 sect had cheated Zhang Qiling once. Now why should people believe us again? Why should they believe in us again? Why should they turn their anger into friendship with us? Xia Lianhuan smiled to himself. Wu Sanqing sighed, this is indeed the case. Once trust collapses, it is very difficult to rebuild it. Anyway, let's keep looking into it, and make up for it as much as we can. Xia Lianhuan asked, what else can we do? The Wu family checked all over the place, but did not find a little record of him. The Wu family's power is ultimately limited, so bring in the other 8 sects and other forces. Wu San Province said. Hearing this, Xia Lianhuan froze, how to pull? Didn't you say that he brought out the jade figurine? Then let the news out. People who want to live forever will help us to check him out. The opportunity to make contact with him, and to test his attitude towards the 9 sect to see if there is any room for relaxation, and some of the old men should be moved. Wu San Province immediately came up with a solution. Who could refuse a long life? Especially some who were in high positions and had retired at an older age. They didn't want to die and still wanted to shelter the family for a few years. If people die, everything will be over, but if people don't die, the favor will remain. Once this news is released, both black and white will have to move. Good, then I will go out first. It is not good to disappear for too long. Xia Lianhuan nodded, ready to go and arrange this matter. Wu Sanqing, Jude Cao's side, some deep cooperation, or less better, not my kind, their hearts will be different. I know, what about Wu Xieji? Xia Lianhuan asked. Wu Sanqing Province silent for a while, continue to practice. If Zhang Xingyi is really Zhang family old monster and really want to liquidate the 9 sect, we are afraid that these old guys cannot run. If Zhang Xingye is really an old monster of the Zhang family and really wants to liquidate the 9 sect, I am afraid that all of us old guys can't escape. We can solve the problems of our generation by ourselves, and we can't involve them in this generation. Good. Xia Lianhuan also understood Wu Sanqing's meaning, and then turned to leave. Wu Sanqing muttered, Wu Xia, your grandfather gave you this name because he hoped that you would be innocent all your life, but you have been in the bureau since birth, is the biggest card of the 9 sect, is destined to be the victim of the 9 sect to fight against it, so how can you be innocent all your life? What you can do, only to go against the sky to change their fate, cannot be changed, can only be resigned to fate, uncle can help you only so much. Chapter 54 Have to bring her along. Achoo, who's chanting about me? Wu Zhiqi, who was helping Aning with her bandages, sneezed twice in a row. From what they had just learned, the crowd also knew what had happened to Aning, it was too tragic. Wu San Province was too damn pitiful. The map he drew was 3 parts true and 7 parts false, and the 10 dangers of the undersea tomb allowed Aning to touch them 7 times, so it was really God's blessing that Aning was able to stay alive. All the people Aning brought with him are dead. All of them were buried in the undersea tomb. Fatty Wang was sitting on the side eating beef and drinking 8+1. I have to eat more, otherwise I can't make up for my wounded heart. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling sat not far away and also ate salt-baked chicken legs. Xiaoguan, I'm curious, after so many years, why haven't you found a daughter-in-law? Although the Zhang family has always intermarried within the clan in order to maintain their lineage, but as the Zhang family patriarch, the Zhang family didn't introduce you? Zhang Xingye asked as he ate. Zhang Qiling shivered his fingers, there is. The Zhang family is really someone who introduced Zhang Qiling to his daughter-in-law. This chicken leg is really delicious. Yes? What about your daughter-in-law? What's her name? Zhang Xingye quickly gossiped about her. No, Zhang Haibi, formerly Changsha, now I do not know. Zhang Qiling replied. What would a woman want to come to? A woman will only affect the speed of my drawing the sword. Zhang Qiling ate chicken while telling these things truthfully. It was evident that Zhang Qiling had remembered quite a few things, at least a fifth of them. Hearing this reply, Zhang Xingye became even more curious. Could that legend be true? She was looking for you in Changsha and you showed up at Wu Xie's full moon banquet at that time? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Xingye initially thought it was a rumor. But he was still surprised to hear Zhang Qiling admit it himself. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Zhang Qiling froze for a moment and looked at Wu Xie, who was bandaging up with Aning. He also looked at Zhang Xingye. In a serious manner, she said, not remembering. Zhang Xingye smiled, don't remember even if you don't, if that memory is not there, then the thing that Zhang Rishan did to you earlier, you should not think of it either. Mention Zhang Rishan, Zhang Xingye has a kind of want to dig him out of the grave to dig up the body of the whip impulse. Remembered. Zhang Qiling, however, gave Zhang Xingye a different answer. A look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Zhang Xingye was a bit surprised, little officer, you remembered? Eternal life, curse, Zhang Qishan, 20 years, sinister. After Zhang Qiling finished, he continued to lower his head and eat his chicken leg. Zhang Xingye heard and understood the meaning expressed by Zhang Qiling. Longevity was a curse for Zhang Qiling, but Zhang Qiling saw that there were people who were scheming just for longevity. Although there is nothing wrong with studying longevity, the wrong method can be used to imprison him for 20 years to study, which is really sinister to the extreme. I believe that if there is an afterlife, Zhang Qiling will not want to live forever. He would like to live an ordinary life, have a family that dotes on him, can go to school, make good friends, develop a career, get married, and have children, rather than fall into the painful cycle of reincarnation. For Zhang Qiling, flowers were similar year after year, but people were different year after year. Little official, stop eating the chicken leg and come have some soup. Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand and a casserole appeared in front of him. In the casserole was a red date and wolfberry pork belly stewed chicken, placed in the system space. The temperature remained the same. Zhang Qiling raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xingye, then at the chicken soup. It seemed to be asking, how did you still carry the soup with you? You must have been in a lot of pain when you just bled, and even though you ate the honeyed little red dates, you still need to replenish it. Zhang Xingye said. It doesn't matter. Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly. Bloodletting was just a matter of bloodletting, one had long gotten used to it. Compared to the blood released by Zhang Qishan who had imprisoned him for 20 years, what was this little bit of blood? Zhang Xingye took out a small bowl and filled it with soup for Zhang Qiling. You don't always have to be okay, nothing is deserved, you don't owe anyone. These words silenced Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling had always taken everything for granted, and saving people was just a trivial matter. By releasing some blood himself, he could save someone's life, wasn't that a trivial matter? But it seemed that Zhang Xingye's words had changed Zhang Qiling's mind about this kind of taking things for granted. Fu finally bandaged up. What are you doing, little starlet? Wu Xia wiped his sweat and stood up. He then saw Zhang Xingye loading soup there. Zhang Xingye gave a blank look. I don't know what to think, we didn't drink it once in the village of the 7-star Lu Wangwang Palace. What are you fussing about? Xiao Xingzi, we are in the tomb. How do you do in the tomb still leisurely drink soup? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to get out? Shouldn't we think about where the main chamber is? Wu Xia was shocked. Zhang Xingye handed the chicken soup to Zhang Qiling. Drinking soup doesn't affect my ability to think about these things. Zhang Xingye replied. Grave chamber, move. At this time, Zhang Qiling who received the chicken soup handed by Zhang Xingye seemed to have remembered a little more. But, isn't this something known anymore? Zhang Xingye was puzzled. What was Zhang Qiling's meaning? Opposite the dark door, the main crypt, probably. Zhang Qiling explained. Zhang Xingye stood up in a mischievous manner. Right. Since the chamber is moving, we just open the dark door. The opposite side may be dangerous, but now that we open it, there is a possibility that it is a passageway to the main chamber. Fatty Wang also hurriedly stood up. Which is still waiting for what? Fat Master, I have long been impatient to let those big treasures to see the light again. Quickly open the secret door and take a look. Zhang Xingye looked at Aining. Aining returned a blank stare. What are you looking at? I paid to go down to the tomb together. But you went looking for the tomb by yourself earlier and didn't think to bring us along. Zhang Xingye replied. This sentence disliked Aining and left him speechless. At this time, Wu Shezhi came out to be a peacemaker. Aining is a bit unorthodox, but she is now injured. We cannot throw her here. As the saying goes, God has the virtue of good life. To save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, and moreover, do not take her with us. Who will give us the bill? Wang Fat this time Team Wu Oblique. Yes, Star Brother, no matter what, this guy has to bring she died no one to us to pay the bill. The big deal is that we don't share the treasure with her. Not to mention anything else, just for the sake of money, we have to support Wu Slant as well. Zhang Xingyi nodded. Aining still have to pay himself $5 million. Die here is a real loss. Roba, then bring her. Wu Oblique, you are responsible for this time the Tomb of Things do not share her. For the sake of money, Zhang Xingyi also agreed to take Aining together. However, Wu Xia's heart of the Mother of God, when will it change? Wu Xia instantly happy, because if Zhang Xingyi opposed, Aining may be very difficult to be brought along. Chapter 55 Zhang Qiling with a little emotion. Zhang Xingye stood up and pressed the organ that Zhang Qiling had pressed earlier, and the dark door slowly opened. Let's go. Zhang Xingye looked at the crowd and said. Zhang Qiling stood up and even served the chicken soup, it couldn't go to waste. Then what, little brother, give me a sip, I also drink some hot. Fatty Wang caught up and said. Zhang Qiling a flash, directly in Wang Fatty distance, hands have urine, dirty chicken. Little brother, if you say so, it seems that when he just ate beef, he didn't wear gloves. Wu Xie assisted Aining, but it did not prevent Wu Xie from mocking Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang immediately darkened his face. Originally Fat Master, I would like to pretend not to know. You have to say it? Why is there a coffin here again? Zhang Xingye walked in front and stopped before taking 2 steps. Zhang Qiling poked his head out from behind Zhang Xingye. Water Razine, water to raise coffins, big bad. Zhang Qiling took a look and said. Zhang Xingye was so angry that he blew out his hair. How many chambers are there in this tomb? My people have gone through 5 chambers, except for the first one, which is not dangerous. The other 4 are either swindled or a group of sea monkeys, and we also blew up 2 chambers. Ning said weakly. Zhang Xingye swallowed his saliva. This water seems to be very deep. Fatty Wang came forward. How can it be? This is a puddle only, at most, drown the neck. This coffin is not always a little something again. Fatty Wang was really frightened by the drought demon. The drought demon coffin is empty, nothing. Waterway. Zhang Qiling spoke up at this time. Zhang Xingye nodded with approval. We walked all the way, Year Room Road even if there is water, but also a small stall, absolutely impossible to have so much, and this cannot see the bottom, this is definitely more than a small puddle. How impossible it is, this is originally the seabed tomb, the water into the more normal do not believe the fat master to you to verify it. The king fat man said, raised his foot to the puddle to step on. I don't think so. Zhang Xingye dragged the fat Wang, this water is not sure if there is any poison or the like, first study before going down don't be in a hurry. However, Fatty Wang's foot only went down, directly stepped on the air. The whole person fell toward the puddle, dragged him. Zhang Xingye also want to follow to be dragged down. Zhang Qiling yanked Zhang Xingye's hand with one hand and kicked Fatty Wang's stomach with the other, directly kicking Fatty Wang down and saving Zhang Xingye. He didn't let Zhang Xingye fall down with him. Fatty! Wu Xia shouted. Fatty Wang's entire body gurgled and bubbled in the water, slowly sinking as if he couldn't float. It's fine. Zhang Qiling spat out 2 words. Zhang Qiling is self-aware of how much effort he puts in, just now at most letting Fatty Wang and Zhang Xingye separate. Fatty Wang at most drank 2 mouths of water, absolutely impossible to come up. Zhang Xingye took out the water-avoiding beads. Xiaoguan, I will go down first to see, you wait on top. Below, the organ, I will go. Zhang Qiling directly snatched the water-avoiding bead from Zhang Xingye's hand, then brought the chicken soup to Zhang Xingye's hand, and finally the whole person directly jumped down. That speed, surprisingly fast. Zhang Qiling jumped into the pool with the water-avoiding bead and saw Fatty who was swimming downstream. It was a flight of stairs that led down. Obviously after Fatty Wang had just come down, it wasn't that he couldn't float up, but the guy was holding his own breath and swimming downstream, wanting to see what was going on down there. It was the same as what Zhang Qiling guessed. Fatty Wang also found Zhang Qiling who was catching up behind him, so he pointed downwards with a gesture, inviting Zhang Qiling to go down together. Zhang Qiling did not pay any attention to Fatty Wang, but came to one side of the wall to feel around, and after finding the mechanism, he pressed downwards, and in an instant, the seawater receded downwards. Zhang Qiling stood still and was not washed away by the water. On the other hand, Fatty Wang can be miserable, above the retreating seawater straight to Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty was rushed to the 7, only feel as if I saw too much milk. And the bottom of the king fat and came from a larger suction, above the push, below the suction, the king fat was tossed enough. Good thing that Fatty Wang did cover the mouth and nose to hold his breath. Suffocated color red. Hey, the water recedes, the water recedes. The top of the Wu Oblique exclaimed. Aining cannot believe that this is really a waterway, the road is flooded. Go, let us go down. Wu Xia looked at Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye nodded, guessing that it should be that Zhang Qiling had remembered something again and was a bit impressed with this place, opening some kind of mechanism to make the water recede. Zhang Xingye took back the chicken soup into his system space and stepped on the stairs. He saw Zhang Qiling standing not far away and waiting. Xiaoguan, where's Fatty? Zhang Xingye came down and asked. Yeah, where did Fatty go? Wu Xia was also puzzled. Zhang Qiling was here, so where did Fatty Wang sneak off to? Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye and did not answer. But that gaze, why does it seem to be a bit aggrieved? What is it, little official? Zhang Xingye was puzzled. Why did Zhang Qiling not speak? It can't be a heavenly authorization. Being authorized by the heavens at this time? You don't ask me? Zhang Qiling asked in return. How dare you not ask me how I am first, but instead go first to care about an outsider? Is your surname Zhang or Wang? Anger. I will never forgive you without 2 white-cut chickens. Never, huh? Hearing this, Zhang Xingye sort of understood. This guy is not being taught by the heavens, this is obviously having a small mood. Okay, I was wrong, I shouldn't have asked Fatty first, how are you? Did you encounter any danger just now? Zhang Xingye cried and laughed, and went up to care about Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling raised her eyes with some arrogance. It's fine. What about Fatty? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling pointed down, below. Then let's go down and take a look. Zhang Xingye said. Zhang Qiling lowered his eyes and followed Zhang Xingye. It was purely unintentional that he didn't remind Fatty Wang when he opened the mechanism just now. It was definitely not intentional. Wu Xia supported Aining and followed behind. The few people walked down the stairs, walking. When they walked down, the crowd was shocked. This below, although there is also water, but it is no longer deep, this is really only drowned to the neck of the foot, because Fatty Wang proved. At this moment, Fatty Wang is holding the wall with both hands, puckering his buttocks and bowing to vomit. Just ate all the vomit out. Fatty Wang is from the top of the snowball rolled down, the water above the push Wang fat, the water below in the suction Wang fat. Fatty Wang vomited with a pale face. This should be the main crypt. Wu Oblique left and right survey said. Here see a lot of burial goods Not. Zhang Qiling replied. Why are there 8 doors here? Ning frowned, this place wasn't marked on Wusan province's map. Chapter 56, 8 Doors of Life and Death. It's hard to believe that Wu Sanqing really doesn't intend to cooperate with him. The 8 doors, this is Chi Men Dunjia, right? In Chimen Dunjia, the life door is an auspicious door, symbolizing vitality and vigor, and is the Burgundy Palace in the northeast. This direction is considered to be where the earth god is located, symbolizing the revival of all things and the reversal of yang energy. The attribute of the Shangmen is earth, which belongs to the earth element of the 5 elements. If that's the case, then the door to the northeast of us is the gate of life. Should we go in through that door? What are your opinions? Zhang Xingye's gaze did not look towards those burial objects. Instead, he wanted to go to the real main chamber, and Zhang Xingye also wanted to know just how far the butterfly effect could be reversed. Not right, small star child, the sky has 8 doors, to pass 8 winds also, the ground has 8 parties, to respond to the gossip of the outline the 4 times of the main in all things also, the auspicious door was Grams G not on, auspicious door is born with a big advantage, urgent from God, slow from the door, I think the living 8 doors to turn the 8 doors, this door of life is definitely not the door of life, it is impossible to be so simple. Wu Oblique at this time IQ extremely online. Refuted Zhang Xingye, if it is really as simple as the living door, that is not generally problematic. Zhang Xingye was puzzled, so what do you mean? What I mean is that the door to death is the door to life, and the person who built this tomb may also be betting on the future generations to dare to make a big breakthrough. Wu Xia replied. Hearing Wu Xia said this, Zhang Xingye felt that it seemed quite reasonable. Then he looked at Zhang Qiling, little officer, what do you think? After all, Zhang Qiling had been to this tomb. Zhang Qiling looked at the mural on it and slowly opened his mouth. The 8 gates are all gates of life, and all gates of death. Zhang Qiling stroked the mural and slowly opened his mouth. The fat man is also finished vomiting. Little brother, you just did not do the right thing. Fat master, I bitter bile or almost spit out. Fatty Wan leaned against the wall, his face was pale. It is the kind of overindulgence, kidney deficiency pale. I'm not going to be able to live with it. Zhang Qiling looked at Fatty Wang and slowly spat out a sentence. Then continued to study the mural. If Fatty Wang had not gone up himself, but instead went downstream, where would this disaster have occurred? Shaguan, what do you mean when you say that all the doors of life are all the doors of death? Zhang Xingye asked about the main thing. This motherer, Wang funeral, see how big this brain hole designed these subtle organs. Zhang Xingye even once suspected that Wang Funhai is a traveler, otherwise it is impossible to explain this ancient people are too smart. Wang funeral see, we ancients have just not seen much of the world, but not stupid. 8 doors, mobile. Zhang Qiling explained. Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Xingye's mouth twitched. You mean, this is just like the ear chamber, it also moves at certain times? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, well, once every 1.5 hours. When Wu Xie heard what Zhang Qiling said, he felt that it was somewhat impossible. Little brother, this can't be possible, can't it be that you've been here before? Zhang Qiling looked at Wu Xie and gave Wu Xie a look, letting Wu Xie experience it for himself. Zhang Xingye didn't explain much and instead surveyed the place. Where are all the organs of these 8 doors? The stone monument. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Qiling was currently lying on top of a door, seemingly listening to the movements behind it. All 8 doors led to the final main chamber, only the back of one door was safe, and behind the remaining 7 doors, all of them were great evils. Zhang Xingye glanced at the stone monument on the side, which had 8 sides, exactly corresponding to the 8 doors. Zhang Xingye walked over, but tripped over something and nearly fell. What the heck, huh? A diving suit? Zhang Xingye stabilized himself and bowed down to rip out the thing that nearly tripped him. Hurtingly, he realized that it was actually a diving suit. What suit? Wouldn't that mean that someone had been here? Fatty Wang's eyes widened. This would not do. Their own hard work, many disasters in here to consume, the result of the eye is about to find the main chamber, the result is just short of the door when you tell me that there is a diving suit, the tomb of the treasure may be someone first. This should be the year the Shisha archaeological team. Zhang Xingye guessed. Zhang Qiling looked at the diving suit in Zhang Xingye's hand and nodded slightly, yes. Back then, the Shisha archaeological team wore this diving suit. Fatty Wang shook his head, impossible. Absolutely impossible, there are still a lot of treasures here, you see, it is absolutely impossible for someone to get there first, star brother, this diving suit could be from your mustard seed space fell out, is actually ours? Zhang Xingye rolled his eyes, do you see this diving suit is bought by us? This style is very old. Zhang Xingye threw the diving suit to Fatty Wang. It was still laced with sand, otherwise this diving suit couldn't have been pressed underwater. Then how do you explain these treasures then? Fatty Wang was a little hard to accept. He will not really be a basket of water, right? If this is really the case, I really want to blow up this underwater tomb. Blow it to pieces. Is it possible that the valuable people have already taken away the rest of this stuff people do not see? Zhang Xingye said. No. The heavens, the earth. You can't be so cruel to me. I still have a wound on my ass, how can I basket of water is empty? Fatty Wang kneeled directly in the water and shouted. The words are not willing. Zhang Xingye persuaded, Fat, life sometimes must have, life is not the time do not force. Do not persuade me, oh, long days, why thin to me? The more Fatty Wang thought, the more aggrieved he became. Zhang Xingye covered his face. Fatty, is it possible that the outside are all worthless, valuable are in the main crypt? What they entered is not necessarily the door of life. When this was said, Fatty Wang's eyes instantly had a light. Directly stood up, right. That's right. The most valuable treasure is in the main chamber. As long as the main chamber hasn't been stolen, we won't lose anything. Find it. Find the main chamber. Wu Xia backed away silently. Fatty, can you stop being so mean? You're making a lot of noise and you're vomiting all over us. Wu Xia covered his mouth and resisted the urge to vomit. Fatty Wang looked down, also feel very disgusting, embarrassed smile, not important, let's quickly think about which door to enter. Life and death has a life, wealth and fortune in heaven. I think there is a small star and small brother of these two big brother in. We go which door can be, anyway, in the end can go to the main chamber. Wu Xietian proposed in a serious manner. The moment these words came out, Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye looked at Wu Xia in unison. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Taking us as free fighters? Right, people die with birds facing the sky, not dying for 10,000 years, Xingdi, you say. Which door do we enter? If Fatty Wang also hardened up. Anyway, there are two big brothers, there is nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 57 Small official stepped on Hao. Zhang Xingye speechless, you two can be really good. Xiao Guan, did you hear anything? Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling had just been lying on the door to listen, listening here and there. Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly, randomly going to whichever door. Although Zhang Qiling could listen to sound, it was only entry level. It was not as good as those listening slaves in the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhang Qiling also agrees with the idea of going anywhere, opening up mountains and building bridges when encountering water. Then let's go through the door of life. Since we are all going casually, we will have better luck going through the door of life, right? Wu Qiqi suggested. Zhang Xingye nodded, well, go through the door of life, for good luck. Zhang Qiling also had no problem with it. Zhang Qiling didn't have a problem with it, anyway, since it was a random walk, it didn't matter if we took the life gate. Whether it is the door of life or the door of death, in this moving situation, who can tell which door is the door of life and which door is the door of death? Then go, Fat Master, I will open the door. Fatty Wang nodded his head. Saying that, he walked towards the door of life, wanting to go and push it open. Zhang Xingye was puzzled. Xiao Guan, you just said that the organ is on this stone tablet, is he not hearing it? Perhaps. Zhang Qiling nodded. Then Zhang Qiling came to this 8-sided stone tablet and turned it to the side of the life door. Immediately afterward, the life door was slowly opened. Fatty Wang almost ready to stagger. Mom, you find the mechanism, but with the Fat Master said so suddenly engaged, not afraid of Fat Master waste flash. Fatty Wang spat out. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhang Qiling slowly said, and did not say, is your own did not pay attention to listen, this blame who? Chubby, behind you, Wu pointed behind Fatty Wang and said. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling also raised their eyes in unison to look over. Zhang Xingye hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Qiling, pulling out the Gatling with blue fire. Behind me? What's going on back there? Fatty Wang looked back and came face to face with a clump of hair. Fatty, squat down. Zhang Xingye hurriedly said. Fatty Wang sniffed, hurriedly clasped his hands over his head and squatted down. Zhang Xingye then had a burst of mutiny. Directly the forbidden woman were caught off guard, originally wanted to lay hands on Fatty, did not expect Zhang Xingye without saying a word, raised the gun and burst. At once a miserable scream echoed, the forbidden woman flew away. Fatty Wang crouched on the ground, all shivering. Fatty Wang felt that the bullet had grazed his scalp. Holy, this sea monkey is so smart? How could it know to run? Wu Xia was shocked. This guy took a few bullets and ran away, extremely fast. Earlier, that forbidden woman was killed hard. Zhang Xingye put away his weapon and also sighed with relief, came to Fatty Wang and kicked him. Fatty, what kind of work did you do before? You have such a silky smooth crouching motion with your hands holding your head. I am curious about what you used to do. Fatty Wang coughed lightly, stood up, looked backward. Alright? It is okay, Fatty, what did you do in the past? Zhang Xingye asked. Wang waved his hand, the past is unbearable, the past will be the past, there is nothing to say, but the door of this life is very bad. Open the door to meet the sea monkeys. Fatty Wang directly changed the topic, do not answer. It seems that we are unlucky, the real door of life did not turn to the door of life. Wu oblique sighed. God does not bless me, God does not bless me. Life is like a chess game, no regrets in the fall, since the choice of this door, that walk is finished. Zhang Xingye said. The mindset is calm, everything is good to say. Go. Zhang Qiling said. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye took the lead and walked in, and Fatty Wang took out his Vajra umbrella to follow. Later on, if there is any danger, he will not be at a loss. No, how come this tunnel is getting narrower and narrower? This road can't be a dead end, right? Aining frowned. Luck wasn't this bad. 8 choices and a direct dead end? Crouch down. Zhang Qiling directly pressed Zhang Xingye to crouch down. The crowd didn't react at all, and immediately after the wall above swooshed arrows outwards, and Wu Xie's side was even directly plastered against his scalp and wiped through. This time, thanks to Aining's quick reaction, pressed down on Wu Xie. Otherwise, it will not only rub the scalp directly from the temple through the past. Fatty Wang hurriedly got down. An arrow shot out from both sides, embedded directly into the opposite wall. It was only after about 30 seconds that the rain of arrows stopped. Only then did Zhang Qiling let go of Zhang Xingye, and the two of them slowly stood up. Zhang Xingye swallowed his saliva, seeing the arrow directly embedded into the wall. This was much fiercer than the previous arrow. If this was shot at the body, it would definitely penetrate. Damn, Wang Funhai was really ruthless. This arrow was simply aimed at killing him. Zhang Xingye couldn't help but slag off Wang Funhai. Previously, the wave of arrows, at most, inserted in the body, suffered some injuries, would not be too much of a problem. But this time, the arrows are really deadly. How did this organ come about? Fat Master, I cannot touch anything this time, nothing stepped on. Fatty Wang wiped the cold sweat. This is really shocked out of a cold sweat. I stepped on it. Zhang Qiling replied, in a tone of voice also some self-blame. If he did not step on the organ, then there will not be such a thrilling scene. You stepped on it? Fatty Wang seemed a bit shocked. Zhang Xingye pulled Zhang Qiling back. What happened to the little official stepping on it? Lowering the tomb is inherently dangerous. Who hasn't been careless at times? Zhang Xingye directly defended Zhang Qiling. Wu Sheshio rushed around up. Xiaoxingzi, Fatty did not want to blame the meaning. Fatty is just shocked. Little brother so good hands will step on the mechanism. Fatty Wang also nodded. Right. I cannot blame the little brother's meaning. After all, the tomb is originally the risk and reward coexist. Wu oblique previously open coffin corpse is not normal. At this point, Wu Xie's face is dark. Damn, I help you speak, but you hurt me. There are some inappropriate son, you be a person, alas. Then go. Zhang Xingye didn't say much, so let's continue on. Zhang Qiling followed beside Zhang Xingye. At this moment, his gaze was a little complicated. It seems that no one has ever come forward to defend themselves. In the past years when he went to Four Girls Mountain with the 9 sect, they all seemed to blame themselves for their failures and losses. Although the Wu family and the Hua family had helped themselves, they had only done so out of interest. Back then, he had been imprisoned for 20 years, and then he had been rescued, and it must have been for the purpose of exploring this underwater tomb in the western mountains. The only one who could truly ignore interests to defend himself seemed to be Zhang Xingye. At the very least, amongst the memories that one currently thought of, there was only him. The heavenly Tao was merciless, but there was love on earth. The Zhang family's predecessors had counted themselves out, and they had taken up the burden of the Zhang family, not realizing that in the end, the one who cared for them single-mindedly was actually a Zhang family descendant. So many people, so many forces, organs counting heaven and earth. All of them were not as good as a Zhang family descendant. Chapter 58 Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Zhang Qiling's mindset changed. Perhaps Zhang Xingye was right, there was actually no need for him to take all the faults on himself. He was not living for the sake of all beings or for the Zhang family, but he could also live for himself and for this Zhang family descendant. The further one went in, the narrower and shorter it became. The crowd started to walk with their heads down, and then they could only crouch. There's a cave. Ning suddenly spoke at this time. When the crowd heard this, they stopped and looked in the direction of Ning's finger, and there really was a robber's hole above them. A cave-in? Someone here was making a robber's hole? Doesn't that mean that the contents of this main chamber had also been stolen? Hiss. Fatty Wang was so excited that he stood up, and then his head hit the stone, which hurt so much that Fatty Wang covered his head and squatted down, grimacing. The height of this place is only enough for the people to squat and walk. Fatty Wang suddenly stood up excitedly, and would definitely hit his head. This bump was not a light one. Zhang Xingye sighed. Fatty, what are you excited about? Although Zhang Xingye was also psychologically prepared, he did not expect Fatty Wang to be so excited. Back then, the members of the Shisha archaeological team must have come to the main chamber. This is absolute, it is impossible to just leave outside. This pothole should be what they played back then. Wu Xia said, I will climb up and take a look. Wu Oblique volunteered. Wu Xia did not want to be a waste, and also wanted to do something. Even if it is just something that is within his power. Zhang Xingye nodded and went blah. There shouldn't be any danger in this cave. Fatty Wang is still in pain and has not slowed down, which lack of morality to the smoke of the guy to steal this tomb. So first hand step this is the bottom of the sea tomb Fatty Wang really wants to curse his mother. Damn, the land tomb was stolen in advance. The fat man that is not to say anything, will only blame their own speed is slow. But this is an undersea tomb There is a tomb in the bottom of the sea, the novels do not dare to write so. This is the sea, not a lake or a river. But surprisingly, someone has stolen this place, and threw the diving suit outside to sea. This tomb certainly has not been stolen for a long time. How can Fatty Wang not curse? The average person cannot even think of something, but someone has found this tomb, but also to steal him. Followed Aining over, the result came alonely? Fatty Wang had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt two streams of murderous aura looking towards him. Turning his head, Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling both looked at him. Fatty, what did you just say? Zhang Xingye asked. Fatty, I just said which bastard. The more Fatty Wang thought about it, the more angry he became, and he cursed, which was quite dirty. He didn't even notice that Zhang Xingye had a black line all over his head. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye, seemingly asking with his eyes, can he hit him? Zhang Xingye nodded and had eyes that indicated that he could punch a few more times. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. One had to think about how not to intentionally clean up Fatty Wang later. After all, he never intentionally hit anyone. This was something that was well known. No way, this was impossible. Suddenly, Wu Xia's incredible voice came from the robber's cave. It drew the eyes of the crowd over. Wu Xia, what's impossible, what did you see? Zhang Xingye asked. Fatty Wang covered his head and asked, Little Tianjun, what's up there? Is there any treasure left behind by that grave robber? Fatty Wang thought that maybe that grave robber took too many things and left out so many pieces in the robbing hole. This is also possible. After all, not everyone had a mustard seed space like Zhang Xingye. If he had left a few good things, everyone would share them, and his trip would not have been completely in vain. Wu Xia came down from the robber's hole and shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Xia muttered. Wu Xia could not believe it. Zhang Xingye frowned, what did you see? Zhang Xingye was puzzled and climbed up that robber hole with a flashlight himself, shining the flashlight. As a result, he saw a few lines of writing that had been rubbed open, and there was sand around it. Obviously this should be something that Wu Xieji had undoubtedly just discovered and set aside with his hands. Seeing this line of words, Zhang Xingye understood why Wu Xia was so shocked and in disbelief. The line read, Wusan province caused me to die in peace, and it was addressed to Xia Lianhuan. Zhang Xingye smiled, the words were definitely left by Wu Sancheng. Zhang Xingye knew that things were going to be reversed. Xia Lianhuan caused me to die in peace, and the inscription is written by Wu Sancheng. This is the right way to look at it. Then Wu Sancheng was introduced into the shadows, Xia Lianhuan pretended to be Wu Sancheng, and the Xia family was handed over to Xia Yuchen, who was less than 10 years old. All of this was planned to deal with it in the end. However, Zhang Xingye did not intend to tell Wu Xia, but rather let Wu Xia explore this truth on his own. After all, Zhang Xingye did not want to cause trouble. After telling Wu Xia what butterfly effect would be stirred up, Zhang Xingye did not know. To be on the safe side, it was better to not move the big picture. What's more, moving would be a lot less fun. Zhang Xingye exited the robber hole. Fatty Wang asked, Xingdi, how is it, is there a treasure inside? Zhang Xingye asked, why are you thinking about the treasure? This is not nonsense, otherwise we robbed the tomb, just to come to travel? Fatty Wang was speechless. Not to come here for the treasure, is it to get beaten up? Zhang Xingye did not pay attention to Fatty Wang, but looked at Wu Xia, patted Wu Xia's shoulder. What you see is not necessarily the truth, the eyes can sometimes be deceiving. Zhang Xingye reminded. Mentioned without saying too much. Xiaoxingzi, I don't believe that my third uncle is that kind of person. How could he kill someone, apart from pitting me for money, playing disappearance, and not giving me any money? The rest of him is quite good. Wu Xia looked at Zhang Xingye, seemingly wanting to get Zhang Xingye's relief. Zhang Xingye said, just believe in yourself. When I get out, I'm going to find my third uncle and ask him about it. Otherwise, how am I going to explain to Little Flower? Wu Xieji wiped his tears. If his third uncle really killed Xia Lianhuan, then how will he get along with Xia Yuchen in the future? How can I face him? Why are you crying? Why are you still crying? Even if there's no treasure in this cave, you guys don't have to be so sad to cry, right? The most should cry should be Fat Master me it. Fatty Wang doubts. Zhang Xingyi replied, nothing. No, I have to go up to see, in the end there is what Wang said, also want to climb up the cave. Zhang Xingyi face odd, Wang Fatty is also very evil, he will be stuck in every hole. But it is still much better than the evilness of Wu Xia's open coffin must rise corpse. Fatty, this cave, you may not be able to, you will be stuck, I advise you not to go. Zhang Xingyi reminded. Fatty Wang does not believe, froze to drill into the hole, see what is inside. Fat Master I actually not fat, impossible, stuck. Chapter 59 Small Naive, exciting it. Wang Fat just also swore that will not card, the results of the next second retribution came. Directly stuck in the waist there. Fatty Wang pouting ass, into also cannot enter, back also cannot retreat. Fat, you go out really want to lose weight you also have to thanks to this is not dangerous, otherwise, you were stuck but to lose their lives Zhang Xingyi said with a smile. Fatty Wang will be stuck in every hole, which is also quite evil sea monkeys, there are sea monkeys in here, Star Brother quickly pull me. Fatty Wang panicked. Looking up, he saw several sea monkeys running towards him. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye rushed forward to yank Fatty Wang. However, Zhang Qiling grabbed a step ahead of him. You can't. Zhang Qiling said indifferently. Zhang Xingye didn't have much internal strength. Zhang Qiling already knew that, or else he wouldn't even be able to fly over the walls. Stuck like this, wanting to pull it out in one go, Zhang Xingye definitely couldn't do it. Zhang Qiling yanked on Fatty Wang's leg and then yanked hard. Ow! Fatty Wang was grabbed out, but his waist was also scraped by the wall there. This was not enough. Zhang Qiling yanked Fatty Wang out, and due to the recoil, Fatty Wang fell directly onto the wall, and his back in the wall came to a deep impact. It hurt so much that Fatty Wang grimaced. Then really saw a few sea monkeys are standing in the cave, vigilantly looking at the crowd. It seems that this cave has become a nest of sea monkeys. Zhang Xingye directly set up his Gatling on the cave and opened fire without saying a word. Day. Under a burst of strafing, a body rolled down. Zhang Xingye also breathed a sigh of relief, so close. Just now, when Wu Xie went up, he didn't encounter any sea monkeys, and he didn't encounter any sea monkeys when he went up, but Fatty Wang encountered sea monkeys coming down from above when he was stuck. I have to say, Fatty Wang is really quite unlucky. Fatty, are you alright? Wu Xie hurriedly helped Fatty Wang up and squatted. Fatty Wang covered his waist, just to drag me, nearly scraped off the fat master me 1 or 2 meter. Zhang Qiling replied. I didn't do it on purpose, I really didn't do it on purpose. Want to drag you out in the first place, can only use brute force, is your own too fat, with me cannot have anything to do. Little brother, you next time to me cannot also be gentle, you let the water choke me even if, but also so to me, I have no grudge with you Fatty Wang was in pain. However, for grave robbers, this small injury is nothing. Being able to get out alive is the greatest luck. I'll try my best. Zhang Qiling replied. There was no guarantee. Hurry up, there is no telling how many sea monkeys are in here, be careful of the dangers. Zhang Xingye urged. Zhang Qiling nodded, then followed Zhang Xingye. Wu Xie supported Aining with one hand and helped support Fatty Wang with the other, struggling to move forward in this short tunnel. The crowd came to the end of the tunnel. Jin Z! Fatty Wang suddenly exclaimed from behind. In front of the crowd, there was indeed a piece of golden light, but it was particularly faint. Zhang Qiling took the lead and jumped down. This seemed to be the main chamber. Down! After Zhang Qiling jumped down and landed safely, he looked up at Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye nodded and jumped down with a long leap. He was then caught by Zhang Qiling and landed safely. Zhang Xingye took a flashlight and shined it. Shaoguan, this should be the deepest part of the undersea tomb. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. There really is gold. Zhang Xingye marveled. This gold can be sold for a lot of money. Xingdi, you guys control us we also want to go down Fatty Wang shouted from above. Zhang Xingye looked back and threw out a thing, then. This time, the rope was bought in advance, and the sharp claws hooked above, enough to support the person to slide down. Little Tianjin, you go down first. Fatty Wang said. He has to look at Aining, if he goes down first, Wu Xiebei will bring Aining down in one piece. This time, the treasure, but not share it with Aining. Look at Aining's burning gaze, definitely want to go down. Ning has also been looking for this main chamber. What Aining is looking for must be here. Should I go down first? Why don't you go down first? I'll take care of the rope. If it gets loose, I can still give it a tug. Wu Xie told Fatty Wang to go down first. Wu Xie thought of bringing Ning down with him. After all, if there are sea monkeys in the back, Ning will be in danger. We can't leave Ning alone up there. You cannot hurry up, how can you pull the fat master me? Fatty Wang directly tied the other end of the rope to Wu Xie's waist. Let Wu Xie slowly slide down, this guy must Fatty, what are you doing? Is that how this rope works? Ensure that you go down safely is all, Xingdi, little brother, then little Tianjin. Fatty Wang shouted to the bottom. Immediately after that, he directly pushed Wu Xie down. Fatty, you Wu oblique body suddenly suspended in the air, straight down to fall. But before he could finish his words, his collar was being held by someone. Zhang Qiling caught Wu Xie, didn't let him hit the stone wall, and backhandedly unlocked the live button rope on Wu Xie's body. He brought Wu Xie to the ground safely. Wu Xie stumbled before stabilizing himself. Hey, little naive, exciting it. Fatty Wang stood on top and laughed. Don't look at Wang fat man big grin, this person in fact heart as fine as hair. The length of that rope tie was also just right. Even if Zhang Qiling and the others don't catch Wu Xie will at most be hanging in mid-air, and definitely won't be able to hit the stone wall. And Fatty Wang believes that Zhang Qiling will definitely catch Wu Xie, just in case to do a two-handed preparation. Fatty Wang, you're damn. Wu oblique really scared not light, Wang fat this guy play so exciting, also not worried about their own heart cannot stand? Zhang Xingyi curiously asked, Shaoguan, why would you suddenly go to save Wu Xie? Could it be that the iron triangle effect has occurred? You save, no money, I save, $500,000. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Qiling had previously seen Zhang Xingye saving people on the boat without looking for money from Wu Xie and the others, so he knew that they must have reached some kind of agreement not to charge them. But he himself did not reach an agreement with Wu Xie. $500,000? Zhang Xingye didn't expect Zhang Qiling to be so diabolical that he started to pit the Wu family's money as well. Zhang Qiling nodded his head slightly and gave it to you. Give me what for? This is what you earned, you keep it yourself, I have money. Zhang Xingye didn't ask for Zhang Qiling's money. Zhang Qiling replied, I don't need it, but you like it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingye smiled. Zhang Qiling realized that he liked money and didn't give up any opportunity to make money for himself. I like it, but I can make money. Save your money for yourself. Zhang Xingye said. Zhang Qiling shook his head, don't save it, there are blind people, cheating me out of money. Chapter 60 Wu Oblique disliked by the Fat King. At these words, Zhang Xingye froze. Xiaoguan, are you remembering something again? Did you remember the black blind man? How much did you remember? Zhang Qiling, this is the beginning of memory recovery. The black blind man in Zhang Qiling that is known as the southern blind and northern mute. But these are two failed elders, 100 years ago, and 100 years later. Remember that he cheated me out of money, the rest do not remember. Zhang Qiling replied. Remember is to remember the black blind man, but the other about the black blind man did not remember, just remember the black blind man cheated their money. Zhang Xingyi laughed, then you give me the money, not afraid that I cheated you money? Make money you spend, should. Zhang Qiling said. As the Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Qiling has the obligation to take care of the Zhang family. Zhang Xingye, as a descendant of my old Zhang family, is still a Qilin, so what's wrong with me, as a patriarch and senior, taking care of it? Money is, spend it all and earn it again. Zhang Xingye took out the Fakio heavenly official seal and put it in Zhang Qiling's hand. $500,000, I accept, as a buy this Hairmound heaven official seal, no refusal, this thing I say he is worth $500,000. Zhang Qiling looked at the hand of the Hairmound heavenly official seal, this is the Hairmound heavenly official generations of treasures, only later lost. Although I don't know how Zhang Xingyi got it, but I think it must have experienced 1,000 difficulties and dangers. Let's not talk about the rest, let's just talk about this Haircock heavenly official seal. Not to mention $500,000, 50 million or even 500 million would not necessarily stop. Zhang Qiling was only authorized by the heavens, not stupid. Zhang Qiling silently held up the Hairmound heavenly official seal, what do you want? Zhang Qiling had previously thought about what to exchange with something, but just did not think about it, then now simply ask Zhang Xingye what he wants. As long as it is something that is available in this world, whether it is up in the sky or down in the sea or moving mountains, one can find it. I have 3 wants. Zhang Xingye stretched out 3 fingers. Zhang Qiling cocked his head, somewhat curious. 3 wishes? That's fine. Satisfy them all. May. Zhang Qiling agreed. The first wish, compared to your big red fire, I hope you are more peaceful for years and years. When you recover your memory and find yourself, I hope to find your happiest look. Zhang Xingye uttered his first wish. Zhang Qiling froze on the spot when he heard this. Me? Zhang Qiling seemed a bit shocked, is this a wish for me? The second wish that this world that has been treated well by you, will likewise treat you well. Zhang Xingye followed up with his second wish. Zhang Qiling's mother had once made a wish when she gave birth to Zhang Qiling. She said, I wish for my child to have a warm and clear heart, to be strong and gentle even after 100 sufferings. Later, this wish came true. If Beima had not been the woman who was sacrificed to the king of Hades, and if Zhang Fulin had not been a member of the Zhang family, then Zhang Qiling would not have been called Zhang Qiling, but by Xiaoan. Zhang Qiling would also have parents who love him, would no longer be a holy baby on the altar, and would be happier and more joyful for the rest of his life. This is not for you, Su. Zhang Qiling said. The wish is for you to make a wish for yourself and I will fulfill it, not for you to make a wish for me. Since I make a wish, then who I wish for, naturally, is up to me. My third wish, I hope that every day of your life, no worries, no injuries, no pain, no tribulations. Zhang Xingye then made his third wish. Me. Zhang Qiling didn't know what to say for a moment. Little officer, are you going to break your promise? Will you not be able to fulfill the wish you promised? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling was speechless, not knowing what to say. Hey, can you not show love tube fat master me Fatty Wang was hanging halfway down, and Aining started to climb down along. It is impossible for Aining not to come down. There are things in here that Jude Kao wants. Aining came to explore the seabed tomb, just for here. Aining could have taken all the gold, silver, and treasure. But the thing that Jude Kao wanted, he had to find it himself and bring it back. Fatty Wang is now hanging in mid-air, not sliding down, blocking Aining's path. Aining this guy down, then inevitably share the spoils. Who knows what this guy is going to take? Wu Oblique can defend her. When the time comes to make trouble, both sides' face is not good. Only then did he open his mouth to let Zhang Xingye and the others help out. Zhang Qiling skimmed his head and looked at Fatty Wang, the knife. Zhang Qiling asked Zhang Xingye for a knife. Zhang Xingye seemed to guess what Zhang Qiling wanted and extracted the black gold ancient knife from the system space and returned it to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling received the black gold ancient knife and directly used his lightweight skills again to save Fatty Wang. With a single cut, he cut through the rope, and there was no more centimeter of rope underneath Aining. Zhang Qiling cut very quickly and accurately, single-handedly carrying Fatty Wang to the ground, leaving Aining hanging in the air. Well, little brother, well done. Although Fatty Wang also fell almost staggered, but see Aining hanging above, Fatty Wang is happy. Now the distance from the ground is less than 12 or 13 meters, Aining if you let go, light fall disability, injuries on top of injuries. It is not impossible that she will fall to her death. Fatty, you're overdoing it. There are sea monkeys up there, leave Aining alone up there, in danger. How to do? Wu Oblique feel that Wang Fat so engaged in a bit too much. At least we are now friends. Fatty Wang laughed, small naive, she went into the bottom of the tomb, took her people away, left us there, she cared about us in danger. How to do? Fatty Wang disliked a sentence, disliked Wu Oblique speechless. Because this is the truth. She that we are also good luck. She is still a girl, we cannot atmosphere a little, to return the favor? Wu Xia said. Fatty Wang patted Wu Oblique's shoulder, small naive, goodness is not so, there is kindness, revenge, we take her with us, already enough to repay kindness with kindness, the boy on the girl generosity, is the sentiment, not generosity that is this point. There is no law that says a boy must be generous to a girl. Morality is the bottom line of the law, not a reason to indulge girls. Fatty Wang guessed that Wu Xia would definitely defend Aining. This damned sanctimonious heart. Zhang Qiling, who was on the side, ignored the argument between the two and handed the knife to Zhang Xingye for safekeeping. It's all been returned to you, and you're giving it back to me for safekeeping? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, return it to me when you go out, don't go back on your word. Good. Zhang Xingye reclaimed the black gold ancient knife back into the system space. Eat chicken and watch the show. Zhang Qiling added. There are melons to eat at this time, we should eat while watching. Zhang Xingye laughed, little officer, are you not exploring the tomb? Exploring the tomb is valuable, but watching the theater is even more expensive. Zhang Qiling replied, in the past Zhang Qiling had most thought about it in his heart, but now Zhang Qiling is willing to say it. Chapter 61 is suspected of one funeral sees seated golden body. Zhang Qiling was only introverted and not talkative, but not unable to speak. Moreover, people with introverted personalities tended to have a superb amount of inner drama. Zhang Qiling was just saying the words he wanted to say in his heart now. Zhang Qiling was making a change. The way of heaven is merciless, but there is love on earth. Aining. Right at this moment, Aining even directly chose to let go of his hand and also go down this chamber. Aining believed that he would definitely not die from the fall. At most, he would be crippled, as long as he could complete Jude Kao's mission. Although Aining's legs were injured, his skills were all still there. Wu Xia quickly rushed over, and with a paddle lay, he managed to catch Aining. Aining also didn't expect Wu Xia to come and catch himself. She fell directly onto Wu Xia's body, Wu Xia protected Aining, and the two of them hugged each other and rolled several times before the force cancelled out. Wu Xia was in pain and sweating coldly. Sure enough, without that diamond, cannot take that porcelain work off. Little naive. Fatty Wang rushed over and pulled Wu Xia, who was pouncing on Aining, up. Slowly, Fatty, I feel like there are 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in my stomach. Wu Xia limped and was helped up by Fatty Wang. Little Tianjin, for such a woman, what are you doing? This did not hurt wear it. Fatty Wang touched up and down. Wu Oblique forehead cold sweat straight, where you touch it, fat man. Hey, I'm not afraid of that thing crushed, affecting you to pass on. Fatty Wang saw Wu Zhiqi talking quite vigorously, and knew that Wu Zhiqi did not have anything wrong. Wu Oblique one hand is supported by Fat Man Wang, one hand to support their own legs. I seem to have twisted my foot, Ning just came down, seems to be cackling my foot. I'm sorry. Come, sit down, Fat Master, I give you cure, that who, you make room for it. Wang Fat Man and Wu diagonally support the side of the chair to sit down. He also greeted the person sitting on the chair. Suddenly, Fatty Wang froze, not right this sitting is not little brother and star brother Fatty Wang looked up and fixed his eyes on, well who is this This is practicing the white bone claws of the 9 A withered bone wearing a red official uniform is sitting there, and his posture is very strange. At a glance, I know it's a Ming Dynasty costume. Fatty, he's alive, swindled. Wu Xia was so shocked that he had to back away. Fatty Wang took a closer look, don't talk nonsense, where is the fraudulent corpse? He is sitting there properly. Fatty Wang also took a closer look, this thing really does not have anything no fraud No, he just looked at me, his eyes moved. Wu Oblique panic pointing at the corpse said. Don't move him. Just as Fatty Wang wanted to reach out and probe the guy's nostrils, he was stopped by Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling walked forward. Zhang Xingye followed suit, Xiaoguan, this is one funeral sees seated golden body, right? Zhang Xingye carefully looked at this guy and said. If I remember correctly, this thing is Wang Funhai, right? No. Zhang Qiling said with certainty. This guy is not Wang Funhai's incarnation. Think about it, would a great Taoist master with so much financial and material resources be willing to let himself be vaporized into a dry body? What's more, inside this seated golden body, there is the 8 treasures rotor, a device that will explode if touched. You should know that Wang Funeral C stored his memories in the black hairy snake, and as long as the Wang family completed that plan of his, they would be reborn. Therefore, how could Wang Funeral C put something like the 8 treasures rotor in his corpse? What's more, it was also said in the Hidden Sea Opera Lin that Wang Funhai was a person with a cleanliness fetish and had to take a bath almost every day, so imagine how such a person would cut open his own stomach and put something inside. This golden body, in all likelihood, was set up to protect Wang Funhai's real corpse, and no one knew exactly who it was. Zhang Xingye nodded. He had always thought that this guy was Wang Funhai. This was the model of the cloud-top heavenly palace, right? Was this golden body sitting here in order to seek immortality? Zhang Xingye also curiously sized up this fellow. White hair, and his bones have not turned white, as if they have not completely weathered. Sitting on this model. What is it, Xingdi, you know this guy? Fatty Wang inquired. Wang Funeral C has heard Zhang Xingye say the 3 words more than once. Fatty Wang knows Wang Funeral C, this person, the Ming Dynasty famous feng shui master it. Aining stood up trembling on his own, and when he didn't stand still, he fell to the ground again. Although he was caught by Wu Shezhi, but the injury on his leg is also really more serious, the old injury is not healed, and add a new injury. Ning had to find what Jude Cao wanted and get out of here. Keep the undersea tomb sealed off. Implement the follow-up plan for Wu Sancheng. Wu Sancheng province originally wanted to experience Wu Shezhi, and in the meantime, let Zhang Xingye enter Jude Cao's field of vision, so that Jude Cao could also check this person. So he exchanged some of the maps of the undersea tomb with Jude Cao. However, Jude Cao's calculations didn't stop there. Jude Cao was trying to trap Wu Xia in the undersea tomb, and then force Wu Sancheng to get all the snake-browed copper fish to make up the 3 snake-browed copper fish to look for clues to immortality. Jude Cao believed that the snake eyebrows bronze fish hid the secret of immortality. That's why when Ning first came in, he broke away from Wu Shang and the others. I didn't expect them to make it out. After all, human calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation nah. If this guy wasn't Wang Funeral C, then who could it be? Zhang Xingye rubbed his chin. Brother Xiao Xiao, he smiled. Did you see that? He smiled. Wu Xia suddenly shouted again. Wu Xia clearly saw that this guy was smiling. Just now he looked at himself, and now he smiled again. He was absolutely right, he just smiled. Fatty Wang frowned. No Wu Xia, are you hallucinating? Xiao Guan, do you remember anything here? Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Qiling closed his eyes and carefully recalled, dazed, saw Wusan province before dazed, woke up in the hospital. Zhang Qiling did not remember much. He remembered that he and the Shisha archaeology team were all mesmerized, but he saw Wu Sancheng before he fainted. But he wasn't sure if it was Wu Sancheng or Xia Lianhuan. Anyway, he woke up in the hospital and lost his memory again. On the other hand, Ning was looking at the murals around here, looking for possible hiding spots. He had gone to the 7-Star King's palace for the legendary ghost seal, and had come to this undersea tomb for the corpse turtle pill. The corpse turtle pill that makes people live forever. Wu Oblique may fall stupid, the consciousness was smashed mixed, let's not care about him, here are a lot of treasures let's all take away and share it, the top of that are night pearl right, so bright, but also so big, must be worth a lot of money it. Fatty Wang is still focused on these treasures. Chapter 62 Wang Fatty ambition to surpass Zhang Qiling. So many treasures, not to take a pity That night pearl Wang Fatty cannot reach, definitely have to rely on Zhang Qiling. As for the others, let's talk about it. Zhang Qiling did not pay attention to Fatty Wang, but looked at Zhang Xingye. Night pearl, you either? Aha! Zhang Xingye froze. Zhang Qiling, this sudden sentence, what is the meaning? If you want it, I will take it. If you don't want it, I won't take it. Zhang Qiling explained. If Zhang Xingye doesn't want it, Zhang Qiling would rather have the night pearl remain embedded on it. He could go and help Zhang Xingye to get it, but not to help Fatty Wang to get it. Because this guy even scolded himself earlier. Humph. Little brother, what does it mean? This night pearl is not divided Fatty Wang bristled, it's not fair, right? Zhang Qiling replied, the treasure belongs to the one who has the ability to take it down. I have the ability to take it down, so I have the final say on how the pearl of night is distributed. If you have the ability to take it yourself, you can also have the final say. If you don't have the ability, you can only obey. If you don't obey, you can hold it in. Sheng Di. Fatty Wang can only look at Zhang Xingye, you control your little official So overbearing do what Zhang Xingye shrugged his shoulders. The little official took the thing, he said, he is right, the one who has the ability to live, the treasure on the ground, we share it. Zhang Xingye firmly supports Zhang Qiling. What Xiao Guan said is right, if it is wrong, it must be that this thing is wrong, never Xiao Guan said it is wrong. You two bullies, good friends should share. Fatty Wang skimmed his mouth. Look to the night pearl above, so big, so bright, and so many. Not a single one has a share for me. Woo woo. Although there are a lot of good treasures on the ground, it doesn't feel as good as the night pearl. So big night pearl. Not even the small ones. This is huge. We are not. Zhang Qiling said lightly. One sentence blocked what Fatty Wang was going to say next. We are not good friends, so we cannot share. You and Zhang Xingye are good friends, but we are not. You even scolded me in the tunnel earlier, I still remember this. Xingdi. Fatty Wang wanted to cry, Zhang Qiling's words were too solid, whoops. It's too heartfelt. Don't look at me, I also want that night pearl, but I can't take down that night pearl. Zhang Xingye said. I don't have Zhang Qiling's ability to walk on walls. Then little brother for you to take down, you can give me one not? Just one. The other treasures let you choose first. Fatty Wang put up a finger. So big night pearl, Wang Fatty does not get his hands on it, sleep probably cannot sleep. It's not possible. Zhang Xingye originally thought, between friends to give one is no big deal. Anyway, other treasures themselves first pick, this condition is not bad, that above so many night pearl, this deal is not bad. But when he saw Zhang Qiling's eyes that looked over slyly, Zhang Xingye immediately changed his words. Fat master, I am too difficult, oh. Fatty Wang leaned on Wu Xie's shoulder and wailed. Aggrieved like a 180-pound fat man. Suddenly. Just saw that the hand of the seated golden body seems to twist a little, the entire tomb room that long bright light suddenly all extinguished. The tomb room directly darkened. Ghost blowing the lamp? Zhang Xingye vigilantly looked towards the seated golden body, and then looked at Wu Xie, you damn not touch this body, make him a whole swindle it. Wu Xie shook his head, I did not do anything. This light is burning well, how suddenly went out? Long lighting lamps, that is not 1,000 years will not go out? Why did it go out? It's okay, give me the knife. Zhang Qiling seemed to feel a sense of déjà vu with this image. He didn't care too much about it, there's no danger. Zhang Xingye was relieved when he heard Zhang Qiling say so, and took out the black gold ancient knife again, handing it over to Zhang Qiling. Receiving the black gold ancient knife, Zhang Qiling jumped onto the top of the model of the cloud-top heavenly palace and then used his strength to jump onto the wall. Thanks to the wall being pitted and protruding from time to time, it wasn't smooth, otherwise, it would have been a bit difficult for Zhang Qiling to get his hands on those night pearls up there. Wu Xieji used a flashlight to shine on Zhang Qiling, little brother really belongs to the gecko, right? Zhang Xingye shook his head, no, little official belongs to the dragon. Dragon? A year older than me, hey, I belong to the snake, then it is no wonder to fly over the wall, this genus is good it turns out that little brother is 27 years old. Wu Xieji nodded, Wu Xieji is 26 years old this year, thinking that Zhang Qiling, who is 1 year older than himself, is 27 years old. Zhang Xingye smiled. Zhang Qiling can be older than you oh. As usual, Wu Xie was naive, seeing that Zhang Qiling was also quite young, he thought that he was in the same generation as himself. However, Wu Xie's life is also quite bitter. The 8 characters belong to the fire, the fate of the wife, this should be a life of peace and innocence, but the fate of the drama, born in the 9 doors, which can be a life of innocence born already in the bureau, once into the bureau cannot be turned back. Wu Xie future more than 40 years old, have no daughter-in-law it. I'm sorry. Wu Oblique also did not think about those night pearl, since there is no night pearl, might as well look at other treasures. Collect all the ones here and take them away. Turn in even if, otherwise they still have to eat soft rice. If you go to archaeology, the artifacts must be handed over, but you are now at tomb raiding what to hand over? I have to save money. I have to find a way to change a bank card, cannot let my uncle know that he has money, otherwise he will have to black away. The money in his bank card has been hacked away more than once or twice by his third uncle. The third uncle of my family doesn't act as a person at all. Tell a joke, the Wu family is quite rich, but Wu Xie has no money. No, it is Wu Xie has money, but Wu Xie does not know he has money. He's been raised poor. Wu Xie limped, or was supported by Fatty Wang, who looked at Zhang Qiling prying the night pearl at the top 3 times a step back. When you go out, the fat master I must also learn martial arts, after the fat master I master fly Eve's walking wall, small brother he is not carrying a knife well, fat master I carry a sword, sure also cool. The king's fat mouth, said in a small voice. Wang fat on the goal of saving the bride price, and then set a goal for himself, that is, beyond Zhang Qiling. Surpassing Zhang Qiling in martial arts. Zhang Qiling's hair-cho finger and bone-shrinking kung fu were out of the question. Zhang Qiling pried on it with his knife, and one by one, he pried off the night pearl intact and put it into his hat, and whenever he moved, he held his hat to make sure that the things inside wouldn't shake out. Xiao Guan, you be careful. Zhang Xingye raised his head and shouted, every time Zhang Qiling moved aground, Zhang Xingye followed below and moved aground. If Zhang Qiling fell down, he would be able to catch Zhang Qiling. If he couldn't, he would let Zhang Qiling fall on himself. Anyway, just don't let Zhang Qiling fall. Chapter 63, Move Again, Die. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang surveyed the murals here. Fatty, what kind of palace is this, in the clouds? Wu Slant surveyed. This seems to be the construction process of a palace and this palace seems to be built above the clouds. My goodness, what kind of palace can be built above the clouds like this? Fatty Wang also marveled. In that case, he might even have a bigger gain this time. This mural seems to show that this heavenly palace is not completed. This palace is built on a very steep mountain wall. The top of the mountain is surrounded by clouds, the whole heavenly palace surrounded, as if floating on the clouds. How is this mountain range so much like Changbai Mountain? Wu Xia said as he surveyed it. Indeed very like not general like. The more you look at it, the more it looks like Changbai Mountain. Fatty Wang nodded his head, is like, the Nanning that pussy figure is steeper mountain peaks, presumably only Changbai Mountain. How do you describe Aining like that? Aining, huh? Where's Aining? Where did Aining go? Wu Oblique suddenly realized that Aining play missing. Fatty Wang shone his flashlight, no, there. Fatty Wang found Aining, at this time Aining in a red coral behind. The huge red coral was still hung with bronze bells. Ning, what are you doing there? Wu Xia asked. Fatty Wang nodded, yes, what are you doing there? That red coral is also ours, it's useless for you to like it anymore, everything here is ours. Wu Xia was speechless. Fatty, Ning will not take these things, people are richer than us, you do not always take the small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. Fatty Wang laughed, you just speak for her. Which I have for her to speak, I am just stating the facts only good blah, but that bronze bell a bit familiar how so like the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace inside it. Wu Xia shone a flashlight at the coral tree. Aining avoided the light and continued to look for what he was looking for. Let's see where it's hidden. Even if he had to turn the main chamber upside down, he would still have to look in every nook and cranny. It's a bit like that, let's go over and take a look. Fatty Wang nodded his head, indeed a bit like. He helped Wu Xia to go over there again. Zhang Qiling was prying the night pearl on the top piece by piece, while Zhang Xingye was collecting the burial goods on the bottom. Zhang Qiling began to pry, Zhang Xingye collected things, Zhang Qiling moved, Zhang Xingye also followed the movement. Hey Xiaoxingzi, has not yet studied it, why do you collect away? Wu Oblique and Fat Wang helped to come to the red coral tree here, not yet carefully look at it, Zhang Xingye directly into the system space. Zhang Xingyi waved his hand, go out and then see it is not too late, first things are collected. Xiaoxingzi, that mural, also all collected, that is not yet finished studying. Wu Xia said. Zhang Xingye nodded, as long as you can take away, collectively take away. Fatty Wang said, Xingdi, the more I see, the more I feel that there are treasures under the buttocks of that dry corpse, the position where he is sitting, there must be a secret compartment underneath, and the most valuable things must be there. The most valuable thing must be there. This was also heard by Aining who was nearby. Aining thought it made sense, and hurriedly walked towards the corpse. If there was a secret compartment under his buttocks, it must be hiding the corpse turtle pill, which could lead to a long life. Ah Ning, what are you doing? Zhang Xingye shouted. This guy has the 8 treasures rotor inside his body, it will explode if he touches it. Zhang Xingye ran towards Aining, trying to stop Aining from touching this sitting golden body. Damn, this is unsettled and wants to rob things from us. Fatty Wang let go of Wu Zhiqi and also rushed towards the dry body. Looking for death. At this time, Fatty Wang only felt a burst of sword light and shadow in front of him, a cold knife flung past his face, so scared that Fatty Wang hurriedly stopped his footsteps. When he fixed his eyes again, it was Zhang Qiling's black gold ancient knife, which went straight to kill Aining, and the words he just said were also said by Zhang Qiling. The black gold ancient knife plunged straight into the ground and stood in front of Aining. If Aining took another step forward, he would be injured. Aining's speed of sensing danger was much faster than Fatty Wang's, and when the black gold blade flew, Aining rolled on the ground with the intention of dodging it. However, Zhang Qiling had predicted Aining's prediction. When Aining rolled and stabilized himself, there was the ancient black and gold sword in front of him, with its chilling aura. A solemn killing aura filled the air, as if Aining would have to die if he dared to move. Don't! Seeing that black and gold ancient blade flying straight towards Aining, Wu Xia hurriedly shouted out. Fortunately, there was a scare in the end. Zhang Qiling landed safely, looked indifferently at Aining, and slowly spat out 3 words. Move again, die. Zhang Qiling's surrounding murderous aura filled the air, and it seemed that he had really moved to kill Aining. The crowd raised their eyes to look, and they saw Zhang Qiling protecting his hat, already using his strength to jump down. Fatty Wang rushed over and blocked in front of Aining. You're really uneasy with good intentions, if not for the sake of money, early ing throw you halfway, if not Wu Oblique then you ing now not dead also disabled, but also dare to covet our things, really think that fat master I do not kill Fatty Wang directly from the waist back to pull out a pistol. Fatty! Wu Shezhi limped over and shouted behind Fatty Wang. Seeing that the situation was under control, the killing aura on Zhang Qiling's body slowly dissipated. Just now, if this golden body caused the 8 treasures rotor in this guy's body to blow up due to Aining's touch or movement, Zhang Xingye would definitely be blown to pieces in that vicinity. This was the reason why Zhang Qiling had moved to kill. If there wasn't an 8 treasures rotor in this guy's body, and Zhang Xingye happened to be in the neighborhood, then Zhang Qiling wouldn't care if Ning moved this guy or not. Night Pearl. Zhang Qiling turned his back to Zhang Xingye and showed Zhang Xingye the night pearls in his hat. Zhang Xingye collected all of them into the system space, and Zhang Qiling felt the weight in his hat disappear before he turned around. Xiao Guan, you just scared me to death, jumping straight down, it's dangerous. Zhang Xingye was really startled. So old and high, although Zhang Qiling lent his strength, he was also super fast and high, an accidental fall would break his bones. You were more dangerous just now. Zhang Qiling opened his mouth. Saying that, he also glanced at Ning. If this guy kills one of my Zhang family's Qilin, Zhang Qiling will kill all of Aining's bloodline relatives and friends. Everyone related to Aining would have to die. His own long lifespan could afford to be consumed. That was close. If this guy touches it and sets off the 8 treasures rotor, we'll all be buried at the bottom of the sea. Zhang Xingye was also relieved. Damn, that was close. He had just rushed over to stop Aining, but he didn't expect Zhang Qiling's knife to be faster. This should be killed. If not killed, when he was in the 7-star Ruwang Palace, this guy was not a proper person. Fatty Wang's pistol pointed at Aining. Chapter 64 Undersea Tomb Bound. Wu Oblique at this time limped over. Fatty, she is also just completing her boss's task, she is not bad at heart, don't shoot. Wu Xie's hand on the gun of Fatty Wang, let Fatty Wang put down the gun. Fatty Wang was so angry that he really wanted to curse his mother, little Tianjin, all your injuries are caused by him. You still want to defend her? In the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace, she also held you as a hostage, to star brother to take out 1,000 years Kirin exhausted, I trampled to see the temple statue of Buddha should be moved out for you to sit on, you go to compassion and mercy of the world. Fatty, putting aside the facts, she is actually not wrong, is that I want to pick her up, and she did not let me pick up. Wu Xia said. At this moment, Wu Xia's saintly mother's heart was in full play. Little Tianjin, your brain is loaded with. She's screwing us over so much, and you still want to defend her, which side are you on? Fatty Wang really didn't know what to say. Your old man really wants to give you 2 punches. It is true that when there is no danger, Wu Zhiqi is the biggest danger. Zhang Xingye sighed and looked at Zhang Qiling, rather helpless. Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement. This guy was indeed quite dangerous, even if he must raise a corpse when he opens the coffin, he was also overflowing with a holy mother's heart. Fatty, hateful people will have pitiful place, have to spare people and spare people not to mention that did not touch the sitting body of gold, he is not still good, sitting body of gold? Where is the golden body? Wu Oblique said, while pointing to the behind the sitting golden body. It turned out that the golden body of sitting transformation was gone. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye looked back and saw that it was really gone. Just now, I was just focusing on eating melons. Little officer, quickly put on the diving suit. Zhang Xingye took out his own set of diving suit and gave it to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling was puzzled, shouldn't he be looking for that sitting golden body first? I have a hunch that it's dangerous. Quickly put it on. Zhang Xingye suddenly remembered something and hurriedly urged Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling didn't think much about it and handed the black gold ancient blade to Zhang Xingye before quickly starting to put on the diving suit. There! Fatty Wang shone his flashlight east and west and spotted the sitting golden body that was flying over the wall. His eyes. Wu Xia was shocked, his eyes red. Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva, small Tianjin, you ing now not only open casket will rise corpse, you finger corpse also swindle 2 ing evil However, a few people did not pay attention, but Ning climbed up and went straight to the place where the golden body just sat, to see if there is a hidden compartment, hiding no hidden corpse turtle Dan. Zhang Xingye then pulled out the other 2 diving suits. Fatty, Wu Xieji, quickly put on the diving suit. Fatty Wang was puzzled, Xingdi, this guy swindled the corpse, quickly eliminate him what is the point of wearing a diving suit? He has the 8 treasures rotor in his body, if he moves like this, sooner or later he will touch it, and then once it explodes, it can collapse the place and the seawater will pour in, so he will drown here at that time. Zhang Xingye replied. Hurry up to where, not where later life is in danger. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang let out a cry, took over the diving suit and rushed to wear it. Grasped to the body set. Xiao Xingzi, do you still have it? Can you give a set to Ning? Wu Xia looked at the diving suit in his hand, and then looked at Ning who was still there looking for the hidden compartments of the organs. If it really explodes later on and Ning doesn't have a diving suit, won't she have to drown here? Zhang Xingye shook his head, no, we only bought 3 sets in total. Didn't little brother have a set before? You should have another set there. Wu Xia said. Fatty Wang was speechless. Zhang Xingye clearly meant that he did not intend to care about this pitiful fellow, Aining, either. Wu Xia must let Zhang Xingye down. If you say it clearly, will everyone's face look good? The little official that has no oxygen. Zhang Xingye replied. Anyway, there is no extra. This guy, Ning, has a lot of backhanders, and it is absolutely impossible to die here. Zhang Xingye was also too lazy to waste resources to help her. What's more, just now, if it wasn't for Ning, Zhang Qiling wouldn't have come down from such a high place so quickly. Luckily, Zhang Qiling was not in danger, otherwise Zhang Xingye had just absolutely supported Fatty Wang to shoot Aining. He was even merciful if he didn't find trouble with Aining, how could he still help her? The promised money, if they dare to be less, they will specialize in staring at Jude Cow's people to kill in the future, and they will kill one when they meet one, and they will kill a pair when they meet two. Little naive, hurry up and wear it, I don't know when it will explode. Who is that, Star Brother? You hurry to collect the burial goods, a little more is a little more. Fatty Wang urged Wu Xie to change into his diving suit while urging Zhang Xingye to collect more treasures. Zhang Xingye held the water-avoiding bead in his hand and then started to collect more treasures. Zhang Qiling changed into his diving suit and followed Zhang Xingye around, helping Zhang Xingye pay attention to the movements of the seated golden body. In case it exploded, he could still protect Zhang Xingye underneath his body, and with the locked armor on his body, as long as he protected his head, his life would not be in danger. As a senior of the Zhang family, he had the obligation to protect every descendant of the Zhang family. After Fatty Wang put the diving suit on, as a result, Wu Xie still didn't move. Wu Xie seemed to be torn between giving the diving suit to Wan Ning or not. Fatty Wang directly snatched the diving suit from Wu Xie's hand and was about to put it on Wu Xie's body. Just then, there was a boom. A violent explosion came, and the seated golden body exploded into pieces. This main chamber was directly collapsed in half. The moment the powerful air wave hit, countless seawater immediately poured in. Zhang Xingye was far away, so it was nothing. The moment the seawater poured in, a light shield appeared on Zhang Xingye's body, thanks to Zhang Xingye's water-avoiding pearl. Ning. At the moment of the explosion, Wu Xieji was still calling out Ning's name. As a result, countless seawater rushed in, and Fatty Wang put the oxygen mask on Wu Xie's face first. In the next second, the seawater flooded the crowd. Wu Xie's whole body was wet. Fatty Wang tightly hugged Wu Xie, afraid that Wu Xie the sky rushed over to accompany Ning. Ning was also washed away by this powerful seawater. The whole person was submerged by the seawater. At last glance, looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie watched Ning slowly sink. No, it was Fatty Wang who dragged Wu Xie upstream, but Ning stayed there. Go up. This water pressure is too great. Your oxygen has already been consumed quite a bit when you came here. If you continue to consume it, the oxygen won't necessarily be able to hold you up to the shore. Zhang Xingye hurriedly shouted to Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji. Zhang Qiling was using a brand new one that Zhang Xingye hadn't used. Fatty Wang and Wu Xie's were not. The greater the water pressure, the greater the oxygen needed could be, which could not be consumed. Fatty Wang nodded, directly writing on Wu Xie's body, oxygen mask dead cover for Wu Xie, legs clamped Wu Xie upstream. But Wu Xie turned back to look at Ning. Ning's figure has disappeared in front of the eyes. Chapter 65 saying do it, going ashore. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye had been traveling upstream, and Fatty Wang had taken Wu Xieji upstream. As for Ning, this guy had so many cards on him, it was impossible for him to die, even if he was injured. Zhang Qiling patted Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye was puzzled, but he saw Zhang Qiling pointing to the back. Zhang Xingye looked over and his eyes instantly widened as Zhang Xingye saw a sea monkey and forbidden woman scurrying about. This explosion of the undersea tomb had brought out all the guys inside. This added up, densely packed, not to mention 100 or 80. Zhang Xingye took out the black gold ancient knife and prepared to bleed. Host, Gatling waterproof, can be used directly underwater. Zune do fake do? System produced, must be a fine product. Then it's just as well that I don't need to bleed out, but how do I use it? I'm in a water mask. You just put the waterproof pearl in your mouth. No, I mean, can the bullet get out of the water mask? Of course it can, this water pearl, just avoid water. The rest of the things are not in the scope of avoidance, regardless of inside and outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingye sighed in relief. The system is still very powerful when it has questions and answers. Zhang Xingye directly took back the black gold ancient knife into the system space, then pulled out the Gatling that was emitting blue fire. Zhang Qiling, who was at the side, froze. Didn't you want to give me the knife? Why did you take it back again? Xiaoguan, swim upstream, don't get hurt by mistake. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling and said. Zhang Qiling shook his head and pointed to the front. The other party had already rushed up and was less than 5 meters away. Zhang Xingye did not say much more to Zhang Qiling and directly opened the underwater strafing. The sound of de echoed in the deep sea. Roar! A sharp hissing sound echoed in the bottom of the sea. Fatty Wang hurriedly turned back. What's the commotion behind him? Wu Xie also turned back. As a result of this turn back, almost didn't scare people to death. So many densely packed hair, and that sea monkey. Wu Xie poked Fatty Wang, and then pointed to the bottom. Want to go down? Fatty Wang shook his head and pointed to the diving suit on his body. You don't even wear a diving suit, oxygen mask, or I directly buckle your mouth. The two of us will only go down to help. South no Ami Tofu, today I will overpass you to the west to see Buddha. Zhang Xingye's Gatling, even though it's at the bottom of the sea, it doesn't affect its blue fire. Water and fire actually coexisted at this moment. As expected, this kind of unreasonable thing can only be made reasonable by the system. Zhang Qiling, who was on the side, saw this scene and fell into deep contemplation. In front of the truth, one's own black gold ancient sword didn't seem to be of much use. I don't need to use a knife anymore, so I'll switch to using a hot weapon. Directly across the waist AK, back Gatling, hand-holding submachine gun, this is not better than the black gold ancient knife? But the key is that these things are not good to carry. Carrying a black gold knife, one's own bag, a little camouflage, no one can see. But if you carry a gun on your back, you'll be able to tell. Well, this kind of large weapon is not good to carry. In the future, I'd better bring 2 bazookas. Directly to the body, a back, wrapped up, appearance is not easy to recognize. The ammunition will be stored at Zhang Xingye's place. While this idea is feasible, can also give Zhang Xingye help, do not have to bleed against zombies, 2 birds with 1 stone. Next time you run into a zombie, you don't need to Zhang Xingye this junior holding a Gatling in front to protect yourself. He directly carry 2 bazookas, in front of the protection of Zhang Xingye. Also need to prepare a sunglasses. Seems like there is a blind man who also wears sunglasses. What should I do if I collide with him? Well, next time I run into that guy, I'll break his sunglasses and confiscate all of his stock of sunglasses. What kind of class is he to wear the same sunglasses as me, Zhang Ertan? The introvert is Zhang Qiling. What's it got to do with me, Zhang Ertan? What's wrong with calling me Zhang Ertan when you're carrying 2 bazookas on your shoulder? This time, I'll ask Zhang Qianjun to find a way to get me 2 from abroad. If he can't get them, he won't be allowed to eat chicken anymore. If you can't get 2 bazookas, how can you eat chicken? Eat the chicken's ass. At this moment, somewhere in Zhang Qianjun Wangma, achoo, what's the matter? Why do I have a bad feeling? Can it be that last time I deducted the funds for the errand the matriarch asked me to do this matter, the matriarch knows about it? Or is it that the matriarch knows about me spitting on the matriarch for 2 hours every day? Zhang Qiling watched Zhang Xingye at the bottom of the sea, and felt more and more that his idea was feasible. When the time comes, he and Zhang Xingye will be a duo, crisscrossing the toon raiding world, and together they will steal all the 5,000 toons in the world, and after they get enough money, they will start raising chickens. Buy a large piece of land and raise chickens. Today we eat white-cut chicken, tomorrow we eat chicken in a steamer, the day after tomorrow we eat salt-baked chicken, the day after tomorrow we eat chicken with saliva, and the day after tomorrow we eat cold chicken. You can eat chicken for 365 days a year. You can also study new ways of eating chicken. This is a perfect and happy life. If you have 2 bazookas, then the black gold ancient knife will not be of much use. It would be a pity to throw it away. Forget it, let's give it to Zhang Xingye and let him use it to cut watermelons. Otherwise, just like Zhang Qianjun Wanyama, the watermelon he cuts smells like garlic. The black and gold ancient sword will be perfectly retired by then. Do what you say, go ashore and do it. At this time, under the round of Zhang Xingye's sweeping shot, a lot of dead, and a lot of reappeared into the deep sea. With a wave of Zhang Xingye's hand, the corpse of iron-faced Sheng appeared and was kicked into the deep sea by Zhang Xingye. Originally, he had thought of placing this corpse in the main chamber of the undersea tomb, to be a companion to the seated golden body. Who had thought that even with the butterfly effect, the undersea tomb still blew up. When he was in the main chamber, Zhang Xingye was so focused on Zhang Qiling that he forgot about it. Now, it's not too late. Give this body to those forbidden women and sea monkeys, perfect. In this deep sea, there are still many unknown things. I don't know if the sea monkeys will have any changes after feeding on the thousands of years old corpse of Iron Face. If there are any changes, the next time someone goes to steal an undersea tomb, it will be fun. Iron Mask, I did not expect, never thought, I thought I had done all the calculations. Zhang Qiling appeared. I realized that the trigrams cannot be counted, to be afraid of the impermanence of the heavens. I thought that after my death Zhang Qiling this robbery, I did not think was never thought there is also Zhang Xingye this robbery, after my death, 2 robberies, no, is the 3 robberies, the bodies still have to be divided into meals, woo, the sky is so long, why is thin to me? Zhang Xingye finished this matter, put away the Gatling, and Zhang Qiling together to go upstream. Fatty Wang and Wu Shizhi saw Zhang Xingye, they also came up, only then also to go upstream. Iron Mask's corpse was directly swarmed by the remaining dozen or so sea monkeys, and was split up. Chapter 66 All parties rescued. After swimming up to the surface, the crowd breathed in fresh air. Fatty Wang also let go of Wu Xia. Ego, Fatty, you're suffocating me. After Wu Xia was able to speak, the first thing he did was spit out. Fatty Wang removed the oxygen mask. You still have the nerve to say, if it is not Fat Master Me, you are now going down to drown. Fatty Wang said while swimming. This special meow, Wu Oblique is a mallet. Zhang Xingye inquired, Shaguan, where is this Where are we going next, do you have a direction? Zhang Xingye looked around and saw that there was only a vast ocean. Zhang Qiling also took off his oxygen mask. About 3,000 meters to the east, the reef, there are speedboats. Zhang Qiling looked around and said. It is good that Zhang Qiling has a strong sense of direction. What the hell? A speedboat? Little brother, how do you know? Fatty Wang was shocked. Fatty Wang thought that he would have to swim to shore or wait for a passing boat to rescue him, but he didn't realize that Zhang Qiling still had a speedboat. Aiming backhand, one of them. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Qiling had done a lot to gain Jude Cao's trust some time ago. It is also the same to secretly follow Aining. This guy, Aining, went down to this undersea tomb. Whether it was in the sky, underground, or in the sea, there were backhanders. The sky provides positioning, the sea has a boat to follow the positioning, there are people on the shore to receive, Aining as long as the need, the neighborhood will immediately be able to someone to go down to the sea to save her. And Aining wore 2 sets of diving suits, one on the outside and one on the inside, and also had a small oxygen tank on her body. Aining had more than just the speedboat ready. Aining had been hiding a communication device and a positioning device on her body. With such an undersea tomb, it was too difficult to want Anning's life. Anning talked about Aining and wondered how Anning was doing. Wu Xia thought of Aining and became sad again. Aining shouldn't be able to escape. Little Tianjin, why are you so worried about her? It is hard not to really like her? Fatty Wang teased. Wu Xia replied, I just think, a living life is so in front of the eyes is gone. Can really good guy do this line of work? Life and death are as normal as eating and drinking water, the dead is not a common thing. Fatty Wang said. In the distance, a small kayak. Panzi dialed the phone, the opposite side also quickly picked up. Panzi, third master, the third master, they have been out of danger, the third master is fine, and the third master does not seem to have the intention of looking for someone, it should not have met with the big Kue. WUSAN Shang, well, watch them go ashore, then you come back, did you get in touch with Dakue? Pan Seed, after Dakue went down to the sea, at first there was contact, and then there was no contact, there is no news yet, maybe with the little 3 masters and they were separated in the tomb organs. WUSAN Shang, I know, he will come back, this place cannot be difficult for him, you do your own thing and come back. Pan Seed, yes, Master San. Wu Sansheng, aha. Wu Sansheng, I know, he will come back, this place is not difficult for him. Panzi didn't understand why Wu Sanshan was so sure that Dakue would come back on his own. On the other hand, at the Wu Shanju side, Wu Sanshan Xiao Lianhuan tapped his fingers on the table one by one. It's really funny, is it trying to find something in the underwater tomb? Wu Sansheng pondered. Wu Sansheng already knew that Dakue was one of its people. Originally, according to Wusan province's plan, Dakue had to die in the 7-star Luwang Palace, so as to stop the future trouble. I didn't expect that somehow, it didn't die. It was as if there was something in the underworld that affected his layout. This time under the Shisha undersea tomb, Wusan province let Dakue secretly follow Wuxia, also secretly installed positioning in Wuxia's cell phone. I want to borrow the Shisha undersea tomb, to see if the big Kue will act, did not think that the big Kue this guy directly did not move, how will not meet with Wu Oblique. Didn't he explain to Big Kue that he would show up at the right time? To pretend to have been discovered, and then return with Wuxia and the others. Now what the hell is this movement? Can it be that there's still something it wants to find in the undersea tomb? It can't be. Or maybe it was suspicious of the Shisha archaeological team and wanted Kue to check again? Wu Sansheng was deep in thought, and for a while he couldn't understand the operation of Dakue. At this time, Dakue was still at the bottom of the sea, and he was very aggrieved. Dakue, once I got off the ocean, I was able to watch Wuxia, but after entering the undersea tomb, Wuxia's signal was gone, and he has been out of the service area, and I can't even find Wuxia. Oh, I don't even know where I am right now, and my communication equipment has long since been destroyed by the forbidding woman's hair, and I'm now followed by a group of sea monkeys behind my butt who are chasing after me. Oh. Zhang Xingyi, not into the undersea tomb before no signal, is in the boat to change the diving suit when there is no signal, because at that time things are in my system space, you are even more high-tech equipment that cannot locate good blah. Zhang Xingyi they follow the location information provided by Zhang Qiling, really found a speedboat parked there. At this time, Aining has also been rescued, sat on the boat, and with Jude Cao on the phone, Aining will be this time the situation truthfully reported. Jude Cao, no luck? Aining, yes, boss, I thought it would be under the seated golden body, but before I had time to look for the mechanism, the seated golden body exploded. They said that there was the 8 treasures rotor inside it, and the whole chamber was blown open with a big hole, and countless seawater rushed in, flooding the whole chamber. Jude Cao, 8 treasure rotors? A seated golden body? Why haven't these been mentioned by Wusan province? Aining, boss, I still stick to my previous idea, Wu Sansheng has tricked us, at that time in the air chamber, the brothers died one by one, I told you, Wu Sansheng has tricked us. I'm telling you, Wu Sanshan lied to us. The path he gave us was a dead end. It doesn't lead to the main chamber at all. Only half of the map is real, the rest of the map is just scribbles. Jodko, Fakir. Crafty, very crafty. Wusan province is not sincere. Aining, this time I went down to the tomb, I found nothing, but I found the mural, that painted a heavenly palace built above the clouds, and the model of the heavenly palace, I've recorded it with a miniature camera, and they're guessing that it might be on Changbai Mountain, and I'm guessing that in that heavenly palace, there might be what you want. Jude Cao, very good, it's not nothing, right, the blame is on Wusan province, this old fox is too cunning, it has nothing to do with you, you've done a good job, come back. Aining, yes, boss. With that, Jude Cao hung up the phone and started cursing Wu Sansheng again. This inappropriate son of man. Cunning, no wonder he was said to be an old fox, he is really an old fox. It seems that in the future, when cooperating with Wu Sanzho, he has to be more careful, and careful. Chapter 67, You Don't Speak of Martial Virtue. After Zhang Qiling's crowd disembarked, they went to the imperial capital together. Zhang Qiling didn't follow, and didn't say where he was going, but only said that his share would be given to Zhang Xingye. The people also have no opinion. Zhang Qiling is quite mysterious, come without a shadow to go without a trace. Fatty Wang. 3 people went back to the imperial capital first. First took out all the loot, handed over to Fatty Wang, let Fatty Wang take all to sell, and then uniformly split the money. After all, if you share the treasures, there is always divided unevenly, simply all sold, used to share the money. Fatty Wang also did not dawdle, the same day contacted the people of the 9 gates, let them collect goods. Fatty Wang that also has a fixed seller. However, this just back to the first day of the imperial capital, Zhang Xingye encountered a thing, things are handed over to Fatty Wang, Wu Oblique followed Zhang Xingye to Zhang Xingye home to live. As soon as Zhang Xingye went home, he saw a guy wearing sunglasses eating. The home smelled like chili fried pork. Obviously, the bowl of chili fried pork should have just been fried. The 3 of them looked at each other with 6 eyes, and the atmosphere was subtle for a while. Xiaoxingzi, your home seems to have entered a thief. This thief also used your kitchen to fry the chili fried meat, and it seems to have been made into a covered rice. Wu Shezhi swallowed his saliva and said, Zhang Xingye's home, at the moment with the chicken coop is chaotic, the kitchen is still out of the smoke, it is clear that the kitchen just should have something burning. You blind black man, eating chili fried meat in my house, don't know that I hate chili fried meat, right? And you set my kitchen on fire. Slot. Zhang Xingye directly took out Zhang Qiling's black and gold ancient knife, pulled it out and slashed at this guy. A mute's knife? The black blind man was slightly startled. Wasn't this Zhang Qiling's black gold ancient knife? The black blind man was shocked as he dodged Zhang Xingye's slashes. Zhang Qiling seemed like he never left his sword alone. What's wrong with the knife of the little official? He sent me cannot On the contrary, you, touching into my home even if it is, but also in my home to do chili fried meat, but also cheat the money of the small official, cannot tolerate. Zhang Xingye huffed and puffed. You are the one who loves to eat chili fried meat, right? You're the only one who cheated the little official's money, right? Hey, stop, misunderstanding, you listen to my explanation The black blind man said while dodging. Although the black gold ancient knife in Zhang Xingye's hand is sharp, but the black blind man's stance, that is not Zhang Xingye, who has not practiced martial arts to catch up. Misunderstanding my ass. You stand there and let me cut a knife, I will listen to your explanation, you ing down. Zhang Xingye gasped for breath. I can't catch up. This guy is too flexible. You do not chase, my chili pepper fried meat and rice are going to spill, you listen to me to explain to you you put the knife down I will come down, I let you cut a knife still? Black gold ancient knife cutting iron like mud, blowing hair, I let you cut a knife, people directly buy you cut in half. The black blind man saw Zhang Xingye stopped, he did not climb up again. Hanging on the pillar, still eating covered rice. These legs are really strong, can let the black blind man wrapped around the pillar does not slide down. Hang there if you are ing capable. Zhang Xingye collected the black gold ancient blade. The black blind man breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, the black blind man's sunglasses almost fell off in shock. Zhang Xingye pulled out the Gatling that was smoking blue fire. Slowly. This is the imperial capital, you dare to play with guns openly? You be careful to go in and step on the sewing machine. The black blind man also do not eat rice, ready to run at any time. This guy is playing for real. Damn, I heard earlier that this guy has a mustard seed space, I did not think it was true. This world, there is really nothing strange I went in to step on the sewing machine, you also have to have evidence to send me in to step on the sewing machine. On the contrary, you are a black household, right? I go to report you, what do you think you will do? Zhang Xingye said. You say I play with guns, I put the gun into the system space, what evidence do you have? Do you know me? Did the mute tell you that? If you report me, I will report the mute. The black blind man stalked his neck. The fact that Zhang Qiling was able to give the black gold ancient knife to Zhang Xingye meant that the two must be very good friends. Zhang Xingye didn't want to see Zhang Qiling go in. Are you threatening me? Zhang Xingye looked like he was about to open fire. I bet that in your gun, there are no bullets. This is the imperial capital, playing with a Gatling in broad daylight, try it. The black blind man swallowed his saliva and said. Playing Gatling in the imperial capital, or in broad daylight, you ing do not want to live. Really arrogant, system, give me away. Zhang Xingye directly called his system in his heart. Host, this Gatling movement is really big, this system has a hidden weapon rainstorm pair flower needle upgrade, do you need? 2. Zhang Xingye took back the Gatling, let the system to bring. Good Lu, 880,000 AU, the use of the host has been taught in the mind of the host. The system cuckoo deductions, afraid of Zhang Xingye remorse, and then immediately gave the thing to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye was angry at the moment. The black blind man had lit up his own home kitchen, unforgivable. Think of it as collecting some interest for the matter of him cheating a petty official of his money. That's right, we're all civilized people, don't fight and kill. When the black blind man saw Zhang Xingye put away the Gatling with blue fire, he was also relieved. Just as the black blind man was about to slide down, Zhang Xingye backhandedly pulled out the rainstorm pear flower needle, shooting at the black blind man. Wu Xia was shocked. Zhang Xingye was openly repairing the inn, but secretly doing it in the dark. Wu Xia also thought that Zhang Xingye had changed, but he did not expect that he would still have revenge. Ow! The black blind man was shot in the ass by the torrential rain pear flower needle and slid down the pillar. You don't talk about martial virtues. Zhang Xingye directly pounced on it. Wu Xia, go to the room under the bed, there is a cowhide rope, bring it to me. Zhang Xingye directly pounced on the black blind man, pressed the black blind man, told Wu Xia to get the rope. Hey, you as a person, engage in sneak attack is what hero. The black blind man grimaced in pain. The black blind man let go of the water. With the black blind man's skills, this probability of avoiding it should be quite large. Let Zhang Xingye beat up a little, even if it is even blah. Regardless of the black cat or white cat, can catch the mouse as a good cat, open and aboveboard or in the dark sneak attack, can catch the enemy on the line. Zhang Xingye said. Black blind man lying on the ground, the hands of the covered rice has not been scattered. The black blind man to the mouth to pull their own chili fried meat rice. I am injured, cannot run, you throw me down, I do not run. Wu oblique from the room with a rope out. Xiaoxingzi, you see is this well? Zhang Xingye nodded, quickly take over, tie up this guy, tied to this pillar. Okay. Wu oblique took the rope over, black blind man rushed to rake two mouths to eat all the rice, and then was Zhang Xingye and Wu oblique together tied up. Tied solidly. Chapter 68 Dead Taoist friends do not die poor road. I am spicy and sincere to be caught by you, you still want to tie me? The black blind man's mouth was full of food, and his speech was a little slurred. After tying it up, Zhang Xingye lightly grunted. Black blind man, you do not talk to me cheeky, you put my kitchen point of this matter, is not finished. The black blind man explained, did not light, is to build a fire when the point cannot be, I just smothered for a while, started the smoke, really did not burn. I do not listen. Zhang Xingye refused to listen to the explanation. Xiaoxingzi, what are you going to do with him? Wu Xia inquired. The corner of Zhang Xingye's mouth hooked into a speculative smile. System, give me a bottle of canned herring and a bottle of Windex. Alright, the stuff has been issued. In view of the host has just consumed, these two small things this system will be gifted to the host. Host attention to check receipt, by the way, herring canned is an upgraded version, eat it to digest, absolutely spit out. Hey, after pitting you for $88 million, this system netted $87 million, what's the point of giving you bottles of Windex and canned herring? I'm a soft-spoken person. Waiting for you to finish gas, back to God's time, always bad again for 88 million a rainstorm pear blossom needle scolding this system, Zhang Xingye first went to get 2 pieces of paper and blocked his nose. What are you doing? What are you doing with your nose blocked? The black blind man swallowed his saliva. What are you doing? To torture me? Zhang Xingye took out the herring can and picked up the chopsticks with which the black blind man had just eaten the chili fried pork over rice. What am I going to do? You will know right away, Wu Xia, break his mouth open. Zhang Xingye said. Oh. Although Wu Xia did not understand what Zhang Xingye wanted to do, but still did as he was told. Directly to the black blind man's mouth open. Jia, black blind man, usually take advantage of the small official Tianju, cheating his money is very cool as blah, come on, taste this. Zhang Xingye can herring open, and then the flavor of the straight to the sky lingai. Vomit small star, you this is what the stuff, good head, vomit Wu oblique directly pinched the nose to vomit. This flavor is really on the head. The black blind man directly disgusted rolled his eyes, this flavor than my feet smell also on the head. You do not come over As Wu Xia pinched his nose and backed away, the black blind man was able to speak normally again. Zhang Xingye said, Wu Xia, break his mouth open, today this box, even meat with soup, he has to eat. Xiaoxingzi, this thing is comparable to a biochemical weapon, not good, right? Wu Zhiqi was smoked by the smell straight stomach. Either help me open his mouth, or I'll feed this to you, you choose one. Zhang Xingye looked at Wu Xia and said. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia shook his head back and forth, so it's better for him to eat it. Saying that, Wu Xia also went to block his nose with a tissue and then proceeded to break open the black blind man's mouth. Do not vomit. The black blind man did not finish his sentence. Zhang Xingye directly put a fish into the black blind man's mouth. The flavor impacted the blind black man's taste buds. Wu oblique, help him swallow. Zhang Xingye continued. Wu Xia nodded, holding the black blind man's chin with one hand and pressing the black blind man's head with the other, just chewing up and down. Due to being controlled by Wu Xia, the black blind man couldn't even do it if he wanted to spit. After chewing a few times, Zhang Xingye then poured the fish soup directly into the black blind man's mouth. The black blind man rolled his eyes and struggled violently. But there is no use. Xiaoxingzi, he is twitching all over, this can't be poisoning, right? Wu Xia said. Zhang Xingye shook his head. No, because this is not poisonous. After pouring the fish soup, Zhang Xingye poured another fish into it, and the black blind man's white eyes rolled straight up, and his body was like a seizure. So disgusting, ah. Eating almost, Wu Xieji scattered his hands and hurriedly went to wash his hands. Without Wu oblique control, the black blind man also vomited. Vomit. The black blind man vomited straight to the stomach, did not vomit out a little fish. Your life is good, this box inside the 2 fish, but don't worry, I have another thing. Zhang Xingyi said, and pulled out the wind oil essence. Vomit, what are you going to do, you say straight. Black blind man bile are going to spit out. From now on, if I, the black blind man, eat fish again, the name will be written backwards. Xiao Xingzi, what are you doing with the anemone? Being washed his hands, Wu Shechi inquired curiously. Zhang Xingyi he laughed, put this essential oil, coat it in the place of the 5 valleys, and then use the electric fan to blow, jia. This word heard Wu Xia but eyes tightened. The black blind man clenched his buttocks. Don't come over, what do you want to do, you say straight, I know that you are definitely not for dumb revenge on me. Zhang Xingye nodded, indeed, then I ask you, who let you come to my house, what is the purpose? This cannot be said, cannot disclose information about the employer. The black blind man shook his head and said. Wu Xia, pick his pants. Zhang Xingye shouted. No, I say. It's Xia Yuchen. It was Xia Yuchen, the head of the Xia family, who offered me $150,000 to come here. Let me feel you out and find out about the jade figurines. The black blind man sold his employer straight away. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Zhang Xingye frowned. How do you know about me? And how do you know about the jade figurine? The word is out on the road, there is a mysterious expert followed by the Wu family to the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace. This expert also has the legendary mustard seed space. He also brought out the jade figurine that allows people to live forever. That Iron Masked Shang relied on the jade figurine to live for 3,000 years. This is the Taoist uploaded, making a storm. Black blind man honestly. Wu Sheji came over and said, it cannot be ah. We went to the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, did not make a big fuss ah, and do this line of work. Stealing a tomb is not a normal thing? How could we make a big fuss? Zhang Xingye snorted lightly, that goes without saying, this news must be deliberately put out by someone. To get me into trouble. Who? Wu Xia asked. That goes without saying, either Jude Cao or your third uncle. Jude Cao's news is not so fast to make the imperial capital full of rain, it will only be the same as one of the 9 doors of the Wu family has this ability. This is definitely your third uncle to do things. Zhang Xingye directly guessed that this was the work of Wu San province. The black blind man swallowed his saliva. I Lu a good boy, this guy is a bit smart ah. From a few words, he analyzed the mastermind behind the scene? No way, my third uncle is so unethical? When Wu Xia said this, the bottom of the air is inexplicably a bit insufficient. It seems that my third uncle is indeed very unethical ah, my third uncle belongs to the 5 elements of the lack of virtue kind. I haven't found the 9 sect to calculate their breach of trust in the matter of the little official, they are looking for me to trouble me first. Zhang Xingye gritted his teeth and said. These words made the black blind man's face change. Zhang Xingye still want to find the 9 sect to settle the score? Is it for the matter of Zhang Qiling? Chapter 69 Little Flower, I've been punked by you. Zhang Xingye also knew about Zhang Qiling's affair with the 9 sect? You know the things of that year? The black blind man was shocked. Zhang Xingye this posture, it seems like he is looking for the old 9 sect to take revenge, right? Zhang Xingye didn't seem to be too friendly with the old 9 sect. The matter of the old 9 sect cannot involve the current 9 sect, right? It shouldn't involve Xie Yuchen, right? Nonsense. Let me ask you, when did the news spread? Who else has their eyes on this place? Zhang Xingye asked. The black blind man replied, the day before yesterday, just the day before yesterday, I got the news the day before yesterday, the 9 sects must have all set their sights on you, I'm not sure about the rest. After Zhang Xingye and his team disembarked from the Shisha undersea tomb, they went through several transfers while several days before returning to the imperial capital. Zhang Qiling is a black family, pressure cannot take the airplane train off. Back then, when he imprisoned the young official for 20 years, how much of his blood was released to study longevity? Isn't that enough? Now he is staring at the jade figurine. The more Zhang Xingye thought about it, the more angry he became. The matter of the jade figurine is definitely the work of that guy from Wusan province. So what, I've confessed, can you take the Windex away? The black blind man swallowed his saliva and said. Seeing this wind oil essence, the black blind man feels dangerous, always feel chile chrysanthemum. They want to study longevity so much, so do they know that you can live forever? Zhang Xingye suddenly thought of something, staring straight at the black blind man. What are you going to do? The black blind man inexplicably had a bad feeling. Wu Xieqi asked, Xiao Xingzi, what are you talking about? What long life? How can I not understand? What imprisoned little brother for 20 years? Wu Xia was confused, these things seem to be their own third uncle pressure did not even mention ah. Is there any grudge between Old Nine Sect and Zhang Qiling? How old is Zhang Qiling? How many years ago was the Old Nine Sect? Zhang Qiling waved his hand. You say, I put out the news of your longevity, I and Shaoguan's danger, is not someone to share part of it for us? What long life? I don't know, don't talk nonsense. The black blind man denied, his eyes dodged, some weakness, fortunately, is wearing sunglasses, eyes dodging cannot be seen. Black blind man, you are in need of me to make things clear, is it? Zhang Xingye laughed. You deny? I cannot understand. The black blind man denied. Himself and Zhang Xingye is the first time to meet, previously and Zhang Xingye is not a little bit of relationship, Zhang Xingye can recognize their own not surprised, after all, I at least as the road is also a well-known figure. But, Zhang Xingye understand themselves, this is unlikely, right? The little official is the holy baby pulled down from the altar of God, and you are a miracle from hell to climb up, you are the Manchurian Qing dynasty 8 banners noble children, the original name of 4 words, Chinese surname for Qi, not 9 doors Qi family descendants, but with the Qi family has a crossroads, has a double master's degree, as well as super high musical talent, but also studied abroad, but unfortunately, later on, the family fell, and was forced to live on the street. From the family wealth to penniless, although you are a wealth fan, but do not love money, just poor afraid, every day a black coat, black pants, black glasses, very good hands, nicknamed people called the Black Master. Zhang Xingyi will be black blind man's identity raked over the coals. You investigate me? Or is it the mute who told you? The black blind man was serious at the moment. Zhang Xingye replied, I am also curious about what kind of magnificent eyes are under these dark glasses. What are you doing? The black blind man is ready to break free from the rope. Playing around is fine, taking off my glasses is not. Zhang Xingye did not go to pick the black blind man's glasses, but opened his mouth. You go to Xie Yuchen to bring a message. For the sake of their family's participation in the rescue of the small official, he asked you to come to burn my kitchen thing. I will not be blamed. However, the account that should be settled, the family still cannot run away. Well, then you untie me. I repeat, I did not burn your kitchen. I just use your kitchen to fry a chili pepper fried meat, do a cover rice. The black blind man nodded repeatedly, the corner of the mouth smiled and hung up. After untied, you give me my house back to its original state before leaving. Zhang Xingye said, began to untie the black blind man. The black blind man heatedly asked, you are not afraid of me running? Since you know that I am good, then you should know that as long as I want to run, you will certainly not be able to keep me. I am not afraid. Zhang Xingye replied. The black blind man was puzzled. Why? Because I bet you do not want to eat canned herring again. If you run, it does not matter. Cannot run away from the monk, cannot run away from the temple. I am not as good as you, but I have a small official. Next time I let the small official to catch you, lock you up, feed you 10 days of canned herring, 10 pounds a day to feed. Zhang Xingye said with a slight smile. I vomit. When the black blind man heard this, he vomited again. Master Black, I won't even eat fish from now on, much less canned herring. Vomit. The black blind man vomited for half a day, but apart from bile, nothing came out. Zhang Xingye said, by the way, there is a spiritual damage fee. I believe I can find out my bank card number. Do not charge you more, 150,000 is good. Today I hope to receive your transfer, otherwise, I know you have a small treasury. I let the small official and I together empty your small treasury. Before I come back tonight, my house, if you haven't been restored to your original state, pray that we won't have the chance to meet again, or else there will be enough canned herring to go around. Saying that, Zhang Xingye directly turned around and left. This home was disgusted by Wu Xie and the black blind man vomiting all over the place. Zhang Xingye did not want to stay for the time being. Wu Xie hurriedly followed. Xiao Xingzi, wait for me. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, the black blind man immediately stopped laughing. 1,500,000 na, my money is not even hot oh. Small flowers, I was you pit miserable, you gave me 150,000, I cannot stay a point, but also take a cleaner's money, oh. The black blind man aggrieved and dialed a cleaner's phone, let the cleaner come over to clean the whole house. The black blind man is not that he does not want to save money, but when he saw this vomit, the black blind man remembered the image of himself being forced to eat canned herring. I'll just have to pay someone to clean it. It's too hard for me, woo hoo hoo hoo. Luckily, having cheated the mute out of a lot of money earlier, he still had some savings. Otherwise, it's time to move the petty cash again. No, that guy knows the location of my petty cash? Zundu fake Zundu? No. The vault is my lifeblood. Treasury and the people in, the library is dead and then earned. After looking for the cleaner, the black blind man again to solve Yuchen dialed the phone. He also had to find a small flower to compensate. That herring cans, how much damage to my young mind oh. I have to find little flower to compensate me for the mental damage. No compensation, I'll forget about it, no compensation. Chapter 70 broke the black blind man. After the phone dialed over, the other side was quickly connected. The black blind man rushed a burst of oil and vinegar plus exaggerated things said again, by the way, to be compensated. Solution Yu Chen, so, you did not do things not to mention, you also gave me this employer out? Black blind man, this that while you listen to my explanation now, if he took a stick to beat me, whip me, suffer even greater punishment, I do not bring to give you up, but that herring cans, I think more than what the punishment is ruthless. Xia Yu Chen, so, this is the reason you do not abide by morality and give up your employer? Black blind man, Xiao Hua, listen to my explanation. Xia Yu Chen, no need to explain, compensation for 1 point, and you betrayed the employer, the money I gave you to call over, return half of it. Otherwise, not finished with you. Black blind man, no, this commission with back to ask? Xia Yu Chen, nimble. Otherwise I will massage you mooching thing all over the empire to publicize. Also slander you men and women, tomorrow let your massage parlor close down. Black blind man, do not, I return. I immediately back. I returned not good. Solution Yu Chen, right, tell him, tomorrow morning I personally apologize, I hope he is at home. Black blind man, oh that I find someone to clean the cleaning fee cannot be reimbursed? Hello? Hello? How to hang up? Solution Yu Chen hung up the phone, the black blind man sat down on the ground. Finished, This blood loss Not only even the capital are not insured, but also a great loss of money oh. My black blind man is too poor. Helping people to do things, but also be fed a can of herring, the money earned to compensate people for the mental damage, they have to be employers to go back to half of the commission, but also have to pay for their own cleaning costs. Sisal rope specializing in picking a fine place to break, bad luck specializing in finding bitter people, my black blind man's life is so bitter Solution Yu Chen, first, I didn't tell you to go to people's homes to make chili fried meat with rice, and second, I didn't tell you to light up people's kitchens. Black blind man silently pulled out his cell phone to call, wire transfer. Zhang Xingye's information, many people have already got. Name, ID number, home address, bank card number, these are considered open secrets in this circle. But the resume is a blank. The black blind man transferred money to Zhang Xingye and returned to Xia Yu Chen General Commission. Looking at their own balance of less than 9 digits, the more I think the more angry. This breath cannot swallow. Call the mute. Sue with the mute. Said dry, black blind man directly dialed the phone of Zhang Qiling. What's going on? Zhang Qiling saw the caller ID and answered the phone. It's not an unfamiliar call, because there are notes. Remarks, the blind man who cheated me out of my money. Although Zhang Qiling hadn't completely remembered the matter with the black blind man, he remembered part of it. Mute. Do you recognize the one called Zhang Xingye? The black blind man asked. When Zhang Qiling on the other side of the phone heard this, he frowned and was silent for a long time. You are not allowed to cheat him money. Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, the black blind man's eyes widened. What does that mean? What does this mean? Mute. He pitched me money. He robbed me. $150,000. He robbed me, don't you care? The black blind man stood up and asked. Zhang Qiling on the other end of the phone heard this and was silent for a short while. 1,500,000, less. Zhang Qiling opened his mouth. Mute, what did you say? The black blind man didn't seem to hear what Zhang Qiling said clearly. This year, 2003. Zhang Qiling replied. The black blind man nodded, right, what's wrong with 2003? 15, does not match the number of years. Zhang Qiling explained. The black blind man was confused, dumb, are you talking to me about the same thing? 200,000 and 300, the difference, make up. Zhang Qiling slowly opened his mouth. 203, 200,000 equals 20, 0300 equals 03. So, 200,000 and 300, added together matches the number of years in 203. Mute. What did you say? You want me to send him money? I don't have any money. The black blind man didn't realize that he called Zhang Qiling as a tattletale, and as a result, he has to be pitched money. If you don't give it, let him take it, I'll help him. Zhang Qiling said indifferently. If you don't give the money, I'll let Zhang Xingye come to you to fetch it himself, and then I'll even help him. Think about it yourself. Is it more decent for you or for me to help you? Mute, I hate you. The black blind man snapped and hung up the phone. Slot. I should have known not to call, this hit, he lost more than $50,000. The black blind man called again, wire transfer. To Zhang Xingye hit another sum of money over. Blind black man knows, Zhang Qiling this guy said it can be done. Oh, why did I make this call? Oh. Today I went out absolutely did not read the yellow calendar. Today I broke the fortune, broke a lot of money, woo 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 woo. How many mojo presses do I have to do to get my money back? Woo woo. At this time somewhere in the Zhang Qiling, just with Zhang Qianjun Wanma through the phone. Just hung up and received a call from the black blind man. At this time somewhere. Zhang Qianjun Wanma cursed and spat at Zhang Qiling, the patriarch. Zhang Haik walked in and said, what's wrong with you? I heard you cursing at the door, who is this cursing? Zhang Qianjun Wanma was shocked. He smiled awkwardly and said, what is it, the matriarch has just called. What does the patriarch want this time? If you want to give him the job, it's not easy for someone to take over the Zhang family's mess, and if you force the patriarch to quit, I'll elect you to be the patriarch of the Zhang family. I'll make you the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Haike said. Zhang Qianjun was shocked. No, this won't do. Even if I work all my life, I will not be a patriarch. The current matriarch of that position is doing a good job, but you cannot give up. What did the patriarch say on the phone to you just now? Zhang Haike inquired, asking about business. Zhang Qianjun Wanma replied, he said, asked me to help him get 2 of the latest bazookas. Then go ahead. What's a bazooka? What does he want you to get? Zhang Haike stared wide-eyed. It's not right, this isn't right, what does Zhang Qiling want? The patriarch said, he wants 2 bazookas, but also the latest model. Half a month I did not get it for him, he will never allow me to eat chicken, change to duck. Zhang Qianjun replied. RPGs? 2 more? Or the latest model? This isn't a foreign country, how can this be done? The corners of Zhang Haike's mouth were twitching, this is a ing mess. It's hard to get this stuff even in the arms business. Zhang Qianjun Wanma sighed, so I'm trying to figure it out. Then you take your time to think about it. I didn't see you today, I don't know anything, you can't get me involved. Zhang Haike ran away. Don't get me into trouble if you don't get the job done. I don't want to eat a duck. Chapter 71 Headache of Xieyuchen. On the street. Zhang Xingye looked at his cell phone twice into the account and fell into a deep silence. Is this what the black blind man had in his head? So generous? He had to press how many motors to earn back. It is hard not to believe that his massage has a lot of special services. This matter is true. Zhang Xingye puzzled. After all, I heard that the black blind man massage is not only massage, there are many special services, just 3 uncle did not describe in detail. It is difficult to really have special services? Black blind man is hard to not also part-time duck? Thinking of this, Zhang Xingye hit a cold shiver, feeling so disgusting. No, the black blind man should not do such a tasteless thing, duck should not. That should be to serve rich women. After all, the black blind man that physique, at a glance is very strong. Black blind man there is not what rich women phone book. Black blind man so rich, it will not be a soft meal to eat, right? The black blind man at this time does not know their own meat to Zhang Xingye transfer, but was Zhang Xingye mistakenly thought that this money is their own soft rice to get. I haul black blind man, need to eat soft rice? I can make money by my own ability to earn good tune rating and what not to say massage and sell chili pepper fried meat rice, I can earn a lot of good Zhang Xingye, so you massage parlor special services refers to what? Black blind man, I do not talk nonsense, I opened a serious massage. Zhang Xingye, I heard, encountered bad guys looking for black blind, massage with black blind, wage arrears looking for black blind, encountered triads looking for black blind, boredom no one to a company looking for black blind, the need for special services can also look for the black blind, and the price is affordable, you can also discount, there is this thing is not? Black blind man, well this says blah, but I do that can be serious business. Starlet, small flowers, and you said those, in the end what is the situation On the street, Wu Qiqi asked curiously. Zhang Xingye replied, this wait for you to become the Wu family, you will know, people Xieyuchen, now but the Xie family's family, know a lot of things is very normal, the real 9 sect is not as simple as you think. I heard Uncle Sam said, the old 9 doors are divided into the upper 3 doors, flat 3 doors, the lower 3 doors, the upper 3 doors for the official, the military, theater, abduction and the ferry, flat 3 doors for the thieves, Yen Luo, the prodigal son, the smiling Buddha, the lower 3 doors for the business, the beauty, the calculator, Katanshin, our Wu family is the flat 3 doors. Wu Xia said. Zhang Xingye laughed, which is so complicated, the lower 3 doors do the work on the ground, the flat 3 doors do the work underground, the upper 3 doors are the remaining 6 doors out of the way, the insurer. What? Doing underground work? You mean grave robbing? Wu Xiezi froze, Zhang Xingye's words just now, that's what he meant, right? Zhang Xingye, that's for sure, Ping Sanmen that's the main force for clamping llamas. You said earlier that little brother has been imprisoned for 20 years, could it be that little brother has been imprisoned since he was a child? Wu Xia asked again. Zhang Xingye stopped and patted Wu Xia's shoulder, smiled and said, Wu Xia, you are also the future of the Wu family's family, when things come up, you have to learn to solve things on your own, don't rely on your friends are only there to give you assistance, you have to learn to be on your own as early as possible, you want to know things, you can find out on your own. Saying that, Zhang Xingye turned to leave. I wonder if it will take another 10 years for this evil emperor to be raised under his own intervention. After Zhang Xingye left, the latest news about Zhang Xingye appeared on the road again, it is the black blind man put out, after all, the black blind man broke the fortune, have to find a way to make up for it. Now the mute seems to remember a lot of things, and then want to cheat him money I'm afraid it's not so easy. Alas, the money cannot cheat the mute, unless a source of income. Zhang Qiling, so cheating me has become a source of income for you? At this time, the Xie family. Xie Yuchen quite a headache from the phone listening to the black blind man said, Zhang Xingye seems to have a lot of hostility to the Nine sect. It is because of the year Zhang Qiling was imprisoned in the Jelmu nursing home 20 years of things. How many people from back then are still alive now? Even his own Xie family, I'm afraid that he couldn't get out perfectly from what happened back then. Injustice should not be tied. See if you can find a way to dissolve the things of that year. Xie Yuchen was 8 years old when he became a family, encountered difficult problems or not felt as serious as this time. Xie Yuchen heard the news of Zhang Xingyi and Wusan province, the same, guessing that Zhang Xingyi will not also be the Northeast Zhang family. The Northeast Zhang family, even if the tiger fell down, that is also a tiger. Even if the Northeast Zhang family is a tiger, it is still a tiger. Family master, what are your orders? The subordinate came in and said. Xie Yuchen commanded, go to prepare a thick gift for me, tomorrow I want to go to see the guests. Yes, sir. The subordinate led the order and went to do it. Wait a moment, prepare too. The Wu family's third master is also in the imperial capital, and he has not seen for many years, cannot be empty-handed to see. Xie Yuchen stopped the subordinate and added. The Wu family's third master? Are you preparing 2 generous gifts? The subordinate inquired. 2 copies shouldn't be too much, right? After all, Xie Yuchen is the head of the Xie family, Wu Sheji is not yet the head of the Wu family, although the two are the same generation, but the status is already different. Well, prepare 2 copies of it, a thicker, a thinner it. The Wu family is, after all, flat 3-door. Do not look at the face of the Buddha. Wu old dog is gone. The Wu family there is a Wu old lady it. The old dog is gone. The Wu family still has a Mrs. Wu. It's been a long time since I've seen Wu Xia, so it's only right to prepare some gifts. Yes. The subordinate took the order. Anyway, things that can be solved with money, that is not a matter. Xie Yuchen gave a right? Is there any new news about Zhang Xingye? Well, we found out that he has a friend called Wang Yu have opened an antique store, fake quite a lot of the kind. This day do not know where to find a batch of antique stuff, is being offered to the Hua family. Zhang Xingye is from that antique store out, they should be just under a bucket back. The subordinate thought about it and said. This shouldn't be considered much important information. Xie Yuchen nodded slightly, go and greet the owner of that antique store, the future things, all to my Xie family can be, my Xie family accepts everything as it is, everything is given at the highest price. I will give everything at the highest price. The subordinate led the order. Although I do not know what this is to do, after all, according to the highest price, that is not no profit margin. Receiving goods not to make money, that or businessmen? Xie Yuchen leaned on the chair, closed his eyes and waved his hand, you go down. Yes, family master. The subordinate led the order to retreat, then went to do what Xie Yuchen ordered. Although he didn't understand why Xie Yuchen did this, but just do it. In any case, he was receiving a salary, and the money he spent was not his own, so it was better for him to say more than he was wrong, so he should say less than he was wrong. He is also too lazy to worry about this. Chapter 72. This is a bit lacking in virtue. Inside the Crescent Moon Hotel. Yin Nanfeng also came to see Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan was still listening to a song and eating fruits with a disinterested look. This matter involves his own patriarch, but also involves an unknown faction of the Zhang family. Whether it is a senior or junior is still debatable. Zhang Rishan does not want to get involved. Back then, he, a pure-blooded Zhang clan member with a Qilin tattoo, was working as an adjutant for Zhang Qishan, who had a poor Qi tattoo, and he lost the face of the Zhang clan's inner sect to nowhere. Zhang Rishang didn't even dare to go back to the northeast now. Not even much out of the Crescent Moon Hotel, here to eat and wait for death. Eat, eat, eat. I can tell you, at that time, if you make trouble, you give me to go to other places to make trouble. Do not make trouble in my hotel. Yin Nanfeng slapped Zhang Rishan's table in anger. Zhang Rishan ate his watermelon and said lightly, how can I make trouble? What does it have to do with me? I didn't cause any trouble, so how can I cause trouble in your restaurant? Are you playing dumb here? Outside the news spread, I do not believe that you do not know, said that Zhang Xingyi may be the Zhang family's old man, is for the year Zhang Qiling was imprisoned by the Buddha for 20 years. To liquidate the 9 sects. You think you can run away? Let me tell you, as Master Zhang's adjutant, you'll be the first to be liquidated. If you want to get beaten up, go outside and get beaten up. Don't break the antiques in my store. Yin Nanfeng is no cutie pie. Ah. With all the fuss outside, and Mr. Zhang being Yin's husband, Yin Nanfeng is afraid that the Crescent Moon Hotel will suffer. Zhang Rishang laughed. What's the matter? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but a wolf is afraid of his horns? Who are you saying is afraid? Our Crescent Hotel, we do not know how to write the word afraid. I'm worried about smashing the antiques in my store. We're already losing money because you're here waiting to die, but if you fight and break something in the Crescent Moon, who am I going to talk to? Fear, that's impossible. Although the Northeast Zhang family is famous, but that was how many years ago? It's not a big deal now, it's not a big deal at all. If this is the case, who smashed, you find who to compensate. Zhang Rishang said indifferently. It's not like I'm not going to pay for it, really. Well, 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 well. Yin Nanfeng asked. Zhang Rishan nodded, I don't care. Then it would be best if you don't care when Master Zhang de Buddha's grave is dug up and his body is flogged. Anyway, we at the Crescent Moon Hotel don't care, as long as we don't destroy the corpse of our Yin family's great lady. Saying that, Yin Nanfeng was about to turn around and leave in a huff. Damn, this guy is too much of a wimp. Surprisingly, he's just hiding here intending to be a wanker. What did you say? Digging up graves and whipping corpses? Buddhas? Zhang Rishang stood up in a flash. Yin Nanfeng nodded slightly, yes, it's all over the place, saying that this Zhang Xingye represents the Zhang family's attitude, and that he wants to exhume and flog Master Buddha's body, burn it to ashes, and throw it into the stinking gutter. Zhang Xingye, although this idea is very good, but I did not say how to deal with Zhang Qishan in prison, this matter of small officials, I have not yet thought about it. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth. Zhang Rishan sat down again, this matter seems to be unable to deal with himself. Zhang Qiling is the patriarch of the Zhang family, but he is a member of the Zhang family, stopping Zhang Qiling to dig up Zhang Qishan's grave and flogging the body, obviously in the rites of disobedience. After all, Zhang Qishan was from the outer sect. The Zhang family has always been the internal marriage, the birth will be carrying the bloodline of the Qilin. If you marry an outsider, you will be born with a poor qi. At this moment, Zhang Rishang was also a bit unsure of what to do. If he stopped Zhang Qiling, he could erase his name from the family tree, right? After all, Zhang Qiling was the clan leader and had that power. Zhang Xingye himself didn't even know that he had been rumored so much. Much less did he notice how many people were staring at him in the shadows. Zhang Xingye and Wu Shezhi came back inside Fatty Wine Store, who had also just returned from outside. Star brother, you come just in time. Fat master, I just have something to say to you. Do you know, someone on the road is investigating you? There are people buying your news? Fatty Wang asked. Zhang Xingye nodded, for the sake of the jade figurine only, longevity is, after all, the ultimate dream of the people, the piker is not guilty of the crime of harboring awe. Zhang Xingye did not care about it. Life and death are not important, if you don't want to do it, then do it. That jade figurine, what are you going to do? As the saying goes, not afraid of thieves steal, afraid of thieves think ah. Fatty Wang inquired. That after all, this can live forever. In the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace is not to see it, that iron face is still gasping for breath. Zhang Xingyi eating pastries, I intend to the jade figurine to take the Crescent Moon Hotel auction, sold him. Sell it? This is something that can make people live forever, you sold it? Fatty Wang was shocked. You're really willing to sell this thing? This ing Qin Shi Huang, if you get this thing, gain longevity, see now the world is divided, split into so many countries, have so many languages, but not all of them to him unified The division of the world is the greatest betrayal of the unification of the first emperor. Qin Shi Huang, it, all it. Unification, must be unified. Abolish all those messy texts. Currently I want him useless I sold him, casually sold to billions of dollars, and when people buy things away, decades or centuries later, and then dig him out is not on the line. Anyway, I can get this thing down once from the iron face of the student, I can get it down again for a second time. Zhang Xingye wiggled his legs with a face that didn't care. He has the unicorn bloodline, and also has a long life, wait for a few decades, he robbed that person's tomb is not just. At that time, this jade figurine is not still back in their hands. This is not so much a sale, but rather a handover to someone else to keep it for a while. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Fatty Wang and Slanting Wu let out a cry in unison. Thinking that Zhang Xingye was out of his mind, he wanted to sell the jade figurine that could make people live forever. Unexpectedly Zhang Xingye holding bad. People wear jade figurines, are waiting to live forever, the result is that decades later, you go to dig up people's graves, this is a little too inappropriate people. What is it, this cannot? Zhang Xingye asked. Wu Xia said, Xiaoxingzi, this is not a little too unethical? Wu Xia, the fat man can say that I am unethical, but you cannot, you are the Wu family is one of the Ping 3 doors, how many tombs have been stolen this is not more unethical than me? Zhang Xingye spat. Fatty Wang gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, as long as a person has no morals, there is no way for others to morally kidnap you. Xingdi, fat master, I have admired people for so many years because of righteousness, because of money, but because of the lack of morality, you are the first to admire people. Chapter 73 Money, receive no. Fatty Wang is really the first time to see the lack of virtue can be said so justified. Zhang Xingyi heatedly laughed, I sold him, but people die, I wait for him to die and then go to the jade figurine peeled down, why not? Fatty Wang said with a smile, you cow. Say you are not home? Why are you here? You're not here to ask for money, are you? This is only a few hours those things that did not sell it, fat master, I also have no money Fatty Wang asked about the main thing. What is Zhang Xingye doing here? Thinking about it, Zhang Xingye is not happy, this thing I have been hit by a disaster Subsequently, Zhang Xingye simply told Fatty Wang about what happened back home. Of course, the matter of torturing the black blind man was omitted. Solve the family? Are you talking about the Xie family from the old Nine Gates? Fatty Wang stared wide-eyed. That is the old Nine Gates. Zhang Xingye nodded, yes, why? Do you recognize it? Fatty Master recognizes not, but Fat Master I have heard of Xie family contemporary head of the family Xie Yuchen, 8 years old when the family, powerful, I did not expect that he also stared at the jade figurine, the Xie family also looked at the secret of longevity Fatty Wang replied. The Xie family from business did not expect to have enough money and now also want to live forever. Wu Xie said, if you sell the jade figurine, the 9 sect participates in the bidding and it ends up in the hands of the 9 sect. Do you still want to pick the jade figurine? This jade figurine in case the Xie family gets it, and in case it is worn by Xie Yuchen, then Zhang Xingye must not go and dig up Xie Yuchen's tomb? This is not good. Wu Xie did not want to see this scene, although he might not be able to live to see that time. Don't worry, once the jade figurine thing is taken out, the 9 sect has no qualifications to receive it. Even if they have money, they will at most bid on it, but they definitely won't dare to pocket the jade figurine. Zhang Xingye smiled and shook his head. The 9 sect wouldn't dare to take the jade figurine. Why? Wu Xie asked again. It felt like Wu Xie was either asking this or that in addition to asking. Because no matter how strong a family's qi is, it can't be as strong as the country's luck. The 9 gates have the power, but in the eyes of the real bigwigs up there, it's not enough. Zhang Xingye pointed up. Up there? You are talking about. Wu Xie seemed to have guessed which type of people Zhang Xingye was talking about. Shoo! Don't say it, don't say it. Zhang Xingye laughed and said. Wu Xie hurriedly covered his mouth. Those levels of bigwigs, not dead himself could discuss. So that's it, I'll come to you for a while, let's go have a meal together. Zhang Xingye had just finished speaking when his cell phone rang with a text message tone. Zhang Xingye took out his cell phone and took a look. What's wrong, little brother sent you a text message? Fatty Wang flirted. For some reason, the more Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling, the more he felt that the two of them had a conjugal phase. Although both of them were male. However, with the current technology, this was not a problem. As long as the two of them truly loved each other, age was not a problem, distance was not a problem, and gender was even less of a problem. Just let one of them change his/her personality. Hey, hey, hey. No, it's the money. Zhang Xingye looked at the text message replied. Fatty Wang froze, money? What money? The money for the undersea tomb Ning called the money over. Zhang Xingye shook his cell phone and showed the message to the crowd. So many days did not call over, I thought the money was gone, really? Fatty Wang grabbed Zhang Xingye's cell phone and looked at the text message on it with a surprised face. Ning is not dead? Transferred money, does that mean that Ning is not dead? Wu Xiezi likewise had a look of surprise plus excitement. Ning didn't die. Hearing Wu Xie's words, Fatty Wang was instantly unhappy. Why do you keep talking about Ning for 3 days? After coming back, how many times did you mention Ning's name along the way? I can't even count, and now you still mention it. Originally the money came in, the Fat Master was quite happy, but as soon as you mention Ning, the Fat Master, I remembered in the tomb, Ning pitched us things. Zhang Xingye took the phone back. Okay, stop, let's go eat, my treat. Fatty Wang and Wu Xiezi two people, also because of Ning S before I do not know how many times to quarrel. Fatty Wang took out his cell phone. Fat Master, I also have to see my money to the account yet. Just finished speaking, Zhang Xingye's cell phone rang again, another SMS reminder. Incoming alerts. This again transferred in 3 million. Not waiting for Zhang Xingye to think about it, Zhang Xingye's phone rang. Zhang Qiling called. Zhang Xingye hurriedly answered it. Hello, Xiaoguan, what's wrong? Money, did you receive it? Zhang Qiling inquired. Zhang Xingye froze for a moment. Money, you mean the 3 million? Zhang Xingye immediately reacted. That money will not be transferred by Zhang Qiling, right? HM. Zhang Qiling, that was the commission that Ning had called Zhang Qiling this time. Zhang Qiling's appearance fee was quite high. Originally, Professor Zhang only 1 million, but Zhang Qiling identity exposed, Ning gave 3 million. Not for anything else, the water will flow, and Zhang Qiling they certainly still have cooperation. Give this much money, it is nothing. The more money you give, the less you'll have to pay. Next time we meet again, even if there was some unpleasantness earlier, but for the sake of this money, everything is fine, isn't it? Why are you transferring money to me? I have money. Zhang Xingye inquired. Doesn't Zhang Qiling need money? You are responsible for Gaga Messi killing, I am responsible for making money for you to spend. Zhang Qiling replied. As a senior of the Zhang clan, who can say anything else when he treats my old Zhang clan descendant, or the descendant of a Qilin only? The rest of the Zhang family descendants, me. We have to say. We are also your descendants, we also have unicorn tattoos, we also have hairy fingers, how come we don't get this treatment? We want money too, you're the patriarch, treat everyone the same. Zhang Qiling, what kind of treatment? Do you think this clan chief looks like a treat? Day by day, do not practice properly, do not do their jobs, just know that they want money. Still treat everyone equally, believe it or not I will go back to you to confiscate all your chickens, you are not allowed to eat chicken, to see if you still say that treat everyone equally. The rest of the Zhang family descendants, treating people differently, you're treating people differently. You double standard. Patriarch, you're unfair, you're unreasonable. Zhang Qiling, do you want you kids to mind your own business? Mind your own business. Are you trying to reason with me? My black and gold ancient sword is reason. The bazooka I'm about to get my hands on is reason. Who wants to reason with me? When Zhang Xingye heard Zhang Qiling's words, he was inexplicably a bit embarrassed. Why did he say that in a somewhat ambiguous way? We are good brothers. This ambiguity doesn't belong to brotherly love blah. Little officer, you're giving me the feeling of being a rich man and being adopted, huh? Chapter 74 Demon Consort. This is the demon consort of the Scourge clan. Zhang Xingye somehow really had the feeling of being on the list of tycoons. Ha ha ha. Give you flowers should be, it is better than being cheated by a blind man. Zhang Qiling thought about it. Black blind man, achoo, who is talking bad about me? Can it be that the matter that I plan to continue to cheat the dumb money is known by anyone? Xiaoguan, why are you so nice to me? Zhang Xingye sat down and said. Because, you are worth it. Zhang Qiling replied. Before meeting Zhang Xingye, everything was confusing for Zhang Qiling. She only knew how to find memories. There was no one who would stand up for himself, but he stood in front to protect others. There was no one who would stand in front of them to protect them. So when he met one, Zhang Qiling cherished it. During the time he was with Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling felt that he was inexplicably happy every day. Well, why is it worth it? Zhang Xingye regretted speaking. It's not right, this is not right. This chat content is not right. Why is there a sense of couple instantly? Because you are the fireworks of the earth that I have met only after going around the mountains and rivers in a wrong way, and the earth is worth it because of you. Zhang Qiling replied. Although Zhang Qiling didn't know why he said that, it seemed to be the case. Afraid that he would be hurt, he gave himself the locked armor. Afraid of bleeding himself again to drive away the insects, he gave the smelling jade to himself. Afraid of being in danger, gave myself the haircock heavenly official seal. Sensing the danger, the first time to give himself the diving suit to put on, in case of misfortune. He himself dug a night pearl, Zhang Xingye are below to follow his own movement, afraid that he fell and did not catch himself. Obviously he was afraid of pain himself, but he was able to bleed for himself to drive away the insects. Obviously a gentle and elegant look, for their own sake, but he cursed King Mu of Zhou, but also stood in front of their own to protect themselves. He asked him to make a wish, but he even made 3 wishes, none of which were for himself. Most importantly, Zhang Xingye invited himself to eat white-cut chicken. Hee, little official, it's so nice that you're no longer speaking in a few words now. Zhang Xingye noticed Zhang Qiling's change and was happy for Zhang Qiling. This meant that Zhang Qiling was gradually becoming cheerful from introversion. Well, I'll find you after I'm busy, there's a phone call, hang up first. Zhang Qiling saw the reminder that there was a missed call. It's from Zhang Qianjinwanma. I think the bazooka is ready. Good, I'll wait for you. Zhang Xingye answered. Finally, Zhang Qiling hung up and dialed back to Zhang Qianjinwanma. Yo, waiting for you eek Jack, Xing Dia, you go to do a surgery, Fat Master I wish you and little brother 100 years of good luck Fatty Wang flirted. Zhang Xingye speechless, nasty, I and Xiao Guan is a good friend, good brother, you think really nasty. Wu said, you say this you do not believe blah, in the tomb, you are not still asking the little brother has no object well. Fatty Wang agreed, that is, I see that if the little brother really find other women, you can pull out the Gatling to mutilate them, you certainly do not want to share the little brother out. Eat. Hungry. Zhang Xingye got up and turned away arrogantly. Little Tianjin look, he's weak-minded. Fatty Wang laughed, but still hurriedly followed. The heavens are big, eating is the biggest. Host, if you need to change sex, this system has pills, do not need to operate, only need to take a pill, you can let you successfully change sex, and can have children, and normal women no 2-0. At this time, the system beep sounded in Zhang Xingye's mind. Shut up you, this system of yours is also immodest. Zhang Xingye spat in his heart. On the other side, Zhang Qiling dialed back. Did you get the bazooka done? The first thing he said was that he was concerned about his bazooka, and once he had gotten it, he would go find Zhang Xingye to play with it. That patriarch, this thing seems to be unable to get in, why don't you think about something else? For example, Gatling. Zheng Qianjun Wanma asked in a small, tentative voice. Zhang Qiling face darkened, do not eat chicken in the future. Patriarch, this is not a foreign country, it is difficult to get a gun, let alone a bazooka. Zheng Qianjun Wanma said in an aggrieved manner. The process is not asked, as long as the result. Zhang Qiling said indifferently. How do you get, I do not care. I just need to see my bazooka. If you can't get it, you won't be eating any more chicken. You won't even get a piece of the chicken's ass. Patriarch, may I ask what you need the bazooka for? Zhang Qianjun Wanma inquired. Gossip. To give a person a sense of security. Zhang Qiling didn't hide it. Since Zhang Xingye regarded himself as a god, then he, a god, naturally needs to give his beings a full sense of security. This patriarch, isn't it that guy called Zhang Xingye? I heard that you were very close to him, altogether under 2 tombs. Zhang Qianjun Wanma asked again. Zhang Qiling's wind and grass, Zhang family are concerned. Zhang Xingye has also entered the Zhang family as field of vision. Getting a bazooka if there are as many questions as you have, I will be very happy. Zhang Qiling was quite unhappy. Can't even get a bazooka, what is the point of having you? Wastes don't deserve chickens, only ducks. Patriarch, this is really difficult. Zhang Qianjun called Zhang Qiling to ask him if he could change something. Is Gatling okay? I didn't expect to be disliked again. Why does the matriarch like to dislike people so much these days? When I don't receive it then, you try it. Zhang Qiling finished and hung up the phone with a snap. I just want it. I don't care how you get it, I just want it anyway. Zhang Qianjun Wanma saw the phone that was hung up again, and he wanted to cry, sob. How is it, what does the patriarch say, can it work? The Zhang Hake on the side asked. Zhang Qianjun Wanma shook his head, the patriarch said no. Then what does the patriarch need a rocket launcher for? The country does not need this thing, right? Zhang Hake asked again. Zhang Qianjun Wanma sighed, the patriarch said it was used to protect people. Protecting people? Who is it? When Zhang Haibai was introduced to him before, didn't he not either? It can't be that he is looking at a woman with a foreign surname, right? Zhang Hake was puzzled. Zhang Qiling now has someone to protect? Zhang Qiling is in love? Who does he like? Our Zhang family is an intermarriage clan. If Zhang Qiling, the patriarch, takes the lead in intermarrying outside the clan, it will have a big impact. I think it's that Zhang Xingye, he's got Qilin blood, and he's got a hairy finger, but I haven't found out which branch of the Zhang family he's from, so why does the matriarch have a crush on him? I don't know, but he is a man. Zhang Qianjun Wanma was helpless. What the hell is Zhang Qiling thinking? Demon concubine. This is the Scourge clan demon concubine. Even if he was a member of the Zhang family, it wouldn't work, it was impossible for him and the matriarch. The matriarch was still burdened with the responsibility of continuing the bloodline, he must not be scourged by him, the demon consort. Chapter 75, Zhang Rishang, stand there. Damn it, someone wants to harm our clan chief. This won't do. Zhang Xingye has no problem with any of the other male members of the Zhang family. But not the matriarch. You're so angry here that you're slapping the table, you might as well help me figure out how to get the 2 bazookas. Zhang Qianjun Wanma said. At this time, Zhang Qianjun Wanyama cried a face, as if he had died. I really feel that it is difficult to do. This thing seems like it really can't be smuggled in. Woohoo! Then what, I'll go find that Zhang Xingye. Ask him to leave our clan chief. You figure out what to do about the bazooka. I'm catching the fastest flight of the day to the imperial capital. Slipping away. Zhang Hake ran away in a hurry. If you don't get it done, don't drag me down without chicken too. I'd better go and worry about the patriarch's life. Make sure you find a way to get Zhang Xingye to stop pestering Zhang Qiling. Since Zhang Xingye is also my old Zhang family's Qilin, let's introduce him to an unmarried Zhang family woman. He can have his pick of fat, thin, beautiful, and ugly women. It's fine if he doesn't want a beautiful woman to give money, the last thing the Zhang family needs is money. Anyway, leave our patriarch. Zhang Hake immediately checked the air ticket to go to the imperial capital. There is no air ticket today, only train tickets, and it is also a ING standing ticket. Zhang Hake immediately booked a ticket and called the train ticket straight to the imperial capital that afternoon. Anyway, no matter what the ticket is, I want to see Zhang Xingye the first time to keep him away from our patriarch. By the way, he made another call to Zhang Qianjun Wanma, asking Zhang Qianjun Wanma to send over Zhang Xingye's address for a bit. Zhang Qianjun Wanma is also on the phone, contacting this and that, using all his human connections in this life to get a bazooka for Zhang Qiling. Don't underestimate my bond with chickens. If you don't let me eat chicken, you might as well kill me. Of course, I haven't lived long enough. In order to stay alive and continue to eat chickens, it's just a couple of bazookas, get them. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Imperial capital side, with the departure of the black blind man, the latest news about Zhang Xingye was also sold for a good price. After lunch that day, Zhang Xingyi and Wang Fat and Wu Oblique went to the Crescent Moon Hotel. When they came to the Crescent Moon Hotel, they were stopped. Zhang Xingye only said that he came to auction the jade figurines. Crescent Moon Hotel hurriedly sent someone to bring to the private room to discuss in detail, the bossy Nanfeng to personally come to talk. While walking down the long corridor on the second floor, Zhang Xingye's bloodline suddenly had a faintly resonant feeling that there was a Zhang family Qilin in the neighborhood. Zhang Xingye looked left and right, and saw a door half open on the opposite side, with a male peeking out his eyes that was secretly observing Zhang Xingye. The direction of the resonance came from exactly there. Zhang Rishang. You ing stand there. Zhang Xingye instantly identified that guy as Zhang Rishan. There was only one Zhang family member at the Crescent Moon Hotel who possessed the Qilin's bloodline, and that was Zhang Rishan, the adjutant of Master Zhang. Zhang Xingye remembered Zhang Qiling's imprisonment. Zhang Xingye rushed towards Zhang Rishan. Xingdi! Fatty Wang gave a cry in his heart and rushed to follow. Little Xingzi! Wu Zhiqi still didn't understand what had happened, but he also hurried to follow. Zhang Rishang saw that he had been discovered. Seeing that he had been discovered, Zhang Rishang hurriedly opened the door, flipped down the railing, and jumped directly from the second floor. Hiding in the room at this time, it was definitely a dead end, there was no way back. Zhang Xingye backhandedly took out the assembled rainstorm pear blossom needle and aimed at Zhang Rishang and shot it. Fatty, help me catch him. I'll treat you to a foot massage at the Heavenly Palace tonight. Zhang Xingye saw that Zhang Rishan's leg had been hit and quickly looked for Fatty Wang to help. Fatty Wang nodded, okay. Fatty Wang also directly over the railing and jumped down, a crow sitting on the airplane and pounced on Zhang Rishan. Fatty! Wu Xia was shocked, the second floor you said to jump on the jump off? It's several meters high. Zhang Rishang saw a 200-pound fat man lunging at him and avoided it with a roll. Fatty Wang, damn, fat master me which has 200 pounds, obviously only 180. Fatty Wang landed on the ground as also a roll to stabilize his body. Fatty Wang stood up and pounced on Zhang Rishang. Zhang Rishang stood up and also started to fight with Fatty Wang. Is he still a practitioner? Fatty Wang unbuttoned his suit, moved his muscles, and tangled with Zhang Rishang again. Zhang Xingye held the black and gold ancient sword in his hand, sparks with lightning all the way, and rushed down from the stairs at a fast pace. Today, without saying anything else, I will first cut Zhang Rishang's third leg and collect some interest. Boss, it's not good, someone came and fought with that guy. Listening slave rushed to report to Yin Nanfeng. Yin Nanfeng clenched his fists, I knew this day would come. Surround the Crescent Moon Hotel. Don't let that old man get away. Tell him to pay for the damage today. Boss, shouldn't we ask that Zhang Xingye to pay for it? Listen to the slave's confusion. Yin Nanfeng was speechless. Tell Zhang Xingye to pay for it? Then he'll take the jade figurine and sell it elsewhere? Isn't this picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Yes, boss, I understand. Listening to the slave's orders, he hurriedly gathered people to surround the Crescent Moon Hotel to prevent Zhang Rishang from running away. Yin Nanfeng believed that Zhang Xingye would at most beat up Zhang Rishang, but not enough to kill him. The Crescent Moon Hotel will also have an auction soon, so it's a good idea to use the jade figurine's fame to attract more bigwigs to the venue, and in contrast, so what if Zhang Rishan gets a beating? What's the point of Zhang Rishan getting a beating? Anyway, that guy ate and drank for free at the Crescent Moon Hotel, so beating him up would be considered light. Zhang Rishan, you ungrateful son and grandson, helping the outer sect to imprison the patriarch, you're ing against the Big Dipper. Zhang Xingye came down with his black and gold ancient sword and pointed at Zhang Rishan who was fighting with Fatty Wang. Zhang Rishan, as the adjutant of Grand Buddha Zhang, he definitely couldn't run away from what happened back then. Black gold ancient knife. The patriarch's token? The moment Zhang Rishan saw the black gold ancient knife, he actually lost his mind. Wasn't that the black gold sword that Zhang Qiling never left his side? The moment Zhang Rishang lost his concentration, he was directly pounced on by Fatty Wang. Little Tianjin, come and help. Fatty Wang pressed on top of Zhang Rishan and called to Wu Xia, who was standing there and didn't know what to do. Oh. Hearing Fatty Wang's words, Wu Xia hurriedly rushed towards Zhang Rishan's side, pounced on Zhang Rishan's feet, and hugged Zhang Rishan's legs to death. This made Fatty Wang sigh in relief and slowly sat up. Put. Cool. Fatty Wang let out a loud fart, and the entire person's thoughts were enlightened, but it was bitter for Wu Xia. Fatty Wang, what are you doing? Vomit. Wu Xia, who was pressing Zhang Rishang at the back, was about to vomit directly. The flavor went straight to Wu Xia's ceiling. Fatty Wang was embarrassed. I forgot that you are still behind, sorry, cough cough. Vomit. Fatty Wang, if I have a respiratory infection, I will definitely blame you. This flavor, really scurry it. Fatty Wang, I treat you as my brother, but you treat me like. First you piss on me, now you fart on me. Chapter 76, Zhang Rishan fainted from the pain. The two of them managed to restrain Zhang Rishan, and Zhang Xingye finally found a chance to come up. The black and gold ancient sword was directly placed on Zhang Rishan's neck. Zhang Rishan immediately raised his hands and gulped. Wait, let's talk this over, this knife is sharp, don't mess around, killing is against the law. Zhang Rishan looked at the black and gold ancient knife that was glowing with cold light. This thing is as sharp as mud, you can't shake your hand. Zhang Rishan. You're a bastard who's against his ancestors. What did you say about the little official back then? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Rishan replied, the situation back then, I had difficulties, not my intention, you listen to my explanation. Not your intention? Then you can recognize the outer sects as your master and help him imprison the patriarch? Zhang Xingye was furious when he thought of Zhang Qiling's imprisonment. Damn it. Back then, Zhang Rishang, as the adjutant of Great Buddha Zhang, definitely had the ability to let Zhang Qiling go. But Zhang Rishan didn't. Zhang Rishan was speechless as he listened to Zhang Xingye's words. Can't refute this matter. I'll go, there seems to be a big melon in this. Fatty Wang sat on Zhang Rishan's body and laughed playfully. This guy is also surnamed Zhang. Zhang Xingye is also surnamed Zhang, Zhang Qiling is also surnamed Zhang. Is there some kind of dog blood plot in this Zhang family? Speak. Why don't you speak? Zhang Xingye asked. There's nothing to say. Zhang Rishang replied. Indeed there is nothing to say, facts speak louder than words. Seeing this, Zhang Xingye put away the black gold ancient blade, and just as Zhang Rishang sighed in relief, Zhang Xingye rolled up his sleeve and directly punched Zhang Rishang. Fatty, Wu Xieji. Help me beat him up. It's fine if you can't beat him to death. Zhang Xingye said, swinging his sandbag-sized fist to greet Zhang Rishang's face. Hey, don't punch people in the face, hey. Zhang Rishang tried to resist, but his arm was stepped on by Fatty Wang, who was also sitting on his butt. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. You don't want to hit me in the face, do you? I am going to hit you in the face. Zhang Xingye swung his fist towards Zhang Rishang's face. He had the look of breaking Zhang Rishan's face. Wu Xia swallowed his saliva, this is a bit ruthless. Zhang Xingye even had such a violent side. Xingdi, step aside and let me fight for a while. Fatty Wang said. Zhang Xingye punched a dozen times, and Zhang Rishang's face was green and purple. Zhang Rishang had one of his teeth knocked out by Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye stood up, gasping for breath. Okay, you also hit a few punches. Fatty Wang also showed no mercy, grabbing Zhang Rishan's collar with one hand and firing left and right with the other. Damn, can martial arts is it, the practitioner is it, just pressed the fat master to fight very proud is it. I'll see if you can do it again. Fatty Wang was cursing as he fought. Just now, Fatty Wang was really being Zhang Rishang pressurized to beat, received Zhang Rishang do not know how many beatings, this time must get back to the scene. Fatty Wang threw left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts and down hooks, beating Zhang Rishang for a while. Zhang Xingye looked at a certain place on the inside of Zhang Rishang's legs. Finding a good angle, he kicked over. Ouch. Zhang Rishang was in so much pain that he wanted to sit up, but he was pressed down by Fatty Wang, and while he was being beaten, Zhang Rishang froze and did not grunt a single word. But with this kick from Zhang Xingye, Zhang Rishan felt unprecedented pain. Wu Xia was so scared that he stood up and clenched his legs, covering a certain place. How much this had to hurt. Zhang Xingye's strength and angle were good enough to make Zhang Rishang hurt but not wasted. Why? Because Zhang Xingye felt that kicking once was not enjoyable, and when he got better, he would continue to kick next time. Zhang Rishang was in pain, cold sweat on his forehead, blood mixed with saliva at the corner of his mouth. He was beaten that was not a normal misery, breaking his face is probably true. System, give me a bottle, I want to put his blood, to the bottle filled with his immortal limit on the line. Zhang Xingyi summon system. Good, has been issued, the host attention to check receipt. Fill the bottle, he will not die, to say the least a few months, more than 2 months to be raised back. And then get me a never fading color also cannot wash off the ink and pen. Zhang Xingye continued. So tired, 1000 years thick ink trial set has been issued, no money. Thousands of years of never fading color, anyway cannot wash off, unless the skin change. The system was thoughtful enough to give a trial set. Zhang Xingye then extracted the stuff, and at this point, Zhang Rishang had already fainted from the pain. Whether it was real or fake dizziness was unknown. Looking at the situation, it should be a real dizziness. Fatty Wang's bushy slap hit Zhang Rishan's brain buzzing. Zhang Xingye's kick became the last straw that crushed the camel. Fatty, use this to draw 2 Wang Beos on his face, you don't want to get it on your hand, it won't wash off. Zhang Xingye looked to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang stopped his hand, good. Fatty Wang took over the brush and the small bottle of ink, also began the mischief. Zhang Xingyi then took out the bottle. Wu Xia, help me catch his blood. Oh, you want blood for what ah? Although Wu Xia did not understand, he still caught the bottle. This bottle is not big. But if it's filled with Qilin's blood, Zhang Rishang will have to lie down for a while. When we go back to the tomb, Xiao Guan and I won't have to bleed. Zhang Xingye said as he took out his black gold ancient knife and slashed at Zhang Rishang's palm, and instantly fresh Qilin blood dripped down into the bottle Wu Xieji was holding. The system space could insulate and preserve the freshness. The Qilin blood was hot when it was put in, and it was still hot when it was taken out later. As for why he didn't empty Zhang Rishang's Qilin blood at once, naturally, it was because blood packs should know how to recycle. How can it be used just once? That would be too cheap for Zhang Rishan. Right at this moment, the phone in Zhang Xingye's pocket rang again. Little Xingzi, your phone. Wu Xia reminded. Zhang Xingyi stood up. You help me continue out the wound to heal you row until the bottle is filled. Oh. Wu Xia nodded and answered. The first time to do this thing, inexplicably also a little exciting. Zhang Xingye took out his cell phone and found that it was Zhang Qiling who called. Cannot help but wonder, Zhang Qiling this what to do from the last call only a few hours only, is not busy? Hey, Xiao Guan, what's wrong? Zhang Xingye picked up the phone and asked. Zhang Qiling slowly said, "What are you doing? It took so long to pick up?" I'm at the Crescent Moon Hotel, just beat Zhang Rishang into a pig's head, this time is bleeding him, in the future we go down to the grave, there will be ready-made unicorn blood to use, he. Zhang Xingye laughed. Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Zhang Qiling froze. Beat up Zhang Rishang? He bullied you? Zhang Qiling stood up. Zhang Rishang, this guy bullied my Zhang family descendants? That's not true, bullying me, I'm not so bad to do that to him, but he's bullying go back, and I have to study the 10 major tortures of ancient times, turn around and try it on him. Chapter 77, Zhang Haike who traveled to the imperial capital. If Zhang Rishan bullied himself, he would at most bully him back, but not so much to do this to Zhang Rishan. Are you doing this for me? Zhang Qiling was slightly stunned as he listened to Zhang Xingye's words. Zhang Xingye was treating Zhang Rishan like this to take it out on himself? That's not true, it's not just him, it's also Master Zhang de Buddha from back then, turn around and dig him up, exhume his grave and whip his corpse. Zhang Xingye gritted his teeth. After all, the murderer is Zhang Qishan. He is a good official, do not do this for your own selfishness, he hurt me in the past. Although Zhang Qiling loathed Zhang Qishan, Zhang Qiling had to admit that Zhang Qishan was a good official for the country and the people. Although he had imprisoned himself for 20 years, things were over. I can't. For the sake of the country and the people I have no reason to move him, I want to dig his grave and whip his body not for the country and not for the people, just for you alone. You do not always say that the past, the history of Lulan are destroyed, later generations there are generals said not to break Lulan will not return it. I can't let go of this debt. Zhang Xingye gritted his teeth at the thought of Zhang Qiling being locked up for 20 years. It wasn't just locked up for 20 years. Also releasing Zhang Qiling's blood. 20 years, how much blood has been spilled from Zhang Qiling? He was the head of the 9 sect and had a connection with the 9 sect, it wasn't worth the risk you were taking. Although Zhang Qiling was touched, for safety's sake, Zhang Qiling didn't want Zhang Xingye to offend the 9 sects at the same time. The 9 sect was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. The forces involved behind it were far more than that. If he and the 9 sect were to go on, Zhang Xingye would not have a good time. If you are gone, what do you need the 9 sect for? It is thanks to Zhang Qishan did not dare to kill you, otherwise there is one of the 9 sect, I kill him. Zhang Xingye snorted coldly. His own feet on the Italian cannon, holding a Gatling, all the way to sweep, who is afraid of Hua, people die bird towards the sky, not dead 10,000 years. The host is quacking right, what does crossing over need a system for? That is to let the traveler have the capital of madness. The existence of our system is to allow the traveler to have the ability to single or group beat everything. Single combat means you can take on the entire world, and group combat means you can beat up a bunch of them. At this time, the system prompt also sounded in Zhang Xingye's mind. Very supportive host. I don't want you to get hurt. Zhang Qiling slowly spoke. If Zhang Xingye was injured, it would be something that no amount of dead 9 sect people could compensate for. My Zhang family Qilin, with its honorable bloodline, can't be compared to the lives of ants? It's alright, little official, I move Zhang Qishan, any of the 9 doors dare to stop me, then there is no need to exist. Anyway, kill the 9 doors when the family automatically outlawed its position, the position of the 9 doors, the Chen family can sit, the Hua family can sit, the Xie family can sit, Wei Zhang family has not yet been unable to sit. The truth is only within the range of the cannons, so what are you afraid of? I'll take the Italian cannon and blast my way through, no matter how many bodyguards protect me. Under the truth, all are ants. That's right, host, this system supports you, if you don't like it, let's do it, life and deaths are not important, the traveler has never lost, if the traveler has lost, then this system has to reopen the world, and then set up the earth, water, fire, and wind. This system's heaven and earth live together trick is not learned for nothing. The system liked Zhang Xingye's temperament. After all, this system is full of martial virtues, so it naturally needs to find a host that is full of martial virtues. Okay, you can do whatever you want, I'll be there when the sky collapses. Zhang Qiling saw Zhang Xingye insisted, so he did not say anything else. My Zhang family's Qilin, it's not someone else's turn to tell me what to do. He himself had to get Zhang Qianjun to prepare a little more hot weapons, so that the Zhang family must have 2 bazookas in their hands. All sources of fear are due to lack of firepower. If no one in my Zhang family carries 2 bazookas, let's see who in the 9 gates dares to touch Zhang Xingye for a second. 9 gates, Zhang Qiling, anti-corruption needs evidence, anti-terrorism only needs coordinates, we advise you rat-tail juice. Zhang Qiling, we hide, found a bomb 1, secretly engaged, what makes you say we did it? Be careful I sue you for libel. That's right, small official, we must pay a meal of virtue, Jerry's grudge must be repaid. Quickly revenge, so life is elegant then we eat chicken, while smoking Zhang Qishan. Zhang Xingye heatedly laughed. I was born before crossing the cowhorse holy body, in order to broken silver a few too coy. After crossing the line, I have a system in hand, I still have to be coy, then I'm not crossing the line for nothing? Captain Jia, I know you. Before the Imperial Army came, you bullied me, and after the Imperial Army came, you still bullied me, so the Imperial Army didn't come for nothing. Good. Zhang Qiling thought it was fine. But what kind of chicken would be more appropriate to eat at that time? By the way, officer, why are you calling me? Zhang Xingye asked about business. Zhang Qiling replied, a man named Zhang Hake bought a station ticket to the imperial capital overnight. He should be looking for you. Zhang Hake? Looking for me? Why? Zhang Xingye tried to remember. He didn't have a grudge against anyone. I don't know, he called me when he bullied you. Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. Zhang Xingye laughed. Shaguan, you called me because you are afraid that Zhang Hake will bully me. Zhang Qiling answered truthfully. Good, I know. If he bullies me, how are you going to punish him? Zhang Xingye asked with a smile. We eat chicken, he watched. We sit, he stood. 10 months, during which he is not allowed to eat chicken. Zhang Qiling had obviously thought of this a long time ago. Treating a Zhang family member this way was simply more painful than killing him. 10 months he is not allowed to eat chicken, even if, this 10 months we eat chicken, he watched. We sit, he stood. Ha 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 ha, hiccup. Okay, thank you, little official. Zhang Xingyi thought if Zhang Hake bullied himself, then he let him even eat herring cans for 10 months. Well, you first busy, I make a phone call. Zhang Qiling finished and hung up the phone again. Because can't wait to account for Zhang Qinjun. Hey, this little official, why hang up so urgently this time? Zhang Xingye looked at his cell phone and scratched his head. Not even giving time to say a goodbye, really. At this moment is taking the car to the train station. Zhang Hake suddenly felt that he went to the imperial capital this time. There will be bad things happen. What is going on? His sixth sense, this is a warning? How do you have a bad feeling in the underworld? My sixth sense has always been very accurate. Is it possible that I'll have another disaster in the capital? No, I don't care if I don't. I must go to the imperial capital. For the sake of the Zhang family, for the patriarch, even if there are millions of people, I will go. Zhang Hake mumbled to himself with a look of death. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire there in the imperial capital, one had to go. It was necessary for Zhang Xingye to leave the patriarch. The patriarch's orientation must not be allowed to bend. Down with Zhang Xingye, save Zhang Qiling, charge. Imperial capital, I'm coming. Chapter 78, Crescent Moon Hotel, in Nanfeng. Zhang Qiling dialed Zhang Qianjun Wanma. Zhang Qianjun Wanma hurriedly answered, Patriarch. Have you changed your mind? Do you not want the bazooka? I told you, RPGs are no fun, so I'll get you some Gatlings to play with. Zhang Qianjun Wanma thought Zhang Qiling had changed his mind. Do not want a bazooka. However, Zhang Qiling's answer made Zhang Qianjun Wangma suddenly feel that the world is not worth it. No, 2 are not enough, get 2,000. Zhang Qiling faintly said. This heard Zhang Qianjun Wangma's cell phone nearly unsteady. Patriarch, how much more did you say? 20,000 can also be. Zhang Qiling thought that Zhang Qianjun Wangma thought that 2,000 was too little. Well, 2,000 bazookas, it seems like it is still not enough. Patriarch, getting 2 of them is hard as hell. Where am I going to get you 20,000 of them? You might as well kill me. Zhang Qianjun Wanma suddenly feel that this chicken is not necessary to eat. Go to die by yourself. Okay, I do not live. I'm not going to live. Can, get it and then die. Zhang Qiling said with a Kill you can, but you have to get 20,000 bazookas first. Your Majesty, I cannot do it, oh. Zhang Qianjun Wanma really wanted to chop his hand off at the moment. Damn it, what's the point of answering Zhang Qiling's call when there's nothing to do? When Zhang Qiling calls himself, nothing good happens. You're stringing the stage. Zhang Qiling reminded. Ahem, matriarch, 2. 2 is quite good, I have already thought of a way to get you 2 to come, 20,000 forget it. Zhang Qianjun said. On the merit of me being able to get you 2, don't let me get 20,000. If I can get 2, I think 20,000 is not difficult. Zhang Qiling did not say what Zhang Qianjun Wangma imagined. Slot. Zhang Qianjun Wangma gritted his teeth and really wanted to smash his cell phone. However, he was afraid that Zhang Qiling would come back directly to kill himself. What did you say? Zhang Qiling didn't seem to hear. But then again, it seemed to be giving Zhang Qianjun Wanima a chance to reorganize his language. I said yes. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima replied with a clear conscience. Hearing this, Zhang Qiling was satisfied. Zhang Hake, what is the situation? Well, I don't know. He took 100,000 troops to the imperial capital. Zhang Qianjun Wanma replied. I can't say even if I know. What is the point of bringing Zhang 100,000 troops with him? Zhang Qiling was puzzled. I don't know. Zhang Qianjun Wanma replied. I don't know this, I don't know that, punk. Zhang Qiling snapped and hung up the phone. Wastes don't deserve to waste my phone bill. Zhang Qianjun Wanyama heard the beeping sound on his cell phone and looked incredulous. I am trash? The matriarch said I'm trash? Zhang Qianjun cried and went to look for white-cut chicken to eat. Must eat 10. Otherwise, the mind cannot be adjusted. Inside the Crescent Moon restaurant, a bottle of unicorn blood had already been picked up, and Zhang Xingye hung up the phone to see Yin Nanfeng standing on the second floor. It's not ethical to eavesdrop on someone's phone call. Zhang Xingye skimmed his lips and said, Mr. Zhang, your face has been punched and your blood has been released, so it's time to get over it. Yin Nanfeng smiled and said. Looking at Zhang Rishang's pale face, Yin Nanfeng was also heartbroken. But it was impossible for himself and him. Flowers have intentions, but water has no mercy. However, Zhang Rishan's face was swollen like that, so he couldn't see how pale he was. Today, the anger has subsided, but tomorrow the anger will come back. What is it, you feel sorry for him? Zhang Xingye teased. Zhang Xingye knew that Yin Nanfeng had been trained by Zhang Rishan. This high and mighty queen was created by Zhang Rishan. But when the queen liked Zhang Rishan liked the princess. If he liked the princess, why did he raise Yin Nanfeng to be the queen? Perhaps from the very beginning, she had a heart for the bright moon, but the bright moon shone in the ditch. These two, how can they not be a pair of people who love, hate and beg for more than they can handle? I am afraid that it will delay us from talking about things, Mr. Zhang. Let's just come up and talk about the jade figurine. Yin Nanfeng spoke up. Okay, Fatty, Wu Xieji, let's go up to the second floor. Zhang Xingye greeted Fatty Wang and Wu Xie and followed him. Fatty Wang took Zhang Xingye's shoulder. Xingdi, tonight's heavenly world thing, you can't forget fat brother, I today for you this promise, received a good beating No problem, call 2 for you. Zhang Xingye nodded. Still you are good enough. Fatty Wang raised his eyebrows and said with a lewd face. Yin Nanfeng ordered in a low voice, go send that guy back to his room and call someone to treat him. Yes, boss. Listening slave led the order and then went to get someone to carry Zhang Rishang back. Yin Nanfeng, on the other hand, went to the box and went to discuss the matter of the jade figurine with Zhang Xingye in detail. Putting this matter into practice would attract bigger bigwigs to come over, and the Crescent Moon Hotel would be able to get more benefits. Xia family. Brother Little Flower, do you know about Zhang Xingye's visit to the Crescent Moon Hotel? A woman in a cheongsam walked into the hall, her knitted brows and smile all had the appearance of a city. Xie Yuchenem, Xiao, you are here, I just received the news. Zhang Xingye's current movements, the 9th sect is the most concerned. This is because it is rumored that Zhang Xingye is an old monster of the Zhang family that has not come out of the world for a long time. It has to make the 9 gates cautious. Grandma asked me to ask you, what do you think about this matter? The woman came to the side and sat down and said. Xie Yuchen nodded slightly. Xiao, this small matter, why do you need to come here personally? Mainly, I haven't seen you for a while and thought of coming over to see you. Hua Xiao smiled slightly. Xie Yuchen gave a the 2 of us in the Wu family are the ones who have the least to worry about, so instead of asking me, why don't you ask the other 6 families? The Hua family and the Wu family also spoke for Zhang Qiling back then, and the Xie family was the main force that rescued Zhang Qiling. Even if you can't make up for your mistakes, it's not so bad that we don't remember this favor, right? Little flower, I'm telling you, that surname Zhang Hia, I came is not the time? Did I keep you from picking up girls? As soon as the black blind man entered the hall, he saw Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao smiled slightly and said, it's me who came at a bad time, delaying you from talking things over with brother Little Flower. How is this a bit of a tit for tat? Xia Yuchen was rather helpless. Well, you don't also want to talk about the news of that Zhang Xingye going to the Crescent Moon Hotel, do you? That one I already know, you don't need to repeat it. The black blind man waved his hand. What Crescent Moon Hotel? I'm going to say that the guy surnamed Zhang is too damn unethical. You don't even know how excessive he is to me. He even fed me, and even soup. Chapter 79 So bold? When the black blind man thought about that canned herring thing, the black blind man hated his teeth. Too much. Which have that to people. Too much Eat? Did you brush your teeth? Xia Yuchen stood up and distanced himself from the blind man. The black blind man whole person not, small flower, this is the point? This is not the point? Xia Yuchen asked rhetorically. You eat and do not brush your teeth, this is not the point? Then what is the point? How much did you eat is the point. No, shouldn't you be concerned about me and want to avenge my death? The black blind man froze. So what you're saying is that you didn't brush your teeth? Hua Xiao's peach blossom eyes are slightly raised. Back off. Retreat. Xia Yuchen hurriedly told the black blind man to withdraw. Eating without brushing your teeth and still enter my hall? Little flower, no, it's not right. A black blind man also want to approach Xia Yuchen. Xia Yuchen rushed to stop. Stand there. Come on, take this eater out. Brush his teeth and rinse his mouth 100 times. Yes, sir. Outside, 2 underlings came in, one on the left and one on the right, and forked the black blind man out. Little flower. You can't do this to me, little flower. Hoo. The black blind man was forked out, still calling out to Xia Yuchen. Hua Xiao lightly laughed. That Zhang Xingye even has the habit of feeding people, it's really disgusting. Thinking about this, Hua Xiao shivered straight away. So disgusting. Zhang Xingye, who was talking to Yin Nanfeng about the jade figurine at the Crescent Moon Hotel, suddenly sneezed. Achoo, why do I feel like someone is badmouthing me? Zhang Xingye rubbed his nose. Yin Nanfeng smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong with you? Nothing, you continue. What is the appropriate starting price for this jade figurine? Zhang Xingye waved his hand and said. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang sat aside, looking at the menu on the table. I Lu a good boy, fat man, this Buddha jumps over the wall is to put Zhang de Buddha stew inside? 98,888 I went out on a mission, 9 deaths of money, just enough to eat a bowl of Buddha jumping over the wall. Wu Oblique looked at the menu, the whole person shocked not to be. This is too damn surprising. Wu Oblique out of a mission, aiming side to give is $100,000. But this one Buddha jumps over the wall to small 100,000. Fatty Wang swallowed his saliva. This king of duck is what duck 18,888,888. How to drop, really called the Manchu princes over to do duck Now how many years the country has been built? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. Wu Xia pointed at the spicy crab. Even if this is the imperial capital. Even if things are expensive in the imperial capital. It can't be this outrageous. A pot of tea costs more than 7,000. What kind of tea is this? The more Fatty Wang looks at it, the more shocked he is. This ing fat master I boast a small fortune. It's not enough for a meal at the Crescent Moon Hotel. The entire consumption tonight by my Wang Gongzi to pay the bill. This sentence estimates himself in the Crescent Moon Hotel never shouted out. Zhang Xingye beside him was also shocked as he listened to the words of the two. He knew that the things in Crescent Moon Hotel were expensive, but when he really saw it, he still felt that it was outrageous. Mr. Zhang, after we settle things, let me be the host and treat you to a meal at the Crescent Moon Hotel, with all consumption paid for by the Crescent Moon Hotel. Nanfeng smiled faintly. Zhang Xingyi smiled slightly, that no, where do I need to eat? You pay the bill, this meal to the day of the auction and then eat it is not too late. Today I am afraid that I cannot eat. Good, this jade figurine I have just seen, the starting price is probably in 3 or 500 million, the final price, I estimate in about 3 billion up and down. Nanfeng also said business. Zhang Xingyi shook his head, no, the starting price of 10 billion. Mr. Zhang, there is no such thing as asking for a price, it is the auction price, not a price, the starting price is 1 billion, not so play. Nanfeng said. Even if this thing is worth more than 1 billion, you cannot start the auction price of 1 billion. Zhang Xingyi replied, other things may not be able to play so, but the jade figurine can be, because other things are mortal, and the jade figurine can make people live forever. This is the Qin Shi Huang are looking for things. Is it that bold? It was also the first time Nanfeng had encountered such a situation. It's a rumor that jade figurines can make people live forever. But people in this business still believe in it. Plus, when this news was released, there were definitely people who went to seek confirmation on this matter. After the Wu family and Jude Cao's side of the confirmation, when the jade figurine was found, the person lying in the jade figurine did still breathe, indeed not dead, and surrounded by its faded dead skin. This confirmation from both sides gave strong evidence to the rumor that the jade figurine could live forever. Most importantly, the Wu family provided the video. High-definition video that clearly shows the process of discovering the jade figurine. This guy on Wu Sanqing's body was also hiding tiny cameras. In order to scheme against Zhang Xingye, Wu Sanqing had really put his heart into it. Originally, there was no such thing. Because of the butterfly effect, Wu Sanqing thought of it. Wu Sanqing also knew that he couldn't take the jade figurine with him, but Zhang Xingye would definitely put it into the system space and take it with him. Therefore, when he was in the tomb, Wu Sanqing quietly turned on the miniature camera. It recorded the last layer of the coffin being opened, the sound of Iron Mask breathing and the struggle when he was strangled. As for how to determine that is a jade figurine, as long as you see the physical object, you can naturally be sure. The Crescent Moon Hotel, this is not to see the physical object. The fact is that it is also true that Wu's plan, the jade figurine was taken away by Zhang Xingye, the Wu family put out the news, certainly need to have evidence of it. That's why Nanfeng is so sure that this thing can sell for so much. If there is no video corroboration, based on rumors, it is estimated that the price may be around 1 billion. Other things cannot be so bold, but the jade figurine can and this starting price is still put out the news, to speculate this price a little higher. Zhang Xingyi slightly smiled. Not only so bold, this news I have to put out in advance. This is not to show one thing. Those who have money to raise money, those who do not have money do not get involved. Good blah, jade figurine worth Crescent Hotel exception, Mr. Zhang, we will play later 1 billion to you, jade figurine to stay in the Crescent Hotel, as a deposit, after the completion of the transaction, the total amount of deduction of 1 billion, the remaining balance together with the call to you see how? Nanfeng didn't hesitate much and directly agreed. Zhang Xingye nodded, it's fine. Mr. Zhang, this is our first time working together, and this is still a jade figurine that can live forever, do you trust our Crescent Moon Hotel so much? Aren't you afraid that we'll swipe it? Nanfeng inquired. Zhang Xingye laughed, unless Crescent Moon Hotel doesn't want to be in the business, you yourselves confirm that this is a jade figurine, and then take a fake one to fool people during the auction, the buyer isn't the one who will be looking for trouble from me at that time. Chapter 80 left the patriarch and asked you to open the thing himself gave the Crescent Moon Hotel. Crescent Moon Hotel themselves are sure that this is a jade figurine and then announce the news. By the time people buyers get is fake, that certainly find the trouble of the Crescent Moon Hotel off. Crescent Moon Hotel is powerful, but not so much that even the group of people above cannot be moved. This time the long life surely is a convergence of the military, political and business sectors of the big brother or his family to help. Crescent Moon can't afford to offend them. Good, Mr. Zhang, our Crescent Hotel will not let you down. We are very cooperation sincerity too. Just have a afternoon tea here, eat anything. I Crescent Hotel to pay the bill, eat. Crescent Hotel deposit will be almost hit to your card. Yin Nanfeng stood up and said. Anyway, things are made on the spot. The more expensive things, the more time it takes, unless you book in advance, otherwise it will only consume. The ones that can be served on the spot are just some ordinary things, and they are not worth much money. Besides, although the Crescent Moon Hotel is called a restaurant, and completely a restaurant, how many come to the Crescent Moon Hotel is to eat? After all, coming to the Crescent Moon Hotel for a meal was really super expensive. Basically those who came to the Crescent Moon Hotel were there to participate in the auction. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly. Well, I won't eat the meal, but an afternoon tea is still fine. Then Mr. Zhang will stay here for a while. Yin Nanfeng got up and ordered the jade figurine to be taken away. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly. After Yin Nanfeng left with the people, Zhang Xingye looked towards Fatty Wang and the others who were still agonizing over the price. Well, don't get entangled, all consumption Crescent Moon Hotel pays the bill, just order whatever you want to eat and drink. Zhang Xingye also knows that the things that can be eaten is afternoon tea. For Crescent Moon Hotel, even if it is all on, it is not worth much money. It was possible that it wasn't worth as much as that one vase. Wu Oblique looked at this menu. Small star, I think here to eat a meal, eat a little better. The Wu family dumped. Wu family one of the 9 doors off, to be here in the boozy one time have to dump, alas. Looking at the prices on this menu, Wu Xieji realized how luxurious the world of the rich is. Thinking of himself as the only sapling of the Wu family, but also often eat noodles, to Wang Meng's wages erode for several months, they live this is what days owe. Woo. That is not so much, haha. Zhang Xingyi laughed. Wu family is rich. Just the Wu family is rich, off Wu Oblique poor what matter? Fatty Wang said, do not look, now can be on, what kneeling on what? All on. Fatty, although people pay the bill, but we also take into account the face of it. Wu Oblique pressed the hand of Wang said. Fatty Wang speechless, free, do not eat nothing to eat, face can do? Can be eaten as a meal? Let's eat and drink enough to follow the star brother to the heavenly world massage, not happy? In this way, Fatty Wang directly let people on the tea. The most expensive tea to this, the current short period of time can be on all on. Fatty Wang ate and drank a meal, so delicious that he almost ate his tongue, that stacked up the plate, so that Zhang Xingye swallowed his saliva. Zhang Xingye sat upright, and that pile of plates became higher than his own head. And there was more than one pile. Fatty Wang was eating with an open belly. It really looks like the kind that hasn't eaten for hundreds of years. Out of the Crescent Moon Hotel, Zhang Xingye still remembered the waiter looking at Fatty Wang's eyes. Fatty Wang took a toothpick picking his teeth, holding a big belly out of the Crescent Moon Hotel. The three went to the heavenly world together to enjoy. Only in the early hours of the morning did they go home. Zhang Xingye also received the deposit of the Crescent Moon Hotel. After returning home, the home has been cleaned up. Zhang Xingye live in the master bedroom, Wu Xiexia live in the second bedroom. Sleepless night. Early the next morning. The sky had just dawned and the sun had just risen, probably around 8 o'clock. The two of them directly tumbled into Zhang Xingye's courtyard, and then clanged on the door for a while. Demon concubine. Demon concubine. You open the door for me. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'm going to pick the lock. Demon concubine. You open the door. Knock, knock. That violent knocking on the door caused Zhang Xingye and Wu Xia, who hadn't slept for a few hours yet, to be woken up. Wu Xia rubbed his hair and walked out in his pajamas. Zhang Xingye had a face of waking up anger, and with 2 dark circles under his eyes, he angrily came to the door to open it. Who is it? Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xingye was so angry that he bared his teeth. Damn, disturbing people's sleep, I curse you for not being able to for half a month. Your name is Zhang Xingye? Zhang 100,000 armies asked. Zhang Xingye nodded, yes, my name is Zhang Xingye, who are you? I'm just like you, from the northeast Zhang family. I, Zhang 100,000 armies, just wanted to introduce myself. But was pushed away by Zhang He. Don't ing block the way, let me say. Oh, Uncle Hake you say. Zhang 100,000 armies silently backed away, giving the main stage to Zhang Hake. Zhang Hake took out a bank card. Zhang Xingyi, I came here for 2 things. First, to let you return to the Zhang clan, but that's not important. The important thing is the second thing. You stay away from our clan for a long time. There are $500 million in this card. You leave our clan chief for me. I'll leave you for good, even if you die of old age. Zhang He came up and used his money power. When he was close to Zhang Xingye, the bloodline in his body resonated. Zhang Xingye is undoubtedly a member of the Zhang family. Verification is not even necessary. Little Xingzi, which rich girl did you fall in love with, and their family gave money for you to break up? Wu Xiezi yawned and said. Zhang Xingye speechless, that who, you call Zhang Hake right? $500 million, you send a beggar? Not enough? It doesn't matter. Here's a blank check. Fill it out. Is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll even introduce you to our Zhang family's beauties. Anyway, you can ask for as much as you want, but I only have one request, to leave our matriarch. Zhang Hake pulled out another check. Zhang Xingye turned his head back to his room and took out his cell phone, directly dialing Zhang Qiling's phone. At this time, Zhang Qiling, who was stealing a ham, buying chickens from a certain chicken farm, was suddenly startled by the ringing of the phone, and was just about to scold Zhang Qianjun Wangma for coming. I didn't realize that it wasn't Zhang Qianjun Wanyama who called, it was Zhang Xingye. The left hand is carrying a chicken, and there are still a few chicken feathers on the top of the head. Answer the phone with your right hand. What's up? Zhang Hake is here, he gave me 500 million to let me die with you. Zhang Xingye directly complained to Zhang Qiling. Hearing this, Zhang Qiling frowned and directly wrote the word unhappy on his face. No dealings with you? Only worth $500 million? Zhang Qiling was angry, and the consequences were serious. Yes, he also said that he would introduce me to beautiful women. Zhang Xingye said. And introduce women? The veins on Zhang Qiling's hand that was gripping the chicken bulged. It hurt so much that the chicken clucked. It's fine for me and my Zhang family scion to play together, we don't need a third party to intervene. No need. Zhang Qiling, Zhang Hake, you already have a way to take your death. Zhang Hake, why do I feel a chill down my neck? That's what he said. Zhang Xingye replied. Phone, give it to him. Chapter 81 Stealing the chicken but not eating the rice. Zhang Qiling had to break bread with Zhang Hake today. Zhang Qiling thought that Zhang Hake went to find Zhang Xingye for the matter of letting Zhang Xingye recognize his ancestor. After all, the Zhang family didn't seem to have a Xing generation, so it was probably an alias. Figure out Zhang Xingye's real name and let him enter the genealogy. However, Zhang Qiling never expected that Zhang Hake was trying to break up himself and Zhang Xingye. What does it mean? You won't let yourself play happily with the Zhang family's descendants? You're not letting yourself have fun with the Zhang clan's descendants, and you're meddling in your patriarch's affairs? Are you the patriarch or am I the patriarch? Nah, the junior official asked you to pick up the phone. Zhang Xingye directly handed his cell phone to Zhang Hake. Zhang Hake was puzzled, little official? Our clan chief? Isn't his name Zhang Qiling? Zhang Hake took the phone in confusion. The name by Xiao Guan was not known to Zhang Hake. Zhang Qiling's real name had long existed only within Zhang Qiling's heart with the granting of the name Zhang Qiling. Perhaps Zhang Qiling himself had another name in the Zhang family. It was called Zhang so-and-so. But the two words, Xiao Guan, Zhang Hake definitely didn't know. But listening to what Zhang Xingye had just said, Zhang Hake guessed that Zhang Xingye should be calling Zhang Qiling. Little official, is that something you can call? Zhang Hake had just picked up the phone when Zhang Qiling's cold and indifferent voice came from the other side of the phone. Aya, who is this? Why does he sound so much like our matriarch? The voice scared Zhang Hake so much that his hand shook. He almost dropped Zhang Xingye's cell phone. You went to the imperial capital and spoiled my business? Zhang Qiling asked in a slightly questioning manner. Hearing this familiar voice and cold tone, Zhang Hake also had to accept the fact that it was Zhang Qiling on the other end of the phone. Because of that tone, it couldn't be imitated. Zhang family members were introverted, but Zhang Qiling was not only introverted but also cold. Patriarch. Chief, I'm telling you, this Zhang Xingye is a scourge of the clan. Our Zhang family is already thinly populated, and if you get involved with him, we'll have fewer and fewer Qilin in the Zhang family, and we can count the Qilin in the Zhang family's offspring on our fingers. Zhang Hake sat on the threshold and analyzed the pros and cons with Zhang Qiling. You're teaching me to do things? Zhang Qiling choked on Zhang Hake's words and almost choked on his own saliva. This. Patriarch. I don't mean that, I'm doing it for the sake of our Zhang family. Our Zhang family is so thinly populated, Patriarch. Zhang Hake looked like he was worried about the nation. Although there are still many Qilin in the Zhang family, most of them are from the older generation. From Zhang Qiling's generation onwards, the Qilin can be counted on one's fingers, and most of the rest are poor Qi. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Zhang Qiling said. Zhang Hake was stunned. Patriarch, what is the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked? Discipline others before disciplining yourself. Zhang Qiling replied. I will only explain this in detail to the younger generation of my Zhang family. As for the others, if you can understand it, then listen, if you can't understand it, forget it. Fortunately, Zhang Hake understood this time. Zhang Qiling's words translated to mean, before you care about others, you should care about yourself first. How many Qilin have you given birth to the Zhang family over the years? If you don't set a good example, where do you get the nerve to control your juniors? Patriarch, young people have vigor. Those old guys can't do it. Zhang Hake said. Zhang Qiling's face was unhappy. Old guys, they don't even lift a finger? This sentence scared Zhang He hurriedly changed his words. No, matriarch, I do not mean that. If you don't mean it, how can you talk about not being able to do it? Zhang Qiling asked. Zhang He couldn't answer this question. If it's not impossible, then why don't you give birth? How can I answer that? Patriarch, you're not young anymore, you don't like the Zhang Haibi you were introduced to last time, but there are others in the Zhang family. What do you think of Zhang Heike? She's pretty too. Zhang He changed the subject. He wants to introduce a daughter-in-law to Zhang Qiling. The rules of the family are set up. Zhang Qiling lightly spat out 3 words. Zhang He immediately stood up. Matriarch, what clan rules? Starting today, those who don't have a date are not allowed to eat chicken. Zhang Qiling is directly going to set up a clan rule in his capacity as the clan chief. What are you doing? Chief, what are you doing? This can't be done. Zhang He heard this, rushed to say. If you have an object, give half a year, after half a year not pregnant, not allowed to eat chicken again, pregnant until. Zhang Qiling continued to stand. If you have a partner, I will let you eat chicken for another half year. But if you don't get pregnant after half a year, you won't be allowed to eat it again until you get pregnant. Patriarch, how can you be like this? Zhang Hai guests directly stupid. This is not right. This script is not right. It's not like that. If the patriarch is not good, I will quit. Zhang Qiling's words scared Zhang He so much that he nearly fell to his knees. Zhang Qiling quit? That's not good. The Zhang family can't be without a patriarch now. Zhang Qiling, my Zhang family descendants are right, I don't have to live for the Zhang family, why can't I live for myself? Good use. Good make. I'll convey it right away. Zhang He didn't dare to talk back to Zhang Qiling. If Zhang Qiling really goes on strike, the whole Zhang family will be torn apart. You double it. Zhang Qiling added one more sentence. Zhang He froze, I'll double what? Double the time, double the workload. Zhang Qiling explained to Zhang He. In other words, Zhang He was not allowed to eat chicken for a year, and he had to give birth to 2 to do so. Patriarch, why, you can't do this to me, woo. Zhang He immediately cried and lost his face. Like a dead mother. You idle. Zhang Qiling said. It is not that you are too idle, nothing to get involved in my business. Anyway, I don't care if you have an affair, I want to see 2 of your cubs within a year, otherwise you don't have a chicken to eat. Matriarch. Zhang He still wants to fight for it. Give the phone back, don't want to talk to you. Zhang Qiling didn't listen to Zhang He's bargaining. Zhang He aggrievedly returned the phone to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye took it. Xiaoguan, how is it? Got it right, he won't harass you anymore. Zhang Qiling replied. After all, Zhang He has to hurry to find a target to plow hard. Otherwise there is really no chicken to eat. If someone dared to violate Zhang Qiling's clan rules, then the result would be that Zhang Qiling would quit. At that time, the one who violated the clan rules would be a Zhang family sinner. Zhang Qiling had already said, as the head of the clan, if my words are not good enough, I will quit. Who dares to disobey Zhang Qiling's orders? Little officer, then you continue to be busy, I will also go back to catch up on my sleep. Zhang Xingye knew that Zhang Qiling must be busy since he had just rung the bell for so long before answering it. Zhang Qiling responded, then hung up. Zhang Qiling answered, then hung up the phone. Not for anything else, the owner of this chicken farm seemed to have discovered Zhang Qiling and was rushing towards him with a hoe. Zhang Qiling had to run away. Zhang Qiling had transferred all the money to Zhang Xingye, and he had not thought of other places to hide the money. Chapter 82 The Super Dark Belly Zhang Qiling. So Zhang Qiling didn't have any money right now. Mainly because the last time he remembered his memories, he might have been cheated too much by the black blind man. Zhang Qiling hid the location where he hid the money very secretly. Hidden Zhang Qiling now themselves have not thought up where to hide. Alas. Anyway, stealing people's chicken, being chased by others is not the first time. However, when Zhang Qiling had money, he would take the money and secretly put it back to the chicken farm. Zhang Qiling didn't just steal the chickens and leave them alone. Zhang Qiling is a moral person. Uncle Hake, what did the patriarch say? Zhang 100,000 troops inquired. Zhang Hai was so polite that he clenched his hands into fists. Demon princess. You scourged our patriarch. If you have your self-awareness, you will leave our clan chief by yourself and not be allowed to complain to our clan chief. In that case, the promise I just made still stands, how about that? Zhang Xingye shook his cell phone. What did you say? You want me to call Xiao Guan again? Haven't you talked to Xiao Guan enough? You are shameless. I've never seen someone as brazen as you. Zhang He gritted his teeth and said. He wanted to make a move, but his own matriarch had already been mesmerized by this guy. He has a patriarch to protect, cannot move off. You'll see it today. Zhang Xingye saw Zhang He's look of wanting to make a move but not daring to do so and mocked Zhang He. Did I come at a bad time? At this time, a man in a suit walked in. Zhang Xingye twisted his head to look. Isn't my courtyard gate closed? Xie Yuchen pointed to the black blind man beside him. He pried it open. No, little flower, how did you betray me? The black blind man's eyes widened. Zhang Xingye lightly grunted, black blind man. You owe herring canned food again, right? The black blind man hurriedly covered his mouth. I do not, you do not talk nonsense. Damn, since the canned herring, I now wanna vomit when I see fish. Zhang Xingye is speechless. Let's deal with Zhang Hake first. And you too, why don't you leave? Waiting for the little official to nag you again? Zhang Hake is pulling on Zhang 100,000 armies, demon princess, don't be complacent. I will definitely come back. Saying that, he pulled Zhang 100,000 armies and left the courtyard. Damn it, wait until I go back and finish plowing, I'll finish my mission first. I don't want to run out of chicken. I feel sick to my stomach if I don't eat chicken for a day, it won't do to not let me eat chicken. Xie Yuchen smiled faintly. Hello, Mr. Zhang, let me introduce myself, my name is Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen extended his hand to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye reached out and shook his hand. I know, you were the one who instructed this black blind man to burn my kitchen yesterday. Ahem, that has nothing to do with me, it is purely his personal behavior. Xie Yuchen replied. Indeed, I only asked him to check you. As for what he is doing in your house, that has nothing to do with me, it's all his own doing. Little flower, why are you like this? It breaks my heart too much. The black blind man covered his heart. Oh, my heart hurts. Oh. Little flower, are you not a girl? Wu Xiachi curiously surveyed the man in the suit in front of him. When Wu Xia's words came out, Xie Yuchen had a black face. Can you not mention this black history? What's that? Come all the way here, come in first, I'll go wash up first. Zhang Xingye greeted the crowd to come in first. Mainly because he saw that the subordinates behind Xie Yuchen were holding quite a few things. He. On the other side, Zhang Qiling, with his extremely fast stance, arrived at the edge of a stream after getting rid of the chicken farm owner. He was ready to kill and dehair the chickens and make white-cut chickens to eat. However, he suddenly thought of something and dialed Zhang Qianjun Wangma again. Patriarch? What do you want again? Zhang Qianjun Wanma, who was eating the white-cut chicken, saw the call from Zhang Qiling. He was so scared that he put down the white-cut chicken. The last call was for a bazooka. What's this call for? The new clan rules, put the news, is the reason for Zhang Hake. Zhang Qiling faintly commanded. Put out the news about the new clan rules, saying that it's because of Zhang Hake that the new clan rules were established? But what new clan rules, I don't know. Zhang Qianjun Wanma did understand what Zhang Qiling meant. But he had been eating white-cut chicken himself, and hadn't heard of any new clan rules. You will know soon, do as you are told. Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Qiling was quite dark, and once he spread the word about this, Zhang Hake would be busy. Originally, everyone was lying flat and not getting married. As a result, because of Zhang Hake, everyone was forced to get married, no chickens to eat if they didn't get married, and no chickens to eat if they didn't get pregnant within half a year after getting married. This time, Zhang Hake will become the public enemy of the Zhang family. Humph. Serves him right, who told him to meddle in the affairs of this patriarch and the descendants of the Zhang family. Oh, I'll ask Lobster Zhang and Crab Zhang to spread the news, they have big mouths. Zhang Qian Junmo led the order. Zhang Qiling, intermarriage within the clan, marry all the good-looking ones first. There are no good-looking ones left in the Zhang clan, who can still get involved in my affairs with my Zhang clan descendants. The ugly ones, my Zhang family descendants can't look at them either, I, Zhang Qiling, can be really smart. What? Patriarch, what do you mean? Zhang Qianjun Wanma thinks Zhang Qiling is so strange. He looked at his cell phone. It's indeed Zhang Qiling's phone. Literally, don't you understand? Zhang Qiling's tone was cold. Zhang Qianjun Wanma hurriedly said, I understand. I understand. All the pretty ones in the Zhang family, let them get married right away, intermarriage within the family. Fertilizer does not flow to outsiders' fields, lest they be abducted by yellow hairs from outside. The good-looking ones aren't allowed to be single either. Zhang Qiling added. Yes, matriarch. Arrange a match for them right away. Zhang Qianjun led the order. This is much easier than getting a bazooka. Zhang family, who is the most handsome? Zhang Qiling suddenly remembered something. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima hurriedly said, heavenly handsome, earthly handsome, the patriarch is the most handsome. No one in our Zhang family is more handsome than you. That's good, you seem to be single too? Zhang Qiling said with a hum. All the pretty women are married. None of the men are better looking than me. Now, who else in the Zhang family can compare to me, Zhang Qiling? My Zhang family descendants are still young, how can I be scourged by them? As the matriarch, I must protect the not yet grown-up Zhang family descendants. Patriarch, I'm quite busy being single. Zhang Qianjun Wanma suddenly had a bad feeling. New clan rules, being single violates clan rules. Zhang Qiling opened his mouth. What the hell? I'm single and still violating clan rules? Zhang Qianjun Wanma was shocked. Being single is not against the law. How does it violate the rules of the clan? This doesn't make sense. How can it be against the clan rules? Zhang Haik, find him. After saying that, Zhang Qiling hung up the phone. He had to hurry up and deal with the chicken. He hadn't eaten in the morning and was hungry. That said, did my Zhang family descendants eat in the morning? Chapter 83. Stop the car. Stop the car. I want to get off. Zhang Qiling hung up the phone, and Zhang Qianjin Wangma's entire body directly froze. No object, not allowed to eat chicken? I'm not allowed to eat chicken without a date. First you say I can't eat chicken if I can't get a bazooka, now you can't eat chicken if you don't have a date? What the hell? Zhang Haik. I'm not the one who's going to kill you. What did you do? I wanted to be a bachelor. We'd all lie down together. Now, those who don't have a date don't even deserve to eat chicken. I have to find a date, a pretty one. Even if you're looking for a date, you have to find a pretty one. Hands are slow, or you'll have to pick the average looking or ugly ones. If we're going to get married, then intermarriage within the clan is the best way to go, and a unicorn would be great. I have to find a pretty girl before the new clan rules are announced to the whole clan. Well, you don't have to be too demanding. White skin, long legs, big breasts, thin waist, and a nice ass. Just this little requirement will do. No, before looking for an object, I still have to ask Zhang Lobster and Zhang Crab to spread the news to the two of them. At this time, Zhang Haik, Kirsten got into the car. The Imperial City is also a stronghold of the Zhang family. There is a Zhang family car. What is strange? Zhang 100,000 army puzzled. Haik uncle, in the end what happened? You say The patriarch asked me to give birth to 2 children a year. How can I have that ability to ensure that the one my daughter-in-law is carrying is twins? Zhang Haik was depressed. I don't even know if my daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins. I don't even have a daughter-in-law right now. Uncle Haik, it's not that easy, just find 2 women. The 100,000 strong army thought it would be difficult. So this is it. Mr. Zhang Haik gave Mr. Zhang a blow to the head. Do you think this is the Qing dynasty? It's monogamy now, okay? You've got a lot of nerve thinking about 2 women. Zhang 100,000 troops rubbed his head. Haik uncle, you marry one, the other spend money to find someone else. Anyway, it is your child is not on the line. You're not asking me to marry a daughter-in-law and have an affair at the same time. I Zhang Haik is that kind of person? Zhang Haik said with a straight face. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I Zhang Haik is not a person who has 2 feet and 2 boats. Then you are going against the patriarch's order? Zhang 100,000 armies asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Zhang Haik wilted. Zhang Qiling was bigger than the heavenly king. As big as the heavens and the earth, the patriarch was the biggest. The matriarch has spoken, so I may not necessarily not be the one who has his foot in both boats. The main thing is, I don't want to run out of chickens to eat. Woo woo woo. Even if I, Zhang Haik, have 2 feet and 2 boats, that's still justifiable. I just hope that my future daughter-in-law will be able to understand that we are all from the same Zhang family. The beanstalks are in the kettle, and the beans are crying in the kettle. We are all born from the same root, so how can we be too anxious for each other? Since you took over the patriarch of this 100 years or so since never said to resign the patriarch position. Woohoo! It must be that Zhang Xingyi the demon consort to slander. Damn, one day, I, Zhang Haik, will get rid of the evil concubine and return the Zhang family to a clean house. I'll get the matriarch back on track. For now, let's go back and find someone. Go to the train station, buy the nearest ticket back to the northeast. Zhang Haik sighed, wanting to cry. The baby's blue, the baby's mushrooms, but the baby won't tell. Sob, 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 sob. Uncle Haik, we just got off the train and came straight here. We didn't even eat breakfast, and now we have to go back. Then what are we doing here? Although there is money, but it can't be so wasteful. Zhang 100,000 army speechless. We get off the train straight here, the result is nothing to do and then go back, then come here to do what? Idle. The chief of the clan has made a rule that from now on, no one without a date is allowed to eat chicken. Zhang Haik gritted his teeth and said. It's not Zhang Qiling's fault. Zhang Haik believes that this is definitely not Zhang Qiling's intention, it must be that the demon consort's slanderous words. Uncle Zhang Haik, sit down. Zhang 100,000 army immediately a foot throttle to the bottom, to go back to find objects. Daughter-in-law cannot find, sleep cannot sleep, but the chicken cannot not eat. Oops. Zhang Haik's head directly knocked on the chair backrest in front of him, and the whole person fell back again. Eat the chicken, rush back to the northeast immediately. If we don't have a train ticket, we'll just drive back. Anyway, immediately go back to the northeast to find a date. Zhang 100,000 army chanted, and the gas pedal stood up and stepped on it. Frightened Zhang Haik tightly fastened the seatbelt, gripped the handrail, and spoke with trembling lips. Slowly slow. This is the center of the city. Cannot race. Speeding will be fine. Although I usually steal your chicken legs to eat, but you are not so bad that you want me to die in a car accident. Zhang Haik swallowed his saliva. For a few chicken legs, you want to play with my life? I don't think so. What's the point of standing up and stepping on the gas when you're on the gas? Aren't you afraid of stepping into the gas tank? What's wrong with a fine? It's the lack of chicken that's a big deal. Zhang Qianjun Wanma replied, followed by a hard steering wheel to drift. On the street, a police officer rushed to call. Command center, so-and-so street someone racing. The driver he also stood up stirrups, the car speed has reached 180 mph. No, this car is an imported high-end car, speed has exceeded 200 meters. Alarmed countless citizens, just drifted also crashed the vendor's cart. Please immediately set up barricades to intercept. By the way, requesting support. Zhang Qianjun ran wildly all the way. I don't know if it's because I do this often or what, but Zhang Qianjun Wanyima's car skills are not great, but he really didn't hit anyone. At most, he knocked over something. But knocked down something, Zhang Qianjun Wanyima will throw out a pile of money from the side to say as compensation. With a siren blaring behind the car and called to pull over. Upside down to find the north, Zhang Haik hurriedly said, "Quick, stop. Stop the car. Or else the crime will be compounded. You'll lose your driver's license. The car will also be impounded." Zhang 100,000 army said, "Do not care about him. Anyway, this car is the name of Zhang Qianjun Wanma. Besides, want to revoke my driver's license. First of all, I have to have a driver's license to let him revoke. You said you were a good driver. Didn't you say you were a good driver? How come you're still an unlicensed driver?" Zhang Haik's eyes widened and his hands gripped the handrail. "I'm not good at this? A person did not hit unlicensed driver, so what? Do not be afraid, drink some wine, will be fine. Wine strong courage. You want to have a bite? Authentic Ergwo too." Zhang 100,000 army asked. "You ing racing and driving without a license and ing drunk driving. Stop the car. Stop the car. I want to get out of the car." Zhang Haik said in horror. "I can't stop. I think I broke the brakes." Chapter 84, The Unraveling Flower Branches and Branches of Delicacy. However, compared to the danger on Zhang Haik's side, Zhang Xingye's side was much more comfortable. Eating the fruits that Xie Yuchen brought, the flavor was beautiful. "Little flower, I still can't understand how you became a male." Wu Qiqi nibbled on an apple while still having an unbelievable look on his face. "My beautiful and lovely little flower, how can it be a man?" Xie Yuchen was speechless. "When I was a child, I was dressed up as a little girl, and I learned theater with the second head of Old Nine Gates, February Red, and I was dressed up by my family. Although at that time I also thought I was a girl for a while." "Ha ha ha ha. Then why are you called Little Flower?" Zhang Xingye inquired. "It didn't really come to mind for a while." Wu Xie explained, "Because at that time, when Little Flower appeared on stage and sang, he was not called by this name now, he was called Deciphering Flower at that time. That's why he was called Little Flower." Zhang Xingye nodded. "So that's how it is, then why do you seem to be disappointed? Can it be that the male disguised as a woman, Xie Yuchen, was your budding crush at that time, your white moonlight and vermilion sandmole? That's why you can't accept it now?" Zhang Xingye said with a gossipy face. Wu Xie was speechless, which is not. "I just feel unbelievable." Xie Yuchen waved his hand. "Xie Yuhua is my stage name, it was given to me by February Red, although I don't know why I was given this stage name. He said at the time that it was the meaning of Xie Yuhua branch Jiao Duo Duo, and I didn't understand it at the time." Hearing this, Zhang Xingye immediately felt that the apple in his hand did not smell good. February Red may have also thought about it back then, allowing Xie Yuchen to willingly enter the game. Born in the middle of the Nine Gates, who can not help it? Alas. In other words, what is the solution to the great master of this day to me here? Are you looking for Wu Zhiqi to play? Zhang Xingye asked about the business. Xie Yuchen replied, "To meet the long unseen Wu Oblique is one of the reasons, mainly for yesterday's things to apologize to you. I just let the black blind man over to poke around, the rest is not my instructions, you do not misunderstand." Little Flower, you black blind man for a time speechless. Solution Yuchen raised his eyes. "I let you do chili fried meat over rice in his house?" "No." The black blind man replied. Xie Yuchen added, "Then I let you put his home kitchen point?" "No, but did not point his kitchen, is to build a fire when the smoke is a little big." The black blind man nudged his mouth. Xie Yuchen said, "That's not it, these are all your work, and I have nothing to do." "Yes, blind man, yesterday this matter, how you compensate me?" Zhang Xingye looked at the black blind man and asked. The black blind man's eyes widened. "Didn't I transfer money to you yesterday? You can not renege. Collected the money right off." "Oh? Then you cheated my little official's money, this matter how to say?" Zhang Xingye inquired. At that, the black blind man's face changed. "Yes, I remember yesterday I was not compensated you, let's talk about yesterday's things later, yesterday to you to turn the money because of the dumb thing." This face of the black blind man became faster than turning over a book. This matter of cheating Zhang Qiling money can pass. Otherwise, if Zhang Xingye wants to compensate himself for all of it, he will lose even more. "I don't seem to remember how much money I cheated the mute, right? Seems to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, $10 million. I don't really remember, sigh. After all, cheated the dumb too much money, cheated the dumb wants the money, less than 3 years worth of my massage off." Hey. This is more or less. Later we talk about how much money is appropriate to compensate Al. Zhang Xingyi only nodded. The black blind man is not happy at all. Really want to give himself a big mouth. Damn, why do you want to come with the solution to Yu Chen today to join in the fun? This is good, it's going to break the bank again. That said, this does not seem right. I went out today when I read the calendar. Quite auspicious. How the black blind man I have to break the bank again? How back to see Zhang Xingyi, they are broke. Is not he and Zhang Xingyi fate of collision? Well, it is possible that they have to find a fortune teller to help calculate. Although the black blind man I will also count hanging, but they cannot give themselves to count hanging. What's more, their own fortune-telling skills in general. Gua cannot be counted, to fear the vagaries of the heavens. Mr. Zhang, I came on the way, heard the news released by the Crescent Moon Hotel, the auction in a few days, will auction jade figurines, is it true? Xia Yuchen inquired. After all, the main reason why the crowd was now staring at Zhang Xingye was because Zhang Xingye was harboring the jade figurine that could make people live forever. Zhang Xingye replied, the news of the Crescent Moon Hotel has been released, so it can't be fake. Solution Yuchen laughed, that is, but I am very curious about how you will sell the jade figurine. That is something that can let a person live forever. Heard wearing a jade figurine, as long as the timing is right, it is possible to come back to life, the bucket of stars into life and death, so as to reverse life and death. Such a god, how do you not keep it yourself? Lack of money to spend. Clip la well for what? It is not for money. Zhang Xingyi replied. Xia Yuchen nodded, but this Xia Yuchen do not believe. Other things to sell I can understand. But this thing sold, you say it is because of money, ghost believe. I also heard that you have a Qilin exhaustion of around 3,000 years in your hand. I wonder if you have considered making an offer? Xia Yuchen inquired. Zhang Xingye asked, do you want it? If you are willing to offer, I would like to acquire it myself. You set the price, I will never return the price. Xia Yuchen replied. Closing the distance with Zhang Xingye through this way was nothing less than the best method. Moreover, the 3,000-year-old Qilin exhaustion was really something good. It wouldn't be a loss to buy it back. Not for sale, that was given to me by little official. Zhang Xingye refused. Originally, Zhang Xingye was thinking of giving it to Wu Xia, but after knowing Zhang Qiling's attitude, Zhang Xingye decisively refused to give it. Xiao Guan gave it to me, not to anyone else. Xia Yuchen smiled to ease the embarrassment. What other angle could be used to draw a little closer? How about through Wu Xiexia? Well, or can try. At this time, the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhang Rishang was lying on the hospital bed, his face had been put on a human skin mask, the doctor had already treated him. When they came in, I told you not to show your face, but you insisted. This is good, not to mention the disfigurement, almost cut off the children and grandchildren. Yin Nanfeng looked helpless. Zhang Rishan wants to cry. What the hell is this? Why can't it wash off? Zhang Rishan has applied medicine on his face to reduce the swelling. But those two bastards on his face can't be washed off. He used a steel wire ball and couldn't rub it off. This is retribution. This is retribution. Also, you broke 4 Ming Dynasty vases and 2 Wang Wali stands at my Crescent Moon Hotel, you have to pay for them. Yin Nanfeng is starting to settle the score. No money, no life. Chapter 85 Zheng Hake, Danger. At this moment, Zhang Rishang really regretted it. Who knew that this Zhang Xingye guy's hand was so black? The ink that was drawn on his face that couldn't even be washed off must be something from ancient times. Zhang Xingye must be an old monster of the Zheng family who has lived for hundreds of years. How many years can the Qilin bloodline live forever? 1 or 200 years? 3 to 500 years? Or 1,000 years? Zhang Rishang was deeply self-doubting at the moment. It's hard to persuade a ghost to die, but you deserve it. You don't have any money and you're still quite arrogant, aren't you? Yin Nanfeng gritted his teeth. What, you don't have money and you have a point? You don't work, you eat and drink for nothing? I don't want to talk. Zhang Rishang only feels that the sky is about to collapse at this moment. The thing on his face was seen by Yin Nanfeng, so it's too humiliating, woo woo woo. I made an appointment for you with a foreign doctor who will be here in a couple of days, so I'll let him take a look at you. This may only be removed through surgery, and may require skinning. Yin Nanfeng said, but for Zhang Rishan, Yin Nanfeng is a knife mouth and tofu heart. Hearing this, Zhang Rishan froze, skinning? I don't know what to say, 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 I don't know what to say. Yin Nanfeng said. Zhang Rishan realized that Yin Nanfeng's words meant that he was waiting for himself here. Zhang Rishan turned his head away and didn't want to pay attention to Yin Nanfeng. It's too heartbreaking, not comforting me at this time, but making fun of me instead, oh. You go busy with the auction, you don't have to stay here with me. Zhang Rishang directly gave an expulsion order. Yin Nanfeng stood up and said, I don't know whether this hotel is surnamed Yin or Zhang, people or guests follow the host, but you are good, the guests drive the host, the opposite of the Big Dipper. Yin Nanfeng said, stepped on high heels did turn away. I got you a doctor and you didn't even say thank you. No manners at all. After Nanfeng left, Zhang Rishang rubbed his temples with quite a headache. This guy, Zhang Xingye, didn't follow the rules at all. When he said he would fight, the matter of digging up Zhang Rishan's coffin and exhuming his grave to flog his corpse, Zhang Xingye might even really dare to do it. Crescent Moon Hotel doesn't have to go on and on with Zhang Xingyi, so as long as Zhang Xingyi doesn't move in Crescent's body, Crescent Moon Hotel shouldn't be too difficult for Zhang Xingyi. At most, it would probably come out and say a few words for Zhang Qishan on the basis that he was his aunt. As for whether or not to listen, that was Zhang Xingye's business. As a deputy officer of Lord Buddha, he could never see Zhang Qishan being dug up and flogged. But right now, he is a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, it is difficult for him to protect himself. Zhang Rishan doesn't think that if Zhang Xingye beats himself up, the things he did will be cancelled. Ouch, Mom, my brain hurts, my brain hurts. First drink the red dates and pork belly chicken soup to replenish blood and then say it. Zhang Xingyi this, even let his own blood. As a Qilin bloodline, doesn't he know that Qilin blood is his own blood, and he doesn't have much of it in his body? He's such a pitiful man. It's true, an old man is a thief if he doesn't die. This old thief, really lack of virtue to smoke. Zhang Xingye, I let you bleed so little, and you're scolding me? Then Zhang Qiling was bled so much back then, did you curse Zhang Qishan? At this point in time, all the Zhang family members around the world have received notification. Zhang Haike sent the order back to the northeast and then notified them one by one. The family heads of the various branches were notified, and then the family heads notified the people below them. For a time, the crowd was in an uproar. Zhang Haike, what kind of heavenly wrathful thing had he done to the patriarch? So that the patriarch even made such a clan rule? Goddamn Zhang Haike, you'll give birth to buttless sons in the future. No, you'll never have a son. Get my AK-47. Buy me a ticket. I'm going back to the northeast to kill Zhang Haike. Bring me my slingshot. Before you raid Zhang Haike, let me hit him 100,000 times with my slingshot. We can't let him die so easily. What? No airfare today? There's no room on the train? Then buy me a standing ticket. I have to get to the northeast first thing anyway. If I don't have a ticket, I'll get on a train. Even if it's 3,000 kilometers away, it won't stop me from beating up Zhang Haike. If you don't want to marry a devil, if you don't want to marry a mama's boy, if you don't want to marry a husband, then you should marry Zhang Haike. Pass on my order, any descendant of my Zhang family who dares to marry Zhang Haike will be expelled from the family. Not even those who have changed their sex. That's right. Keep an eye on Zhang Haike, if he gets a date from someone else, we'll spoil it for him. He won't be able to eat chicken for the rest of his life. He'll spend the rest of his life alone. Contact the newspaper. Start a rumor. Make up whatever rumors you want. Zhang Haike must be portrayed as an unforgivable man. I'll see who dares to marry him. At that moment, all branches of the Zhang family became agitated and rushed back to the northeast. As a party, Zhang Haike at this time does not realize that he is now a street rat, everyone shouting. At this time Zhang Haike has just escaped from Uncle Hat's pursuit. Is all the way back to the northeast, Zhang 100,000 army. This guy stood up stirrup. Zhang Haike can't even stop. Later, when the car ran out of gas, it finally stopped. Zhang Haike first Zhang 100,000 army beat up, and then fill up the car with gas to drive themselves. As a result, Zhang Haike couldn't understand the navigation, and was delayed on the road for a long time, but in the end, it was still considered to have gone through a lot of hardship, and finally returned to the northeast. And at this moment it also learned of the news of the Zhang family branch collective back to the northeast. The senior management secretly held an emergency meeting. What do you think about the Zhang family? Reporting to the family head, according to the investigation, they were there to beat up a Zhang family member named Zhang Haike. False, that's impossible. Although the Zhang family is divided internally, it's still harmonious on the surface. At the very least, it's impossible for them to do such a thing. That's right, all the Zhang family branches everywhere have moved. How could it be to beat up one person? The Zhang family isn't that naive. In my opinion, the Zhang family must be about to make a big move. I heard that an old monster named Zhang Xingye has entered the world, and is mixing with the nine sects. His specific information is unknown. In my opinion, the Zhang family must be trying to unite with the nine sects to deal with us. Notify the pawns of the nine sect to keep a close eye on the situation and report back at any time. Yes, master. Also, find out what the Zhang family is up to with all this commotion. By the way, find out what that Zhang Haike has done to cause so much commotion. Is it possible that he killed the head of the Zhang family? Chapter 86 Zhang Qiling, don't kill it, just don't kill it. Zhang Haike finally returned to the Zhang family after a difficult and dangerous experience. However, the entrance has gathered countless people in great numbers, men and women, old and young. In addition to the Zhang family's own branch, there are branches. This adds up to hundreds of people. Hey uncle, you simply powerful class did not expect you go out a trip. After coming back there are so many people out to meet you all. Zhang 100,000 troops got off the bus and saw the situation, expressing shock at this. Zhang He coughed lightly. Low-key, don't worship me, I'm just a legend, haha. Uncle Hike, but they don't seem too happy, what's going on? Zhang 100,000 armies asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang He noticed that the faces of the crowd were more than described as difficult to look at. That was clearly anger to the extreme awe. After the fermentation of the past few days, the crowd had been holding their fire for a few days, but there had been no place to vent it. Zhang He, I'll be on the 8th in the morning. Zhang He. Sister, aren't you usually so gentle? Why are you so dirty today? Zhang He. My family's #1 contemporary sinner. Arrest him. I've found 108 ancient tortures, I'll try them all on him. Zhang He, don't run away. If I don't kill you today, I'll write Zhang Haixing's name upside down. The crowd rushed towards Zhang He in anger. Zhang He didn't know where he had violated the crowd's anger, but it was obvious that Zhang He couldn't think about it at this moment. Zhang He scattered and ran. Where is the 100,000 strong army? Quickly block for me, I will run first. After saying that, Zhang He took out his cell phone while running. He can't run far on his own, he has to get help right away. How dare you run? Where are my 5 tiger generals? Zhang Guanli Dai is here. Zhang He, how dare you run? Zhang's salary is here. Zhang He, stand over there. Zhang Sanfan is here. If you stop, I swear I'll play you a little less. Invincible Zhang is here. With me here, who dares to claim invincibility and undefeatability in front of me, except for the patriarch and my daughter-in-law. Zhang He, come and die for me. I, Zhang Erge, am here. Don't be arrogant, Zhang Waoen, I'll fight you after I finish with Hake first. My 5 generals are here, you can't fly. At this moment, Zhang He's legs had already run out of shadow. He hurriedly dialed the phone of Zhang Qiling, who was the only talisman at this moment. The heart begged all the gods and goddesses in the sky, requesting Zhang Qiling to answer the phone. Maybe it was really the blessing of God and Buddha. Zhang He's prayer worked, the phone was really connected. It should be known that when the Zhang family members called Zhang Qiling, they were either not in the service area, turned off the phone, or there was no one to answer the phone. When the Zhang family members called Zhang Qiling, 10 times it was estimated that Zhang Qiling would only receive it once. What's the matter? At this moment, Zhang Qiling had just remembered one of his hidden money locations and was digging when he was interrupted by Zhang He's call. Seeing Zhang Qiling answering the phone, Zhang He slammed a sharp brake, turned around, turned on the speakerphone, and held up his cell phone. No one is allowed to move. The matriarch's phone is here. Who dares to move me? Zhang He was breathing heavily. Damn, the sky is not going to kill me, Zhang He. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the crowd quickly braked, and those who rushed ahead quickly formed an encirclement to surround Zhang He. Zhang He, you still have the face to call the patriarch? Zhang Qianjun Wanma gritted his teeth. Zhang He ignored this guy and hurriedly complained to Zhang Qiling. Patriarch, I am being chased by hundreds of people, they cannot help but to beat me, you have to give me the lord, I am now on speakerphone it, you quickly order them to back off, I give you kneel down patriarch, I really kneel down. Zhang He held the cell phone and said he was going to really kneel down. The crowd listened to the reply on the phone. If Zhang Qiling had ordered, then they really didn't dare to disobey. Because, Zhang Qiling had already made a statement. If the patriarch does not speak well, then I will not be the patriarch. Zhang Yua, everyone who wants to take over this mess of the Zhang family, the position of the patriarch, Zhang Qiling had better sit to the end. Sitting to die of old age. As for the future of Zhang Qiling died of old age, Zhang family patriarch, who to do, that is a later thing. Now do not want a later things, after all, who does not know tomorrow and the accident which comes first? Just live in the present. Later things will be said later. 1,000 sails pass on the side of a sinking boat, and 10,000 trees spring in front of a sick tree. It will be straight when the boat reaches the end of the bridge. Just don't kill it. On the phone, came Zhang Qiling's reply. After that, Zhang Qiling hung up the phone and continued to dig his own hidden money. This place he remembered, he hid 33 gold bricks, seems to be here, how did he not dig it? Strange. I heard that my Zhang family descendants to the jade figurine to the Crescent Moon Hotel auction, then I high and low have to go to my Zhang family descendants to give a show off. There are also a few days did not see my Zhang family descendants, and then wait 2 days after the rocket launcher arrived, they immediately rushed to the imperial capital. Hey. Zhang He was about to kneel down on his legs when he heard Zhang Qiling's words and dabbed his feet. Prepare to run away. Zhang Qiling does not speak of martial virtues, but even did not protect me, a descendant of the Zhang family, said that he would protect the descendants of the Zhang family? Zhang Qiling, you are not my Zhang family descendant. You are my equal. Zhang He, I don't care, you are the patriarch. Under the patriarch, all juniors are juniors. Zhang Qiling, how can that be so far-fetched? Then you can be my junior. Zhang He, okay, then you quickly protect me. Zhang Qiling, Zhang family descendants of the 4 words of the final interpretation of the right to me. Zhang He, patriarch I. At this time, Zhang He looked around at the crowd of people who had a bad smile on their faces and nervously swallowed his saliva. That all the uncles and mothers, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, let's have a good conversation. It is now the age of peace, we have to Who the hell stabbed my little asshole? Zhang Hake's words have not finished, directly suffered a hand of 1,000 years to kill. Hit him. I don't know who shouted, the crowd swarmed forward. Zhang Hake's eyes widened, you guys don't come over Zhang Hake has no way to go up to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Messing with the matriarch, right? You're the one who set the rules. You've got some ing nerve. Invincible Zhang threw a left punch and a right kick. Hey, 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 hey. Zhang Hake held his head and crouched on the ground, protecting his head and face. Kicking my ass and poking my buttocks is fine, but you can't hit me in the face. If you break my face, how can I find a daughter-in-law? Zhang Hake, I didn't make up the clan rules. If you think it's unfair, you can go to the chief of the clan. Zhang family, the chief has already said it's because of you, how dare you argue? You're guilty as charged. Chapter 87 Black Blind Man, Mute, Count Your Ruthlessness. Many days later. An auction was held at the Crescent Moon Hotel. Zhang Xingye received an invitation. Wu Xie and Fatty Wang likewise received it, presumably the Crescent Moon Hotel sent it in Zhang Xingye's honor. The three of Zhang Xingye came to the entrance of the Crescent Moon Hotel by car. As soon as they got out of the car, the first thing they noticed was a man in a suit standing not far away, hands in his pockets, standing straight there looking this way. The golden sunlight scattered on his body. At that moment, it was as if a god had fallen to earth. At that glance, Zhang Xingye was in a trance. I go, little brother, this angle, what's wrong with it? At first glance, I thought he was glowing. Fatty Wang was shocked. If there is a god in the world, it must be Zhang Qiling. Third uncle honestly does not deceive me. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling and muttered. Wu oblique side, finished, I deliberately spend 688 hairstyling. Thought not the whole field first handsome, but also has to be the whole field second handsome, never thought that the little brother to steal the limelight. The fat master, I also spent a small 30,000 customized body of this suited, overtime to do it out, this first look on the little brother then down. Fatty Wang good mood in the moment of seeing Zhang Qiling also lost. Damn, we spend money as much as possible, want to be the most beautiful boy today. But what about Zhang Qiling? He just stood there, and already became the most beautiful boy. People are more angry than people, Zhang Qiling's body is simply perfect. Zhang Qiling was dressed in a suit, his upright figure looked even more handsome in the sunlight, and the tailored cut highlighted his elegance and maturity. Under the sunlight, his suit jacket shimmered with a delicate luster, adding a touch of mystery to his handsomeness. This suit was worn on Zhang Qiling, and this upright suit and smooth lines outlined Zhang Qiling's figure appropriately, showing off his male elegance and strength to the fullest. With his own dignified temperament, Zhang Qiling seemed to have added a touch of brightness to the world. At that moment, it was as if everything that shone was eclipsed in front of Zhang Qiling. It can't be helped, alas. This sigh from Wu Xie revealed deep envy and jealousy. Zhang Xingye quickly walked towards Zhang Qiling. Little official, didn't you say you couldn't come? Didn't you say you couldn't find a car? Zhang Xingye inquired curiously. Zhang Xingye had called Zhang Qiling when he received the invitation 2 days ago, and Zhang Qiling said that he might not be able to come. To give you a surprise. The corner of Zhang Qiling's mouth outlined a smile like a spring breeze. With this smile, all the flowers lost their colors. A smile is a city. At first, Zhang Qiling really thought that he could not come because the bazooka had not yet arrived. Later on, he simply went to the location himself to pick it up and let the guy who was transporting this thing just put it in the designated location. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Qiling flew over the eaves, drilled through the woods, swung from the vines, and finally managed to get the thing, then drove all the way to the imperial capital. Dangerous is quite dangerous, but it is good to be in time. My Zhang family descendant wants me to come, so how can I, as the patriarch, not fulfill this small request? Little official, really super surprise, go, let's go in quickly, I didn't expect you to come, your sunglasses are quite handsome. Zhang Xingye was really super happy about Zhang Qiling's appearance. However, before the crowd could leave, a car came towards the crowd. It stopped in front of the crowd. The first one to step out of the car was Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen just came down, the black blind man followed along. Also struck a handsome pose. When he saw the front face of the man beside Zhang Xingye, he was so scared that the black blind man nearly broke his foot. When I came over, I only saw the back, I didn't see that this was Zhang Qiling, and only when I got closer did I realize that this was Zhang Qiling. Little flower, you guys also came quite late. Zhang Xingye said with a faint smile. Xie Yuchen replied, coming early is also waiting. Mute, what are you looking at me for? The black blind man hid behind Xie Yuchen, inexplicably a little weak. Zhang Qiling put his hand into the inside pocket of the suit, as if to take something. Shaoguan, do you have any more gifts? Zhang Xingye curiously said. Could it be that and the black blind man has not seen for a long time, but also prepared a gift for the black blind man? As a result, Zhang Qiling took out a black glasses without prescription and threw it to the black blind man. Sunglasses off, change. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 6 words. The black blind man froze, looked at the glasses on the hand. Why dumb. The same sunglasses, you do not match. Said Zhang Qiling also organized his sunglasses. What grade are you, and I wear the same sunglasses? Change it immediately. I'm dumb, the sunglasses are mine first, how can you stop me from wearing them? I also have a lot of sunglasses in the store, why not let me wear? Black blind man face unconvinced. The store, I have folded. Zhang Qiling said faintly. Black blind man shocked, when? This morning. Zhang Qiling replied. Hearing this, the black blind man's eyes stared like copper bells. You black blind man pointed at Zhang Qiling, half a day froze unable to say a complete sentence. The black blind man believed that Zhang Qiling this guy could do this thing. Others do not understand Zhang Qiling, black blind man can understand, do not look at the surface of this guy Zhang Qiling cold, in fact, the back of the belly black very much. You do not change, I help you fold. Zhang Qiling finger joints were twisted creaking. You either have the decency to change yourself, I don't want to beat you in public. But if you have to ask me to help you be decent, that is not impossible. Either you change yourself, or I help you. You choose. Mute. You're a bully. What makes me not worthy of wearing sunglasses? You're being a bully. The black blind man protests. Blind me also too poor. First, even if it is broken, and now even do not deserve to wear sunglasses? Woo. I said, change or not. Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. I said do not let you wear, you are not allowed to wear. Are you going to change them or not? If you don't, I'll do it. I count you hard. The black blind man turned around, took off the sunglasses, put on the black glasses. Families, who knows blind I just follow the small flowers to participate in a little auction, the door has not yet entered it, sunglasses are not allowed to wear, I am too difficult, oh. Seeing this guy change, Zhang Qiling nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye, his tone inexplicably no longer the coldness of just now. Zhang Xingye laughed, Shaoguan, you are overdoing it, not allowing him to wear sunglasses, but you are overdoing it to the point that I like it so much, haha, if I want to wear sunglasses, can I wear them? Chapter 88, Wu Xieji, get up, don't sit there. Listening to Zhang Xingye's words, Zhang Qiling took out another sunglasses from another pocket and handed it to Zhang Xingye. You wear, match. Seeing this, the black blind man wanted to cry even more. There is no justice. Mute you double standard you changed mute, woo. Why I do not deserve to wear, why he wears a good match. Zhang Qiling glanced at the black blind man, you cheat me money. I have this thing he did not say well, right off, how do you still mention this matter? The black blind man pointed at Zhang Xingye Road. Said that this matter has passed. Zhang Qiling asked, you cheated him money? No The black blind man shook his head and said, this really did not. Then what he said, and what do I have to do? Zhang Qiling is quite a bit arrogant and dark. You did not cheat Zhang Xingye's money, he said it right off you believe? Besides, what you cheated is my money. Zhang Xingye said right off my Zhang Qiling what matter? When the black blind man heard this, he covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Zhang Qiling with the other. I'm not a good person. You two have no moral character. Let's go, Shaoguan, let's ignore this guy who cheated you out of your money, let's go in. Zhang Xingye took the sunglasses from Zhang Qiling's hand and put them on. He pulled Zhang Qiling into the Crescent Moon Hotel. Little Tianjin, the doctor you said you knew earlier, is he in the Imperial City? I think it is time to do a surgery for Xingdi. Fatty Wang asked. Wu Oblique shook his head, not in, he is in Hangzhou. Look at the two of them, just like that is not a super couple? Fatty Wang said with a smile. Wu Oblique shook his head, the little star just pulled a little brother, and did not hold hands, which has a husband and wife. Wang Tsk shook his head, small naive this thing on the love field, you still can't beat me fat master I am a million flowers in the bushes over, people send nickname wave in the small fat dragons, couples have to hold hands? Wu Xia speechless, also wave in the little fat dragon, then why you are still a child? Whoever said that? When Fatty Wang heard this, his face turned red. Wu Xia replied, the other day when you went to the Heavenly World massage, you said it yourself. You fart, fat master when I said that? Fatty Wang denied. Wu Oblique light humming, you will die not admit it, anyway, I heard, hum. Saying that, Wu Xiaoqiu hurriedly caught up with Zhang Xingye. Fatty Wang scratched his head, did I say that, fat master? How come I don't remember? Zhang Xingye happily looked at Zhang Qiling, Shaoguan, do you think I am handsome when I wear sunglasses? Handsome. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. Zhang Xingye heatedly laughed, you are just as handsome wearing sunglasses, more handsome than the black blind man. He did not have sunglasses. Zhang Qiling corrected. This morning, I was able to fold all 108 pairs of sunglasses in his store for him. Poof. If he dares to wear sunglasses in the future, he will be beaten once. If he doesn't change his ways, he can be blasted with a bazooka. Behind him, Xiaoyuchen saw Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling talking and laughing, and couldn't help but feel envious. The eighth master gave me a fortune teller and said that I have the face of a nobleman, and it is true, noble others, never noble themselves, huh? Xiaoyuchen laughed sadly, then also followed. Little flower, you wait for me, you see me this black glasses good look compared with wearing sunglasses, which look good? The black blind man didn't know where to get a small mirror. He was looking at his own blooming face. Xiaoyuchen did not pay attention to the black blind man, but entered the Crescent Moon Hotel. Being in the middle of the 9 doors, who is not a pawn? Everyone envies the 9 gates, but who knows, the people in the 9 gates envy everyone. 9 doors and the people want to get out of the 9 doors, no longer as a chess piece, do not have to carry so many things. Can be free. Not envious of lovebirds, only envious of immortal, but who knows immortal but envious of lovebirds. The people entered the 9 doors, was arranged in the 2nd floor, where the view is good, can also see more clearly. Quickly, pile up more for me, block the door. On the other side, Zhang Rishang ordered his subordinates to hurry up and get something to block the door of the room. As Zhang Xingye came to the 2nd floor, the bloodline resonance became even stronger. What table cabinet what, all of them bring me to pile up, to avoid their group of guys to break into the house and beat me for the 2nd time. Damn, these days, it's not easy to regain some color, the unicorn blood can't afford to let go again. And the matriarch is here today. Whoops. If the matriarch follows that asshole Zhang Xingye and beats me up, I'll be in deep. I'm afraid that next year, today will be the anniversary of my death. Shabuan, did you feel it? Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, in the southeast direction, the innermost part of the corner. The corner of the mouth of the listening slave who was guiding the way on the side twitched. What was the meaning of this? The gesture of beating up Zhang Rishang again? The few of you, let's see what you want to eat. Listening slave took the menu and placed it on the small table in front of everyone. Let's have a white-cut chicken, a pot of Westlake Longjing, and the rest as you see fit. Zhang Xingye ordered. Good. Listening slave smiled faintly, then went down with the menu. Wu Xia, get up, don't sit there. Zhang Xingye saw Wu Xia's but about to sit on the seat beside him and hurriedly reminded Wu Xia. Wu Xia was about to sit down when he heard Zhang Xingye's words and directly froze. What's wrong, starlet? Can't we sit here? Wu Xia inquired. Fatty Wang said, a chair is just a chair, Xingdi, why are you stopping him? Do you want to leave it for your junior official to sit on? Your little official is not sitting on your side well. Zhang Xingyi speechless, you take a close look, all positions no matter how crowded, but the left-hand side of the chair are not sitting, you do not find? Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, Wu Xieji froze and began to look around the other people's positions. Fatty Wang also realized that Zhang Xingye wasn't joking and also hurriedly looked around. It's really hey, why? No one is sitting in that seat. Wu Xia hurriedly moved away from this chair. Fatty Wang scratched his head, can't it be that there is something to be said about this chair? This position, the last sitting is Zhang de Buddha, since he until now, no one dares to sit in this position. Zhang Xingye said. Wu Xia did not understand, why? Sitting in this position, you will usher in the applause of the whole audience, you to sit here, your Wu family can really lose money. Zhang Xingyi joked. Next to shoot the jade figurine, Wu Oblique sitting here cannot. It is difficult to play the destruction of the lamp? Starlet, you do not sell, why cannot sit here Wu Xia inquired. Zhang Xingyi then explained, sitting here, called the light of the sky, which means that the package field, and then no matter what the price of the following auction, you automatically add a vote, you pay the bill, I so explain you understand? Chapter 89 Invited Guests. Hearing Zhang Xingye's explanation, Wu Xieji and Fatty Wang were shocked in unison. Then they looked at Zhang Qiling. Little brother, just now this place was empty, you didn't sit down, do you know that you can't sit here? Wu Xia inquired. Just now, Zhang Qiling clearly could have sat there, right next to Zhang Xingye, but Zhang Qiling didn't sit down, instead, he sat at Zhang Xingye's side and back. Aha! Zhang Qiling didn't deny it either. Fatty Wang skimmed his lips, little brother, this is not fair, you also remind us I didn't let you sit. Zhang Qiling's paralyzed face looked at Fatty Wang and seemed to be cursing with his face. Damn, I didn't let you sit there, why should I remind you? What is your relationship with me? Is your last name Zhang? You said I didn't remind you. Reminding is a favor, not reminding is a favor. What kind of favor do I have with you? If it wasn't for the fact that the descendants of my Zhang family are friends with you, I wouldn't even bother with you. When Fatty Wang saw Zhang Qiling's paralyzed face, he didn't know why. Obviously Zhang Qiling didn't say anything, but Fatty Wang felt that Zhang Qiling was scolding himself, and he was scolding him dirty. Fatty Wang silently pulled Wu Xia to go behind the box to move chairs out. Oh, can't afford to dislike, don't dare to dislike. Zhang Xingye stretched out, I am curious about what will be auctioned next, I don't know if the money is enough hey. If it is a normal plot, then there is definitely no problem. However, if it is affected by the butterfly effect and there is something that shifts the trajectory, then it is not easy to say. I have. The indifference on Zhang Qiling's face was immediately replaced with a layer of smile like a spring breeze. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed, "Little officer, how much money do you have? How much can you lend me? You found the location where you hid the money. If the money is not enough, you can find Zhang Qiling to borrow money." Zhang Qiling clip La Wells fee is very high, there must be a lot of money. Just after Zhang Qiling heavily authorization, remember where to put their own money? Looking for deposits, found a gold mine. Zhang Qiling's words were quite a bit arrogant, as if he was waiting for Zhang Xingye's praise. Zhang Qiling was originally looking for the gold he had hidden. As a result of digging, he accidentally dug more than 20 meters and ended up discovering a vein of ore. When Zhang Qiling scampered up, he stepped off and revealed the gold bricks hidden next to him. He said that he clearly remembered that it was hidden here, why it was not there. The original is digging bias. But well, perhaps there is a heavenly will in the underworld, digging bias, just digging a gold mine. I'm not sure if you're the right person for me. Zhang Xingye covered his mouth and stood up in shock. Zhang Qiling silenced Zhang Xingye, "This is not a good time to yell." Zhang Xingye nodded, "Xiao Guan Yu, this what luck gold mine let you dig out. How you dig How do you dig it?" Zhang Qiling replied. "Wow, Xiao Guan, you become a tycoon, then if there are really good things, you can lend me money Zhang Xingye was envious. "Why don't I have this good fortune? But Zhang Qiling can also drive an excavator?" "No, money is a foreign object, take it if you want." Zhang Qiling slowly said. "We are a family, we are all from the Zhang family. And I'm also the head of the Zhang family. Zhang family descendants need financial support, as the patriarch, how can not give it? How much sentiment is it to lend it out? Anyway, the Zhang family's money is no different from the wind." Zhang Qiling wasn't even sure how much money the Zhang family had. If you don't have enough money, you can still transfer the Zhang family's money to support Zhang Xingye. If Zhang Xingye says borrow to himself, he's treating himself as an outsider. "Little official, if you do this, I really look like a soft eater." Zhang Xingye picked up a banana on the side and peeled the skin to feed it to Zhang Qiling. While eating the banana, Zhang Qiling said, "If you are happy, making money is meaningful. When the Zhang family descendants are happy, I am happy, then making money makes sense. Money being the easiest thing to get in this world, being able to exchange it for being happy is the only meaning of money's existence. Little Tianjin, or you for me to change personality we two will make do, we two just move a chair of kung fu, out to hear these two people you love me thick." Fatty Wang has a black face. "Show love, die fast." Wu Oblique replied, "I am the Wu family single, if I change sex, you absolutely dead, and I as long as the eyes are not blind, cannot see you this so old still peeing pants guy." Wu Oblique did not hesitate to reveal the black history of Fat Wang. "At first in the undersea tomb, you were scared to pee, the fire is still quite big, urine is quite yellow. I also pissed my hand, this thing I can remember." Wu Xia put the chair down to sit, Wang fatty old face red, "Small Tianjin, you say so, fat master my heart that is cold Mr. Zhang, you want white cut chicken and Westlake Longjing, there is a fruit plate, the rest of the dishes for you are still being prepared, please wait." The waiter of the Crescent Moon restaurant brought up the things and placed them on the small table at Zhang Xingye's hand. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly, "Good. Eat." Zhang Qiling directly took chopsticks with both hands, chucked a chicken leg in one hand, and handed one to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye took it, "Little officer, you can use chopsticks with both hands?" "Key." Zhang Qiling replied as he ate the chicken leg. Fatty Wang picked up the chopsticks and said, "What a great guy, little brother, you are really fast, people have not even placed their plates firmly, and the chicken leg is in your hands. Mr. Zhang, 3 guests from box 6 would like to see you and the gentleman beside you, is it convenient for you to go?" At this time, another listening slave came and asked Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye froze, "Who wants to see us?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, our Crescent Moon Hotel has a rule that we can't casually disclose information about our guests." The listening slave smiled faintly. There was no reply. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling, "Little officer, are you going? If you go, I will go, if not, I will eat chicken." Zhang Qiling didn't have much of an opinion on this. "If you go, I will accompany you. If you don't go, it's good for the two of us to sit here and eat chicken." Zhang Xingye guessed that it should be the butterfly effect, and the one who wants to see himself in Zhang Qiling, if nothing else, should be the Hua family's head of the family. The contemporary head of the Hua family who was known as Hua Sanyang and known as Hua Xianfu back then. The old man who was in love with Wu Old Dog. Speaking of which, she's still a love rival with Wu Xia's grandmother. "Since we have guests invited, let's go and meet them." Zhang Xingye stood up and said, placing the chicken leg in his own dish. Zhang Qiling also followed suit and stood up, but the chicken leg was finished. "Good." Zhang Xingye wanted to go, so Zhang Qiling went alone. "Let's go, Wu Xie, you guys sit here for a while." Zhang Xingye arranged it. Chapter 90 was Xian Nun kneeling Zhang Qiling. Since the person named himself and Zhang Qiling to go, it would be inappropriate to bring along Wu Xia and the two of them. Fatty Wang gave an okay gesture, "You guys go without worry. Chicken, not allowed to finish it." Zhang Qiling added. Then he and Zhang Xingye followed listening slave to the 3/6's box. After they walked away, Fatty Wang beckoned for that listening slave to come over. Sir, what are your orders? Listening slave inquired. Fatty Wang pointed to the white-cut chicken on the table. Go and get us another white-cut chicken, be quick. Okay. Listening slave nodded slightly, then immediately went to do it. Immediately after, Fatty Wang picked up the chicken wings and handed one to Wuxia. Eat little naive. Eat, you just know how to eat, aren't you curious about who told little Starlet and the others to go? Although Wuxia spat at Fatty Wang, his body was still honest enough to take the chicken wings. Anyway, Fatty Wang reordered one. It's just fine to eat up this one. Little Tianjin, don't be curious Ao. Hearing Wuxia's words, Fatty Wang hurriedly said. Wuxia was puzzled. What's wrong? When you are curious, something will definitely happen. I heard that who said, when going to the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, let you don't look back, you curiously turn back, caused everyone almost accident. When we were in the tomb, you were curious and put your hand in the coffin, and Sing Di solved the problem, and also at the bottom of the sea. At that time we were curious to think about the burial goods, hurry to open the coffin, the result is out of a white-haired drought demon, this guy was born with an evil nature, don't be curious. Fatty Wang spat. Along the way, Wu oblique evil, Fat Wang has realized. This is the Crescent Moon Hotel, a place we can't afford to offend. Don't cause trouble for Zhang Xingye. Wu Xia skimmed his mouth and stopped talking because what Fatty Wang said was the truth. Zhang Xingye, Fatty, don't blame Wu Xia, what's wrong with him, he is just a simple curious clear stupid college student. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling arrived at the 3-6's box under the leadership of Listening Slave. Listening Slave knocked on the door first, and when there was a response from inside, Listening Slave led the way in. Little Flower, you are also here? Zhang Xingye came in and saw Understanding Yu Chen and the Black Blind Man. The Black Blind Man waved. Hey, Black Master, I am also in, why do not you greet me? Zhang Xingye gave a blank stare and lazily ignored the Black Blind Man. Xia Yuchen smiled faintly and stood up. Xingye, let me introduce you, this is the head of the Hua family, the crowd honors her with the name Hua Immortal Aunt, and this is her granddaughter, Hua Xiuxiu. Zhang Xingye looked towards the silver-haired Hua Immortal Aunt. Even though her head was full of silver hair, it was hard to hide the beauty of her face. Age never fails a beauty, this phrase was verified in the body of Immortal Hua. It seems that because of the butterfly effect, some things have happened in advance. And Hua Xiangu was similarly looking at Zhang Xingyi, this suspected old monster of the Zhang clan. Looking really young. The Zhang clan really does have a way of keeping its face. Hua Xiangu looked at Zhang Qiling again, and when she saw the indifferent Zhang Qiling, Hua Xiangu stood up, covering her mouth in disbelief. Hua Xiangu got up and walked towards Zhang Qiling. Can you show me your right hand? At this moment, Zhang Qiling had his hands in his pockets. Standing beside Zhang Xingye, his aura was as powerful as ever. Just standing there, he had a cold aura. Hearing Immortal Hua's words, Zhang Qiling frowned slightly, and it seemed as if some blurry images surfaced in his mind. Zhang Qiling covered his head. Little official, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xingye rushed to support Zhang Qiling. This can't be the reason for the butterfly effect, allowing Zhang Qiling to be authorized by the heavens at this time. Zhang Qiling had a splitting headache, but he slowed down in just a few seconds. I am fine. Zhang Qiling said to Zhang Xingye. Seeing that Zhang Qiling seemed to remember himself, Zhang Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death, I thought that Zhang Qiling had been authorized by heaven at this time. That's good. Since he was not ordained by heaven, then in that situation just now, Zhang Qiling should have remembered something. Hua Xiangu pulled up Zhang Qiling's right hand, looking at the two slender fingers, as well as Zhang Qiling's self-born air of being out of this world. Hua Xiangu was sure that this was the same person back then. It's really you. Zhang Qiling's pair of hairy mound fingers, that unique hairy mound fingers of the Zhang family, allowed Hua Xiangu to determine Zhang Qiling's identity. Zhang Qiling also looked at Hua Xianfu. You've aged. Zhang Qiling said with a slight hoarseness. Zhang Qiling remembered who Hua Xiangu was. It was the Hua San Yang from back then. When Hua Xianchuan heard this, she nearly failed to hold back the tears in her eyes and took 2 steps back. Then it actually knelt down on one knee to Zhang Qiling in public. Grandmother. Hua Xiuxiu was shocked and rushed to Hua Xiangu's side. Granny Hua. Xia Yuchen also hurriedly stood up and together helped Hua Xiuxiu help Hua Xian up. Zhang Qiling looked at Hua Xiangu, who gave herself a knee. Although she was unsure, she didn't say anything. Zhang Qiling remembered Hua Xiangu, but the things that happened between each other, Zhang Qiling's impression was still very vague. Zhang Qiling, as the highest seniority of the 9 sect, not to mention receiving this kneeling from Hua Xianxiu, even if Zhang Qishan lives and kneels down to Zhang Qiling can afford it. Zhang Xingye, who was on the side, saw this scene and sighed in his heart. This scene still appeared awe. This kneeling of Immortal Hua was not just thanking Zhang Qiling for saving his life back then, it was more of a debt. Perhaps there was the Hua family's debt to Zhang Qiling, but there was also the 9 sect's debt to Zhang Qiling. The 9 sect owed Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye didn't have a good feeling towards Immortal Hua, and this kneeling definitely had a purpose in it. Although it contained gratitude and indebtedness, it was definitely more purposeful. Immortal Hua wanted to live forever. Wants to enter the Zhang family's ancient building. How can you be like this? My grandmother is so old, she is kneeling for you, you don't know to help her, can you afford it? After Hua Xiuxiu helped up Hua Xian she started accusing Zhang Qiling. Although Zhang Qiling was very handsome. Xiuxiu, stand down. Hua Xiangu chided. Grandma. Hua Xiuxiu didn't understand what was going on. Why doesn't her grandmother let her speak? Zhang Xingye laughed, pulled out a chair and sat down, not to mention your grandmother kneeling, that is, the old nine sect, including Zhang de Buddha, including the rest of the 8 heads of the family to come over to the small official kneeling, the small official can afford it. With that said, Zhang Xingye also pulled open a chair for Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling also sat down with it. Although he did not understand what Zhang Xingye meant, Zhang Qiling instinctively felt that Zhang Xingye was right. You people Hua Xiuxiu just wanted to speak when she was yanked behind by immortal Hua. Hua Xiuxiu felt that Zhang Xingye was talking big words. What is the status of Zhang de Buddha? What is the status of the Nine Gates family head? You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Xiuxiu. What he said wasn't wrong. Chapter 91 Zhang Qiling, he who moves him, dies. Hua Xiuxiu, as a junior, didn't understand this, but it didn't mean that Hua Xiangu didn't understand it as well. What Zhang Xingye said was not wrong. The old nine sect's current generation, no matter if they were dead or alive, all came over to kowtow to Zhang Qiling, and Zhang Qiling could afford to do so. Zhang Qiling came from the Zhang family. Decades ago Zhang Qiling is now this appearance. Decades later, Zhang Qiling is still this appearance. Perhaps there are no outsiders clear Zhang Qiling in the end how many years to live. Not to talk about the years, just talk about the debt. The nine sect also owes Zhang Qiling. Hua Xiuxiu is not clear about Zhang Qiling's status. Some recklessness is also deserved. What do you want? Zhang Qiling looked at immortal Hua and asked indifferently. Zhang Qiling also sensed that immortal Hua seemed to be asking for something. Immortal Hua smiled and shook her head, not asking for anything. Even if she had something to ask for, could she say it at this time? Then wasn't she just putting on a show? At least wait for the next meeting. Even if it is urgent, it is not urgent at this moment. Hua Shangu knelt down to Zhang Qiling, not only for other reasons, but also does have the factor of gratitude in it. When in the Four Girls Mountain, Zhang Qiling had saved Hua Xiangu's life. Zhang Qiling, as the last of the Zhang family's Qiling, possesses unrivaled tomb exploration skills. Back then, the old nine sect and Zhang Qiling reached an agreement, whereby Xiao helped them go to Four Girls Mountain to retrieve the key to enter the Zhang family's ancient building, and the old nine sect promised Xiao to take turns guarding the Bronze Gate. However, that action not only made the strong nine sect go into decline, even Zhang Qiling was seriously injured, resulting in a seizure of the heavenly mandate and lost his memory, and was imprisoned by Zhang Qishan in the Jelmo sanatorium for 20 years. The nine sects with heavy losses have gone into hiding to recuperate, completely forgetting their previous agreement to help Zhang Qiling guard the Bronze Gate together, so this kneeling of Hua Xiangu represents both gratitude and Zhang Qiling's guilt. However, immortal Aunt Hua's ruthlessness was notorious. The temptation brought about by the word longevity was far beyond the imagination of any human being, especially those of them in power, who didn't want to die in so many decades. Hypocrisy. Zhang Xingye nuzzled his mouth. Zhang Xingye didn't believe that immortal Hua would have nothing to ask for. If Zhang Qiling had no value to utilize, Zhang Xingye believed that Hua Xianfu wouldn't even look for Zhang Qiling. What did you say? How are you talking to my grandmother? Hua Xiuxiu questioned. In Hua Xiuxiu's eyes, Hua Xianxiu was the loving grandmother. Where was the hypocrisy? Am I wrong? When you imprisoned the young official for 20 years, couldn't you save him halfway through? Was there no chance at all during the 20 years? I really doubt that after 20 years, you guys came out to be the good guys and saved Xiao Guan because you couldn't study anything. If you, the head of the Hua family, really cared about Xiao Guan's kindness, you wouldn't have been able to find him after all these years with the Hua family's power? Isn't that hypocritical? I don't believe you won't be able to find little brother even if you go to the 7-star Luoang Palace in Wusan province. Zhang Xingye did not feel good about the nine sects at all. Zhang Qiling's suffering really can't be described by the word miserable. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just say that from 1965 to 1984, he was imprisoned in the Jelmo sanatorium. Around 1985, he was rescued and went to the undersea tomb in Shisha, only to lose his memory again. After 1995, Zhang Qiling went from Changbai Mountain to the snowy mountains of Mutuo, and then returned to Benai Zhangji Agulu. 3 years ago, Zhang Qiling was taken as Akuan and used to fish for corpses, and was saved by Qin Payasi, and then followed Qin Payasi. Zhang Xingye didn't even dare to imagine that Zhang Qiling was treated like a human being during those 20 years of captivity. Being subjected to those surgeries. What experiments had been conducted? What drugs had been abused? How much unicorn blood had been released? Will there be any after effects in the body and so on? The more I think about it, the more angry Zhang Xingye gets, not to do anything even if it's good. Dislike Hua Xianxiu a couple of sentences, what's wrong with it? It really is. You are reckless. Hua 7, Hua 8, take him down. If he has a bad mouth, slap him, let him know how to respect his elders. Hua Xiuxiu directly ordered the bodyguards to take him down. Yes, sir. The two bodyguards who were named led the order and then walked towards Zhang Xingye, about to arrest him. Zhang Qiling's terrifying killing intent around him almost condensed into substance as he immediately stood up, joined his fingers together and rushed towards these two bodyguards, kicking one over. Immediately followed by a magnificent backflip, a finger pointed at the aorta of the other bodyguard's neck. With the powerful internal force into the earth, this finger had the force of 10,000 pounds, and immediately this bodyguard spat out blood and fell down with an unbelievable look on his face. Immediately after that, Zhang Qiling leapt forward and stomped down on the other bodyguard, who was so shocked that he wanted to roll over and dodge. However, Zhang Qiling had already predicted his prediction. A foot directly stepped on top of his heart. With this foot, the force was so great that the heart was directly sunken, the sound of bones breaking was clearly heard, and the heart seemed to have been directly crushed by Zhang Qiling's foot. Zhang Qiling immediately swept his gaze coldly towards the remaining bodyguards and said in a cold voice, "The one who moves him, dies." Zhang Qiling's body was filled with killing intent. "Dare to touch my Zhang family's juniors in front of me. When I, the Zhang family patriarch, am dead? I haven't even touched a single finger of my Zhang family's descendant, how dare you touch him? Are you tired of living?" Zhang Qiling's eyes finally settled on Hua Xiuxiu. This guy gave the order just now, right? Then this guy also go down to see the king of hell. The black blind man swallowed his saliva. "Mom, mute, this internal force seems to be much stronger." His finger, "I'm afraid that there are already 10,000 pounds of force just now if the point in the bodyguard's head, I'm afraid that on the spot to let him burst his brain Blind me with the mute gap is really getting bigger and bigger Although the black blind man's martial arts is also good, but that is compared to ordinary people. Compared to Zhang Qiling, the black blind man is not even close. Zhang Qiling's two fingers were utilizing their power and he was about to rush towards Hua Xiuxiu and kill her along with him when Xia Yuchen hurriedly called out to stop. "Mr. Zhang, wait." Xia Yuchen rushed to Zhang Qiling and stopped him. Hua Xiangu also came back to her senses at this time from the anger she had just felt. Just now, Zhang Xingye's words had truly made Hua Xiangu furious. How many years had it been since she had been so angry? Of course, if it wasn't the truth, Hua Xiangu naturally wouldn't have gotten angry. The black blind man saw Xia Yuchen rushing to stop Zhang Qiling, scared to death. "Momi, small flower, what are you doing?" The black blind man rushed to yank Xia Yuchen. The black blind man felt the killing intent emanating from Zhang Qiling's body. Zhang Qiling is now moving for real, not playing around. You rush up at this time. If Zhang Qiling moves against you, blind, I cannot save you in time. Mr. Zhang, Xiuxiu is young and vigorous, please don't bother with him. The two bodyguards just now have also been duly taught a lesson. Can this matter be put to rest? Xia Yuchen inquired. Chapter 92, Chicken Money, Remember to Pay. Hua Xianqiu also opened her mouth. "My granddaughter may be a bit arrogant, I let her apologize, can you be generous?" Hua Xiangu was aware of Zhang Qiling's ability. Regardless of anything else, the moves that Zhang Qiling had just made were enough to make Hua Xiangu jealous. Zhang Qiling didn't reply and instead looked towards Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye was the one who suffered. Zhang Xingye nodded slightly. "Little officer, forget it, we don't bother with people with long hair and short knowledge." "You say?" Hua Xiuxiu was just about to speak when she was rebuked by Immortal Hua. "Xiuxiu, apologize." Immortal Hua told Hua Xiuxiu to apologize to Zhang Xingyi. "This damn an old Zhang family monster, it's never the Hua family's good fortune to mess with." Just now, when Hua Xiuxiu called for someone to make a move, Zhang Xingye had already planned to take out his black gold ancient blade and meet blood today. But he didn't expect Zhang Qiling to move faster than himself. Grandma, Hua Xiuxiu, had a face of reluctance. It was clearly Zhang Xingyi who had been the first to let loose. "Apologize." Immortal Hua repeated. The majesty of the Hua family's head of the family was on display at this moment. Hua Xiuxiu could only obey, looking towards Zhang Xingyi and apologizing very reluctantly. "I'm sorry. It's fine, the thing's smashed here, you Hua family remember to settle the bill after all, it was your Hua family that smashed it." Zhang Xingyi also stood up. Just now, Zhang Qiling was really confiscating power, but so what? It was their Hua family's bodyguards who smashed it. What does it have to do with Zhang Qiling? "That's natural, Xingye, you don't worry, absolutely want to account for not to ask for your head." Xia Yuchen rushed to smooth things over. "This is something, the big deal is to pay for it yourself. I've been here for a while, and I haven't seen a cup of tea, so stingy. Xiaoguan, let's continue to eat white-cut chicken." With that, Zhang Xingye directly pulled Zhang Qiling and left. Zhang Qiling, however, stood still, not being pulled by Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling inquired. "Compensation, not yet asked." Zhang Xingye froze. "What?" "Your mind damage fee, and my outgoing fee." Zhang Qiling looked at Hua Xinfu and said. Knowing that Zhang Xingye liked money, Zhang Qiling would not let go of any opportunity to make money for Zhang Xingye. When Hua Xiangu heard this, she only felt that it was too much of a bully. "You beat up my Hua family's people and you want my Hua family to pay for it. Isn't it obvious that my Hua family is paying you to beat up my Hua family's people? You've gone too far." Xia Yuchen hurriedly said, $1 million. $1 million for each of you. Play the Starfield card right now, don't make a move, let's use money to solve things that can be solved with money, okay? Xia Yuchen really does not want Zhang Qiling to do it again. Otherwise smashed more things, more compensation, or hurry to break the money to avoid disaster. Good. Zhang Qiling had no opinion on this. After all, he came here, if he went out empty-handed, how can he do it? Okay, I'll let someone make the payment right away. Xia Yuchen breathed a long sigh of relief. Yeah, finally the situation has been stabilized. Only then did Zhang Qiling pull Zhang Xingyi out of this box. Xiao Guan, did you see the face of that old lady Hua? It was as ugly as eating, ha ha ha. Zhang Xingye laughed and said. This is to hear is ready to sit down to slow down Hua Xianqiu almost to stagger. You say bad things about people without backing them up? You haven't even left the door of the box yet. Besides, can't you say this quietly? Why are you saying it so loud? Are you afraid people won't hear you? It's ugly. Zhang Qiling nodded his head in a serious manner. That face was really ugly. The two walked out of the box side by side. Deceiving people too much. Grandma, he bullied our Hua family too much. Hua Xiao couldn't swallow this breath. The black blind man yawned, content, bully you count light, dumb if you hit the door, what can you Hua family? Not to mention your Hua family, that is, the great Buddha Zhang came to life, to see the mute also have to kneel and kata before discussing the other, he has the capital to bully you, weakness is the original sin. Other people are not clear about Zhang Qiling's strength, but the black blind man is very clear. You do not speak, I do not take you as a mute. Solve Yuchen speechless, you are still here arching fire? The black blind man said, it was the truth, and the one called Zhang Xingye, you do not look at him weak, not as powerful as the mute, he can be more horrible than the mute, but also more bad than the mute. Zhang Qiling can at most use a knife to cut people, Zhang Xingye directly pull out the Gatling ah. Moreover, Zhang Qiling at most used his face to scold people, but Zhang Xingye was feeding people herring cans. He's a willful man. The 9 gates have been robbed again. Hua Xian Gulong sighed, if Zhang Xingyi is really running to liquidate the meaning of the 9 sect, Zhang Xingyi today this attitude, I am afraid that the 9 sect cannot fall into a good. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, raise your head 3 feet and there is God the dead of the year, it should also be returned. Black blind man while drinking tea, while talking about sarcasm. Old 9 doors how, black blind man does not care. As long as it does not affect Xie Yuchen, the rest of the black blind man does not care. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling returned to their positions, but found that the white-cut chicken had already been empty. Not to mention the chicken but was gone. Fatty Wang, who was shivering the chicken feet, saw Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling return and was so scared that the chicken feet fell off. Fatty, why are you still wasting it, how delicious it is. At this time, Wu Xie did not know that there was someone standing behind him. It just inexplicably felt a bit cool behind him. That what, star brother, little brother, you listen to my explanation, this thing I can explain. Fatty Wang stood up and said. Hearing Fatty Wang's words, Wu Xie was also scared, and the chicken neck on his hand fell off. Turning around, he saw Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling standing behind him. Zhang Xingye nodded, speak, I'll listen to your explanation. Zhang Qiling's face was very bad at the moment. Zhang Qiling had already cursed with his face, and at this moment, he had at the very least cursed Fatty Wang and Wu Xieji, the 2 chicken thieves, 100 times. This chicken has been put for a long time, the flavor is not good, here things are expensive, it would be a pity to waste it, so we ate it for you to save it from going to waste, but we reordered a copy for you, and it will be ready soon. Fatty Wang explained. In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out, what the hell is this Crescent Moon Hotel, why is the serving speed so slow this time? When Zhang Xingye heard this, he didn't care, anyway, it's definitely better to eat the freshest, okay. Said, Zhang Xingyi pulled open the chair and sat down, helped Zhang Qiling also pulled open the chair. The following auction is almost ready to start. Zhang Qiling sat down, chicken money, remember to pay. This chicken, my Zhang family scion can't pay for it and eat this dumb loss. Oof. It's not like we didn't order anything else, why do you guys have to eat our old Zhang family's white-cut chicken? Duck is tolerable, chicken is not. Where's the menu? Turn the menu over and see how much a white-cut chicken costs here. Chapter 93 First Lot, Ghost Seal. When Fatty Wang heard this, he hurriedly told Wu Xie to turn over the menu. How do you have Zhang Xingyi rich? That guy does not move to talk about the number of billions. Although he has a small fortune, but compared to him, is still a poor man, he still have to save money to marry a daughter-in-law. How expensive can a chicken be? Even if things are ridiculously expensive here, it's only a few $1,000s. Wu Xie said while flipping through the menu. Now the dividend for going to the undersea tomb, Ning called. Wu Xie is also a person with $100,000, plus this period of time those burial goods sold, everyone a point, Wu Xie again into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, when dividing the money, Zhang Qiling made a phone call to Zhang Xingye and asked Wu Xie to answer the phone. Wu Xie was curious why Zhang Qiling told him to pick up the phone. After answering the phone, Zhang Qiling said at the bottom of the tomb on is that time, $500,000, remember to transfer to Zhang Xingye on the good. This makes Wu Oblique on the spot mood is not good. The money is not even hot, another $500,000 is gone. Wu Xia tearfully to Zhang Xingyi transferred 500,000, now the body of those who sold those things only left 20 to 20,000. Together with the 100,000 that Aining called over, Wu Zhiqi now has 300,000 in the whole body. Even if this white cut chicken is a few $1,000s, I, Wu Xia, can afford it. I'm rich. What? How much? Did you find it? Fatty Wang stretched his neck and asked. Zhang Xingye couldn't help but cry and laugh. No, are you two so serious? Even if this is a golden chicken, it's not much pressure for you. At this time, listening slave brought up the white cut chicken. Sir, this is the white cut chicken you ordered, enjoy. Listening slave put down the white cut chicken. Fatty Wang grabbed listening slave's hand. Wait a minute, let me ask you, how much does this white cut chicken cost? Listening slave struggled to retrieve his hand and then still maintained a smile. Sir, this white cut chicken is not expensive, 36,666. 30,000 plus? Then how many chickens do I have to buy? Fatty Wang was shocked, this chicken even cost more than $30,000. Robbing money is not like this. But after thinking about it, the Crescent Moon Hotel dares to sell a pot of tea for thousands of dollars, a chicken for tens of thousands of dollars is normal. Sir, that is not something we consider. Without other orders, I will go down first. Listening to the slave slightly owed and turned to leave. How many chickens you can buy for more than $30,000, that's your business. However, at the Crescent Moon restaurant, you will only be able to buy a white cut chicken. Eat. Zhang Qiling handed a chicken leg to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye looked at the shocked look of Fatty Wang. What is it, Fatty? This time the share of money. Your zero is more than this number. Ah, why so shocked? Wu Oblique cry a face, such as mourning 3 uncle. Who is a good man? A white cut chicken sold small 40,000. Ah, gold is now only more than 100 a gram only. Ah, this chicken is set with gold, but not so expensive it. Wu Oblique aggrieved Baba, this Crescent Hotel is too damn black. Ah. I thought that guess this white cut chicken a few $1,000s have been considered overestimated. I did not expect or underestimated their own Crescent Hotel's brazenness. A white cut chicken, dare to sell so much money. Fatty Wang sked and shook his head. In the Crescent Moon Hotel, the mouth cannot be gluttonous. Ah, alas. Fatty, next time we rob a tomb, take more, don't look at any murals. Woo woo woo. Wu Xia suddenly regretted studying the murals in the undersea tomb instead of taking the burial goods. Fatty Wang laughed. Little naive, you are not an archaeologist? What else is there to study? Woo woo woo. I am just a grave robber. Let us pick up this chicken bone and go back to make soup. Don't waste it. Woo woo woo. Wu Oblique looked at the chicken bones in front of him. Cannot be wasted. This is at least more than 30,000 chicken bones. Ah. Take it back to make soup, maybe even drink it to prolong your life. Welcome all guests to this Crescent Moon Hotel's auction. On behalf of the Crescent Moon Hotel, I thank you all for your participation. At this time, a gentle voice suddenly came from below. Although this voice was gentle, it was also full of competence. Immediately afterward, the entire room resounded with applause. It had begun. Zhang Xingye didn't care about eating chicken anymore and looked down to the auction house below. What was going to be the beginning of this auction? A snake-browed copper fish? The polite words will not be said. Let's direct the theme. The following, please see our first auction. The host went straight to the point, and then the lights converged on the box. With the cover on the cloth was uncovered, Zhang Xingye directly stood up. Ghost seal? Shaguan, is that a ghost seal? Seeing the lot, Zhang Xingye was directly shocked. It was a jade seal. On top of the jade seal button was the shape of a qilin stepping on a ghost. The qilin held its head high and stepped on a 3-headed kid. The kid's claws grasped on the qilin's claws. The unicorn, in turn, looks like a combination of countless small ghosts. If the ghost seal is viewed from a different angle, the unicorn can be seen in the shape of countless dragon and fish. This year, it should be the Wu family guarding the bronze gate for Zhang Qiling, so this ghost seal should be in the hands of the Wu family, and this was taken out for auction by Wusan province? Zhang Qiling's gaze looked towards the lot, and there was a slight change in his unperturbed eyes. It is. Zhang Qiling recognized it. It was the ghost seal. Zhang Xingye hadn't realized that things had gotten so uncontrollable because of the butterfly effect. Only the ghost seal could open the bronze door and witness the secret behind its door, which was the ultimate. Because the ghost seal was the key to unlocking the bronze door. From the beginning to the end, there's only this one and only this one. In the original episode, the ghost seal that Zhang Qiling gave to Wu Zhiqi was a fake, and the 10-year pact with Wu Zhiqi was just a way for Wu Zhiqi to spend 10 years forgetting about Zhang Qiling. This object is called the Ghost Button Dragonfish Jade Seal. Is Lu Wang holds the supreme treasure. According to rumors, this jade seal is Lu Wang in a python's stomach to find a purple jade box. The box contains is this object. The legend, as long as you get the ghost seal as a token, can command the ghost soldiers of the netherworld. The truth is not known. The starting price of 1 million. Each time the price increase shall not be less than 100,000 yuan. The host introduced the ghost seal to the crowd. When this came out, the crowd murmured. Ordering the ghost pawns of the underworld? Why don't you say that this thing is the jade seal of Feng Du Da Di, really? That's right. Can a legend be taken seriously? It's just a thing like this, who wants it? I'll copy 1,000,000 of them in a minute and give them to him, and I'll only sell them for $100,000 apiece. I don't think there's any idiot who'd buy this, right? Well, maybe there is. After all, maybe some guy with a lot of money wants to go back and study it and then summon the Yin soldiers to rule the world. Ha ha ha. Ha, do not laugh at the Jianghu teenage dream, who do not have years of dreaming Jianghu. Some people believe in this thing, cannot say it is stupid. You guys say it is right. Ha. Chapter 94. Wu Oblique found that the origin in the bureau. Crowd you a word I discuss. And Zhang Xingye was no longer in the mood to eat chicken at this time. Wu Xia, has your third uncle contacted you recently? Zhang Xingye inquired. Wu Xia did not understand why Zhang Xingye asked, but still shook his head. No, just after we came out, he gave me a call, said he was fine, then the phone went dead, never called me again. Why? Then, this matter in all likelihood has nothing to do with your third uncle. Zhang Xingye was even more convinced that it was the work of Wu Sansheng. Is he using the ghost seal to show something? After compensating Puppy Wu and handing over the ghost seal, is he trying to say that the Wu family won't guard the Bronze Gate? Or, is it handing over the ghost seal to Wu Shang so that Wu Shang can make his own choice? Or, handing the ghost seal back to the Zhang family, so that the Zhang family can decide whether to let this Wu puppy guard the Bronze Gate, or whether the Zhang family can do it on their own? The ghost seal. Isn't that what we were looking for when we went to the 7-Star King's palace? Inside that box we were guessing that it was a ghost seal, but we didn't think that after opening it, it was a snake-browed bronze fish. Fatty Wang stood up. Both eyes are glowing. Everlasting jade figurines are real, this ghost seal can command the Yin soldiers should also be real, right? Starlet, what has to do with my third uncle? I'm a bit confused by what you're saying, what are you guys up to? Wu Xia looked at Zhang Xingye. Previously, Zhang Xingye mentioned several times the matter of the 9 sect, what the 9 sect owes Zhang Qiling and so on. Then he said that the ghost seal was his third uncle's handiwork. Can't it be that your third uncle found the ghost seal in the 7-Star King's palace? Alas, since your third uncle didn't tell you, then you might as well find the truth on your own. Zhang Xingye shook his head slightly. The main reason was that Zhang Xingye still hadn't understood what this ghost seal came out. What did it mean? Was this the meaning of Wu San province or the Wu family? Or was it the meaning of the 9th sect? No, Uncle San is hiding it from me, and you are also hiding it from me, so you are all understanding people, and I am the only one who is a cutie. Chanting? What can't you tell me? I feel more and more that the exploration of the 7-Star King's palace is a game. It was the first time that Wu Xia spoke so loudly to Zhang Xingye. Wu Xia himself had his suspicions, but now it seemed like everything was confirming his suspicions. It was as if he himself was being led around. Little officer, you see, Wu Xia has actually become smarter? He can see that the 7-Star Lu Wang Palace is a game. Zhang Xingye smiled and teased. At those words, Wu Xia's face darkened. What do you mean? Do I look like I'm stupid? Fatty Wang also looked at Zhang Xingye. Xingdi, so the 7-Star Lu Wang Palace is really a game? And you knew about it? What the heck is going on here? Zhang Xingye made a silent gesture. The walls have ears. 7-Star Lu Wang Palace, Duckaway certainly also sent the message back to the Wang family. The Crescent Moon Hotel also certainly have the Wang family. I do not know the Wang family on the ghost seal to bring the auction is a what idea. This situation seems to be chaotic. The water is getting muddier and muddier. What the walls have ears, you make this clear. This thing with my third uncle, what is the relationship? The ghost seal is what is going on, not in the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace, out here, and Lu Zhen Wang himself in the end where, we go to the bottom of the sea tomb, is not also my third uncle to promote? Wu Oblique word for word, sentence for sentence questioning. Because of the butterfly effect, Wu Xia seems to understand a lot of things in advance, at least, Wu Xia now see that this is a bureau. Such a thing, it is better to let your third uncle explain to you himself. It is not appropriate for outsiders to say, or you can find the truth by yourself. I can only tell you, from the moment you were born, you were in the bureau. Zhang Xingye shook his head. Now Wu Shezhier long brain began to see the situation. If he pushes a hand, I am afraid that this evil emperor does not need 10 years. 5 years will be able to raise I do not know whether this is good or bad at that time. I will find the third uncle to go. Wu Xia took out his cell phone and directly dialed Wu San province's number. Zhang Xingye's words made it difficult for Wu Xia to accept for a moment. What do you mean I was in the bureau as soon as I was born? Am I being counted by someone for more than 20 years? And at this time, Wu Sanzho was with the real Wu Sanzho. Xia Lianhuan shook his cell phone. Look, your great-nephew called. Wu Sansheng sighed. This game of chess doesn't seem to be following our established route. The next road is very confusing. Since when has the route shifted? Xia Lianhuan felt the same way. Wu Sansheng said, from the time Zhang Xingye appeared, he disrupted all the plans in the 7-Star King Palace, and at the same time also interrupted our other plans. This person who knows the whole situation is like having the eye of God. We not only have to play with it, but also have to play with him. Our opponents have increased by 1 Now the rest of the 6 doors seem to have no movement. You say they can really follow the plan into the game? Xia Lianhuan asked. Wu San province snickered. Isn't the ghost seal the money to get them into the game? The appearance of the ghost seal is a reminder to them, don't forget that the 9 sects have lost the 10-year contract, and no one can run away if they want to liquidate it. This is the time when the lips are dying and the teeth are cold. They will definitely get into the game, not for the sake of fighting against the Zhang family, but also for the sake of fighting against it. Xia Lianhuan also laughed. To be honest, the matter of the ghost seal, I still don't understand what you are expressing. Is it a signal to the Zhang family, or is it a signal to the 9 doors? Huh. After calculating the 9 sect, it is not bad to calculate the Zhang family again. Wu family puppies have already entered the game. This game has already begun. No one can back out until the end of the time. Wusan province fiddled with the chess game, calculating this and planning that. Xia Lianhuan nodded. Yes, you and I are tasked with cultivating Wuxia. Wuxia is our biggest backhand, but unfortunately, Wuxia is not only the person chosen by the 9 gates, but also the person chosen by it, and the appearance of the ghost seal this time is not putting the plan back on track. Wu Sanqing sighed. Wu Oblique is the biggest backhand of the 9 sect. His choice is related to the fate of the Wu family, and even the 9 sect. I have to make the situation back on track, back to control, but I am also curious about what Wu Oblique will choose. I'm also curious to see what Wu Xia will do. I've trained Wu Xia for so many years, so it's time for him to take the plunge. The company's website is a great source of information about the company's business, and the company's website is a great source of information about the company's business, and the company's business. He dialed a second time, but there was still no answer. Wu Xia returned to the seat and sat down. Shaoxingzi, going to the 7-star Luoang Palace is a game, then going to the Shisha Undersea Tomb, is it also a game? Is it my third uncle wants me to know what? Zhang Xingye shook his head. Unring the bell. Don't worry, your third uncle won't take long to contact you. He can't let the situation get out of control. Chapter 95 wants to let Wu Oblique guard 10 years bronze door. Since the ghost seal was released by the Wu family, Wusan province must have eyes in the Crescent Moon Hotel to report the situation to Wusan province at any time. You are hiding everything from me, and my third uncle is hiding everything from me, so I am sick of it. Wu Xia huffed and puffed. Do not believe in evil. To his second uncle to dial the phone, the third uncle's cannot be reached, then he dialed his own second uncle's always okay. I don't know, at this time, the Wu Tu White in the Crescent Moon Hotel, responsible for the ghost seal thing. If the ghost seal returns to the Zhang family, then forget it. If it is taken by other people, then the Wu family will take it back. It didn't matter if it cost a bit of money, it was fine if what was to be expressed was expressed anyway. Besides, the Wu family doesn't lack this amount of money. There is no one who would deliberately speculate the price of such a legendary thing to tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars. A few million was just pocket money for the Wu family. Fatty Wang is silent, he is also dragged into a bureau. It should not be possible to walk away from it by withdrawing now. It seems that when he was in the 7-star Ruwang Palace, or when he met Wu Xie and the others in the 7-star Ruwang Palace, he was already in a game. The fat master, I just want to simply steal a tomb, fishing a little burial goods, sold for money, and then save money to marry a daughter-in-law. So difficult? How come I was inexplicably dragged into a game? From the words of the conversation, I understand that this bureau is not simple, it is the bureau of the Zhang family and the 9 gates. This seems to involve more than one side of the force. Master Fatty, I'm lost. Shaoguan, do you think we should shoot the ghost seal back? Zhang Xingye looked to Zhang Qiling, who was eating chicken wings. No. Zhang Qiling returned a sentence. Zhang Xingye did not understand. Do not want? Then don't guard it? Zhang Qiling naturally understands what Zhang Xingye is talking about, guarding something, the 5 positions, guarding, but the ghost seal is not taken back. This year, it is time for the Wu family to fulfill the promise. Saying that, Zhang Qiling's gaze looked at Wu Xia. Wu Xia was also shocked when he heard about the Wu family and looked over, just in time to come eye to eye with Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling's gaze was deep and mesmerizing, revealing a touch of determination in his gaze, while Wu Xia's eyes were filled with confusion and incomprehension. Wu family? What does this have to do with our Wu family again? What are Wu family's promise? Wu Xia asked. Zhang Xingye smiled. Wu Xia, haven't you noticed that your third uncle has let you train alone? And didn't send you any manpower? This means that the Wu family has compensated you, a puppy, to honor this promise. The 9 sect and the Zhang family take turns guarding the bronze gate, but there's no stipulation as to who will do it. The Wu family, the one chosen was Wu Slant to answer the robbery to guard the bronze gate. What pact? How does Wu Slant feel like he is caught in a setup, a deep setup? Zhang Xingye shook his head. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. You will know when the time comes. You will know when the time comes. Every critical moment you do not say, you are stuck like this, you are not afraid of not being able to for 7 days? Wu Xia gnashed his teeth and said. Damn, usually look at the novel, read the first book, cannot find the next book, text card is difficult. Now this key time talking about key things, the result is that when it comes to the key plot, Zhang Xingye card text. Wu Xia, the later you know, the better for you. Zhang Xingye wasn't going to pay for the Wu family's affairs. It was the Wu family that raised Wu Slant to be like this. That matter should also let the Wu family talk to Wu Xia. I'm going to the restroom. Wu Xia stood up and left. If you can't get through to your second uncle, then you can call Wang Meng's phone and ask Wang Meng to help you contact your second uncle to call him back. Fat Master, I also go to see. Fatty Wang got up and followed Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling. These two guys are a bit dark, they have to find Wu Xie to discuss the countermeasures to go. Must not take Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling. After the two left, Zhang Xingye looked at the ghost seal and let out a long sigh. Wu Sanqing, oh Wu Sanqing, sooner or later I will send you in. This is also calculating, that is also calculating. You are a calculator in your past life. It's not worth it to be angry. Zhang Qiling handed Zhang Xingye a chicken wing. Zhang Xingye took the chicken wing. Xiaoguan, do you intend to let Wu Xiaobei abide by the agreement of the 9 gates to guard the bronze gate? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. How long will he be allowed to guard it? Zhang Xingye asked again. 10 years. Zhang Qiling faintly uttered a number. Zhang Xingye was shocked. 10 years? Letting Wu Xia to guard for 10 years? Isn't it one person guarding for 1 year? Paying off the debt for the 9th sect. Zhang Qiling replied. Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, Zhang Xingye never thought that Wu Xia would be pitted by his third uncle. You're not afraid of that guy from Wusan province letting his dog out? Zhang Xingye asked with a smile. The corner of Zhang Qiling's mouth rose slightly, seemingly disdainful of this statement. His dog, not as powerful as my bazooka. I have a bazooka in my hand. I'm not afraid of the dogs raised by Wu Sanzhou, really. Besides, even if I don't have a bazooka, I'm not afraid of Wusan province's dogs. Zhang Qiling's reply nearly made Zhang Xingye not hold back his laughter. Ha, little official, you have changed. Ha, that thing can't be used lightly, now it's a legal society. Then catch his dog and slaughter it for meat. Zhang Qiling finished and froze himself. That said, dog and chicken, which is delicious? That must be the chicken is delicious, the world's food, delicious than chicken, of course, provided that the Zhang family talent. Plans can't catch up with changes. From guarding the bronze door, there is still a period of time. If the last is Wu oblique to guard the door, then let him guard for 10 years. The Wu family has grievances, let the Wu family define the 9 doors to go. If the last is still you go to guard the door, then Zhang Xingye thinks it's okay to let Wu Xia guard the door. After all, it is the 9 gates that owe Zhang Qiling. Since the Wu family had paid puppy Wu in, they were prepared for all the consequences to happen. So what? Zhang Qiling looked seriously at Zhang Xingye, wanting to know Zhang Xingye's answer. After spending this period of time with Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling felt that he could not guard the bronze gate for 10 years if he was allowed to do so. After all, he had been alone for so many years. How could he let his Zhang family descendants suffer from loneliness along with him? If you want to take Zhang Xingye with you to guard the gate, you can't. That's not good either. Changbai Mountain is too cold. What if you catch a cold? Let's let Wu Xia go. Then shell the bronze gate and destroy it, breaking everyone's thoughts of prying into the ultimate, once and for all. Zhang Xingye replied. Well, 10 years is not too long to say, not too short to say. As Zhang Qiling shook his head, this idea should not be taken. It was fine if it could be destroyed, but if it couldn't be destroyed, there might be even more trouble. If it really came to the point where he continued to guard the bronze gate, he would just grab the people from the 9 gates to do so. How about counting it as long and how about counting it as short? Zhang Xingye asked. With you, 10 years will be short, without you it will be long. Zhang Qiling replied with a shallow smile. Chapter 96, your salary will wait for the next payment. Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, Zhang Xingye's small face turned red. Cough cough, what are you saying, little official? You will make people misunderstand. You can really charm me like this, cannot find the southeast and north. Zhang Qiling so whole, Zhang Xingye really have an urge to go to sex change, ha ha ha. You do not need to distinguish between the southeast and northwest, only need to go this side with me. Zhang Qiling said in his serious manner. As a junior in the Zhang family, you definitely need to go to my side as a senior. We eat chicken together is not happy? Zhang Xingye turned around, gasping for air. Damn, how does this have a feeling of a heartbeat? No, it must be an illusion, an illusion. It must be an illusion. On the other side, Wu Shezhi dialed Wang Meng's phone. Good thing Wang Meng answered the phone. What's the matter, young master, is it payday? Can you pay me back the months of salary you owe me? Wang Meng's first sentence when he received the call choked Wu Xia. It almost made Wu Xia choke to death on Wu Xia's own saliva. Groove, I actually forgot about this, I still owe Wang Meng wages. In other words, how many months' wages did he owe Wang Meng? I don't even seem to remember how much I owe, I simply forgot about it. I haven't been back to Hangzhou, so I forgot about Wang Meng. If I go back to Hangzhou, I will remember this. Ahem, so what, owe you money, next time I will make up for it. Wu Xia is also poor now. Although he has some small belongings, he needs to save up some of his own money, and when he comes back next time, he will pay Wang Meng's wages with his share of the money. Well, I'll be sure to do that next time. Young master, you said the same thing last time. You said last time that you would pay me after that drink. You said last time that you would pay me after I upgraded your computer. You said last time that you would pay me after you came back. And you said last time that you would pay me after you came back. Wang Meng's tone of voice is visible to the naked eye. Lost. Not payroll again. Whoops. Even if you don't make up the previous salary, first give me a month's salary or woohoo. My old capital is almost chewed up Hearing Wang Meng's words, Wu Xie was embarrassed. Did he say so last time? No. I don't seem to remember. Stop, Wang Meng, I send. I'll pay your salary, don't you say it. Listening to Wang Meng time and time again to turn up the accounts, turn up the Wu Oblique are embarrassed. Alas, this time, save less private money. Really? Young master, great, do you remember how much you want to send me? I give you calculate my basic salary last month is 500, and then this bonus is not, performance inexplicably you deducted 100, last month you have to send me $400 salary, and then last month my. As soon as Wang Meng heard the paycheck, he immediately began to count up with Wu Xie. Wu Xie hurriedly interrupted, don't you say it. The more you talk, the more embarrassed you are. I'm here with people eating tens of thousands of dollars for a white-cut chicken, drinking thousands of dollars for a pot of tea, but owe you a few $100s a month in wages. I'm really embarrassed to hear you say that. Wang Meng, wait a minute, just say how much I have to send you in total. Wu Xie interrupted Wang Meng's counting. Wang Meng smiled honestly, young master, I am not counting with you, right? The new year, you said that month to give me an increase of $300, so that month I have $800 of basic salary. This thing you have not forgotten. If I report a number, you are not afraid of me cheating you money. I'm not afraid, I believe you say it. How much do I short of your salary? Wu Xie said. Hurry up and finish this matter, I still need to ask you something serious. Young master, counting the previous arrears of dozens of months and last month's basic salary, bonuses, performance, as well as inexplicably deducted by you do not count, you have to give me a total of $18,883.76. Wang Meng replied. Listening to Wang Meng's words, Wu Xie's heart inexplicably became more overwhelmed. Groove. He seems to owe Wang Meng more than a year's salary. Alas, he still collects it and sends it out quickly. I'll give you 20,000 later, you help me do something now. Wu oblique a wave of hand to Wang Meng to make a whole child. I will give you 20,000. When Wang Meng heard it, she was not happy, but scared instead. Young master, you're not out there committing a crime, and you want me to go in and step on the sewing machine for you, are you? I'm a serious college student, a good citizen who abides by the law. How could I possibly commit a crime? So you don't owe someone money and want to run away, so you'll give me some money to stabilize me until the debtors come to your door, so I can take the beating for you, right? How could I owe someone money? Besides, do I look like a man without responsibility? Young master, I heard from Pansy that you are often in the tomb because you are too trashy and then you have to owe money. Bull. I never owe money. That's not true. Don't listen to Panseed's nonsense. You don't seem like a good person. You owe me wages for so long, but today you're willing to pay me all of them, and more, which doesn't seem right. I'm afraid, young master, the sky can't be full of pie. I'm scared, young master. It's not supposed to fall from the sky. Young master, if you give me more money, I think it's like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. I always feel that you want me to do something illegal for you. No, I just want you to contact my second uncle for me and ask him to call me back, that's all. Really? Then is not the second master broke the law, I call over, the other party is had uncle, and then I become a cohort accomplice or something Slot. Your paycheck is gone. No more. Wu oblique snapped the phone hung up, I am a good law-abiding college student How is it that in Wang Meng's mind, I don't look like a good person? As soon as he hung up, Wang Meng called again. Young master, if you're going to go into the tailor, can you pay me my salary first? Don't worry, no matter how many years you go in and step on the sewing machine, I will help you look after the store and wait for you to come out. After the phone was connected, Wang Meng swore and promised. Wu Xie just that moment also blamed himself for a second, thinking that he was too stingy to Wang Meng, would have owed Wang Meng money, but also hung up on him. But when he answered the phone, Wu Xie's heart lost a bit of self-blame. Wang Meng. Your paycheck will wait until next time. And, don't call over, I'm busy. Said, snapped, and hung up the phone again. It's so bullying. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yo, what's gotten into our little Tianjin? Chapter 97 Pan Seeds Brainstorming. At this time, the second floor of a box. Wu Erbai was drinking tea, and had just seen Wu Xie passing by the door of his own box. Panseed, what do you think little Slant just called me for? Panseed smiled nervously, second master, I don't know, maybe it's because of the ghost seal thing. In the beginning, when Wu Sanqing told Panseed to bring the ghost seal to the Crescent Moon Hotel, Panseed was shocked. They obviously didn't find the ghost seal in the 7-star Luoang Palace, so where did this ghost seal come from? However, adhering to the principle of less said, less wrong, Panseed chose to shut up and just did as he was told without asking more questions. After fixing this matter, Wusan Province asked Panseed to follow Wu Erbai to participate in the auction. By this time, Panseed was completely confused and had no idea what the hell Wusan Province was up to. Although he understood the importance of obeying orders, he knew nothing about Wusan Province's intentions. More importantly, Panseed wasn't really willing to spend time with Wu Orbai, because the aura on Wu Orbai was even stronger than Wu Sancho's, and it was uncomfortable to be pressed. Most importantly, being with Wu Orbai was nothing but drinking tea, and how could drinking tea fill one's stomach? This time was no exception. Wu Orbai didn't even order a bit of food. Panseed had originally planned to order his own food, but when he saw the prices on the menu, he suddenly felt that the tea Wu Orbai ordered seemed to fill his stomach as well. On this menu, 4 digits was the starting point. There were just no 3-digit or 2-digit things. Even an ordinary fruit plate cost 1,888. Alas, if Wu Xiaobai should be robbed to guard the gate, would you be willing to accompany Wu Xiaobai? Wu Orbai looked at Panseed. Panseed nodded, willing. My life is the third master to save, thanks to the second and third master trust. As long as there is a command, I will do it. Wu Orbai laughed. Do you know how long it will take to go? No matter how long it takes. Panseed replied. Wu Orbai nodded. Lao San did not trust you wrong. In fact, I do not know how the Zhang family will choose. Now the ghost seal is 4 people bidding, but none of them are the Zhang family. The Zhang family, or rather Zhang Qiling's attitude, Wu Orbai did not feel clear. When he came to the Crescent Moon Hotel, Wu Orbai had already inquired about which box Zhang Xingye was in, but until now, no one had called for the price of that box. Did this mean that the Zhang family was unwilling to take back the ghost seal? By letting the Wu family continue to keep the ghost seal, they are letting the Wu family continue to fulfill their promise? Second master, should we auction the ghost seal back then? Panseed inquired. Wu Orbai slowly nodded his head and said with a grave expression, that is natural. If the Zhang family did not take it away, this thing should never fall into other people's hands. I am now beginning to doubt that the oldest 3 will be little slant cultivated like this. In the end, is it right or wrong? The Wu family should not put all of their hopes on the little slant one person. He can't carry such a heavy responsibility. Second master, then why didn't you let young third master take over the Wu family's affairs earlier and start practicing? Panseed asked with a puzzled expression. Since he wanted Wu Xie to inherit the Wu family, why not start training him at a young age? Even if he wasn't cultivated at a young age, then why not start cultivating him now as well? It shouldn't be too late to mend the fold. Wu Orbai gently lifted his teacup and took a sip of tea before putting it down, because, if it couldn't be solved, it was hard to predict whether there would still be a Wu family in the future, and letting Little Slash learn how to manage the Wu family now would undoubtedly distract him from it, so it was better to let Little Slash focus on controlling his own destiny in the chess game first. In his heart, why would Wu Orbai not want to train Wu Xiexia at an early date? However, the reality of the situation forced him to act cautiously and wait until the time was right. Alas, he had to wait until the time was right. Wu Orbai had found a few of its people in the Wu family, so it was obvious to what extent it had already infiltrated the 9 sect. It is not that Wu Orbai does not want to cultivate Wu Xieji now, but he cannot. Panseed scratched his head. What kind of nonsense are you guys talking about? Always like to play dumb riddles. It's so complicated, I can't understand Panseed. Besides, you can't put all the pressure on Wu Xie alone, so you guys go ahead and give birth. Just don't let Wu Xie become the only child of the Wu family. You guys give birth to a few more for the Wu family, and then one person will be responsible for one industry, so won't it be much easier? Isn't this a very simple solution? If I can think of such a simple thing, can you not think of it? You all know that Wu Xie is the only sapling of the Wu family, then do not hurry to have more children, so that the Wu family thrives, but every day here to calculate this and plan that. The main thing is not to do, here to do some messy calculating things. Panseed cannot help but spit in his heart. Oh yeah, I also have to complain about Wu Sansheng. He has time to go grave robbing every day, but no time to continue the Wu family's bloodline? Could it be that Wu Sansheng was injured somewhere in one of the fighting operations and couldn't be humanized, thus leaving the Wu family as the only sapling of the Wu family? No, if Wu Sansheng can't be humanized, then there is still Wu Orbai. I can't believe that Wu Orbai is innately incapable of humanity. No wonder the Wu family has only one sapling. I see. Am I discovering a big secret? Then it seems that I have to be more dedicated to protect the little 3 masters. Absolutely cannot let the Wu family, this only seedling, have any failure, otherwise the Wu family will really be extinct. By the way, I have to hurry up to introduce the youngest master to someone, so that he can get married and have children earlier, so as to continue the Wu family's flame. And I don't think it's a good idea for Master Junior to get too close to Zhang Xingye's group. Especially that Zhang Xingye, this guy was eyeballing Zhang Qiling when he was at the 7-star Luoang Palace, and it's obvious that they don't have a normal relationship. These 2 people are likely to be sexually abnormal. What if they let the youngest 3 masters follow them and learn from them? What if their sexual orientation becomes abnormal in the future as well? The Wu family cannot be in the generation of the youngest 3 masters to cut off the children and grandchildren. Panseeds absolutely cannot stand by and watch this kind of thing happen. Thinking of this, Panseeds made up his mind, must be as soon as possible to introduce a good girl to the young third master, so that he can start a family as soon as possible. The first step to getting Wu Xie married was to first keep Wu Xie away from Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling. By the way, Fatty Wang, that single dog, must also be kept away from, otherwise what if Wu Xie also thinks about being single? At this moment, if Wusan Province and Wu Orbai knew about Pan Seed's wild thoughts, they would definitely give Pan Seed a few big chestnuts. If Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling knew that Pan Seed was slandering himself, Zhang Xingye would have to give Pan Seed a shuttle, and Zhang Qiling would probably give Pan Seed a rocket. Damn it, slandering me even if it's not enough, but also slandering my Zhang family's descendants, it's tolerable, what can't be tolerated? Chapter 98, The Increasingly Humane Zhang Qiling. At this time, Zhang Xingye was in the box. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling watched as the ghost seal was being bid on, but each increase was in units of 100,000, and it was increased according to the minimum standard. Obviously, these bidders did not truly desire to obtain this item and were only participating in the bidding with the mindset of buying it back for fun. For the people of the upper class, this amount of money is insignificant. After all, to be able to enter the Crescent Moon Hotel people, none of them is not a family with a lot of money. The Crescent Moon Hotel appeared to be a hotel, but in reality, it was one of the largest auction houses in the imperial capital. Here, the rich and powerful gathered, and wealthy people were as common as a family meal. 10 million people abound, billionaires are countless, 10 million is not as good as a dog, over a billion everywhere. Small official, the Wu family put out the ghost seal auction this matter, you do not intend to return a gift? Zhang Xingye suddenly turned his head and asked Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye's words broke the silence and caused Zhang Qiling to think deeply. Zhang Qiling felt that this suggestion from my Zhang family descendant was very reasonable and put down his chopsticks. It makes sense. As the saying goes, a gift is a gift. Thus, Zhang Qiling did not hesitate to take out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Qianjun Wanma's phone number. At this time, Zhang Qianjun Wanyama was hemming and hawing with the object. As soon as Zhang Qiling's side of the phone was connected, an eerie sound came from the phone, all still gasping for air. This hurt Zhang Xingye's old face red. As an old driver, Zhang Xingye of course knows what the other end of the phone is doing. See Zhang Qiling, this phone call is not the time off. Xiao Guan, don't open the speakerphone, listen to the slave's ears are still very sensitive. Zhang Xingye reminded. Zhang Qiling ears are also a little red. What is Zhang Qianjun Wanma doing? Now this is a clear day, clear sky ah. Daylight proclaiming obscenity? That's too much. Zhang Qiling hurriedly turned off the speakerphone. Clan chief, you called, what is the matter? Zhang Qianjun Wangma's voice is quite a bit grumpy. Family, who knows ah, I was concentrating on hard plowing, the clan chief suddenly a phone call over, scared me Jira shake. Directly to me scared impotent. 9 gates, Wu family, give some color. Zhang Qiling commanded in a serious manner. Zhang Qiling's eyes revealed a seriousness and firmness, as if he was giving an important task. Wu family? Patriarch, why did the Wu family mess with you? Zhang Qianjun Wanyima asked suspiciously. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima's brows were slightly wrinkled, his heart was filled with puzzlement. As a member of the Zhang family and responsible for the Zhang family and Zhang Qiling's docking, Zhang Qianjun Wanyima knew that the patriarch seldom laid a hand on the 9 sect, so why was he targeting the Wu family this time? Zhang Qiling heard Zhang Qianjun Wanyima's words, his face showed a trace of helplessness. This question he did not want to answer, because this is not the point, you talk a lot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianjun Wanyama realized that he had asked too much. He quickly apologized and said that he would immediately carry out the patriarch's order. However, as to how to give the Wu family a bit of color, Zhang Qianjun Wanyima still needed more instructions. After all, the patriarch's mind must not be speculated haphazardly, so don't make a mess of things when the time comes. Does Zhang Qiling really want to kill the Wu family, or is it just a joke to give them a small lesson? Zhang Qianjun Wanma carefully asked. Patriarch, then you mean how to give a little color? Kidnap their people and extort ransom? Or crack down on their industry and make them lose money? Zhang Qiling couldn't help but feel a pang of speechlessness in his heart when he heard Zhang Qianjun Wangma's proposal. All these tactics were too vulgar and not the least bit innovative. Go and open a dog meat restaurant near the Wu family and specialize in catching their Wu family's dogs. Zhang Qiling thought of a way. Zhang Qianjun was stunned. This is a bit too inappropriate for the patriarch. Everyone knows that the Wu family raises the most dogs, and the Wu family's watchdog is also a dog. Capturing the Wu family's dogs and eating them, this is a bit too unethical, isn't it? Zhang Qiling is hitting people with 7 inches. Little officer, the dog is so cute, how can you eat a dog? Zhang Xingye said to Zhang Qiling. It's too cruel for a dog, isn't it? Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye, then nodded. Alright, since my Zhang family descendant has spoken, then this patriarch will give face to it. Instead of opening a dog meat restaurant, go and catch their Wu family's dogs back to the northeast to watch the door. Zhang Qiling changed his words. Capture your Wu family's dogs to watch the door for our Zhang family. HM. Zhang Qianjun Wanma's heart tightened when he heard another man's voice appear on the other end of the phone. This man was actually able to change the patriarch's mind. Zhang Qianjun Wanyama couldn't help but start guessing who this person actually was. And just then, Zhang Heike's earlier words surfaced in his own mind. Could it be that the person who had just spoken was the demon princess that Zhang Heike had spoken of? Zhang Qianjun Wanyama was shocked in his heart. If that was really the case, then just how much charisma did he have to make the patriarch obey him? Thinking of this, Zhang Qianjun Wanyama couldn't help but feel a chill come over him. If the demon concubine is not removed, the Zhang clan will not prosper. However, since Zhang Qiling had already made his decision, he could only obey. Yes, matriarch. I will immediately send Zhang Nianko and Zhang Xiao to Hangzhou to steal their Wu family's dog, and do a good job of destroying the cameras and a series of other measures to ensure that we won't be found out to have done it. Things should be done, but again, we can't let the Wu family find out that it's the Zhangs who did it. Right, go and douse their Wu family's fortune trees with hot water. Yes, chief. Also, poke a hole in the tail of the Wu family's braves. Yes, chief. Steal the gold dollar in the arms of the Wu family's god of fortune statue, and put it back by folding it into a dollar bill with plutonium. Yes, matriarch. Lastly, if the Wu family finds out who did it, without any other investigation, they'll trouble the Crescent Moon Hotel first. Zhang Qiling's words were clearly meant for listening none. If the Crescent Moon restaurant dares to inform on the Wu family, then the Zhang family's retaliation will come, letting the Crescent Moon restaurant weigh itself. Yes, matriarch. Zhang Qianjun Wanma continued to respond. Zhang Qiling gave a hum and hung up the phone. Xiaoguan, you have really changed a lot, you are becoming more and more human, humanity overpowers divinity, the gods have fallen to earth, huh? Listening to Zhang Qiling's sentence-by-sentence commands, Zhang Xingye really felt that Zhang Qiling had changed exceptionally. You are stained with a very good-smelling earthly fireworks, and I, therefore, like the earth. Zhang Qiling put down his cell phone and replied. Zhang Xingye coughed lightly. Xiaoguan, don't you think I am very savage, often swearing and cursing, ha? No matter, I don't care about your savagery and minutiae, my patience and favoritism are all for you. After all, you are my Zhang family descendants, as the patriarch should tolerate you. Chapter 99 Zhang Hake plan again. At the same time the Zhang family. Zhang Qianjun immediately jumped up from his bed, put on his clothes in a messy manner, and then hurriedly rushed to the office, ready to start working and arranging the things explained by Zhang Qiling. On the way, he met the limping Zhang Hake. Hey, where are you going? In such a hurry, you haven't even fastened your pants. Zhang Hake couldn't help but call out to Zhang Qianjun Wangma when he saw him in such a hurry. Zhang Qianjun Wanyama looked at Zhang Hake with some surprise. Uncle Hake, has the swelling of your leg gone down? I can't believe that you don't need a wheelchair anymore. Could it be that a comminuted fracture recovers so quickly? Last time, Zhang Hake was beaten up badly. The Zhang family members had performed a real split and broken bone remodeling on Zhang Hake, directly shattering his limbs into comminuted fractures. Even his face was swollen. Zhang Hake, who possessed the Qilin bloodline, had been lying in the hospital for 3 days, and after being discharged from the hospital, he even sat in a wheelchair for a period of time, hiding in his room all the time and not daring to go out. Only now, when his legs and feet had improved a little and the swelling on his face had subsided a little, did he have the courage to walk out of the room. From this, it could be seen how viciously the Zhang family had struck. The recovery power of the Qilin bloodline, that was recognized as strong, but Zhang Hake had recovered for so many days. Can you not mention which pot is which? Zhang Hake was speechless. It was only now that most of the Zhang family had gone to look for a daughter-in-law that he dared to come out and hang around, otherwise he would have to take a beating if he appeared in the public eye. Zhang 100,000 armies lightly grunted, you deserve it. Originally, we all lie down well, do not get married and do not have children, adhering to the principle of children and grandchildren, no children and grandchildren. I enjoy the blessings of the principle of lying down, but you somehow let the patriarch set up the rules of the clan, you do not take a beating, who takes a beating, that is to say, hey uncle, you are going to go where? Alas, this has nothing to do with me, it's obviously the demon princess who is slandering me. I'm going to find chicken to eat, so many days did not eat chicken, I can be too difficult, although I cannot eat chicken, but I smell good say what are you going? Zhang Hake could not cry. This period of time to recuperate, although it is not no food. Pigs, ducks, fish, geese and so on, but no chicken. No chicken but. Zhang Hake was so hungry. Go help the patriarch. The patriarch said. Zhang 100,000 army blah 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 told Zhang Hake what Zhang Qiling told him to do. After listening, Zhang Hake's walking stick poked the ground. Demon concubine. This is the demon concubine. Even if she pesters the matriarch, she dares to interfere with the matriarch's decisions. The matriarch has always been a man of his word. How dare he? This demon princess. I'll have to do the right thing for heaven. Zhang Hai was so polite that his face turned red and the veins on his hands bulged. Truly outrageous. Zhang 100,000 troops nodded approvingly. Uncle Hake, if the demon consort is not eliminated, the Zhang family will not prosper. In case he abducts the matriarch and warms up in the hibiscus tent, and from then on the matriarch doesn't care about the matter, then what can be done? Yes, but he is also my Zhang family unicorn, cannot kill him. Our Zhang family unicorn is now originally less, have to think of ways to make him leave the patriarch. Zhang Hake was currently pondering how to get Zhang Xingye to separate from Zhang Qiling. Zhang 100,000 armies shook his head, the patriarch was at his mercy, so I guess there was no way to separate the two of them. Who said that? Didn't the matriarch say that Zhang family members who don't have a date can't eat chicken? Zhang Xingye, he doesn't have one either. As a member of the Zhang family, he has to abide by the clan rules too. For the sake of the younger generation of the Zhang family, I'll introduce a daughter-in-law to Zhang Xingye, then give him a few $100 million, and then promote Zhang Xingye to the Zhang family management. In this way, wealth, power, and color are all given. I don't believe that he can refuse and instead stay with that stuffy person of the patriarch. What do you think? Zhang Hake inquired. Zhang 100,000 Army was shocked. Uncle Hake, you are really a big smart-ass. Is there any girl in our Zhang family who hasn't married out? The kind that is excellent in every way. After all, what if that demon princess has a high eye? Zhang Hake asked again. The Zhang 100,000 Army nodded. There is, Zhang Yuzai Amaru. Our Zhang family's top beauty now, one of the matriarch's wife alternatives. The Zhang family has also been worried about Zhang Qiling's marriage, and has also found several objects for Zhang Qiling, waiting for the day when Zhang Qiling returns to the northeast, and then introduce him. All wanted is okay, the patriarch a little privilege how? Okay, I believe in your vision, you go to call her, let her clean up, this afternoon with me to the imperial capital. As a member of the Zhang family, you should have the spirit of dedication to the Zhang family. This time, I will make sure that demon princess leaves the clan head. Zhang Hake gritted his teeth. It's too much to dominate the matriarch. Good, I will go and make arrangements now. Zhang 100,000 Armies nodded and then went to do it yet. Zhang Hake's gaze looked out in the direction of the imperial capital. Demon concubine, you wait, I said I will definitely come back, this is the rule set by the matriarch is always bad to refute it, I will definitely be able to separate you from the matriarch. Zhang Xingye, who was watching the auction at this time, sneezed several times in a row. Achoo, 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 what's going on, how do I feel my nose is so itchy? Zhang Xingye rubbed his nose. Zhang Qiling took off his suit jacket and draped it over Zhang Xingye. Perhaps the air conditioner was turned on cold, you have to pay attention to keep warm, don't catch a cold. Zhang Xingye smiled cheekily, Shaoguan, I'm not cold, you'd better put it on, you have to take care of your health, I still hope you live a long life. Zhang Xingye returned the jacket to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling refused, it's much warmer here than Changbai Mountain, you put it on. Little officer, you have been bullied so many times, your body has suffered a great loss, it is better not to suffer from the cold, don't you want to live a long life, and then keep accompanying me to have a quick and happy time? Put your jacket on. Zhang Xingye stood up and put his jacket on Zhang Qiling, not allowing Zhang Qiling to refuse. Before I met you, I took things as they came, after I met you, I took you as my peace of mind, I had wasted my time, even reckless to the point of looking death in the eye, until I met you, then I longed for a long life. Zhang Qiling obediently put his suit jacket back on. With the Zhang family descendants, how can I not long for a long life? I want to live well and accompany the Zhang family descendants for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years or even more. Take the descendants of the Zhang family to watch the sun rise and set together. Together to see the most exotic peaks, climb the lonely snowy mountains, enjoy the sea of clear light and full moon, understand the most tattered bookmarks and the most thin handwriting and the bridge that makes the world envy. It is good to have a young official who listens to advice. Zhang Hake, the matriarch listens to advice? Why didn't I know that? How many things have we advised the patriarch on, and has he listened? Chapter 100, Bidding for the Snake Eyebrows Copper Fish. Fat Master, I just went to the toilet, you two are in love again? At this time, Fatty's voice came. In one fell swoop, he destroyed the atmosphere that was full of pink bubbles. The smile on Zhang Qiling's face directly disappeared, and he wanted someone to fork out Fatty Wang, the guy who was destroying the atmosphere. Yes, little starlet, why don't you and little brother simply get married in situ? Wu Xie's voice also came from behind Fatty Wang, without the hurt feelings and anger that he had just felt. I don't know how Fatty Wang had just enlightened Wu Xie. It let Wu Xie walk out so quickly. The two of you have been gone for so long, I thought that the two of you had fallen into the thatched pit, and was about to call someone to fish you out. Zhang Xingye skimmed his lips and said. Fatty Wang and Wu Xie walked over. Xingdi, Fat Master, I no longer good, but also not to fall into the pit. Fatty Wang pulled out a chair and sat down. If you are really that good, you wouldn't have pissed on Wu Xie's hand. Zhang Qiling came so coldly. This sentence let Wang Fat almost did not sit steady fall, he stared wide-eyed at Zhang Qiling, face showed embarrassed and shameful expression, little brother. How can you say that? Master Fatty, I also want to save face. Wu Xie also looked at Zhang Qiling with some surprise, but soon laughed and laughed and laughed, oh. Finally, someone has spoken up for me. Woo. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, looked at Fatty Wang with a bad smile on his face and teased, Fatty, do you have a face? Fatty Wang glared at the two of them with a puff of air and said helplessly, little brother, Xingdi, can't you give me some face? At least this is outside. Zhang Qiling, however, remained expressionless and replied indifferently, I am telling the truth. Slot. Fatty Wang doesn't talk to Zhang Qiling anymore, this guy doesn't dare to dislike him, and he can't win. Because Zhang Qiling could not only curse with his mouth, he would also curse with his face. The next lot was the snake eyebrow copper fish, which was Listening slaves started to introduce the lots to the crowd again. The ghost seal eventually returned to the Wu family for $2 million. And Zhang Xingye and the others also looked towards the lot after hearing this. Snake-browed copper fish. Wasn't there one in the box we came out of the 7-star Ru Wang Palace? Why is there another one here? Fatty Wang was shocked. Wu said, "You certainly did not listen well." Xiao Xingzi said that there are 3 snake eyebrows copper fish. Then should we get our hands on this snake-browed copper fish? Fatty Wang looked at Zhang Xingye and asked. Wu Xie also looked at Zhang Xingye, because this thing can afford Zhang Xingye. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Xingye laughed. Fatty Wang nudged his mouth. You see that snake eyebrow copper fish, the starting bidding price of 20 million, is to sell the fat master me, also not qualified to call the price off. Wu Xie agreed and nodded. I don't even say, I just did not go back to Hangzhou this time, otherwise, this money will certainly be my third uncle to pit away again. $30 million. $35 million. $50 million. $55 million. $60 million. A few people talking, the following offer one after another. Just a few breaths, the price has flipped off. Fatty Wang listened to the offer. Good guy, this is to run over 100 million Xingdi. To crack the secrets in the snake eyebrow copper fish, we have to get the snake eyebrow copper fish off. Zhang Xingye looked towards Zhang Qiling, seemingly asking for Zhang Qiling's opinion. I'm here, feel free to make an offer, I'll cover the bottom. Zhang Qiling knew that Zhang Xingye wanted to study the snake eyebrows copper fish, so of course he had to fulfill it. The gods do not love all beings, but only love one person, and that person is the gods of all beings. The Zhang family earns money and the patriarch spends it, and the patriarch earns money and the juniors spend it. Zhang Qiling has money, although there are still a lot of places that do not think of where the money is hidden, but Zhang Qiling, although it is possible to call Zhang Qianjin Wangma and ask him to play money. Zhang Xingye he a little, direct offer, 100 million. Zhang Xingyi has money, will not spend Zhang Qiling money, even if the money is not enough, they will rob, anyway, and Zhang Qiling together, robbing the Crescent Moon Hotel. This thing is not impossible to do. After the price rushed up to 80 million, not many people called, and also do not dare to add a few million. Zhang Xingyi this offer, many people are shocked. So fast over 100 million 100 million, the offer is valid, 100 million for the first time. Listening to the slave looked at the crowd, in looking at whether there was anyone else to offer. The news of Zhang Xingye's side bidding for the snake-brow copperfish was also reported to Zhang Rishang. Yin Nanfeng came to Zhang Rishan, as you expected, they competed for the snake eyebrow copperfish. If they learned that the snake eyebrow copperfish was brought to auction with your involvement behind it, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up again? Am I the kind of person who is afraid of things? When have I ever acted in such a fearful and timid manner? Zhang Rishan said lightly as he ate an apple. I'm not afraid of anything, I'm not afraid of anything, I'm not afraid of anything. Is not afraid, but where you last go to little, to him kowtow and beg for forgiveness, shouting grandpa called dad, you will not be beaten in blood, and now the face of the 2/8 have not been washed off it. Yin Nanfeng said breathlessly. Zhang Rishan, who was eating an apple, almost choked to death on Yin Nanfeng's words. Originally, Zhang Rishan was wearing a human skin mask and was almost fooling himself, but he didn't expect that this sad memory would be brought up again by Yin Nanfeng. That was me giving in to them. Zhang Rishan found a reason for himself. How could Zhang Rishan admit that he couldn't beat Zhang Xingye, that guy who didn't know martial arts? Wouldn't this be a laughingstock if it was spread out? Therefore, he had to hold out even if he was a dead duck. Yin Nanfeng picked up an apple on the side and slapped it on the table, instantly splitting this apple into pieces. Yin Nanfeng viciously stared at Zhang Rishang and said, Old undead, I'm telling you, if you get beaten up again this time and cause another thing to be smashed in my Crescent Moon Hotel and you don't pay for it, I'll throw you out of the Crescent Moon Hotel. I can really do it. And this time, they were fighting in the box, smashing some things in my Crescent Moon Hotel. It's a good thing that the Xie family came to pay for it, or else I'll definitely have to put you on the list of scoundrels who work as security guards but don't care about anything. After saying that, Yin Nanfeng turned around and left. He knew very well in his heart, this Zhang Rishang is a scoundrel, the last smash things have not been compensated until now. Scoundrel! Zhang Rishan watched Yin Nanfeng leave, and then looked at the apple that had been torn apart by the slap, and felt pity. This is a good apple. Smashing something is nothing, the matriarch is there, how dare I manage besides, smash something is better than smash me, and I also want to manage but I do not even need to think, smash this thing is definitely my Zhang family matriarch, that Zhang does not have that martial arts, how can I manage this? I can't beat the patriarch. Chapter 101 What's wrong with having no morals? The auction site where Zhang Xingye was. The snake-browed copper fish had soared to $135 million. Zhang Xingye shouted the price 3 times, but there were still increases upwards. Zhang Xingye simply stopped adding. 135 million, 3 times, sold. Accompanied by the sound of hearing news hammer, the snake eyebrows copperfish was finally auctioned off for $135 million. As for whose hands this snake-browed copperfish actually fell into, it was still unknown. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye with a puzzled expression. Why don't you continue bidding anymore? Did you forget that I said I would give you a bottom? Are you worried that I don't have enough money? Xiao Guan, more than 100 million, how many white-cut chickens can we buy and eat? Even if we go to the Crescent Moon restaurant to eat, we can buy mountains of white-cut chicken. Zhang Xingye broke his fingers and calculated. Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement, but he was still a bit puzzled. But didn't you say that you wanted to study the snake-browed copper fish before? How come you suddenly gave up? Zhang Xingye clenched his fists, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and said with a smirk, when we get out of the Crescent Moon Hotel, we'll just snatch it back. Just after saying that, the listening slave below who was in charge of the auction looked towards where Zhang Xingye was, but quickly withdrew his gaze. Anyway, what Zhang Xingye said was that he would grab it after leaving the Crescent Moon Hotel. The Crescent Moon Hotel has always been leaving the store is not responsible for, as long as not in the Crescent Moon Hotel to rob on the line. Out of the Crescent Hotel, no matter how you rob. Rob? Star brother, really you are still so as always lack of morality. Fatty Wang saw Zhang Xingyi stop bidding, no Zhang Xingyi hold bat it. The deposit for the jade figurine had been paid to Zhang Xingye, who was fully capable of competing for the snake eyebrow bronze fish. Not to mention that Zhang Qiling had also given Zhang Xingye a backing. It was impossible for Zhang Xingye not to compete, he was just thinking of a different way to do it. This is not called lack of virtue, this is called being thrifty and frugal. Save more money, you can raise a lot more chickens, and you can study more kinds of chicken eating methods with Xiaoguan. Zhang Xingye picked up his teacup and smiled. Wu Oblique shook his head somewhat helplessly and sighed. I really don't know which unlucky person will run into you who has no moral values. Wu Oblique, his eyes revealed a trace of regret and pity. More than 100 million that guy has to hit the water. Wu Xie did not worry about Zhang Xingye not being able to snatch the snake eyebrow copper fish, and Zhang Qiling next to him was not a dry person. When Zhang Xingye heard Wu Xie's words, he did not slow down the teacup that he picked up, gently sipped, and then slowly put down the teacup and smiled slightly. What's wrong with having no morals? This way I won't be bound by the so-called morality, nor will I be kidnapped by morality, and live a relaxed life, isn't it? His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was stating a point that was taken for granted. When Wu Xie heard Zhang Xingye's words, he was momentarily speechless and did not know how to respond. Aren't you worried about turning back to the road and getting your reputation ruined? How about good reputation? How about bad publicity? I do things, why care about other people's evaluation? Zhang Xingye said casually. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. I also, after death, regardless of the flood behind. Zhang Qiling recognized Zhang Xingye's words. Zhang Xingye lazily stretched his waist. Wu Xiejia, people live a life, why should they be burdened by the so-called clear name? Whether it is fame for the ages or a legacy, that is something that will happen after one's death. Is it possible that you will have to arch out of your grave a few hundred years after your death to listen to the evaluation of future generations? Xingyi's words make sense. Fat master, I will only look at the benefits, not to talk about face. Fatty Wang also supported Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye stood up, lying on the railing, looking at the auction below. Zhang Xingye life act, I think it is right, I think it is wrong. I do not care about other people's views, more disdain to listen to other people's evaluation. Heartless, living is not tired, people in this life, everything is empty, care about so much for what, living is not tired? Zhang Xingye released a smile, waiting for the finale auction. But it is a big dream, but it is a lone shadow to shine the amazing. But it is a dream of a white horse, and in the dream there is some meaning. There is a saying that everything is empty, there is a saying that the sea of bitterness is the most infinite. There is a way that life must be happy, rare is the most heart from the heart. Zhang Xingyi also hummed a song spontaneously. The next lots are just some mundane things. At this time, the Zhang family. Zhang Hake searched the kitchen and froze without finding a chicken. So he could only go to find Zhang Qianjin Wangma. Where are the chickens? Not a single chicken in sight? Can't it be that everyone in the Zhang family has found someone? Zhang Hake asked. Zhang 100,000 armies shook his head. No, there are some still looking, but I found someone. Then those who have not found a partner also do not eat chicken. Zhang Hake asked. Do not eat but drink chicken soup The patriarch said not to eat chicken, but did not say not to drink chicken soup The patriarch has Zhang Liang plan, we have a wall ladder well. Zhang 100,000 army while gnawing on chicken legs, while working. Zhang Hake's mouth straight twitching. Good guy, this is really good guy. Aren't you guys stuck in a bug? But this is only a temporary plan, still have to find a partner as soon as possible. After all, drinking chicken soup is not as addictive as eating chicken. Do this mainly to free up time to choose a better partner. If it is those who cannot leave the chicken for a day, then that day will be alive to get married. You are not aware of it Our Zhang family from the ancient times have not been so fast in large marriage group. Basically look at the eye, to get by, and also not picking out. I'm afraid that if I'm slow, I won't be able to make it. Zhang 100,000 army slowly said. Although it is feasible to get stuck in the bugs, you can't spend your whole life not eating chicken and drinking chicken soup. It would take hundreds of years to drink it. Then where are the chickens? Why haven't I found any? Zhang Hake asked. Zhang 100,000 army shrugged his shoulders. Where there are chickens, have been eaten. Now go to buy has not come back. You do not see the chicken farm site is shoveling chicken, this time to raise a one-time 100,000 chickens, to be a little big goods, has not come back. You want to eat chicken, can only go to the neighborhood to buy a taste of the right. You seem to have no object, in accordance with the rules of the clan. You cannot eat chicken. I'll go buy chicken soup. It's okay for me to drink chicken soup. Zhang Hake turned around and went to buy a chicken. Zhang 100,000 army suddenly thought of something, stood up and shouted at Zhang Hake's back, Uncle Hake, if you stew soup, give me the chicken to eat out, don't waste it, I eat the chicken, you drink the soup. In the Zhang family, no chicken can walk out alive. Zhang Hake nearly stumbled when he heard the words of Zhang 100,000 armies. Damn, why do those words sound so unpleasant? When I drink a bowl of chicken soup, catch tonight's plane to fly directly to the imperial capital, I don't believe it, I can't break the patriarch's orientation back. Chapter 102 Crescent Moon Hotel reproduces the point of heavenly lanterns. With the successful auction of one lot after another, the atmosphere of the scene became more and more enthusiastic, and just at this moment, the last lot was finally carried onto the stage. Guests, the next thing to be shown to you is the grand finale lot of our auction. This is a mysterious and ancient jade figurine. Legend has it that it has the magical power to bring the dead back to life. It is said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang had sent people around to look for this treasure, and after much verification, this matter is true. Now let us jointly unveil the mystery of this treasure. The starting price of this lot is 1 billion, each increase shall not be less than 100 million, please bid enthusiastically. Listening to the slave slightly excited to the stage crowd introduce this lot, her voice is full of excitement and anticipation, as if this jade figurine is the focus of the whole world. As listening slave's words fell, the entire audience was suddenly plunged into silence. A burst of shocked voices came from the audience, all of them stared wide-eyed, staring tightly at the jade figurine on the stage that seemed to emit a mysterious light. The jade figurine could make people live forever, and even bring the dead back to life. Longevity, this is the ultimate dream of mankind. And this $1 billion starting bid was undoubtedly a huge test of the crowd's financial strength and determination. However, in the face of such a legendary treasure, who can easily give up? Money can be earned again when it's gone, but when longevity is gone, it's really gone. Lighting the lamp. At this moment, 2 words came from within the 3-8 boxes. Immediately afterward, someone sat on the left chair outside that box. The person in the box certainly couldn't have come out in person. Hearing those 2 words, the entire room sucked in a breath of cool air. No one had bid yet, and they started lighting the lights? This is a starting bid of $1 billion. You opened your mouth to light the lamp? How much money have you mobilized? Of course, even if someone lights the lamp, but no one dares to shout the price. Because people light the lamp, not necessarily buy. Once the person who lights the lamp can't afford to buy the bill, then it has to be bought by the person who made the last bid. And the person who lit the lamp, nothing more than a broken arm and leg. This point of the sky lantern die, everyone is also afraid that people in the end cannot afford to buy. So even if the shouting price, but also to control within their own ability. Besides, not how much you want to shout, how much you can shout. If you shout at 10 billion, your own movable and immovable property does not have this number, your shouting is invalid. Invalid shouting will also be punished. Brother, you have just started to light the lamp, it is too hasty, you are not afraid of our long family, by you this a defeat lamp burned all? 3-8 of the box, a woman said. The man on the side said, I just want to light the lamp at the beginning, to suppress certain guys who want to fight. Grandpa has said, at all costs, to bring back the jade figurine. The temptation of the word longevity is still too great. With a palace lamp hung up, the whole audience applauded. I didn't expect to see the spectacle of someone lighting a lamp in my lifetime. Yes, rumor has it that back in the day, Master Zhang de Buddha lit 3 heavenly lanterns in a row, and since then, no one has ever lit a lantern again. The starting price of this thing is $1 billion, but there are still people who dare to light the lamp. I do not know whether it is really strong or clown's. In my lifetime, I've seen people lighting lanterns at the Crescent Moon Hotel. I have no regrets in this life, no regrets, ha ha ha. Yeah, but you guys are saying that if we go excavate the tomb of Qin Shi Huang now and put this jade figurine on Qin Shi Huang, will Qin Shi Huang come back to life in the future? It makes sense. What if the first emperor comes back to life? Wouldn't it unify the world? Don't be silly. They spent a lot of money on this, how could they put it on Qin Shi Huang? Besides, who would dare to dig up the tomb of the first emperor? The people were talking to each other. Upstairs, Zhang Xingyi also heard some of the discussion, laughed and said, if it is really for my charming old ancestor to wear, language unification is basic. Back then, if he had a globe, it is estimated that under the sky, no one is king's land, rate of land, no one is king's subjects. That sentence is likely to be realized. Fatty Wang laughed and said, but unfortunately, the sky is jealous of talent. The first emperor did not get long life. In fact, even if not long life, the sky, and then fake the first emperor 20 years as a king, history will be different again. It's not impossible for the first emperor to get dressed. Zhang Xingyan narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered. In a few decades, he would get this jade figurine back again, then sneak into Qin Shi Huangdi's mausoleum, beat up the emperor's imperial coffin, and dress Qin Shi Huangdi in the jade figurine. Then ha 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 ha. One day in the future, when Qin Shi Huang is resurrected and sees so many languages, so many kinds of writing, and so many countries under the sky, he will surely fall into deep self-blame. First Emperor, it's all my fault. It's my fault that I didn't have the world united. I'm guilty of not having 10,000 parties, and 10,000 parties are guilty of being 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 in my own body. Later generations, charming old ancestor. This is not your fault. Blame Sufu that waste stuff. You just want a longevity medicine he cannot find, but also made the Japanese so a scourge. He couldn't even find it, and then he created the Japanese scourge. Star brother, this thing you ought to get rich. Knew that this thing is so valuable. Fat master, I said nothing to him back out. Wang Fatty said more and more regret. At first, even if it is a back, he also put the jade figurine back on the back. This thing is not also have their own share of it. Fatty, what's the use of memorizing it? You can't bring it back to the imperial capital. Maybe you take it out, it will be taken away by the top. Wu Xieji laughed. This can only be blamed on their own, not Zhang Xingyi that mustard seed space skills. Fatty Wang let out a long sigh. Xingdi, you sold so much money, what are you going to use it for? Is it a gold basin to wash hands? Wash my ass off. Money this thing does not spend. I expand the area of a chicken farm, change a bigger house or something, may be gone. Zhang Xingye spat. But speaking of which, after the end of the Shisha seabed, it should be time to go to the Qinling. Exploring the Qinling divine tree. Thinking of this, Zhang Xingye looked at Wu Xia, as if this matter had started since him. Expanding the chicken farm and researching the 100,000 ways of eating chickens in the future would also require money. Zhang Qiling also thinks so. More tomb raiding. Now it is gold basin, which is good. Earn so little money. Enough to do what? The cost of research on the method of eating chicken also need money. Fatty Wang said with a bad smile on his face, little brother, it is so dangerous to go down to the grave. You are not afraid of each other in danger? Hearing this, Zhang Xingye also turned his head to look at Zhang Qiling, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Little officer, are you afraid of danger? Danger? I'm not afraid of it, but I'm afraid of you being in danger. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unspoken protectiveness. Zhang Haik, alas, the world is changing, the patriarch has changed, the patriarch is being scourged by the demonic consort. For the sake of the Zhang family, defeating the demonic consort and rescuing the patriarch can no longer be delayed. Chapter 103, is the pursuit of immortality really meaningful? Fatty Wang's face darkened as he listened. I am so talkative, talking to both of you. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in the air. The two also continued to focus on the following jade figurine auction. Come after someone lit the heavenly lantern, the auction of the jade figurine was also pushed to the climax. 14 billion, bidding is valid. This one 15 billion, the call is valid. 2 billion? 20 billion, call valid. 20 billion for the first time. Oh, 21 billion, call valid. Light the lamp? You want to light the lamp too? The moderator quoted the price one by one, and as he did so, he heard another light. Cannot help but be shocked. Unbelievable, today is not only to appear the situation of lighting the sky lantern, but also to appear the spectacle of someone fighting the lantern? Brother, the Yi family also lit the sky lantern, want to control around 3 billion to take. It is estimated that it is impossible. I heard that the Yi family this time allocated 6 billion cash flow. Once they made up their mind, it is estimated that even the real estate can be counted. At that time, the price may be competing for tens of billions of dollars. The woman from the Long family was shocked. The man on the side waved his hand. It is impossible. Even if he smashed in all the prepared cash flow, it will make his Yi family business collapse, then shrink, be squeezed out of the 4 big families. Not to mention, there is also the possibility of once fell to the second-rate family. It is impossible for him to gamble the fate of the whole family for a thing that doesn't know when it will be able to live forever. With this second sky lantern hung up, this mysterious family that lit the sky lantern also quoted $3 billion. The other party directly spiked the price to 3 billion, pulling it up by hundreds of millions at once. In this day and age, those who were able to come up with such a large cash flow at once were definitely first-class business groups with unimaginable power behind them. Originally, the valuation of the Crescent Moon Hotel was also roughly at this price, and the Crescent Moon Hotel didn't even anticipate that there would be a lantern fight. Even light the lanterns of the people are not so sure that there will be. After all, this price point lanterns, not the average person dare to play, but did not expect not only some people light the lanterns, there are people fighting lanterns. It seems that the Crescent Moon Hotel is going to be lively again. 3 billion, the offer is valid. 3 billion for the first time. Is there anyone else to offer? The host looks to the crowd. Our 3 families make a joint bid, 35 billion. At this time, another voice came from the second floor. The whole room was in an uproar. This price increase, the momentum was a bit too fierce. Was this playing psychological warfare? Attempting to scare off others, so that people do not dare to bid? At this time, a listening slave came beside the host and whispered something. The host nodded slightly before announcing to the crowd. 3.5 billion, the bid is valid. Inside the 3-6 boxes, the black blind man listened to the offer and also shook his head. The temptation of everlasting life, was it really that great? Even if the jade figurine can live forever, it is not eternal life. Solution Yuchen laughed. Even if more than 10 years of life can shelter the family for 10 years without decline, this 10 years, as long as the transportation properly, the money can earn back, completely do not need to think about eternal life, as long as you can live forever. Eternal life, which is what is good. The prosperity will decline, the more prosperous, and then the decline of the more ruthless. This is the way of heaven. Longevity is against the fate of heaven. Black blind man sighed. Pro, everything is empty, prosperity for 100 years and 1,000 years, and how? Pro can have what? These old guys, a handful of years, have not seen open? Or rather see open, but just not willing? What do you know? What is the mandate of heaven? The mandate of heaven is nothing but the righteousness given by the heavenly Tao. So what is righteousness? What is evil? Is it up to heaven to decide? People in power, the older they get, the more reluctant they are to die, the more they lament the unfairness of fate. Why can some people live forever, while others cannot? Why is it that heaven can determine life? Why is it that fate cannot be fought against? Why is it that people cannot overcome heaven? From ancient times to the present, longevity has been something that has been studied. Huo Xianqiu smiled. If Huo Xianqiu knew the true identity of the black blind man, it is estimated that he could not laugh. When the black blind man heard this, he didn't answer, because since ancient times, people's pursuit of immortality has never stopped. Whether it is the ancient emperors and generals, or modern people who believe in science, are constantly exploring and researching how to extend life and achieve immortality. However, despite the rapid changes in science and technology, immortality is still an unattainable dream. Is it for this reason that those old guys are so reluctant and so obsessed with finding the way to immortality? The black blind man muttered to himself. It seemed to be asking himself, but also seemed to be asking Huo Xianfu. At this moment, the black blind man seemed to understand a little bit why these people were so painstakingly seeking immortality. They are unwilling to accept their fate, unwilling to recognize the finiteness of life. They want to transcend life and death, master their own destiny, and become an eternal being. So as long as there is a chance of immortality, as long as he is not zero, then he will fight at all costs. Huo Xiangu put down her teacup and said, in fact, if people can't live forever, then in modern times, perhaps there wouldn't be so many people pursuing immortality. However, Zhang Qiling's appearance used reality to tell the crowd that people could live forever. So, since there is an example of immortality there, the people naturally do not want to die, and even more sigh if fate is unfair. Why is the person who lives forever not me? If heaven does not give it, then I will take it myself. Is such a pursuit really meaningful? The value of life does not lie in the length, but in whether it is full and meaningful. The black blind man shook his head and walked out of the box. People without longevity may not be able to understand the black blind man. But the black blind man and Zhang Qiling were of the same mind, and Huo Xianfu saying these words made the black blind man realize that none of the 9 sects had given up on researching longevity by now. Outside, the price of the jade figurine has skyrocketed to 4.5 billion, and then no movement. It seemed that all were weighing whether to continue to add. At all costs, it was just a slogan, and when it came to really making that determination, it was still impossible. The host looked at the crowd, also waiting for the crowd to bid. 4.5 billion, for the first time. As the host opened his mouth, the hearts of the crowd followed. This price, was there still room to float? Will anyone continue to raise the price? Young master, cannot be increased. The dragon family side now never stopped. As long as we call the price, they will follow. Cannot be increased. Even if we give them the price of speculation up, pit them a hand, then the meeting is not good to say and moreover, we cannot be sure whether they are waiting for us to call the price. It is better to stop it. The man in the box of 3/9 seems to be weighing the situation. The auction has come to this point, that is the psychological game. I bet you don't dare to add, you bet I'm pitting you. Chapter 104 Zhang Qiling, come with me to the robbery. This price has basically reached the limit, can maintain the normal operation of the family, to ensure that the family will not fall out of the ranks of first-class families, a short period of time will not decline. If you add more, you basically have to gamble on the fate of the family, dare to gamble. This determination of the old guys is estimated to be still under consideration. Xiao Yan, add another bite, 46 billion, if the Long family still add words even if. Inside the box, a pale voice came from the phone. Such a big thing, how could that group of old guys not pay attention in real time? The phone has been connected since the time of the auction of the jade figurine. On the surface, it was the bidding of the young juniors, but in reality, it was the psychological game of this group of old guys, and the old guys were weighing it up. This old guy from the Yi family is obviously unwilling, but he doesn't dare to gamble on the fate of the family, so he can only add another bite, and the rest depends on the will of God. 4.5 billion, the second time. The host saw that no one bid, so he continued. 46 billion. At this time, 3/9 boxes called the price. The host smiled slightly. 4,600 million, the call is valid, there is no more increase? 46 billion for the first time. The atmosphere of the whole room is very tense at this moment. They all know that there are only 2 big brothers left in the game. The rest of those few joint bidders, after the price soared 40 billion, they did not dare to shout, "Brother, the heavens do not bless my long family, forget it." Inside the 3-8 boxes, the dragon family woman exhorted not to fight. The man rubbed his brow. 4.5 billion is the limit. The dragon family does not add a single point. I did not expect the Yi family still added a bite. Fate sometimes must have. Life is not time to force the Yi family to get this chance. Forget it. On the phone came a despondent sigh. The man is very reluctant. Grandfather, if the Yi family really rely on the jade figurine to get a long life, then you will not regret that today did not gamble on the family luck and Yi family a fight? Maybe I will, maybe I won't, just let it be to the Yi family. After the voice on the phone was hung up. Who doesn't want it, but doesn't dare to let go of it? 46 billion, for the second time. The host scanned the room, seemingly waiting for someone to call for another bid. This sound made the crowd's mood even more tense. Is there anyone else calling? Could it break through the 5 billion mark? It seemed like the Long family was not going to compete. The people in the 3-9 boxes also breathed a sigh of relief. They had all shouted up to here, and there were no offers from that side. They should have opted out. 46 billion, third time, sold. Congratulations to this VIP for winning this round of auctions. The moderator's voice felt like throwing a boulder on a calm lake, causing ripples. The wooden gavel in his hand landed heavily on the auction table, emitting a crisp ringing sound, which seemed to be the bell of fate, announcing the completion of this transaction. The entire venue fell into silence in those few seconds. Everyone was shocked by this figure. $46 billion, this was an astronomical figure. It represented the dreams and pursuits of countless people. And now, this number became a reality. Many of the people present were worth just a fraction of this number. As the host dropped the hammer, this matter was finalized. The ownership of the jade figurine had been determined. It would leave this stage and enter the arms of its new owner. This figure shocked everyone present, and they all talked about this amazing price. Some marveled at the buyer's financial strength, while others lamented that they didn't have enough strength to participate in the competition. A few seconds later, the entire room resounded with thunderous applause, which surged like a tidal wave and filled the entire venue. Everyone used the most enthusiastic way to express their congratulations on the success of this auction, as well as their excitement to see the spectacle of the lantern fight. This applause was long-lasting and seemed to drown out the entire venue. In this warm atmosphere, the host smiled and thanked everyone and announced the successful conclusion of this auction. The jade figurines were personally handed over by the staff to the hands of the 3-9 box guests, and this guest was quick to pay the money in goods on the spot, taking the items with him as he quickly left through the special passageway. At this time, Yin Nanfeng walked up to Zhang Xingye and extended her hand to him with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on the success of your jade figurine auction." Zhang Xingye shook her hand, a confident smile spreading across his face. "It was all expected, haha." Yin Nanfeng nodded slightly. "According to the rules, we need to charge a 10% service fee. The total price of the jade figurine this time is $4.6 billion, after deducting the $10 billion deposit that was given to you before as well as the service fee for this time. We will be crediting you with $3.14 billion. We look forward to our next cooperation. I won't be staying with you much longer. Make yourselves at home." After saying that, Yin Nanfeng revealed a meaningful smile to Zhang Xingye. Turning around, he left, coming and going in a hurry. Fatty Wang hooked onto Zhang Xingye's shoulder. "Xingdi, you've made a big fortune. Let's go to the Heavenly Palace tonight to find a girl to wash your feet and have a massage. Your treat." Zhang Qiling removed Wang's hand and dragged Zhang Xingye to his side. "Don't bring down my Zhang family descendants." Fatty Wang skimmed his mouth and muttered in a low voice, forgetting that little brother is protecting his pups. He should wait for little brother to leave. Zhang Qiling's face darkened. "Well said, next time don't say it to my face." "Haha, Fatty, next time carry little brother on your back." Wu Xia laughed. Zhang Qiling looked at Wu Xia. "That chicken, remember to pay." Zhang Qiling's sentence choked Wu Xia, nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn, the smile froze on the spot for a moment, inexplicably wanting to cry. Groove, forgot about that little 40,000 a white-cut chicken. Zhang Xingye said with a smile, "Alright, Xiaoguan, let us go and grab the snake eyebrow copper fish. It will be hard to find it when people go far away." Zhang Qiling nodded slightly. "I can go, you sit here and wait for me to come back." Said, Zhang Qiling turned to leave. Just in out of the toilet of the black blind man bumped into. Zhang Qiling stopped the black blind man. "Mute, why, I cannot wear sunglasses, this is black glasses." The black blind man directly defended. "Lust for life directly pull full." Zhang Qiling slowly said, "Go with me, robbery." "What? Robbery? My black blind man never do illegal things, no. Black blind man shook his head. "I am a good young man. If you don't do it, you won't be able to wear dark glasses in the future." Zhang Qiling's serious threat. "Then forget it, mute you say Robhuit, we South Blind North mute together, even if it is 1,000 years of corpses of the king's big gold teeth can be robbed." The bottom line of the black blind man is quite flexible, said. "Follow me, you go to rob." Zhang Qiling said, then gave the black blind man lead the way. I do not call you before I go out to rob. I called on you to go with me to rob, and I still have to go out, then I do not call on you for nothing? Chapter 105 Friendship Boat, said Overturned. Hearing this, the black blind man just wanted to make a protest. Seeing Zhang Qiling's face, suddenly felt that this discussion is not necessary to resist. The life is important. Who told him that he couldn't beat Zhang Qiling? And now Zhang Qiling is also someone to protect in case he was caught by Zhang Qiling, and then by Zhang Xingye fed a 10 kilograms of herring can what to do? It's not just a free hitter. Better than breaking the bank, oh. Blind me too hard oing oing. The black blind man followed Zhang Qiling to chase after the man who shot the snake-browed copper fish. Where the snake eyebrows copper fish was sent to, Zhang Qiling could have been paying attention to it. When he came, Zhang Qiling noticed the people coming in and out of the various boxes. It wasn't hard to find that person. Mute, should we go to find a stocking over the head or so openly robbed? Not good, right? The black blind man asked as he walked. I believe that with your ability, you can make good. Zhang Qiling said indifferently. The black blind man sniffed and beeped in a small voice. This mute is also too black-hearted letting me be a free hitman, but also letting me take care of the aftermath. Bullying no heavenly reason Mute bully blind me there is no one to blind me to do the Lord oh. At this time, Zhang Xingye obediently sat in place and waited for Zhang Qiling. Xingdi, what are you thinking about? Fatty Wan looked at the dazed Zhang Xingye asked. I am thinking about which mall to take Xiaoguan to later to buy clothes and match more new styles for Xiaoguan. Zhang Xingye came back to his senses and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Fatty Wang was speechless. Fat master, I should not have asked you more. Ha ha. When Wu Xie heard Zhang Xingye's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Little naive, what are you laughing at again? Fatty Wang glared at Wu Xie without any good reason. Nothing, just wondering why it's always you who gets hurt. Ha, Wu Xie laughed. Okay, do not bull, hurry to eat, table these do not waste, can be valuable, not afraid to lick the plate clean, are considered that we keep the identity. Fatty Wang picked up chopsticks to eat. These things can be old expensive. Zhang Xingyi previously ordered a white-cut chicken, the rest let the Crescent Moon Hotel self-catering, which sent something colorful and flavorful. Oh look, no is not cheap. Wu looked at the dishes on the table, and then looked at Fatty Wang, suddenly remembered something. Right, Fatty, the money for this white-cut chicken, let's share it, I'll transfer it to you. I don't need you to spread it, I'll pay for it. Fat master, I don't spend some money today, it's hard. Fatty Wang waved his hand, signaling that he will pay. Fatty Wang held a breath in his heart, always feel that not to spend some money, the heart is not comfortable. Wu Xia was a little surprised, but didn't say anything more. After all, for Fatty Wang, spending money to eliminate disasters is also a way. Roba, then go to the heavenly world tonight, my treat. Wu Xia did not take advantage of Fatty Wang's favoritism. At this time, Wu Xia's cell phone suddenly rang, came a text message. Wu Oblique took out his cell phone. What's wrong, little Tianjin, your little daughter-in-law sent you a message? Fatty Wang came over and asked. Which has what daughter-in-law, the 8 has not yet been. Wu Oblique said while clicking on the text message, it is not the text message sent by Aining, but it is sent by Wang Mang. Wang Mang, young master, boss, Gongzi, you do good, you even if you wanna go in to step on the sewing machine, you also first owe me a little bit of wages, my old capital do not really cannot, erase the 0 to make up the whole, on the issue of 15,000 can also line hoo. Po ha ha ha, little Tianjin, is a dead SMS you still owe wages ha ha ha, cannot see, you go to the heavenly world in style, but also owes people 10,000 yuan of wages, you ate this half of the chicken is also more than 10,000 yuan, and when you wanna go in to step on the sewing machine? It's hard not to go to the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace and the undersea tomb thing, you turned yourself in? Ha 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 ha. Fatty Wang looked at that text message and laughed until his stomach hurt. Wu Xia owes people wages, ha 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 ha. At least 2 times in the tomb, are earning a lot of but also owe people money. Oh more than not laugh at you. Oh $1 million, you still do not pay, ha ha ha. People are sending text messages to ask for wages. Wu Xiexio's face is red with shame and indignation, shame. If I had known just now, I would have paid Wang Meng's salary first. Shame. Wu Oblique Red even arranged to transfer money to Wang Meng, transferred 20,000. On the other side, Zhang Qiling sunglasses on, jacket off, directly standing not far away, stopped the car that was about to drive away. And the black blind man is directly walked to the people's car next to the car is on fire, the black blind man knocked people's car glass. People in the car looked puzzled, but still the car glass shook down. Hello, what is your business? Sitting in the back of the car owner inquired, looks like 40 or 50 years old, hand still holding a brocade box, obviously inside should be the snake eyebrow copper fish. The black blind man smiled faintly, I'm fine is that you have to have something? Said, the black blind man reached out from the window to reach in, snatched people on the lap, hands holding the box. And with the swiftness of the momentum, threw a fake landmine on him. The black blind man grabbed the box and ran. Grenade! The owner of the car also did not expect that he could meet a robber in front of this Crescent Moon hotel. Seeing clearly the grenade that was still smoking on his body, he was so scared that he hurriedly picked it up and threw it out the window. The main fight of a dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. However, the grenade was thrown out and also boinged and blew up, and a smiling doll blew up inside. Not very damaging, extremely insulting. The owner of the car was so angry on the spot that he had a heart attack and went into the hospital. And the black blind man got the box and gave it to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling opened the brocade box, took away the snake eyebrow copper fish inside, returned the brocade box to the black blind man, let the black blind man to deal with their own, by the way, do a good job of aftermath. Then Zhang Qiling took the snake eyebrows copper fish and went to find Zhang Xingye, leaving the black blind man alone in the wind. Mute, so no love? I risked my life to snatch it, you don't even say thank you anymore, turn around and have to give something to someone else, so what am I? The black blind man aggrieved and asked. Count, you know what's right. Zhang Qiling finished, the figure has disappeared in front of the black blind man. The black blind man could not cry, whimper whimper whimper. So, the two of us friendship boat, said overturned? Mute, you have changed, you are no longer that inner joy and anger do not say on the surface of the mute. You are now wilting in wilting double standard. Zhang Qiling handed over the snake eyebrow copper fish to Zhang Xingye and then left the Crescent Moon Hotel together before Zhang Xingye took Zhang Qiling to the mall to go on a shopping spree. The remaining two people, Fatty Wang and Slanting Wu, did not intend to follow to eat dog food, so the two of them went to eat kebabs and drink 8+1 to go. Chapter 106, Come over, I promise not to hit you. The next day early in the morning. Truly the sun had just risen and it was not even 7 o'clock when the door of Zhang Xingye's house was knocked on again. Demon concubine. Demon concubine. Open the door for me. Open the door. You're capable of stealing the matriarch, how come you're not capable of opening the door? Open the door for me, I, Zhang He, am back again. Open the door. Open the door. Zhang He rapped on the door of Zhang Xingye's house. That voice is so loud that it is a proper nuisance. I bought a plane ticket this time and flew here overnight. As soon as I got off the plane, I took a taxi and came over. Zhang He slapped the gate and then the gate was opened with a brush. A beautiful man wearing a chick pajama and pajama pants opened the door. Little officer, who was knocking on the door in the morning this time, Zhang Xingye yawned and appeared behind Zhang Qiling with sleepy eyes. And it was Zhang Qiling who opened the door. Yesterday, when we went to the mall, Zhang Xingye bought a chicken pattern for Zhang Qiling from inside to outside. Zhang Qiling liked it very much, and also gave Zhang Xingye to pick a lot of matching with his own body. Commonly known as couple's clothes. Ahem. Clan patriarch. Zhang He stammered, his voice trembling a little. Zhang He swallowed with difficulty, fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, and his legs trembled slightly without listening to his command as he involuntarily stepped backward. Maru spicy. Barbie QD. How did the patriarch come to live here? When did he come to the imperial capital? Why didn't Zhang Qi and Junma tell me in advance? What should I do? How am I going to explain to the patriarch if he bumps into me? I came to see Zhang Xingye? That's not a good reason either, how can you come empty-handed? Zhang He secretly grumbled in his heart, his mind constantly running, trying to find a suitable reason. Finished, this is really finished. I actually disturbed the patriarch's rest, will the patriarch blame me? Will he forbid me from eating chicken again? The more Zhang He thought about it, the more scared he became, and his face became as pale as paper. Good day, matriarch. The woman beside Zhang He hurriedly bent down and saluted. This is the chief of the clan, he is really handsome. The chicken pajamas he is wearing are also cute, I want to buy the same kind of pajamas when I go back. Clan chief, good morning I said I did not mean to disturb your sleep, do you believe me? Zhang He asked weakly. Until this moment, Zhang He still thought that Zhang Qiling's cold face was because he had disturbed Zhang Qiling's sleep. Who is she? Zhang Qiling looked towards Zhang He's side, Zhang Yuzayamaru. Zhang He coughed lightly, the matriarch took the initiative to change the topic. Does that mean she won't pursue me for disturbing the matriarch's sleep? Patriarch, her name is Zhang Yuzayamaru, is our Zhang family's descendants, you did not say it. From now on, no one without a partner is not allowed to eat chicken. I thought about it, Zhang Xingye is also a descendant of our Zhang family, he also has no partner. I really can't bear to see our Zhang family descendants have no chicken to eat. However, since Zhang Xingye lives in the imperial capital, and adhering to the principle of loving the young, I personally came to the imperial capital to give Zhang Xingye a date, he. Patriarch, I know I'm very capable, you don't need to praise me, this is my due diligence, I will absolutely follow through with your clan rules, and never let anyone in the Zhang family be single. Zhang He started to take credit while saying that. He, I'm doing this for Zhang Xingye's good, I'm so considerate of my juniors, you have to praise me twice anyways. Ha. What? The Zhang family still assigns daughters-in-law? Let me Kong. Zhang Xingye came forward to take a look. Zhang Qiling turned around and pushed him back. I'll take care of it. With that, Zhang Qiling went out and closed the door behind him. He shut Zhang Xingye inside the door. My Zhang family descendants are young, it is the time when they need me, the patriarch, to teach them. Where do they need any object? Humph. Zhang Hake. You still send your daughter-in-law to the door, right? You're doing it for the good of the Zhangs, aren't you? Patriarch, what are you doing? Zhang Hake has a bad feeling. Why does it seem to have a murderous aura? Yo, little official, Zhang family genes are good TSK, this value, white skin, long legs, big breasts, waist, fine buttocks, really good looking. It is true that the Zhang family this gene is not covered off. Zhang Xingye opened the door and poked out a head to eat melon. Zhang Qiling, who was preparing to lash out at Zhang Hake, heard Zhang Xingye's words, and was instantly like a jar of 1,000-year-old vinegar being knocked over. Who are you saying is good looking? Zhang Qiling's eyes seemed to have a touch of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Zhang Xingye coughed lightly. I said that you look really good in these pajamas, it's worthy of being picked by me. I have a good eye, I'll go wash up first. After Zhang Xingye finished, he hurriedly went to the restroom and stopped eating melon. Yeah, I feel that if I don't go, Shaoguan is going to get angry. Slipping away, eating melon is valuable, but the price of the little official is higher. Why is there a sour flavor in the air? Zhang Hake is puzzled. Zhan. Hi. Guest. Only to see that Zhang Qiling's face was so dark that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and that icy gaze was chilling, as Zhang Qiling pursed his lips, revealing an unspeakable anger and dissatisfaction. Zhang Qiling's expression was so serious that it seemed to make the air around him freeze. Zhang Hake was startled. Matriarch, wait a minute, I know, is it because I didn't bring you a date? This matter is my fault, Matriarch. I didn't know that you were in the imperial capital as well, otherwise I would have brought a subject over for you as well. I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't treat you differently, Patriarch, truly. Zhang Hake hurriedly explained. Thinking that Zhang Qiling was treating people differently because he was doing it himself, he defied him as the patriarch. This hot summer day, why do I feel the temperature dropping? Zhan Yuzayamaru looked at the sky. Although it's still early, how is this temperature lower than just now? Causing me to shiver. Patriarch, what are you doing? You do not come over. If it is not this thing, then that is not because I did not bring you white-cut chicken. Patriarch, this is even more wrong. I do not know you are here. If I know you are here, I will certainly bring you. Bring two. Zhang Hake's mind is spinning fast, and he thought of another possibility. Come over here, I promise not to beat you. Zhang Qiling stopped walking. Zhang Hake looked at Zhang Qiling's hands clenched into fists, veins rippling in his hands, and his face expression as black as the bottom of a pot. Clearly he was about to hit someone. Patriarch, I don't dare to believe your words. If I don't get beaten up when I go over there, I'll take your name. No, I seem to be taking your last name now too. Forget it, it's not important. Zhang Hake sensed a strong danger, and his sixth sense was frantically warning him. Zhang Hake drew his legs and ran. Matriarch, your dorky hair is standing on end, I'll go find you a comb. Chapter 107 Zhang Qiling, my name is Bai Xiaojun. After Zhang Hake had experienced the last time he was beaten up by a group of people, that running speed was far beyond the reach of any human being. His feet were like the wind, and when he ran, his legs made stumps. However, Zhang Qiling was faster than him. Only to see Zhang Qiling's figure flashed, just like a ghost, Zhang Hake instinctively felt a killing opportunity coming towards him, turned around and was scared out of his wits. Zhang Qiling had directly killed Zhang Hake with a crow-sitting plane. Zhang Hake's eyes widened and looked at Zhang Qiling's figure getting closer and closer with a face full of horror. Zhang Hake wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Zhang Qiling's palm was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly slapping Zhang Hake's back. Only a muffled sound was heard, and Zhang Hake's entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, landing heavily on the ground. His body came into close contact with the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhang Qiling stabilized himself and with one hand behind his back, he stood condescendingly in front of Zhang Hake, looking down at him with lowered eyes. Zhang Hake struggled to get up from the ground, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhang Qiling, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Qiling had actually made a move against himself. While Zhang Qiling was looking at him expressionlessly, his eyes were as cold as knives, as if they could pierce through a person's soul. Zhang Hake, do you know where you are wrong? Zhang Hake's face was pale, his lips trembled slightly, his voice carried a hint of fear and disbelief. Clan Chief, what did I do wrong for you to lay such a heavy hand on me? Zhang Hake's body trembled, his heart filled with aggravation and confusion. He didn't understand why Zhang Qiling would suddenly strike and hit so hard. Zhang Qiling didn't seem like he was joking at all. Judging from the fact that Zhang Qiling had just struck out, he was truly angry. Zhang Qiling's thin lips pursed gently, revealing a touch of imperceptible anger as he said indifferently, you are challenging my bottom line. Zhang Qiling's gaze flickered with a dangerous light that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Hake was at a loss. What? Where did I challenge your bottom line? Zhang Hake's heart was filled with doubts and incomprehension, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. Zhang Qiling's tone was still indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Last time's lesson, not enough? Zhang Qiling, his voice was so calm that it made people feel scared. The last time Zhang Hake was beaten, Zhang Qianjun Wanma had also reported to himself. Himself at that time also felt that Zhang He, after this incident, knew that in the future he should not extend his claws to places where they should not be extended. When Zhang He heard these words, a look of shock appeared on his face. Demon concubine. Patriarch. You can't defend him like this. You are the Zhang clan's patriarch, you have to consider the entire Zhang clan. Similarly, Zhang He also vaguely understood somewhat why he had been beaten. Last time, he was scolded because of Zhang Xingye. This time, he was beaten because of Zhang Xingye. Demon concubine, truly a demon concubine of the Scourge clan. Since you know that I am the clan leader, why are you teaching me to do things? Zhang Qiling's face was cold, his eyes icy cold as he looked at Zhang He, a hint of unquestionable majesty in his tone. I am the patriarch of the Zhang family, and likewise the god of my beings. The moment I thought of living for myself, the Zhang family would have to take a back seat. I am first and foremost the god of my beings, and secondly, the patriarch of the Zhang family. Patriarch, is it wrong for me to care about the Zhang family's descendants? Zhang He hastily changed the topic, trying to hide his embarrassment and dissatisfaction. He knew that teaching the patriarch to do something was not a charge he dared to carry. After all, Zhang Qiling was the patriarch of the Zhang family, possessing absolute authority and decision-making power. And he was just an ordinary Zhang family member. Although his status was higher, he was still far away from the patriarch. This man he had to be self-aware. How are you teaching the Zhang family's juniors martial arts? How much do I have? Aha! Zhang Qiling asked again. Patriarch, this I'm not lazy, it's their own stupidity. Zhang He hurriedly said. Zhang Qiling snorted lightly. So, I gave you the Zhang family to help take care of, is this how you repay me? No, I didn't, matriarch, no. Zhang He hurriedly explained. No? I rather think that you have drifted, bullying me into not being able to hold a sword. Zhang Qiling said in a cold voice. Zhang He swallowed his saliva. Mom! Maru Spice, the matriarch is furious. Now how to explain is useless, patriarch, you cannot sink into the male sex and cannot extricate themselves, you are carrying the hopes of countless people in the Zhang family, you are the Zhang family Qiling. My name is Bai Xiaoguan. Zhang Qiling's words were like a bolt from the blue exploding in Zhang He's mind. Zhang He was instantly paralyzed. It's over, Zhang Qiling doesn't seem to care about the Zhang family anymore. Even this sentence could be said. Clan patriarch. Zhang He still wanted to persuade Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling, however, didn't want to see Zhang He anymore. Get back to the northeast, teach the Zhang family's descendants badly, and no matter how far they go, they will not be allowed to leave the northeast again. Zhang Qiling directly grounded Zhang He. Don't come to trouble my Zhang family descendants all day long. Zhang Qiling's voice is cold and firm. Patriarch, Zhang He, stand up to protest. I will not be able to do anything about it, he said. But he was scolded away by Zhang Qiling. I will roll immediately. Zhang Qiling, who was angry, Zhang He did not dare to touch the bad luck again. He was busy walking towards the gate. Wait a minute. Zhang Qiling called out to Zhang He and said. Zhang He's eyes lit up. Patriarch, have you changed your mind? I knew that you. Take her away as well. Before Zhang He could finish his sentence, Zhang Qiling pointed at Zhang Yuzayamaru. Ha! Zhang He hadn't reacted yet. My Zhang family offspring, you don't need to worry about the marriage, just take care of the Zhang family offspring. Zhang Qiling directly drove people away. Then turned around and walked towards home. Manage the Zhang family's offspring well, but my Zhang family's offspring don't need you to manage it. Oh. Zhang He disappointedly lowered his head and drooped his head, not realizing that the matriarch had already been compelled by the demon consort to this point. Not letting me go out of the northeast is blah, it doesn't matter. The Bronze Gate is in Changbai Mountain, I don't believe you guys won't go to Changbai Mountain. When you return to the northeast and head to Changbai Mountain, I'll gather the Zhang family together and forcefully persuade you. If I can't persuade you alone, I'll find a group of people to persuade you. We can't let a demon princess jeopardize our family. Why are you walking so slowly? Are you waiting for me to keep you for breakfast? Entering the door, Zhang Qiling was quite upset to see Zhang He's reluctance to leave. With a snap, he closed the door. Patriarch Zhang He looked at the shut-down door and was aggrieved. I did it for the sake of the Zhang family, oh. Uncle Hake, we, the Zhang fish little marbles, don't know what to do. Let us go back to the northeast first. Zhang He exhaled deeply and turned to leave. Chapter 108 Offending the Patriarch has serious consequences. Zhang He walked out of the courtyard forlornly, and Zhang Yuzayamaru could only follow. By the window, Zhang Qiling watched the scene and couldn't help but wonder if he had been too aggressive towards Zhang He. Well, next time it would be better to hit him a little lighter, after all, he is at least a member of my Zhang family. Xiaoguan, what are you looking at? After washing up, Zhang Xingye came out and looked at Zhang Qiling standing by the window as if he was dazed. Zhang Qiling came back to his senses, and Zhang He had finished settling accounts with him, but he hadn't settled the score with Zhang Xingye yet. Who did you just say was good looking? Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye slyly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingye was embarrassed for a moment. Coughing lightly, he said, I said that you were good looking, and right, it's not even if you were good looking, but you just happen to look like what I like, so how can I do anything but put you in my heart? Hearing this, the indifference on Zhang Qiling's face was replaced with a smile like a spring breeze. Sure enough, in the heart of my Zhang family descendants, I, by Xiaojun, am the most important, but it's still impossible to make me forgive you so easily. Then what do you think of that woman just now? Zhang Qiling asked again. Zhang Xingye answered with a clear conscience, ugly. Very ugly. Really? Zhang Qiling didn't believe it. Zhang Xingye nodded, really? Then you say that Chinese people do not cheat Chinese people? Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. Zhang Xingye coughed lightly, Chinese people do not cheat Chinese people. Luckily it is only spoken, not written. The sound is the same. Zhang Qiling's open jar of vinegar just barely closed. The same thing is true of the Chinese. Zhang Qiling proudly and reluctantly forgave Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye smiled, small official, you are no longer so cold, willing to talk openly, no longer a person secretly sad, so you are really good, I feel real. Because after meeting you, closed for a long time after the heart, the glacier melted, all the trees back to spring. Zhang Qiling slowly smiled. Ahem, little official, I am not so great, you quickly go to wash up, I go to change clothes, we will go out to eat breakfast later. Zhang Hake, this guy knocked on the door in the morning, let a person sleep and cannot sleep, annoying. Zhang Xingye yawned and went to change his clothes. Listening to Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling silently took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Qianjunwanma's number. Hello, which one ah? Zhang Qianjunwanyama plowed late last night, and now he just fell asleep not a moment ago. I am. Zhang Qiling's familiar voice came. A moment startled away Zhang Qianjunwanma's sleepiness. Zhang Qianjunwanma hurriedly sat up. Patriarch. What are your orders? After Zhang Hake returns to the northeast, pay attention. Zhang Qiling commanded. Zhang Qianjunwanyama was puzzled. Patriarch, pay attention to what? Pay attention to his sleeping hours. Zhang Qiling replied indifferently. This made Zhang Qianjunwangma even more puzzled. Ha? Patriarch, what does it mean? Zhang Qianjunwanyama didn't understand what Zhang Qiling meant. After he sleeps, create accidents to wake him up from time to time for a month. Zhang Qiling said. Who let this guy Zhang Hake not let my Zhang family descendants sleep well? If he makes my Zhang family descendants not sleep well for one morning, I will make him, Zhang Hake, not sleep well for a month. Zhang Qianjunwanma man was stupid. Which lackluster contraption came up with this? No, it's 2 months, let Zhang Hake sleep well, but don't let him sleep well. Zhang Qiling suddenly remembered that the last time Zhang Hake seemed to have disturbed Zhang Xingye's sleep as well. Even though he wasn't here at that time, Zhang Xingye, the sleepy guy, definitely hadn't woken up at that time. So, Zhang Hake was the one who made my Zhang family descendant not sleep well for 2 days. It's important to keep Zhang Hake in good and sufficient sleep, but at the same time, not to let Zhang Hake sleep too comfortably. Patriarch, isn't this a bit too lackluster? Zhang Qianjunwanma inquired. This is also too unethical. Zhang Qiling said, if you do something wrong, you should be duly punished, do as you are told. Zhang Hake had it coming. I will let him have nothing to do to plague my Zhang family's offspring. Yes, matriarch. What else can Zhang Qianjun say? You can't disobey the matriarch's order. In addition, go get Zhang Hake a daughter-in-law. Zhang Qiling commanded. Since Zhang Hake is arranging a daughter-in-law for Zhang Xingye, how can he not do the same to his own people? Ha! Patriarch, not me, on Uncle Hake's reputation, the Zhang family is to find a foreigner to marry, will not bring to marry Uncle Hake, our Zhang family raised chickens are too much for him. Zhang Qianjunwanma nudged his mouth. I'm not sure if you're looking for a daughter-in-law for Zhang Hake, but it's hard as hell to find one. Then find a foreigner. Zhang Qiling didn't care. Anyway, the Zhang family's marriage rate is now up, breeding the Qilin bloodline, it's not as bad as Zhang Hake this one. One more is no more, one less is no less. Patriarch, you may not know, now Uncle Hake outside the reputation stinks, and everyone says that Uncle Hake a blind date for him to get a yellow one, Uncle Hake this life may be single to the end. Zhang Qianjunwanma dry cough said. Hearing this, Zhang Qiling inexplicably felt that Zhang Hake was a bit miserable. Just say it was me who said, find a daughter-in-law for Zhang Hake, the uglier the better. Hearing this, Zhang Qianjunwanma could not help but wonder, what did Zhang Hake do again, offending the patriarch so hard? The patriarch, our Zhang family does not have this precedent, right? Beautiful not choose ugly. Zhang Qianjunwanma found it a bit difficult to handle. The genes of the Zhang family are so good, and all the children born are so good looking, all because the Zhang family has found a beautiful partner. Then let's start with him as the first example, do it like this, as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhang Qiling hung up the phone. Zhang Hake brought a woman to Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling felt that Zhang Hake was here to disgust himself. Don't you know that it's fine for me to have me around my Zhang family's offspring? If you don't want to give my juniors a peach blossom, but still send them a peach blossom, what is your intention? How old is my offspring? How old is my offspring? What if they get hurt? As a senior, you don't care about Zhang's juniors at all, it's really outrageous. Therefore, Zhang Qiling decided to give Zhang Haike a disgusting return. Revenge is never overnight. If Zhang Haike marries an unattractive one, when Zhang Haike's child marries a good-looking one, won't the gene come back? If one generation doesn't work, then two, it can always be improved. Zhang Haike's fault, his descendants do not need to bear. I have to say, after the humanity in his body gradually overshadowed the divinity, Zhang Qiling became wilted and bad. My Zhang family descendants, life expectancy is still a few hundred years, why are they looking for a date at such a young age? Zhang Haike is setting a bad example for children. If you're looking for a husband, you have to have children. Don't you know that my children and grandchildren are blessed, and I'm blessed without my children and grandchildren? You're arranging a date for my Zhang family's descendants, so you don't want my Zhang family to be happy? A certain group of Zhang family descendants, really double standard patriarch. Chapter 109 Qinling has a tomb, dry a vote is not. Times such as steed whip, days and months such as falling flowers and flowing water. Hurriedly, the white horse passed by, a few months passed by. The golden autumn season is coming. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye have been living in the imperial capital for a few months now. Little officer. What are you doing again? Why is the kitchen smoking again? Early in the morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window, and Zhang Xingye was sound asleep. Suddenly, a deafening thud woke Zhang Xingye up, followed by a pungent paste odor drilling into Zhang Xingye's nose. Zhang Xingye rubbed his eyes and in a daze hurriedly put on his shoes and went out to see what was going on. When he opened the door to his room, the sight in front of him left Zhang Xingye dumbfounded. A faint white smoke was wafting out from the kitchen as if it was clouded over. Zhang Xingye realized that this must be Zhang Qiling going down to the kitchen again. Zhang Xingye rushed to the kitchen with a burning heart. This won't be another burnt one of my pots, right? This is already the 38th pot destroyed by Zhang Qiling this month. Zhang Xingye rushed into the kitchen and saw Zhang Qiling standing in front of the stove in her pajamas, a hint of overwhelm on her face. I boiled the eggs. Zhang Qiling's voice carried a few hints of weakness and apology. Zhang Xingye's gaze fell on the pot and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Little officer, are you sure you aren't refining pills? The eggs in the pot had already become a disfigured, blackened mess, emitting an unpleasant burnt odor. Zhang Qiling scratched his head and explained. I forgot to add water. Zhang Qiling's eyes revealed a hint of guilt, as if he realized that he had made a low-level mistake. Zhang Xingye shook his head helplessly, and although he was angry in his heart, he could not bear to scold Zhang Qiling when he saw his innocent and cute look. You boiled the eggs and put them in first, huh? Zhang Xingye sighed helplessly. This is good. Not only did he ruin a pot, he also ruined 4 eggs. Zhang Qiling slightly lowered his head, his lips pursed lightly, like a child who had done something wrong. His fingers gently stirred the corner of his coat, as if he wanted to express his feelings of guilt. Next time won't be. Zhang Qiling said softly, his eyes firm and sincere. Looking at his well-behaved appearance, Zhang Xingye was completely out of temper. Well, it's just a pot, are you okay? Did you hurt anything? Just pay attention in the future. Zhang Xingye asked Zhang Qiling where he was hurt. Zhang Qiling raised his head, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, and he nodded his head vigorously, as if promising that he would never make the same mistake again. Not next time, no injuries. Zhang Xingye nodded and looked at another pot, which was a purple casserole pot for soup. Did this forget to add water as well? Zhang Xingye sighed, ruining 2 pots today. Zhang Qiling replied, that's not it, that one is boiling dry. Zhang Xingye went over and scratched his head. Shabuan, what are you cooking? Surprisingly, the purple casserole pan has been burnt and blown up. Just now that explosion sound should be this purple casserole pot fried. Mixed shredded chicken porridge. Zhang Qiling coughed lightly. This was the first time the pot had fried. Previously, it was either battered, sticky, or so angry that he smashed the pot, but it just didn't blow up. Shaoguan, in the future, you do not enter the kitchen, okay? We do not lack this food we buy a breakfast only a few $dozen, but we change the pot every day to hundreds of dollars Zhang Xingye covered his face. He wanted to get angry, but the other party was Zhang Qiling. He could not get angry. The ones sold outside are not healthy. Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. Zhang Xingye pointed to the black briquettes in the pot. Do you think it's the breakfast stores outside that are unhealthy, or is this unhealthy for you? This said that Zhang Qiling blushed, wanted to talk back, could not find a reason, picked up the recipe on the side. I did it according to the book I do not know how it is like this. Okay, Shaoguan, you do not look at the recipe, you let go of those chickens raised in my chicken farm, okay? Zhang Xingye put down the cookbook in Zhang Qiling's hand and pulled Zhang Qiling out of the kitchen. Zhang Qiling's cookbook was called On the 1,000 Ways to Eat Chickens. Over the past month, Zhang Qiling had already spoiled dozens of chickens. Although they weren't worth much money, they were chickens at least. Zhang Qiling is now quite skilled at making white-cut chicken. The rest is still forgettable. Starlet, open the door. Open the door, Starlet. At this time, Wu Xie's voice sounded from the doorway. Zhang Qiling hurriedly went to close the kitchen door behind him. Little officer, what are you doing? Zhang Xingye froze and went to open the door. Why did you close the kitchen door? Why did you close the kitchen door? Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. I'm Bai Xiaojun, I'm the best in the world. If others find out about this, it's not good for my reputation. Poof. Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, Zhang Xingye cried and laughed. You're quite facetious, ha ha. Okay, I'll go open the door, you go take a shower first, wash the blackness off your face quickly. Aha! Zhang Qiling immediately dodged into the bathroom. Zhang Xingye went to open the door. Xingdi, why did you take so long to open the door, you wouldn't have gotten up yet. Fatty Wang's voice came. Xiao Xingzi, this is the black blind man came to your house again to burn the kitchen? The door opened, the thick white smoke into the eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye awkwardly coughed twice. Not important, why are you here, come in and say. Zhang Xingye let the two men come in first. Fatty Wang shook his head repeatedly, not going in, this can't go in, so much smoke, I'm afraid of suffocating. Wu Xia nodded, that's right, let's talk in the courtyard. Okay, then I will bring out a few chairs. Zhang Xingye moved a few chairs from the living room outside. Also moved a small table out. Starlet, where is little brother? Isn't he with you? Or did he go home? Wu Xia inquired. Zhang Xingye shook his head, in the bath, that said, why are you free to come to the imperial capital? What, did your third uncle screw you out of money again? Don't mention it, I've only seen my third uncle a few times in the past few months, and every time I ask him, he finds all kinds of excuses to change the subject, so there's no way I'm going to let him have the chance to cheat me out of my money again, Wu Xia said. Wu Xia said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingye was also in tears. It seems that Wusan province is not planning to show his cards to Wu Xia right now. Then why did you come to Imperial City? Zhang Xingye asked again. This is a long story. When I was in Hangzhou, a person took a bronze bell to find me valuation. I spent $25,000. Finally, in a burst of friendly exchanges, the seller only said to understand the origin of this thing, there is a big tomb on the Qiling, I was going to go there. You also know, 800 miles of Qiling, I do not know how many princes and generals buried in it, this random tomb, we are going to be rich how about it, do him a vote. Wu Oblique long story short, raised his eyebrows said. Chapter 110, Wu Xia, I really owe a mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye knew that the bronze god tree was going to appear Wu Oblique this guy from the beginning when he bought this hexagonal bronze bell, and then fell into the bureau arranged by Wusan province, how come Wu Oblique this guy does not have a long memory? It's not right, Wu Xia. Why don't you do it alone when you've got a good thing going and called up Fatty? Why did you call me? After all, if I go along, you guys can share a lot less. Zhang Xingye felt that something is not right. Fatty Wang coughed, Small Tianjin came to me, I advised Small Tianjin single do not come back to you, but Small Tianjin do not do Fatty Wang honestly, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. If you're hiding something from Zhang Xingye, that's not what friends do. Why, Wu Xieji? Zhang Xingye asked curiously. Wu Xie sighed, follow Fatty, I don't feel safe, think about it, in the 7-star King Lu Palace, follow Fatty, and then I got stuck in a tree hole, in the bottom of the sea tomb, also follow Fatty, and then this guy used me as a swing, almost scared me to death, and opened the coffin to meet a drought demon, I'm afraid of How can Wu Xie not want to do it alone? After all, if you bring Zhang Xingye, you will be able to share a lot less. Previously promised Zhang Xingye overbearing terms. Zhang Xingye protects himself in the tomb, and every time he goes to the tomb, he has to give Zhang Xingye a portion of what he gets. Alas. Originally, Zhang Xingye was the leader, but he still had to give some to him. Wu Xia actually do not really want to, but there is no way I have no ability Woo. You fart, small naive, it is clear that you are evil, right? Open a coffin of the year room, which can be out of a white-haired drought demon, followed by you in the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace fell, the results of a group of corpses turtle rushed over, fat masters I have not said you it. Fatty Wang spat. This is definitely the pot of Wu Xieji. Zhang Xingye called a halt to the two, stop, do not quarrel, Wu Oblique is evil, you are unlucky, I do see, you two have a caddy, say how you think to go to the Qinling digging tomb? Wu Xia, aren't you an archaeologist and want to protect cultural relics? I dug it up and sold it so it wouldn't be buried underground, and not to foreigners, but to people who like it, isn't that protecting cultural relics? It's a shame to put the artifacts in the ground in case the tomb collapses in an earthquake or something, isn't it? I am going to archaeology just undocumented archaeology. Wu Xia said in a serious manner. Zhang Xingye mouth corner straight twitching, good guy, you were lying to yourself come on, honestly, in the end for what? I am poor, I don't have money. Wu Oblique drooped his head. The world panicked, but for the broken silver a few too, but it is the broken silver a few too, can solve the world's despair, can let the parents well, can protect the growth of young children, but the broken silver a few too, also broke the childhood thoughts, let the young man stain with the vicissitudes of life, bending the spine, so that the world's sadness, pain and confusion, poor. Fatty Wang tsk sigh. Zhang Xingye stroked his forehead, you also lamented on, Wu Oblique lack of money I believe, you also lack of money? Wu Oblique is really lack of money. After all, the Wu family has money, but Wu Oblique has no money since childhood. Xingdi, who would mind having more money? Fatty Wang raised his eyebrows and said. Alright, you're making me unable to refute this reason. Zhang Xingye cried and laughed. Indeed, no one would mind having too much money. There are 10,000 want 100,000, there are 100,000 want 1 million, there are 1 million want 10 million, people's desire never ends. What are you talking about? Zhang Qiling's voice came from behind. The crowd looked. Zhang Qiling again put on his punching bag and changed his pink chicken pajamas. It changed back to that high cool and handsome Zhang Qiling. Shaguan, Wu Xieji invited us to go grave robbing together, are you going or not? Zhang Xingye said with a smile. Zhang Qiling bathed as fast as ever. Zhang Qiling, it could have been faster, but I wasted a bit of time looking for a punching bag. Ahem. I'll go if you go, I won't go if you don't go. Zhang Qiling said as he sat beside Zhang Xingye. Fatty Wang wondered, little brother, could it be that you and Starlet have not taken on any private work during this period of time? At home every day to eat, sleep, and play beans it, this period of time has gained 7 or 8 pounds. Zhang Xingye yawned and said, these months do slack off. The main thing is to sell the jade figurines, money. I want to rest for a while. Zhang Qiling replied that he would not take up any private work without him. Zhang Qiling smiled lightly, and all the flowers lost their colors. A small official smile is very charming. He. Why am I so talkative? Fatty Wang hit his mouth. Slot. When Zhang Qiling opened his mouth, it was full of dog food. Wu Xie inquired, little brother, could it be that you have been at Xiao Xingzi's house all this time? Didn't you go back to your own home? Before I met him, I used my dreams as a horse, wandering the world and the four seas as my home. After I met him, wherever he is my home. Zhang Qiling has been getting along well with his own Zhang family descendants for a while now. As for going back to the northeast, Zhang Qiling said that there is a cold cage, to go there feel bound by a chain. At this time, Zhang Qiling, eyes are naive and happy, carefree, free, do not have to carry that heavy destiny, even that memory, are not in a hurry to find. Zhang Qiling felt that the time he spent with Zhang Xingye was very happy, and he could be cared for, and could be cared about. My mouth really owes me. Wu Xie gave himself a blow to the mouth as well. Slot. Obviously, Fatty Wang's previous lesson is there, he still has to have this mouth more, alas. Fatty Wang lamented, the world is going down really the world is going down thanks to the fat master I did not eat enough in the morning, or eat a mouthful of dog food, inevitably eat vomit. At that time and little brother just know when, little brother that is like gold, a face paralyzed face, do not like to talk, but now, although the words are not much, but at least no longer so shy like gold. Wu Xie also recalled the first time he met with Zhang Qiling and went to the 7-star Ruwang Palace together. Zhang Xingye smiled, the young official was not a face paralyzed, it was just that for some reasons, he was a bit social, although he was powerful and cool, he was also flesh and blood. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling, his eyes filled with favor. My Zhang Qiling is not a paralyzed face, he is just a rather sociopathic sultry 100-year-old boy who loves to wear chicken pants, he. If Zhang Qiling was just a child who grew up peacefully in the arms of his parents, he would have been more naive than Wu Xie. Zhang Qiling is not that he doesn't like to talk, but he has a lot of idle baggage on him, plus he's just a little bit sociopathic. Zhang Qiling how many people's white moonlight? Qiling, the meaning of the spirit to send a funeral All the generations of Zhang Qiling are funeral people. Only this last generation of Zhang Qiling is to bury himself. Chapter 111 promised to go with the Qiling. Okay, back to the topic, this Qiling trip, you two go or not? Seeing that the two were still being mushy, Fatty Wang finally couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye then removed his gaze from Zhang Qiling and looked at Fatty Wang, then turned his head to look at Zhang Qiling and asked, Shaguan, what do you think? In fact, for this trip to the Qiling Mountains, Zhang Xingye did not have any ideas, because he did not want to force Zhang Qiling to do what he did not want to do. If Zhang Qiling wanted to go, then he would naturally accompany him, but if Zhang Qiling did not want to go, he would not force him. Going alone by himself, after all, Zhang Xingye wanted to see that bronze god tree. And Zhang Qiling obviously knew what was in Zhang Xingye's mind, so he faintly said, if you go, I will go. When Zhang Xingye heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded his head and responded, good, then this matter is settled, let's prepare for it, and we'll leave in the next 2 days. The sight of the Wu Oblique herd, but some doubt to look at Zhang Xingye, cannot help but open the mouth to flirt with, small star, you do not ask what treasures in the tomb, you go? You're not afraid of returning empty-handed? Hearing this, combined with Wu Xie's expression, he knew that Wu Xie wanted to show off. He knew that Wu Xie wanted to show off the information he got. But Zhang Xingye didn't give Wu Xie this chance. If this tomb makes me return empty-handed, then I'll just blow him up and flatten him. Zhang Xingye replied. If you don't let me pan for some burial goods to make money, I will let you die without peace. Tomb owner, Jing Tian Dalianga, there is no one to give me the lord he pulled out my burial goods, if not, he also want to blow up my home, there is no one to give me the lord I want to sue the court, Fatty Wang listened to the words of Zhang Xingye, the corner of his mouth a twitch. So unethical thing, I believe you can do it, think about it, we go to the 7 stars Lu Wang Palace, the result of a fire burned it, go to the bottom of the sea tomb, the 8 treasures of the rotor to start, the bottom of the sea tomb bombing, there you were in the tomb, out of the tomb, after the absolute preservation of not. Zhang Qiling looked at Fatty Wang, not right. Ah. Fatty Wang is flirting with Zhang Xingye, did not expect Zhang Qiling to talk to himself. 7-star Lu Wang Palace, Wu family people beat the dead body Turtle King before setting fire to it. Zhang Qiling said in his serious manner. You don't wanna what pot all to my Zhang family descendants buckle on it. This matter clearly has nothing to do with my Zhang family descendants. Fatty, it seems to be true. Wu Xiexio reminded in a low voice. Zhang Qiling continued, the undersea tomb was drawn out by Anning's desire to move the sitting golden body. If it wasn't for Anning going to move the sitting golden body, how could the crowd have rushed over, and how could they have let the sea monkey's hands, manipulating that sitting golden body to move around, cause the 8 treasures rotor in their bodies to blow up? What does this have to do with my Zhang family scion? It really is. Fatty Wang sighed, come on, first started Zhang Xingye flirting with himself and Wu Oblique too evil and unlucky. He himself also thought of flirting with Zhang Xingye. As a result, Zhang Qiling this guy is still serious. Little brother he is not your cub, you so protective of calves do. Fatty Wang said in tears and laughter. Can't you joke about it? How did this kid suddenly become so petty? He is. Zhang Qiling replied seriously. Little brother, what did you say? Fatty Wang stood up with a miso and looked at Zhang Qiling with a shocked face. Zhang Xingye is your son? Fatty Wang was so stunned that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Zhang Qiling unhurriedly said, my Zhang family's cub. Fatty Wang sat down speechless. Little brother, can you speak without panting? Zhang Qiling this with who learns, before speaking words like gold, now good, but also big gasp. Fatty Wang has just been in Zhang Qiling really startled, thought there is what amazing big melon can eat it. As a result, Zhang Qiling's later sentence, so that the whole person of the Wang Fatty without a big language. Fatty Wang also thought Zhang Xingye really Zhang Qiling's son. But then again, Zhang Qiling was so concerned about Zhang Xingye, could there be any special relationship between them? Thinking of this, Fatty Wang could not help but curiously survey Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling. These two guys didn't look alike either. Moreover, Zhang Xingye was so lackadaisical and Zhang Qiling was so high and cold, the two were not of the same nature. Little brother, what exactly is the relationship between you and Xingdi? You two have become a couple? Fatty Wang asked curiously. He slandered us. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye and accused Fatty Wang. Zhang Xingye was speechless. Fatty, don't slander me and Xiao Guan, the two of us are normal. Zhang Qiling nodded, that's right, I'm just protecting my Zhang family descendants. Moreover, my Zhang family descendants are only concerned about me as their senior. Even if you're envious, you can't slander us like that. Really? Normal is good, huh? I was looking to introduce you guys to a doctor, huh? Fatty Wang smiled awkwardly. You two big men get together every day, there is really no secret here? Wu said with a smile, Xiao Xingzi, my family every day to urge marriage, to introduce me to the object. I see you and little brother is not small, or I will introduce you two to the object. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling stood up in a flash. Xiao Guan, what are you doing? Zhang Xingye froze. I'm going to make a phone call. Zhang Qiling went back to her room with some exasperation. Wu Xieji also did not know what happened. Xiao Xingzi, seriously, what do you think of my proposal? Zhang Xingyi shook his head, looking for objects. What good, have time to accompany the object. I bring this time to grave robbing to make money is not fragrant? If you have time to love your partner, you might as well love yourself. By the way, also have to love the little official, he. I don't want to be in love with money in the future. Now that I love money and myself, I'm doing well, and I won't eat the cake you drew. In the future, you can love whoever, and I have nothing to do, I will not ask you to be sincere. Wu Oblique after hearing, bristling, now do not look for objects, wait for the old to find it? That's what my third uncle and the others said about me. Wu Xia, let me tell you a realistic word, do you want to listen? Zhang Xingye inquired. Wu Xia was puzzled, what words? There is no woman who is always 18, but there is always a woman who is 18. Zhang Xingye smiled faintly. Wu Xia frowned slightly, seeming to have somewhat missed the point. Fatty Wang slapped his thighs. Xingdi, this is a good point, people are not in vain, money is still afraid of no object? Zhang Xingyi nodded, so try to make money, talk about the object to do what? Wu Xia nodded, I understand, the next time the second uncle and third uncle again urge to marry, I will take this reason to say to them. Zhang Xingye laughed, you just agreed to get married is not good, you life Rick wife. This life is destined to be single. Chapter 112 Exploring the Qinling Mission, launched. Zhang Qiling, who returned to his room, directly dialed the phone number of Zhang Qinjun Wanma. Zhang Qinjun Wanyama, who was trying to plow his way through, was again interrupted by Zhang Qiling's call. Who the hell is calling me again? Don't you know that scaring people at a time like this can easily make them never get it up again? Believe it or not, I'll curse, matriarch. The matriarch's phone? Zhang Qianjun Wanma hurriedly answered it with a pleasing face, not angry at all anymore. Patriarch, what are your orders? 9 gates Wu family, Wu slant. Zhang Qiling commanded. Zhang Qianjun Wanma froze. How is this the matter of the Wu family again? Last time, I was asked to find someone to douse the Wu family's fortune tree with hot water or something like that. How is this targeting the Wu family again? Patriarch, are you talking about killing Wu Xieji? Zhang Qianjun Wanma inquired. Could it be that Zhang Qiling was going to declare war on the Wu family? But it doesn't matter, the Zhang family is a tiger that has fallen, but not so much that it can't even exterminate a dog. Not to kill. Zhang Qiling is not going to kill Wu Xieji. It is simply too easy to die 100 deaths. This guy called Wu Xia, how dared he be similar to that guy Zhang He, to introduce my Zhang family descendants to each other. He has no good intentions. It's an unforgivable crime. He also wants to introduce me to someone. So what? I'm a graceful, elegant, handsome, suave, tall, brave, powerful, invincible, imposing, loved by all, blossomed by all, talented, angry with Pan and ashamed of Song Yu. Will I lack a date? I want you to eat carrots and worry about it. You just want to separate me and my Zhang family descendants. You won't kill him? Then will you waste his hands or his feet? Zhang Qianjun Wanma asked again. When did the patriarch become so merciful? Fighting and killing, you are rude. Zhang Qiling said somewhat breathlessly. You just know that fighting and killing now is a legal society. I rude? I also do not know who even do not use the knife, but instead let me smuggle bazooka. Zhang Qianjun Wanma whispered bleeping lie. Speaking of rude, how am I as rude as you? HM. And you need 2 more, 1 is not good enough. Go and stir up Wu Xieji's blind date and make him lonely and widowed for the rest of his life. If Zhang Qiling doesn't make a move, he'll be just as unethical as Zhang Xingye. If I remember correctly, the Wu family seems to be a single descendant now. The Wu family is only the only seedling of Wu Xia. If you do this, are you not making the Wu family extinct? Are you not making the Wu family extinct by doing this? Zhang Qianjun Wanma completely do not understand. Once that decisive patriarch war is gone, how did he become so unethical? Although killing Wu Xia is also the end of the Wu family, but this is too unethical, isn't it? Wu Xiabai, Wu Sanjiu, drugged and arranged for a woman. Although Zhang Qiling is unethical, he wouldn't let the Wu family die out because of this small matter. Unless it's a big deal, he wouldn't be able to do something so unethical. Since Wu Xia is the only seedling of the Wu family, wouldn't it be better to let Wu Xia become not the only seedling? It's not like Wu Erbai and Wu Sanqing are too old to be born. Patriarch, this is a bit difficult, isn't it? Wu Sanqing comes and goes without a trace all day long, and Wu Erbai is as smart as a demon, so it's not easy to calculate. Zhang Qianjun Wanma was in a difficult position. This is not a good thing to do. I don't ask about the process, I only ask about the result. Difficult? Is that something I consider? Zhang Qianjun Wanma was speechless for a while. I know, Patriarch, I will think of a way. Well, how is Zhang Hake these days? Zhang Qiling asked. It's been a while since I cared about Zhang Hake. Uncle Heika, after he saw the person everyone introduced him to, he said that he would rather drink chicken soup for the rest of his life and not eat chickens, but he would never jeopardize the Zhang family genes. Zhang Qianjun replied. Hearing this, Zhang Qiling didn't expect Zhang Hake to have quite the backbone. Then let's replace his chicken soup with duck soup. What kind of chicken soup do you drink when you don't even get married? Zhang Qianjun Wanma silently mourned for Zhang Hake for 1 second, leaving 59 seconds for ridicule. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qiling hung up the phone and walked out again, returning to his original position and sitting down. At this time, Wu Xia had already taken out that hexagonal bronze bell. No, just a bell, no bell in sight. Because it doesn't ring anymore. Little brother, you come just in time. According to Sel, my bronze bell guy told me, on this tomb there found an extremely steep cliff, and there grows a huge bronze tree. Think about it, standing above the cliff can see the bronze tree. See how big the bronze tree? Let's dig out the bronze tree. Take the Crescent Moon Hotel sold. How much money it must be worth? The bronze bell is hanging on the tree. My third uncle said every day that I can't write martial arts. This time we really alone next tomb. See him later, still say no, say me. Save him every day in front of me, pretending even if he also damaged me. Wu Xia said, not forgetting to spit on Wu San province. He didn't notice Zhang Qiling's unhappy face at all. Zhang Qiling, draw a circle to curse you. And Zhang Xingye almost didn't laugh out loud. Wu Xia, you are really naive. Such an obvious bureau, you didn't even see it. This is not obviously your third uncle to find someone to swindle you to the Qinling. Do you really think that you are a puppy that can jump out of Wu San province's 5-finger mountain? You are just like that sun monkey who thought he had flown 108,000 miles in a dive and flipped out of Buddha's palm, but in fact, he was trapped in the world in the palm of his hand and didn't realize it. If you can jump out of the control of Wu San province so easily now, then Wu San province would not be called Wu San province anymore. Xingdi, let's get the bronze tree out and get it to the Crescent Moon Hotel. Can we change the way we share it? Fatty Wang asked. Zhang Xingye raised his eyebrows. How do you want to divide it? Other unchanged. On this bronze tree, we sold, you and little brother each share 30%, I and little Tianjin each share 20%. How? After all, little Tianjin brought us this news, and we didn't do it alone, we dragged you along. We can't help it. We're saving up to get a daughter-in-law. Zhang Xingyi nodded. Okay, no problem. The bronze god tree can't be brought out, so whatever you say. You can't share that thing even if you talk a lot about it. Really? Sing Di, don't you even think about it? You just said yes? Fatty Wang couldn't believe it. Wu Xia was also shocked. Only Zhang Qiling sighed helplessly and mourned for Wu Xia and Fatty Wang. Zhang Xingye, this guy loves money, other things can be negotiated. Can money be negotiated? This thing out of the ordinary must be evil. Ah. You two even believe it, are not under the brain. Of course, fair distribution. Zhang Xingye nodded with a smile. Anyway, I promise to distribute it fairly, but if I can't bring it out, it has nothing to do with me. Ha ha ha. Ding dong. Exploring the Qinling mission has been triggered. Mission, please promise and arrive at the Qinling. Mission reward, you'll know when the time comes. Chapter 113, The Nine Gates Recent Movements. A few days later. Equipment and so on are all bought, driving to the Qinling. Just buy that kind of big and cheap car, also buy second hand, anyway, no matter how it does not hurt. Everyone gathered in front of Zhang Xingye's house. At this time, Wusan province also came to find Wu Bai. Second brother, why are you looking so sad? Wu Sancheng was puzzled and looked at Wu Bai with a sad face and asked. This is the real Wu Sancheng. Xia Lianhuan hid in the shadows. Wu Bai sighed. Lao San, you do not know, these days, our family fortune tree is always inexplicably scalded by hot water, the leaves are gathered bald, the last time I found it, the fortune tree is still smoking hot. Wu Bai also puzzled, this is puzzling, go to check the monitor inexplicably black screen for a while. The company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services, and the company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services, and the company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services. There are a lot of dogs here. It is reasonable to say that there are dogs in the Wu family. If a stranger enters the Wu family, they don't need to see a person, they will have to bark when they smell the smell. Wu Bai shook his head. I don't know, I suspect that it is not our Wu family's own people did it, but it does not make sense. Wu Bai once suspected that there is a traitor in the Wu family. But on second thought, this is not possible. This Wu family every subordinate, their own less than 6 or 7 years, more than 10 years have. All of them have been tested. Wu Bai does not know, the Wu family these tested people, several of them are the Wang family, of course, there is also the Zhang family. The real scouts, that are the kind of people around you or scouts you do not even know. Second brother, has the Wu family recently offended someone outside? Wusan province also thinks it's unlikely that it's an inside job. Then it can only be done by outsiders. Wu Bai shook his head. No one has been offended recently. Is it possible that you have offended someone on the outside? Wu Bai was sure that the Wu family hadn't offended anyone on the outside. On the contrary, it was Wusan province who had been seen and not seen all day long, so it was possible that he had offended someone. I haven't offended anyone either. Could it be Zhang Qiling? Could it be Zhang Qiling who was unhappy about the ghost seal being put up for auction? Wusan province's first reaction was to think of the matter of the ghost seal being put up for auction. Wu Bai was speechless, he hadn't cared to do such a thing, he was a bright and open person, this kind of childish thing, he couldn't do it, on the contrary, it's Wu Shezhi, when you put him out to experience, is it possible that he had offended someone? Wusan province straightly cried out that it was impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In addition to being a bit stupid and curious, Xiao Xia did not offend anyone, and Xiao Xia has always been under control, has been staying in Hangzhou this period of time. A few days ago I was fooled by me to fly to the imperial capital to look for the Zheng family to go, is preparing to go to the Qinling. It's not like that guy, Wu Xia, is a troublemaker. Wu Bai rubbed his brow, brain melon pain. Not only is the wealth tree was watered to death, I just found this morning the hall that brave ass do not know when someone poked a finger thick hole, do not know who net do this kind of unethical thing, and the god of wealth, the hands of good end of the golden treasure, do not know who skimmed, replaced with a papier-mâché, or a plutonium paste. Wu Bai really can't figure out, in the end, which is the lack of morality things so lack of morality. If it was an assassination or something like that, Wu Bai could handle it easily. But this is the first time that Wu Bai has encountered this kind of unethical thing. After all, the Wu family knows people who have status and can't do this kind of thing. I can't afford to lose that person. This is like a child's heart, childish people do. Could it be Wu Shezhi did it? Could it be Wu Xia's doing? Revenge for us hiding something from him? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea for me to get back at you. Wu Xia, I was already poor, I would do something like this to break the bank. The first time I saw this, I didn't realize that the Wu family was rich, and I even thought that the Wu family was poor at one time. Listening to his third uncle said, he went to college tuition, or he found someone to borrow. The money that he cheated from himself was used to pay off his debts. Forget it, let's not talk about it. What did you come to see me this time? Wu Bai had a headache and didn't want to dwell on this matter. Wu Sancheng also talked about business. I was asking if there has been any movement in the 9 sect lately. The Wu family contacted Jude Cao, the Xie family contacted our Wu family, and the remaining 6 families seem to have nothing to worry about. But in fact, there are dark currents behind the scenes, and it seems that they are plotting something, and they have not taken Wu, Hua, and Xie for a ride. Wu Bai told Wu Sancheng about the news he had gotten recently. When Wu San province heard the news, he didn't feel surprised. It seems that this ghost seal has awakened a lot of old men. Back then, in the Four Girls Mountains, the 3 of us spoke up for Zhang Qiling and shook up the other 6 families, so at least we still have a little bit of love for each other, but they blamed Zhang Qiling for the failure of the mission, and they haven't come up with an apology to this day. The Hua family is definitely plotting something by contacting Jude Cao. Have you contacted Jude Cao lately? No, I didn't have the heart to contact him last time, but if something happens, he'll definitely contact me. I've helped him sell so many things over the years, and if he dares to cheat our Wu family, I'll hand over the evidence. Wu San province also knows that although he did not do the right thing in the Shisha undersea tomb, but the 2 sides are definitely not so bad as to play down the game. Wu Bai's fingers tapped on the table with a single click. You are good to clear your tail, Zhang family come back. The attitude of the 9 doors is not good. You be careful if people Zhang sent you in to step on the sewing machine. I have already greeted Zhang Rishang and asked him to inform the remaining 8 gates not to trip up our Wu family at this time, or no matter what the reason is, when our Wu family goes in, we will first give them all up. Wu Bai laughed. Aren't you forcing the 8 gates to wipe your ass for you? How can you pit your friends like this? Anyway, I don't care what the reason is, as long as our Wu family goes in, I will give you all up. Be the first to take this stance and no one will follow it. Because once someone threatens the Wu family with the same words, there's a high probability that they'll all go down together and both lose. The people of the 9 sect were not stupid. They knew the temperament of the Wu family well. Blessings I enjoy alone, difficulties together, and aren't friends meant to be pitched? Until now, the 9 sect has not been honest with each other to fight against the Zhang family. Instead, they are still counting on each other. Who can blame them? Wu San province thinks that there is nothing wrong with this. It's better for me to victimize the world than to let the world victimize me. Zhang Rishang will be the first to be liquidated when the time comes to settle the score, so if he doesn't panic now, how can the 9 sect panic? Wu Bai held up his glasses. The reason why the 9 sect has not yet joined together is because Zhang Rishan is still sitting in a fishing boat. Chapter 114 Departure from Qinling, Black Blind Man arrives. Zhang Xingye's home entrance. The crowd had also packed up, and things were basically put in Zhang Xingye's system space for storage. Zhang Xingye was wearing a set of black casual clothes. Zhang Qiling still wore his rushing suit back and put on his hat. The only difference was that this time, sunglasses were worn, as well as the black and gold ancient sword no longer being carried on his back. Instead, it was 2 things that couldn't be seen because they were wrapped up kinda tightly. Little brother, are you changing the 2 knives you're carrying? When Fatty Wang saw this equipment of Zhang Qiling, he couldn't help but tease. Zhang Qiling replied, knife? Long ago, I didn't use them. Zhang Xingye laughed. Line, don't ask, hurry to get on the car, let's hurry to set off. From the imperial capital to the Qinling has a section of the road it. Said, Zhang Xingye pulled open the door of the trunk and sat in, and waved to Zhang Qiling to sit together. This is a 7-seater big car. No, Xingdi, this car you bought, you don't drive it? Fatty Wang saw Zhang Xingye sitting towards the back and asked suspiciously. Zhang Xingye justified said, I do not have a driver's license. Then how did you buy a car? Fatty Wang was shocked. You do not have a driver's license, you still say so righteous? Driving a license, buy a car and do not need a license, and then again, the car is what I bought, but also I drive, then I pay for what? Zhang Xingye said in a serious manner. Fatty Wang's mouth straight twitching, this car topped $8,000, that little brother you to drive not? I also do not have. Zhang Qiling replied. Although I can drive, but I only give my Zhang family descendants to drive. Besides, I don't even have an ID card, how can I have a driver's license? But when you go out, it's still not good if you don't know how to drive. Zhang Qiling can drive, but doesn't have a license. Good guy, little naive. Then you Fatty Wang looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie shook his head. I have to rely on my third uncle to borrow the tuition fees for college. Do you think I will have the money to get a driver's license? That is not this way have to fat master I drive? The company's website is a great source of information about the company's products and services. A car 4 people, 3 do not have a driver's license. Zhang Xingye snapped his fingers. Congratulations, you got it right, but no reward, haha. At this time, a black figure rode a bicycle and drifted in front of Zhang Xingye's house. Black blind man? Zhang Xingye froze. Isn't this the black blind man? Ma'am, fortunately caught up, this way, can stare me dead, red lights I have broken 8, behind 3 traffic police driving after me, froze did not catch up with me, haha. The black blind man parked his bike aside. It is natural to pull open the door to squeeze up. No, what are you doing without saying anything on my car? Zhang Xingyi face speechless, you can really familiar with yourself. The black blind man picked up the car on the side of the water, gulp 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 gulp. I said small stars you can really not enough there are opportunities to make money you do not call me, or mute enough, last night notified me of the night. The black blind man gasped and said. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling suspiciously, so you went out for a trip last night not just to fetch something Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, it is safer to let him go first if there is danger. Wu Xieqi sat on the passenger side, so what, call him on, then how do we share I give. Zhang Qiling replied. When the time comes to divide the spoils, I will divide the worthless ones to myself, and then to the black blind man on the line. Valuable things, handed over to my Zhang family descendants to help me keep, lest in case one day this unethical black blind man again cheated me money. Fatty Wang resigned to sit in the driver's seat, line not divided between me and the small days really this point of 3 melons and 2 jujubes on the line. The black blind man proudly said, dumb always generous, black master I do not see you that point it. Fatty Wang started the car, embarked on the journey to the Qinling. Zhang Xingyi still cannot understand, blind, according to reason you do not lack of money you mix with us a little small business why? Lack of Who says I'm not short of money? Didn't you rob me of so much money? I gave back my last paycheck to Little Flower. I'm so poor now, I didn't even pay for a taxi, didn't I? I pedaled my bike. The black blind man nudged his mouth. Blind where I do not lack of money, my savings have fallen out of the 9 figures. No money in hand, blind I panic. That little bit of money, is there a tenth of the money you have been pitting petty officials for all these years? Zhang Xingye speechless, you also cry poor. The black blind man is not to answer it, answer this word, may have to break the bank again. I can lack of money, this way by the 3 traffic police chase, I did not dare to stop, otherwise it would have to be fined again, the bicycle chain or smoking. Zhang Xingye doesn't believe it. Do you know how to drive? These days, who does not know how to drive I often drive the car of small flowers. The black blind man said with pride. Zhang Xingye nodded, okay, then you will be responsible for taking over the driving of Fatty Wang, we travel by night and day, Fatty daytime driving, you drive at night. The moment these words came out, the expression on the black blind man's face instantly collapsed. Groove. They just have nothing to show off what they can do. This is good, to give people as a free driver. Little star my eyes are not good, you let me drive at night, I open the ditch to go, or open the cliff below to go, the whole car destroyed, you cannot blame me Black blind man said in a serious manner. Zhang Xingyi nodded, you can rest assured that you are sure to see the king of hell before us, the small official on the back of the back, is not vegetarian. Hearing this, the black blind man was suddenly like a dead man. What Zhang Qiling is carrying on his back, the black blind man is very clear. Because of that thing, Zhang Qiling put the black blind man's store to hide. Last night, Zhang Qiling went to the black blind massage store to take the bazooka, hidden in the black blind man beam. Black blind man, so dangerous things you so hide me here? Zhang Qiling said, that or else, hide my Zhang family descendants home, in case of discovery, then my Zhang family descendants shall not go in to step on the sewing machine? Black blind man, then you are not afraid of me to go in and step on the sewing machine? Zhang Qiling, cheating my money lack of virtue thing, go in and step on the sewing machine is also considered a contribution to the country. Black blind man, dumb, I on the morning 8. At that time, the black blind man really wanted Zhang Qiling beat up, but looked at Zhang Qiling hands of the 2 rocket-propelled grenades, the black blind man dared not say. Only to let Zhang Qiling leave. Dumb, you black gold ancient knife with a good, what do you change The black blind man was speechless. If Zhang Qiling had used the black gold ancient knife, the black blind man would have dared to fight with Zhang Qiling. But in the face of Zhang Qiling with 2 bazookas. Zhang Qiling, dare not move? Black blind man, do not dare to move, do not dare to move. Oh, blind me too difficult Zhang Qiling looked at the black blind man, the corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile, slowly spit out 4 words. Times have changed. Chapter 115 Wu Oblique, location? Do not know A group of people rushed to Qinling in great numbers. Zhang Xingye thought all the way to the butterfly effect, how many things can be changed by the butterfly effect? Where was old Itchy? Shouldn't he have contacted Wu Xie? How this way did not hear Wu Oblique mentioned? And this black blind man also followed, this world is really more and more people cannot understand. A few days later, near the Qinling road. That said, do you know the exact location of the tomb? On the road, Zhang Xingye suddenly thought of something. Wu Xie shook his head, I don't know, I only know that it's in Qinling. You don't know? 800 miles of the Qinling, we have to find when to go The black blind man was so shocked that his glasses are going to fall off. Halfway here, you even told me you do not know the exact location? Wu Oblique but do not think, 800 miles of the Qinling, drive around 2 days also turn finished, and besides, since the bronze bells this thing unearthed, we find people to the Qinling ask, surely there can be clues. Then what, Newt, if a trip for nothing, you still give me a share of the money? The black blind man looked toward Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling looked at the black blind man, did not say anything. But the expression on his face seemed to have already said it. Zhang Qiling's expression almost wrote the word no money on his face. Ha ha. Black blind man, you are so rich, even if you did not find the tomb, you think of it as a trip to the Qingling. Zhang Xingyi teased. Black blind man nuzzle, how can I compare to you? Shooting a jade figurine tens of billions of you cannot black master I have more money, mute not give me money, you not? I don't want money, I don't want to give my life. Zhang Xingyi 2 hands a stall. My money still have to stay to raise chickens as well as with the little official to study the chicken eating it. Hearing this, the black blind man wanted to cry. Maru spicy, blind me this clip llama afraid to return empty-handed. The effort does not pay nah. Woohoo, no one heartache blind me oh. Surnamed Wu, this time the tomb is your lead, if a trip for nothing, you give me the bill not? Black blind man asked Wu Oblique. The co-pilot of the Wu Oblique a serious road, you wanna force me to sell a kidney? Do I look like I have money? My family Wang Meng a few $100s a month salary I sometimes cannot afford to pay, but also owed, you think I can afford it? Nice guy. Good guys. You're both broke, and you're bullying Master Black. I can tell you, if this trip is in vain, I'll go to your Wu family to catch 2 dogs to cover the debt. The black blind man was very fierce and threatening. Wu Oblique nodded, not afraid of being bitten by the dogs as you go, we Wu shanju nothing else, more dogs. Hearing this, the black blind man went out again. The long sky, why is it thin to me? Ooh, heaven nah, why are you so thin to blind me nah? Originally I have no money, it is not easy to mix a clip llama thing, the result may also end up a basket of water calling. Zhang Xingye smiled, don't worry, blind man, there is no way we can return empty-handed. Zhang Xingye had this confidence. As the favorite of heaven and earth, Wu Xia was extremely lucky. As long as we arrived at the Qingling, not to mention deliberately searching, even under Wu Xia's missteps, we would be able to find that tomb. This was inevitable. Who let the other Wu Xia be the favored one that heaven and earth's chi luck had clocked? Hope blah. The black blind man drooped his head and pulled out a box of chili fried pork covered rice from under his chair. Woo. At this time, it is necessary to eat a bowl of chili fried pork over rice to soothe the blind my heart. Zhang Qiling opened the window in disgust, the smell was heavy. The black blind man who was preparing to pick up the chili fried pork with rice heard Zhang Qiling's words and stared wide-eyed. Black blind man, mute, you've really changed, you never used to say this before. Zhang Qiling, I used to say it in my heart, now I say it on my mouth, it's not that I didn't say it before, it's that I didn't use my mouth to say it before. You just envy me of covered rice to eat, you do not have. The black blind man buried his head to dry rice. Zhang Xingye curiously asked, blind man, this chili fried meat rice has saved your life? How do you bring wherever you go? Your object does not take one, but every day with this pepper fried meat rice. Zhang Xingye is really curious. The black blind man arrogantly said, the object of which is not as good as my green pepper shredded meat rice? Real men, you have to eat green pepper shredded meat with rice, you see, I have this green pepper shredded meat with rice that is a customized version, shelf life of 10 years it. We are a pair of green pepper fried rice is especially fragrant you know? Zhang Xingye nodded, good guy, green pepper shredded meat covered rice does not ask you to be a promotional ambassador, it is really a pity, I finally understand why you yell every day that you have no money you still cannot starve, the original is not only in the massage parlor as a duck, there is also this 10-year shelf life covered rice. I cough. The black blind man was Zhang Xingyi said this, directly choked on his own green pepper fried meat with rice. There is no water in the car, so don't choke to death. Zhang Qiling coldly said. Anyway, there are stores along the way, not yet on the Qingling, there is no canton water. The black blind man asked after slowing down, who slandered the black master me? That is a massage parlor, I earn money by craftsmanship? Zhang Xingyi shook his head, I do not believe, you based on what craft You don't have such a long rich woman's happy fingers as me and Xiaoguan, so you can only be a duck? It's not right. Don't you? Every time you fight, you earn a lot of money, right, but you yell every day that you do not have money, after knowing the little flower, but also often go to the little flower home to rub rice. Zhang Xingye spat. The black blind man rubbed his nose, no such thing. I went to little flower's house to eat, obviously to listen to little flower sing opera. You fart, you rarely go to listen to little flower sing opera, unless little flower sings farewell my concubine. Zhang Xingye directly demolished. Black blind man skimmed his mouth, well, I went to little flower's place to dine in order to avoid Huo because she always urged me to pay the rent. Driving the fat Wang asked, Black master, I am very curious I'll call you black blind man, since you are blind, then also down the bucket to do what? Black blind man speechless, that mute or muted, you see him as a mute? Zhang Qiling puzzled, this how to talk about talking to me? The black blind man is not blind, he just a little problem with the eyes, and the blind man he down the fight does not rely on the eyes, but the ears, he can use his ears in the tomb to hear a lot of eyes cannot see things. Zhang Xingye explained. Fatty Wang nodded, so that's how it is. Right, from our noon drive to now. Black Master, I heard you let out 8 not loud farts. Fat Master, I said what? Chapter 116, a sudden sharp break. The black blind man said to Fatty Wang. This word heard the driving Wang Fatty's small face red. Aside of the co-pilot Wu oblique shocked, it turned out that those stinky smell is fat fart. I thought it was my feet last night, did not wash the feet of the foot odor. I also thought I did not take off the shoes. Where is the smell? This time the truth is clear. Fatty Wang coughed lightly. Black Master, in the mealtime to say so smelly things, you can still eat the meal? Upon hearing this, the black blind man looked at the hand of the green pepper shredded meat covered rice, and then looked at Fatty Wang, cursed and directly put the covered rice covered and put away. Black Master, I should not talk to you. Zhang Xingye smiled and asked, Blind man, I heard that you shredded meat beautifully. You take the anatomy certificate, is it just to shred meat? The black blind man was shocked. How do you know? I not only know this, I also know that when you and Xiaoguan knew each other, it was because you heard that someone would be able to speak in corpse language, and then found Xiaoguan, and let Xiaoguan show you, and the result was that Xiaoguan didn't take care of you, huh? The more Zhang Xingye thought about it, the funnier he felt, huh? Mute, this you say? The black blind man was shocked, thinking that Zhang Qiling had told Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling replied, I'm not that idle. I'm free to talk to my Zhang family descendants about you, so why don't I spend that time to study the way to eat chicken with my Zhang family descendants? Blindy, I also know that when you first met Xiaoguan, you were particularly curious about him, and then you spent 10 years following Xiaoguan around. And when you first met Xiaoguan, you actually thought that Xiaoguan was unable to speak because his vocal cords were damaged, and for that reason you made a point of verifying it. You tried to verify it while Xiaoguan was asleep, but Xiaoguan found out, and then the two of you even fought, and you lost the fight. Earlier on February 2nd 9, you also gave Xiaoguan an alarm clock, telling him that this day was your birthday, and you ended up getting beaten up again, huh? Moreover, you like peony flowers more than begonias because you think that dying under peony flowers makes you a ghost, and you also like to sing 18 touches. Listening to Zhang Xingye speak out this piece of past events, the black blind man's old face turned red. Dumb, this is definitely what you said. Absolutely. You must have lost your memory and forgotten. In response, Zhang Qiling also self-doubted for a second. Could it really be that I told Zhang Xingye before I lost my memory? Well, doesn't that mean that my Zhang clan descendant and I have known each other for a long time? It's just that I forgot about my Zhang clan descendant? That's why he found himself on the way to the 7-star Ruang Palace and called his name enthusiastically just after seeing him. The truth. No wonder my Zhang clan descendant was so excited when he saw me for the first time. It turned out to be that I had known him a long time ago, only that I had forgotten about him. No wonder. Blame me, my Zhang family descendant must have suffered a lot to find me. Another day of heartache for my Zhang family descendants. Okay, blind, people say cunning rabbit 3 holes, you can more than I heard that as long as you are willing, you can live in different places 365 days a year, even if some houses do not welcome you, and the place where you have lived the longest is a tomb, which is still with the old dog Wu learn, because you are the focus of the nation's most wanted, and then you learn the old dog Wu hid in the tomb for a year. I heard that you later came out, but also some of the reluctance and you will play Tetris or small flowers taught you. The black blind man listened to this, his mouth opened wide. Feeling around on his own body, he seemed to be looking for something. Learned it from my grandfather? Master Black, you still know my grandfather? Wu Xia was a little surprised. It was hard to believe that these 3 guys sitting behind him had all lived for a long time. The black blind man ignored Wu Xia and instead looked at Zhang Xingye. Did you put a bug, locator, or monitor on Master Black me? How do you know so much about me? The black blind man is increasingly unable to see through Zhang Xingye. Then cannot see through Zhang Qiling also cannot see through. Zhang Xingye spat out his tongue. You guess ha. This journey is also boring. Teasing the black blind man is also quite fun. Mute, you do not care about it? You must not do for me He is your Zhang family. The black blind man looked at Zhang Qiling with aggression. Hopefully, Zhang Qiling can say something for himself. Zhang Qiling did speak. You also know that he is the Zhang family Since you all know that Zhang Xingye is a member of the Zhang family, then who do you think I am speaking for? You guys you bullies. The black blind man slumped by the window and cried alone in aggression. Only not a single tear. Ha. Suddenly, Fatty Wang stepped on the brakes, and the black blind man's entire body slid forward, his head directly knocked to the edge of the window. Zhang Qiling quickly reacted, reached out and wrapped his hand around Zhang Xingye who was about to hit the chair in front of him. Due to inertia, Zhang Xingye directly fell into Zhang Qiling's arms. Zhang Qiling held Zhang Xingye tightly. Fatty, how do you drive? Engage in emergency braking Zhang Xingye was startled and nearly broke out into a cold sweat. Thanks to Zhang Qiling's protection, or else his forehead would have definitely made a close contact with the chair in front of him. No, there is someone. This person is like he has no eyes, walking without looking at the road. Fat Master, I thought he would wait for the car to pass. Fatty Wang said, while undoing the seatbelt, push open the door ready to get out of the car to check the situation. Ego my head, which? This is not to compensate for the Black Master me $50,000, this thing Black Master and he is not finished. The black blind man directly opened the door to get out of the car. I would like to see which is the cause of the Wang Fat. Suddenly a sharp brake led to their own also hit a bit. The first thing you need to do is to get out of the car and get out of the car and then get out of the car. Zhang Xingye looked toward Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling opened the car door. Zhang Qiling opened the car door and then also got down. When she got off the car, she also thoughtfully blocked the top of the car door for Zhang Xingyi, fearing that Zhang Xingyi would bump into it. Who? Which one of you has long eyes and is out of breath? Did not see the car. Tell you, this is not $50,000, this matter is not finished. Black blind man while rubbing his forehead while cursing. Fatty Wang also agreed, is no long eyes na, uing, to die elsewhere to die This is if you hit a dead person, and is a problem. The person who was almost hit saw the people who came to the raging seal, but also not afraid, but dislike back. You guys are ing racing and you're blaming me? Don't you know the speed limit here? You're driving so fast, you're in a hurry to get reincarnated, it's really funny, and you're calling me a who? Aha! Wu Xie. The man saw Wu Xie as he was talking. Wu Xie's eyes widened and he looked at this person with an unbelievable face. Old Itchy? Chapter 117, The Abandoned Fatty Wang. Wu Xie looked at the person in front of him with a surprised look on his face. This person was actually Old Itchy. Old Itchy looked at Wu Xie, his eyes were full of excitement. He walked up and hugged Wu Xie tightly. Wu Xie, it's really been a long time. Wu Xie also hugged Old Itch back and laughed. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here either. Fatty Wang on the side curiously asked, Little Tianjin, who is this? Your friend? Wu Xie answered with a smile, he is my heir, called Xie Ziang, we grew up together, I have always called him Old Itchy. Fatty Wang suddenly realized, the original is a little hare. The Old Itch enthusiastically greeted with Fatty Wang, hello, I am the Old Itch, I am very happy to know you, really do not fight, I did not expect you to be the friends of Wu Oblique. Fatty Wang haha laugh, I called Wang you have, is not to fight give you an introduction. Wu Oblique emotion, really did not expect to meet here Old Itch, we have not seen for several years, right? Old Itchy nodded, yes, time flies. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, curiously sized up Old Itch in front of him. System, is this a real or fake person? Zhang Xingye knew that he was a fake, but wasn't sure if anything had changed because of the butterfly effect. Replicant, no change, died 3 years ago. Then what is he doing here in Qinling? And why can he be so far away from the bronze god tree? Although the Qinling divine tree has the ability to replicate, but this ability will be weakened with the passage of time, he should go to the Qinling divine tree to replenish the energy, or to reproduce a new one. As for why he can be so far away from the bronze divine tree, it is because of the bronze divine tree's function of transforming the virtual into the real, can be strongly conceptualized into the entity of the brain. The disadvantage is that it cannot be left, the tree is too far away, and there is a time limit, and this Old Itchy illusionary body broke off a branch of the bronze god tree, carried it on his body, and then lived in the world. So it's him who has a branch of the bronze god tree on his body, it can't be his earring, right? Then he didn't call on Wu Xie this time, but the two still met, this should be the butterfly effect, right? No, this is the correction of the world's heavenly way. The heavenly way is dialing the offset trajectory back to the right track. The branches of the bronze god tree did have a part of it become the earrings on his ears. If this system didn't calculate wrongly, he should have made all of the bronze god tree's branches into earrings and put them on his ears. That's the ability for him to maintain his form and not dissipate. And right now it should be that the branch's energy has been depleted. And he has to go back to the bronze god tree. I'm curious as to who exactly copied Old Itch and how he was resurrected. Because of that bronze god tree's branch and his own extremely strong obsession. Then I'm even more curious. Under normal circumstances, Old Itch approached Wu Xie to ask him to help him resurrect his mom, but why didn't Old Itch resurrect his mom himself? Because his resurrection was because he was trapped in the cave, he had a very strong obsession in the cave, I want to go out to find my mom, coupled with the materialization ability of the branches of the bronze god tree, and then copied a copy of him out of the cave, but he went out of the cave always remembering his mom lying on his sewing machine with that face stuck to the top of the machine, which is why he would have asked Wu Xie to help him copy his mom out of the cave because he didn't copy it so it wouldn't have turned into what do you mean? What do you mean? Because the Old Itch cannot control his own thinking, he can resurrect a materialized mother, but his thinking is too jumpy, not his own control, he will not naturally think of what he saw his mother glued to the sewing machine face, and that kind of mother is not what the Old Itch wants. Of course, this is only an example, but there are countless possibilities, resurrected into other looks, so that the reason for the resurrection of the Wu Zhiqi is that Wu Slant hasn't seen those strange looks. Wu Slant will only resurrect a mother that Old Itch remembers. This entity won't turn into a monster with half of her face rotting just because Old Itch has a random thought in his own mind, so it has to be Wu Slant resurrecting, it can't be himself. So that's what I'm saying, no wonder Old Itch wants Wu Xie to help resurrect. Old Itch wants that kind mother, not that monster with half of its face rotted away. Zhang Xingye and the system were communicating with their consciousness. Oldich couldn't control his thoughts. There was no way to keep himself from imagining that scene, much less discard distractions and forget that sight of his mother dying, so there was no way to fully resurrect the kind mother. So the Oldich must find a person who has both seen his mother and not seen his mother's rotting half-face appearance, and that person is Wu Xie. So, Oldich sought out Wu Xie. What's on his mind? Zhang Qiling watched Zhang Xingye's brows frown sometimes tightly and sometimes loosely. So he asked. Zhang Xingye coughed lightly, Xiaoguan, mute, let's go to that store to buy water, I'm a bit thirsty. After Zhang Xingye finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Qiling and the black blind man to agree, pulling the two of them to go to that store not far ahead. Fatty Wang keenly perceived that Zhang Xingye should have intentionally left. And this willfully leave should be because of this what Oldich. Previously, Zhang Xingye said that the black blind man was wanted by the whole country. This Oldich will not also be a wanted fugitive, wanted criminal, right? Zhang Xingye and the attention of the black blind man is wanted, incidentally also found the Oldich this guy is wanted? Sing Di just left Fat Master me behind? You three capable guys put me, a half-wit, beside such a dangerous person? Fatty Wang would like to ask Wu Xie, his friend is not really a wanted man, right, but after thinking about it, if he asks, if the other party does not care about the hostage Wu Xie or himself what to do? Well, it is better to wait for Zhang Xingyi to come back and then make plans. It is possible that Zhang Xingyi really went to buy water. Well, really went to buy water. Fatty Wang wanted to deceive himself and comfort himself, but Zhang Xingye to buy water to bring Zhang Qiling and the black blind man why? Bring Zhang Qiling in front of the understandable, after all, they all sleep together, no, is all who in a home. However, the black blind man also brought what bring up to eat dog food Oh, star brother you also too not righteous the fat master I left such a dangerous person side. You take the black blind man to go, do not put the fat master me with at least we are in the tomb of life friendship oh. There is also this Wu Oblique, that he is naive, he is really naive His what has not seen for a long time friends may be on the run wanted criminal how also a little defense did not This guy is not hiding a murder weapon, right? Then the fat master I have to hurry to the crotch of the hidden umbrella out of the diamond in case of accidents? Chapter 118, why don't we bet on it? The other side. Zhang Xingye, Zhang Qiling, and the black blind man came to the store to buy water, taking advantage of this gap, they quietly came together. Little star, did you find something? The black blind man lowered his voice and asked. After all, Zhang Xingye's behavior was so abnormal, if there was no special reason, it would be too strange. Zhang Xingye gently nodded, I found out that old Ichi is not a real person. Hearing this, the black blind man's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted in a low voice, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Little star, don't joke about such things, how could he not be a human being? Could it be that he is a ghost? Is he a zombie? Now it's broad daylight, hot sun, ghosts do not dare to run around at this time, not to mention that he does not have a bit of ghost gas or corpse gas. The black blind man firmly sealed that Zhang Xingyi is joking, because he really cannot accept the argument that a living person will not be human. A human being was a human being, so what was the difference between true and false? What's more, the black blind man really did not smell any corpse gas on the old itchy body and other evil Zhang Xingye saw that the black blind man did not believe, did not say anything more, but instead looked at Zhang Qiling, Xiaoguan, do you believe what I said? Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, I believe. A smile appeared on Zhang Xingye's face, a very happy look. The black blind man, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye with a shocked face, unable to believe his ears. Newt, little star is joking, you really believe it? No, even if you favor him, you can't believe him brainlessly, right? 9.5 out of 10 of what this starlet guy says are lies, and you actually believe him so much? Hearing this, Zhang Xingye gave a somewhat disgruntled look at the black blind man, don't talk nonsense, when have I ever lied to you? The black blind man rolled his eyes, you still have the nerve to say that you haven't lied to me? Tell me, how much money have you cheated me? Poor my little savings, I hate to go into your pocket. Zhang Xingyi laughed, you cheated the money of the minor officials, that is really called cheating, and I call this for heaven, besides, I did not force you to give me Yes, you moff did not force me, do you think I did not see you behind the hand-hidden herring cans? If I dare not give, your herring can dare to dislike my mouth. The black blind man rolled his eyes. You have the ability to put away the herring can before saying this. Zhang Xingye laughed and didn't reply, instead looking at Zhang Qiling, little officer, why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'm cheating you? Zhang Qiling was silent for a while, then replied very seriously. Because I know you won't lie to me, and since you're a scion of my Zhang family, even if you lie to me, I'm willing to be fooled by you. Ahem, this Zhang family scion is limited to Zhang Xingye. If the rest of the Zhang family descendants dared to lie to Zhang Qiling, then Zhang Qiling would have to take out his own bazooka and teach these ungrateful descendants how to be honest. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye was touched for a moment in his heart and his eyes were slightly red, little officer. The black blind man saw the two men look at each other with deep affection, could not help but shiver, line, the two of you do not meet my goosebumps are almost off the ground. Zhang Xingye blankly glanced at the black blind man. Humph, the guy who spoiled the atmosphere, the little official, so trust me, can't I still not be touched a little? The black blind man helplessly shook his head. Well, can be touched, okay, but little star, those things you just said, in the end is it true ah? Zhang Xingyi put away the smile, expression became serious. Of course it is true, I lied to you for what? I did not see from him and Wu oblique long goodbye reunion of joy, and he did not have that kind of anger, dead air. Based on this alone, you were so conclusive? The black blind man raised his eyebrows lightly, feeling that Zhang Xingye was a bit too arbitrary. Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed, revealing a wry expression. How about this, let's have a bet. When the black blind man heard this, he immediately became interested and asked curiously, oh? What to bet? Zhang Xingyi said mysteriously, betting on the old ich is not a real person, the period of time, it is said at the time we leave the Qinling, if to that time, we still cannot prove that he is not a real person, that counts as my loss, and vice versa is that I win. The black blind man heard, after a little thought nodded, and then asked, what is the bet? Zhang Xingyi smiled slightly, said with confidence, betting on a meal at the Crescent Hotel, who lost who invited to eat at the Crescent Hotel, what to eat by the winning person to decide. The black blind man shook his head, said, no, the Crescent Moon Hotel, that place, make money faster than the robbery, I cannot afford to consume, or we bet a month of shredded meat with green peppers over rice how? If I win, you have to make me a month's worth of shredded pork with green peppers over rice, and if I lose, I'll make you a month's worth of shredded pork with green peppers over rice. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone likes shredded pork with green peppers as much as you do? Forget it if you don't dare to bet, it's not a shame to be timid. At this time, Zhang Qiling also nodded and concurred, yes, it's not shameful. These words made the black blind man's face instantly turn red and hurriedly said, who said I don't dare to bet? A bet is a bet. I promised. Anyway, if one loses, the bill for the meal will be put on Little Flower's head, he. Besides, is it possible for myself to lose? I'll bet too, 3 people bet. Zhang Qiling opened his mouth. The black blind man froze, dumb, who are you betting with? Not with you. Zhang Qiling replied. Of course I am with my Zhang family descendants, it is hard not to follow you. The black blind man nodded his head, well, anyway, treating you to a meal is not too bad, it can be. Zhang Qiling shook his head and said, it is a treat to eat twice. Zhang Qiling believes that Zhang Xingye does not do unsure things. Because Zhang Xingye was greedy for money and would never break the bank, he would definitely win. At that time, after winning, he himself took Zhang Xingye to the Crescent Moon Hotel for a meal, and then Zhang Xingye took himself to the Crescent Moon Hotel for a meal, he. After hearing this, the black blind man felt that there was no problem. Did not find out that this is a pit. Okay, then you have to lose, you have to one person to treat me to a meal. Can Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling said in unison. The black blind man added, you can't renege on your word. Gathered there is not trying to steal ah? I can tell you ow, not far in front of the bureau, do not mistake ow, hand clean point, do not do a young thief things. Chapter 119 Qinling Hidden Changsheng. The store owner's wife to see Zhang Qiling, the 3 of them gathered together and do not buy things, but instead in that muttering, thought they were discussing how to steal it. This was embarrassing for Zhang Xingye to hear. Zhang Xingye coughed twice, embarrassed to explain, ahem, boss lady, you misunderstand, we are not thieves, just come to see if there is anything we need, and buy a few bottles of water in the meantime. However, the boss's wife did not believe his words, she looked at the 3 with a wary face, especially Zhang Qiling and the black blind man. These 2 guys were quite handsome, but they were wearing assault vests and sunglasses, they didn't look like good guys. There was also the guy with dark glasses who had a lewd smile on his face, even less like a good guy. You 3 are sneaky, you don't look like good guys. I'm telling you guys, don't even think about hitting on me, or I'll call the police. The boss's wife stared with wide eyes and said aggressively. Zhang Qiling frowned, somewhat speechless, I'm just an ordinary old man, how could I have any bad intentions? Do you little girl know how to respect the old and love the young? I can be your grandfather at this age, and you are still slandering me like this, it's really out of character. This world really the world style you thick legs and waist round guy, I have to be more blind to see you I only like to eat chicken and stay with my Zhang family descendants, as for you, or how far away to roll how far away it, he. The black blind man was also speechless. How self-absorbed does this big mom have to be to hit on her? Vomit. The mute is right, the mute only likes chicken, blind I only like green pepper shredded meat over rice, and you don't have it, you little girl, how to speak to us 200-year-olds, really? Thee. Zhang Xingye helplessly shook his head, thinking that the world may lack people who do not have low self-esteem, but never lack narcissistic people. This guy is not as good looking as Zhang Fish small meatballs half. But adhering to the principle of not causing any trouble, Zhang Xingye finally did not spit out his words, boss lady, you really misunderstood, we just came here to stroll around, and will not cause you any trouble. The boss's wife was still a bit skeptical, but seeing Zhang Xingye's sincere look, the doubts in her heart slightly reduced. In the end, she warned, well, since you guys are saying this, then be on your own, but if I find out that you guys have committed any bad behaviors, I will definitely not let you off the hook. After saying that, the boss's wife turned around and went back behind the counter, continuing to get busy. Zhang Xingye let out a sigh of relief and casually took a few bottles of water to settle the bill. Then he turned his head to Zhang Qiling and the black blind man and said, let's go look elsewhere. Aha! The black blind man and Zhang Qiling nodded. After the three left the store, Zhang Xingye couldn't help but laugh and flirted. I didn't think that we would actually have a day where we were treated like thieves and sex robbers, huh? Zhang Qiling said expressionlessly, robbing people of color? She is also worthy. The black blind man, on the other hand, said with a smile, Shaguan is right, where did she get the confidence to think that we would have designs on her? But it's understandable, who asked us to not look like the good guys, but it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't interfere with us doing our job. Zhang Xingye smiled and nodded in agreement. A few people together back to the car. The old itch and Wu Oblique is still chattering the day. Fat Man Wan leaned against the car, mouth dangling a cigarette, want to intervene but cannot insert half a sentence. Star brother, little brother, you can finally come back. I thought you buy a bottle of water. The people to buy lost it. Fatty Wang rushed up and said. Zhang Xingye smiled helplessly. Fatty, you can joke too much, right? In the middle of nowhere, where can we go? Come on, Wu Xieji, drink some water. Saying that, Zhang Xingye took out 2 bottles of mineral water from his arms and handed them to Fatty Wang and Wu Xia. By the way, he also handed a bottle to Old Itchy. Thanks. Old Itchy said thanks. Wu Qiqi took the water, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, then looked at Zhang Xingye and said with slight excitement, Little Xingzi, I'm telling you, there are really a lot of coincidental things in this world. Old Itchy actually came for that tomb as well. And he had already come here once before, when he had discovered that immense and incomparable bronze tree, and took away a section of the branch, and now he also wanted to come to dig that bronze tree. Wu Xia did not suspect anything. The fact that Old Itchy could speak of the bronze tree meant that he had really come to that tomb, otherwise how did he know about the bronze tree? Zhang Xingye quietly listened, but in his heart there is some helplessness. Wu Xia, this guy is sometimes too naive, always think too much of others. Although the old itch was once Wu Xia's childhood friend, but after so many years of separation, who knows what kind of person he has become? Zhang Xingye wanted to tell Wu Xia several times that Old Itchy had died 3 years ago. The words came to his lips, but several times did not say. When the black blind man listened to Wu Xia's words, inexplicably Jier shivered. This guy is also for that tomb? That's so. Then, suddenly came out to force stop Fat Wang, and then recognized with Wu Oblique, and Wu Oblique chat that, how to feel this very deep conspiracy. This is not right. There is a conspiracy, right? Black blind man instinctively felt wrong. Black blind man's line of sight swept aside Zhang Qiling, only to see Zhang Qiling frown slightly, a hint of alarm in his eyes. The black blind man immediately understood. The original Zhang Qiling also sensed that things are not right. As expected, Zhang Qiling also sensed that something was wrong, and only this naive guy, Wu Xieji, believed Old Itchy's side of the story. This is really too much of a coincidence. Zhang Xingye smiled awkwardly. Wu Xia nodded repeatedly, yes, and he knows more than we know. Let's talk about it in the car, let's talk about it while walking. Wu Xia proposed. Zhang Xingye looked up and down at Old Itchy, good. I would like to see what this guy can say a flower. Zhang Xingye turned around and opened the car door to sit in. Zhang Qiling and Black Blind Man rushed to follow, sat down in the second row. The Old Itchy sat in the last row. This car is a 7-seater, not a big problem. Seeing this, Fatty Wang also hurriedly threw away his cigarette, drilled into the car, and then drove. Xiao Xingzi, I'm afraid that there is an unexpected gain for us to come here. Wu Oblique mouth chatter, like a machine gun non-stop. Zhang Xingye sipped his water. Why, what other unexpected gains? The Qinling hidden eternal life. Wu Xia replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling and the black blind man looked at each other and silently nodded. The hammer is solid. This old itchy fellow was just talking nonsense. I believe you when you say that there is longevity hidden in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, but you are telling me that there is longevity in a tomb in Qinling. Since when is immortality so worthless? Besides, even if this is true, would Wusan province still design Wu Xia to come to this place? Chapter 120, Wu Xia of God's Help. If Qinling really hid the secret of longevity, it was definitely not something that a small character like Wu Qi could control. After all, the group from Old Nine Sect were all experienced and powerful existences. If they learned of this news, they would definitely not hesitate to bring their most advanced equipment to Qinling to explore the truth. Where else would Wusan province make a game for Wu Xia to paddle? Old Nine Sect old men's desire for immortality has reached the point of obsession, and they can even do anything for it. Back then, in order to explore the secret of immortality, they even acquiesced to the fact that Zhang Qishan imprisoned Zhang Qiling for 20 whole years, trying to find clues of immortality from him. However, in the end, they found nothing, so these people began to play the good guy again, and freed Zhang Qiling. So it can be seen that, for the topic of immortality, the Old Nine Sect is much more active than Wu Qi. It's just a pity that this guy, Wu Qi, is always in a fog, unable to see the truth. Perhaps this is the so-called authorities are lost. Wu Xia, don't you think that immortality is all a misty thing? Why are you so excited now? Zhang Xingye joked. Wu Xia coughed lightly, before his so think, but now I think, the world is big, there is nothing strange, not to mention the fact in front of me, I cannot believe it? Wu Xia's gaze swept over Zhang Qiling and the others. Previously, Wu Xia captured the key information, Zhang Qiling and the old Nine sect have a grudge. However, the old Nine sect's group of old men had grey hair and beards, and were too old to be seen. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, was still in his 20s. Zhang Qiling had been imprisoned for another 20 years. It couldn't be said that a group of old guys had some kind of grudge against the few years old Zhang Qiling, could it? Besides, it was impossible for Zhang Qiling to have learned this skill at the age of a few. And Zhang Xingye seemed to know a lot about Zhang Qiling and the events of that year, so if he didn't personally experience it, how could he know the truth of that year so clearly? So, Wu Xia concluded that Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling were definitely elders. These two are definitely not ordinary people, otherwise how to explain the two of them dripping blood into beads, repelling insects quacking well. The black blind man seems to be very familiar with Zhang Qiling, but also know his grandfather, which means that the age of the black blind man is also definitely more than what it seems on the surface. Therefore, the black blind man is also an everlasting. With three Eldritch Hall guys right in front of him, can Wu Xia still not believe in Eldritch life? Really is. In response, Wu Slant said, I'm just simple, but I'm not stupid. Then how to conclude that Qin Ling has an eternal life? Old Itchy, this body cannot have the smell of earth. Does not look like a person who often down the fight. The black blind man smiled and looked at the old itch. Frequent tomb people know, in and out of the tomb of the people on the body there is a smell of earth. The more tombs, the heavier the smell of earth. This is a flavor that cannot be washed away. Rumor has it that I don't know much about it. Old Itchy said with a somewhat unnatural look. The black blind man nodded. Then since you have been to that tomb, then you must know where the entrance is? Not very remember, only remember a rough, and you should be able to split the gold to determine the point right off. Old Itchy replied. If he said he remembered, then what happened they are not to suspect, after all, the road is their own lead. What if he said that he intentionally pitched them? One but Wu Oblique also have suspicions about themselves, then their own ideas are not in vain? At the time in Hangzhou, the old itch was prepared to have a chance encounter with Wu Xia, and then said this matter. As a result, when he inquired about the whereabouts of Wu Xia had already taken a plane and flew directly to the imperial capital. At that time, the old itch wanted to follow to the imperial capital but also afraid of spooking the snake, bad plan, so began to inquire about Wu Oblique in the imperial capital of the doings. Discovered Wu Oblique called people together to go to the Qinling, and figured out Wu Oblique their license plate number. The old itch will set off straight to the Qinling, and that must pass on the road waiting. When see Wu Oblique their time, the old itch only to come up to pretend to friction, and then in Wu Oblique recognized, so, both natural and reasonable, but also logical. In order to wait for this day, the old itch 3 steps a plan, 5 steps a calculation, while in the matter of everything is in accordance with the old itch of the established track to go. However, when he saw Zhang Xingye and the three of them, old itch had a bad premonition. Especially when he and Zhang Xingye looked at each other, old itch had a feeling that he was being seen through, as if his own little thoughts were being seen clearly by Zhang Xingye. This gave old itch a feeling of uneasiness. Split gold fixed points, Black Master I cannot, Black Master I will press AMO, eat some green pepper shredded meat covered rice to come. Black blind man smiled, at this time has concluded that this old itch must be deliberately close, but what is the purpose, for the time being do not know. Zhang Xingye shook his head, I will not, I just eat and sleep at home every day to play beans. Zhang Qiling nodded his head in his serious manner. I don't know how to divide gold and set points, but I know how to make white cut chicken. Since everyone said they wouldn't, then Zhang Qiling naturally wouldn't split the stage. Wang Fat also mixed a foot, Fat Master I cannot, martial arts, followed by the mixed life, the gold fixed points what is even more unlikely to be able to. Fatty Wang just listened to the old itch and Wu Oblique said the Qinling hidden longevity of the time, I know the old itch this guy in fooling Wu Oblique. I guess it is trying to mix into the team, together with the tomb, and then get what it. Fatty Wang also does not have a good feeling about the old itch, feeling that the old itch this guy is calculating something. Only this guy, Wu Xieqi, has a naive face and believes in old Itchy. A few don't joke, if you don't have some real skill, how dare you come to the tomb? Old Itchy said with a smile on his face. Zhang Xingye replied, then you came to the tomb, does not mean you will? I don't know how to do it, I just plan to look around the neighborhood with my memory. Of course, if you really don't know how to do it, then let's just take our time to look around and ask around. Old Itchy replied. Zhang Xingye smiled and said, it's okay, you are Wu Xia's friend, is our friend, we believe in you, we will follow you. Later you sit in front of the road, have you this has been to the tomb of the people with, even if we look for, the scope will also be much smaller. When Wu Xieqi sniffed, he didn't expect Zhang Xingye to be so facetious. He believed in his friends so much. So, also hastened to agree with Zhang Xingye words, yes, old itch, small star is right, since you have been to the tomb, even if you do not remember the specific location, the general location you still remember, even if we only know a general location, that is better than we aimlessly in the 800 miles of the Qinling to find it, old itch you do not have to excuse yourself, after the tomb's treasures will certainly be able to share a share of your share, we do not eat the soul food. Wu Xie's words nearly made Zhang Xingye laugh out loud. Wu Xie, this guy is really a god helper, ah. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 121 Heavenly Star Feng Shui's Secret Art. A few days later. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for arriving at Qinling. The mission is complete. The system rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. Zhang Xingye was originally leaning against the car, yawning a bit sleepy, and immediately woke up after hearing the system beep, and then rushed to check the system rewards with his consciousness, and found that a mysterious gift bag had appeared in the system backpack. Zhang Xingye did not rush to open the gift pack, but chose to let it go first. After all, the system usually gave specific items or abilities directly, whereas this time, a large gift pack suddenly appeared, causing Zhang Xingye to feel a bit puzzled. What the heck is this, and it's pretending to be mysterious? Why did the system suddenly give me a big gift package? This situation was obviously not in line with the system's usual style. There must be a demon when things go wrong. There must be something wrong with this. Zhang Xingye decided to wait for a break, when he had enough time and energy to study this mysterious gift package, to see what kind of secrets it hides. Qinling. The crowd had already been around Qinling for a day. This old itchy fellow seemed to be deliberately leading the group in circles. Night fell and the bright moon hung high. On the mountain, camping tents were set up. A flashlight in the tent emitted a faint glow. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling were sitting outside, fiddling with the small fire in front of them, and their silhouettes appeared a little blurry in the dim light. Shaoguan, this will not work. We have to rely on ourselves. Let's split the gold and set the acupuncture point tomorrow. Zhang Xingye took out a compass, gently rubbing the scale on it. The art of dividing gold into points is a skill that the system has rewarded him with. Zhang Xingye was secretly glad that he had the system as a plug-in, otherwise, he really didn't know what to do when faced with this situation. This fellow, old itchy, is not well-intentioned nah. Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly. Not during the day, it is easy to scare the snakes. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling doubtfully, not understanding why Zhang Qiling said so. You suspect the old itch, then do not show your skills. To see what he really intends to do, to split the gold to determine the point, the night is the best opportunity. Zhang Qiling explained. Zhang Xingye suddenly realized that this was the case. Why didn't he think of that? If they started moving now, old itchy would definitely be aware of it. At that time, they might be in a passive situation. In the event that Old Itch were to secretly do something bad, then without evidence, the responsibility could be all on their side. Although it wasn't a big deal, but why give Old Itch the blame? Zhang Qiling was still thoughtful. Night action? It's not a good idea to separate the gold and set the points at night, right? And at night, you can't even see the road clearly, so it's not convenient. Although Zhang Xingye felt that Zhang Qiling's words were feasible, it was inconvenient to move at night. Zhang Qiling smiled lightly and pointed to the sky above his head. Star sign. The sky overhead was as dark as ink, without a single dark cloud, and countless stars shone brightly, radiant and bright. Zhang Xingye looked up. A star sign? Tonight's stars are indeed quite sparkling. Does dividing gold to set points have anything to do with star signs? Isn't it based on the terrain? Look over there. Do you know the 7 stars? Zhang Qiling said, pointing to the 7 bright stars in the north. Zhang Xingye followed his gaze and saw a cluster of stars like a spoon. Isn't that the Big Dipper? What's wrong? We are talking about the matter of gold points. What are you talking about the 7 stars of the Big Dipper? There are 2 kinds of points of gold. One calculates the terrain, the other look at the sky, known as the Tianqing Feng Shui's secret art. Zhang Qiling slowly explained. The Star of Heaven Feng Shui's secret art? Zhang Xingye was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. It seemed that he was still poorly informed. Tianqing Feng Shui was one of the most difficult branches of Feng Shui to master. Tianqing Feng Shui was also a Feng Shui discipline that utilized the 7 political dynasties, the Big Dipper, to manage qi. Zhang Qiling briefly explained. Tianqing Feng Shui's secret art sounds very powerful, but in fact is the use of the Big Dipper's 7 stars 28 lodges to determine the Feng Shui good and bad Feng Shui academic discipline. It is part of the Feng Shui art of eliminating sand, is a branch of Feng Shui art. There is no such thing in the world as Tianqing Feng Shui, just some masters of the 7 political for you choose the day in Feng Shui. Part of the extract is Tianqing Feng Shui. The soup is not a change of medicine. The ancients pursued the realm of unity between man and heaven, not only to mountain range water law, but also the sun, moon and stars. From ancient times, people often watch the sky, study the changes in the stars, used to speculate on the fortunes and misfortunes. In the choice of Feng Shui treasure land, will also join the essence of astronomy, heaven and earth of the phase to go, 84,000 miles, people's hearts and kidneys to go, 8 inches and 4 minutes of the human body of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, should be 5 days on the star of the Yuan, and 28 stars correspond to the world's geography of the mountains, rivers, and the star has the beauty of the evil, the earth has the good and bad luck. In ancient times, people would also choose the location of tombs or homes through the Tianqing Feng Shui technique. So if you want to find a tomb, the secret art of Tianqing Feng Shui is a good technique. The art of dividing gold and fixing points that I can do is only the 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret art, and I am still a half-assed person, so it seems that I have to rely on your Tianqing feng shui secret art. Zhang Xingye's eyes flashed with anticipation. Zhang Xingye had not even used the system rewards technique of dividing gold and fixing points, so of course he was considered a half-assed person. Wouldn't it be a shame if he didn't calculate correctly? Zhang Qiling nodded his head slightly. With me, you can just sit back and enjoy it. Zhang Qiling hadn't wanted Zhang Xingye to make a move either. After all, Zhang Qiling didn't know whether Zhang Xingye would be able to divide the gold and set the points or not. What Zhang Qiling wanted was to do it himself to divide the gold and set the points. Zhang Xingye smiled cheekily. Little officer, then it's not too late, let's move now. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and took the compass in Zhang Xingye's hand. Then he began to perform the Heavenly Star Feng Shui secret art. There are life and death gates in the 8 directions, and the mountains and swamps pass through the qi, wind, and thunderbow. Zhang Qiling spoke while looking at the compass, turning the direction while pinching his fingers. You don't have to say, it really looks like a Taoist master. Only, draping a Taoist robe, tying up a long hair and holding a duster would be more like it, ha. Zhang Qiling led Zhang Xingye toward the north. And the black blind man scurried out of nowhere with 2 green pepper shredded pork covered rice in his hand. Newt, little star, do you need green pepper and shredded meat over rice? $15 a share, the opportunity cannot be lost. Where is the person? Where are the 2 big ones? Missing? The black blind man was about to sell his green pepper and shredded meat rice to Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling to earn a little money. Who had thought, once came to the 2 people pitched tent here, the results found that people are gone. Wu oblique, the old itchy 2 people are living in the car. Black blind man and Wang Fat with Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling stay together. The black blind man froze on the spot. This person how to still not it. Chapter 122 of the Wang Fatty Late Night Rumors. The black blind man seriously doubt that Zhang Qiling is not guessing that he will come to sell green pepper shredded meat over rice, so he deliberately avoided himself? Not so much. Even if you buy a bowl, what can you do? It's only $15. I sell others for $200, but I only sell it to you at cost. Do you have to avoid me just because you don't want to buy my shredded pork with green peppers over rice? Besides, my green pepper and shredded pork rice is so delicious, not difficult to eat. Why are you avoiding me? The black blind man looked at the small fire on the ground. The fire is still burning, but did not add firewood, looking to go out. This means that Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye walked for a while. This night, these 2 can run to do? The black blind man did not wonder. By the way, Zhang Qiling and their whereabouts of the 2 had become curious. I am Black Master, you walk so fast to do what? Behind the black blind man came the voice of Fatty Wang panting. The black blind man turned his head to look at Fatty Wang. You follow to do? You 3 capable are not on the side. Fat Master, I do not feel safe now. Fatty Wang gasped and said. Black blind man speechless. Green pepper shredded meat rice, you want to come to a bowl? $200 a copy. The black blind man to the king of the fat man marketed the green pepper shredded meat rice. Wang waved his hand. No, Fat Master, I am not hungry. Now want to drink a mouthful of water. Star brother, give me a bottle of water. Fatty Wang said while walking towards Zhang Xingye's tent. Zhang Xingye's system space was stocked with water. How many preservatives or something like that have to be added to your green pepper and shredded meat covered rice that has a shelf life of 10 years? I wouldn't dare to eat it. Even if the chili peppers are made into chili sauce, they'll go bad in 10 years, right? And the meat, even if you put it in the freezer for 10 years, you can't eat it. You even have a shelf life of 10 years of chili fried meat rice. You really ing talent. When the black blind man saw that Fatty Wang also refused his shredded green pepper and meat over rice, his mood was even worse. Don't call out, both of them are not in the tent. The black blind man said while loading the green pepper and shredded meat covered rice into his backpack. Fatty Wang asked with a skeptical face, what the hell? Not in the tent? Then where did these 2 go? This night, it is impossible to meet the beast. We did not hear the sound of fighting. The people were living in a triangle, not far from each other. I do not know if there are 200 meters. If there is a fight, it is absolutely impossible not to hear. Black blind man shook his head, said he was not clear about the situation. Who knows, maybe these 2 guys to steal fish. The black blind man casually said. Hearing this, Fatty Wang couldn't help but laugh. This ravine, where can go to steal fish? Besides, they are not close to women. How will go to steal fish? Hearing this, the black blind man's eyes lit up. The heart of gossip was instantly ignited. What? You say they are not close to women? It's hard to believe that they both like. The more the black blind man said, the more shocked he was, and his voice trembled a little. My God. The black blind man listened to the words of Fatty Wang. His heart suddenly flashed a strange idea. It is hard to believe that these 2 people have a broken sleeve fetish. This thought made the black blind man couldn't help but shiver. No wonder the mute so many years have not found a partner. The original is a good male style. Aside of the fat wing noticed the black blind man's expression change. He laughs. Black master, I tell you, the star brother he and the two little brother eyebrow to eyebrow that are used to things, the two of them relationship is absolutely not normal. According to the fat master years of experience in the love field, between the two of them there is definitely a secret. The black blind man nodded approvingly, said, I also have long felt that the relationship between the two of them is not normal. Youth so many years are single, abstinence for so many years, now this is to find true love? Fatty Wang laughed more cheerfully. He continued to say, not well. The two of them also lived together. Fat master I estimate, absolutely rubbed out the spark of love. After listening to the black blind man, his face revealed a trace of imperceptible smile. So, no wonder the mute to Zhang Xingye always special care. However, this is good, no matter accompanied by the mute side of the male or female, but at least the mute is no longer a lonely person. At this time, Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye did not know that the two of them had been rumored because they had left. Zhang Qiling looked at the tray in his hands from time to time, and then looked up at the stars in the sky. His mouth was chanting and his hands were pinching and calculating without stopping. The main focus is a multitasking. If the calculation is correct, with this hillside under our feet as the center, the entrance to that tomb should be within 100 miles of this vicinity. Zhang Qiling stopped counting and spoke in a deep voice. Within 100 miles? Little officer, are you sure? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling nodded, about 8 or 9 times. In that case, old Ichi brought us to the vicinity of this tomb, but he intentionally did not bring us to find the entrance today, thinking to wait for us to discover it on our own. After all, 100 miles in a square, a day's worth of time how to wiggle through. Zhang Xingye guessed. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, it should be. But this is good, at least it means that we are close to our destination. Zhang Xingye nodded. Old Ichi didn't take the initiative to lead us to it, but instead brought us to this neighborhood. With so many of us, the range is just this big, so few of us will always be able to find it, and at that time, Old Ich will be cleared of suspicion directly. At that time, whatever happens inside the tomb can't be blamed on Old Ich. This guy, his heart is quite deep. No wonder in the daytime, once said this way, and then said that way, and then said that it seems not here. Oh. If you want to locate in detail and accurately, you have to drive and count as you go, otherwise hiking is too tiring. Zhang Qiling slowly said, driving can save energy and time, better to deal with possible situations. I don't mind hiking by myself, but don't tire out my Zhang family descendants, the blisters on their feet can be painful. I'm afraid of pain. Xiaoguan, can you roughly figure out which direction it is? Zhang Xingye didn't know how far Zhang Qiling's Tianqing Fengshui secret art could go, so he asked this question. Zhang Qiling shook his head, he could only calculate as he walked, otherwise unless he had a satellite map. If you didn't want to find it slowly, you had to have a satellite map. A satellite map could provide more comprehensive and precise information, thus locating the target faster. Satellite map do you have a solution? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Xingye's eyes. If he could get a satellite map, then it would be easier to locate this ancient tomb. I will make a call and ask. This has to be called for Zhang Qianjin Wanma to get it. Zhang Qiling believed that Zhang Qianjin Wangma could do it. After all, the bond between Zhang family members and chickens is very strong. If you can't get it, don't eat chicken. Chapter 123 Patriarch, be a human being. Zhang Qiling dialed the phone number of Zhang Qianjun Wanma. And just plowed through, is ready to sleep. Zhang Qianjun Wanma sleep to half, suddenly was a rush of ringing woke up. The grass his grandfather's, who nothing at night noisy people sleep. I don't want a little bit of morality, right? The guy who called me, you'd better be really big, or you're finished. Zhang Qianjun Wanma picked up his cell phone in a daze and saw that it was Zhang Qiling who called. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Why is this the matriarch's phone again? The matriarch to not be so idle, before a year or 2 years do not make a phone call. This year have made how many phone calls? This patriarch is also too annoying, inexplicably missed the previous 3 to 5 years do not come to a phone call. Patriarch, alas. Patriarch, what are your orders? Zhang Qianjun Wanma's voice yawning, full of kidney weakness powerlessness, apparently not yet fully awake from sleep. There is no way, not early to let the daughter-in-law pregnant, when the time is not allowed to eat chicken. I've been trying for a few months now, but my daughter-in-law is still not pregnant. Oh, I can be too difficult. I want the satellite map. Zhang Qiling spoke directly. Zhang Qianjun Wanma frowned, secretly screaming in his heart, this is the middle of the night, he has just finished plowing and is half dead from exhaustion, how can he have the strength to do something for you? Wait, what did you say you wanted? Satellite map? Patriarch, our Zhang family doesn't have any satellites, the satellites don't belong to our Zhang family, how can we just get satellite maps? Zhang Qianjun said with a helpless face, he felt that this patriarch of his was really whimsical, he even wanted to get the satellite map by himself, how could this be possible? When Zhang Qiling heard this, he felt a burst of speechlessness. Do you think I don't know that there is a profession of hacking? If you can't even do this, then you are really a useless guy. Rubbish, don't eat chicken in the future. What's a useless thing to eat chicken? As soon as Zhang Qianjun Wanma heard this, his eyes immediately widened and his sleepiness instantly disappeared without a trace. Don't intervene, patriarch, I can get it, I'll get it right away. Zhang Qianjun Wanma said eagerly. Chicken is my life, you do not let me eat chicken, this is not to my old life, alas. Zhang Qiling smiled, and his face looked better. Otherwise, if you let me lose face in front of my Zhang family descendants, I cannot forgive you. Immediately locate my cell phone location, with me as the center, the range of 100 miles can be. Zhang Qiling commanded. Zhang Qianjun Wangma yawned while getting up with his shoes on. Yes, patriarch, I will go and do it right away, but this is a bit difficult to do, it will take time. Do you think it will be okay to give it to you after 3 days? Zhang Qiling frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He was close to writing the word no on his face. 3 days? 3 days? That's too long. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima hurriedly explained, Patriarch, it's not that I don't want to do it quickly for you, but this is really difficult. What you want is a satellite map. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima knew that Zhang Qiling had always been very demanding about things, but this time it was indeed a bit tricky. It's not something that can be gotten in a moment. You wanted this thing, and you didn't call ahead. How could it be that easy to want it temporarily? After Zhang Qiling was silent for a moment, his face was still gloomy and scary, and he said in a low tone, before dawn, I have to get it. Zhang Qianjun Wanma's heart tightened, a helpless look on his face as he sighed bitterly. Patriarch, this is just too difficult. Even if you don't let me eat the chicken, or even kill me, there is no way I can do it. However, Zhang Qiling did not give Zhang Qianjun Wangma any chance to bargain and directly interrupted him. There was no excuse, this was an order. Orders are orders, there is no room for bargaining. Zhang Qiling, his voice was firm as iron, not to be questioned. I only want results, I don't ask about the process. Zhang Qianjun Wanma gritted his teeth, secretly screamed in his heart, and could not wait to resign immediately. Damn, this is also too difficult for Zhang Qiling's position as a straight-line head, but Zhang Qianjun Wanyima also understood that since Zhang Qiling had given such an order, he could only go through it with a stiff upper lip. The patriarch was, after all, the patriarch. One word from the person above, and the people below would have to run their legs off. Thus, Zhang Qianjun Wanyima took a deep breath and asked, Patriarch, can you tell me what you want the satellite map for? Zhang Qianjun Wanyima thought to himself that if he knew the purpose, he might be able to find other alternative methods to fulfill Zhang Qiling's needs. After all, this task was just too daunting, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. It was going to be before dawn, absolutely impossible. Divide the gold and set the cave to find a tomb. Zhang Qiling replied without hesitation and did not hide anything. Hearing what Zhang Qiling said about the use, Zhang Qianjun Wangma thought it was something, so this is it. Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? To do this, there's no need to use any satellite maps. Patriarch, you still have the cloud-piercing arrow on you, right? Zhang Qianjun Wangma asked. Aha! Zhang Qiling answered. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima was relieved. Fortunately, Zhang Qiling had it with him. Then you can just fire the cloud-penetrating arrow. No matter where you are, the nearby Zhang clan members will quickly come to follow the order. They surely know the surrounding terrain. Hearing Zhang Qianjuan's proposal, Zhang Qiling froze for a moment. It seemed quite reasonable. Feasible. Got it. Phew, Patriarch, then if it's alright, you should rest early. Zhang Qianjun Wanyima thought that the matter was over, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, he thought in his heart that he could finally relax a little bit. Finally the patriarch was fooled over. In the future, turn off the phone when you go to bed, alas. However, Zhang Qiling didn't think so. Upholding the principle of never making a call for nothing, he felt that he couldn't let Zhang Qianjun be idle. Thus, before he hung up the phone, he purposely instructed, go study satellites, launch a few Zhang family satellites, satellite maps might be useful. After saying this, he hung up the phone without any hesitation, leaving Zhang Qianjun Wanyima alone and dumbfounded. After Zhang Qianjun Wanyama heard this mission, his entire body was confused. He secretly screamed in his heart. He couldn't help but burst out, Patriarch, be a human being. Zhang Qianjun Wanma couldn't believe his ears. Before, Zhang Qiling asking him to get the rocket launcher was already troublesome enough, but at least that thing was readily available. But Zhang Qiling now actually wanted to build the satellite himself? This was simply a pie in the sky. Zhang Qiling, this guy is really thinking out of the box. He really thinks that I, Zhang Qianjun Wanma, am the almighty Xiaohei. If you're not the patriarch, I'm going to give you two big mouths. Look at me like a satellite, not? Chapter 124. A cloud-piercing arrow shot up to the sky. How about it, little official, can do it? Zhang Xingyang inquired. Zhang Qiling shook his head. It can be done, but it takes too long. I thought of a faster way. Zhang Qianjun Wanma, you thought of that? Patriarch, do you want to hear what you're saying? You this blind a few nonsense cannot, because this is not illegal. You talk nonsense you are the patriarch What's the solution? Zhang Xingye doubt, can be faster than the satellite mapway? Only to see Zhang Qiling crouch down, roll up his own pants leg, revealing the cloud-penetrating arrow tied to his foot, and remove it. Piercing cloud arrow. Zhang Qiling shook the cloud-piercing arrow in his hand and said, Seeing this, Zhang Xingye smiled awkwardly. Junior officer, this cloud-penetrating arrow of yours won't have foot odor, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling was instantly unhappy, and a hint of shame and indignation spread across his face. What do you mean by foot odor? By Shagwan, would have foot odor? My feet are fragrant, they don't smell at all. It's even more unlikely that I would have something like foot odor. Don't start rumors, you're slandering me. Rumor mongering mini theater. Zhang Xingye, little officer may have foot odor. Wu Xia, what, little brother has foot fungus? Fatty Wang, what, little brother's feet stink straight up? Black blind man, what the hell? Mute feet odor is methane gas? A little on the explosion of that methane gas? Zhang Qiling, don't talk nonsense, you guys are you slander me. Ha 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 ha. I'm not. If you don't believe me, smell it. Zhang Qiling said, and really had the gesture of taking off his shoes to prove it. Zhang Xingyi rushed to stop. Small official, I'm just kidding, I believe you, do business. I didn't have it in the first place. Zhang Qiling nuzzled his mouth. I really did not. Zhang Xingye handed a lighter and said with a smile, little officer, can you summon 1,000 troops with this cloud-piercing arrow? It is often said that a cloud-piercing arrow will bring 1,000 armies to meet you. This saying had penetrated into the hearts of the people and had become a symbol and expectation. However, for Zhang Qiling, this question had a different understanding. Zhang Qiling looked at the cloud-piercing arrow in his hand as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He thought that the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses that Zhang Xingye was referring to was the person Zhang 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses. After all, there was a guy named Zhang 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses in the northeast. But how was it possible to summon him over through a cloud-piercing arrow? It was an ordinary cloud-piercing arrow. It was no wonder that all the names of the Zhang family were so strange. When Zhang Xingye saw Zhang Qiling's expression, he immediately realized that he had misunderstood his meaning, so he hurriedly explained, little officer, I don't mean that, I'm asking you how many people can be summoned by this cloud-piercing arrow? Zhang Qiling shook his head, it's not clear, but as long as the Zhang family members in the vicinity receive the signal, they will all come. As for how many people would respond to the call, Zhang Qiling didn't know, but if someone dared not to come, then he himself would have to consider resigning from his job. If no one listens to the patriarch's call, then what kind of patriarch would he or she be? It had to be said that threatening the Zhang family with that resignation was the most effective way at the moment. Then calling them here, is it for them to help in the search? Zhang Xingye continued to pursue. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and replied, the Zhang clan members here are more familiar with the terrain, and their help will be great. Saying that, Zhang Qiling gently lit the fuse, and the flame instantly flared up, wrapping the entire cloud-piercing arrow in it, followed by Zhang Qiling aiming at the sky. Swoosh! A dazzling light pierced through the dark night sky, rising quickly like a shooting star, leaving a string of brilliant trails where the light passed, like the most beautiful rainbow in the night sky. This ray of light traveled through the clouds at an astonishing speed and disappeared into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, a deafening roar rang out, accompanied by the light exploding in the air, which exploded into a cloud of brilliantly colorful fireworks, like a blooming flower that blossomed with multicolored colors, illuminating the entire night sky. Each petal exuded a fascinating luster that mesmerized people. A sparkling firework bloomed in the air, forming a unicorn pattern that appeared in the air. The unicorn was lifelike, as if it had actually come to life. Its body was huge and majestic, and the scales on its body shimmered with golden light. The Qilin's eyes revealed a mysterious power that one could not help but be mesmerized by. This kind of specially made fireworks took slightly longer to manifest in the air for several seconds, and this movement was so great that it could be seen for 100 miles around. But even though this is special fireworks, but also still withered. The first bloom will be defeated, and the momentary splendor. What a beautiful firework. This Qilin is as handsome as you, little officer. It's the first time Zhang Xingye has seen the Zhang family's cloud-piercing arrows. This Nima, it is so beautiful. Zhang Qiling coughed lightly, will talk AO. Worthy of being a descendant of my Zhang family, knows to praise me. Well, if you can talk, compliment me more, I love to hear it. However, Zhang Xingye stopped talking after one sentence and quietly admired the fireworks. Zhang Qiling was instantly filled with jealousy. What do you mean? I'm not as good as this crap fireworks? I'm pissed off, this doesn't have 3 white-cut chickens, the kind that absolutely can't be coaxed well. Or the kind where you have to give me all the chicken legs. And is staying in the Zhang Xingyi their tent door of the fat Wang and black blind man saw this fireworks all rise. Alas, this is still fireworks? This is simply a work of art. I have not seen such good-looking fireworks so long ago. Fatty Wang stared wide-eyed at the sky. That colorful fireworks, full of unbelievable. Fatty Wang cannot help but sigh. Today's fireworks technology has developed to such a point, let a person amazed. Just at this moment, the surrounding night sky suddenly bloomed several bright fireworks at the same time. These fireworks were like pearls in the night sky, illuminating the entire small half of the night sky. However, surprisingly, the patterns of these fireworks after they bloomed varied. Some were a cute little Qilin, while others were fierce little pinnacle. However, compared to the fireworks set off by Zhang Qiling, these fireworks appeared somewhat small and delicate. Although these current fireworks were equally exquisite, they were slightly inferior in terms of momentum. The Zhang family's cloud-piercing arrows. Mute was gathering the Zhang family? Not to mention that there is a little star in the side, on the Mute that carry the two bazooka. Mute still need help? The black blind man does not think that is what ordinary fireworks. Fatty Wang pushed the black blind man. Black master, you see, the distance also set off fireworks. Ah, tisk, so beautiful fireworks, is someone to propose? Black blind man speechless. This is the Zhang family's piercing arrows. His Mute shot up to the sky, a piercing arrow, thousands of troops to meet, around the Zhang family as long as the order, will set off fireworks in response, and then immediately rush to this side. What the hell? The Zhang family's cloud-piercing arrow? Zundu? Fake Zundu? Can it really bring in thousands of horses and armies? Chapter 125. You're better than fireworks. Fatty Wang said with a bit of shock. Zhang Qiling, this really put on the arrow through the clouds. Ah. The black blind man shrugged his shoulders, carelessly replied, there are thousands of horses I do not know, but looking at the response of the fireworks, surely there is a Zhang family to come. Hearing this news, Fatty Wang couldn't help but look worried, anxiously asked, then so to speak, little brother is not now very dangerous? However, the black blind man looks indifferent, easily said, who knows, maybe it is in danger. But with his stature, he should be able to last until we pass. Did not hear the bombing sound of the rocket launcher, that has not been Zhang Qiling forced to means out of the time, otherwise the black blind man that there is still time to talk to Fatty Wang in the bleeping lie. In the face of the black blind man's so calm attitude, Wang Fatty some frowned, asked suspiciously, I said, you were so sure that those fireworks are the Zhang family put? It will not be what other things put fireworks, right? For example, who has a child full moon feast, or who proposed what? The black blind man rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, whatever you think, anyway, I'm going to find the Mute. You are here to watch the house, remember not to run around. Oh. Also, look after my green pepper shredded meat rice, less one I default as you eat. Finished, the black blind man is no nonsense, directly on the back of a backpack, quick step into the mountains, blink of an eye will disappear, did not give Wang Fatty time to react. Wang looked at the back of the black blind man left, could not help but swear, what is called a less is the fat master I eat? The fat master I look like will eat you this green pepper shredded meat covered rice people? Fatty Wang cursed while looking towards the direction of the black blind man uneasily, his heart is also clear, the black blind man is right, those fireworks are likely to be the signal sent by Zhang Qiling. After all, this fireworks pattern is obviously special, if the ordinary situation, why special fireworks, besides, who is fine in the mountain nooks and crannies to propose? Although Fatty Wang knew that Zhang Qiling had superior force and Zhang Xingye was at his side, he still couldn't help but worry about Zhang Qiling's safety. I hope that little brother is safe. I also hope that Xingdi is safe. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling, these two stay together, never had to ask for help, this Qiling really dangerous. 800 miles of the Qiling Mountains, although buried how many princes and generals, but also represents the risk. To come here is just to think that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. At this time, the forest is filled with dense fog, so that people's vision blurred. The black blind man with a sharp intuition and rich experience in the forest quickly shuttled. He only had one idea in mind, to find Zhang Qiling as soon as possible. Zhang Qiling is one of the few friends of the black blind man, a true friend, the kind that can give their lives to each other. The black blind man did not want anything to happen to Zhang Qiling. On the other hand, Zhang Qiling is sitting on the ground with Zhang Xingye to enjoy the fireworks, waiting for the arrival of the Zhang family. Xiaoguan, these fireworks are so beautiful, why didn't you take them out earlier? Instead you had to call for a satellite map. Zhang Xingye didn't understand, there was clearly an easier way. Zhang Qiling sniffed, and this is all Zhang Qianjuan's fault. He must be blamed, knowing that this matriarch is often granted by the heavens and has a bad memory. He didn't remind me at the beginning and had to wait until the end to say it. Waste of time. This is Zhang Qianjuan's pot. It's Zhang Qianjuan who didn't remind me at the beginning. I have heaven's mandate and Zhang Qianjuan doesn't, really. Go back and give you a few to carry with you as well, just in case something happens. Zhang Qiling changed the topic and said, Xiaoguan, the two of us down the fight, will not be separated, I do not need to use it. Zhang Xingye did not want to go to the trouble of Zhang Qiling making this thing. I don't want to bother Zhang Qiling to make this thing. If you don't actively separate, you can't rule out external factors, so I think you can use it. Zhang Qiling insisted. What if there is a force majeure factor and the two of us get separated? Good blah, thank you little official. Zhang Xingye thought for a while, but still nodded his head and agreed. He knew that Zhang Qiling was caring about himself, and he was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him, so he didn't refuse anymore. However, Zhang Xingye was still a bit unimpressed in his heart, thinking that he couldn't use these things at all. After all, he was a man with a golden finger, but he didn't say these thoughts out loud because he didn't want Zhang Qiling to think that he was too arrogant. Hearing Zhang Xingye agree, Zhang Qiling was also happy and gave a Zhang Xingye felt that although he did not need these things, the fact that Zhang Qiling could think of preparing some for him was already enough to show that Zhang Qiling valued and cared for him. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, felt happy to be able to help the younger generation of the Zhang family and save for a rainy day. While Zhang Xingye sat on the side, looking at Zhang Qiling's side face, Zhang Qiling wasn't a person who was good at expressing his feelings, but he always used his actions to prove that he loved and cared for himself. This spirit of silent dedication made Zhang Xingye feel immensely admired and touched. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhang Qiling was inexplicably a bit embarrassed. Zhang Qiling's gaze flickered for a moment as if he wanted to escape Zhang Xingye's gaze. "What are you looking at me for? Don't the fireworks that Haven Tea completely dissipated look good? You look good." Zhang Xingye waved these words without hesitation, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Zhang Xingye's voice carries an irresistible charm, and when Zhang Qiling heard it, his cheeks flushed slightly, and his heartbeat involuntarily sped up a beat. Watching the fireworks, Zhang Qiling coughed lightly in an attempt to hide his inner fluctuations, and Zhang Qiling forced himself to redirect his sight to the fireworks in the sky. Being praised by others, Zhang Qiling didn't feel anything at all, but when faced with Zhang Xingye's compliments, Zhang Qiling was always prone to blushing. "You are better looking than fireworks, the river of stars is rolling, you are the ideal on earth, the white moon is cool, you are the dawn on earth, the sea of people is cold, you are the blazing heat on earth. Full of stars, you are the clear wind and full moon, all things are sinking and floating, you are the return of the earth, the mediocrity of all beings, you are the starlight of the earth. The world is impermanent, you are the earthly linen. The tree is full of prosperity, you are the heart of the heart, the bright moon is bleak, you are the last dawn, the mountain flowers, you are last night's dawn phoenix, the earth's bitter and salty, you are sweet in the sugar. The vastness of the Milky Way, you are the washing autumn moon, you say you, how are you so rare, my greatest fortune is to make a wish and realize it." Zhang Xingye hemmed and hawed and laughed. His own birthday wish was realized. This is Zhang Xingye felt that he was the luckiest thing in these 20 years. The temperature on Zhang Qiling's face gradually rose, just like a ripe peach. How was there a feeling of being teased back? How does this have the feeling of being above the family's feelings? No, calm down, I need to calm down. Chapter 126 Zhang Clan's visitors, searching for the entrance. It didn't take long. A roar of off-road motorcycles came from far and near. One could only see a group of people dressed in black assault suits driving off-road vehicles, speeding all the way to Zhang Qiling's side, and when they arrived in this neighborhood, they began to sense the presence of the Qilin bloodline. Eventually, these people found exactly where Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye were and quickly rushed to their side. "See you, clan chief." Several Zhang family members saluted in unison. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, then stood up, reaching out to pull up Zhang Xingye, who was sitting on the ground, in the process. Name? Zhang Qiling signaled the crowd to introduce themselves. "Patriarch, my name is Zhang Hindringthing. Clan chief, my name is Zhang Yushao. Clan chief, my name is Zhang Yuan. Clan chief, my name is Zhang Wuji. Clan chief, my name is Zhang Jiajie." Several people introduced themselves one by one. Zhang Qiling nodded his head slightly. With this place as the center, there is an ancient tomb within a 100-mile radius, characterized by a huge bronze tree. "Find it for me." Oops, Mom finally caught up. At this time, not far away came the voice of the black blind man panting. "What kind of person dares to pry into the deliberations of the Zhang family?" Zhang Wuji threw a dart at the black blind man. "Egu, what the hell?" The black blind man dodged the dart. The dart was embedded in the tree trunk beside him. "He's one of us." Zhang Qiling stopped the crowd from continuing. The black blind man walked up with a face as black as a pot, quite angry. "Is really as black as the bottom of the pot." Black blind man face should be motorcycle exhaust smoke. "There are always unruly people who want to harm me." The black blind man gritted his teeth, really speechless. Zhang Xingye, puzzled to look at the black blind man in front of him, asked, "Blind man, how did you come?" "This is not to see the mute put piercing arrows. Well, I worry that you will be in danger, so they rush to find you, but looking for half a day do not know where you go, anxious me," and then heard the roar of the motorcycle, and still flush in the same direction. "I guess that it should be the neighborhood of the Zhang family arrived. So I hurriedly followed them. I asked them to give me a ride, but the result was that those guys simply ignored me, and even directly sped past me, making me eat a mouthful of exhaust. It took a lot of effort to catch up by flying over the eaves, but just wanted to say a few words to you guys. A dart was shot at me, really killing me." After saying that, the black blind man looked like he was filled with righteous indignation and was furious. "A blind man, do not say, you're really a little miserable. I sympathize with you a little." Zhang Xingye laughed out loud. The black blind man turned his head to look at Zhang Qiling. "I say mute, since you're not in danger, what kind of cloud-piercing arrows are you releasing for no apparent reason? Also, you and the little star ran so far to do what? Caused the black master. I worry about you, worry to death. Even green pepper shredded meat rice is not sold. I sold 2 less green pepper shredded meat rice. You too high and low have to compensate me $30. Zhang Qiling looked at him expressionlessly and didn't say anything. But the expression on his face seems to say, this is the middle of nowhere. Your shelf life of 10 years of shredded meat and peppers rice can be sold to who? I think you just want to blackmail us for $30. Blind man, at this time you still remember to talk about your green pepper and shredded meat rice. Zhang Xingye couldn't help but laugh and cry. Really doubtful, this green pepper and shredded meat rice is to have saved the life of the black blind man? The black blind man lightly coughed twice, to ease the embarrassment. Okay, I do not say more. To save you and say that the black master I promote green pepper shredded meat rice, right, just listen to you guys say to find what ancient tombs? What, are you going to do it alone? If we don't take Wuxia and Fatty with us, can you give me a bigger share of the money? After all, the black master I am an expert in this area, may be able to help it, not to mention that there are 2 less people to share. To the black master I share a little more is not too much, right? The black blind man proposed. Anyway, now I've thrown down the fat Wang and Wu oblique, also no longer call thrown thoroughly some. Hey. Anyway, Wuxia they are your friends, but not the black master my friends. Zhang Qiling is speechless, not with Wuxia them, down the tomb is no fun. Do you not want to honor the bet? You have to bring them along and let them be witnesses. Don't forget, we made a bet. If we don't bring them, then what's the point of the bet? After listening to the black blind man, rubbed his eyes, pretended to be sad and said, Mute, how can you think of me like this? Is it in your heart? Blind me is such a person. Is. Zhang Qiling directly nodded his head. Otherwise, how could you cheat me out of money? I was authorized by heaven. Is losing memory it? You do not pity me, protect me, but also pit me money. You are not the general lack of morality. Zhang Qiling this word let the black blind man completely broken defense. Finished, his own image in the heart of the mute ruined. Zhang Qiling also no longer paid attention to the black blind man, but looked at the Zhang family members, briefly said the ancient tomb seal information. Zhang family touched his chin, said thoughtfully, there is a bronze tree tomb I seem to have some impression, seems to be really in this Qinling. The black blind man came over and said, this is not nonsense, certainly in the Qinling otherwise we come to the Qinling why, eat your motorcycle exhaust you cannot even if, looking for the tomb or have to look at the black master me. The black blind man skimmed his mouth and said. At this time, Zhang Wuji interjected, Hump, just with you can also be compared to our Zhang family? We are experts in finding ancient tombs. Our Zhang family has stolen more tombs from ancient times than the salt you eat. Although it was exaggerated, the meaning was just that. Look down on the black blind man. The black blind man gave him a blank look. Yo, the ability is not big, the temper is not small. If you have the ability to let's compete to see who is more powerful. How about we look together? You a group of people, but where there is a black master then I first find the tomb. Even if I lose, black master I will treat you all to eat a green pepper shredded meat covered rice. On the contrary, if Master He finds it before you, you will kowtow to Master He and apologize again, shouting 3 times that you are inferior to Master He. How about it? Zhang Wuji just wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Zhang Qiling. Alright, stop arguing, let's all search the tomb together and find the entrance as soon as possible. Zhang Qiling didn't want to waste time, finish this matter early and return to the imperial capital early. I still have to continue researching and studying the chicken. Next time, I will never burn a dry pot, let alone forget to add water. Definitely. Yes, matriarch. The Zhang family members answered their promises, glanced arrogantly at the black blind man, and then quickly began to spread out, each exercising their own means to find clues to the ancient tomb. Anyway, we have to find it before the black blind man. How could we Zhang family members be inferior to him? Chapter 127 The black blind man finds the entrance to the ancient tomb. The Zhang family members had displayed their unique abilities and skills, and with Zhang Qiling as the centerpiece, they launched a fast and precise exploration operation within a 100-mile radius. Everyone was fully concentrated, carefully observing the surroundings and searching for the ancient tomb. At the same time, the black blind man is also not willing to show weakness in action. He secretly thought, I do not believe that with the black master my skills, but also inferior to you if you hairy boy. The black blind man confidently began his own journey of exploration. Zhang Qiling looked at the actions of the black blind man, could not help but feel a little helpless. Black blind man, you were so old, how to still compete with a group of juniors? However, for the strength of the black blind man, Zhang Qiling is still very recognized. After all, his understanding of the black blind man is much deeper than others. The black blind man thought left and right, sometimes raising his head to look at the sky, sometimes looking down at the ground, as if he was in conversation with heaven and earth. After some deep thought, he finally took a step towards the east and firmly walked forward. At this moment, Zhang Xingye, who was on the side, curiously asked Zhang Qiling, Little officer, who do you think will be the first among them to find the ancient tomb? Zhang Qiling answered without hesitation, the black blind man. This group of young Zhang family members may not understand the black blind man, but Zhang Qiling knew his capabilities. Although the black blind man usually always looked like he was always cheeky and not too serious, but in reality he possessed exceptional skills. Especially that a hand-divided gold-fixed acupuncture point art, but also the use of God. Therefore, Zhang Qiling firmly believed that the black blind man can be the first to find the target. The black blind man's eyes might not be very good, but his ears were already good enough to hear the sound. Coupled with the art of gold point projected roughly that the sound of bronze is estimated to be hidden from the ears of the black blind man, the Zhang family has the ability to not be false, but the ear is not as good as the black blind man. Saying that the black blind man's ear is the wind ear some exaggeration, but the black blind man is indeed able to hear very far. Zhang Xingye heard, smiled and flirted, Xiaoguan, but you are surnamed Zhang Ah, you so do not believe the Zhang family, they will be sad. Zhang Qiling heard, but shook his head and said, the ability is not as good as others, what can be sad? Haixiazi black blind man has been fighting for many years, his sensitivity to the terrain and aura far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he has a good ear. It is not that Zhang Qiling belittles his own family, but this is the truth. Zhang Qiling at that time did not think to call the black blind man to, is not want the black blind man to follow, with their own robbing the opportunity to pretend. Who would have thought that the black blind man guy still followed? If the result is really as he thought, then he turned back to go back to report the black blind man. Reported him on behalf of the fake license, is a black and wanted, but also smuggling sunglasses, possession of hot weapons, unlicensed gun, snake, robbery, grave robbers, night over the wall of others, selling irregularities in the rice. Humph. It's intolerable to let him steal your thunder. He doesn't give me, the senior of the Zhang family, a chance to act tough in front of his juniors. I'll go back and report you to the authorities. I'll let you hide in the tomb for another year, so you don't have to ruin my life. I didn't ask you to come along to the tomb for you to steal my thunder. However, Zhang Qiling's thoughts, the black blind man is not known, black blind man at the moment is still counting the location of the tomb, hands, ears, eyes, heart all used. Zhang Wuji holding a compass with the black blind man walking the same way, only the speed is slower than the black blind man. Hey, you always follow the black master what I do, what the hell, want to steal the war with the black master I off? The black blind man stopped and looked behind himself at Zhang Wuji who was holding a compass in one hand and counting with the other, and reciting words in his mouth. Zhang Wuji frowned and said, who followed you, don't make a fool of yourself okay blah blah. Zhang Wuji was suddenly interrupted and was in a bad mood. After disliking the black blind man, he continued to lower his head and strangled. His fingers were all smoky. The black blind man lightly grunted and no longer cared, anyway, even if you follow me, I will still find it before you. The black blind man continued to walk forward, walked also do not know how far, stopped, closed his eyes, because suddenly a gust of wind rose, the wind is vaguely bronze impact sound. Black blind man listened carefully, and slightly to the north-north direction. Walked I do not know how far, that sound is becoming clearer and clearer. The black blind man immediately broke out the speed of a 100-meter sprint, rushed to the front. The black blind man has heard the sound of that bronze impact. Only after rushing over, the surrounding environment is not quite the same as the rear, the environment here began to become dark and damp. It even started to become steep. But the further they went, the clearer that movement became, and the black blind man listened to the sound and came to a steep valley. Looking down, it was so deep that there was no bottom. At this time a dark cloud also obscured the moonlight, the black blind man to see even more unclear, but the black blind man can be sure, the sound of bronze impact from this valley below. Black blind man's mouth hooked up a touch of smile, the heart secretly sigh, or black master I am better off. He excitedly said to himself, I found it. Haha, looks like I won this bet. You Zheng family members are inferior to Master Black me. The voice echoed in the air, full of joy and confidence. However, he suddenly realized a problem. Zhang Wuji had not yet followed him, but was not far away. The black blind man hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Qiling's number. But then the black blind man frowned in confusion. Right, I brought my cell phone on my body then why didn't I directly dial Zhang Qiling's phone number at that time, instead of stupidly looking for it? He patted his head, secretly muttering in his heart, could it be because he had been with Wu Zhiqi for too long and was infected by his stupidity? This thought made the black blind man himself a little helpless. Can't be with Wu Oblique stayed for a long time, his stupid IQ really also affect the black master me? No. I don't want to become so stupid, IQ at some point directly down to a negative number. When the black blind man was thinking to himself, the phone has been connected. After the phone was connected, came Zhang Qiling's low and calm voice, found it? The black blind man excitedly replied, yes, I found it. Ha, I'm going to win this bet. The location is in the Bara. The black blind man said the location according to the route he came. Zhang Qiling was silent for a moment, and then said, good, I know. Then Zhang Qiling hung up the phone. Found it right, then I will report you when I return to the imperial capital. The black blind man put away his cell phone, his face showed a satisfied smile, but before he could laugh twice, he sneezed twice again. What's going on? How does it seem like something bad is going to happen in the underworld? Forget it, Black Master, I can be so dangerous it, ha. Chapter 128, Little Officer, your waist is so soft. Despite feeling as if something was going to happen, the black blind man couldn't help but smile. After all, the victory of this bet put him in a happy mood. Because a self-paralyzing formula had appeared in the black blind man's mind. Formula: Zhang Qiling is also a Zhang family member. Zhang family member is inferior to me is equal to Zhang Qiling is inferior to me. Hana. Hang up the phone and put away the cell phone. How? Really? Black blind man found first. Zhang Xingye stretched his lazy waist and yawned a big yawn. The whole person looks lazy. After tossing and turning for so long, the sky was about to brighten, dawn was approaching, and the sky had already turned fish belly white. Zhang Qiling silently nodded. Then it seems that the black blind man is still better than the little Zhangs. Zhang Xingye had an expression that said it was true, and did not seem to be surprised. Zhang Qiling's tone carried a light-hearted flirtation, as if it was all expected of her. However, it was just such a sentence that did not sound like that to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling heard, the Zhang family is still not as good as the black blind man. That small official you as the Zhang family patriarch, estimated with the Zhang family half a caddy, you are certainly not as good as the black blind man, or the black blind man is the most powerful. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xingye such a sentence, led Zhang Qiling inexplicably unhappy. Anger. Waiting to return to the imperial capital, must give the black blind man to find some trouble. Let this blind man nothing always in front of my Zhang family descendants show off, especially in this patriarch in the time, cannot be in front of my Zhang family descendants to steal this patriarch's thunder. Ride your motorcycle over there. Zhang Qiling doesn't want to be like these guys who don't use their brains, they can obviously ride a bike and look for it while riding. It's just a matter of multitasking. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that you guys are too good. Zhang Qiling gripped an off-road motorcycle with a hand, moved sharply to put on the helmet, his eyes signaling Zhang Xingye to sit up. Zhang Xingye wearing a helmet carefully sat on, doubtful. Small official, you drive away, small Zhangs what to do? Zhang Qiling said in a flat tone, there is no shortage of this one. After the words, he twisted the gas pedal, swooshing a start. Agu. Zhang Qiling suddenly accelerated to start. Zhang Xingye caught off guard, his head directly hit Zhang Qiling's hard back. Zhang Qiling then remembered that this car does not have a seatbelt, so he had to turn his head to Zhang Xingye and said, hold tight, sit firmly. Zhang Xingye hurriedly reached out and hugged Zhang Qiling's waist, only feeling the wind whistling past his ears along the way. Wow, little official, your waist is so soft. Zhang Xingye even pinched it, and it felt so good. Rumor has it that Zhang Qiling's waist is even softer than a woman's. Rumors don't deceive me. Last time when I took a shower, I saw Zhang Qiling's 8-pack abs, and I was envious. This time, he was even more envious. Zhang Qiling didn't stop his own juniors from touching it. As a matriarch, on a motorcycle without a seatbelt, isn't it normal to let the Zhang family's juniors hug each other? Isn't it normal for the Zhang family's scion to feel that this patriarch's waist is soft and squeeze it? Anyway, it's his own scion. A certain group of Zhang family descendants, patriarch, we also want to. Zhang Qiling, scram, what are you thinking about? Have you practiced your martial arts? Can you beat me? Day by day, do not think of progress, good martial arts practice, but all day on this to think of this and that, the Zhang family sooner or later one day to die in the hands of your group of juniors. Ahem. On the other hand, Fatty Wang was sleeping soundly in the tent, snoring like thunder, resounding throughout the tent. Suddenly, Fatty Wang felt someone shaking his shoulders and heard a voice. Fatty, wake up. Quickly wake up. Fatty Wang opened his eyes in a daze and saw Wu Qi standing in front of him with an anxious face. Well Fat Master, I am sleepy. Fatty Wang's sleepy eyes, not yet fully awake. Fatty, there are snakes to bite you Giera. Wu saw that he could not wake up Fatty Wang, anxious, can only scare him a little. Really? Where is it? Where is the snake? When Fatty Wang heard this, he immediately came to his senses, covered his lower body, and looked around nervously, searching for the legendary snake. Wu Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Fatty Wang's terrified appearance. Ha, lied to you, there is no snake. Little naive, scared me to death, Master Fatty. People scaring people will scare them to death. Fatty Wang realized that he had been tricked, and was so angry that he cursed. However, Fatty Wang's heart is still a little afraid, in case there is really a snake drilled into the tent. Think about it and feel terrible. Okay, don't curse, where is Master Black and the others? And Starlet and little brother? Where are they? Wu Qi asked about the real thing. I don't know, I didn't see them when I came over, Master Black went to look for them. Little Tianjin, you say little brother won't elope with Starry, right? What are you talking about? Xiaoxing Zi is not that casual. Wu Qi glared at him, you are slandering Ao. I'm just kidding, maybe they went to explore the road, after all, has not been able to find the road, is not a thing Fatty Wang hemmed and hawed and said. Wu Qi felt reasonable, then did not think more, turned around and walked out of the tent. At this time, the sun had gradually risen. Wu Qi looked at the mountain road in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but surge with a feeling of grandeur. No matter what, we must find the bronze tree, must enter that tomb, to prove to my third uncle and them that I myself can also. I'm not the one who can't write or do anything. Wu Xia said to himself. Fatty Wang got up and walked out of the tent and said, Little Tianjin, your friend, don't you want to go and take a look The old itch asleep. I am a little hungry. Want to come to find the Black Master to buy a green pepper shredded meat covered with rice. The result, I went to your tent to see. A person is not. And then I came to the little star here. The result, also did not see the two of them. Just to see you lying in this huffing and puffing. Wu Xia replied. Wu Xia purely was woken up by hunger. Fatty Wan haha laughed. Green pepper shredded meat over rice? Ah, small naive, you can be really naive. Ah, Black Master, that green pepper shredded meat covered rice shelf life of 10 years, that thing you dare to eat. Ah? Under normal circumstances, in this weather, a green pepper and shredded pork over rice will not last 2 days before it goes bad. Even if it is put in the refrigerator, after a year, it will go bad. But he is 10 years of things that do not go bad. Do you really dare to eat it? I'm not afraid to eat people to death. In addition to the fact that the company is not a member of the public, the company is also a member of the Public's Association for the Protection of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities APRD. He is not an ordinary person, we cannot compare with him. We are ordinary people. He dares to eat, you dare to eat. Ah, really hungry. Or to find the starry eye to ask for a noodle with a sausage to have a sense of security. Fatty Wang said. Wu Oblique think Fat Wang said reasonable. Fortunately I did not meet the Black Master. More fortunate that I did not buy his rice. Fat you, this sentence is to save my dog life. Ah. Black Blind Man, another invisible loss of a customer. Chapter 129. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. The other side. A black motorcycle whistled, as swift as lightning in the dark night. Zhang Qiling was wearing sunglasses and a black coat. While Zhang Xingye, who was sitting on the back seat, hugged Zhang Qiling's waist tightly, feeling the stimulation of the wind blowing across his cheeks. As Zhang Qiling drove the motorcycle and sped towards his destination, Zhang Xingye looked at the scenery that flew by along the way, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. He knew that this journey would take him to explore new worlds and discover more mysterious things. Qiling Divine Tree. Ah, the secret of longevity. Ah, Zun Du Fake Du. Ah. As time passed, the sun gradually rose and illuminated the entire earth. The golden sunlight sprinkled on Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye, as if giving them a layer of golden radiance. When the motorcycle arrived at the location that the black blind man had spoken of, Zhang Qiling slowed down and Zhang Xingye looked around curiously through the windshield of his helmet. Zhang Qiling saw a person standing in the distance, waving his arms, seemingly signaling to them. Mute, little star. Over here. Over here. The black blind man shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the empty surroundings, his face brimming with enthusiasm and joy in anticipation of reuniting with Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye. The corners of Zhang Qiling's mouth rose slightly when he heard the black blind man shout, and he drove his motorcycle in the direction of where the black blind man was, before making a beautiful drift and bringing the vehicle to a steady stop. Zhang Xingye got off the bike and took off his helmet, revealing a bright smile. Black blind man. You can. Ah. Zhang Xingye patted the black blind man's shoulder. Black blind man, give a little sunshine will be bright. That's not. Also do not look at the black master who I am, can be much more powerful than the Zhang family. Saying that, he also gave a slightly provocative glance at Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji apologized to Zhang Qiling, Patriarch, I'm sorry, I'm incompetent. Zhang Qiling waved his hand, hard work, tell Zhang Qianjun to give each of you a 50,000 hit, just take it as breakfast money, disperse. Thank you, Matriarch. Patriarch, take care. Zhang Wuji didn't think that Zhang Qiling didn't blame himself for losing to the black blind man. Woohoo, the clan chief is really nice. Zhang Wuji drove away on the motorcycle that Zhang Qiling had driven to inform a few other people that they could call it a day. Zhang Qiling walked over to the black blind man and patted his shoulder, take care. Humph. Go back and I will report you. Don't worry, Black Master, I am a very life-saving person, always take care of it. Moreover, this should be the tomb below. The black blind man did not realize the deeper meaning of Zhang Qiling's words, he simply thought that Zhang Qiling was concerned about his own safety. Hearing this, Zhang Qiling did not respond but continued to remain silent. As a good brother, I did remind you to take care of yourself. When you return to the imperial capital and someone arrests you, you can't say that I didn't remind you. Ow. But at this moment, the black blind man did not seem to realize the meaning of Zhang Qiling's words. And back to business, the black blind man also put away the smile on his face, his expression became serious. He was well aware of the importance and danger of this mission, so he did not dare to have the slightest slack. An ordinary tomb, Zhang Qiling is not enough to call himself up as well. The black blind man knew in his heart that Zhang Qiling had probably called himself along just to protect Zhang Xingye. In other words, this tomb was so dangerous that Zhang Qiling was not sure that he could protect himself while protecting Zhang Xingye. But if Zhang Qiling knew what the black blind man was thinking, he would definitely say that the black blind man was thinking too much. Zhang Qiling, I called you to pure broken is when the cattle and horses do not day after day self-imagination. At this time, Zhang Xingye curiously poked his head out and looked downwards. Zhang Xingye realized that the scene below was somewhat similar to the one he had seen, so he opened his mouth. It's really quite similar. It is said that in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, there is a bronze god tree as high as 100 meters. As long as you find it, you can live forever. Do you believe it? The black blind man couldn't help but laugh after hearing this and replied, Black Master, I am not that stupid boy Wuxia, not so easily deceived, this kind of thing, only that guy Wuxia would be gullible. However, Zhang Qiling did not laugh. He looked deeply at the surroundings and said thoughtfully, however, this place has indeed gone deep into the depths of the 800-mile Qinling Mountains. Originally, they drove all the way to the middle of the Qinling yesterday, and with the nighttime rush as well as riding a motorcycle, they were indeed already deep into the Qinling. Blindy, do you want to go down to explore the reality? Zhang Xingye flirted. Black blind man shook his head. No, Black Master, I do not go down alone. It go to the Wu Oblique they call on it. This puppy always have to experience this exploration of the tomb thing, or to Wu Oblique it. Damn, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. The risk factor down here is definitely not generally high, but you still fooled me to go down. Really is a conscience greatly bad. If he dies down there, the Wu family will never rest with you, and the 9 gates will all come after you. Zhang Qiling silently reminded. Wu Xie is the only sapling of the Wu family. If he dies here, there is no telling what Wu Erbai and Wu Sancheng will do, not to mention the fact that Mrs. Wu is still alive. Furthermore, Wu Xie is the backbone of the 9 sect. If something happens to Wu Xie, the 9 sect will have to find the black blind man in trouble. After so many years of laying the game, the result of the chess pieces into the game is gone, then the whole game how to play? The black blind man nudged his mouth. Then this is also the blame of Wu San province. Know that Wu Oblique and stupid and naive, not properly trained and released to experience, still expect us to protect him not. Zhang Xingyi has a different opinion. Let Wu Xie go down first, no problem, but I think it will be a little evil, huh? Wu Xie is the favorite of heaven and earth. Go down absolutely will not die, but there may be more evil things below. Afraid of what? People say dignity only in the sword above, the truth is only within the range of the cannon. Mute these 2 bazookas and is not a setup, and then the evil guys, but also physical super a wave, South Ami Tofu, my Buddha compassion. Black blind man said, but also hands together said. Zhang Xingyi corners of the mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Okay, then you quickly go. Hurry up and bring them over, we are waiting for you here. What? Let Black Master me go off? This place is dozens of kilometers away from their place. And there's no car to ride in. The black blind man was immediately filled with black lines, and his heart was speechless for a while. How to let me go to run errands? This is not a clear bully. I have bad eyes, don't you guys know that? Zhang Xingye, however, said with a face that took it for granted, you're a fast runner. Hearing this, the black blind man almost cried out on the spot. Is there any justice in heaven for me? Little star, you're just being a deliberate bully. Chapter 130. You two are not decent. At this time, Zhang Xingye turned his head to Zhang Qiling, who was at the side, and said with a smile, little official, he wants to be reasonable, so you can give him a lecture. Zhang Qiling nodded silently, then reached out to touch the bazooka behind himself. My bazooka is the reason, do not obey to try. Seeing this action, the black blind man couldn't help but tremble and scared Jiero a little. Holy. Have a good conversation. Don't move your hands. I go not okay. After the black blind man finished speaking, he dodged and ran away, his legs running out of shadow. Zhang Qiling is quite satisfied, this is better than the knife. Xiaoguan, why do you say so? Zhang Xingye puzzled. Zhang Qiling looked at the distant back of the black blind man, the corner of his mouth sketched out a faint smile. With a knife, he dares to fight me. Just such a simple sentence made Zhang Xingye not hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qiling, who used a black and gold ancient sword, are you going or not? Black blind man, I'm not convinced, afraid of you so what, not convinced that we do a fight. Zhang Qiling with a bazooka, you do not go a try. Black blind man, try to die, I go. But I want to explain, I'm not afraid of you. Wow, the ancient said, no it's good, because I'm good, so I just know what's good, it's not afraid of you. Zhang Qiling, you are the most hard mouth all over the body, you jeer are not as hard as your mouth. Black blind man, don't open the yellow mouth I'll refuse gambling and drugs from my yellow start. Zhang Xingye casually waved his hand, a bracket appeared in front of him, followed by 2 dressed chickens appeared. Xiaoguan, it will take a while for them to come over, let's roast the chickens while we wait, it just so happens that I'm also a little hungry. Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Qiling nodded, the moment he saw the chickens, Zhang Qiling didn't hold back his saliva, let me help you. No need. You sit there, I'll do it you go collect firewood. Zhang Xingye hurriedly stopped Zhang Qiling who wanted to get started. Otherwise, these 2 chickens will definitely go to mush. It is better to let Zhang Qiling go and collect some firewood, said, and also gave the black gold ancient knife to Zhang Qiling, so that Zhang Qiling could take it with him to cut firewood. Since the rocket launcher, the black gold ancient knife was given to Zhang Xingye to cut watermelons. But now, this black gold ancient knife has been reduced to a chopping knife again. Zhang Qiling didn't think much about it, but just thought about the division of labor, so he obediently went to chop wood. Zhang Xingye brushed the seasoning, and when Zhang Qiling came back to find firewood, Zhang Xingye also got a lot of sweet potatoes out. With that, Zhang Xingye built a fire, roasted sweet potatoes inside the fire, and roasted chickens on top of the fire. I will help you turn. Zhang Qiling wants to get started again, seeing Zhang Xingye slowly turning the grill there is a bit hard. Zhang Xingye hurriedly stopped, no need. Xiaoguan, you sit and wait, I can do this. Zhang Xingye, resolutely eliminate all possibility of Zhang Qiling's involvement in kitchen things. During that time, Zhang Xingye was really fed up. One day, a banging sound scared Zhang Xingye and he rushed to the kitchen to check the situation. Only to see Zhang Qiling holding a cleaver broken in half, looking at Zhang Xingye with an innocent face, while the garlic that was originally placed on the stovetop had already deflated, and even the stovetop had collapsed into a large piece. Zhang Qiling said, I just wanted to shoot a garlic. Another day, another crackling sound was heard coming from the kitchen, accompanied by a burning smell. Zhang Xingye hurriedly rushed into the kitchen, only to see Zhang Qiling scrambling to clean up the pots and pans, while the egg custard in the pot had already turned into a black, unidentified mass. Zhang Qiling stated that he was just like steaming an egg custard. Some other sunny morning, there was a loud bang, followed by a wave of heat. Zhang Xingye rushed to the kitchen, only to see a large amount of steam and white substance spewing out from the pressure cooker, and the entire kitchen was instantly drowned in smoke. It was not easy to wait until the smoke cleared. Zhang Xingye realized that it was the air outlet of the pressure cooker was blocked by something, resulting in excessive pressure inside the cooker and exploded. In response, Zhang Qiling said, I just want to use the pressure cooker to stew something for dinner. Zhang Xingye didn't stare back and almost couldn't help but swear, but looking at Zhang Qiling's pitiful look, he held back his anger. And so another day. When Zhang Qiling attempted to make coconut chicken, a knife went down and the coconut split open, the cutting board split open, and the table split open. In the afternoon, when Zhang Qiling attempted to make screaming chicken, he dug a hole in the yard to build a stove, and when a shovel went down, the water pipe burst. These were just some of them, and other things such as stir-frying vegetables until they caught fire, cooking soup until it overflowed, and so on were countless. Every time, Zhang Qiling would sincerely apologize and say that he would correct his mistakes, but the next time, he would always continue to create chaos in a different way. Therefore, Zhang Xingye was truly afraid. Zhang Qiling should never go near the kitchen, much less cook and cook. A person who could cook rice and blow up a rice cooker could still enter the kitchen? This time, the roast chicken, say nothing to let Zhang Qiling to roast, otherwise this roast chicken will have to be the same as the sweet potato surgery in the fire, blackened into charcoal. Zhang Qiling squatted next to the fire, aggrieved, not knowing why Zhang Xingye did not let himself help. It's not hard to turn a grill. I just want to help you. Fortunately, without Zhang Qiling's intervention, the roasted chicken was successful. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling ate it together. When he ate the chicken, Zhang Qiling put all his unhappiness behind him. The two of them took a bite of you and a bite of me, and with just a little beer, the two chickens were eaten cleaner than a dog could chew them. Zhang Qiling felt that this kind of roasted chicken was also delicious, and planned to give Zhang Xingye a roast after he returned to the imperial capital, so that Zhang Xingye could taste his own handiwork. After eating the roasted chicken, the two of them started to pick at the roasted sweet potatoes in the fire. Zhang Qiling pulled out a large one, carefully peeled it, and when he was about to hand it to Zhang Xingye to nibble on, he suddenly felt as if it wasn't very elegant, so he also followed Zhang Xingye's example of picking up a spoon, and then dug a large spoonful of it with the spoon. First bite, you eat first. Zhang Qiling fed it directly to Zhang Xingye. When Zhang Xingye, who was preparing to eat the baked sweet potato, saw this, he couldn't help but also froze and happily ate the first bite of the sweet potato that Zhang Qiling had fed him. And also dug a spoonful from his own sweet potato and handed it to Zhang Qiling, you taste mine. It's delicious, he. Zhang Qiling also happily accepted his own junior's feeding, and both of them revealed smiles. Egu, I just left for a while, and you two are getting tired of each other? I can smell you baking sweet potatoes from afar. At this time, a discordant voice came to ruin the atmosphere. The black blind man and other people came over, the big car could not drive over, parked not far away, the crowd is walking over. Little brother, star brother, you two are not good. We are hungry all morning. You are here in love with eating baked sweet potatoes, but also feed each other to eat. You simply get married in situ. Chapter 131. This baked sweet potato, it does not smell good. Fatty Wang also came up to flirt, while making a disgusted expression, as if seeing what makes him unbearable. You two, eating a baked sweet potato, you still have to feed it to each other. We're here to rob tombs, not to show love. You two, don't spread dog food. Zhang Xingye nuzzled his mouth, really wanting to fork these two atmosphere-destroying ones out. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling glanced at each other, and everything was in the air. Zhang Qiling, you are my beings, the first bite you eat. Zhang Xingye, you are my gods, first bite you eat. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye, is there anything wrong with that? Eat what baked sweet potatoes, give me one for Master Black. Master Black, I ran so far away, I cannot starve. The black blind man said while reaching out from the ground, also took a sweet potato, and then quickly peeled off the outer skin, began to eat up. The black blind man is indeed starving, he has not care whether the sweet potato is hot or not, just want to hurry to fill his stomach, only to see him biting into the sweet potato, even by the hot straight grin, but still cannot help but continue to eat. Seeing this, Zhang Xingye silently put down the sweet potatoes in his hand and asked curiously, Master, hey, isn't shredded pork with green peppers over rice your only true love? How suddenly in the premise of having a covered rice changed to eat sweet potatoes? Zhang Xingye flirted with the black blind man. Black blind man's mouth stuffed with sweet potatoes, answered vaguely, occasionally change tastes well, this baked sweet potato flavor is not bad. Finished, the black blind man and ruthlessly bit into the sweet potato, satisfied nodded his head. Wu Xia also came over, Xiaoxingzi, I also want to eat, you give me also take a spoon. Wu Xia came over and picked up a sweet potato to ask Zhang Qiling for a spoon. Zhang Qiling looked up at Wu Xia, what spoon? If you can eat it, if not, put it down. What the hell, the sweet potatoes that my Zhang clan descendants bake so hard, it's fine for you to whore them out, they're not worth much anyway. But you're even making conditions. That's too much. And a spoon? Does my bazooka look like a spoon to you? It really does. Wu Xia skimmed his mouth, little brother you double standard. Saying that, Wu Xia picked up 2 more sweet potatoes and moved away from Zhang Qiling. You two use spoons when you eat, oh. Wu Xia distributed the baked sweet potatoes to Fatty and Old Itchy each. Fatty Wang peeled off the skin and nibbled on it. Xingdi, I have to say, your craftsmanship with this baked sweet potato is not bad, you can take it out and sell it later, go make money. Zhang Xingye laughed, I was just afraid that the little official wouldn't have enough to eat, so I just baked a sweet potato along the way. Once this word came out, the crowd eating sweet potatoes immediately felt that the sweet potatoes in their hands it did not smell good. That fragrance, all of a sudden, dispersed cleanly. This sweet potato doesn't seem to be as good as my shredded pork with green peppers over rice. The black blind man 3 steaks 2 mouths to eat the sweet potato clean, then as serious said. Fatty Wang nodded in agreement, this sweet potato he does not smell ah. Xiaoxingzi, why in such a warm weather, you said to come up with such heartbreaking words? Wu Shangyi asked as he ate. Zhang Xingye speechless, hurry to eat, we are ready to go down, and then grinding, when can we find something to go back? As soon as I heard about the main event, the crowd also stopped joking. Hurriedly serious up. How did you find this place? Did you come here to look for the tomb last night? Wu Xiang asked as he ate. Zhang Xingye replied, no, last night was the black blind man wanted to, ran here to found, the black blind man said he was in the Qinling other places to cough. Zhang Xingye cold disgusted a few people. Fatty Wang looked at the hand still left half a baked sweet potato, a time to eat is not eat is not. Eat it, look at the color, a little cannot eat. Do not eat it, the stomach grumbles. Black blind man gloating to look at the Wu oblique them, fortunately the black master I have the foresight to eat fast. Black master I finished eating, ha. No, was it the location I found by running to take a dump? Did I take a? The black blind man was just about to retort a bit, but he came eye to eye with Zhang Qiling's gaze. My Zhang family descendants said you pooped, do not accept rebuttal, understand? The black blind man immediately deflated, right, black master me in the Qinling other places to cough, last night came here to pull, yellow. Black blind man aggrieved, but also cannot let others good off. So, further disgusted Wang Fatty they these people who are still eating sweet potatoes. Fatty Wang silently put down the sweet potato, cannot eat, really cannot eat. Wu Oblique also silently put down a large part of the leftover sweet potatoes. Black blind man this guy is not a son of Manhwa, eating baked sweet potatoes when said these. This is a real lack of morality. This I bad estimate is the lack of virtue suffered retribution. The old itch did not feel anything, silently ate the entire roasted sweet potatoes. Fatty Wang stood up, came to the edge of the cliff, looked at the bottomless cliff, hastily backed up 2 steps, just that glance, as if staring into the abyss. Fatty Wang's gaze retracted from the bottom of the cliff, this is a mountain, there is no road here, you guys don't mean that the tomb is underneath this cliff, right? As he spoke, he frowned, and looked at the crowd with a puzzled face. Zhang Xingye nodded, right, where the entrance to the tomb is not known, but the bronze tree is under here, that much is certain. Hearing this, Wu Xieqi also followed suit and stood up, walking over to Fatty Wang's side and together they looked at the bottomless cliff. Then how are we going to go down with this cliff, we can't just jump down, right? After saying that, he looked back at the others, as if he wanted to hear their opinions. At this time, Zhang Xingye also climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and unhurriedly took out the mountaineering rope from his spatial ring before throwing it to Wu Xie and Fatty Wang. With a hint of a smile on his face, he flirted and said, if you guys really have the courage to jump down, then go ahead. After you guys fall down, we'll find a place to bury you. Hearing this, Wu Xie was speechless and spat out, blankly glancing at Zhang Xingye, muttering, I'm just kidding, but this place is so deep that it's impossible to see the bottom, do we really need to use a rope to slide down off? In the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace and Shisha Undersea Tomb, Wu Xie slid down with a rope, but that is the bottom of the visible awe. This place, the bottom is not visible, who knows if there will be such strange things down there. Fatty Wang nodded in agreement, Xingdi, little brother, why don't we look for the entrance to the tomb? This seems to be a bit dangerous. The black blind man held up the black glasses, how, to come down the fight on this courage? The black master I estimate, this from the top to the bottom of the height of at most 100 floors or so, sliding down the problem is not big, the black master I support the little star. For the blind man, it's just a matter of 6 words. It's not a big deal. Chapter 132 has me, no obstacle. Zhang Qiling also nodded in agreement, from this down is the fastest. The reason for this butterfly effect: directly let the crowd find the Qinling Divine Tree's location, do not need to explore the tomb. However, the Qinling Divine Tree will definitely also be affected by the butterfly effect, and something that shouldn't be there may appear nearby. Zhang Xingye's mouth hung a bad smile, and raised his eyebrows towards Fatty Wang. Fatty, you're not afraid, are you? When Fatty Wang heard this, he immediately exploded, wide-eyed, said, who is afraid? Fat Master, I am not afraid of the sky and the earth. In Fat Master, my dictionary, do not know how to write the word afraid. I don't know what the word fear means in my vocabulary. What do you dare not? People die bird towards the sky, not dead 10,000 years, fighting, always need a little spirit of adventure. If you dare to go down, I will also dare to sacrifice my life. At this time, the crowd stood in a row, forming a united front, and then coincidentally looked at Wu Xie and the old itch. The crowd's faces had different expressions. There was anticipation, there was a good show, there was playfulness and so on, but the purpose was just one, waiting for the two to make a decision. Wu Xie looked at the bottomless cliff. His heart could not help but rise a trace of fear, but he knew that now was not the time to retreat. He looked back at the crowd and realized that with just himself and old Itchy, he could not complete this mission at all, not to mention finding the entrance to the ancient tomb. Even if he found it, what could he do? This place was full of dangers everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would kill them. Wu Xie's knowledge of his own ability was still very clear. He knew that although he had some experience in grave robbing, but in the face of such a treacherous environment, he still needed to work together in order to cope with it. So, Wu Xie turned his head to look at Old Itch and asked softly, Old Itch, what do you say? Old Itch nodded, laying down his life. Seeing that Old Itchy had said so, Wu Xie swallowed his saliva and also hardened his heart. Okay? I also follow. Who does not have two pieces of meat in his crotch? You do not goad, I do not goad. At this point, everyone's front is completely unified. Go down from here. Zhang Xingye saw this, and took out 4 mountaineering rope. Come on, everyone a one. Old Itchy and Black Blind Man went up and pulled one each, this rope tuned in one place, a big pile. Wu Xie and Wang Fatty have just been divided. The remaining two are Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye. Fatty Wang looked at the hands of wire rope. Star brother, you this sturdy knot? The Fat Master I can 180 ow. Zhang Xingyi nodded, explaining, not to mention 180, 1008 are no problem. The system is a fine product. The force can reach 2,000 pounds. Zhang Qiling looked at Zhang Xingye. I will take you down together. Zhang Qiling did not feel comfortable with Zhang Xingye sliding down such a deep cliff alone, in case something happened to this rope. It was better to let Zhang Xingye join him. In case the rope breaks, with his own hands, flying over the wall, at least he can protect himself and not fall into a meat pie. Ha! Little officer, I can do it. Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling and said in a serious manner. Obey. Zhang Qiling smiled faintly, don't make a fuss at this time. Zhang Xingye sniffed, what else could he say? Good blah. Zhang Xingye no longer insisted and retrieved a climbing rope. Immediately after that, the crowd quickly went to find a location to fix the other end of the climbing rope. They need to find a solid rock or other reliable support point to ensure that the rope can withstand the weight and tension. Everyone is careful to find the best position, as far as possible to ensure safety. Not to mention, the rope was quite long, which totaled 365 meters. This length was enough for them to descend from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the valley, but it also meant that they needed to spend some time and effort to handle such a long rope. The reason why there was one for each person was because they were worried that in case something changed in the middle of the journey, they wouldn't be able to do it all in one go. Once the group had secured the climbing ropes, they combined their efforts to push this remaining large pile off the cliff, a daunting task as the ropes were very heavy and large. It was a difficult task because the rope was very heavy and bulky. It was a bit hard for one person to push, a bit difficult for 2 people, and just right for 3 people. Everyone worked together and pushed the rope to move slowly towards the edge of the cliff. With each push, the rope gradually approached the edge of the cliff and was finally pushed down successfully. When the rope slid over the edge of the cliff, it made a crisp sound, as if it was a response to the efforts of the crowd. Wu Xie looked at the rope slowly descending. His heart was full of anticipation and nervousness. Hopefully, this rope could be everyone's lifeline to the bottom of the valley and help them successfully complete this adventure. Wu Xie secretly swore, Uncle San, I will definitely prove to you that I am literate. Zhang Xingye distributed a pair of gloves to each person, but Zhang Qiling didn't ask for them. Zhang Qiling took out a special glove from somewhere and wore it on his hand. The Black Blind Man looked at Wu Xie. Wu family young third master, how is it? Take the lead to make a sample. Once these words came out, Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling also looked at Wu Xie. Wu Xie was so nervous that he gulped, you guys first, I haven't put my gloves on yet. Don't give him a hard time, go down. Zhang Qiling saw that Wu Xie was scared and didn't make things too difficult for him. The main thing is that if this guy does not have a good lead and slides down and becomes dangerous, what should I do if my Zhang family descendants see that they are also afraid? Therefore, Zhang Qiling rare speak for Wu Xie. The Black Blind Man shrugged his shoulders. Okay, then the Black Master I will take the lead. Said, the Black Blind Man tugged the rope with one hand, exhaled deeply and slid down directly. Zhang Qiling silently nodded. This brought a good head. Not bad, not bad. I've decided to report you for one less offense after I return to the imperial capital. Let you be sentenced to 2 less days after being arrested. Ha ha. Let's go down as well. Zhang Qiling looked towards Zhang Xingye. Zhang Xingye nodded. Are you ready? Zhang Qiling, trust me, okay? Ha ha. Zhang Xingye did not hesitate and trusted Zhang Qiling very much. Because Zhang Qiling represented security. Zhang Qiling held Zhang Xingye in his arms with one hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed the rope and directly brought Zhang Xingye down, and the two of them quickly slid down. Zhang Qiling's gloves and this steel rope were rubbing sparks. Aya, mute, you're sparking with lightning all the way down, what are you doing? The black blind man saw Zhang Qiling this speed, but also with a person. Do you want to play so exciting? But more so that the black blind man envy or Zhang Qiling hand that special gloves. That gloves, don't look at his appearance ordinary, after wearing it can catch bullets with his bare hands. The black blind man also accelerated speed all the way down to catch up with Zhang Qiling. Xiaoguan, pay attention to safety, there may be danger below. Zhang Xingye is also a series of. This is really exciting Have me, no harm. Zhang Qiling said softly, not slowing down, just telling Zhang Xingye to relax. The gods would definitely not let his beings encounter danger. Chapter 133, The Unknown, that's what's most frightening. On top of the cliff, the two people, Fatty Wang and Wu Shizhi, looked at each other with horrified faces. Their gazes then coincidentally landed on the cliff below their feet as a chill surged in their hearts. Only to see that Zhang Qiling and the others below had slowly slid down the rope, getting closer and closer to the ground, while they were still standing still. Fatty, go down. What are you waiting for? Wu Xie tied the rope and urged, his voice revealing a hint of nervousness. Wu Xie tightly grasped the rope, his palms were slightly sweaty, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. He didn't even dare to lower his head to look down. Fatty Wang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his heartbeat was still so violent that it looked like it was about to jump out of his throat. Let's go, little Tianjin. Don't dawdle, any later and they'll be at the bottom, we won't be able to keep up by then. Fatty Wang gathered his courage and encouraged Wu Xie. At the same time, he was also cheering himself up. Immediately after that, he also tied up the iron rope, and old Ichi also silently followed. The three of them just grabbed the rope, and no one went down. They stood on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the bottomless valley below, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. After all, this was truly high, gut-wrenching heights. Even experienced explorers would be fearful when faced with such a cliff face. Not to mention someone as timid as Wu Xie, his legs couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the steep cliff face. Wu oblique, ahem, the author greatly, there is no need to specially point me a bit, Wu family little 3 master is also to face. Wu oblique drummed up the courage, looked at Wang Fat and old Ichi said, good, then dry. The old Itch nodded and said, then you go down first, pay attention to safety. Wu Xie took a deep breath, his eyes closed, his heart crossed, and he began to slowly descend. He tightly grasped the rope and carefully moved his body. He didn't dare to look at the abyss below, he could only focus on the rock wall in front of him. He felt like a gecko, slowly crawling. Old Ichi followed closely behind, and as he descended, he reminded Wu Xie to pay attention to safety. Fatty Wang stayed at the very back. He watched Wu Xie and old Itch descending one after another. His heart was also nervous. Although he was a rough man, he wasn't afraid of death. He thought that if there was really a treasure below, then their adventure would be a success, but if there was no treasure below, then they would have to work for nothing. I really hope that this bronze tree is really exist, otherwise sorry Fat Master I down so big capital nah. Fatty Wang silently cheered himself up, he said to himself, dry. Then Fatty Wang also grabbed the rope and started to climb and land. In this way, the three of them slowly descended along the rope, toward the bottom of the unknown valley. They do not know what is waiting for them, maybe it is wealth, maybe it is death. The unknown is the scariest. Wait a minute, Xiaoguan, look what's that? Zhang Xingye suddenly shouted. His eyes were very sharp, even in the dimming light, he was still able to detect some subtleties, and sure enough, Zhang Xingye spotted something growing on the cliff face. In a crevice of the rock wall, a green leafy plant stood upright. That was the He Shou Wu. And it was still wild. The vintage must be very old. Zhang Qiling immediately stopped and looked in the direction of Zhang Xingye's finger, and similarly noticed the green leaf not far away. Tell the blind man to fetch it and take it back to make chicken soup. Zhang Qiling looked at the location of the He Shou Wu, and then looked at the slower black blind man, and felt that it would be most appropriate to let the black blind man go and pick it. He now has no hands, it is not convenient to take. If you let Zhang Xingye risk, Zhang Qiling cannot afford it. Therefore, letting the black blind man do it was the most appropriate, so that this strain of He Shou Wu could be used to make soup. The flavor would definitely be very good. Zhang Xingye nodded his head in agreement. Blind man, quickly come down, pick down that He Shou Wu. At this time, the black blind man who was sliding down heard Zhang Xingye's shout. He lowered his head, trying hard to see the situation below, but due to the distance being too far away, coupled with his eyes not being very good, the black blind man could only vaguely see a darkness. So, he continued to slide down some distance. Finally, the black blind man saw the strain of wild Hishawu, which quietly grew between the cliffs. The black blind man's eyes lit up. Little star, this Hishawu we share it equally. Can, leaves divided you. Zhang Qiling replied in place of Zhang Xingye. The black blind man's face darkened. Newt, you wilted. I'm talking about dividing the Hishawu. When did I say dividing its leaves? I want that leaf, what's the use? Even if it is shared equally, how can it be shared like this? Newt, no, you so divided. You want this, I do not take. The black blind man bristled and said. First take it, go back to share. Zhang Qiling had to use the word delay. How to go back and share, that is not your call. Poof. The black blind man thought that Zhang Qiling promised to share equally and then smiled his mouth hate to grin back of the neck to go. Well, look at the black master I go get. The black blind man looked at the location. There is a landing spot, not a big problem. The black blind man directly loosened the rope, directly swung over. Zhang Xingyi shocked, black blind man play so big? If this is not stepped on steadily, shall not fall directly ah? Zhang Xingye stared wide-eyed at everything that happened in front of him, his heart could not help but surge a wave of admiration. The black blind man's art is bold ah. Only to see the black blind man in the air flexible swinging body, like a sturdy monkey in general, quickly and accurately towards the direction of the plant Hishawu swinging, his movements light and agile, people cannot help but be marveled at. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye also nervously watched the black blind man's every move, fearing that he would have some kind of accident. However, the black blind man showed amazing skill, successfully landing on the edge of the Hishawu plant. Standing on that raised rock, the black blind man waved to Zhang Qiling and Zhang Xingye in a gesture. Seeing this, the two of them were also relieved. Luckily, the black blind man had managed to get there. The black blind man rubbed his hands together and mumbled excitedly to himself, "Ha! Luck is good ah, so big a Hishawu, go back to sell it equally. Black master, my card deposit can certainly return to 9 figures. Black blind man card deposits have fallen to 8 figures, are wanting to not move the vault hidden gold bricks or gold bars for money, make up the 9 figures. After all, without a 9-digit deposit, the black blind man did not feel safe at all. When the black blind man was about to reach out to pick that Hishawu, but suddenly felt a chill rising from his spine, the black blind man subconsciously raised his head, only to see a large black snake is coiled in the branches next to Hishawu, a pair of icy eyes staring at him with a deadly stare. Chapter 134 Sinful Animal, Attacking and Defending is Changing Forms. This snake is black and shiny, the scales on its body glitter with icy cold light in the sunlight, and its mouth keeps spitting out scarlet snake letters, hissing, as if warning the black blind man not to act rashly. The black blind man was shocked in his heart, secretly screamed bitterly, although he did not see clearly what species of this snake, but from the appearance of this guy must be poisonous, and the toxicity should be very strong. If you are not careful to be bitten by it, then the consequences are unimaginable, maybe it will be poisoned to death it. Thinking of this, the black blind man could not help but shiver. The heart secretly prayed, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Buddha, you bless me ah, do not let this snake bite me ah. The black blind man really cannot give up in front of the Hishawu. After all, this is a rare and precious medicinal herbs. If you get to the market to sell, certainly can sell a lot of money. The black blind man heart contradictory, on the one hand, afraid of being bitten by the snake, on the other hand, do not want to miss this opportunity to get rich. Black mamba snake? How can there be such a poisonous snake here? Blind man, don't take it, come back quickly, that guy is highly poisonous and fast. Zhang Xingye instantly recognized what kind of snake it was, and he hurriedly called out to the black blind man, signaling him to retreat immediately. After all, this snake is extremely toxic, once bitten the consequences are unimaginable. The black blind man heard Zhang Xingye shout, the black blind man did not agree. Come all the way, how could he return empty-handed? In front of the Hishawu looks at least a few hundred years of history, if just give up is really too bad, the black blind man still want to take a risk, hoping to successfully get Hishawu and leave safely. Zhang Xingye listened to the words of the black blind man and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, this guy really wants money but not life ah. Shaoguan, do you think that if I give him the black gold ancient knife, he can up that snake? Zhang Xingye asked. Zhang Qiling slightly shook his head, there is not much room to maneuver there, it is difficult for him to show off even if he has great skills, he can only use Qilin blood. If it was usual, the black blind man beat this guy like a game. But now the black blind man stepped on a rock, and the location is not big, there are not a few steps, not open. Once the fight, the black blind man may have to step on the air and fall down. Want to get that Hishawu, can only use the blood of the unicorn to force back the snake, and then picked Hishawu on the run. Unicorn blood? Yes. I was saving it for the tomb, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Speaking of Qilin blood, Zhang Xingye immediately remembered the vial of Qilin blood that Zhang Rishang had released. Zhang Qiling thought that Zhang Xingye wanted to use it. Zhang Qiling thought that Zhang Xingye wanted to release the blood and said in a hurry. I am not afraid of pain, Zhang Xingye is afraid. Zhang Xingye shook his head, it's fine, neither of us need to put it. Saying that, Zhang Xingye took out the vial of insulated Qilin blood from the system space, the temperature remained the same. As soon as the unicorn blood was taken out, the snake's gaze quickly looked towards Zhang Xingye who was not far away, seemingly already anticipating danger. As for the black blind man, at this moment, he was cautiously taking a step closer to the big snake in an attempt to get it to leave, his movements slow and cautious, as if he was afraid of arousing the big snake's alarm. However, the big snake seemed to have sensed the black blind man's intentions, and immediately opened its mouth to hiss and make an attacking gesture. The snake's sharp fangs and hideous expression makes people cannot help but feel fear, but the black blind man was not scared. He knew that the current situation is very critical. If not as soon as possible to solve the big snake, not only the Yishawu cannot get to hand, but also may be in danger of life. So, he took a deep breath and decided to start a life and death battle with the big snake. Big Snake withdrew his gaze, seemingly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the black blind man. Facing the danger not far away, Big Snake still felt that the guy in front of him who wanted to steal his Hishowu was more dangerous. After all, Hishowu is the treasure that it has been guarding for many years, and it absolutely can't give it away. Oops. The black blind man was startled, hastily backed up a few steps, the heart secretly cursed. This big snake, how so difficult to deal with? Black blind man heart, understand, this big snake certainly will not easily give in. It seems that today to get Hishowu, must first pass this big snake this pass. Thinking of this, the black blind man's eyes became determined. He was ready to meet the next challenge. Blind man, I have unicorn blood here, proceed. Zhang Xingye shouted to the black blind man. Good Lu. The black blind man looked back and nodded his head in a hurry, so Zhang Xingye threw the vial in his hand to the black blind man. With the unicorn blood, this broken snake is nothing. And that big snake also felt the danger getting closer. It was as if there was an instinctive majesty pressing down on his body, and even though that vial hadn't been opened yet, the big snake was certain that what was in there was dangerous. The black blind man hurriedly reached out to take what Zhang Xingye threw over. But that big snake is not stupid, waving the snake tail in a sweep, trying to sweep that bottle down. This guy seems to have been psychic. Blind man, be careful. Zhang Xingye loudly reminded. And the black blind man, what character, more than Zhang Xingye, first feel the danger. Directly an inverted golden hook, grabbed the bottle containing the unicorn blood, directly avoided the blow, and landed smoothly. Holding the Qilin blood in his hand, a smile appeared on the black blind man's face. Bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. The black blind man directly pulled off the cap on top of the vial, and the rich unicorn pressure spread out. The surrounding animals all felt a sense of fear from their bones. The black blind man is not stupid. The unicorn blood is a drop of treasure, cannot be wasted with. After the black blind man shouted, poured a little in the hand, directly to the surrounding scattered. Surrounded himself inside the Qilin blood circle. Immediately after that, he flicked a drop of Qilin blood directly toward the snake. The unicorn blood dripped into a bead and was flicked towards the center of the big snake's brow by the black blind man. The big snake was so scared that it hastily dodged. Although it didn't know what that drop of blood was, it instinctively felt death, as if that drop of blood would have some horrible consequences happen if it were to drop on itself. Blind man, you don't need to use it, so cover the unicorn blood, the temperature disperses and it's useless. Zhang Xingye shouted. This unicorn blood himself was still planning to keep it for the tomb. Don't waste it even if you don't use it. Zhang Qiling silently felt that when the black blind man picked the Hishawu, a little bit of it will not be shared with the black blind man. The Hishawu was discovered by Zhang Xingye, and the Qilin blood was provided by Zhang Xingye. Although the black blind man picked, but the unicorn blood also saved the black blind man, so 2 for 2. Well, when you think about it like this, it makes a lot more sense. Both natural and reasonable, but also logical. I by Xiaojun can really be a big smart Hearing Zhang Xingye's words, the black blind man hurriedly recovered the bottle, smugly looked at the big snake that retreated to a short distance away, and couldn't help but scoff. Sinful animal, at this time the offense and defense have changed shape. Ha ha ha. Hishowu is now Master Black's. Chapter 135. Good words difficult to persuade the ghost said, the black blind man laugh, is ready to go to pick that strain of Hishowu. He thought in his heart, this time can really earn a lot, so big Hishowu, take back to sell a good price, they can certainly share a lot. However, how could the snake resign itself to its fate? It stared at the black blind man with wide eyes, its heart filled with anger and unwillingness. The thing that he had guarded for so long, the black blind man said to take it and then took it away. On what grounds? It was not willing to be taken away from the treasure that belonged to it, so it decided to launch a final attack. Roar! The serpent opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar, followed by a speedy charge towards the black blind man. The unicorn blood had already cooled and weakened in power. The serpent was no longer afraid. Blind man, careful! Zhang Xingye hurriedly shouted. Zhang Xingye wanted to go to help the black blind man, but could not help. Zhang Xingye relying on Zhang Qiling did not fall, and Zhang Qiling one hand grasping the iron rope, one hand holding Zhang Xingye, even more free hand. The black blind man saw the big snake attack, a flash jumped up, turned around in the air, and then rode onto the big snake, instantly collapsed the big snake. The main reason was that the black blind man was too heavy. The big snake's body threw itself violently, trying to throw the black blind man down, and at the same time, its tail swiftly lashed over, bringing with it the sound of the harsh wind, as if it wanted to pulverize everything. The black blind man felt the anger and determination of the big snake, but he didn't retreat. The black blind man tightly grasped a branch on the side of the tree, using the force to swing up, jumped to the tree, nimbly dodging the big snake's attack. This small tree is a little shaky, seems to be unable to bear the weight of the black blind man. The black blind man's face showed a smug smile, seemed to be laughing at the big snake's powerlessness. Oh, want to fight with me? You are still far from it. Really think that the black master my body skills are practiced in vain? Ah. The black blind man sneered. He knew that the big snake had reached the end of its strength. As long as it lasted a little longer, it could be completely defeated. The big snake saw that it couldn't help the black blind man. Its heart became more and more anxious. It suddenly stopped attacking. Its mouth sprayed out a green liquid, which was its venom. The venom formed an arc in the air and sprayed towards the black blind man. The black blind man was startled and hastily sidestepped to avoid it, but the venom was extremely fast and some of it still splashed onto his body. At once, the black blind man felt a stinging pain. The skin began to fester, only to first bite his teeth to endure the pain. The big snake saw the black blind man was injured, thought the opportunity to take advantage of, once again launched an attack. Its body is a lightning like pouncing on the black blind man, wanting to black blind man, and one fell down the cliff, fall a shattered body. The black blind man saw this, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He deliberately pretended to be unbeatable, luring the big snake close. When the big snake close, the black blind man suddenly struck, once again in the hands of the unicorn. Blood poured out, and even dumped 2 drops of unicorn blood. These 2 drops of unicorn blood, directly in the eyes of the big snake. Only heard a piercing sound. The eyes of the big snake is like a wisp of white smoke rose. The big snake screamed. The body convulsed violently, it wriggled in pain. Eyes have been blind. The black blind man took the opportunity to use his foot to kick with vigor. The big snake directly kicked off the cliff. The big snake was kicked down without any suspense, life and death. But from this fall, there is only a dead. The black blind man secretly celebrated in his heart. Fortunately, he was agile and reacted quickly, or else he would have been punched down by this big snake. Although there is not much space here, but to kick this guy off the cliff is by no means easy. After all, kick him down. If you can't stand steadily, you are also likely to follow the fall. The black blind man originally thought that after solving this big snake will be able to rest easy, can rest assured that the collection of Hishawu. But just at this moment, the black blind man suddenly heard a slight sound. He immediately alerted, turned his head to look, only to see not far away from the crags, a pair of eyes flashing bizarre green light is staring at him. Those eyes revealed a mysterious and dangerous aura that sent chills down the spine. A male and a female? The black blind man gulped nervously. OMG, what he just kicked down should be the object of this snake, right? This guy will not be to avenge his object, right? Oops, Mom, it's getting darker and darker down here. At this time, the spitting sound of Fatty Wang came from the top of that big snake's head. Fatty Wang's iron lock was right behind this big snake. Fatty, don't come down, there is a big snake below you. The black blind man hurriedly reminded. Fatty Wang froze. What the hell? Fatty Wang looked down, the fog filled, a little unclear. Nothing. Snake. The black blind man repeated. Mr. Black, are you hallucinating? There is nothing here. Fatty Wang took a closer look, and indeed did not find, so Fatty Wang also slid down a few meters. I go, Fat Man, you still do not believe it? There really is, just under your left hand, its eyes green, like ghost fire. Okay, old who, don't scare me, I'm timid. Fatty Wang simply did not take the words of the black blind man seriously, continue to slide. The black blind man sighed helplessly. Well, believe it or not, but if you were swallowed by that big snake, don't blame me for not reminding you. Black Master, you don't worry, I have a big life, and besides, even if there really is a big snake, I am not afraid, I am a gold detector, my hands are not covered. I'm not afraid, I'm the officer of the Golden Temple, my hands are not covered. Okay, I hope you do not regret. Black blind man shrugged his shoulders, good words are difficult to persuade the ghost. Wang looked at the black blind man is not too anxious look, the heart will be a little unimpressed, think black blind man is certainly in the intention to scare themselves, so that they do not dare to come down. Fat Master, I do not fall for it. Xiaoguan, why do you think people do not listen to advice? Zhang Xingye saw the black blind man several times to remind Wang Fatty, but Wang Fatty froze not to take it seriously, rather speechless. Hit the south wall, only to know to turn back. Zhang Qiling replied. Fatty, there really are snakes. Green eyes. Not far away, Wuxia slowly came down, and from this angle of Wuxia, he happened to see that big snake. However, that big snake's gaze was not on Fatty Wang, but on the black blind man. To be precise, it was the Hishawu plant at the black blind man's hand. Wu oblique hanging in place, do not dare to move gently, I class a mother, this is really dangerous down there. Go up slowly to find the entrance, perhaps safer than this. If I had known, I would have persuaded more. Fatty Wang heard the words of Wu oblique, puzzled to their left to look at, through the dim light also see a little bit, that guy hated to follow the blanket of fog color mixed into one. No wonder he didn't realize it just now. Although it is not clear what, but Fatty Wang at this time already believed that there are snakes. Fatty Wang hurriedly reached out and pulled out the Vajra umbrella. Chapter 136 Retreat. Retreat! Retreat! Fatty Wang was a bit furious in his heart. He had forgotten that he was still hanging in the air and had absolutely no way to control the speed of his descent with one hand like Zhang Qiling did. As a result, it was finished. Barbecue was up. This was finished. Just as Fatty Wang went to pull out the Vajra umbrella, his entire body suddenly lost control and began to rapidly slide down. Even worse, he accidentally stepped on the head of that big snake, and at that moment, he had just pulled out his Vajra umbrella and could only desperately grab onto the iron locks in order to avoid falling down. Fatty, be careful. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xingye couldn't help but shout in alarm. After the big snake was stepped on, it immediately twisted crazily, its huge body rolled up gusts of smoke and dust, and Fatty Wang was hanging in mid-air, shaking, in a very dangerous situation. The big snake opened its huge mouth and bit to Fatty Wang's butt. Oops, go you! Fatty Wang cursed and used his whole body to try to re-stabilize his body. Immediately after, Fatty Wang hurriedly opened his Vajra umbrella and blocked it under his butt, which managed to save his butt. However, the power of this big snake was too great, and Fatty Wang only felt that his hands were about to fail to grasp the iron lock. At this moment, Fatty Wang was holding the Vajra umbrella with one hand, while the other hand was slowly sliding downwards. Although he had done his best, he was helpless, but he didn't have the same skill as Zhang Qiling. Fatty! Wu Qi anxiously shouted, his mind quickly thinking of ways to deal with it. In comparison, the black blind man was much better. He took advantage of the big snake's inattention to quickly start digging up the Hishawu. After all, Fatty Wang's appearance was a big favor to him. Only to see Fatty Wang waving the adamantine umbrella in his hand, constantly dodging the guy's attacks. Retreat! 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 Fatty Wang poked the big snake with his adamantine umbrella in an attempt to get it to leave, but the big snake seemed to be completely enraged, as if it wouldn't stop until it bit Fatty Wang. Right at this moment, Wu Qi suddenly found a protruding rock on the wall to the right of Fatty Wang, about a meter or so wide. Wu Slan's heart moved, and he hurriedly shouted to Fatty Wang. Fatty, swing to the right, see if you can swing up. Hearing Wu Xie's instruction, Fatty Wang looked to his right and nodded slightly to show that he understood. Then, Fatty Wang began to try to struggle to throw his body to the right, hoping to be able to swing up with the help of inertia. However, since this iron rope was really too heavy, Fatty Wang was unable to shake it with one hand. After many attempts, Fat Wang panting said, No, cannot pass off. I really regret that I should not listen to the words of the Black Master Ah. At this moment, Fatty Wang just woke up as if in a dream. The original Black Blind Man just said is not a joke, and now in retrospect, he really should listen to the Black Blind Man's exhortation, should not be so rashly jumped directly down. Good in the hand holding the umbrella, otherwise I'm afraid I cannot escape the fate of being bitten. Fatty Wang dodged between the right and left to notice that, under the umbrella has no movement. He carefully moved away from the umbrella to look at the big snake is no longer attacking himself. And he found that the Black Blind Man is digging that Hishawu, so immediately to the Black Blind Man launched an attack. The Black Blind Man felt a strong wind behind him. Knowing that it was that big snake came, the Black Blind Man could not think too much, his body violently to the left side, avoiding the venomous attack of this big snake. At the same time, the dagger in his hand swung hard, shoveling up a large piece of soil. The Hishawu finally revealed its full appearance. The Black Blind Man's heart was delighted, reaching out to grab the Hishawu, but at that moment, the big snake was already close, suddenly opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards the Black Blind Man. The Black Blind Man was caught off guard, must be in that second to make a choice, either to take Hishawu and then by the snake bite the arm. Either give up to take the Hishawu to save his arm. The Black Blind Man in that instant made a choice, the sky and the earth, the biggest life. Just see the Black Blind Man skillfully from the cliff edge of the vertical leap, in the air to complete a beautiful upside-down golden hook action. He then quickly opened the small bottle in his hand, poured out some of the unicorn blood inside, and then sprinkled it accurately onto the huge snake. The unicorn blood landed on the body of the huge snake, as if it had ignited its rage, and the huge snake twisted its body in pain, letting out a deafening roar, which reverberated between the valleys, making people not help but feel chilled. The Black Blind Man steadily landed on the ground, but at that moment, a piece of debris under his feet suddenly slipped, causing him to lose his balance. The Black Blind Man tried his hardest to stabilize his body, but in the end, he still couldn't control it, and plummeted straight downwards. Blind man! Zhang Qiling shouted anxiously. Zhang Qiling did not hesitate to hold nervous Xingyi, ready to use the rope to forcefully swing to the opposite side to save the Black Blind Man. Playing is playing, fooling around is fooling around, not joking with your life. However, just as Zhang Qiling was about to act, the Black Blind Man poked out a hand and clutched the edge of the cliff. The Black Blind Man probed his head out with difficulty, his face covered in dust and blood. He reached out and corrected his crooked sunglasses, lying on the crag, revealing a post-hoc smile. I am Amma, almost the Black Master. I fell to death, thanks to the Black Master I bless life. Ah. The Black Blind Man revealed a smile to Zhang Qiling. A smile that bared his teeth. Zhang Qiling's heart was relieved, but his mouth was unforgiving. I thought that when I went back your vault belonged to me. I did not expect you to be fine. The black blind man laughed, knowing that this was Zhang Qiling's way of easing the tense atmosphere he had just been in. Mute, are you so looking forward to Master Black me falling down, and then you inheriting Master Black's legacy? Tell you, impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Hey, I am blessed with a great life. Fatty, be careful. At this time, not far away came a cry of alarm from Wu Xia. Big Snake thought that the black blind man fell down, but the anger in his heart had nowhere to vent it, only to vent it on Fatty Wang, who had just stepped on his head. The snake opened its bloody mouth to Wang Fat. Wang Fat saw the situation, was shocked. Fat Master, I did not invite you to mess with you. You just want to bite the Fat Master me so many times. I stepped on you once, we are even not? However, Fatty Wang has already landed on the ground, stepped on a prominent rock, stabilized his body. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the stuff that I've been doing, and then I'm going to go back and do it again. Fatty Wang took off his backpack and pulled out 2 detonators directly from the bag. The first one is the one that is not in the bag. Is climbing up the black blind Wang Fatsi place so big, scared quickly pulled up the Yishawu to withdraw, lest be later in the explosion wave. Fatty Wang took a deep breath, aimed at the snake's mouth, and then threw the detonator directly into the snake's mouth, and immediately opened the Vajra umbrella to protect himself. Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, Touch Gold Ancestor Fast Show Spirit, Ancestor bless me, go you. Chapter 137 Twine specializing in picking a fine place to break. Wang Fatty's bag of detonators once thrown out, instantly opened the Vajra umbrella to protect themselves in the back. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Black blind man see Wang Fatso place so big, rushed to pull the Yishawu, a healthy step rushed to their own wire. The heart cannot help but curse, this dead fat man really do not want to die. Do not blame the black blind man to curse, because if the detonator explosion, the first to be blown away is him. Thinking of this, the black blind man accelerated speed, but people count less than the sky, the black blind man ran faster than the detonator explosion speed. Wu Oblique screamed out in fear, his face became pale, wide-eyed, looking at Fatty Wang through the detonator into the snake's mouth, his heart filled with fear and anxiety. This is a cliff face, the slightest carelessness will be shattered, and Fatty Wang actually played with the detonator here, it is simply a joke with life. But the explosion, who knows what will happen, the big snake in pieces, or ripple around the cliff wall. Wu Xia couldn't help but curse up, but he didn't stop moving, but accelerated his speed, hands and feet, desperately climbing upwards. Wu Xia knew that if the detonator really exploded, himself and Fatty Wang were not particularly far away, they would probably be shocked by the aftershock and fall down, the consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, he had to get away from this dangerous area as soon as possible to protect his life. Wu Xia's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his eyes revealed firmness and determination, as if he was telling himself that he must live. Wu Xia used all his strength to keep climbing upwards, every step seemed extraordinarily difficult, but he didn't give up and kept insisting on moving forward, trying to distance himself from the danger. As for Zhang Qiling, when he saw that scene, he just held Zhang Xingye in a spin, shielding him in his arms, while Zhang Qiling's back met the airwave of the detonator explosion. Although he didn't know if he would be affected by the waves over here, it was better to be prepared than to suffer. With me, I will protect you without any worries. Zhang Qiling murmured in Zhang Xingye's ear. Protecting the Zhang family's juniors was the responsibility of every Zhang family senior. Only a booming sound was heard, as if the entire world trembled. The detonator exploded, the terrifying power exploded out like a small atomic bomb, the powerful airwaves lifted off like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing everything around it. That big snake was blown apart and fell down the cliff, but the airwave of that explosion made the surrounding dusty, with rocks and debris splashing everywhere. This airwave carried endless energy, spreading out at an amazing speed, and everywhere it went was a mess. Ego, Fatty your ass. Little Star quickly followed. The black blind man cursed while being pushed by the airwave. In his heart, he was secretly thankful that thanks to his fast enough hand speed, he was able to yank on that iron lock of his in the nick of time. However, before he could catch his breath, the whole person slid down extremely fast, and the black blind man couldn't tug on the iron lock with one hand and couldn't control the force. And just happened to see not far away by Zhang Qiling protection Zhang Xingyi, so the black blind man he did not hesitate to throw the hands of the Yishawu toward them. This throw made the black blind man lose his balance even more, but fortunately freed his hands. The black blind man's hands tightly grasped the iron lock, but his body began to slide. Nonetheless, the black blind man tried to stabilize himself from falling. However, the black blind man's heart has been filled with fear, because just that moment is too thrilling. The black blind man even felt a coolness from the soles of the feet straight to the sky, as if the god of death whispered in the ear. Just that second, the black blind man really feel his life hanging by a thread, half a foot has stepped into the ghost gate. Now looking back, he still palpitates, do not dare to imagine what would happen if he was a little careless. Fatty Wang, this guy killed people with detonators, so dangerous things. Zhang Xingye's legs were wrapped around Zhang Qiling's body, being held tightly by Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye stretched out his hands to pick up what the black blind man threw over. Due to the movement amplitude is a little big, the iron rope swings a little, so that Zhang Xingye did not catch Yishawu, only caught Yishawu's leaves. That scene made the black blind man who was climbing upward froze, and the black blind man tensed. Don't break out. This is a good thing leaves broken. He Shawu directly fell down. That can be sorry Black Master and 9 deaths to get Unfortunately, the twine specializes in picking the thin place to break, bad luck special looking for the bitter people. The leaves of He Shawu broke off. However, Zhang Xingye's other hand tightly grasped the falling He Shawu. Only this caused Zhang Qiling to suffer. Being pushed by Zhang Qiling's knee, the entire person's face suddenly flushed red. This nearly took a breath. Oops mom, got it. With a thought, Zhang Xingye hurriedly put the thing away into the system space. It was at this moment that the black blind man breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xingye should have put the He Shawu into that mustard seed space. The black blind man climbed upwards with a single-mindedness, coming to a height that was flush with Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye tightly embraced Zhang Qiling, his hands and legs wrapped around Zhang Qiling like an octopus, his chin rested on Zhang Qiling's shoulder, and he exhaled a long breath. Scared me to death, my ass, it's really dangerous. Zhang Xingye's voice revealed the celebration in fear after the robbery. Zhang Qiling was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, when we get back, we still need to give you a special training. Zhang Qiling understood in his heart that if it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xingye didn't know martial arts, things wouldn't have been so thrilling, and if he encountered such a situation the next time, He Shawu wouldn't have been so shocked that he nearly fell off. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiling couldn't help but frown. If he was able to free his hands just now, perhaps he wouldn't have to get the He Shawu in such a sorry state. Practicing martial arts? Little officer, can you not practice? I have hot weapons. Zhang Xingye looked towards Zhang Qiling and asked. Zhang Qiling twisted his head, just in time to meet Zhang Xingye's 4 eyes. Inexplicably, Zhang Xingye's face blushed. Well, Xiaoguan's side face is so handsome, and his face is handsome too. No, hot weapons are not always applicable, basic martial arts still need to be practiced. Zhang Qiling said in a serious manner. Just now this situation, Zhang Xingye pressure cannot use the blue fire Gatling because Zhang Xingye's body is relying on Zhang Qiling to stabilize. If you use Gatling, the recoil will increase the pressure of Zhang Qiling. Secondly, Zhang Xingye hanging in the air, pressure cannot aim, because the body is always shaking, which will lead to not necessarily only hit the big snake. Both the black blind man and Fatty Wang over there could also be within striking range. Otherwise, Zhang Xingye would have already pulled out his Gatling with blue fire. Chapter 138, the world also has a double full method. Little officer, can we stop practicing? A trace of bitterness appeared on Zhang Xingye's face. Zhang Xingye felt that practicing martial arts was really an extremely grueling thing. Woo. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, responded with a serious face. What do you think? Seeing Zhang Qiling's serious look, Zhang Xingye couldn't help but pout his little mouth, his heart filled with aggression. If one didn't practice martial arts, the little official would be unhappy. But practicing martial arts made him unhappy again. Whoops. Why wasn't there a method in this world that could satisfy little official's demands and make himself happy at the same time? Sigh. Why isn't there a way to satisfy both in this world? There is also a double perfect method in this world, so I won't lose my martial arts skills. At this time, a system beep sounded in Zhang Xingye's mind. Ai Yang, Tuanzi, you're bubbling up. Zhang Xingye flirted in his heart. This system is back from playing mahjong, win money. Good guy, you also play mahjong. The system also has an amateur life. Is it, you will play mahjong? I don't even know how. Zhang Xingye did not expect that the system had not bubbled for so long, but actually went to play mahjong. Host, you are too stupid, playing mahjong is not simple? 147 to play 1, 258 to play 5, 369 to play 9, gold 3 silver 7 stink 2 8, rather than lack of 3 provinces, do not play the side of the 3 cakes, the youngest chicken cannot be played, a hit is 2, a pair of the first to set will be, 2 pairs of demolition of hitchhikers, 3 pairs of demolition of the pairs, 4 pairs of good touch tiles, 5 pairs of 2 touched 1, 6 pairs of single hanging will be. Stop. Shut up. Don't teach me how to play mahjong first, tell me what double perfect method there is first. Zhang Xingye stopped the system blah blah blah. Ahem, mahjong is good, mahjong is wonderful, after playing mahjong croak. The double perfection method is this system. You haven't opened your mission reward gift bag yet, open it and take a look. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Xingye then remembered that after arriving at Qinling, the system reward came down. It was a big gift package, and he felt that there must be a demon when things go wrong, and felt that there was a problem, so he didn't open it. He intended to study it again when he was free. Open the big gift bag and see what is inside. Zhang Xingye asked the system to open it. Ding dong. The mission reward package has been opened. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equivalent of 1/10 of Zhang Qiling's internal strength, a full version of the bone shrinking technique, and the truth about one thing. Ding dong. Detected the host's fear of pain and triggered the painless implantation function again. The internal force and bone shrinking technique have been painlessly implanted to the host and fully mastered. With a loud system beep, Zhang Xingye only felt warmth all over his body, as if he was being irradiated by the sun. It was also as if his body's interior had been opened up, and a powerful force traveled between the 8 meridians and veins. This power gradually converged to his dantian, forming a vortex-shaped energy mass, which continuously rotated and emitted gusts of heat, making Zhang Xingye feel incredibly comfortable and fulfilled. Zhang Xingye secretly guessed in his heart, could this be the legendary internal energy? Before Zhang Xingye could think about it in detail, more information flooded into his mind, all of which were about the methods of enhancing internal force. Zhang Xingye realized that the internal force operated in a very peculiar yet exceptionally natural way, and the internal force seemed to have merged with his body, becoming a part of his instincts. When he tried to channel his internal force, surprisingly, there was not the slightest obstruction. Instead, it was as smooth as a fish in water. It was as if Zhang Xingye had practiced his own internal force, and he had no problem at all using it. Flying over the eaves and walking on the walls was no longer a problem. This is such a majestic internal force, only equal to 1/10 of Xiaoguan's? How thick must the internal force in Xiaoguan's body be? Zhang Xingye felt the surging, wave-like internal force in his body and could not help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. Zhang Xingye could not imagine that such a huge internal force was only 1/10 of the internal force in Zhang Qiling's body. This caused him to have a deeper curiosity about Zhang Qiling's strength. This 1/10 of it is almost a martial arts innate strength. If you work harder and learn a few martial arts, you can become a martial arts master and start a sect. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye was even more surprised and couldn't close his mouth. Lu, a good boy, that little official's internal strength to what point? Zhang Xingye originally thought that he already possessed a fairly powerful internal force, but now it seemed that compared to Zhang Qiling, it was simply a world of difference. This gap made Zhang Xingye realize that he still had a long way to go and needed to constantly improve his strength. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to catch up with Zhang Qiling's pace. The road is long and far, I will go up and down. Reaching the state of realization, the ultimate on earth. These words exploded like thunder in Zhang Xingye's heart. Zhang Xingye's eyes widened in disbelief. Wouldn't that mean that in terms of martial arts alone, Xiaoguan could be said to be invincible? It can be understood in this way: in the case where Zhang Qiling is at the peak of all his states, no one can beat him in terms of an internal strength competition. Listening to the system's words, Zhang Xingye was not marveling at how powerful Zhang Qiling was, but was heartbroken at how much Zhang Qiling had suffered along the way to get to this point. At the same time, and Zhang Xingye also understood that it was never easy to reach such strength, and if he wanted to catch up with Zhang Qiling, he would need to put in more effort and time to cultivate and comprehend the essence of more profound martial arts. Only then could he gradually approach Zhang Qiling's unattainable goal. But looking at the internal force running, I feel so troublesome. Oh, I'm this strong, can I lie flat? Whatever, but this system reminds you, practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current, not to advance is to retreat. The system reminds you that practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current, and that no progress can be made without retreating. You can lie down, as long as you don't care about your internal strength going backwards. Then forget it. You just said something about the truth. What truth? What truth? Am I just asking a random question? Of course not. Then what was the truth? The snake-browed bronze fish you got from the Crescent Moon Hotel, it's a fake. This message is guaranteed true. What? Zhang Xingye was not paying attention and shouted out. This also scared Zhang Qiling. What's wrong? Zhang Xingye had just been silent, and Zhang Qiling thought that Zhang Xingye was thinking about whether or not to practice martial arts. But suddenly, with such a shout, it startled Zhang Qiling. Zhang Xingye also realized that he had lost his temper and just couldn't believe it for a moment. I just suddenly thought of something, and I felt more and more that the snake eyebrow copper fish we got from the Crescent Moon Hotel was a fake, and it wasn't the same as the one we got from the 7-star Luang Palace. Zhang Xingye spilled the beans. Didn't hide it either. Impossible, it's impossible for the Crescent Moon Hotel to sell fakes. Isn't that smashing its own signboard? The black blind man on the side shook his head. Zhang Qiling, however, believed Zhang Xingye. What if it is out of the Crescent Moon Hotel was switched? Chapter 139, finally seeing the bronze god tree. Listening to Zhang Qiling's words, the black blind man fell silent, his brows knit tightly and a hint of worry and doubt showed in his eyes. After all, the guy who bought the snake eyebrows bronze fish, who knew if he had any backhanders? What if he had already switched the real snake eyebrows copper fish when he left the Crescent Moon Hotel? Or perhaps he originally had a fake snake eyebrow bronze fish in the car, once on the car immediately switched the real and fake. This possibility is not non-existent. The black blind man shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts in his mind. Forget it, do not want to think about these, we had better go down first, and so on landing before making plans. After saying that, he shook his head as if he wanted to shake those annoying questions out of his mind. Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement with the black blind man's proposal as he turned his head to look at Zhang Xingye, his gaze firm but gentle as he said, "Hold tight." These two short words were gently spat out from his mouth, carrying an unquestionable power. Zhang Xingye immediately hugged Zhang Qiling tightly, followed by Zhang Qiling bringing Zhang Xingye down quickly once more, sliding down towards the lower part of the cliff. Little brother wasn't even avoiding people now that he was showing love. Fatty Wang skimmed his lips and collected his Vajra umbrella before he also began to slide down. Fatty Wang's movements were a bit slower than Zhang Qiling's, but he still came down smoothly. Wu Xia, on the other hand, felt that the wind was blowing on his butt. Why did his butt feel cool? Wu Xia had some doubts in his heart and also felt a trace of uneasiness. The black blind man raised his head and looked toward Wu Oblique. Wu Oblique, your pants are torn, it should be scraped by the debris. The black blind man his tone with a few points of flirtation and laughter. Hearing this, Wu Oblique hastily reached out to touch their own buttocks, and indeed found that the pants broke a large hole. Due to the pants breaking, a small portion of Wu Xia's buttocks were directly exposed to the air, making Wu Xia feel very embarrassed and uncomfortable. Especially the wind whistling in the mountains made Wu Xia feel uncomfortable. The moment Wu Xia let go of one of his hands, the whole person lost his balance and started to slide down. Wu Xia's heart was startled, realizing that one hand could not control the sliding speed of his body, so he hurriedly used his other hand to tightly grasp the rope. Only then was he able to stabilize his body. Black blind man saw this scene, laughed out loud. Worthy of being the only sapling of the Wu family, this maintenance is quite good quite white The black blind man's words were full of teasing and flirting. Hearing the words of the black blind man, Wu Xia's face immediately red, shyly said, "You do not look." Wu Oblique's voice with a little shyness and helplessness. Hurrying to slide down, as long as he was below them, they could not see. However, this is still all to blame on Fatty Wang. If it wasn't for this guy using the detonator, where would he have blown up the sky of debris? So, I blame Fatty Wang for my own disgrace this time. Oh, I'm dropping my innocence. After this little episode, the crowd started sliding down again with a single mind. It was good that they didn't meet any dangers next. There was a lot of space here, but the further down they went, they would realize that the light was getting dimmer and dimmer until they could hardly see anything at the end. Zhang Xingye's heart was a little hairy as he hurriedly took out a super bright flashlight from his system. When the flashlight was turned on, the surroundings were instantly illuminated as if it was daytime. His gaze fell not far below and he was surprised to find a huge bronze tree there. Bronze God Tree. Zhang Xingye could not help but exclaim in disbelief. His exclamation attracted the attention of the others, who turned their heads to look at him and followed the direction of the flashlight shining from his hand. Old Ichi's breathing obviously became rapid, obviously also seeing this bronze tree. Wu Xia was even so excited that his eyes widened in excitement, excitedly saying, "Found it! Found it! That is the bronze tree we are looking for! Ha ha!" They had finally found their target, and their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement. However, at this time, the crowd was still some distance away from the bronze tree, roughly hundreds of meters away, and below was a valley that was clearly the path to the bronze god tree. Zhang Xingye's strong flashlight shone towards the bronze tree, and he could clearly see that the bronze god tree gave a solemn feeling, and he could even vaguely see that the bronze tree was carved with exquisite patterns and symbols, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. This is the legendary bronze tree. How much money must this be worth? Fatty Wang excitedly called up, "So big bronze tree, must be worth the old knows money it. After selling a point, the bride price money to marry a daughter-in-law will have Wu said, "You know money, cannot a little culture? This is a historical treasure, a symbol of culture. You cannot, we are here to rob tombs, not to archaeology. You come here for what, you forget?" Fatty Wang raised his eyebrows and laughed. Wu Oblique embarrassed to cough lightly. "I mean, this thing seems to have a long history. Bronze tree, this thing should be the product of the Xia, Shang and Zhou era, has a high historical research value, but also very valuable." Fatty Wang was speechless. This guy is too double standard. Fatty Wang looked to the black blind man. "Black master, although you find this location is quite accurate, but if we go forward a little way, directly to the bronze tree side, this is biased The black blind man helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "And I do not have clairvoyance, I only found the bronze tree in the bottom of this, the specific I do not know can find on the line, you do not come to find." "Well, do not say, we go down first, so far away, we have no way to swing through the air, can only honestly through the valley, in order to reach the bronze tree in front of the time also fate." Zhang Xingye stopped the crowd from continuing to talk. "Xiao Xingzi is right, let's go down quickly." Wu Slant nodded, then hurriedly continued descending. The black blind man teased, "Wu Oblique, you slow down, pants hole, do not rub more and more bigger ha." This heard Wu Oblique's small face red. "Do not pay attention to the black blind man. Continue to slide down. Xiao Guan, there is definitely danger down there, be careful." Zhang Xingye reminded. "This valley is just an appetizer, getting to the edge of that bronze god tree is the most dangerous thing. There were quite a lot of dangers in that place. When we reach the ground, it's still a toss-up as to who is the danger." Zhang Qiling replied, and immediately after, holding Zhang Xingye, he continued to slide all the way down. The speed far exceeded the crowd. Zhang Xingye had not yet reacted to the meaning of Zhang Qiling's words, but after looking at the rocket launcher behind Zhang Qiling, he suddenly understood something. Indeed. As long as we land, it's hard to say whether it's that group of snakes, insects, and rats that are in danger, or us, the group with the powerful thermal weapons, that's in danger. Ha ha ha. If there is any danger, one rocket will be honest, if not one, then two. Chapter 140 Wu Oblique You Can Not At All Innocent. The crowd slid to the ground one after another, and finally landed successfully. Wu Oblique The first thing is to use the jacket to cover their own buttocks, to avoid further continue to go naked. The crowd carefully observed their surroundings and realized that the plants here were unusually tall and majestic, making people feel a bit scared. The plants towered over the trees, their huge canopies blocking out the sunlight and making the entire space seem eerie and depressing. Their trunks were so thick and sturdy that it seemed as if they were able to support the entire world, and their leaves were as wide as a fan, covered with strange patterns and colors, giving people a mysterious and eerie feeling. This place looks like it hasn't been cleaned up for a long time. Fatty Wang marveled, his voice echoing in the silent air. Yeah, it's been at least a couple hundred years, maybe even longer. Wu Qi echoed, his eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. A wave of uneasiness welled up in the hearts of all of them. The history of this place seemed to be even longer than they had imagined, and the plants here made them feel unfamiliar and fearful like never before. However, they didn't retreat. Instead, they strengthened their determination to explore on. After all, they had all come. If they didn't come to the side of the bronze divine tree, then what a loss. Just as everyone was discussing, the black blind man suddenly came over cheaply and said to Zhang Qiling, "Mute, do you believe, as long as you fling your blood around, the snakes, insects and ants that jumped out will definitely be counted by the ton? Do you want to give it a try?" The black blind man's ears were exceptionally sharp, and he realized that the snakes, insects and rats around here could not be described as dense. Hearing this, Zhang Xingye immediately stood out and said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you always trying to trick my little official into bleeding? You guys are too bad. Not only did you cheat him out of his money, but you also tried to cheat him out of bloodletting. You are simply so lacking in virtue that you are smoking." Zhang Xingye knew in her heart that the black blind man was just joking and flirting with Zhang Qiling, but Zhang Xingye still couldn't help but stand up for Zhang Qiling. Although she knew that the black blind man was joking, but for the matter of letting Zhang Qiling bleed, Zhang Xingye was still very disgusted. After all, he had given the precious one Xiangyu to Zhang Qiling because he hoped that Zhang Qiling would no longer need to use his own blood to solve the problem. Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement and said with a serious face, "There are always unruly people who want to harm me." After saying that, Zhang Qiling arrogantly pulled Zhang Xingye and quickly stepped away from the black blind man. Zhang Qiling didn't want Zhang Xingye, a descendant of the Zhang family, to be brought down by this lackluster fellow. The black blind man looked at their departing backs, helplessly skimmed his mouth and muttered to himself, "Had I known, I would have called Little Flower along with him." At this time, Xia Yuchen, who was ting at home, suddenly sneezed. Xia Yuchen, he wiped his ass while wondering to himself, "Achoo, who is chanting about me? Taking it doesn't let anyone rest in peace?" Fatty Wang also took out a flashlight in his backpack and surveyed the surrounding area. Tsk, this is said to be a primitive forest, is not too much, too dense, and Fat Master, how I feel a little dizzy? Wu Xia came to a large mushroom in front of the surprise. "Fat man, you see, this bulging, what is it?" Fatty Wine looked at this big mushroom. "Red umbrella, white pole, eat together lying board. This is a poisonous mushroom." "Poisonous mushroom?" Wu Xia poked this huge and cute mushroom in front of him with a puzzled face. Such a cute big mushroom actually would be a poisonous mushroom? However, just when Wu Xia was okay with not poking, an accident happened. Suddenly, only a loud bang could be heard. The poisonous mushroom instantly exploded, and a strong yellow gas quickly spread out to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were enveloped by this pungent stench. Vomit, so stinky, ah. This was even worse than the smell from that 100-year-old toilet. It was practically smothering people to death. "What the hell is this?" Fatty Wine covered his nose and complained while vomiting. His face was pale, obviously made very uncomfortable by this sudden stench. Vomiting. "Wu, Black Master, if I have a respiratory infection due to inhaling this stench, you'll have to pay for the medical bills." Vomit. The black blind man on the side could not stand the stench, and kept vomiting, as if he wanted to vomit out all the things in his stomach. The stench was just too strong for people to bear. Several people's faces showed painful expressions. They tried hard to escape from this area that was enveloped by the stench, but found that there was nowhere to escape. The yellow gas that filled the air seemed to be everywhere, leaving them in a desperate situation. Old Ichi smelled the odor and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, shouting, "Poison! This is poisonous gas!" Zhang Xingye, who was being led by Zhang Qiling at the forefront, heard the commotion behind him and turned his head to look, only to see that the crowd was vomiting, while beside them, there was mass after mass of yellow gas that was rapidly spreading. Zhang Xingye's head went down for 3 seconds as he watched that scene, then he reacted and hurriedly took out 2 gas masks from his backpack. Xiao Guan quickly put them on as Zhang Xingye distributed a gas mask to Zhang Qiling. "Aha!" Zhang Qiling didn't push back and hurriedly took the gas mask and put it on. Both of them knew very well that they had to scramble to act now, and hurry to take proper protective measures before that poisonous gas spread over. Otherwise, once they inhaled too much of the poisonous gas, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Zhang Xingye put on the gas mask, he secretly celebrated in his heart, thanks to the system's strength, everything, otherwise it would be over. This poison is still not sure if it is serious or not. Wait, wear gloves, disinfect. Zhang Xingye took out medical gloves and gave them to Zhang Qiling to put on together, and then sterilized them with alcohol. Zhang Qiling felt inexplicably warm in his heart after being cared for by the juniors of the Zhang family. This feeling of being cared for was so good. "Follow me around, don't wander off," Zhang Qiling admonished. Zhang Xingye nodded. "Definitely don't go anywhere, let's go see what's going on. It's not a good idea to leave them there. These people definitely need to be saved, and if he doesn't save them, Zhang Qiling will do so as well. Who let Zhang Qiling is the gods of the beings, as long as they want to live in the tomb, Zhang Qiling will do whatever it takes to save." "Good." Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and led Zhang Xingye over. The crowd this hated to even spit out their bitter bile. "Wu Xia, this can be even more stinky than the you ate bad stomach in 2 days ago. You are not innocent at all said that it is a poisonous mushroom, you still go to poke it, this is good." Poke burst, poisonous gas spread. Fatty One threw up in the dark and still didn't forget to spit on Wu Xia. Wu Xia is the biggest victim, because Wu Xia is the closest to the mushroom. When the mushroom exploded, it also exploded all over Wu Xia. Wu Xia fell to the ground on the spot, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Chapter 141, The Uncurious Wu Xia is not called Wu Xia. Wu Oblique. Old Ichi let out an exclamation of surprise, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly took a big step forward, quickly came closer, stretched out his hands, and carefully helped up the fainted Wu Xia. His heart was in his throat, so nervous that his forehead was sweating, fearing that something bad might happen to Wu Xia. Because if something really happened to Wu Xia, then his carefully planned plan would completely fall through. This plan was something he had thought of with great effort, and now he hadn't had the time to implement it. If it was just going to die in the womb like this, what a pity it would be. Right at this moment, Fatty Wang also discovered Wu Xia's unusual situation. Fatty Wang's eyes were wide and full of anxiety as he shouted at Wu Xia while rushing over to little Tianjun. Fatty Wang was just as worried about Wu Xia's well-being as old Ichi. It was just that the purpose was different. Fatty Wang and Wu Xia were good brothers who had experienced countless hardships and dangers together, and had deep feelings for each other. Moreover, with Wu Xia's presence, he wouldn't be alone when eating Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling's dog food. He. Oops. This is poisoned. This guy is really evil. Poke a mushroom, the mushroom can actually explode. The black blind man pinched his nose while walking over slowly and leisurely. The black blind man looked at Wu Xia's foaming at the mouth and knew very well in his heart that Wu Xia must have been poisoned. Xingdi, quickly come over and take a look at Wu Xia. What's this guy's situation? Fatty Wang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and hurriedly greeted Zhang Xingye to come over. At this time, Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling had long sensed that something was wrong and quickly rushed over. Zhang Qiling squatted down and carefully observed Wu Xia's condition. His eyes were calm and focused, as if he could see the essence through the surface. A few moments later, he stood up and said expressionlessly, "Not dead." These 3 simple words, however, were like a tranquilizer pill, letting the hearts of the people present hang slightly down. Even though Wu Xia was poisoned, from Zhang Qiling's judgment, the problem didn't seem to be serious, at least not life-threatening for the time being. Zhang Xingye silently sighed, secretly muttering in his heart, this guy Wu Xia is really evil. Although he didn't eat the Qilin exhaustion, it's not so bad that he can't even protect himself from this small poison. Immediately poisoned, this is indeed evil enough. However, Zhang Xingye also knows that this is not the first time that Wu Xia has been so evil. This guy is the future evil emperor, and he is very evil himself. System, how can I fix this situation with Wu Xia? Zhang Xingye asked the system in his mind. Ding dong. An ordinary antidote pill will do, priced at $88,888. Does the host need it? The system gave the solution and quoted the price. Bring it. Zhang Xingye agreed without hesitation. After all, Wu Xia had signed an unequal treaty with himself. One of the clauses clearly stipulated that Wu Xia's share needed to be divided in half to Zhang Xingye, and in exchange, Zhang Xingye was responsible for protecting Wu Xia's safe departure from the ancient tomb. If he didn't save Wu Xia, by the time he left the tomb, who knew if Wu Xia would still be alive? No one knew how long this toxin would last for Wu Xia. Ding dong. Money and goods, such as non-useless cases, does not support the return of goods. Please pay attention to the host to check the receipt. With a system beep, the transaction was completed. Zhang Xingye's bank card deducted the money, while a crystal-clear antidote to the poison appeared in Zhang Xingye's system backpack. Zhang Xingye extracted the antidote pill. Come on, feed it to Wu Xia. Fatty Wang took it. Xingdi, what is this? Poison pill. Zhang Xingye was speechless. What else can be taken out at this time? Fatty Wang listened to Zhang Xingye's words, but instead grinned, quickly stuffed the elixir into Wu Xia's mouth. He. It is a blessing, not a curse. It is a curse that cannot be avoided. Eat it, Yulu. Fatty Wang is also too anxious to ask such stupid words. This time to take out must be good things. However, Fatty Wang said so on the mouth, but the heart is praying for this pill can play a role, so that Wu Oblique as soon as possible to restore health. Fatty Wang took a bottle of water and sent it down to Wu Xia. After eating the antidote, it did not take long. Wu Oblique's face gradually improved. Foaming is not spitting, the body is not twitching, the original pale lips also gradually have blood color. Wu Oblique, how do you feel? Old Ichi Concern asked. Wu Oblique tried to move the body, although there is still some weakness, but has not just that numb feeling. It's much better, thank you. Wu Oblique gratefully glanced at the crowd. Although he was foaming at the mouth just now, he was still conscious. Don't be in a hurry to thank you first, Wu Xia, curiosity kills people, next time you must not be curious. Zhang Xingye spat out rather breathlessly. If Wu Xia wasn't curious to poke that mushroom, why would there be such a disaster? Wu Xia nodded with some embarrassment, I'll try my best. Zhang Xingye sighed and knew that if Wu Xia wasn't curious anymore, it wouldn't be called Wu Xia anymore. Let's go, let's continue forward. Zhang Xingye greeted the crowd and continued on their way. The crowd nodded their heads, and Fatty Wang and Old Ichi picked up Wu Xia together. After resolving Wu Xia's matter, the crowd continued to move forward. However, they did not realize that an even greater crisis awaited them. The black blind man came up and said, Little Star, do you have any more of these elixirs? Give me a Black Master, I feel a little sore throat, is it a respiratory infection? The black blind man said while also touching his throat. Zhang Qiling sniffed, couldn't help but spit out, you are eating spoiled rice to eat. Zhang Qiling had a vivid memory of the black blind man's rice that could be preserved for 10 years. Zhang Xingye nodded his head, indicating that he agreed with Zhang Qiling's statement. Zhang Xingye looked at the black blind man and said, That's right, you have a shelf life of 10 years, it must be spoiled, you often eat, voice eaten bad is normal, you will be able to give up that rice, your voice is also good. However, the black blind man but shook his head, firmly said, That cannot, the voice cannot cure, green pepper shredded meat rice cannot stop eating. For the black blind man, green pepper shredded meat rice is his favorite, more important than his own health. Zhang Xingye flirted, Blind man, this green pepper shredded meat rice has saved your life? You're so reluctant to part with it. I really saved my life, Little Star, do you want to eat? Only sell you $15 a copy, this is more than a discount, this is the price of broken bones, how about it, buy a taste? The black blind man also did not forget to promote his green pepper shredded meat rice. Zhang Xingye is starving to death, jumped from this cliff, but also never eat a bite of your green pepper shredded meat rice. Chapter 142 Aggrieved Black Blind Man. Zhang Xingye speechless, you that covered rice I am afraid to eat lying bored. Zhang Qiling grabbed Zhang Xingye's shoulder and gripped Zhang Xingye to his side, don't get too close to him, it will turn bad. Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling both walked side by side. Zhang Xingye nodded, listen to you, little official. This black blind man was not convinced, dumb, what do you mean too close to me will turn bad? You instigate me to rob you or good? You threaten me with a bazooka and you're kind? You hid such a dangerous weapon in my house and you're kind? I really can't count them all. Starlet, come and judge for me, do you think Mute is worse than me? He was simply bad from the inside out. Zhang Qiling sniffed and looked down at Zhang Xingye, wanting to hear Zhang Xingye's answer. Zhang Xingye raised his eyes and Zhang Qiling glanced at each other. Zhang Xingye smiled cheekily, Shaguan is the kindest person under the heavens, he has suffered so much, each and every one of which is very much humanly bearable, yet he doesn't have the slightest evil thought of taking revenge on the world, where is Shaguan bad? Don't slander my little official, moreover, little official has saved many people, although he himself was in danger, he still chose to help others, how can such a person be called a bad person? Hearing this, Zhang Qiling nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhang Xingye. Hearing Zhang Xingye's praise, Zhang Qiling smiled happily. Zhang Qiling's smile was like the warm sun in spring, warm and soft. It was also like a breeze that gently brushed across the hearts of everyone, bringing endless warmth and comfort. It was as if this smile was able to dispel all the haze and brighten up the entire world. Zhang Qiling's eyes were as clear as water, flickering with a spiritual light that contained love for life, longing for the future, and care for the Zhang family's descendants. When Zhang Qiling smiled, the light in his eyes was even more radiant, causing people to fall in love with him. Zhang Qiling's smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower, exuding an enchanting fragrance, which contained a reverence for life, the pursuit of beautiful things, and a respect for humanity. When Zhang Qiling smiles, his whole body radiates an irresistible charm that makes people involuntarily want to be close to him and feel the warmth and beauty. Husband and wife. This is what you guys are like as husband and wife. The Mute is just bad, you're siding with the Mute. You're getting more and more biased in favor of him. The black blind man shouted angrily, his voice filled with aggression and dissatisfaction as he stared at Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling with wide, aggrieved eyes, his heart filled with aggression and resentment. The black blind man felt that he had been treated extremely unfairly. Why did no one come forward to speak for him? Why is everyone siding with that hateful Mute? That guy hid the bazooka in my massage parlor, which if reported, blind me that is no defense, yellow mud off the crotch, not is also. Black blind man felt very lost, as if the whole world is against him. The more the black blind man thought, the more aggrieved. Ooh, blind blue thin, blind mushroom, but blind not to say, ooh. Black blind man, the audience lords nah, you have to give blind me the lord Mute bad, little star he reversed black and white, do not give blind me the lord you quickly condemn them, oh. Are they getting more and more biased? Where is the favoritism? For so long, I have been like this. Okay, you do not open your eyes nonsense. Small official these years is very difficult, sometimes find their own reasons. Okay, so many years, the object to find did not find, there is no serious inverted fight could not? Zhang Xingyi said in a serious manner. I have always favored the small official good blah, has always been so well. Black blind man smelled, directly broke the defense. He also fears people. It is not moving to make a move. This is always the truth, right? At these words, Zhang Xingye looked at Zhang Qiling again. Xiaoguan, are you fierce? I haven't seen you being fierce before. You are the tenderness that I want to cover up under the sound and color. The earth is worth it, why should I be fierce? Zhang Qiling spoiled a smile. I've never been mean to anyone. Unless that person is not human. HM. The black blind man gritted his teeth and said, double standard. Double standard ah. You are still always confused when you lose your memory and feel that the earth is not worth it. In the second half of the sentence, the black blind man whispered skittishly. Zhang Qiling eternal loneliness, amnesia, perhaps indeed had also been confused where on earth is worth it. Zhang Xingye smiled cheekily. Xiaoguan, do you think the earth is worth it? If you can share the pain and spice with you, and you can spend 3 meals and 4 seasons with you, then this earth is worth it. Zhang Qiling replied in a serious manner. Zhang Xingye happy to nod repeatedly. I cannot go up to the 9 heavens, cannot catch the moon, to go to the 5 oceans, cannot catch turtles, but I spent his life, caught you, warmed you, has been enough, because of you, warmed the 4 seasons, ha ha ha. Let's go, don't pay attention to him, so as not to be brought down. Zhang Qiling pulled Zhang Xingye quickly and black blind man pulled away. The black blind man froze directly in place. Mute, you have changed, you are no longer that mute. Fatty Wang walked up and patted the black blind man's shoulder. No, little brother is still a mute to you, but not to Xingdi. You go away. The black blind man pushed away Fatty Wang. Do you know how to comfort people, Ook? Wu Shezhi nodded approvingly. Xiao Xingzi is the only favoritism and tenderness of Xiao Xiao. In front of Xiao Xingzi, Xiao Xiao is just a beautiful man who fell in love. Fatty Wang came over and said, you guys say, if the two of them are together, who is on and who is off? That goes without saying, the little star is definitely the one below. Mute martial arts is strong, the little star cannot beat the little brother. Once we talked about this topic, the black blind man cannot be sad. Wu Oblique nodded in agreement. The words are reasonable, but the two of them have not yet married in place. See, I want to move the Civil Affairs Bureau to the two of them. I think the two of them, this matter is still early. Fatty Wang said. Wu Xie inquired, why? This pace is not fast? I think the Civil Affairs Bureau moved here, the two of them can get married in place. A dowry is not ready, a bride price is not ready, certainly still early. As they say, the industry to establish the family into, industry is not established, how to become a family? Fatty Wang replied. The black blind man mixed a mouth, dumb very rich, he every time under the fight, the money are a lot of money, just he is prone to amnesia, and then forget where he hid the money, make me want to cheat, dumb money, are getting more and more difficult. Fatty Wang laughed cheaply, then you cannot cheat in the future, little brother's money must be turned in. At this time, Zhang Xingyi felt no movement behind him, looked back, the guys gathered together do not know what to mutter. A few of you boa, grinding what to do. Chapter 143 Toon Beast, boa. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Fatty Wang responded, and a few people stopped muttering and hurriedly followed at a fast pace. The crowd continued to walk towards the depths of the valley. Mute, don't go so fast, wait for me, I have something to tell you. The black blind man ran to Zhang Qiling's side and said. No money. Zhang Qiling faintly said. I have no money for you to cheat, want money no, want life not give. Zhang Xingyi laughed, blind, it seems that your image in the heart of the little official cannot change, you deserve it, who let you always cheat the little official money. The black blind man bristled, this how to still rehash old scores. We've said goodbye to the past. Mute, you do not find it eerie around? The black blind man suddenly opened his mouth and said. His voice was low and carried a hint of mystery. Zhang Qiling didn't say anything and just silently looked at his surroundings. He could feel a chill coming from all directions, but he did not feel afraid. Qilin body protection, I am not cold. Zhang Qiling's body was flowing with Qilin blood, and this bloodline gave him great strength and immunity, resisting the cold was nothing, thus, even in the face of such an eerie environment, Zhang Qiling was able to remain calm and composed. Didn't feel any eerie cold. The black blind man continued, Mute, can't you feel anything at all? Don't you feel that this place is eerily abnormal? Hearing these words, Zhang Qiling finally raised his head and looked towards the black blind man, a hint of vigilance flashed through Zhang Qiling's eyes as he frowned slightly. Seeing this, the black blind man helplessly shook his head, muttering to himself, really a freak, such a gloomy place, you actually have no reaction at all, things out of the ordinary must be evil Zhang Qiling stopped his footsteps and looked around through the weak flashlight light. Zhang Qiling saw a dense forest, the trees were tall and dense, the branches and leaves were intertwined, forming a natural barrier. In this forest, a putrid odor permeated the area, making people feel sick and uncomfortable. A place to raise corpses. Zhang Qiling slowly spat out 3 words. Zhang Qiling's voice was low and strong, as if he was telling the black blind man that he had already detected the abnormality of this place. Zhang Qiling had already smelled the smell of corpses. Zhang Qiling guessed that something had happened here, causing a large number of deaths and corpses to pile up, and these corpses had gradually turned into zombies after a long period of decay and nourishment. Otherwise, it was impossible for them not to decay. Zhang Qiling smelled the faint corpse gas, but the smell of rotting corpses was not much, so it was evident that the corpses should not have rotted, but had turned into zombies. These zombies had great strength and aggressiveness, and if they were accidentally attacked by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this kind of small zombie, compared to the blood corpse in the tomb, is definitely far worse. The black blind man nodded. That's right, this valley is backed by the shade, it is a natural place to raise zombies, and it should be small enough to have zombies here. Zhang Qiling turned around, his eyes looking towards Wu Xia. Wu Xia, who was hooking up with Fatty Wang, suddenly felt a gaze looking over and looked up to find Zhang Qiling looking at himself. Wu Xia looked left and right and didn't understand why Zhang Qiling was looking at him. Little brother, is there a flower on my face? Later, don't touch your hands. Zhang Qiling indifferently spat out 7 words. Zhang Qiling has already seen the evil nature of Wu Xia. After Zhang Qiling finished speaking, he and Zhang Xingye continued to walk forward, and Wu Xieji froze in place with a confused face. What is the meaning of little brother? What can be the meaning? You touch again, who knows what danger will be encountered. Little brother also think you are very evil. Fatty Wang laughed. Wu Xia suddenly unhappy new mouth, this can also blame me ah. With that said, Zhang Xingye and Zhang Qiling stopped their steps, their gazes focused on the stone door in front of them. There didn't seem to be any other obvious dangers in this trail other than the presence of poisonous creatures, but the rest of the journey could be challenging. The bronze tree is behind this stone door. Once we enter this door, we will truly be considered to have stepped into the realm of this ancient tomb. Zhang Xingye carefully surveyed the stone door and said in a serious tone. The black blind man walked forward, gently caressing the surface of the stone door, said doubtfully, this door is so strange ah, how come I don't seem to see the organs? Fatty Wang walked over to Zhang Xingye's side and made a guess. Could the door's mechanism be hidden inside, requiring the use of the fakie finger to crack? Wu Xia also came over, a hint of doubt revealed in his eyes. Is this the door to the main chamber? We actually reached here so smoothly, is there no tomb-suppressing beasts around to guard us? Wu Oblique holding a flashlight, carefully looking around, there is always an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in his heart, feeling that things are going too smoothly. Fatty Wang smiled and comforted, smooth is not good? This means that God is blessing us. Really? Fatty, look at the pattern above the tomb door, is it moving? Why do I feel that it's not a pattern? Wu Xia's flashlight shone on the totem coiled above the tomb door. It looks like a giant python. It seems to be moving. Wu Shou. Wu Xia. Don't you open your golden mouth. There really is a tombstone. It's a snake. It's bigger than the one we just came down with. Fatty Wang hurriedly pulled Wu Xia back. The black blind man also heard the commotion and quickly backed away. Snake my ass. This is a boa. You guys look at its head, there is a hidden bulge, this guy is about to turn from a boa into a jiao. The black blind man cursed and retreated. On the cliff, that big snake is at best a bigger snake. This guy is a boa, and it's a boa that's about to turn into a jiao. A snake becomes a python in 500 years, a python becomes a boa in 500 years, a boa becomes a jiao dragon in 500 years, a jiao becomes a chi dragon in 500 years, a chi dragon becomes a gnarled dragon in 500 years, and a gnarled dragon becomes a dragon in 500 years. Soon to become a scaly dragon? Then this guy looks like he's at least 1,300 to 400 years old. Zhang Xingye didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly pulled out the Gatling that was emitting blue fire, and took out the rockets that Zhang Qiling had stored in his place. Does a big snake like the boa, which is over 1,000 years old, really exist? I'm sure the ancient Chinese civilization certainly does. However, Zhang Xingye was wondering if this was a real boa or something that changed out of the bronze god tree. Can the power of the bronze god tree radiate so far? Fatty Wang took out a few more detonators and handed 2 to Wu Xia. Little Tianjin, take it, keep it for defense. Wu Xia shook his head, I can't play with this thing, I'm afraid it will blow up in my hands, you keep it. We have 3 big brothers here, there should be no need to be afraid. Little Star's Gatling copper skin and iron bones can be pierced. Surprisingly, there is really a tomb beast, it looks like our intrusion has awakened it. Fatty Wang at this time would like to use the account to seal the Wu Oblique mouth. This guy says what comes to what. Chapter 144 Zhang Qiling, strike first. How ferocious was this guy called Boa? Fatty Wang didn't have a clue in his heart, but he knew clearly that this thing was definitely much more powerful than the big snake on the cliff that almost bit his butt. This was a 1,000-year-old snake. Its body was on the verge of surpassing the category of snakes. That body was more than the thickness of a bucket, and at this moment, it was spitting out its letters, slowly moving its body and stretching. However, this boa seemed to have just awakened from its slumber and was not yet fully awake. Its actions appeared to be a bit slow and sluggish. Right at this moment, Zhang Qiling quickly unwrapped the cloth wrapped around the bazooka behind his back, exposing the bazooka in front of everyone. I'll go. Rocket launcher. Wu Xia's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly open as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How could he have never imagined that what Zhang Qiling was carrying on his back was not two ordinary knives, but a powerful bazooka? This discovery shocked him. All along, Wu Xia had thought that what Zhang Qiling was carrying on his back were just two knives, and had never imagined that he would have such an amazing weapon. Now, seeing Zhang Qiling skillfully filling the rocket launcher with bullets and putting on his sunglasses, he realized that he still knew too little about Zhang Qiling. Meanwhile, the black blind man quickly took out a green pepper and shredded pork-covered rice from his backpack and wolfed it down. The black blind man's movements were very skillful and didn't seem to care about the tense atmosphere around him, while Fatty Wang was holding a detonator in one hand and a Vajra umbrella in the other, always ready to deal with possible dangers. Master Black, you are really calm, this time you still have the mind to eat? Fatty Wang couldn't help but flirt. In the face of the upcoming battle, the black blind man was able to be so calm, it was really admirable. The black blind man ate while answering, do not eat cannot in case this is the last meal? Before dying do not eat a mouthful of green pepper shredded meat covered rice, black master me even if I die, that cannot rest in peace even if it is dead, that also have to do a full dead ghost. The black blind man's tone is relaxed, but his eyes reveal a hint of firmness and determination. The crowd and the boa seem to be in a standoff, the main fight is a foe does not move, I do not move. Shabuan, do you think it's possible to succeed if we directly blast open the stone door and charge straight in? Zhang Xingye inquired. Zhang Xingye was afraid that Zhang Qiling would bombard 2 times and collapse part of the valley, and then block the road, it would be difficult to go. Moreover, going up against this thing would be extremely dangerous. Zhang Qiling slowly shook his head, to go in, would be a turtle in a jar. Then, how about attacking its eyes? Zhang Xingye asked. Fatty Wang reminded, Xingdi, this guy seems to understand human language, you look at it he looked over. 1,000 years of big guy, no spirituality is not normal. Wu Xia shook his head and said. Fatty Wang looked at Wu Xia again, Xiao Tianjin, you read a lot of books, why don't you go and communicate with him, let us into the tomb, the road is facing the sky, each go one side. Fatty, this guy is supposed to be a tomb suppressor, are you sure you can get him to let us in? If I come over to discuss it, I won't be swallowed by him in one bite. Wu Xieji swallowed his saliva and said. This tomb beast is also really nothing to play what mural played on it. Old Itchy hid at the end, looking at the group of guys in front with a complex expression. Mom, Wu oblique side of these guys in the end is what is the head bazooka can get, this is something that can appear in the folk. Holy. Xingxingdi, it's moving, it's moving. Fatty Wang's hand holding the detonator was trembling as he stared ahead with wide eyes and a face full of terror. The huge boa seemed to have really understood their conversation, and its originally coiled body began to slowly wriggle. Several people felt a chill rise up their spines, and they knew that the boa would not let them off easily. As a tomb-suppressing beast, how could the boa allow someone to intrude into it? The boa immediately let out a roar, which was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Surprisingly, this shout contained the slightest hint of a dragon's roar amongst it, giving people the creeps. Is this a dragon's roar? This guy is really close to turning into a scaly dragon and is ready to strike. Zhang Qiling muttered half a sentence to himself, then without hesitation, he greeted everyone and made his move. Zhang Qiling's eyes were firm and decisive, his hands ready to fire the bazooka at any time. The crowd also responded, each gripping the tools and weapons in their hands, nervously watching boa's every move. A life and death battle is about to unfold. At this time, the black blind man that bowl of green pepper shredded meat covered rice has also finished, only to see him wolf, gulping and eating, and soon will be the bowl of rice eaten clean. Then, he picked up half a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go, and then burped contentedly. Eat and drink enough, it's time for a dry fight. Subsequently, the black blind man dashingly threw off his robe and quickly pulled out a sharp black and gold short sword and a desert eagle pistol from his arms before walking quickly to Zhang Qiling's side. The black blind man asked with firm eyes, Newt, what should we do? Zhang Qiling expressionlessly looked at the behemoth in front of him and calmly said, I will be responsible for attacking its eyes, while you will take the opportunity to attack its 7 inches. After saying that, Zhang Qiling raised the 2 bazookas in his hands and precisely aimed at the boa's 2 eyes. This boa had yet to transform into a scaly dragon, and its 7 inches were undoubtedly still the most vulnerable part of its body. The black blind man nodded his head, indicating that he understood, while putting away his usual playful look. With a serious face, he responded, Good. At this moment, in the face of such a tense situation, the black blind man knows that there cannot be the slightest intention to joke, must go all out to deal with the immediate crisis. Then I will assist from the side. Zhang Xingye said in a deep voice. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, Good, protect yourself. Aha! Zhang Xingye nodded, and the Gatling aimed at the boa. The battle was imminent. Hands off. Zhang Qiling's main fight was a first strike, the 2 RPGs fired in unison, aiming at the boa's eyes. Zhang Xingye also instantly opened fire. The Gatling sparked with blue fire, hitting the boa's body with sparks. It was difficult for a single bullet to penetrate its protective scale armor, but aiming to hit a spot, it could still penetrate. This action undoubtedly angered the boa. If the tiger doesn't give out, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? Boa immediately let out another loud roar. This time it was really angry. I am angry. Anaconda, I just shot it to wet my throat and try my voice, and you guys just ing attack me. But you guys hit me first, that is to sue to the court, then I am also self-defense, you guys intentionally hurt the scarce wildlife. Chapter 145, Sinful Animal, Come to Death. The boa let out a roar and twisted its huge body to kill Zhang Xingye and the others in a lightning-fast manner. Its huge body moved swiftly on the ground, each swing bringing about strong vibrations and low rumbling sounds. The intense pain was tantamount to galvanizing this fellow's ferocity. The already ferocious boa became even more furious at this moment as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, its eyes flashing with anger and killing intent. This guy was already ferocious, and it was even more courageous when its ferocity was stimulated. Its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly arrived in front of the crowd, making it almost impossible for people to react. The boa attacked the crowd with its bloody mouth open, and Zhang Xingye shot while walking to avoid it. His movements were agile and skillful, constantly changing positions in an attempt to avoid the boa's attacks. At the same time, the Gatling in his hand kept firing. A bullet was fired at the boa's body, but it didn't seem to have much effect on it. Zhang Qiling, on the other hand, was filling his bullets. His expression was serious and focused as the rockets in his hands were quickly loaded in preparation for the next round of battle. Fatty Wang stood on the side, nervously watching the scene in front of him as he held some detonators in his hand, secretly praying in his heart. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, ancestor touching gold, quickly reveal his spirit and go you. Fatty Wang chanted for the ancestor to bless him with a hit, while detonating several detonators at once and throwing them inside the boa's bloody mouth. The founder of the School of Gold Touch is Chow Chow, so this ancestor should also be Chow Chow. Chow Chow, 100% bless you for throwing it in. That's not necessarily true, but 100% bless you for shooting it in. That's fine. Cough cough. With a few loud bangs coming from the boa's mouth, the detonator exploded in the boa's mouth. Along with this explosion, a huge impact erupted from the boa's mouth, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The boa was shaken a bit by the sudden explosion, its body trembled violently, and its originally open mouth unconsciously closed. Its eyes were wide open, as if it was very surprised by this sudden turn of events. However, this shock did not last long, and soon, the boa came back to its senses from the brief shock. Good opportunity. When the black blind man saw this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The black blind man made an instant decision and leapt, lightly stepping on a nearby building and rapidly climbing along the wall as if he were walking on a flat surface. The black blind man's body was athletic and agile, as if a nimble black panther, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the head of the boa. The black blind man landed steadily on the boa's head, like a rider driving a wild horse. The black blind man's movements were decisive and firm, without the slightest hesitation, and he was about to stab the boa 7 inches. However, the boa did not stop there. Although it was dumbfounded by the blast, it quickly recovered. Sensing that someone had the audacity to stand on top of its head, the boa's anger increased, and it began to violently shake its body in an attempt to shake the black blind man down. Before the black blind man could make a move, he was nearly shaken down. At the same time, the boa's huge body began to twist and try to attack the crowd again. The black blind man deserves to cling to the boa first, all his limbs straining for fear of being thrown off. At the same time, the black blind man hid in the boa's posterior, borrowing the boa's body to avoid the Gatling sweep of Zhang Xingye's hand. Anaconda, after all, it is me who bears all. Zhang Xingye watched the black blind man's movements and realized in his heart that the position of his attack was also slightly facing upwards, no longer strafing at the guy's stomach, but at the boa's head. The Gatling in his hand continuously made a clattering sound as a string of flames flew towards the boa's head. On the other hand, Zhang Qiling's rocket was ready. He was holding the rocket launcher tightly with his finger on the trigger, just waiting for the best time to come and then he would fire it without hesitation. Right at this moment, the boa suddenly swept over with its tail, as ferocious as a black dragon. The boa was shaking its body violently at this moment, trying to dodge Zhang Xingye's bullets and the black blind man's attacks, while also trying to shake the black blind man off of itself. The boa was not stupid and knew that the black blind man was trying to attack his 7 inches. Due to the large body and the face being under heavy attack, the boa's tail became the only part that could be used to attack. Only to see the boa's tail sweeping in all directions with amazing strength. Wherever it passed, trees were broken, plants were destroyed, and a mess was made. When the crowd saw this crazy guy, their faces changed greatly. They all retreated, looking for a safe place to hide. They all understood in their hearts that if they were swept by the boa's tail, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were swept by the boa's tail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their bodies would be bruised and purple. Zhang Qiji realized that the danger was approaching and immediately reacted, preparing to dodge. However, right at this moment, the boa's tail had already swept across, and even though Zhang Qiling's speed was fast enough, he still couldn't avoid it completely. Zhang Qiling's thigh was hit hard by the boa's tail, and the huge impact caused his entire body to fly out like a cannonball, before smashing heavily into the main trunk of a sky-high tree. Due to the violent impact, the rocket launcher in Zhang Qiling's hand was also fired passively, and its direction was exactly where Fatty Wang and the others were. Before everyone could react, Wu Shezhi and Old Ichi were lifted out by the powerful airwaves, while Fatty Wang had been holding open his adamantine umbrella, and although he was also knocked backward by the airwaves, the adamantine umbrella managed to withstand most of the damage. Fortunately, Fatty Wang did not suffer too much. Wu Xie and Old Ichi were only confused by the shock, and their bodies were not seriously harmed. "Aya mama, little brother, this is an indiscriminate attack." Fatty Wang shook his head and said with palpitations. "The power of this bazooka is just too great to be marveled at." When Zhang Xingye saw Zhang Qiling being swept away by the boa tail, his heart tightened and he hurriedly shouted with concern, "Little officer. Little star, you control me, ah, Black Master, I will be thrown down, to vomit." Not far away, came the black blind man's cry for help. Even if the black blind man has all kinds of skills, at this moment cannot be exerted. Damn, this guy is worthy of 1,000 years of old monsters. Little brother, just those 2 rockets did not let him be blown up. He is like a mountainous body, is really fierce. Fatty Wang looked at the boa and sighed. This guy is really fierce. Zhang Xingye directly put away the Gatling and took out the black gold ancient blade. Looking at the boa, whose face could be described as a bloody mess. His eyes were burning with rage, as if he was a raging tiger. Zhang Xingye pulled out the black gold ancient knife, at this moment also do not care about the pain, on the spot to his palm stab a cut, blood stained the blade. Zhang Qiling is Zhang Xingye's scales, whoever moves dies. The 1,000-year-old monster was no exception. Sinful animal, come and die. Zhang Xingye revolved his inner strength, only to see several drops of Qilin blood in the form of beads flying towards the boa. Chapter 146 Rest, leave the rest to me. This action was practically identical to the one Zhang Qiling had performed back in the water pirate cave on his way to the 7-star Ruwang Palace. When Zhang Qiling, bloodletting, don't be so stingy, watch, I will demonstrate it to you again. Zhang Xingyi is considered to have followed the example. Qilin blood is like no money to spread out. So long ago, Zhang Xingyi or the first time in the body self-inflicted a so big mouth. The boa sensed a powerful aura, and its body began to tremble as it tried to escape from this place, but it realized that it was no longer able to move. The appearance of several drops of Qilin blood made the boa feel a great danger. After all, Qilin blood was Qilin blood, and the boa was still just a snake after all. Not having reached the realm of transforming into an ogre, it was almost powerless in the face of a treasure like Qilin blood. The boa wanted to dodge, but due to its overly large body, its movements became sluggish and it was simply unable to avoid it in time. In the end, these few drops of Qilin blood all landed accurately on the boa's body, emitting gusts of white smoke, as if it was being roasted while roasting meat. Those few pieces of the boa's skin began to scorch, emitting an unpleasant burning odor. I go, the second mute? The black blind man riding on the boa's head saw this maneuver of Zhang Xingye's and for a moment thought that he had misread it. Wasn't this Zhang Qiling's special gesture? For as long as the black blind man had known Zhang Qiling had been like this every time he released blood, and that Qilin blood was like no money at all. After Zhang Xingye finished dumping the Qilin blood, his body moved as quickly as lightning, as if he had turned on his instantaneous movement skill. He nimbly traveled through space, displaying amazing speed and agility. Walking position. Walking position. Zhang Xingye's body constantly changed positions, making it hard to catch. His movements were like ghosts, making it impossible for the enemy to predict his next move. This speed was not as good as Zhang Qiling, but it was still too much faster than normal people. Suddenly, Zhang Xingye made a violent leap and jumped to the same height as the boa's head. The boa had yet to understand why Zhang Xingye jumped so high. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xingye's palm once again flung out a few drops of Qilin blood, which flew straight towards the boa's eyes like a red thread. As everyone knew, the eyes were one of the most fragile organs on any living creature. The unicorn blood sprinkled down like rain and struck the boa's eyes, and the boa immediately let out a roar of pain, the sound deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. It was as if its eyes had been eroded by the corrosive liquid, and its vision began to become blurred, falling into a state of half-blindness. The boa shook its body violently from the intense pain, trying to get rid of it. Its tail frantically lashed the objects around it, kicking up gusts of smoke and dust. However, Zhang Xingye had already anticipated this and directly made an inverted golden hook, nimbly avoiding the boa's attack and continuing to keep his distance. Come to death. Zhang Xingye let out a low shout, his figure rushing towards the boa's lower abdomen like an arrow. He once again leapt up, and the black and gold ancient sword in his hand that was stained with the Qilin's blood plunged straight into the boa's body. The indestructible scales, under the effect of the Qilin's blood, also became less hard. The boa once again let out a heart-rending sound of agony, which was interspersed with the slightest hint of a loud and clear dragon's roar. Zhang Xingye's strike had undoubtedly traumatized the boa immensely. Due to the movement of the boa's body, that black and gold ancient sword had cut a wound almost a meter long on the boa's body. The intense pain caused the boa to fall into a complete frenzy, and the black blind man was no longer able to hold it and was directly thrown off. The injured boa became even more frenzied as it struggled recklessly, attempting to strike Zhang Xingye with its tail. Zhang Xingye sidestepped and dodged while drawing out his black gold ancient blade. He quickly pulled away from the boa. The black blind man fell to the ground and tried to land handsomely, but as a result, he didn't stand still and twisted his foot. Ouch! The black blind man did not pretend to be good. But well, twisted a foot is nothing. The black blind man immediately to the misplaced bones reset. Immediately after, the black blind man stood up and rushed to Zhang Xingye's side. Good odor. Zhang Xingye frowned and pulled away from the black blind man. The black blind man's body was covered in mucus, and this odor was very unpleasant. The black blind man smiled awkwardly. So what? Give me some of your blood, we both do it together. I will stab his head, you stab his 7 inches. The black blind man talked about business. That boa at this time has gone crazy, and then do not subdue this guy, there may be what danger it. Good. Zhang Xingye nodded. Will not yet healed wound again squeeze out a few drops of qilin blood, drops in the black blind man's black gold short sword above. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion could be heard. Zhang Xingye twisted his head to see that it turned out to be Zhang Qiling, who had stood up and used another rocket to come at the boa's head. The boa's body was knocked back a few meters and fell to the ground. The appearance, it could be described as miserable. How was it so powerful this time? The black blind man was shocked. The 2 shells just now didn't make this guy's body retreat so far off. And Zhang Xingye felt the resonance of the qilin blood from above that rocket. Obviously, Zhang Qiling had dropped qilin blood onto the rocket, giving the rocket magic a boost. Zhang Qiling walked towards Zhang Xingye. Little officer, are you alright? Zhang Xingye helped Zhang Qiling and asked with concern. When Zhang Qiling saw Zhang Xingye's somewhat white face, a trace of guilt and self-blame could not help but well up in his heart. Zhang Qiling asked softly, I'm fine, does it hurt? Zhang Qiling held Zhang Xingye's hand, his eyes fell on the long wound on her hand, and a look of heartache appeared in his eyes. Zhang Qiling knew that this Zhang family descendant had always been afraid of pain, but this time, he was so brave to cut such a large opening. The black blind man looked at the 2, a speechless face, and then spoke, so what, I first on, you guys follow all that. The black blind man is not staying to eat dog food. The black blind man, holding a black and gold short sword that has been enchanted, without hesitation, rushed towards the boa. Zhang Xingye barely managed to squeeze out a smile, trying to make himself look strong. Nothing, compared to the meat pain, I am more heartbroken. Zhang Xingye tried hard to show that he didn't care, but the fear and pain deep inside still couldn't be completely concealed. Zhang Qiling took the black and gold ancient sword from Zhang Xingye's hand and said in a firm tone, rest, leave it to me next. This boa made my Zhang family scion release a drop of blood, then he himself will release a liter of this guy's blood. However, Zhang Xingye tightly pulled Zhang Qiling's hand, his eyes full of worry. Shaguan, don't, it's better for me to go on, you just crashed into the tree, it must be very painful, rest first, I'm fine. Zhang Xingye did not want Zhang Qiling to take any risks. Zhang Qiling held Zhang Xingye's hand. The gods, they protect all beings, it is not yet time to ask all beings to protect the gods, if the gods are there, then all beings are free from worry. Chapter 147 Wu Oblique You are not fit to touch the coffin. After saying this, Zhang Qiling's eyes turned cold, instantly turning around, his face as cold as frost, his body's internal force surging, his figure rushing towards the boa like an arrow. At the same time, the black blind man has already started a fierce battle with the boa. However, the black blind man does not have the intention to fight, his goal is clear, and he wants to leap onto the boa's head, and then use the dagger in his hand to ruthlessly stab into its head. Unfortunately, the boa seems to know the intentions of the black blind man, tightly entangled with him, do not give the black blind man any opportunity to take advantage of. The key to this was the black and gold short sword in the black blind man's hand that was stained with the Qilin's blood, making the boa feel a great threat. Seeing this, Zhang Qiling accelerated his pace and charged forward, quickly joining up with the black blind man. Only to see Zhang Qiling cut a slit in his palm without hesitation, and instantly, several drops of Qilin blood splashed out and flew straight towards the boa. When these Qilin blood landed on the boa's body, it immediately emitted a nuisance sound and wisps of green smoke. The boa was so stimulated by the pain that it screamed repeatedly, and its roars continuously echoed in the air. Zhang Qiling took the opportunity to make a move, holding the black gold ancient sword and stabbing straight at the boa's 7-inch vitals like lightning. The boa also understood that this guy was going to stab his 7 inches, and directly swung a giant snake's tail, wanting to send Zhang Qiling flying. However, Zhang Qiling, who had had the experience once, would not be able to fall twice at the same time in one place. Zhang Qiling very nimbly dodged sideways, while the black gold ancient sword in his hand swung smoothly, slashing at the boa's abdomen. The boa suffered pain and its movements became even more frantic, but Zhang Qiling was not the least bit intimidated as he flickered and avoided the boa's attack once again. The black blind man saw the right time, leaped and jumped onto the boa's back, then quickly rushed up to the boa's head again. The black gold short sword in the black blind man's hand flashed with cold light, fiercely stabbing at the boa's head. The boa sensed the danger and tried to fling its body to throw the black blind man off, but the black blind man tightly grasped the boa's scales and rode on the boa's head, stabilizing his body and stabbing hard towards the boa's head. Due to the effect of the unicorn blood, the black blind man's short black and gold blade undoubtedly stabbed directly into the boa's head. The intense pain caused the boa to twist its body more and more frequently. The black blind man couldn't even sit still and was nearly thrown off by the boa. The black blind man's movements were very strange at this time. The whole person was dropped in mid-air, but the black blind man tightly grasped the dagger that pierced into the boa's head, resulting in the black blind man did not completely fall down. However, this shaking black blind man is not good, only to feel the stomach turning over. Dig faster, dig faster. On the other side, Fatty Wang said while digging a pit with Wu Xia and Old Ichi. Each person was holding an engineer's shovel in their hands. Inside the small garden, they dug and dug and dug. Fatty Wang is also holding a Vajra umbrella in one hand, seems to be digging according to the size of the Vajra umbrella. As long as the digging is done, with the Vajra umbrella covering the top, then it is absolutely very safe. That boa is so powerful, it can't be dealt with in a moment. Let's dig a life-saving tunnel first. Ha! What's so hard? Wu Xia suddenly seemed to have dug something. A few people peeled back the soil and took a closer look. Little Tianjin, you can be really evil. You dug a coffin as soon as you dug. This is still a coffin of French burial. Fatty Wang's mouth twitched. This place that Wu Xieji chose is really weird. It is someone's grave. Digging to the coffin, or a vertical burial coffin. Wu Xia didn't care. Anyway, evil is evil. Fatty, if there is a coffin here, there must be burial goods. Let's take it back to the archaeology. What age is this coffin? The more I look at it, the more I feel that this coffin is so like gold. The more I look at it, the more I think it looks like gold. Wu said, continue to dig to the side, revealing part of the coffin. This is not like gold Manhwa. This movement is not really a gold coffin, right? Only this gold coffin how to lose paint. Fatty Wang poked and prodded the coffin with a military shovel, and it really sounded like gold, but does gold lose its paint? If this is the case, then we can be developed. Let's do people leave a line, do not take the burial goods, just dig this coffin, and then give the tomb owner for a better coffin, so that you good, I good, everyone good. Ha! Wu Ichi heatedly smiled and dug even harder. Old Ichi was silent and dug hard. How to say it, Wu oblique this guy is quite evil. As I said earlier, this place is filled with corpse gas and is a natural place to raise corpses. There must be zombies. And Wu Xia this guy directly digging to the feng shui formation the following blood corpse absorbs so many years of the earth's gas, I'm afraid it is not a good to deal with the Lord. Several people digging, unknowingly, the coffin dug out a quarter, at this time finally realized that something is wrong. No, don't dig, this is a copper coffin. Fatty Wang rushed to stop Wu Xia to continue digging. Wu Xia was puzzled, what's wrong? Just now the gold paint is deliberately smeared, is painting something, just shoveled off that thing, seems to be the ink bucket, and this above, strange painting what? Fatty Wang immediately stopped the action of the hand, do not dare to continue to dig. This coffin is evil. What is this drawing? Wu Xia squatted down, wiped the soil on it, wanting to see clearly what was painted, but also accidentally wiped off part of the spell on it. Suddenly, the coffin seemed to vibrate. Standing on the top of the face of Fatty Wang changed, indeed felt the vibration of this coffin, small naive. You big master. I thought you were simply open the coffin will rise corpse, you touch the coffin also rise corpse. You are not fit to touch the coffin, quickly go up. Fatty Wang said, rushed to climb up. Fortunately, not yet dug a more than a meter deep, up or very easy, Fatty Wang took the lead and climbed up, and then rushed to pull Wu oblique up. That coffin vibration is the frequency is getting bigger and bigger, after Wu oblique up, hurry to pull up the old Ichi also. Quickly fill in the soil, bury him. Wu Xia said while hurrying to get the soil dug out back. Fatty Wang is also hurrying to do, damn, thought this soil with blood, is the animal's blood soaked into the ground? I did not think it is not that way, this ing is a blood corpse, big murder Fatty Wang talk, hand movement that is not slow at all. Not a few times, the coffin was buried, a few people continue to fill the pit. On the other side, Zhang Qiling and the others didn't notice Fatty Wang's movements. Zhang Qiling's black gold ancient blade pierced into the boa's 7 inches, and the sky was covered with a dark cloud, and thunder rose from the ground. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the air, as if it was about to rain. Zhang Xingye, on the other hand, was adjusting the angle of the Italian cannon and preparing to fire. Dummy, more. I can't hold on much longer. The black blind man who was flung in mid-air was red in the face, and his glasses almost fell off. Chapter 148, a wave has just leveled off, and a wave rises again. The black blind man is really cannot hold on. The black blind man felt his stomach turning over as if there were countless bugs crawling inside. The boa kept shaking as if it had eaten a shaking dan, and that violent shaking made him feel a wave of dizziness and nausea. If it wasn't for the fact that the black blind man was really distressed by the shredded green pepper and meat-covered rice that he had just eaten, it was estimated that at this point he would have vomited all over the place. The black blind man clenched his teeth and grabbed the boa with both hands, trying to keep his balance. He silently chanted in his heart, "Can't waste, absolutely can't waste this delicious green pepper shredded pork rice." This belief became the driving force for the black blind man to persevere, and he deadpanned the urge to vomit. However, as time passed, this feeling of discomfort grew stronger and stronger, his face became as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. By now, he was really close to being unable to hold it back, and a strong feeling of vomiting surged up his throat, which was once again pressed down by the black blind man. Black blind man Fierce did not vomit anything, but the black blind man's body trembling, this if a vomit, it is estimated that all the internal organs can be vomited out. So the black blind man asked Zhang Qiling to have some more qilin blood to settle this guy with a bang. Otherwise, the green pepper and shredded pork covered rice that he had eaten would really be vomited out. Meanwhile, the boa's struggles became more and more intense as it let out wailing cries as if it wanted to break free from its bonds. Although these sounds sounded full of pain, the black blind man knew that this was just its last struggle before dying. The boa's head was strapped with a short black and gold blade, while its 7 inches were deeply pierced by the ancient black and gold blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding land red. Zhang Qiling's eyes flashed with a hint of determination when he heard the black blind man's words, and without the slightest hesitation, he drew out the black gold ancient knife that was stuck in the boa's 7 inches. The boa let out another heartbreaking wail. With an inverted golden hook, Zhang Qiling pulled away from the boa, holding the hilt of the knife, his eyes focused and calm, as if he had once again entered a fighting state. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qiling once again slashed his palm on the black and gold ancient sword, blood flowing down the blade. Zhang Qiling did not hesitate to sprinkle the qilin blood towards the boa's body. The blood formed an arc in the air and landed on the boa's body with precision. The boa sensed the threat of the qilin blood and its body began to tremble violently, but it still tried to struggle against it. However, Zhang Qiling did not give it a chance to catch its breath. With an arrow step, Zhang Qiling rushed to the monster and swiftly stabbed the black and gold ancient sword dyed with the qilin's blood at the boa once again. The boa's impenetrable scale armor, the moment it came into contact with the qilin's blood, surprisingly became as fragile as papier-mâché, and the black gold ancient knife easily penetrated the boa's defenses, piercing deeply into its body. The boa's voice became smaller and smaller, and its movements became smaller and smaller. Its life force was gradually fading, unable to resist the attacks of Zhang Qiling and the black blind man any longer. The black blind man also finally sighed in relief, letting go of the black gold short sword and was thrown straight down. Falling to the ground, the black blind man did not cry out a single word of pain. Instead, he panted heavily. Good and dangerous, if Zhang Qiling slowed down for a while, the green pepper and shredded pork covered rice that he had eaten would have to be spat out. Under the tacit cooperation between the black blind man and Zhang Qiling, Boa gradually lost his ability to resist. "Little official, get out of the way." At this time, there came a shout from Zhang Xingye. Zhang Qiling glanced back and nodded slightly before quickly pulling away from the boa. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xingye directly fired the angled Italian cannon, meowing at none other than the boa's head. If he didn't strike again, what if this guy fought for his life before he died and hurt Zhang Qiling? In order to deal a fatal blow to the boa, Zhang Qiling purposely smeared a handful of unicorn blood on the cannonball. With a roar, the cannon hit the boa's head with great precision. The boa let out one last wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. The head seemed to have been blown apart. Zhang Qiling took this opportunity to charge at the boa once again as he increased the intensity of his attack, waving his black gold ancient blade and stabbing at the boa blade after blade. Each slash was filled with power and fury, as if he wanted to break the boa into pieces. This was not just to end Boa's life, but also to take a breath for Zhang Xingye. This abomination had dared to harm the Zhang family's descendant. It was truly unjustifiable. Zhang Qiling's sword technique was as harsh as the wind and rain. Each slash carried a deadly threat, leaving the boa powerless to fight back. If it wasn't for the special effect of the qilin's blood, it would have been impossible to eliminate the boa so easily with just those hot weapons. The boa had cultivated for 1,000 years, and its body's defense was extremely powerful, and could be said to be indestructible. Not to mention resisting nuclear bombs, but resisting rockets, it was absolutely fine. However, under Zhang Qiling's fierce attack, the boa eventually lost. After stabbing the boa continuously for 749 times, Zhang Qiling did not hesitate to stab the last knife deep into the boa's heart, causing it to completely lose its life. The boa's eyes gradually lost their luster, and its life breath dissipated. Zhang Qiling was drenched in blood, his face as pale as paper, but he felt a trace of relief in his heart. The heart's chi smoothed out at this moment. Seeing this guy finally fall to the ground, the black blind man also breathed a sigh of relief. This place is really evil. Little star, this tomb door bombarded him with a cannon. Let's go in first, don't be at that time this valley, and scurried out. What big snakes to come. The black blind man stood up and helped Zhang Qiling, who was sitting on the ground. At this time Zhang Qiling's face was very pale. One look told him that he had bled too much. Zhang Xingye nodded. Going into the crypt to heal his wounds was always safer than being outside. Seeing Zhang Qiling's ghastly white face, Zhang Xingye was also heartbroken, but it would be better to go over there now and quickly blast open the chamber, so that Zhang Qiling could go in and rest for a while. Inside the tomb, at least there was a sense of security than outside. This was something that the Black Blind Man knew well. After all, the Black Blind Man had been hiding in the crypt for more than a year because he was hiding from the wanted. As long as Wu Xia went in and didn't touch the coffin, the chamber would be very safe. Good. Saying this, Zhang Xingye skillfully retired the bullet, standardized the orientation, and then filled the bullet. Boom! Suddenly, a boom was seen, and Zhang Xingye and the Black Blind Man were both confused. But what the two were confused about was not the same thing. Little Star, where did you hit this cannon? The Black Blind Man looked at the intact tomb door. What is the situation? This did not aim? Bombed crooked? Where did it go? I didn't see any dust flying. Zhang Xingye shook his head. I have not fired. The sound seems to come from behind. Said Zhang Xingye turned his head to look behind him. The Black Blind Man also looked over. Coffin? This coffin good heavy blood gas, this is the blood corpse which son has no skin swallowed the lack of morality thing planing the corpse of the grave. Chapter 149 Falling for the Bronze God Tree's Trick. The Black Blind Man let out a cry, his voice was somewhat shocked. Before the Black Blind Man had time to react, he saw that the coffin suddenly flew out of the ground and then exploded with a bang, and a zombie that was filled with the color of blood even emerged from inside. This zombie's body looked to have rotted beyond recognition, emitting a sickening odor. The Black Blind Man was shocked in his heart, as he had guessed before, this body had turned into a blood corpse. Mom, yeah, zombie. Fatty Wang was also startled and hurriedly dragged Wu Xia to run towards Zhang Xingye and their side. Zhang Qiling hurriedly got up and came to Zhang Xingye's side with his black and gold ancient sword, picking up the rocket launcher on the ground and filling it to protect Zhang Xingye's side. Zhang Xingye's brows were furrowed, his face full of unbelief. No, this is impossible. Zhang Xingye really cannot accept the facts in front of him. How can there be zombies here? This is not a zombie world, how could there be so many zombies? And there is also a tombstone beast, this is simply too outrageous. Could it be that this is a dream? Zhang Xingye tried to recall everything he had experienced along the way, but always felt that something was wrong. He was convinced that something must have happened to cause them to fall into this bizarre environment. At this moment, the Black Blind Man walked over to Zhang Qiling and smoothly took over the black and gold ancient knife he had stuck on the ground, turning his head to Zhang Xingye and said, "Mute, lend me your knife first." However, Zhang Xingye shook his head violently. No, this is an illusion. Despite the disorienting surroundings, his consciousness remained clear. As a matter of fact, Zhang Xingye had always been a strong-willed and clear-thinking person, and even when he was dreaming, he was able to clearly realize that he was in the middle of a dream. Zhang Xingye's entire body woke up with a jolt, and he felt like he had been in a nightmare as he was covered in cold sweat. When Zhang Xingye opened his eyes, he realized that his surroundings had completely changed, and the zombies that originally existed had disappeared. In its place, Zhang Qiling, Wu Xia, and the Black Blind Man surrounded him with expressions of concern and anxiety on their faces. "Who, thank goodness, little star, you've finally woken up." Wu Xia let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of relief in his voice. Although Zhang Qiling didn't say anything, his eyes showed a concern that he couldn't hide. "It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay. Little star, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly not move at all once you saw this tomb door? We called you, have no reaction." The Black Blind Man asked in confusion. Originally, while everyone was chatting, Zhang Xingye suddenly became unusually quiet, as if he had lost consciousness. This caused the crowd to be shocked, worrying that something had happened to him. Only now that they saw that he had finally returned to normal did everyone put their hearts at ease. Zhang Xingye looked at the tomb door. Where was the tomb-suppressing beast? The tomb door was still the same, only that it had been opened. Zhang Qiling wasn't injured either, and he didn't set up the Italian cannon himself. "System, what just happened?" Zhang Xingye asked the system in his mind. "Host, you yourself were imagining things in your mind, and the bronze god tree materialized it for you." Zhang Xingye was a bit puzzled. This place is still so far away from the bronze god tree. Is the radiation of the bronze god tree so strong? Near the door of the tomb, has entered the radiation range of the bronze god tree, just a little far. The signal is not good, so the result is sometimes work, sometimes do not work. You were lucky to be the first person on this trip by the bronze god tree radiation. Zhang Xingye couldn't help but roll his eyes. This blessing is given to you if you want it or not. Zhang Xingye felt very speechless at this reply from the system, feeling that this little tutor seemed to be gloating a bit. Zhang Xingye secretly pondered in his mind, this bronze divine tree's radiant range was surprisingly so wide. It seemed that this adventure trip was full of unknowns and dangers. Zhang Qiling couldn't help but sigh that because of his arrival, there was still some butterfly effect. However, since he has come here, it is even more curious to explore the secrets of the bronze god tree. The bronze god tree can really visualize what is in the heart. I'm fine, let everyone worry, into this chamber, everyone's heart, do not think nonsense. Zhang Xingye stood up and reminded everyone. His gaze swept over everyone, especially old Ich. Zhang Xingye's eyes seemed to carry a hint of warning. The others also sensed Zhang Xingye's seriousness and nodded their heads to show that they understood. There shouldn't be any problems with the chamber. I just fumbled to open the chamber door's mechanism, and there is no danger found inside at the moment," the black blind man said. However, Wu Xia felt a little strange. Why would Zhang Xingye suddenly say this? Wu Jiqiang suspiciously glanced at Zhang Xingye and then at Old Ichi, speculating in his heart whether something had happened between them. Wu Xia clearly noticed that there was a hint of a warning rhyme in Zhang Xingye's eyes when he just looked at Old Ich. Old Ich's face changed slightly when he heard Zhang Xingye's words, and he looked at Zhang Xingye, wondering if he knew something. However, Old Ich did not show it and just silently followed the group forward. Fatty Wang snorted and said, "Since Xingye is also fine, let's not ink, let's hurry in." Good. The crowd did not have any opinion. Originally the black blind man opened the tomb door, the crowd should go in. If not, Zhang Xingye suddenly did not move, the crowd has already gone in. Slowly, Zhang Qiling stepped forward to support Zhang Xingye, fearing that Zhang Xingye a bit did not slow down. The group carefully walked into the tomb, holding flashlights in their hands to illuminate the surroundings. The group realized that besides a rotten atmosphere permeating the chamber, the walls were also engraved with various mysterious patterns and words. These patterns and words seemed to be telling an ancient history, but they did not know the meaning. The black blind man walked at the front, carefully observing everything around him, trying to find some clues. The black blind man noticed some strange traces on the ground, like the footprints left by some kind of creatures. The black blind man squatted down and touched those traces with his fingers, feeling their texture. Just at this moment, the black blind man's ears slightly moved, feeling a movement behind him. The black blind man violently turned back, only to see a black shadow quickly flashed. The black blind man immediately stood up and looked around vigilantly. The others were also startled by the black blind man's behavior and gathered around. "What's going on, Black Master?" Wu Oblique asked nervously. The black blind man shook his head, indicating that he did not find anything unusual, thinking that he had misread the situation. After all, Zhang Qiling did not even move, and his own eyes were already bad, so it is not impossible to misread the situation.